That afternoon, the weather suddenly turned gloomy, as if mirroring my mood. The rain battered against the windows with a relentless force, its roar fierce and urgent, pouring down like a waterfall and filling the air with a suffocating heaviness. I sat on the sofa, my fingers drumming rhythmically on the coffee table. My face was clouded with gloom, weighed down by the same heaviness that pressed upon the sky. Outside, from time to time, I glanced over at Rain. He was huddled in the corner, hands clasped tightly, his gaze fixed on the floor, looking helpless and anxious. At last, I couldn't hold back any longer. Rain, do you really think Leah will forgive you? Aren't you being a bit naive? I asked. Rain lifted his head, his eyes swirling with a storm of conflicting emotions. His voice was barely above a whisper, trembling as he spoke. I just want to explain myself to her. I let out a bitter laugh, my tone thick with disdain. Explain? Do you think a simple explanation will be enough for Leah to forgive you? She's always been uncompromising when it comes to principle. She never forgives betrayal easily, no matter who it is. Suddenly, Rain raised his voice, as if trying to mask his panic. I know I was wrong. I really regret it. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. It was a moment of weakness, that's all. I shot up from the sofa, striding over to stand directly in front of him, my gaze sharp and unwavering. So, just because of a fleeting impulse, you hurt Leah? Do you really believe she'll accept your apology? Rain's face went pale. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to speak, but no words came. He lowered his head, sinking into silence. I pressed on. You know, I've always considered you a brother, but this time, you've truly let me down. The pain you've caused Leah, there's no way to undo it. Finally, Rain looked up again, remorse and despair etched deep in his eyes. I understand. I really do. I'm willing to face the consequences. All I ask is a chance to apologize to her, to beg for her forgiveness. My voice dripped with irony. Do you really think Leah is someone who forgives so easily? The hurt you've given her is like a wound that refuses to heal. It won't fade anytime soon. Just as I finished speaking, a sudden, urgent knocking rattled the door, making my heart skip a beat. I knew, without a doubt, that it had to be Leah. I sprang to my feet, wanting to tell Benjamin to stay quiet, but it was too late. Benjamin's voice was icy cold. I don't want to see her. Still, he remained on the sofa, making no move to leave. Anxious now, I raised my voice. But I have to see her. Benjamin's reply crashed down like thunder. Do you really think you're still worthy of seeing her? I took a deep breath, fighting to steady myself, my eyes fixed firmly on the doorway. I'm not afraid, I said. I have to face her. The door gave a soft creak as it slowly swung open. Leah stood in the doorway, her face etched with confusion and unease. Where her gaze had once been clear, it now rippled with emotion. She glanced back and forth between Benjamin and me, as if searching for the secret we were hiding. Leah asked in a low voice, "What are you two talking about?" I took a step forward, my heart pounding with both anxiety and excitement, as if something had tightened around it. "Leah, I want to talk to you." Her voice suddenly turned cold, her eyes wary and guarded. "Talk about what? Don't I know you well enough already? I'm fragile right now. Don't make this any harder for me." I said, "I just want to talk about us. I want to apologize for the things I've done wrong." Leah's brow furrowed, her gaze sharp as a blade fixed on me. "Do you really think a simple apology can make everything right? You betrayed me. You hurt me. Do you honestly believe I could forgive you so easily?" With pleading sincerity, I said, "I truly know I was wrong. I regret it deeply. I don't want to lose you. I'm willing to pay any price for my mistake." Leah let out a bitter laugh. "Pay any price? Do you think a few words can make up for your betrayal? You've already destroyed my trust in you. That kind of wound can't be healed with promises or money." I replied, "I understand, Leah. I just want one chance. I'll prove my love with my actions. I'll change completely." Leah's tone was icy, every word freezing in the air. "Change? How can you promise you won't make the same mistake again? Why should I trust you?" I answered resolutely, "I'll spend my whole life proving it. Please, give me one more chance. Let me earn back your trust." Leah was torn, struggling to speak. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the pain nearly robbing her of breath. Suddenly, Benjamin broke the silence, snapping her out of her thoughts. "Leah, are you really going to trust him? He's already betrayed you. Can you bear that kind of pain again?" Leah's voice was barely more than a whisper. Benjamin pressed on. "You deserve someone better. Don't trap yourself in this misery. Someone like Rain isn't worth your forgiveness." It felt as if a knife twisted in my chest. Looking at Leah, my eyes brimmed with despair. "Leah, I truly love you. I will change for you." Leah broke down, her voice trembling through her tears. "But how am I supposed to face you? I don't know what to say. I can't even look at you." Benjamin gently encouraged her. "Give yourself some time. Don't rush into any decisions. Take a breath, clear your mind. Remember, revenge and anger can't solve anything. Leah drew a deep breath, doing her best to steady herself. I'll try to stay calm, but I can't promise I can manage it. Benjamin spoke with unwavering confidence. You can do it, Leah. You're not alone. I'll be right here with you. A gentle warmth blossomed in Leah's heart. Though anxiety still gnawed at her, Benjamin's words soothed her, lending her some peace. Thank you, Benjamin. Maybe what I really need is to calm myself down. Benjamin let out a quiet sigh of relief, the tension in his face easing a little. It's all right. We'll figure things out together. Whatever comes next, we'll face it side by side. Leah nodded, still troubled by uncertainty, but at least the weight of loneliness had lifted. I'll do my best. As night deepened, the moonlight seemed to cloak them in a silvery veil. The future lay shrouded in uncertainty, but in that moment, they leaned on each other, ready to weather the coming storm together. Yet the pain in Leah's heart had not faded. Rain's betrayal still pierced her like a thorn, impossible to remove. The fire of revenge still smoldered within her, threatening to flare up at any moment. Though Benjamin brought her a measure of comfort, whether he could truly alter her fate remained unknown. Leah came from a privileged background, her family name renowned, while Rain was just an ordinary young man. This difference alone was bound to spark endless controversy. Leah, do you really think Rain is the right one for you? Benjamin finally broke the silence, voicing his doubts. Leah sat by the window, gazing into the night sky as if searching for answers. Turning to Benjamin, her eyes shone with resolve. Benjamin, I love him. Isn't love supposed to be the most important thing? Love? Benjamin let out a short, skeptical laugh, his tone tinged with doubt. In this family, love alone isn't enough. Your father is the lord of the city. He would never approve of you being with Rain. I don't care. Leah's voice rose, anger swirling within her. I've already argued with father about this. I will take responsibility for my own choices. But have you really thought through the consequences? Benjamin stood up and walked over to her, trying to help her see reason. If the Lord learns about you and Rain, the consequences will be grave. He will do whatever it takes to protect the family's reputation, even if it means keeping you apart. Leah clenched her teeth, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes before resolve returned. I don't want to run anymore. I want to fight for my own happiness. Rain is a good man. He deserves my love. But can he really make you happy? Benjamin's voice softened, concern clear in his words. You have to understand, love isn't everything in life. You carry responsibilities too, to inherit your father's legacy and live up to your family's expectations. Responsibility? There was a heavy note of irony in Leah's voice. I've been told to shoulder responsibility since I was a child, but no one has ever bothered to ask what I truly want. Does my own wish not matter at all? Just then, the door swung open. Leah's father, the lord of the city, strode in, his face dark with anger. Leah, why are you here? I just heard about what happened between you and Rain, and you still dare to discuss it here. Leah's heart sank. She knew her father's temper was about to erupt. Rising to her feet, she fought to keep her voice steady. Father, my feelings for Rain are sincere. I hope you can understand us. Understand? The Lord scoffed, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Do you really think I would approve of you being with someone of no standing? He's simply not worthy of you. Father, you can't say that. Leah's voice quivered, but she forced back her tears. Rain is a man of ideals and ambition. He's not the person you imagine. Ideals and ambition. Can those give you a good life? The Lord's voice boomed through the room. You must understand, as the daughter of the Lord, you bear the honor of our family. You cannot waste yourself on a love with no future. Benjamin stood quietly by, his heart aching for Leah. He knew all too well how stubborn her father could be, and that this argument would only make things worse. You don't understand me at all. Leah's tone grew firmer. I don't want to live my life according to your arrangements anymore. I want to decide my own future and pursue my own happiness. So you're rebelling against me? The Lord's face darkened further, fury blazing in his eyes. If you insist on being so obstinate, then I will no longer consider you my daughter. You'll never understand my choices. Leah's voice brimmed with despair and anger, as if her heart were being torn apart. That's enough. Benjamin finally couldn't hold back. He stepped forward, trying to ease the tension in the room. My lord, Leah only wishes to seek her own happiness. Shouldn't you at least respect her decision? And who are you to meddle in my affairs? The Lord glared at Benjamin, his tone laced with threat. I warn you, do not interfere in my family matters. I have no intention of interfering, Benjamin replied, making every effort to remain calm despite his growing anxiety. I only hope you might take a moment to listen to what Leah truly feels. Her feelings? The Lord let out another cold laugh. To me, such things are meaningless. Leah, remember this. You are the daughter of the Lord, and the honor of our family comes before all else. Oh no, Leah let out a bitter laugh. I have never found happiness in this so-called honor. All you care about is the family's reputation, but you have never once cared about how I feel. You're being defiant. The Lord's voice grew even more severe. I will make you understand what true responsibility means. I don't need your lessons. Leah shot back, her voice trembling with anger as tears finally slid down her cheeks. All I want is to be myself, to pursue a happiness that belongs to me. Leah, the Lord was momentarily stunned, a flicker of conflicting emotions passing through his eyes, but anger quickly took over again. He took a deep breath, struggling to compose himself. I will never allow you to be with Rain. Then I'll leave this house. Leah cried out, her voice steady and resolute. With newfound courage swelling in her heart, she was determined to stand by her choice, no matter the cost. Don't you dare. The Lord's face darkened, his authority pressing down like a heavy storm, as if he could crush Leah's will by sheer force. Idare. Leah stood her ground, unwavering, her eyes shining with determination. No matter what consequences I must bear, I will not give up on my love. Benjamin stood quietly to the side, silently watching their heated exchange. He felt a deep respect for Leah's courage, and he knew, in his heart, that this conflict was only the beginning. The rift between Leah and the Lord would only grow deeper and more intense. What's on your mind, Leah? Benjamin's gentle voice drew her back from her thoughts. He stood behind her, his face full of concern. Leah turned around and forced a faint smile. It's nothing, just thinking about a few things. A few things? Benjamin frowned, stepping closer, his gaze earnest and searching. I know you're worried about Rain. Leah's heart clenched, pain flickering in her eyes. I just can't help worrying about him. Worrying about him? Benjamin's tone sharpened, his emotion rising. You know he's received so much from you, but what has he ever done for you in return? He's simply basking in your care and love, while you're left to bear the weight of your family and society. Leah lowered her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. I understand, but I can't control how I feel. My love for him is real. But what about him? Benjamin's voice grew louder. Does he truly love you, or does he just see you as someone to lean on? You deserve so much more. It felt as though a knife had twisted in Leah's heart. She fought back her tears and said, Benjamin, I don't want to talk about this. Rain has his own struggles. I can't abandon him. Struggles? Benjamin let out a cold, dismissive laugh. Do you honestly believe all his scars are just the result of helplessness? He's simply taking advantage of your kindness, while you're the one suffering for it. At that moment, Leah's phone suddenly buzzed in her hand. She grabbed it in a panic and glanced at the screen. There was a message from Ryan. Leah, I need to see you. Now. He wants to see me. Leah's voice trembled slightly, anxiety welling up inside her. Are you going to go? Benjamin asked, concern flickering in his eyes. I don't have a choice. Leah nodded resolutely, though her heart was still torn by uncertainty. I'll go with you, Benjamin offered without hesitation. I can do it myself. Leah gently declined his kindness, but she felt a comforting warmth in her heart. Night was falling deeper around her. Leah walked alone down the streets, city lights blurring before her eyes. Her heart churned with a storm of feelings. Anticipation mingled with dread. What did Ryan want to tell her? At last, she arrived at the appointed place, a quiet, secluded park. Moonlight cast a silvery glow over the grass, and the world seemed unnaturally still. Yet Leah's heart felt heavier than ever. Leah, Ryan's voice emerged from the darkness, faintly trembling. You wanted to see me? What is it? Leah tried to steady her voice, forcing calm. I just wanted to talk. Ryan's words were edged with unease, his hands trembling as if they might shatter. Leah's heart began to race. Talk about what? About me and us. Ryan's gaze wandered, searching for the right words. You kept me waiting for so long. Leah's tone grew cold. What is it you really want to say? Ryan fell silent for a moment. Then, summoning his courage, he slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing scars on his arm. Under the moonlight, the wounds were stark and vivid, crimson trails winding across his pale skin. Leah's chest tightened instantly. Tears sprang to her eyes. It was hard to believe that the boy who once shone with such light had become so fragile. I knew this would upset you. Ryan's voice was rough and low, but I truly feel powerless. My family, my life, everything is suffocating me. Why didn't you tell me? Leah cried, anguish in her voice. I always thought you were doing fine. I didn't know how to say it. Ryan's eyes brimmed with despair. I didn't want to worry you. I just wanted to protect you. Protect me? Leah's words were edged with irony. You have no idea how much pressure I've been under. I've been doing everything I can for you, without ever knowing the pain you've been hiding. I know I was wrong. Regret filled Ryan's voice. but I really didn't know how to face any of it. All I wanted was to run away, to escape all responsibility. Avoiding me? Leah felt as if her heart was breaking to pieces. Do you have any idea how much gossip I've endured because of you? How many friends I've lost? How much self-respect I've sacrificed? Rain's face turned pale in an instant. He lowered his head, shame filling his voice as he said, I honestly didn't know. I never realized you were carrying so much. All you ever do is enjoy everything I've done for you, but you never once stop to consider how I feel. Leah's voice grew more agitated, her tears streaming down her cheeks. I am sorry, Leah. Rain's words were heavy with helplessness and remorse. I truly am so sorry. Leah felt as if a heavy blow had struck her, leaving her breathless with pain. I don't know how to face you anymore, or even how to face myself. We can face it together, Rain pleaded softly. If you're willing, I'll do everything I can to change. But I no longer know how to trust you. Leah shook her head, her eyes clouded with confusion. At that moment, Benjamin suddenly appeared at the entrance of the park, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on them. What are you doing here? Benjamin's voice was seething with anger. Benjamin, Leah's voice faltered, her heartbeat pounding in her chest. You shouldn't be here. Benjamin strode quickly towards them, his eyes cold as he glared at Rain. What did you do to her? I didn't do anything. Rain's voice trembled with fear. I just wanted to talk to her. Talk about how you hurt her feelings. Benjamin's tone was full of accusation. You don't deserve to be by her side. Enough, Leah suddenly shouted, her voice ringing with fury. I don't need you to make decisions for me. Leah, Benjamin froze, shock flashing in his eyes. I know you're looking out for me, but I need to make my own choices. Leah's tone was resolute. I can't keep running away from my feelings. Leah, I honestly don't know how to explain. Rain's voice was low, drained of strength, as if he were trapped in his own misery. Explain. Leah cut him off coldly, her tone as icy as winter. What's left to explain now? You've already let me down completely. Rain clenched his jaw, the frustration and helplessness welling up inside him. He knew he could never undo the mistakes of the past, but he still longed for a chance to make things right. I know I was wrong, but you can't just erase everything we had. There were so many beautiful memories between us. Beautiful memories? A bitter smile tugged at Leah's lips. Are you talking about those moments when you betrayed me? Those scenes I saw with my own eyes, when you were with another woman? Rain's voice choked with emotion, the words catching in his throat. Memories surged over him like a tidal wave, leaving him nowhere to hide. He remembered what Benjamin once said. Leah's magic was both her gift and her burden. Now, with her refusing to use magic any longer, it meant she had already given up on him. Leah, I know it was my fault. At last, Rain summoned the courage to speak, his tone growing steadier. I'm willing to face the consequences, whatever punishment you decide, even if it means using magic on me. Hearing this, Leah's eyes flickered, as though his words had touched her. She fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking, in a soft, measured voice. Do you really think I'd still punish you with magic? I don't want anything to do with it anymore. But panic welled up inside Rain. If you were still willing to use magic, at least it would mean you still cared about me, wouldn't it? Care. Leah's voice was cold, as biting as winter wind. I don't want to care about you anymore, Rain. You've completely let me down. A heavy blow struck Rain's heart, leaving him struggling to breathe. Scenes from their happiest days together flashed through his mind. Leah's radiant smile, the sparkle of magic in her eyes, now all impossibly out of reach. I can change, Leah. Rain pleaded, his voice trembling with hope. Just give me one more chance. I swear I'll try to be a better man. For a fleeting moment, something wavered in Leah's gaze, but it quickly hardened. She stood up, leaned down until she was nearly nose to nose with Rain, and whispered, Change? Do you think a few words can undo everything? I don't want your lies and excuses anymore. Rain's heart felt as if it had shattered. He reached out, desperate to take her hand, but she pulled away. Don't touch me. Leah's voice was icily resolute. I'm not the girl who would cast magic for you anymore. But I truly love you, Leah. Rain's voice broke on the verge of tears. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Love. Leah's tone carried a sting of sarcasm. What you call love is just selfish possession. You never truly understood me. Rain was lost, tears brimming in his eyes. He struggled for words, but none would come. You want me to punish you with magic, just to prove your love? Leah's words suddenly turned sharp. Do you have any idea what that magic costs? I won't pay any more of that price for you. A jolt ran through Rain. At last, he understood. The price Leah spoke of was not just magic itself, but the pain it brought her heart. She had already sacrificed too much. She would not give any more of herself for him. I understand. Rain's voice was low, heavy with helplessness. What you want isn't punishment, it's freedom. For a brief moment, Leah's eyes softened, but she quickly regained her composure. She turned away from Rain, her back to him, as if striving to steady her own emotions. I need time, Rain. Her voice was barely audible, a faint whisper. I want to start over, without letting the past hold me captive any longer. Start over. Despair swept over Rain. And what about us? Does this mean our love is just over? Yes, it's over. Leah's reply was steady and cold. I don't want to look back anymore. It felt as if Rain's heart was being torn apart. Tears finally slid down his cheeks. He couldn't imagine life without Leah. The world suddenly seemed void of meaning. Leah. He called her name under his breath, his voice thick with pain and helplessness. Leah slowly turned around. Her eyes shimmered with tears, but her expression remained resolute. I'm leaving. I need to find a life that belongs to me. Are you really going? Rain's voice was choked with emotion. We were so happy together. Are you truly willing to let it go because of a single mistake? Happiness. Leah's voice was cold and distant. That was only your illusion of happiness. I've grown tired of living a lie. But I'm willing to change. I'll do anything for you. Rain was almost pleading. Change isn't just words. Leah's gaze was unwavering. You have to prove it with actions. But it's too late for that now. Just then, an angry voice shattered the silence. Rain, how could you let Leah down? She gave so much for you, and this is how you repay her. Rain sat on the sofa, his face ashen and his mind adrift. He absent-mindedly caressed the small trinket Leah had left behind, as if seeking comfort from its touch. Hearing Carl's accusation, he looked up, pain etched in his eyes. I didn't betray her. I had no choice. Choice. Carl let out a bitter laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You chose betrayal. You chose to abandon her trust. Do you have any idea how much Leah sacrificed for you? Benjamin stood off to the side, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and cold as it bore into Rain. Disappointment and anger mingled in his expression as he spoke, his tone low but laced with scorn. Rain, your decision has shown us who you really are. If you can't even protect the one you love, what are you good for? I know I was wrong. Rain's voice was faint, almost drowned out by the anger around him. Tears glimmered in his eyes, as if he still wished to defend himself. I just wanted to survive. Survive. Carl's voice was cold as steel, slicing straight into Rain's heart. Do you really think you can escape responsibility like this? Leah risked everything for you, and yet you chose to save yourself. Is that what you call love? You don't understand at all. Rain's voice rose, his emotions spiraling out of control. Everything I've done was just to protect myself. None of you have lived through what I've endured. Endured. Benjamin let out a sarcastic chuckle. We all have our own hardships, but that doesn't give us the right to betray others. Does your pain really justify hurting Leah? Carl's anger reached its peak, his rage barely contained. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed his magic. The air grew thick with tension, and sparks of lightning danced at his fingertips, poised directly at Rain. This is your final warning, Rain. If you dare make another excuse for your betrayal, I won't show you any mercy. Rain staggered back in fear, terror and despair entwined in his chest. He realized he had nowhere left to run. His voice trembled as he pleaded. Carl, please, calm down. I didn't mean for this to happen. I swear. You really expect me to believe that? Carl's words cut through the air like an icy wind. Leah gave you everything, and you repaid her with nothing but despair. I never meant to. Rain's voice was thick with helplessness. I just didn't want to die. I can't bear to lose anyone else. Lose? Benjamin interrupted him, his tone laced with scorn. You've already lost Leah's trust, yet you're still justifying your own cowardice. You don't deserve her love. A deep despair flickered in Rain's eyes. He dropped his head, unable to face Carl and Benjamin's condemnation. A crushing sense of helplessness overwhelmed him, as if the whole world had turned against him. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself to stay calm. I'll make things right. I'll do everything I can to earn Leah's trust again. Make things right. Carl sneered, doubt heavy in his voice. You think an apology is enough to heal her pain? The wounds in her heart won't mend so easily. I'll try. I'll prove my sincerity with actions, not just words. There was a note of determination in Rain's voice, though anxiety still churned inside him. He didn't know how to face Leah, or whether he could ever repair what was broken between them. Benjamin shook his head, disappointment clouding his gaze. Words are useless now. Only your actions will matter. If you want Leah to believe you, show her the truth in what you do, not empty promises. I'll go to her. Rain suddenly stood up, resolve blazing in his eyes. I'll tell her everything myself. She needs to know what I've been through. She needs to understand. Do you really think this is enough to make things right? Carl stared at him coldly. Leah isn't someone who forgives easily. You'll have to do much more before she'll believe you again. Rain drew in a deep breath, steeling himself inside. He knew this would be a hard road, a challenge he couldn't avoid, not just for Leah, but for his own sake. He turned toward the door, his voice resolute. "I'm going to find her. I won't give up. Remember what you promised, Rain." Benjamin's voice called from behind, tinged with both resignation and hope. "I hope you can keep your word." Carl remained where he was, his emotions a tangled mess. He knew Leah had been hurt by Rain's betrayal, and he himself still struggled to let go of his anger toward Rain. Yet, deep down, he understood that only time and genuine effort could heal wounds like these. As Rain stepped outside, the sky remained overcast, mirroring the trials that lay ahead. His heart churned with anxiety and hope, as if a storm was gathering on the horizon, and he would have to find his way through it. "Why did you do it?" Carl ground his teeth, his voice low and edged with rage. "Leah only ever cared about you, but now you're apart. Do you have any idea how much pain she's in?" Rain lowered his head in silence. The room was thick with tension, the air itself seeming to wait for his explanation. Carl's anger flared even hotter. He stepped closer, eyes sharp as knives. "Can't you just admit it? You betrayed her, didn't you?" Carl's voice rose, fierce and accusing. Rain's voice was barely a whisper, as if he was finally ready to confess his deepest secret. He lifted his head, pain clouding his eyes. "I admit it. I made a mistake." "A mistake?" Carl's words were dripping with sarcasm. "That's all you have to say? Do you know how much she gave up for you? Now her heart's in pieces, and you think a few words are enough?" "I never meant to hurt her." Rain's voice broke suddenly, a tangled surge of anger and helplessness. "I truly didn't want any of this to happen." "Do you think saying that makes it all better?" Carl sneered, his gaze hard with contempt. "You betrayed her. You shattered her trust. She gave you everything, and you went behind her back and did this." "I know I was wrong." Rain's voice dropped again, heavy and strained beneath the weight of his guilt. His hands trembled slightly, remorse etched into every line of his face. "I really regret it." "Ido, what good does regret do now?" Carl demanded angrily, waving his arms as if he could fling all of Ryan's mistakes back at him. "Do you really think Leah will forgive you just because you regret what you've done? She won't even agree to see you right now." A sharp pain tore through Ryan's chest as Leah's face, filled with disappointment and despair, kept appearing in his mind. He remembered the tears she shed when they broke up, remembered her trembling voice as she said, "I never want to see you again." In that moment, what he felt wasn't shame, but an agony so deep it seemed to split his heart in two. "I'm still going to find her," Ryan said suddenly, his voice taking on a note of resolve and a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. "She has to know how much I regret it. I'll apologize to her in person." "You're going to find her?" Carl let out a cold, dismissive laugh, his tone dripping with scorn. "You think she's willing to listen to your excuses? She's completely disappointed in you. She might even hate you for betraying her." "But I can't just give up," Ryan replied, his tone unwavering, his eyes alight with an unyielding determination. "I can't let her leave me like this." Carl's expression softened just a little, though his gaze remained doubtful. "Do you really believe you can change her mind? Her heart is shut tight. She doesn't want anything more to do with you." "I have to try." Ryan's voice was filled with resolve. He turned and strode forward, as if nothing in the world could stand in his way. The hope that flickered in his heart was faint, but it was all he had to hold on to. "You're such a fool," Carl called after him, his voice cold with a trace of helplessness. "But if you've really made up your mind, then go. I just hope you can bring Leah's heart back with you." Ryan didn't look back. His heart was a storm of conflicting emotions, Carl's words cutting into him like a blade and making him painfully aware of his own helplessness and guilt. But he couldn't give up. Leah was worth every bit of effort he could muster. He wandered the streets, replaying every moment he'd shared with Leah. Those days had been so wonderful, her smile as warm as the sun, filling his world with happiness. Now, all of it was shattered by his own choices. Regret and self-reproach weighed heavily on his heart. "I have to find her," Ryan vowed silently, his gaze steady, as though sheer determination could banish the darkness inside him. He went to the cafe Leah often visited. The air there still carried the familiar aroma of coffee. But Leah was nowhere to be seen. Disappointment clenched tightly around his heart, as if an invisible hand were squeezing it. He looked around, searching for any sign of her, but it was all in vain. "She didn't come in today," the cafe owner said softly, noticing the anxiety written on Ryan's face. "Well, do you know where she is now?" Rain asked urgently, his heart filled with unease. "I'm not sure," the owner replied, shaking his head with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "But I heard she's been feeling very down lately. She might need some time to pull herself together." A chilling cold swept over Rain, as if his heart had been plunged into midwinter. He realized he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He had to find Leah and tell her everything, his remorse and his love. He took out his phone and dialed Leah's number. All he heard was the mechanical, distant message that the phone had been switched off. A wave of helplessness washed over Rain, as if the whole world were conspiring against him. "I can't give up," he murmured to himself, clenching his teeth and struggling to keep the flame of hope alive in his heart. He decided he had to see Leah in person. Even if she didn't want to see him, he needed to apologize face to face. By the time he arrived outside Leah's apartment building, night had settled deep and the surroundings were utterly still. His heart pounded, nerves and anticipation tangled together. He took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" Leah's voice drifted from behind the door, weary and edged with unease. "It's me, Rain." He tried to keep his voice steady, though inside, his emotions surged restlessly. There was a pause, then the soft sound of footsteps approached. The door opened slowly, and Leah stood before him. Her face was pale, her eyes swollen and red. She had clearly been crying. "What are you doing here?" Leah's tone was cold, her eyes brimming with anger and disappointment. I just want to talk to you," Rain replied, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Please, give me a chance." "A chance?" Leah's voice dripped with irony. "What chance do you think I have left to give you? You've already betrayed me. I know I was wrong. I truly regret it," Rain pleaded, desperation coloring his words. "Please, just hear me out. I never wanted to hurt you." For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered in Leah's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. "Do you really think saying all this will make up for what you did? I don't want to see you again." "But I love you, Leah." Rain's voice was thick with despair and longing. "I've never stopped loving you, and I'm willing to face any consequence for my mistakes." Tears shimmered in Leah's eyes, as though his words had touched something deep inside, but she fought to keep them from falling. "You love me? What does that even matter now? You've already destroyed my trust." "I'll do everything I can to prove my love to you," Rain said firmly, hope flickering in his eyes. "Please, give me a chance to win your heart back." Leah's expression grew hesitant, a struggle flickering in her eyes, but soon enough it was overwhelmed by pain. "I don't know. I really don't know how to face you. I'll wait for you, as long as it takes for you to forgive me." Rain's voice was low and resolute, his gaze shining with unwavering determination. Leah fell silent, as if she were weighing things carefully. Hope surged in Rain's heart. He longed to see some change in Leah, even the smallest glimmer. "Carl, have you heard?" Rain came by again, Benjamin said, his voice heavy, as if he were holding back his own emotions. "I know. He's trying to win Leah back again," Carl answered coolly, not even bothering to look over. "He's so selfish. He already has a girlfriend, yet he still betrays her like this. But we can't just stand by and watch him go down this path." Benjamin hesitated, always holding on to a sliver of faith in his friends. "I think he really regrets what he's done." "What's the use of regret? His choices have already hurt Leah, and hurt us too." Carl finally turned to face Benjamin, his eyes sharp and intense. He has to take responsibility for his mistakes. Just then, Rain pushed open the door, remorse and anxiety written all over his face. "Hello. I want to talk to you," he said, his voice trembling as he tried to steady his emotions. Talk about how you betrayed Leah." Carl's tone was icy, cutting straight to Rain's deepest wound. "I know I was wrong. I really am sorry." There were tears in Rain's eyes, and his voice was low and earnest. "I hope you'll help me. Help me win Leah back." "Win her back? You think she'll forgive you so easily?" Carl let out a cold laugh, full of contempt. "You completely let her down. How could she ever trust you again?" "I know. I hurt her." Rain's voice grew faint, as if he were speaking more to himself than to anyone else. "But I really love her. I can't lose her." Sensing the tension in the room, Benjamin tried to ease things. "Carl, maybe we could at least give Rain a chance, help him think of something." "A chance?" Carl's voice dripped with sarcasm. "You think he deserves another chance? He's already proven he's not worthy of Leah's trust." Rain's face turned even paler. He lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the tabletop, as if searching for something to hold on to. "I'll do anything, as long as she'll forgive me." "And what exactly can you do?" Carl's voice was cold, utterly unyielding. "Can you make her heart whole again? Can you erase all the pain you've caused her?" Rain fell silent, and the atmosphere grew even heavier. He lifted his head, the unwavering light still shining in his eyes. "I'll go and apologize to her, truly apologize. I'm willing to do anything for her, as long as she's willing to give me one more chance." "You think an apology will fix everything?" Carl's tone remained icy. "You made her lose her trust in you. That's not something a few words can just repair." "I understand, but I'm willing to put in the effort," Rain replied, his voice steady and clear, though tinged with a touch of despair. "I can't just give up like this." Benjamin watched the two of them, feeling a weight pressing on his chest. He drew a deep breath, trying to ease the tension in the room. We all know Rain made a mistake, but he's taking responsibility for what he's done. Maybe we can think of a way to help together. Think of a way. Carl let out a short, bitter laugh. What else can we do for him? Give him another chance, just so he can hurt Leah again. That's not what I mean. Maybe we could go with him to see Leah, hear what she has to say, Benjamin suggested, doing his best to keep his tone calm. You really think Leah wants to see him? Carl's voice radiated distrust. She doesn't want to lay eyes on him ever again. But I can't just give up on her, Rain said, pain and determination mingling in his voice. I'll do everything I can to make things right. Easier said than done. Carl shook his head, clearly unimpressed by Rain's resolve. You have no idea how she feels right now. I know she must be hurting, Rain replied helplessly, lowering his head. But I want her to see that I truly care, that I'm willing to change for her. Change? What exactly do you plan to change? Carl pressed. Can you deny that you betrayed her? Rain fell silent, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes as he wrestled with himself. After a moment, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I'll do whatever it takes to prove I deserve her trust. Prove it? You think she still cares about your so-called proof? Carl's tone was as cold as ever. You have no idea how much she's hurting inside. I'll show her I've changed, Rain said firmly. I won't give up. Are you really prepared to go through with this? Benjamin finally spoke, his voice full of concern and a hint of worry. You need to understand, this won't be an easy road. Rain, you have to tell me. How did you get that scar? Benjamin's voice was low and resolute, brooking no refusal. His gaze was sharp, as if piercing straight into Rain's soul. Rain trembled slightly, his gaze darting restlessly. He carefully rolled up his sleeve, revealing a winding scar on his arm, like a black serpent, sinister and striking. It was a piece of his past he wished to forget, but in front of Benjamin, he could no longer escape it. I don't want to remember. Rain's voice quivered, as if he were battling the fears within his heart. You don't want to remember? But you have to face reality. Benjamin's tone turned even colder, his words as sharp as a blade, shattering the last of Rain's defenses. You betrayed Leah. She was my best friend. How could you do that to her? A searing pain twisted in Rain's chest, guilt and fear mingling, almost unbearable. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to keep calm. I know I was wrong, but what you see is only the surface. I have my reasons. Reasons? What reason could you possibly have for betraying her? Was it because of another woman? Benjamin's accusation thundered with rage, his voice booming through the room. My relationship with her was already over. Rain lowered his head, his voice frail, as if weighed down by an invisible burden. Emily. She made me feel a passion I had never known before. Passion? And you think that's love? Benjamin let out a cold, derisive laugh, his eyes full of contempt. You're just running away from responsibility, forgetting the promises you made. I'm not a coward. Rain suddenly looked up, anger flashing in his eyes. You have no idea how I feel. There was nothing left between Leah and me. I just wanted to find some kind of release. Release? Benjamin's voice was thick with irony. Your so-called release will only bring you more pain. The real shackles binding you are your betrayal of Leah. Rain's face turned pale, his heart overwhelmed by helplessness and despair. I don't know how to face her. I can never go back to the way things were. You have to face it. Benjamin's voice grew low and steady, as if pointing Rain toward a way out. Running away will only make things worse. Only honesty can truly resolve this. But I'm afraid she'll hate me. Rain's voice was barely above a whisper, choked with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. She might hate you, or she might understand. Benjamin's tone softened, offering Rain a glimmer of hope. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is whether you're willing to accept the consequences. Rain fell silent, a storm of emotions swirling inside him. He remembered the gentle look in Leah's eyes, the trust and hope she had once placed in him. And now, he had plunged her into deep pain. I really don't know how to face her. In the end, Rain lowered his head, his voice heavy, little more than a sigh. You can count on me. Benjamin's voice was resolute, as if he was offering Rain new courage. We can go find Leah together and tell her everything. Are you really willing to help me? Rain lifted his head, a flicker of hope shining in his eyes. Of course. Benjamin gave a slight smile, his gaze steady and unwavering. I'll stand by your side and help you face all of this. The tension between them eased a little, and Rain felt a warmth growing inside him. He understood that the road ahead would not be easy, but at least he no longer had a shoulder alone. Thank you, Benjamin. Rain's voice brimmed with gratitude. I'll do my best to face my responsibilities. No need to thank me, Rain. Benjamin gave his shoulder a gentle pat, his tone lightening. We're both adults. It's our duty to own up to our mistakes. I'll go see Leah as soon as I can. Rain drew a deep breath, steeling himself inwardly. He knew he had to face the woman he once loved, and accept the consequences of what he'd done. "Come on, let's go together," Benjamin said firmly, his eyes filled with encouragement. They stepped out of the room together. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming their backs, as if casting a ray of hope on the path before them. The future remained uncertain and daunting, but Rain knew he was no longer alone. They arrived at Leah's apartment. Rain's heart pounded, and his palms were slick with cold sweat. He tried to steady himself with deep breaths, struggling to calm his nerves. "Are you ready?" Benjamin asked, his gaze unwavering. I'm not sure," Rain replied softly, anxiety and worry churning inside him. "No matter what, you have to go in and face it." Benjamin encouraged him, his look still resolute. Rain nodded, summoned his courage, and stepped up to the door. He took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The door opened slowly. Leah appeared in the doorway, a gentle smile on her face. But the moment she saw Rain, her smile faded away. "Rain, you're here." Leah's voice was tinged with surprise, her eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. "Leah, Rain couldn't find the words, his heart heavy with guilt and pain. "What's wrong?" Leah's brow knitted with concern, her eyes filled with worry. "There's something I have to tell you." Rain finally found his courage, his voice steadier than before. "It's about our relationship, and the truth that I betrayed you." Leah's expression shifted, a flicker of unease in her eyes. "What are you talking about?" "I betrayed you. I was with another woman." Rain's words sliced through the silence like a blade. He felt as if his heart were being torn apart, consumed by pain and despair. Tears shimmered in Leah's eyes as her voice trembled. "Why are you doing this?" "I don't know, I just wanted to run away." Rain replied softly, regret filling his tone. "Run away?" Leah's voice was heavy with disappointment. "So you're just giving up on what we had?" "I know I was wrong. I am truly sorry." Rain's voice brimmed with remorse. "I'm willing to take responsibility for the mistakes I've made." Leah's tears slid down her cheeks. She turned away from Rain, her voice thick with despair. "All this time, I thought you loved me." "I did love you, Leah," Rain answered, his words edged with helplessness. "But I can't face who I really am. You don't even understand what love is." Leah's words cut through Rain like a blade, leaving his heart aching. They had laid ambush after ambush, yet still failed to catch the cunning thief, Fina, known to all as the Night Shadow. "Rain, do you really mean to keep helping the city guard?" At the command table in the guard headquarters, Eliza frowned, concern clouding her gaze. Rain offered a small smile, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. "Eliza, I'm not just doing this for the city guard. I want to uncover Fina's secret. She's much more than an ordinary thief." "How much do you know about her?" Eliza lowered her voice, her eyes thoughtful. "She always targets rare magical artifacts. It seems she's driven by something special." Rain's gaze was resolute. "And I've used magic to scout ahead. Tonight, there's a good chance she'll strike again." "What if you're wrong?" "She's not someone to be underestimated." Eliza's worry was plain in her words. "I know the risks, but I have a plan." Rain rose to his feet, his eyes sharp. "Tonight, I'll set the trap myself. She won't be able to escape." As night deepened, Rain and Eliza quietly made their way to a secluded alley on the eastern edge of town. It was a place Fina often frequented, hidden and easy to slip away from. "What's our next move?" Eliza whispered, tension straining her voice. "I'll cast a magical trap. She won't get away this time." Rain's reply was low and unwavering. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from the depths of the alley. Rain and Eliza held their breath, melting into the shadows. Moments later, a slender figure emerged. It was Fina. She moved with feline grace beneath a black cloak that billowed gently in the night breeze, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. "Impressive," Fina murmured to herself, her sharp gaze sweeping the area as if searching for hidden threats. "Now," Rain commanded in a hushed tone, springing the magical trap. Instantly, the air thickened. Fina was ensnared in an invisible net of magic, caught with no way to break free. "Who are you?" Fina asked coldly, her eyes filled with wariness and anger. "Fina, stop struggling." Rain stepped slowly out of the shadows, a confident smile playing on his lips. "We just want to talk to you." "Talk." Fina let out a sharp, mirthless laugh, her gaze as piercing as a blade. "Do you really think capturing me will make me submit?" Alyssa couldn't help but interject. "We know you didn't steal for money. You have another reason, don't you?" "How clueless you are," Fina replied, her smile laced with mockery. "You have no idea what I'm really doing." "Then tell us." Rain's tone grew firmer. "Maybe we can help you." "Help me?" Fina was momentarily taken aback, but then shook her head. "You can't possibly understand what I truly seek. There are enormous secrets hidden behind these magical artifacts." "What secrets?" Alyssa asked, curiosity lighting her face. Fina's eyes flickered, clearly hesitating over whether to reveal the truth. These items are the key to ancient magic. Only by finding them can I break the curse on my family. A curse? Rain frowned. You mean your family suffered some misfortune? My family was once renowned for our magic. But after a betrayal, everyone was cursed, stripped of our powers. Fina's voice dropped, tinged with sadness as a shadow crossed her face. I have to find those artifacts. They're the only hope of lifting the curse. I understand what you're going through, Rain said gently. But stealing isn't the solution. You just don't get it. Fina shot back, her anger flaring. I have no other choice. This is the only way to find clues. We can look for clues together, the right way. Alyssa tried to reason with her. You don't have to face this alone. A flicker of doubt crossed Fina's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by stubborn resolve. You think I trust you? You're nothing but tools of the city guard. I'm not one of them, Rain replied firmly. All I want is the truth. We can work together to find a way to break the curse. You'd really help me? Fina's tone softened, a hint of hope in her eyes. Of course, Rain nodded. As long as you're willing to lay down your weapons and cooperate with us. Fina was silent for a moment, then finally sighed. All right, I'll agree. But I'm still keeping my guard up. That's perfectly fine, Rain said with a smile, dispelling the magical trap. Fina gradually relaxed, her wariness easing. So what do we do next? Alyssa asked. First, I need to find my family's relics. The clues to breaking the curse are hidden within those items. Determination rang in Fina's voice. I can help you find them, Rain responded instantly. But I need your promise. Fina's gaze grew serious. I can't afford to be caught again. We'll protect you, Alyssa said solemnly. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. All right, it's settled then. At last, a faint smile appeared on Fina's lips, as if she had made up her mind. That night, a gentle rain fell outside, while Fina remained alone in her small cottage. The room was filled with all sorts of magical artifacts. Crystals shimmered softly on the walls, and the table was scattered with scrolls of varying shapes and sizes. In Fina's eyes burned a passion and persistence, as if she had found her very purpose among these objects. Fina, what are you working on this time? A low male voice came from the doorway, breaking her reverie. It was her friend El, a tall and rugged-looking man, but to Fina, he was the one she trusted most. El, you're here. Fina turned around, a triumphant smile lighting up her face. I just acquired a real treasure. You have to see it. El stepped closer, his gaze wandering over the artifacts glowing with mysterious light. He shook his head and sighed. What have you picked up now? Fina, you can't keep going like this. You don't understand. These are the very essence of magic. Fina's voice brimmed with excitement. I just want to collect the forgotten powers of the world. But you know this is illegal, El said, his brow furrowed with concern. You have to stop. If you get caught. Caught. Fina scoffed, her eyes unwavering. I'm not afraid in the slightest. These things should have been mine all along. Their power needs someone to guide it. El shook his head helplessly, worry gnawing at him over Fina's stubbornness. He knew she'd been deeply influenced by the legend of Nightshade. Since childhood, developing a keen sense for recognizing magical artifacts. But that very gift had led her down the path of thievery. Fina, do you truly believe these objects can bring you happiness? Alstuna suftanat. They're just tools. Real power comes from within you. Easy for you to say. Fina's voice rose, emotions running high. I grew up in poverty. Only when I have these things do I feel any sense of worth. But now, these objects have become your prison, El retorted, worry clouding his eyes. Do you remember our childhood dreams? We wanted to be true magicians, not thieves. Dreams. A flash of anger crossed Fina's face. That's nothing but ignorant fantasy. In this world, only power is the true law. El let out a long, heavy sigh, his heart filled with sorrow. He understood just how unyielding Fina could be, yet refused to give up. I can't let you bear all of this alone. We could find our own strength together, rather than relying on theft to gain it. You don't understand me at all. Fina's voice was laced with despair and fury. Only those magical artifacts make me feel truly alive. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. A stranger burst into the cabin, a lean figure masked in shadow, exuding an aura both mysterious and dangerous. What are you doing here? His voice was low and resonant, echoing through the room with an unmistakable undercurrent of threat. Who are you? El instantly stepped in front of Fina, watching the newcomer with wary eyes. I'm here for Fina, the young man said coolly. Your recent actions have caught my attention. Are you here to arrest me? Fina sneered, her eyes glinting with defiance. I'm not afraid of you. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. The young man stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a blade. You're playing with fire, and I'm here to warn you. Fire consumes everything. I don't need your warnings. Fina shot back, brimming with fury, though inwardly she grew more guarded. She could feel the pressure radiating from this young man, as if he were a drawn sword ready to strike. The magical artifacts you possess will sooner or later become your shackles, he continued, his tone deep and commanding. I can help you. I can show you another path. I don't need anyone's help. Fina gritted her teeth, fierce defiance burning within her. I'll keep collecting until I possess all the magic there is. Fina, Elle called out anxiously. Don't listen to him. He just wants to use you. Use you? The young man let out a cold laugh. You have no idea what true power really is. Fina, your obsession will only drag you deeper until, in the end, you lose everything. Enough. Fina roared, frustration and unwillingness surging in her chest. She knew she was fighting against fate itself, but she would never abandon her goal. This is the last chance I'll give you, the young man said slowly, his gaze unwavering. Let go of those magical artifacts. Come with me and seek true power. I won't. Fina's voice rang out, firm and resolute, cutting through the silence like a spark in the night. A fire blazed within her, making her more determined than ever in her choice. Then be prepared to face the consequences. The young man spoke in a low voice, his tone cold and resolute, as if heralding the arrival of a coming storm. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, the clamor of approaching footsteps. Clearly, a group of people was closing in. The young man's brow furrowed, a clear sign that he sensed danger drawing near. Hurry! Follow me, he called out to Fina and Elle, urgency flashing in his eyes. We don't need your help, Elle replied firmly, his gaze unwavering with courage. Do you really want to stay here? The young man's patience was wearing thin, his voice tinged with irritation. This place is about to become extremely dangerous. Fina's resolve began to waver, but her pride and stubbornness kept her from making a decision. Meanwhile, the noise outside the door grew louder and clearer. The group was almost upon them. Well, aren't you a bold thief? A guard strode over, a sneer playing on his lips. His name was Harold, notorious as the roughest member of the city watch, known for taking pleasure in tormenting prisoners. Do you think your mockery could shame me? Nightshade shot back coolly, his gaze as sharp as a blade, meeting Harold's eyes without flinching. You stole the Lord's scepter. Shouldn't you feel guilty? Harold leaned in close to the iron bars, a smug expression on his face. You'd best get used to this cell. You'll be here a long time, until they sentence you to death. A wry smile curled at the corner of Nightshade's lips. Do you really think I'll just surrender? Your prison is nothing but a flimsy barrier to me. At that moment, a new disturbance erupted at the far end of the dungeon. Something unexpected was happening. Harold's brow knitted in concern as he turned, straining to catch what was going on outside. Hear that? Sounds like there's trouble out there, Nightshade said, a note of provocation in his voice. Shut your mouth. Harold spun back, his anger flaring. Do you really think you can escape? I have no need to run. Nightshade's smile was subtle, his eyes glittering with a mysterious light. I'm simply waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, the dungeon door burst open. Several city guards dashed in, panic etched across their faces. Hurry! We need backup. There's a riot outside, one of the soldiers shouted, his voice trembling with fear. What? A riot? Harold's face turned ashen. He shot a glance at Nightshade. Do you know what's going on? I have no idea, Nightshade replied, a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes burning with determination. But for me, this is the perfect opportunity. You plan to escape in a chaos? Harold scoffed, disbelief in his voice. You think you can use this to your advantage? Chaos is where I thrive, Nightshade murmured, already plotting his escape in the shadows of his mind. At that very moment, a deafening boom echoed from outside, as if some part of the castle had been blasted open. The soldier's attention was instantly drawn away, and Harold hurried toward the entrance. Go check it out now. Harold barked his order, then turned and left the dungeon at once. A jolt of hope surged in Nightshade's heart. Seizing the opportunity, she sprang to her feet and hurried to the front of the iron cage. She shook her shackles with all her strength, desperately trying to loosen them. Just as she struggled, the dungeon door was flung open again, and several soldiers burst in, panic written all over their faces. Quick outside. They need backup, one soldier shouted, too distracted to notice Nightshade at all. Chaos is my chance, Nightshade thought, feeling a glimmer of hope. She slammed against the cage door with all her might, making a tremendous, clanging sound. Who's there? One soldier called out, suddenly alert. He spotted Nightshade and immediately drew his sword, approaching her. You've come at the perfect time, Nightshade smiled, her eyes unwavering. I just needed an exit. You thief, the soldier roared, brandishing his sword and advancing on Nightshade. No need to be nervous. I only wish to leave, Nightshade replied softly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. With a swift motion of her hand, the air around her rippled and twisted, forming a razor-sharp blade of wind that shot straight at the soldier. He had no time to react before the wind struck him down, leaving him powerless on the floor. How pitiful, Nightshade murmured under her breath, then dashed quickly toward the dungeon exit. Outside, the chaos had spread like wildfire. Within the castle, soldiers ran in all directions, scrambling in confusion. Using the pandemonium as cover, Nightshade slipped swiftly through the corridors, racing toward the castle's main gate. "Stop her! Catch that thief!" A soldier's shout rang out behind her, trembling with both fear and fury. Nightshade's heart pounded faster, but she did not slow down. She knew this was her only chance to escape. Moving with the agility of a shadow, she darted past every corner, making straight for the grand entrance. "Hurry! Don't let her get away!" The soldier's shouts grew closer, and Nightshade felt the pressure mounting with every step. Just as she was about to reach the main gate, a tall captain of the city guards appeared before her. Sword in hand, his sharp gaze locked onto Nightshade. "You're not getting away, Nightshade," the captain declared coldly, his voice heavy with authority and anger. "I never intended to stay long," Nightshade replied with a sly smile, her eyes full of challenge. "You really think you can slip through my fingers?" the captain bellowed, swinging his sword down at her. Nightshade's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly sidestepped, dodging the attack and striking back in an instant. Gathering a surge of magical energy in both hands, she hurled a blazing fireball straight at the captain. "Catch this!" she shouted, as the fireball shot toward him like a meteor, bursting in a brilliant explosion and sending flames leaping in every direction. "Oomph!" The captain let out an angry shout, swinging his sword to block the incoming fireball. But in that very instant, Nightshade darted nimbly past him and sped straight toward the main gate. "Don't let her escape," the captain shouted again, rallying his men to give chase without hesitation. Meanwhile, the city guard commander, Arvis, stood beside a broad table, leafing through a detailed report, his expression grave. The report documented every detail of Nightshade's prison break, yet the lord of the city seemed utterly unconcerned. "My lord, we must not take Nightshade's escape lightly. Her magical powers are formidable. If she acts again, the consequences could be dire." Arvis spoke urgently, his voice tinged with clear anxiety. Lord Leon lounged lazily against the back of his chair, idly spinning a golden ring around his finger, his gaze wandering indifferently. "Arvis, don't get so worked up. Right now, what we need most is to restore order within the city guard. Nightshade is just a minor player. What trouble could she possibly cause? But she's almost certainly after the secret tomes in the royal library." Arvis raised his voice, nearly shouting. "Those tomes hold immense magical power, if she gets her hands on them." "That's enough." Leon finally looked up, his eyes sharp as blades. "You're my commander, not her keeper. Your duty is to protect the city, not to cower before a criminal we've already captured once." Arvis let out a helpless sigh, weighed down by frustration. He knew Leon's attitude would not change easily, but he could not bring himself to give up. "My lord, if we do nothing, Nightshade will use this time to plot something even bigger. We cannot just stand by and watch. I'll assign men to watch the royal library." "There's no need for you to lose your composure," Leon replied coolly, waving his hand in dismissal. "I'm not sure," the owner replied, shaking his head with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "But I heard she's been feeling very down lately. She might need some time to pull herself together." A chilling cold swept over Rain, as if his heart had been plunged into midwinter. He realized he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He had to find Leah and tell her everything, his remorse and his love. He took out his phone and dialed Leah's number. All he heard was the mechanical, distant message that the phone had been switched off. A wave of helplessness washed over Rain, as if the whole world were conspiring against him. "I can't give up," he murmured to himself, clenching his teeth and struggling to keep the flame of hope alive in his heart. He decided he had to see Leah in person. Even if she didn't want to see him, he needed to apologize face to face. By the time he arrived outside Leah's apartment building, night had settled deep and the surroundings were utterly still. His heart pounded, nerves and anticipation tangled together. He took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" Leah's voice drifted from behind the door, weary and edged with unease. "It's me, Rain." He tried to keep his voice steady, though inside, his emotions surged restlessly. There was a pause, then the soft sound of footsteps approached. The door opened slowly, and Leah stood before him. Her face was pale, her eyes swollen and red. She had clearly been crying. "What are you doing here?" Leah's tone was cold, her eyes brimming with anger and disappointment. I just want to talk to you, Rain replied, his voice trembling with anxiety. Please, give me a chance. A chance? Leah's voice dripped with irony. What chance do you think I have left to give you? You've already betrayed me. I know I was wrong. I truly regret it, Rain pleaded, desperation coloring his words. Please, just hear me out. I never wanted to hurt you. For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered in Leah's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Do you really think saying all this will make up for what you did? I don't want to see you again. But I love you, Leah. Rain's voice was thick with despair and longing. I've never stopped loving you, and I'm willing to face any consequence for my mistakes. Tears shimmered in Leah's eyes, as though his words had touched something deep inside, but she fought to keep them from falling. You love me? What does that even matter now? You've already destroyed my trust. I'll do everything I can to prove my love to you, Rain said firmly, hope flickering in his eyes. Please, give me a chance to win your heart back. Leah's expression grew hesitant, a struggle flickering in her eyes, but soon enough it was overwhelmed by pain. I don't know. I really don't know how to face you. I'll wait for you, as long as it takes for you to forgive me. Rain's voice was low and resolute, his gaze shining with unwavering determination. Leah fell silent, as if she were weighing things carefully. Hope surged in Rain's heart. He longed to see some change in Leah, even the smallest glimmer. Carl, have you heard? Rain came by again, Benjamin said, his voice heavy, as if he were holding back his own emotions. I know. He's trying to win Leah back again, Carl answered coolly, not even bothering to look over. He's so selfish. He already has a girlfriend, yet he still betrays her like this. But we can't just stand by and watch him go down this path, Benjamin hesitated, always holding on to a sliver of faith in his friends. I think he really regrets what he's done. What's the use of regret? His choices have already hurt Leah, and hurt us too. Carl finally turned to face Benjamin, his eyes sharp and intense. He has to take responsibility for his mistakes. Just then, Rain pushed open the door, remorse and anxiety written all over his face. Hello. I want to talk to you, he said, his voice trembling as he tried to steady his emotions. Talk about how you betrayed Leah. Carl's tone was icy, cutting straight to Rain's deepest wound. I know I was wrong. I really am sorry. There were tears in Rain's eyes, and his voice was low and earnest. I hope you'll help me. Help me win Leah back. Win her back? You think she'll forgive you so easily? Carl let out a cold laugh, full of contempt. You completely let her down. How could she ever trust you again? I know. I hurt her. Rain's voice grew faint, as if he were speaking more to himself than to anyone else. But I really love her. I can't lose her. Sensing the tension in the room, Benjamin tried to ease things. Carl, maybe we could at least give Rain a chance, help him think of something. A chance? Carl's voice dripped with sarcasm. You think he deserves another chance? He's already proven he's not worthy of Leah's trust. Rain's face turned even paler. He lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the tabletop, as if searching for something to hold on to. I'll do anything, as long as she'll forgive me. And what exactly can you do? Carl's voice was cold, utterly unyielding. Can you make her heart whole again? Can you erase all the pain you've caused her? Rain fell silent, and the atmosphere grew even heavier. He lifted his head, the unwavering light still shining in his eyes. I'll go and apologize to her, truly apologize. I'm willing to do anything for her, as long as she's willing to give me one more chance. You think an apology will fix everything? Carl's tone remained icy. You made her lose her trust in you. That's not something a few words can just repair. I understand, but I'm willing to put in the effort, Rain replied, his voice steady and clear, though tinged with a touch of despair. I can't just give up like this. Benjamin watched the two of them, feeling a weight pressing on his chest. He drew a deep breath, trying to ease the tension in the room. We all know Rain made a mistake, but he's taking responsibility for what he's done. Maybe we can think of a way to help together. Think of a way? Carl let out a short, bitter laugh. What else can we do for him? Give him another chance just so he can hurt Leah again. That's not what I mean. Maybe we could go with him to see Leah, hear what she has to say, Benjamin suggested, doing his best to keep his tone calm. You really think Leah wants to see him? Carl's voice radiated distrust. She doesn't want to lay eyes on him ever again. But I can't just give up on her, Rain said, pain and determination mingling in his voice. I'll do everything I can to make things right. Easier said than done. Carl shook his head, clearly unimpressed by Rain's resolve. You have no idea how she feels right now. I know she must be hurting, Rain replied helplessly, lowering his head. But I want her to see that I truly care, that I'm willing to change for her. Change? What exactly do you plan to change? Carl pressed. Can you deny that you betrayed her? Rain fell silent, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes as he wrestled with himself. After a moment, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I'll do whatever it takes to prove I deserve her trust. Prove it. You think she still cares about your so-called proof? Carl's tone was as cold as ever. You have no idea how much she's hurting inside. I'll show her I've changed, Rain said firmly. I won't give up. Are you really prepared to go through with this? Benjamin finally spoke, his voice full of concern and a hint of worry. You need to understand, this won't be an easy road. Rain, you have to tell me, how did you get that scar? Benjamin's voice was low and resolute, brooking no refusal. His gaze was sharp, as if piercing straight into Rain's soul. Rain trembled slightly, his gaze darting restlessly. He carefully rolled up his sleeve, revealing a winding scar on his arm. It was like a black serpent, sinister and striking. It was a piece of his past he wished to forget, but in front of Benjamin, he could no longer escape it. I don't want to remember. Rain's voice quivered, as if he were battling the fears within his heart. You don't want to remember? But you have to face reality. Benjamin's tone turned even colder, his words as sharp as a blade. You betrayed Leah. She was my best friend. How could you do that to her? A searing pain twisted in Rain's chest, guilt and fear mingling, almost unbearable. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to keep calm. I know I was wrong, but what you see is only the surface. I have my reasons. Reasons? What reason could you possibly have for betraying her? Was it because of another woman? Benjamin's accusation thundered with rage. My relationship with her was already over. Rain lowered his head, his voice frail, as if weighed down by an invisible burden. Emily, she made me feel a passion I had never known before. Passion? And you think that's love? Benjamin let out a cold, derisive laugh, his eyes full of contempt. You're just running away from responsibility, forgetting the promises you made. I'm not a coward. Rain suddenly looked up, anger flashing in his eyes. You have no idea how I feel. There was nothing left between Leah and me. I just wanted to find some kind of release. Release? Benjamin's voice was thick with irony. Your so-called release will only bring you more pain. The real shackles binding you are your betrayal of Leah. Rain's face turned pale, his heart overwhelmed by helplessness and despair. I don't know how to face her. I can never go back to the way things were. You have to face it. Benjamin's voice grew low and steady, as if pointing Rain toward a way out. Running away will only make things worse. Only honesty can truly resolve this. But I'm afraid she'll hate me. Rain's voice was barely above a whisper, choked with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. She might hate you, or she might understand. Benjamin's tone softened, offering Rain a glimmer of hope. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is whether you're willing to accept the consequences. Rain fell silent, a storm of emotions swirling inside him. He remembered the gentle look in Leah's eyes, the trust and hope she had once placed in him. And now, he had plunged her into deep pain. I really don't know how to face her. In the end, Rain lowered his head, his voice heavy, little more than a sigh. You can count on me. Benjamin's voice was resolute, as if he was offering Rain new courage. We can go find Leah together and tell her everything. Are you really willing to help me? Rain lifted his head, a flicker of hope shining in his eyes. Of course. Benjamin gave a slight smile, his gaze steady and unwavering. I'll stand by your side and help you face all of this. The tension between them eased a little, and Rain felt a warmth growing inside him. He understood that the road ahead would not be easy, but at least he no longer had to shoulder it alone. Thank you, Benjamin. Rain's voice brimmed with gratitude. No need to thank me, Rain. Benjamin gave his shoulder a gentle pat, his tone lightening. I'll go see Leah as soon as I can. Rain drew a deep breath, steeling himself inwardly. He knew he had to face the woman he once loved and accept the consequences of what he'd done. Come on, let's go together, Benjamin said firmly, his eyes filled with encouragement. They stepped out of the room together. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming their backs, as if casting a ray of hope on the path before them. The future remained uncertain and daunting, but Rain knew he was no longer alone. They arrived at Leah's apartment. Rain's heart pounded, and his palms were slick with cold sweat. He tried to steady himself with deep breaths, struggling to calm his nerves. Are you ready? Benjamin asked, his gaze unwavering. I'm not sure, Rain replied softly, anxiety and worry churning inside him. No matter what, you have to go in and face it. Benjamin encouraged him, his look still resolute. Rain nodded, summoned his courage, and stepped up to the door. He took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The door opened slowly. Leah appeared in the doorway, a gentle smile on her face. But the moment she saw Rain, her smile faded away. Rain, you're here. Leah's voice was tinged with surprise, her eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. Leah, Rain couldn't find the words, his heart heavy with guilt and pain. What's wrong? Leah's brow knitted with concern, her eyes filled with worry. There's something I have to tell you. Rain finally found his courage, his voice steadier than before. It's about our relationship, and the truth that I betrayed you. Leah's expression shifted, a flicker of unease in her eyes. What are you talking about? I betrayed you. I was with another woman. Rain's words sliced through the silence like a blade. He felt as if his heart were being torn apart, consumed by pain and despair. Tears shimmered in Leah's eyes as her voice trembled. Why are you doing this? I don't know, I just wanted to run away. Rain replied softly, regret filling his tone. Run away? Leah's voice was heavy with disappointment. So you're just giving up on what we had? I know I was wrong. I am truly sorry. Rain's voice brimmed with remorse. I'm willing to take responsibility for the mistakes I've made. Leah's tears slid down her cheeks. She turned away from Rain, her voice thick with despair. All this time I thought you loved me. I did love you, Leah. Rain answered, his words edged with helplessness. But I can't face who I really am. You don't even understand what love is. Leah's words cut through Rain like a blade, leaving his heart aching. They had laid ambush after ambush, yet still failed to catch the cunning thief, Fina, known to all as the Night Shadow. Rain, do you really mean to keep helping the city guard? At the command table in the guard headquarters, Eliza frowned, concern clouding her gaze. Rain offered a small smile, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. Eliza, you know I'm not just doing this for the city guard. I want to uncover Fina's secret. She's much more than an ordinary thief. How much do you know about her? Eliza lowered her voice, her eyes thoughtful. She always targets rare magical artifacts. It seems she's driven by something special. Rain's gaze was resolute. And I've used magic to scout ahead. Tonight, there's a good chance she'll strike again. What if you're wrong? She's not someone to be underestimated. Eliza's worry was plain in her words. I know the risks, but I have a plan. Rain rose to his feet, his eyes sharp. Tonight, I'll set the trap myself. She won't be able to escape. As night deepened, Rain and Eliza quietly made their way to a secluded alley on the eastern edge of town. It was a place Fina often frequented, hidden, and easy to slip away from. What's her next move? Eliza whispered, tension straining her voice. I'll cast a magical trap. She won't get away this time. Rain's reply was low and unwavering. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from the depths of the alley. Rain and Eliza held their breath, melting into the shadows. Moments later, a slender figure emerged. It was Fina. She moved with feline grace beneath a black cloak that billowed gently in the night breeze, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. Impressive, Fina murmured to herself, her sharp gaze sweeping the area as if searching for hidden threats. Now, Rain commanded in a hushed tone, springing the magical trap. Instantly, the air thickened. Fina was ensnared in an invisible net of magic, caught with no way to break free. Who are you? Fina asked coldly, her eyes filled with wariness and anger. Fina, stop struggling. Rain stepped slowly out of the shadows, a confident smile playing on his lips. We just want to talk to you. Talk. Fina let out a sharp, mirthless laugh, her gaze as piercing as a blade. Do you really think capturing me will make me submit? Alyssa couldn't help but interject. We know you didn't steal for money. You have another reason, don't you? How clueless you are, Fina replied, her smile laced with mockery. You have no idea what I'm really doing. Then tell us. Rain's tone grew firmer. Maybe we can help you. Help me? Fina was momentarily taken aback, but then shook her head. You can't possibly understand what I truly seek. There are enormous secrets hidden behind these magical artifacts. What secrets? Alyssa asked, curiosity lighting her face. Fina's eyes flickered, clearly hesitating over whether to reveal the truth. These items are the key to ancient magic. Only by finding them can I break the curse on my family. A curse? Rain frowned. You mean your family suffered some misfortune? My family was once renowned for our magic. But after a betrayal, everyone was cursed, stripped of our powers. Fina's voice dropped, tinged with sadness as a shadow crossed her face. I have to find those artifacts. They're the only hope of lifting the curse. I understand what you're going through, Rain said gently, but stealing isn't the solution. You just don't get it. Fina shot back, her anger flaring. I have no other choice. This is the only way to find clues. We can look for clues together the right way. Alyssa tried to reason with her. You don't have to face this alone. A flicker of doubt crossed Fina's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by stubborn resolve. You think I trust you? You're nothing but tools of the city guard. I'm not one of them, Rain replied firmly. All I want is the truth. We can work together to find a way to break the curse. You'd really help me? Fina's tone softened, a hint of hope in her eyes. Of course. Rain nodded. As long as you're willing to lay down your weapons and cooperate with us. Fina was silent for a moment, then finally sighed. All right, I'll agree. But I'm still keeping my guard up. That's perfectly fine, Rain said with a smile, dispelling the magical trap. Fina gradually relaxed, her wariness easing. So what do we do next? Alyssa asked. First, I need to find my family's relics. The clues to breaking the curse are hidden within those items. Determination rang in Fina's voice. I can help you find them. Rain responded instantly. But I need your promise. Fina's gaze grew serious. I can't afford to be caught again. We'll protect you. Alyssa said solemnly. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. All right, it's settled then. At last, a faint smile appeared on Fina's lips, as if she had made up her mind. That night, a gentle rain fell outside, while Fina remained alone in her small cottage. The room was filled with all sorts of magical artifacts. Crystals shimmered softly on the walls, and the table was scattered with scrolls of varying shapes and sizes. In Fina's eyes burned a passion and persistence, as if she had found her very purpose among these objects. Fina, what are you working on this time? A low male voice came from the doorway, breaking her reverie. It was her friend El, a tall and rugged-looking man, but to Fina, he was the one she trusted most. El, you're here. Fina turned around, a triumphant smile lighting up her face. I just acquired a real treasure. You have to see it. El stepped closer, his gaze wandering over the artifacts glowing with mysterious light. He shook his head and sighed. What have you picked up now? Fina, you can't keep going like this. You don't understand. These are the very essence of magic. Fina's voice brimmed with excitement. I just want to collect the forgotten powers of the world. But you know this is illegal. El said, his brow furrowed with concern. You have to stop. If you get caught. Caught? Fina scoffed, her eyes unwavering. I'm not afraid in the slightest. These things should have been mine all along. Their power needs someone to guide it. El shook his head helplessly, worry gnawing at him over Fina's stubbornness. He knew she'd been deeply influenced by the legend of Nightshade since childhood, developing a keen sense for recognizing magical artifacts. But that very gift had led her down the path of thievery. Fina, do you truly believe these objects can bring you happiness? Alstuna suftanat. They're just tools. Real power comes from within you. Easy for you to say. Fina's voice rose, emotions running high. I grew up in poverty. Only when I have these things do I feel any sense of worth. But now, these objects have become your prison. El retorted, worry clouding his eyes. Do you remember our childhood dreams? We wanted to be true magicians, not thieves. Dreams? A flash of anger crossed Fina's face. That's nothing but ignorant fantasy. In this world, only power is the true law. El let out a long, heavy sigh, his heart filled with sorrow. He understood just how unyielding Fina could be, yet refused to give up. I can't let you bear all of this alone. We could find our own strength together, rather than relying on theft to gain it. You don't understand me at all. Fina's voice was laced with despair and fury. Only those magical artifacts make me feel truly alive. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. A stranger burst into the cabin, a lean figure masked in shadow, exuding an aura both mysterious and dangerous. What are you doing here? His voice was low and resonant, echoing through the room with an unmistakable undercurrent of threat. Who are you? El instantly stepped in front of Fina, watching the newcomer with wary eyes. I'm here for Fina, the young man said coolly. Your recent actions have caught my attention. Are you here to arrest me? Fina sneered, her eyes glinting with defiance. I'm not afraid of you. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. The young man stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a blade. You're playing with fire, and I'm here to warn you. Fire consumes everything. I don't need your warnings. Fina shot back, brimming with fury, though inwardly she grew more guarded. She could feel the pressure radiating from this young man, as if he were a drawn sword ready to strike. The magical artifacts you possess will sooner or later become your shackles. He continued, his tone deep and commanding. I can help you. I can show you another path. I don't need anyone's help. Fina gritted her teeth, fierce defiance burning within her. I'll keep collecting until I possess all the magic there is. Fina, El called out anxiously. Don't listen to him. He just wants to use you. Use you? The young man let out a cold laugh. You have no idea what true power really is. Fina, your obsession will only drag you deeper until, in the end, you lose everything. Enough. Fina roared, frustration and unwillingness surging in her chest. She knew she was fighting against fate itself, but she would never abandon her goal. This is the last chance I'll give you, the young man said slowly, his gaze unwavering. Let go of those magical artifacts. Come with me, and seek true power. I won't. Fina's voice rang out, firm and resolute, cutting through the silence like a spark in the night. A fire blazed within her, making her more determined than ever in her choice. Then be prepared to face the consequences. The young man spoke in a low voice, his tone cold and resolute. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, the clamor of approaching footsteps. Clearly, a group of people was closing in. The young man's brow furrowed, sensing danger drawing near. "Hurry, follow me," he called out to Fina and Elle, urgency flashing in his eyes. "We don't need your help," Elle replied firmly, his gaze unwavering with courage. "Do you really want to stay here?" The young man's patience was wearing thin, his voice tinged with irritation. "This place is about to become extremely dangerous." Fina's resolve began to waver, but her pride and stubbornness kept her from making a decision. Meanwhile, the noise outside the door grew louder and clearer. The group was almost upon them. "Well, aren't you a bold thief?" A guard strode over, a sneer playing on his lips. Harold was notorious as the roughest member of the city watch, known for tormenting prisoners. "Do you think your mockery could shame me?" Nightshade shot back coolly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "You stole the Lord's scepter. Shouldn't you feel guilty?" Harold leaned in close to the iron bar, smug. "You'd best get used to this cell. You'll be here a long time, until they sentence you to death." A wry smile curled at the corner of Nightshade's lips. "Do you really think I'll just surrender? Your prison is nothing but a flimsy barrier to me." At that moment, a new disturbance erupted at the far end of the dungeon. Harold's brow knitted in concern as he turned, straining to catch what was going on outside. "Hear that? Sounds like there's trouble out there," Nightshade said, a note of provocation in his voice. "Shut your mouth." Harold spun back, his anger flaring. "Do you really think you can escape? I have no need to run." Nightshade's smile was subtle, his eyes glittering with a mysterious light. "I'm simply waiting for the right moment." Suddenly, the dungeon door burst open. Several city guards dashed in, panic etched across their faces. "Hurry, we need backup. There's a riot outside," one of the soldiers shouted, his voice trembling with fear. "What, a riot?" Harold's face turned ashen. He shot a glance at Nightshade. "Do you know what's going on?" "I have no idea," Nightshade replied, a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes burning with determination. "But for me, this is the perfect opportunity." "You plan to escape in the chaos?" Harold scoffed, disbelief in his voice. "You think you can use this to your advantage?" "Chaos is where I thrive," Nightshade murmured, already plotting his escape in the shadows of his mind. At that very moment, a deafening boom echoed from outside, as if some part of the castle had been blasted open. The soldier's attention was instantly drawn away, and Harold hurried toward the entrance. "Go check it out now." Harold barked his order, then turned and left the dungeon at once. A jolt of hope surged in Nightshade's heart. Seizing the opportunity, she sprang to her feet. She hurried to the front of the iron cage and shook her shackles with all her strength, desperately trying to loosen them. Just as she struggled, the dungeon door was flung open again, and several soldiers burst in, panic written all over their faces. "Quick outside! They need backup!" one soldier shouted, too distracted to notice Nightshade at all. "Chaos is my chance," Nightshade thought, feeling a glimmer of hope. She slammed against the cage door with all her might, making a tremendous clanging sound. "Who's there?" one soldier called out, suddenly alert. He spotted Nightshade and immediately drew his sword, approaching her. "You've come at the perfect time," Nightshade smiled, her eyes unwavering. "I just needed an exit." "You thief!" the soldier roared, brandishing his sword and advancing on Nightshade. "No need to be nervous. I only wish to leave," Nightshade replied softly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. With a swift motion of her hand, the air around her rippled and twisted, forming a razor-sharp blade of wind. The wind shot straight at the soldier, leaving him powerless on the floor before he had time to react. "How pitiful," Nightshade murmured under her breath, then dashed quickly toward the dungeon exit. Outside, the chaos had spread like wildfire. Within the castle, soldiers ran in all directions, scrambling in confusion. Using the pandemonium as cover, Nightshade slipped swiftly through the corridors, racing toward the castle's main gate. "Stop her! Catch that thief!" A soldier's shout rang out behind her, trembling with both fear and fury. Nightshade's heart pounded faster, but she did not slow down. She knew this was her only chance to escape. Moving with the agility of a shadow, she darted past every corner, making straight for the grand entrance. "Hurry! Don't let her get away!" The soldier's shouts grew closer, and Nightshade felt the pressure mounting with every step. Just as she was about to reach the main gate, a tall captain of the city guards appeared before her. Sword in hand, his sharp gaze locked onto Nightshade. "You're not getting away, Nightshade," the captain declared coldly. "I never intended to stay long," Nightshade replied with a sly smile, her eyes full of challenge. "You really think you can slip through my fingers?" the captain bellowed, swinging his sword down at her. Nightshade's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly sidestepped, dodging the attack and striking back in an instant. Gathering a surge of magical energy in both hands, She hurled a blazing fireball straight at the captain. "Catch this!" she shouted as the fireball shot toward him like a meteor, bursting in a brilliant explosion. Oof. The captain let out an angry shout, swinging his sword to block the incoming fireball. But in that very instant, Nightshade darted nimbly past him and sped straight toward the main gate. "Don't let her escape," the captain shouted again, rallying his men to give chase without hesitation. Meanwhile, the city guard commander, Arvis, stood beside a broad table, leafing through a detailed report. The report documented every detail of Nightshade's prison break, yet the lord of the city seemed utterly unconcerned. "My lord, we must not take Nightshade's escape lightly. Her magical powers are formidable," Arvis spoke urgently. Lord Leon lounged lazily against the back of his chair, idly spinning a golden ring around his finger. "Arvis, don't get so worked up. Right now, what we need most is to restore order within the city guard. Nightshade is just a minor player. What trouble could she possibly cause? But she's almost certainly after the secret tomes in the royal library." Arvis raised his voice, nearly shouting. "Those tomes hold immense magical power, if she gets her hands on them." "That's enough." Leon finally looked up, his eyes sharp as blades. "You're my commander, not her keeper. Your duty is to protect the city, not to cower before a criminal we've already captured once." Arvis let out a helpless sigh, weighed down by frustration. He knew Leon's attitude would not change easily. "My lord, if we do nothing, Nightshade will use this time to plot something even bigger. I'll assign men to watch the royal library." "There's no need for you to lose your composure," Leon replied coolly. Arvis turned and left in anger, a silent thought burning in his mind. "You'll regret this sooner or later, Leon." At that moment, Nightshade was weaving her way through a shadowy alley, a sly smile playing on her lips. Her figure moved lightly and soundlessly beneath the cover of night, as if she were one with the darkness itself. She knew perfectly well that the Lord paid no real attention to her escape, and that was precisely her advantage. "Tonight is the time to act," Nightshade murmured to herself, her gaze unwavering. Her target was the royal library, where secrets awaited that could grant her even greater power. "Nightshade, are you really going to steal those tomes?" Her companion Arno, a young mage, emerged from the darkness, worry lacing his voice. "Of course, Arno." Nightshade turned around, her smile as gentle and enigmatic as moonlight. "These secret tomes mean everything to me. Only by obtaining them can I truly take control of my own destiny. But the city guard will be watching the library closely. It's far too risky." Arno hesitated, concern for Nightshade showing in his eyes. "I understand, but I've already made my plan," Nightshade replied with unwavering resolve, her eyes shining with defiance. "Tonight is our best chance to act. The Lord's indifference, in fact, has given us an opportunity." Arno took a deep breath. Despite the worry churning in his heart, he couldn't bring himself to refuse Nightshade's request. "All right, I'll help you, but we need to be extremely careful." Nightshade smiled faintly, her heart filled with gratitude for her loyal companion. "Thank you, Arno. You always understand me." Night fell, and Nightshade and Arno crept silently toward the royal library. Bathed in moonlight, the library's ancient walls looked especially mysterious, its venerable architecture emanating a sense of awe. Nightshade drew a deep breath, excitement and nerves entwined within her. "Let's scout the area first," Nightshade whispered, her gaze sharp and focused. Arno nodded, and the two concealed themselves in the shadows, carefully observing the library's entrance. Several city guards paced before the door, their expressions relaxed, seemingly unaware of any lurking danger. "Look, those guards aren't really paying attention," Nightshade murmured with a hint of a confident smile. "This is our chance. We still need to find a safe way in," Arno cautioned, a trace of tension in his voice. "Let me try," Nightshade said confidently, a faint magical glow flickering in her hand. She whispered an incantation, and the air around them suddenly grew heavy with anticipation. At that very moment, a guard turned abruptly, scanning in their direction with sharp suspicion. Nightshade's heart raced as she quickly crouched lower, pulse pounding in her ears. "Quick, hide," Arno urged in a hushed tone. They ducked deeper into the shadows as the guard drew nearer, his demeanor alert. Nightshade held her breath, silently reciting a spell in her mind, ready for anything. "What a restless night," the guard muttered to himself, then turned away to resume his patrol. Nightshade and Arno finally let out a sigh of relief, their eyes still wide with lingering tension and excitement. "That was close. We almost got caught," Arno whispered. "It's all right. Let's keep going." Nightshade's voice was steady and confident. She knew that success was just ahead. After careful observation, Nightshade found a concealed entrance. She and Arno slipped quietly into the library, where ancient bookshelves and weighty tomes loomed solemnly in the dim light, shrouded in an air of mystery and reverence. "Which book are we supposed to find?" Arno whispered, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "That's the legendary Book of Elements," Nightshade replied, her gaze unwavering. "It's said to contain powerful magic, granting me mastery over the 4 great elements." "We need to hurry. We can't afford any more delays," Arno urged, the uneasy feeling in his heart growing stronger by the second. The two of them darted quickly between the shelves, Nightshade's heart filled with longing and hope. At last, in a hidden corner, she spotted a book whose cover shimmered with a golden glow. "This is it," Nightshade whispered excitedly, reaching out to take the book. Just then, the library's main doors burst open. Several city guards stormed in, weapons drawn, their faces set in grim determination. "Seize her!" the lead soldier shouted, his voice echoing sharply in the silence of the library. "Run!" Nightshade cried, clutching the Book of Elements tightly to her chest and dashing down another corridor. Arno followed close behind, his heart pounding with fear and anxiety. "What do we do? They're getting closer." "Don't panic, follow me," Nightshade answered coolly, her mind racing to recall the escape route she had mapped out before. They hurried through a narrow passageway, the sounds of the soldiers' hurried steps and urgent shouts growing ever closer behind them. Nightshade's pulse quickened as she struggled to remember every detail of the plan. "Quick, through that door on the left." Nightshade pointed to a half-open door ahead, and the two of them rushed inside. The room beyond was a small storeroom, crammed with dust-laden books and ancient scrolls. "We'll hide here for now and wait for them to leave," Arno said between breaths, keeping a wary eye on the door. Nightshade nodded, though her heart was far from calm. She knew that if they were caught, this mission would be over. Gazing down at the Book of Elements in her arms, she vowed silently that, no matter what, she would never let it fall into enemy hands. "That was almost too easy," she murmured, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Those soldiers didn't stand a chance of catching me." But as she reveled in their momentary victory, a sudden low rush of wind caught her attention. She spun around, alert, and saw a young man clad in white robes standing atop the high wall, a faint light flickering in his hand. "Nightshade, you can't escape." Rain's voice boomed like thunder, shaking her to the core. "Rain." Nightshade let out a cold, mocking laugh, contempt glinting in her eyes. "You really think your little wind magic can stop me? How naive. Don't underestimate me." Rain's expression grew stern as magical energy gathered in his hands. "I'll make you pay for what you've done." Nightshade let out a cold laugh and swiftly cast a shadow spell. Her body dissolved into darkness, trying to vanish from Rain's sight. But Rain was ready. He drew a deep breath, swept his arms wide, and summoned a raging wind that instantly pinned Nightshade's shadowy form, suspending her in midair. "Surrender, Nightshade." Rain's voice was low and commanding, filled with an undeniable force that brooked no resistance. A flicker of surprise crossed Nightshade's face, but she quickly regained her composure. With mocking defiance, she retorted, "You really think you can stop me? I wield the power of the ancient mages." "The power of the ancients? You're nothing but a thief." Rain's words rang with conviction. The wind's force held Nightshade fast in the air, leaving her utterly powerless to escape. "You!" Nightshade bit down in fury, her voice trembling with anger. "You have no idea how powerful I truly am." "It doesn't matter how powerful you are. What you've done is still wrong." Rain stepped closer, his gaze steady and unwavering as he fixed his eyes on Nightshade. "Wrong." Nightshade shot back, her tone full of defiance. "Who are you to judge me with your fake morality? In this rotten city, only the strong survive. I'm just doing what I must." "Everything you've done has been selfish," Rain countered without the slightest hesitation. "You haven't just stolen secrets. Countless people have lost their last hope because of you." "Hope?" Nightshade scoffed, her laughter sharp and bitter. "In this city, hope died long ago. People like you, clinging to your rules, are just shackled by them. You'll never understand true power. True power isn't meant to serve only oneself. It's meant to protect others." Rain's words were resolute, brimming with conviction. For a moment, a trace of doubt flickered in Nightshade's eyes, but anger quickly overwhelmed it. "You'll never understand me. I won't be chained by your foolish ideals." Rain looked at her, a storm of emotions swirling in his heart. "I never wish to be your enemy, Nightshade. You have the power to make a different choice." "A different choice?" Nightshade sneered. "Are you mocking me? I trust no one but myself. I will never rely on anyone else. But in the end, you've chosen solitude." Rain's voice softened. "I want to help you, Nightshade. Let go of your hatred. Stand with me against our true enemies. For an instant, Nightshade hesitated, uncertainty flickering across her face before anger masked it once more. I don't need your help. All I want is freedom. Freedom isn't doing whatever you please, Rain replied firmly. It's walking a path you choose for yourself, instead of becoming a slave to darkness. Emotions surged within Nightshade's heart, her gaze growing unfocused and uncertain. Rain's persistence stirred a faint unease in her, as if, in that moment, she glimpsed another version of herself that might have been. You think you can change me? Nightshade's voice was low, tinged with resignation. I've already set foot on this path. There's no turning back for me now. It's never too late, Rain replied, his tone gentle yet unwavering. Whenever you're willing, you can always choose to change. A fierce struggle raged inside Nightshade. Memories of old dreams and hopes long since swallowed by darkness flashed before her. Her hand trembled slightly, as though she were locked in battle with a voice deep within her soul. I don't want to be bound, she finally cried out, her voice ringing with pain and turmoil. The bonds that hold you, Rain's words were soft, as warm as a gentle breeze brushing her heart, are the ones you place upon yourself. True freedom comes from the choices you make within. Tears shimmered in Nightshade's eyes, her heart torn by conflict and sorrow. Rain's persistence brought her a fleeting sense of warmth, but also filled her with fear at the thought of facing her true self. What should I do? Her voice was hushed and uncertain, as though reaching out for answers in the dark. Try to trust yourself, and trust others as well, Rain said slowly. Only then will you find real freedom. A tidal wave of emotion swept through Nightshade, and at last, her tears slipped free. She began to understand that the power and freedom she had always chased were built upon a foundation of loneliness and despair. Her words choked in her throat, her eyes still filled with struggle. Just then, a sudden tremor ran through her body as the dark magic surged around her once more. Her expression hardened, determination etched across her face. No, I cannot give up my power. Nightshade, Rain cried out in alarm, anxiety gripping his heart. You'll never understand my choices. Nightshade's voice was laced with both hopelessness and resolve. I have no path but my own. With her words, a mighty shield of shadow magic rose up around her, sweeping away Rain's wind magic in an instant. Nightshade's figure faded into the darkness, vanishing as if swallowed by the night itself. Rain, what are you thinking about? A clear, lively voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Rain turned to see Nightshade standing at the doorway, a playful smile in her eyes. In the moonlight, she shone with a brilliance that rivaled the brightest star in the night sky. What brings you here? Rain frowned, his wariness returning. He knew Nightshade's arrival was no coincidence. I just wanted to see the mage I admire most. Nightshade drew closer, feigning a shy glance downward as she spoke softly. You know, I've always been watching you. I really hope you'll be willing to teach me. Stop pretending, Rain replied coldly, his vigilance never wavering. He knew perfectly well that Nightshade was no ordinary fan. Every move she made was calculated, deliberate, and driven by purpose. Nightshade merely smiled, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. I know exactly what you're thinking, Ren. You believe I'm playing games, but in truth, I'm just an ordinary girl longing for your approval. An ordinary girl? Ren scoffed. You just stole a secret manual. How could you possibly call yourself ordinary? Oh, that incident. Nightshade idly played with her hair, feigning innocence. I only got it by accident. Honestly, I'd like to return it to its rightful owner, but I'll need a little help. Help? Ren's laugh was sharp. You mean you want me to help you dodge punishment? That's not it. Nightshade took a step closer, her eyes shining with hope. All I want is for you to cast a spell, just once. In return, I'll give the manual back and confess to everything myself. A knot tightened in Ren's chest. He understood just how risky her proposal was, but the sincerity in her eyes made it hard to refuse outright. He hesitated, inner turmoil flickering across his face. You really think I trust you? Ren's voice dropped, laced with suspicion. It's fine if you don't, Nightshade replied, her smile gentle as if she could see right through him. I can prove myself. As long as you cast a spell, I'll keep my word. What kind of spell do you want me to use? Unease crept into Ren's heart, but he asked anyway. I want to witness the power of wind magic. Nightshade's voice was soft, yet her tone was resolute. Wind magic. 1,000 thoughts raced through Ren's mind. He realized that the very moment he cast a spell, Nightshade could easily seize the chance to escape or counterattack. Ren, aren't you even a little curious if I'll keep my promise? Nightshade's words were quiet, tinged with a hint of provocation. Ren's feelings churned within him. He wanted to capture Nightshade, but he couldn't deny her allure. He lifted his gaze, staring into her eyes, searching for a trace of her true intentions. Fine, I'll do it, he finally said, his tone resolute. But you must return the manual the instant I begin casting. Deal. Excitement sparkled in Nightshade's eyes as a triumphant smile played at her lips. Ren closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, attuning himself to the air around him. As his magic surged, the currents began to swirl, coalescing into a small whirlwind that took shape in his grasp. Go on, show me your power. Nightshade's voice brushed against Ren's ear, laced with subtle challenge. In that very moment, a sudden sense of danger flared within Ren. His eyes snapped open, only to see a faint magical glow gathering in Nightshade's hand. What are you doing? Rain immediately became alert, swiftly adjusting his magical defenses, ready to respond to any sudden danger. I'm just making sure our transaction is fair, Nightshade replied, the smile fading from her lips as her expression turned serious. Fair? Rain let out a cold laugh. Do you really think I'll let you walk away so easily? You're still too naive, Rain. Nightshade's voice was low, a hint of danger flickering in her eyes. I'm not the helpless girl you imagine me to be. What exactly are you after? Suspicion and anger tangled within Rain's heart. He was beginning to realize he might have already fallen into a carefully laid trap by Nightshade. All I want is freedom, Nightshade said, her voice tinged with resignation. And you, whether you like it or not, are the key to my escape. Rain's heart skipped a beat as the full complexity of the situation unfolded before him. His magic shimmered in the air, prepared to counter any move Nightshade might make. Are you planning to run? Rain's tone was icy. I won't let you get away with it. I never intended to run. Nightshade's gaze was unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Rain. I'm simply searching for a chance to change my fate. Change your fate. Rain felt a pang of realization. Nightshade's intentions went far beyond mere escape. She was chasing something much deeper. That's right, Nightshade replied, her words brimming with longing. I want to take control of my own destiny, no longer at the mercy of others. And you think I'll help you? Rain shot back, his voice cold, though Nightshade's determination stirred something within him. If you're willing to use your magic, I'll return the secret manual, Nightshade said, hope flickering in her eyes. It's a chance for both of us. A storm of emotions raged within Rain's heart. He knew this was a dangerous deal, yet he couldn't help but sense Nightshade's sincerity. He wrestled fiercely with himself. Fine, I agree, Rain said at last, taking a deep breath and steeling his resolve. But remember this. If you betray me, I will never forgive you. I won't betray you, Rain. Nightshade offered a faint smile, her eyes still shining with determination. In that instant, Rain's magical energy gathered once more, slicing through the air as a razor-sharp blade of wind shot toward Nightshade. This is my power, Rain said, his voice steady and commanding. You need to understand. I won't be anyone's pawn. I understand, Nightshade replied with a slight smile, a glimmer of challenge in her gaze. But I hope you'll choose to trust me. Conflicting emotions churned inside Rain. He wasn't sure he could trust Nightshade, but he knew that this moment would change everything between them. Then let's begin. Rain's voice rang out, firm and resolute. Blades of wind howled past Nightshade, whipping up a fierce current that swept through the darkness. Oh, do you think I'm someone insignificant? Nightshade's lips curled into a cold smile. With a gentle wave of her hands, the air around them seemed to freeze in an instant. Her form began to blur, as if she were fading right into the very air itself. Invisibility. Rain frowned deeply, a ripple of unease stirring in his heart. Do you really think a trick like this will distract me? Of course not. Nightshade's voice echoed from every direction, omnipresent and ethereal. I just want to show you what real magic is. Even as her words faded, Nightshade suddenly appeared before Rain, her movements graceful and swift, like a panther stalking through the night. She danced through the shadows with fluid agility, her motions so elusive that Rain found himself struggling to keep up. Rain stood stunned by the scene before him. The Nightshade he saw now was a far cry from the ordinary girl he remembered. Her eyes brimmed with confidence and determination, as though proclaiming the strength she now possessed. I'm not as weak as you imagine. Nightshade smiled faintly, her gaze unwavering as she met Rain's eyes. If you desire my magic, you must first accept my challenge. A challenge. Rain let out a cold chuckle. Do you really think you can frighten me with parlor tricks like these? I'm not joking, Rain. Nightshade's tone hardened, becoming serious. I'll show you with my magic that I am stronger than you. Very well, let's see what you can do. Rain shed his earlier disdain, a flicker of focus lighting his eyes. He knew then that Nightshade would not be an easy opponent. Tonight's battle would be anything but ordinary. Nightshade took a deep breath, her hands overlapping as she began to chant an incantation. The air around them shuddered, as if resonating with her call. All at once, the trees swayed and the leaves spun through the air, weaving ribbons of light and shadow, a cascade of starlight seeming to fall from the heavens. Do you see this, Rain? This is my magic. Nightshade's voice echoed above the swirling light, tinged with a note of pride. Is that all? Rain scoffed, but inside his caution sharpened. He knew better than to underestimate her power. Now it's your turn. In a flash, Nightshade darted forward, closing in on Rain with lightning speed. In her hand, a glowing orb of magic gathered, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Rain's heart clenched. Quickly, he conjured his own magical defense, spreading his hands wide as the air solidified into a transparent shield just in time to block Nightshade's attack. I didn't expect you to have some skill after all. Nightshade sneered, instantly shifting her assault. With her other hand, she hurled a shimmering blue magic arrow straight at Rain. Too slow. Rain nimbly dodged aside, then counterattacked, conjuring a blazing fireball in his palm that surged straight toward Nightshade. Nightshade moved like the wind, swiftly evading, but the searing heat of the flames followed close behind. She grew wary, realizing that Rain's reflexes far exceeded her expectations. She could not afford the slightest carelessness. It seems you do have some skill, Nightshade said with a cold smile. Outwardly she appeared calm, but inwardly she could feel the mounting pressure. She knew she had to pick up the pace. She couldn't let Rain seize control of the battle. This is only the beginning. Next, you'll witness my true power, Nightshade shouted, the magical orb in her hand suddenly blazing even brighter, as if it held a vast, untamed energy within. Don't be too sure of yourself, Rain retorted, unwilling to be outdone. He crossed his hands, unleashing a surge of powerful magic, bracing himself for Nightshade's assault. Their spells collided in midair, erupting in a burst of dazzling light and a thunderous roar that shook the entire forest. All around them, trees quivered under the force of the energy waves, as if bearing witness to this fierce confrontation. So this is your magic? Pathetic. Rain taunted loudly through the blinding light, though inwardly, he could feel the pressure Nightshade was exerting. You haven't seen the full extent of my power yet. Nightshade's voice rang out with unwavering resolve amid the din, her eyes burning with determination. She had made up her mind to give it everything she had. Come on, Rain. Show me your limits. Nightshade roared. The magic orb in her hand glowed ever fiercer, as if it might devour the entire forest at any moment. I won't let you have your way, Rain shouted back, sweeping his arms. The air around him condensed in an instant, gathering into a powerful storm that surged toward Nightshade. A storm? That's nothing. Nightshade sneered, her form twisting elegantly as she slipped past the attack, then launched her own assault at lightning speed. Their battle grew ever more intense, streaks of magic lighting up the night sky like glittering stars. Everything in the forest trembled beneath the force of their clash, as if the very woods stood in awe of their power. You don't understand the true meaning of magic. Nightshade's voice rang with conviction, her heart full of faith. I'll show you how real power is wielded by a true master. Then bring it on. I'll show you what real magic looks like. Rain roared, the light in his hands blazing even more fiercely, as if ready to set the whole forest alight. Just as the two prepared to clash again, a flicker of hesitation crossed Nightshade's mind. She realized that tonight's duel was not only a contest of strength, but a trial of the spirit. She could not allow herself to lose what mattered most in the heat of this battle. Fina sat at her desk, an ancient spellbook spread open before her. The pages shimmered with a gentle glow, as if beckoning her closer. Her fingers traced lightly over the parchment as she quietly mapped out her plans for the night. Rain, are you still there? She asked softly, her voice as gentle as the night breeze. I'm here, Fina, Rain replied from the corner of the room, his voice tinged with hesitation and unease. He walked slowly toward her, his eyes reflecting a swirl of emotions. Come here, I need your help. Fina offered him a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with a mysterious allure. Though her magical prowess filled her with confidence, in this moment, she wished to draw upon Rain's strength to complete an important incantation. Rain hesitated for a moment, then finally made his way to Fina's side, his heart a mixture of dependence on her and anxious uncertainty. What can I do to help you? Fina reached out and gently took hold of Rain's arm, her tone both tender and resolute. All you need to do is use your magic with me. Together, we'll cast this protection spell. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. But I'm not sure I can do it, Rain admitted, his voice trembling. The doubt in his heart was palpable, He knew Fina's magic far surpassed his own, and he never saw himself as particularly gifted. Trust me, Rain. Fina leaned in, her gaze deep and kind. If you're willing, I'll guide you. You'll see just how much you're capable of. Rain's heart suddenly pounded faster. He could feel Fina's presence so close, her image flashing through his mind. There was something truly enchanting about her, something that drew him in, impossible to resist. All right, I'll give it a try, Rain said at last, summoning his courage and silently cheering himself on. A look of reassurance appeared on Fina's face, a flicker of hope lighting her eyes. Excellent. Now, place your hand on my spellbook. Her hand gently covered his, and as she felt the warmth of his touch, a wave of comfort rose within her. Like this. Rain's hand trembled, betraying his nerves. Yes, just like that. Close your eyes and feel the current of magic, Fina murmured, her voice deep and magnetic, drawing him into a world of mystery. Rain shut his eyes, doing his best to relax, as he silently repeated the incantation. With Fina's guidance, he sensed a gentle power slowly flowing from his palm, as though the entire world was being wrapped in this energy. That's it. Keep going, Rain. Fina's voice echoed softly in his ear, soothing and melodic, calming his heart. I can feel the magic moving, Rain replied, a hint of wonder in his voice. For the first time, he felt a surge of confidence he'd never known before. Excellent, hold on to that feeling. Fina leaned in gently, her fingertips gliding across Rain's arm, sending a sensation like a current of electricity through him. Now, picture the person you want to protect. Focus all your attention. I want to protect you, Fina. Rain's voice grew firm, a swell of powerful emotion rising within him. You really are a kind soul, Rain. Fina's gaze softened, her heart comforted by his words. Now, unleash your magic. Let's witness a miracle together. As she spoke, energy surged even more strongly within Rain. A soft glow began to radiate from his palm, as if his power was responding to his call. Just then, a rapid knock at the door shattered their concentration. Fina, Rain, open up, quickly, came an urgent voice. It was their friend, Kyle. Damn it, Fina muttered under her breath, her anger flaring at the untimely interruption. We're in the middle of casting a spell. Why now of all times? Rain, don't stop. She gripped Rain's hand tightly, trying to help him stay focused. I don't know what to do. There was a hint of helplessness in Rain's voice, struggling against the intrusion from outside. Keep going, Rain. Picture our success. Feel the power of magic. Fina's tone was resolute and commanding, fueling Rain's determination. Rain drew a deep breath, doing his best to push aside the outside noise. In his mind, he pictured himself fighting alongside Fina. His palm began to grow warm, magic coursing through his body. I can sense your progress, Rain. Fina encouraged him, her voice filled with support. Don't give up. Keep releasing your magic. I won't give up, Rain replied, his voice unwavering. Deep inside, he silently vowed to protect Fina. The light in his palm grew even brighter, shining as if it would illuminate the entire room. At that moment, Kyle's voice rang out once more, now edged with tension and anxiety. Fina, Rain, open the door. There's danger outside. Danger. Fina's expression shifted instantly, her instincts on high alert. She knew that magic required deep concentration, and any outside disturbance could disrupt their progress. Just a few hours earlier, Fina's magic had left Rain unsettled, her laughter and the mysterious pulse of her power still echoing in his mind. What are you thinking about, Rain? Came a gentle voice from behind, pulling him from his thoughts. Turning, he saw his friend Ellie, her golden hair glowing softly in the candlelight. I'm thinking about Fina, Rain answered quietly, his gaze still lingering out the window. Her magic is unbelievable, as if it can touch the deepest feelings in one's heart. A faint frown crossed Ellie's face as she walked over to stand beside Rain. She spoke in a low voice. Do you realize how dangerous her magic is? Her fool's slumber can make people addicted. Many have paid a terrible price for it. I know, but I can't resist her allure, Rain replied, turning to look at Ellie, his tone resolute. The mark she left on me. It's awakened a power I've never felt before. Ellie let out a sigh, her eyes filled with worry. Rain, you have to be careful. Fina is far from what you imagine. There are secrets hidden behind her magic. Secrets? Are you saying she has something to hide? Rain's brow furrowed, a ripple of unease stirring within him. I've heard rumors. Her magic comes from a forbidden ritual. More than a few have lost their minds because of it. Ellie's voice dropped to a near whisper, as if afraid someone might overhear. I don't care about rumors. I just want to know the truth about her. Rain's tone was unwavering. Even if she's dangerous, I'm willing to face it. At that moment, the wind outside suddenly turned wild. Rain felt a surge of magical energy, as if some force was calling to him. His heart raced, a flicker of excitement and fear flashing in his eyes. "Rain, what are you doing?" Ellie, noticing something was wrong, grabbed his hand tightly. "I have to find her," Rain answered without hesitation. "Are you out of your mind? She might hurt you," Ellie pleaded, desperation in her voice. "I have to go." Rain broke free from her grip and strode toward the door. He was driven by a force he could not resist, as if Fina was waiting for him just ahead. Ellie had no choice but to follow, her heart full of anxiety. She understood Rain's stubbornness, but she also knew how dangerous Fina truly was. The two of them dashed toward the edge of the village, a place shrouded in thick mist, the legendary forest where Fina was said to live. "Rain, wait," Ellie called out, breathless, trying to catch up to him. "I can't stop, Ellie." Rain's voice was calm and firm, his eyes burning with determination. "Do you really have no idea how dangerous she is? All you want is her magic, but what she wants might be your very soul." Ellie's voice trembled with urgency. "My soul? You're exaggerating." Rain stopped and turned to look at her, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I only want to understand her magic. That's all. But her magic comes at the cost of others' suffering, Rain." Ellie was almost pleading now. "Are you really willing to bear the consequences?" Rain fell silent, torn by an inner struggle that left him unable to respond. In his mind, he saw Fina's smile again, that unforgettable charm, as if she could sweep him into an endless dream. "I do." At last, he spoke, his voice steady and full of conviction. Are you out of your mind?" Tears shimmered in Ellie's eyes, her face etched with despair. "I have to find her, Ellie." Rain turned away, continuing his steps deeper into the forest. Ellie could only follow helplessly, her heart weighed down by powerlessness. She knew Rain's decision was unshakable, but she also understood that what awaited them ahead might be dangers beyond imagination. They ventured into the woods, where the fog thickened with every step and the silence around them pressed in, nearly suffocating. Rain's heartbeat seemed to echo in the hush, and his thoughts were drawn by that mysterious force, as if someone was guiding him toward a destiny unknown. "Rain, do you really have to do this?" Ellie finally broke the silence, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "I need to know the truth about her." Rain replied, resolute. "Even if her magic leads me astray, I won't regret it." You're too foolish," Ellie murmured, her eyes filled with helplessness and worry. At last, they reached a clearing in the woods, where the trees seemed to hold their breath, and the air was thick with something strange and otherworldly. Just then, Rain felt a surge of powerful magic, as if a force was calling out to him. "Rain, be careful." Ellie's voice came from behind, but Rain could no longer stop himself. He pressed on, and a familiar figure gradually appeared before him. Fina stood bathed in radiant light, smiling at him, her eyes sparkling with enigmatic brilliance. "Rain, you came." Her voice was like music from the heavens, utterly enchanting. "Fina, I want to know everything about you," Rain said with unwavering resolve, his eyes filled with longing. "Are you truly ready?" Fina smiled, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. "My magic is not as simple as you imagine." "I'm not afraid," Rain answered, his gaze steady and relentless. "As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to face anything." Fina's smile softened, turning gentle and mysterious, as if she were pondering something. "Very well, Rain. If you truly wish to understand me, then come." She reached out, her fingertips sparkling with magical light. Rain felt a powerful pull drawing him closer to her. His heart pounded with both excitement and fear, as though he were about to step into an unknown world. "Rain, don't do this!" Ellie's voice cried out in his ear, but at this moment there was no turning back. Just as Rain was about to touch Fina's hand, the air around them grew heavy, time itself seeming to pause in that instant. His heartbeat quickened, and everything before his eyes began to blur, leaving only Fina's figure shining vividly in his mind. "Are you ready to accept my magic?" Fina's voice was low and laced with irresistible allure. "I'm ready." Rain's voice was resolute, his heart brimming with courage. At that very moment, a surge of powerful magic flooded into Rain's body, and it felt as if the whole world was collapsing before his eyes. His consciousness began to blur, as though he were tumbling into an endless dream. "I have to do this." Rain spoke with unwavering determination, though his voice carried both exhaustion and resolve. "She's already made me taste humiliation. I can't let her slip away again." "But haven't you realized that you're already drawn to her?" Benjamin's voice was low, as if he were treading carefully around the deepest corners of Rain's heart. He knew all too well the tangled emotions Rain harbored for Shadow, but he didn't want his friend sinking any deeper into that quagmire. Rain hesitated for a heartbeat, then let out a cold laugh. "My attraction to her is nothing but an obsession. I won't let these feelings cloud my judgment. She's dangerous. I can't allow myself to be bewitched by her allure again. But that allure is exactly what makes her so dangerous. Unease flickered in Benjamin's eyes. Remember last time? You nearly fell completely under her control. Rain's expression darkened, and unbidden, the memory of that night rose in his mind. Shadow's smile, beautiful, mysterious, impossible to decipher. He could almost hear her voice still echoing near his ear. Do you really want the truth? Sometimes the truth is even more irresistible than a lie. I can't make the same mistake again. Rain's voice was low, firm, as if he were steeling himself. He raised his head, locking eyes with Benjamin. I have to bring her in, no matter the cost. Benjamin sighed, his gaze full of helplessness and concern. I know you carry hatred in your heart, but you can't ignore how dangerous she is. She's not just any criminal. She's a master playing with people's minds, using your feelings against you. I know that, Rain replied, his tone tinged with impatience, as if trying to convince himself. But I also know this. Only by bringing her to justice can I truly be free. Just then, the door of the bar swung open, and light spilled in from outside, piercing the dimness. A tall figure stepped inside, and Rain's heart instantly raced. It was Shadow herself. Her presence cut through the gloom like a shaft of light, drawing every eye in the room. Were you talking about me? Shadow spoke with a gentle, silken voice, laced with a hint of playful teasing. Her gaze drifted between Rain and Benjamin, clearly enjoying herself. Rain felt his breath catch, anger flaring in his chest with nowhere to go. Forcing himself to remain calm, he drew a deep breath and spoke in a steady, unyielding tone. Shadow, your games end here. Oh, is that so? Nightshade brushed a lock of hair aside, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. Do you really think you're in control? You're nothing more than a pawn in my hands. Benjamin clenched his fists nervously, trying to hold back Rain's impulsiveness. Rain, calm down. I can't calm down, Rain shouted, his voice thick with rage and humiliation. You made me taste the bitterness of disgrace. Now I just want to make you pay. Nightshade's faint smile lingered, as if mocking Rain's helplessness. She moved closer, her gaze locking onto his, her voice low and magnetic. Do you think you can catch me? I'm like a star in the night sky, forever out of reach, never to be bound. You can't escape. Rain's voice trembled with a mix of despair and anger. He knew all too well that Nightshade's allure was her greatest weapon, and he was powerless to resist. Rain, what are you trying to do? Benjamin asked anxiously, reaching out to restrain him, but Rain shook him off. I won't be manipulated by you anymore. Rain stepped forward, facing Nightshade head-on, nearly consumed by his own emotions. Nightshade paused for a split second, then her lips curled into a playful smile. I'm surprised you finally dare to look me in the eye, Rain. I won't let you get away with this. Rain's voice thundered through the bar, drawing the attention of the other patrons. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense. Get away with it? You think victory means anything to me? Nightshade sneered, regarding the scene as if it amused her. You're just a piece of my game. What I seek is not the outcome, but the thrill of the game itself. The thrill. Rain shot back, his jaw clenched in fury. You're nothing but a villain. Villain? I'm only playing the game you all invited me into. Nightshade's voice was gentle, yet tinged with danger. Your anger, your shame, your longing, all those tangled feelings are what truly delight me. A sharp pain stabbed at Rain's heart. He realized he had been toyed with from the start, and the mix of anger and helplessness threatened to tear him apart. He took a deep breath, struggling to regain his composure. I won't let you control me any longer. Do you really think you can escape? Nightshade's eyes sparkled with mischief, as if she were savoring a drama unfolding before her. The more you struggle, Rain, the deeper you sink. I'll make you pay for this. Rain ground out, his voice hard with determination and wrath. You're welcome to try. Nightshade replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. She turned away gracefully, moving with a mysterious, swan-like elegance toward the bar's exit. Rain, darling, I finally found you. Nightshade's voice called out softly, tinged with playful affection. Rain frowned slightly, turning to face her directly, his gaze unwavering. Nightshade, I thought we'd made things clear between us. You shouldn't be here. Nightshade smiled softly, a sly glint in her eyes. But I love showing up in front of you. Do you know? I'm your most devoted follower. So much so that even the stars envy my brilliance. Enough with these games. Rain's voice was cool and detached. He forced himself not to meet her clear gaze, as if her teasing could never sway him. Don't you think this is all a bit dull? Nightshade caught up to him, her eyes fixed sharply on Rain. I know you want to get closer to me, to understand me better. Rain drew a deep breath, struggling to keep his composure. Nightshade, we are enemies. Your magic and your schemes make it impossible for me to trust you. Enemies? No, we're rivals chosen by fate. Nightshade's voice dropped, laced with a hint of challenge. Have you ever considered we could join forces and end this tiresome conflict? Rain let out a cold laugh. What you call cooperation is just another way to use me. I won't fall for your tricks. A flicker of disappointment crossed Nightshade's face, but she quickly regained her confidence. Are you sure you don't want to try? I could show you a whole new world, let you experience power you've never imagined. I don't need your power. Rain's tone was firm, though the turmoil inside nearly left him breathless. He knew all too well how dangerous Nightshade's allure could be, but he refused to let himself be drawn in. In that case, let me give you a taste of my true power. Nightshade suddenly raised her hand, unleashing a dazzling burst of magical light that flooded the entire tower. Rain's heart tightened, stunned by the spectacle before him. Nightshade's magic spun through the air like a magnificent ribbon, swirling and twisting, trying to ensnare him. Instinctively, he conjured wind magic, struggling to fend off the overwhelming force. Don't be afraid, Rain. Nightshade's voice was beguiling. This is only the beginning. At that moment, Nightshade's figure plummeted backward like a falling star. Rain's heart lurched. Without hesitation, he summoned a powerful gust of wind, catching her safely in midair. You really are a hero. Nightshade hovered above the ground, a gentle smile on her lips, her eyes gleaming with a mix of emotions. This time, you saved me, Rain. I just acted on instinct. Rain's heart raced, and Nightshade's nearness made it hard to stay composed. He carefully lowered her to the ground, his voice steady. You shouldn't do this, Nightshade. Your magic only puts us in danger. Don't you? Maybe that's exactly what I want. Nightshade's smile turned mischievous. I like seeing you worry about me. What I worry about is your safety. Rain's voice was low, but inside him, emotions surged restlessly. He knew all too well that Nightshade's presence was like a double-edged sword, beautiful, yet deadly. Safety? In this world, who can truly claim to be safe? Nightshade moved closer to Rain, her gaze burning with intensity. Instead of being afraid, why not bravely pursue true freedom? Freedom? The freedom you speak of will only bring destruction. Rain countered, torn between understanding and confusion. He wanted to put distance between them, yet found himself drawn in by her very presence. Sometimes destruction is a form of release. Nightshade murmured, her voice laced with a strange allure. Only by enduring destruction can something new begin. Rain took a deep breath, fighting to steady himself. Nightshade, you have to understand, we've made different choices. Nothing can change that. So what if our choices differ? Nightshade laughed softly, defiance flickering in her eyes. All I want is you, Rain. Even if we stand opposed, I'll fight for you. What is it you really want? Rain's voice suddenly grew stern, a flicker of anger rising in his chest. He couldn't fathom Nightshade's relentless persistence. Had she never considered the consequences? I'm simply chasing what I desire. Nightshade's reply was resolute, but determination unshakable. And you are what I want most. You'll never have me. Rain's words were cold and firm, though inside, he felt shaken by Nightshade's obsession. He realized that what she pursued was not mere affection, but a deeper longing, a fierce, unyielding fixation. Do you really think you can escape me? A spark of challenge flashed in Nightshade's eyes, her lips curling into a smile. I'll show you what true power is. Nightshade, don't force me. Rain's voice dropped to a rumble, his inner turmoil threatening to break through. He knew all too well how strong Nightshade's allure was, but he couldn't allow himself to fall for it. I've never been afraid of a challenge. Nightshade's voice shone as bright and unwavering as starlight in the night sky. And you, Rain, you will become a part of my life one day. Rain stood on the ancient castle's balcony, his mind awash with countless thoughts. His gaze pierced the darkness of night, as if searching for something, or perhaps trying to escape from it. At that moment, Nightshade approached without a sound, her presence barely more than a whisper in the gloom. She gently lifted Rain's cloak, revealing the tension and confusion etched across his face. What are you thinking about, Rain? Nightshade's voice was a soft murmur, tinged with a hint of playful provocation. Rain turned his head and met her eyes, which shimmered with mysterious light. His heart skipped a beat. Forcing himself to remain calm, he struggled to hide the turmoil within. I was thinking about our mission. Our mission. Nightshade let out a quiet laugh, her voice as smooth as the night wind, laced with teasing amusement. Don't you think, perhaps, our mission could be a little more enjoyable? A flush crept across Rain's cheeks. He knew that Nightshade's allure was dangerously irresistible, yet he found himself powerless against its pull. As he hesitated, Nightshade suddenly leaned in, pressing a passionate, lingering kiss to his lips. In that instant, Rain's mind spun into chaos. All reason and thought melted away beneath the intensity of her kiss. You see, Rain. Nightshade stepped back with a sly smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. This is what true pleasure feels like. I need to clear my head, Rain stammered, desperate to regain control of his scattered thoughts. Clear your head? In a world that changes with every heartbeat, who still cares for calm and clarity? Nightshade scoffed, her laughter mocking Rain's naivety. Elsewhere in the castle, Benjamin and Carl huddled together, speaking in hushed tones about Rain. Both were his friends, yet they viewed Nightshade in very different lights. Do you think Rain will fall under Nightshade's spell? Benjamin frowned, worry creasing his brow. Of course he will, Carl replied, shaking his head with a trace of disdain. Nightshade is a wicked little enchantress. No one can truly resist her charm. But what does she want? Benjamin was puzzled. She treats Rain with such warmth. Is she just toying with him? Toying with him? No, she wants far more than that. A shadow flickered in Carl's eyes. She's after control. The more interested Rain becomes, the tighter she'll hold his heart. You mean Nightshade is using him? Benjamin's voice dropped, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. Exactly. We have to be careful. Carl's expression turned grim. If Rain keeps going down this path, who knows what disaster might follow. Meanwhile, within Rain's heart, a fierce struggle raged between Nightshade's seductive pull and his own reason. He tried to find answers in her gaze, but saw only those deep, captivating eyes drawing him in. His heartbeat quickened, as if some unseen force was reeling him ever closer. Ren, don't you want to share this thrill with me? Nightshade's voice broke through his thoughts once more. She drew closer, her fingers gently tracing his arm, her gaze burning with intensity. I'm not sure. Ren finally mustered his courage, forcing his voice to sound steady. I don't want to be just a pawn in your game. A game? Nightshade arched an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Ren's response. You really are too naive, Ren. Life itself is a game, and I'm simply searching for a worthy opponent. But I'm not your opponent. Ren nearly shouted, his anger and fear tangled together. I won't let you control me. Nightshade's smile slowly faded, replaced by a cold indifference. Do you really think you can slip from my grasp? The more you resist, the more I want to conquer you. Just then, Benjamin and Carl walked over, uneasy as they took in the scene unfolding before them. Ren, are you all right? Benjamin asked, his tone warm with concern as his eyes darted between Nightshade and Ren. I'm Fine. Ren forced himself to appear calm, though a storm was raging in his heart. What are you two talking about? Carl's voice was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Nightshade. We're just discussing some interesting topics, Nightshade replied with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by Carl's hostility. Interesting. Carl let out a cold laugh. Is your idea of interesting toying with other people's feelings? Carl. Benjamin tried to intervene, a sense of unease nagging at him. Why should we show her any courtesy? Carl refused to back down, staring Nightshade down. We know exactly what you're up to. Don't think you can so easily deceive Ren. You really are amusing, Nightshade said, her smile tinged with provocation. But I don't need your approval. Ren's heart will belong to me in the end. I don't belong to you, Ren roared, a powerful surge of resistance rising within him. At last, he realized he could no longer be swayed by Nightshade's allure. Oh, you want to resist? Nightshade's voice turned icy, her eyes glinting with danger. Do you really think you can escape my control? I won't let you win, Ren declared, courage welling up inside him. He turned to Benjamin and Carl. I need your help. I refuse to let her control me any longer. Of course. We're with you. Benjamin nodded, his gaze resolute. But you have to stay vigilant, Carl added, his tone edged with urgency. Nightshade will never give up so easily. Nightshade's smile turned sly and cunning in that moment. She slowly stepped back, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Very well, Rain. I'll give you time to think it over. But I'll be right here, by your side, until the day you belong to me completely. I will never surrender. Rain's voice rang out, loud and clear, as if proclaiming his unwavering resolve. Let me tell you something, Carl, Benjamin said with a faint, knowing smile, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Love is like a game. The more seriously you play, the easier it is to lose. That's true, especially at our age. Everyone's busy testing each other's limits, Carl agreed, nodding. His fingers tapped softly on the tabletop as if lost in thought. Why are you two always so mature? Rain interjected, a note of protest in his voice. We've only just started dating. How can we possibly understand all these complicated things? Leah lowered her head, a blush spreading across her cheeks as a hint of shyness crept over her face. Her voice was barely audible. Yeah, it's only our first love. Benjamin turned to Rain, the corners of his lips curving into a gentle smile. First love is wonderful, of course, but it's also easy to lose your way. Aren't the two of you maybe seeing things a bit too idealistic? We're just enjoying the moment. Rain shot back, his voice rising in frustration. You don't understand how we feel at all. Oh, I don't. Benjamin lifted an eyebrow, the challenge clear in his gaze. Tell me then, what is first love to you? Is it just a carefree dream? Of course not. But haven't you ever felt this way yourselves? Rain retorted, resentment simmering in his heart. Carl interrupted their argument. Actually, first love is all about discovery. Rain, Leah, every moment you share is a chance to learn about each other, to grow together. But sometimes I just feel so anxious when we're together, Leah whispered, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. I'm always afraid I'll do something wrong. That's the magic of first love, Benjamin said softly, his tone much warmer now. Through this journey, you'll uncover each other's strengths and flaws, and little by little, you'll learn to accept and understand one another. But sometimes, Leah sighed, her eyes tinged with disappointment. I feel like I can't even express my true feelings. I'm always afraid Rain thinks I'm childish. I've never thought you were childish, Rain replied, his voice gentle as he locked his gaze on Leah. I love everything about you, even those little moments of uncertainty. But the feeling of first love is always so raw and unripe, Leah said, her voice trembling slightly as if she were trying hard to hide her vulnerability. When we were together, there were always so many awkward moments. So what? Carl replied with a gentle smile, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Every relationship is unique. Even the awkwardness becomes a sweet memory in time. You're always so optimistic, Ryan remarked, curling his lips in mild skepticism, though he kept his doubts to himself. Personally, I think when it comes to relationships, a little caution is necessary. Caution is a good thing, Benjamin said softly, his gaze deep and thoughtful. But if you're too cautious, you'll miss out on chances. Sometimes the most important thing is simply to love bravely. I think you're right. Leah finally looked up, her eyes sparkling with new resolve. I want to try to understand Ryan, to truly feel what this relationship means. Me too, Ryan nodded, the uncertainty in his heart slowly fading away. I'll do my best to express how I feel, so you'll never have to feel alone again. That's the spirit, Carl said with a warm smile, as if witnessing their growth before his eyes. That's what first love is all about. Moving through unease, awkwardness, and struggle, until you finally find real understanding and acceptance. Night deepened outside, and in the quiet corner of the cafe, the hearts of the four young friends drew closer as their souls collided and mingled. Determination shone in the eyes of Ryan and Leah, while Benjamin and Carl watched over the budding love with quiet support. So, why don't we talk about your very first date? Benjamin suggested, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Our first date. Ryan looked puzzled for a moment. We just want to see a movie together, that's all. But that was your very first. Carl teased, grinning. I'll bet all sorts of interesting things happened, didn't they? Leah's cheeks flushed bright red. She lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze, as the sweetness of that moment replayed in her mind. Ryan grew a bit flustered himself and cleared his throat, trying to hide his own embarrassment. To be honest, that day, all I could think about was how to make you happy. Ryan finally mustered the courage to say, his voice slightly unsteady. I even had a few little surprises planned, but I never found the courage to say anything. What did you plan? Leah's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a warm feeling rising in her heart. I wanted to take you to get your favorite ice cream, Ryan admitted shyly, a blush spreading across his face. But I was afraid you'd think it was boring, so I gave up on the idea. Boring? I'd never think that. Leah's voice rang with conviction, her eyes shining. Next time, you have to take me. All right, I promise you. A smile appeared on Rains's face, and the tension in his heart melted away. That's the magic of first love. Benjamin looked at them, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. As you go through this, you'll discover each other's strengths and flaws, and learn to accept and understand one another. From time to time, his gaze drifted to the window, and he couldn't help but picture that mysterious and alluring face of Nightshade in his mind. Rains, what are you thinking about? Emily, sitting across from him, asked softly, snapping him out of his reverie. It's nothing. Rains forced a faint smile, trying to hide the turbulence inside. He knew his feelings for Nightshade were growing more complicated, but he wasn't willing to reveal his vulnerability in front of his friends. You're always like this. I can tell something's weighing on you, but you never want to talk about it. Emily frowned, her gaze sharp as a blade. She was straightforward by nature, always able to see through Rains's facade at a glance. It really is nothing. Rains's voice was low, his eyes unconsciously wandering to the window. Just then, the doorbell chimed softly, and Nightshade entered the cafe at a leisurely pace, her presence carrying a faint fragrance that seemed to brighten the entire room. "Rains, Emily, sorry to keep you waiting." Nightshade smiled gently, walking over to them with grace. As she sat down, it felt like a gentle breeze swept through, sending a shiver through Rains's heart. "No worries, we were just talking about you." Emily chimed in right on cue, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Oh, and what were you saying about me?" Nightshade's gaze was as deep and captivating as the stars in the night sky. "You know, Rains is quite interested in you," Emily replied with mock secrecy, a playful grin spreading across her face. Rains's expression shifted for an instant, inwardly thinking, "Emily, what are you doing?" He forced down his anxiety and tried to respond in a casual tone. "Emily, don't be ridiculous. My interest in Nightshade is just the usual concern between friends." "Just friends?" Nightshade chuckled softly, a hint of challenge flickering in her eyes. "Do I really seem like just a friend to you?" "You," Rain stammered, panic flaring within him. Nightshade's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing right into the depths of his soul, leaving him utterly defenseless. "You two are hilarious." Emily's laughter rang out, light and clear, breaking the tension in the air. "But honestly, I think Rains is just really shy." "I'm not shy. Rains trailed off, his mind replaying the memory of Nightshade's kiss, a kiss that burned through his composure like wildfire. "Just what? You can tell me." Nightshade leaned in, her voice soft and low, as if coaxing a secret from his heart. I just think that kissing is something sacred," Rain finally managed to say, though his voice trembled slightly from nervousness. "Sacred?" Nightshade let out a scornful laugh. "You really are naive. A kiss is simply the most direct way for people to connect. Why make it so complicated?" "It's hard for me to understand when you say that," Rain admitted, his heart full of confusion as he tried to find some clue in Nightshade's words. "Understand? Then let me show you." Nightshade's eyes sparkled with a teasing glint. She reached out and gently took Rain's hand, the warmth of her fingertips seeping straight into his heart. "You." Rain's heartbeat raced, his palms growing clammy. He could feel Nightshade drawing closer, as if the whole world had stilled in that single moment. "Close your eyes." Nightshade's voice was low and magnetic, impossible to resist. Rain slowly let his eyelids fall. He could sense Nightshade's breath coming nearer, his heart brimming with anticipation and nervousness. Just when he thought it was all about to end, Nightshade's lips brushed softly against his, gentle yet unyielding. In that instant, a flood of images flashed through Rain's mind, all his notions of sanctity and purity shattered in a single, transformative kiss. "See? A kiss isn't as complicated as you imagine." Nightshade's voice was soft, a playful smile curving her lips. Rain opened his eyes, his mind a whirl of confusion. He wanted to protest, but found himself unable to utter a word. Nightshade's skillful kiss had truly unsettled him, breaking down every last barrier and rational thought he had. "What's on your mind?" Nightshade's gaze held a hint of challenge, as if she were waiting for his response. I don't know how to face you now," Rain finally confessed, voicing the uncertainty in his heart. "Face me? There's no need for that. All you have to do is enjoy this moment." Nightshade's voice was as gentle as a breeze, dispelling the fog in Rain's heart. "But I can't do that." Rain's reply was soft, yet there was a quiet resolve in his tone. He knew he couldn't simply surrender to Nightshade's allure. A nameless pressure weighed on him, making it impossible to let go. "Why not?" Nightshade's eyes burned with intensity, forcing Rain to confront his own feelings. "Because I'm afraid of losing," Rain finally admitted, his eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. "Losing? What do you have to lose?" Nightshade's smile was tinged with disdain. "In this world, everything is fleeting. Why be so afraid of loss?" "But I don't want to be just a plaything in your hands." Rain's voice was resolute, a glimmer of defiance shining in his eyes. "A plaything?" Nightshade paused for a moment, then broke into a soft laugh. "You're far too naive. To me, no one is a mere plaything. I simply want you to experience a different kind of life." "A different kind of life?" Confusion filled Rain's heart. He couldn't fathom what Nightshade truly wanted. "Yes, life shouldn't be shackled by boundaries. You should learn to savor every moment, not live in fear of losing what you have." Nightshade's voice was gentle, yet carried a persuasive power that was hard to resist. "I understand what you mean, but I need some time to process all of this." At last, Rain let out a sigh of relief, the tension in his chest easing a little. "Time? Do you really think time can solve everything?" A hint of disdain flickered in Nightshade's gaze. "Some opportunities, if you don't seize them, will be lost forever." "I understand." Rain's voice grew quiet, yet he felt a surge of strength welling up inside. He knew he couldn't keep running away. So, what do you plan to do next? Anticipation sparkled in Nightshade's eyes. In the corner, the Wind Whisperer sat toying with a feather, her gaze drifting uncertainly. Though she wasn't a fighter among the ranks of the Alliance, her presence seemed to bring everyone a sense of reassurance. Today's patrol assignments need to be reorganized, announced the Alliance leader, Thunder, his voice low and resolute. His eyes were as sharp and commanding as a hawk's. We must ensure the safety of every sector, especially with the recent string of thefts. Thunder, I think we should step up patrols in those high-risk areas, boomed another member, Iron Fist, his tone urgent and forceful. Security, there's getting worse by the day. We can't afford to be complacent. Wind Whisperer lifted her head, a trace of concern glinting in her eyes. But Iron Fist, if we focus too much on one area, the others will be left vulnerable. I can make them easy targets. You're always like this, Wind Whisperer. Iron Fist interrupted impatiently, his voice rising. We need action, not empty theories. All you can do is calm people with your voice, but in a fight, you're almost useless. Wind Whisperer's face paled slightly. She lowered her head, a wave of grievance washing over her. She knew her abilities were limited, but she still yearned to contribute more to the Alliance. Iron Fist, don't say that. Another member, Moonshadow, spoke up gently. She was empathetic by nature, always striving to ease tensions. Wind Whisperer is just as important. Her voice gives people comfort and security, and that's a kind of protection during patrols too. But we're dealing with criminals here, Moonshadow. Iron Fist's agitation grew, his voice edged with frustration. What we need is powerful action, not empty words of comfort. You don't understand, Iron Fist. Whisper finally summoned her courage, her voice trembling just a little. Everyone has their own worth. Even if I can't fight, I can build trust through communication, encouraging people to share their fears. That's the only way we can truly prevent crime. But can you stand up and protect them when it matters most? Iron Fist's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on Whisper. That's enough. Thunder's voice rang out, abruptly cutting off their argument. His eyes flashed with the authority of a storm, and in an instant, the entire conference room fell silent. We're not here to argue about who's more important. We're here to figure out how to work together to protect our community. Everyone has a role to play. Whisper, your abilities are invaluable when we need them most. Iron Fist, calm down. Fighting isn't the answer to every problem. A wave of warmth washed over Whisper's heart. Thunder's support moved her deeply. She drew a long, steadying breath and tried to compose herself. Thank you, Thunder. I'll keep working hard and help everyone in my own way. We need to stand together, Moonshadow said softly, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Only then can we truly protect our community. The tension in the room slowly eased, and everyone realized that although their abilities differed, their goals were the same. Thunder nodded and continued. All right, the next patrol. Assignments will be divided by area. Everyone is responsible for the safety of their zone. Coordinate with each other during patrols, and report back immediately with any updates. I'll take the East Sector, Iron Fist declared without hesitation, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I'll handle the South, Moonshadow followed, her voice gentle yet firm. Then I'll take the West. Whisper finally found the courage to say, her voice quiet but resolute. She knew that, in this moment, she wasn't just claiming a place for herself. She was fighting for her voice and her beliefs to be heard. Excellent. Everyone understands their tasks, Thunder said with satisfaction. We head out at dawn tomorrow. Stay alert and report anything unusual right away. After the meeting, Whisper walked out of the conference room alone, still feeling a bit uneasy. She knew not everyone in the Alliance understood her role, but she was determined to prove her worth in her own way. Wind Whisper. Moonshadow caught up with her, smiling as she spoke. I believe you can do it. Your voice is part of our Alliance. Don't let anyone shake your confidence. Thank you, Moonshadow. Wind Whisperer looked at her with gratitude, feeling a wave of warmth rise in her heart. I'll do my best. Night had fallen, and the lights of the community flickered along the streets. Wind Whisperer walked home, her mind replaying the arguments from earlier that day. She knew tomorrow's patrol would be a true test, but she also understood that only through action could she truly find her place. Ron, what are you thinking about? Lena's voice, clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, broke the silence. She stepped out from behind a tree, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Lena, I'm thinking about how we can get more information for the Guardians Alliance. Ron lifted his head, his gaze resolute. We need the Nightwalkers' help. Lena frowned, hesitation written on her face. The Nightwalkers? Their methods always make me uneasy. Are you sure you want to work with them? There's no other choice. Ron's voice carried a hint of resignation. If we don't act, we'll never get the crucial clues we need. The Guardians Alliance depends on this information, and we can't just sit and wait for disaster to strike. Lena fell silent for a moment, weighing Ron's words. She knew the Guardians Alliance was facing an unprecedented crisis, and Ron's determination stirred a glimmer of hope within her. All right, I'll go with you to meet the Nightwalkers. But we have to be careful. They're far from trustworthy. Just then, the silhouette of a Nightwalker appeared before them, his presence shrouded in mystery. His outline was sharper in the darkness, the moonlight glinting off his cloak. Talking about me, are you? He said, amusement curling his lips into a sly smile, his eyes as piercing as a predator's. Ron and Lena exchanged a tense glance, anxiety tightening in their chests. Ron took a deep breath, doing his best to remain calm. Nightwalker, we need your help. The Guardians Alliance is desperate for information, and you hold the clues we're missing. The Nightwalker smiled faintly, as if surprised by their request. He strode closer, his black cloak swaying like a ghost in the moonlight. Help you? That's not exactly my usual way of doing things. But I might consider it, if you have something to offer me in return. Lena spoke out, her voice bristling with anger. We're not here to bargain with you. What we need is cooperation, not to be used as pawns. Cooperation? The Nightwalker's smile turned more sinister. In this world, cooperation is built on mutual interest. So what do you have for me? An amulet? Or maybe a clue of your own? Ron interrupted Lena's outburst, his tone unwavering. We can share intelligence about the Guardians Alliance, and even offer you some unique magical artifacts. If you're willing to work with us, we can both benefit. A flicker of interest passed through the Night Stalker's eyes. He leaned in closer to Ron and whispered, do you really think information about the Guardians Alliance holds any value for me? What I seek is a deeper kind of power, a secret that lies far beneath the surface. Then what do you want? Ron asked through clenched teeth, unease rising in his chest. It's quite simple. The Night Stalker's voice turned icy. I want your loyalty. As long as you're willing to serve me and provide any information I require, I'll help you. Lena shot back, her anger undiminished. You want to turn us into your lackeys? We'll never bow to you. The Night Stalker let out a cold, mocking laugh. Bow to me? No, I only want your cooperation. You're free to refuse, but if you do, you'll lose every opportunity that could save you. Tension thickened in the air, and Ron sensed that things could spiral out of control at any moment. He softened his tone, hoping to calm the situation. We need some time to think this over. Time. The Night Stalker's smile grew ever more sinister. You don't have much of it left. The crisis facing the Guardians Alliance draws closer with every passing moment. Don't let yourselves be cornered. Lena's heart skipped a beat as she mulled over the Night Stalker's warning. She knew all too well how precious their time was. Yet she wondered, could they really trust him, and was this alliance worth the price? We'll need more equipment. Suddenly, Ron spoke up, his voice steady. If you can supply us with a few magical amulets and gear, we'll give your offer serious thought. The Night Stalker paused, then a sly smile crept onto his lips. You're clever. All right, I can give you some basic equipment. But in return, I expect your service in the tasks ahead. Inside, Lena wrestled with herself. She despised the Night Stalker's methods, but she knew this might be their only chance. Ron, are we really going to do this? For the sake of the Guardians Alliance, we have no other choice. Ron nodded resolutely, determination flashing in his eyes. Excellent. The Night Stalker nodded with satisfaction, then drew several magical amulets from beneath his cloak and tossed them lightly in their direction. Here's your gear. Use it well. Lena caught the amulets, a tangle of emotions churning inside her. She understood that this bargain would alter their fate forever, and that the Night Stalker's trust was never easily won. We'll make our decision soon, Ron said, turning to leave. Lena followed close behind, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Stepping out of the forest, the moonlight washed over them, as if illuminating the path ahead. Lena drew a deep breath, trying to steady the turmoil in her heart. Ron, do we really have to trust him? We don't have any other choice. Ron's tone was resolute. As long as we get the information, we can save the Guardians Alliance. We have to take this risk. What's on your mind, Lena? Jack broke the silence beside her, his voice low and steady. Snapping back to the present, Lena turned to Jack, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. I'm thinking about the Nightwalker Society. They seem to have a particular interest in those small-time criminals. You mean the ones just loitering around the streets? Jack frowned, clearly uninterested in the topic. Exactly. Lena's voice grew firm. They're not just petty crooks. There could be a much bigger plot lurking behind them. But our mission is to protect the members of the Alliance, not chase after minor criminals. Jack shook his head in exasperation. You know, the members of the Guardians Alliance are all ordinary people. Their abilities are limited. They can't protect everyone. I understand, but we can't just give up. Lena's voice rose with passion. If the Nightwalker Society is really up to something, those petty criminals might just be their pawns. We have to take action. At that moment, the door to the meeting room swung open, and Alex walked in, exhaustion etched across his face. "What are you all discussing?" he asked, a trace of unease in his voice. "We're talking about the Nightwalker Society," Lena responded immediately. "They might be interested in some of those small-time criminals, and we need to stay vigilant. But we don't have enough resources to investigate them." Alex sighed, sinking into the seat across from Lena. "Besides, there are already so many members in the Alliance. We need to focus on protecting them." A wave of frustration surged in Lena's heart. "But if we don't act now, when something does happen, it'll be too late." "Lena, you can't keep getting so worked up," Jack interjected. "We need to stay calm and come up with a solid plan." "Calm? What good is calm in a situation like this?" Lena's voice shot up, anger blazing in her eyes. "Are you all just going to sit here and watch as our members get picked off one by one? We're not just sitting here waiting for disaster," Alex retorted, his own voice growing sharp. "We're doing everything we can to protect everyone, but we have to face reality. We can't pour all our energy into the Nightwalker Society." "Reality? Is your so-called reality just turning a blind eye while those petty criminals keep running amok?" Lena's voice was thick with skepticism. "If we don't stop them, they'll only grow bolder, and in the end, it'll be our people who get hurt." "Lena, calm down," Jack urged her again, trying to steady the mood. "We can put together an investigation plan, but it will take time and resources." "Time and resources? What are you even talking about?" Lena's frustration was mounting, her tone growing sharper. "Don't you realize that time is life itself?" The tension in the conference room was palpable. Nearly everyone could feel Lena's anger and anxiety. Jack took a deep breath, doing his best to keep his own emotions in check. "Lena, I understand how you feel, but we have to think about everyone's safety." "Safety? Do you really believe this is what keeps us safe?" Lena's voice trembled, tinged with despair. "If we don't act, we'll be the ones paying the price in the end." "You're right, Lena." Alex finally spoke, his tone softer, more conciliatory. "We can't ignore the existence of a Nightwalkers Association, but we can't let our emotions cloud our judgment either. We need a plan, a real, workable plan." "I agree," Jack nodded. "We can start by looking into the petty criminals and see if they're connected to the Nightwalkers. Maybe we'll uncover something useful." Lena took a moment to compose herself, weighing their suggestions. "All right, let's start there. We'll need a team to investigate the activities of those petty criminals." "I'll lead the team," Jack volunteered, a determined light in his eyes. "I'll make sure everyone stays safe." "I'm going too," Lena cut in immediately. "I don't want to stand by and wait any longer." "Lena, let me handle this," Jack shook his head. "You're more valuable here, coordinating things. I don't want to just sit here while you all take the risks." Lena protested, her voice brimming with frustration. "I have skills too. I can help." "This isn't about ability," Alex interjected. "It's about safety. We can't let our decisions be driven by emotion." Lena clenched her jaw, swallowing her resentment. Deep down, she knew this wasn't the time to let her emotions get the better of her. "Fine, I'll stay here and take charge. We'll move as quickly as we can," Jack assured her, his voice steady and resolute. "As long as we stand together, we'll find some trace of the Nightwalkers Association." "I hope you're right," Lena murmured, her eyes clouded with a mix of hope and doubt. She pointed toward a figure not far away, who was chatting quietly with friends. Their laughter drifted through the air, carrying an easy, carefree tone. "That's Rain," Lena said, her voice tinged with excitement, as if she were sharing a secret. "He looks pretty ordinary," Ron replied with a slight curl of his lips. He wasn't all that curious about Rain, but Lena's enthusiasm was infectious. "You don't understand. He's a really charming person." Lena's eyes sparkled, as if Rain were a hero in her heart. "I heard he has a girlfriend, but I don't know who she is." "A girlfriend?" Ron raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt flickering in his mind. "How much do you really know about him?" "Honestly, not much." Lena looked a little shy, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes betraying a touch of longing. "But I can't help wondering who she is, what kind of person she might be." "Do you really want to know that much?" Ron teased, but his gaze grew serious. "If it matters to you, why not just ask him directly?" I don't know how to start." Lena lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with pink. "If she's really someone special, how am I supposed to face that?" "Someone special?" Ron let out a soft laugh. "In my opinion, being special doesn't always mean being the best. Maybe she's not right for Rain after all." Lena lifted her head, her gaze steady. "I just hope she's worthy of him. Are you sure what you know about Rain isn't just on the surface?" Ron's voice was low, as if probing Lena's true feelings. "Do you really like him that much?" I just want to know the people around him." Lena's voice trembled, her eyes shining with complicated emotions. I don't want to miss any opportunity. Just then, Rain's conversation with his friends gradually became clearer. Ron and Lena turned their heads at the same time, eager to catch more. When I'm with her, I really feel happy, Rain said, his voice gentle and resolute, as though he were confessing his deepest thoughts. So, when are you going to bring her to meet us? His friend asked curiously. I haven't decided yet. Rain chuckled, his eyes searching the crowd, as if looking for something. She's a bit shy, not a fan of big gatherings. Shy? Then she must be something special, his friend teased. Lena felt her heart tighten, as if someone were tugging at it. She turned to Ron, her eyes filled with hope and anxiety. Who do you think he's talking about? Maybe she's just an ordinary girl, or maybe someone you'd never expect. Ron smiled lightly, sounding relaxed, though unease stirred inside him. I hope she's not who I think she is, Lena murmured, a storm of emotion rising in her heart. If she really is someone special, what should I do? If you truly care about Ryan, why don't you try reaching out to him? Ron looked Lena straight in the eye, his gaze brimming with encouragement. Sometimes, being a little braver can lead to unexpected results. Lena fell silent for a moment, seemingly turning Ron's words over in her mind. Her heart was a tangle of struggle and uncertainty, and at last she let out a sigh. I just don't know how to face it. Well, then just keep waiting. Ron offered a faint smile, though inwardly he felt uneasy for Lena. But I hope you understand, life won't wait for you to be ready. As time slipped by, Lena's mood grew even heavier. Her eyes followed Ryan wherever he went, curiosity and anxiety about his girlfriend churning restlessly inside her. She pictured what the girl might be like, her heart filling with jealousy and bitterness. What are you thinking about? Ron interrupted her wandering thoughts, his gaze fixed intently on her. I was wondering, if she's really amazing, how am I supposed to face that? Lena's voice was barely above a whisper, a trace of helplessness glimmering in her eyes. Just because someone else is outstanding doesn't mean you'll lose your confidence, Ron said firmly. You have your own strengths too. You have to believe in yourself. But Lena bit her lip, her eyes shining with unshed tears. I'm afraid of losing him. You haven't even started, and you're already worrying about losing. Ron shook his head, his feelings for Lena growing more and more complicated. Sometimes, the more you fear losing, the more likely it is to slip away. You're right. At last, Lena lifted her head, a determined light flickering in her eyes. I can't go on like this. I'm going to find Ryan. Right now. Ron was taken aback, not expecting Lena to act so decisively. Yes, I can't wait any longer. Lena's voice was resolute, a surge of courage rising within her. I need to know the truth. The two of them walked toward Ryan, each lost in their own thoughts. Ron followed behind, quietly supporting Lena, while Lena kept repeating words of encouragement to herself. No matter how many emotions swirled inside her, she knew only by facing things head-on could she find her answer. As they drew near, Ryan was in the middle of a lively conversation with his friends, laughter ringing out all around. Lena's heart pounded faster, a wave of hesitation and uncertainty washing over her. And Lena finally summoned her courage, her voice trembling just a little. Ryan turned around, greeting her with a smile and a wave. Lena, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to ask you something. Lena's voice quivered ever so slightly, her heart fluttering with nerves. What is it? Ryan looked at her with curiosity and a touch of concern in his eyes. Your girlfriend. Who is she? Lena finally found the nerve to meet Ryan's gaze, her heart caught between hope and anxiety. Ryan paused for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile. Actually, I don't have a girlfriend yet. No. Lena's heart gave a sudden jolt, as if a heavy stone had finally landed. Relief washed over her, and she let out a quiet breath. Then what you said just now. I was only joking with my friends, Ryan replied, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I'm still searching for that special someone. A gentle warmth spread through Lena's chest, and in that moment, every doubt and worry seemed to melt away. She smiled softly, feeling courage stir within her. So, what kind of person do you think is special? I think it's someone who makes my heart race, Ryan answered sincerely, his gaze warm and unwavering. Lena's heart skipped a beat. She felt as though she finally understood something. With a gentle smile, she made a silent promise to herself. I'll do my best to become someone special. The party tonight is really nice, Shadow, Ryan said, attempting to break the silence, his tone tinged with anticipation. Yes, it's quite nice, Shadow replied coolly, her eyes never straying from the distant lights. What are you thinking about? Ryan leaned in, trying to catch a glimpse of her emotions. I'm thinking about a few things. Shadow finally turned her head, her gaze sharp as a blade. About you and those magical artifacts. Ryan stiffened, He knew Shadow had always kept a close eye on the magical items in his possession. I've already told you. I'm only borrowing them. I'll return everything once my task is done. And you think I believe that? Shadow's voice suddenly rose, anger blazing in her eyes. You know exactly how important those items are to me. Shadow, I never meant for this to happen. Ryan's voice trembled with anxiety. I'm just trying to protect our shared goal. Protect? You think you're protecting me? You're just looking out for yourself. Shadow's words were as cold and cutting as a knife, piercing straight into Ryan's heart. At that moment, Lena stood on the distant balcony, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Uncertainty and unease welled up inside her as she quickly raised her phone, capturing photos and video of the couple's argument. You have no idea how hard I've worked. Shadow continued, her voice quivering with emotion. I've sacrificed so much for those magical artifacts, and all you care about is your own safety. I'm working hard too. Ryan shot back, his voice rising in defiance. Do you think this is what I want? I have my reasons. Reasons? Your so-called reasons could never compare to what I've endured. Shadow's voice was laced with despair and fury. I don't want to hear any more of this. By now, Lena had finished recording the video and taking the photos. Secretly, she pondered, this is explosive. An argument between Ryan and Shadow like this is bound to cause a stir. Nightshade, listen to me. Rain tried to steady himself, reaching out to take Nightshade's hand, but she pulled away swiftly, evading his touch. Don't touch me. Nightshade's voice cut through the air like an icy wind, merciless and sharp. I don't want anything more to do with you. What did you just say? Rain froze, his expression shifting from anger to shock. Are you really saying you want to break up with me? I don't trust you anymore. Nightshade's tone was firm and cold, each word piercing Rain's heart like a blade. Lena watched silently from the sidelines, sighing inwardly. What a tragedy, she thought. Two people who were once inseparable, now being torn apart by misunderstanding. You have no idea how much I love you. Rain finally burst out, his voice thick with frustration and pain. Everything I've done has been for you. For me? Is that what you think you're doing? Nightshade let out a bitter laugh, tears glimmering in her eyes. You're only fighting for your own desires. That's not true. Rain's voice rose, tangled with anger and sorrow. All I ever wanted was to protect you, to stand by your side. But you never truly understood me. Nightshade's voice trembled, emotion threatening to overwhelm her. What I need is trust, not your endless protection. At that moment, Lena couldn't stand by any longer. She stepped forward, breaking the tense stalemate between the two. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think you both need to calm down. Nightshade and Rain turned to her in unison, surprise and confusion etched on their faces. Lena, what are you doing here? Rain frowned, clearly displeased by her sudden appearance. I was just passing by and saw you arguing. Lena replied with a gentle smile, hoping to ease the tension. I think maybe you two should sit down and talk this through. Talk? About what? Nightshade's reply was cold, her irritation at Lena's involvement evident. Talk about what's really going on between you, Lena said firmly. Fighting like this will only make things worse. You have no idea what's happened between us. Nightshade glared at Lena, as if she were an intruder. Maybe I don't know everything. Lena's voice softened, her eyes reflecting empathy. But I can see how much you both care. You're each fighting for the other, but misunderstanding has come between you. Rain's expression eased just a little, and he looked at Lena with a hint of gratitude. I just want to protect Nightshade. Protect her? But have you ever stopped to think about what she really needs? Lena continued gently. Trust and understanding are the true foundation of any relationship. Nightshade was shaken by these words, as if some truth had dawned on her. Her anger gradually subsided, and a hint of vulnerability flickered in her eyes. I'm just afraid of losing you. Rain, what are you doing here? Nightshade's voice drifted over like a gentle breeze, laced with a teasing undertone. Her figure emerged from the shadows, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Rain hesitated, wanting to explain, but her gaze held him captive, leaving him powerless to look away. No need to say anything. Nightshade let out a soft, lilting laugh as she slowly drew closer. Her fingertips traced lightly along Rain's neck, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. I know what's on your mind. Rain felt breathless, memories of their moments together flickering through his mind. His heart raced, and for an instant, it seemed as if the world fell. Utterly silent. Just as he was about to respond, Nightshade suddenly leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to his neck, leaving a visible mark behind. You. Rain's voice was faint and trembling, caught between anticipation and fear. Don't worry, no one will ever know. Nightshade smiled slyly, then turned and vanished into the darkness, as if she had never been there at all. Rain stood frozen, his heart a tangled mess. As he tried to gather his scattered thoughts, Lena's figure suddenly appeared before him, her eyes blazing with fury. Rain, what exactly is going on between you and her? Lena's voice cracked like thunder, sending a jolt through Rain's heart. Lena, he tried to explain, but Lena gave him no chance. I saw you with Nightshade. I saw it with my own eyes. Lena's accusations cut through him like knives. You're a traitor. I didn't betray you. Rain's voice grew desperate. It was just a misunderstanding. There's nothing between us. A misunderstanding? Lena sneered, her eyes filled with suspicion. Do you really expect me to believe that? Do you take me for a fool? Rain drew a deep breath, struggling to keep his composure. Lena, listen to me. Whatever happened with Nightshade is over. You can't just erase everything between us because of this. Everything between us. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Is that what you call it? Getting cozy with her right in front of me? Rain fell silent, bitterness welling up inside him. He knew, no matter what he said, he could never convince Lena. Doubt had already taken root in her heart, and nothing he did seemed able to undo the damage. I have proof, Lena suddenly said, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. What proof? Rain's heart sank, an ominous feeling creeping over him. I have captured every moment between you and Nightshade. Lena spoke coldly, a smug smile curling at the corner of her lips. If you don't want me to make these public, you'd better do exactly as I say. You can't do this. Rain's voice grew urgent, despair flooding his heart. This will ruin me, and you as well. Ruin me? Lena's laughter rang out, sharp as an alarm bell. Do you really think I care about that? I just want you to understand what betrayal truly costs. Lena, I'm begging you, don't do this. Rain's voice dropped low, his pleading gaze locking with hers. Does what we had really deserve to be traded for threats like this? For a brief moment, uncertainty flickered in Lena's eyes, but it was quickly swept away by anger. She replied icily, What I need isn't your pleas, it's your loyalty. Rain felt as if he'd been struck hard in the chest, barely able to breathe. He knew there was no persuading Lena now, and a wave of helpless sorrow washed over him. I'll give you a choice, Lena said slowly, her voice low and unwavering. Either you leave Nightshade and come back to me, or I expose these photos and let everyone witness your disgrace. A sense of powerlessness engulfed Rain, his heart torn apart by pain and despair. Is this really what you want? This will only end up hurting us both. Hurt, Lena sneered. Do you think I care? I just want you to realize, betrayal always comes at a price. Rain shook his head in defeat, a deep sense of resignation rising inside him. Lena, I never meant to betray you. All I ever wanted was a future with you. A future. Contempt flickered in Lena's eyes. The moment you betrayed me, our future ended. Despair washed over Rain. He knew there was nothing he could do to change Lena's mind. The woman before him, once the gentlest part of his world, had become so cold and ruthless. I'll give you some time to think it over. Lena's voice cut through the silence, as cold and sharp as an invisible blade, severing the last threads between them. But I want you to know, I won't let you off easily. With that, Lena turned and walked away, leaving Rain alone with nothing but her retreating figure. His heart felt as if it were being battered by a merciless storm, painful and utterly helpless. The mark of Nightshade's kiss still lingered on his neck, mocking his powerlessness. What should I do? Rain whispered to himself, his eyes clouded with confusion and despair. He knew, whichever path he chose, it would be one strewn with thorns. Zen. As soon as Benjamin saw him, he hurried over, concern shining in his eyes. How had you been lately? I heard you and Leah broke up. Rain lifted his head, his gaze unfocused. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but there was no hint of a smile. I'm all right. It's just, there are some things I need to sort out. Carl took a seat, his expression grave. You know, we've all been worried about you. The whole thing with Lena has been the talk of the town. Can you tell us what really happened? Lena. Rain's voice was low, as if he were struggling to contain a turbulent sea inside him. She warned me not to reveal her secret. She even smashed my phone. What? Benjamin's eyes widened in astonishment. She actually did that? That's going too far. She has her reasons. Rain sighed, a mix of helplessness and anger weighing on his heart. She's never trusted me. Even after Leah and I broke up, things only got more strained between us. I can understand why she's concerned, Carl cut in, but that doesn't make her actions right. Something like this shouldn't ruin your friendship. Friendship? Rain let out a cold laugh. She once told me that trust is built on truth, but she's always kept secrets, even from me, her closest friend. Benjamin frowned thoughtfully, as if weighing his words. Do you want to know what she's hiding? I do, but what I want even more is her trust. There was a hint of despair in Rain's voice. I don't want to lose anyone else, especially not Lena. Maybe you should talk to her directly, Carl suggested. Tell her how you feel. She might change her mind. I've already tried. Rain's voice grew sharp. Every time I bring it up, she dodges the question or changes the subject. She just doesn't want me to know what she's really thinking. Then you two have a serious communication problem, Benjamin said, his tone earnest. You need to have an honest conversation if you want to clear up these misunderstandings. But she's just not willing. There was a flash of disappointment in Rain's eyes. I don't know what I can do to make her trust me. Just then, the door to the cafe swung open again, and Lena walked in. Her gaze swept across the room before coming to rest on Rain. His heart tightened, as if sensing a storm was about to break. Rain. Lena walked closer, her voice cool and distant. I heard you were here. I was just talking with Benjamin and Carl, Rain said, rising to his feet and trying to sound calm. Would you like to join us? I don't want to talk to them. Lena's reply was icy, her eyes wary. I just want to speak to you alone. All right. Rain's heart clenched, knowing this conversation would be anything but easy. He turned and followed Lena to a corner of the cafe, out of Benjamin and Carl's sight. What are you trying to say? Rain tried to keep his tone light, but the tension inside him refused to let go. I want to know what's really on your mind. Lena's voice was low, charged with emotion. What did you talk about with Benjamin and Carl? I just told them a few things. Rain felt unease stirring within him. About my breakup with Leah, and about how you don't trust me. Why'd you have to tell them all that? There was anger in Lena's voice. Don't you realize you're only making things worse? I was just looking for some help, Rain explained helplessly. I don't know how to face you, or how to fix what's gone wrong between us. The problem is, you don't understand me at all. Lena's voice rose, drawing glances from people nearby. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I have my secrets. I don't want anyone to know them, especially not you. But I've been trying so hard to understand you. Anxiety filled Rain's words. I want to trust, but you keep shutting me out. You have no idea what I've been through. Lena finally broke down, her emotions spilling over. I don't want you to see how vulnerable I am. It makes me feel powerless. There's nothing shameful about being vulnerable. Rain's voice softened, gentle and reassuring. Everyone has their own struggles. I just want to face them with you, not watch you bear them alone. Lena fell silent, her gaze slowly softening. Her hands clenched into fists, as if wrestling with herself. Rain seized the moment and continued. I want to listen to your story, to share your burdens, if you're willing to tell me. I don't know how to begin. Lena's voice was barely more than a whisper, tears brimming in her eyes. I'm afraid you'll leave me if you know the truth. I won't leave you. Rain's words were steady and unwavering. No matter what you've been through, I'll be here. We'll get through this together. But, Lena's voice trembled. I really don't know if I can trust you. Trust takes time to build, Rain said gently. But I'm willing to wait and to give everything I have for you. At last, Lena bowed her head, tears slipping down her cheeks. Rain's heart ached for her. He reached out and gently stroked her back, trying to offer her warmth. I'll do everything I can to earn your trust, Rain whispered. Just give me a chance. Lena looked up, her eyes swirling with complicated emotions. Finally, she gave a small nod. All right, I'll try to tell you my story. At that moment, the doorbell rang again, cutting through the atmosphere of the cafe. Both Rain and Lena instinctively turned toward the entrance, catching sight of Benjamin and Carl whispering quietly to each other, as if waiting for some outcome. Let's go talk to them, Rain said with a hopeful smile. I believe, as time goes by, we'll become better people. Rain sat at the edge of the balcony, a cup of warm coffee cradled in his hands, his gaze drifting dreamy and distant. Just then, his friend Benjamin walked over, a hint of concern on his face. Rain, what's wrong? You look like you're carrying the weight of the world, Benjamin said, settling down beside him, trying to break the heavy silence. I was just wondering about the meaning of life, Rain replied, his voice low and somber, almost swallowed up by the night. The meaning of life? Benjamin raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled. Haven't things always gone well for you? Your career is thriving. Your relationships are great. Why would you start thinking about something like that? Rain managed a faint smile, but there was a trace of bitterness behind it. It's true, I have things that many people envy, but somehow I still can't feel real happiness. Are you overthinking things again? Benjamin shook his head, hoping Rain would let go of his worries. Isn't life simply about enjoying the moment? Why get tangled up in all these abstract ideas? But I think, while enjoying the present, we also have to shoulder our responsibilities. Rain's eyes grew resolute. If we've never faced setbacks, how can we truly understand what responsibility means? Benjamin's expression changed, realizing that Rain's mood was more complicated than it seemed. Are you saying you feel like you've never really been challenged? That's right. Rain let out a sigh. Everything has always gone smoothly for me. Everyone around me encourages me, as if I could never fall. But I know that living like this, I've lost the chance to really grow. Benjamin fell silent for a moment, reflecting on Rain's words. I see what you mean, but I think life itself is a challenge. Everyone has their own way of facing it. Maybe you just haven't found yours yet. I want to understand the true meaning behind the saying, "With great power comes great responsibility," Rain said, turning to meet Benjamin's gaze. I want to take on more, to truly grasp the value of life's greatest loves. Rain, are you sure about this? Benjamin's tone suddenly grew serious. Taking on responsibility isn't easy. You might have to give things up, maybe even things you have right now. I know, but I can't go on like this any longer. There was a resolute strength in Rain's voice. I want to experience more, even pain, if that's what it takes to understand the meaning of life. Benjamin shook his head helplessly, a deep worry gnawing at him over Rain's decision. What you're seeking might lead to consequences that can't be undone. Are you truly ready to face them? I'm not afraid. Determination sparkled in Rain's eyes. I'd rather face the unknown than lose myself in the comfort of what's familiar. All right, if that's your choice, I'll support you. Benjamin sighed, still uneasy at heart, but he understood that a friend's path was not his to control. Thank you, Benjamin. Rain looked at him with gratitude. I'll do my best to find my own answers. Night had fallen, and the stars still glimmered above. A fire had been kindled in Rain's heart. He knew his journey was only beginning. A few days later, Rain made up his mind to join an extreme challenge event. The participants would have to climb mountains, trek through dense jungles, and endure the trials of nature. Though Benjamin was anxious about this decision, he nevertheless chose to support Rain. Are you really sure about this? Benjamin asked again, concern clear in his eyes. Yes, I need this challenge. Rain nodded firmly. I want to prove myself through action, to truly grasp what life is all about. Very well. I'll be here waiting for your return. Benjamin sighed, unable to shake the worry from his heart. On the eve of the event, Rain lay in bed, his heart fluttering between anticipation and nervousness. He knew that tomorrow would mark a turning point in his life. Benjamin's words echoed in his mind, the connection between strength and responsibility growing ever clearer. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Rain gathered with the other participants, excitement and tension swirling within him as the coach explained the rules and safety tips. Is everyone ready? The coach's voice rang out, instantly igniting everyone's enthusiasm. Ready, came the chorus in reply, and Rain felt his heart begin to race. As the climb began, Rain encountered challenges unlike any he'd faced before. They scaled steep slopes, pushed through thick jungle, and braved sudden storms. Each step was grueling, his body pushed to its limits, yet his resolve only grew stronger. Rain, you can do it. Keep going, shouted a girl from a distant city ahead of him, her voice cutting through the wind, loud and clear. Thank you, replied Rain, feeling a surge of strength well up inside him. He began to realize that this was more than just a challenge. It was a journey of self-discovery. As time went on, Rain's energy slowly ebbed away, but giving up was never an option. He remembered Benjamin's words and thought of his own longing for responsibility, pushing himself onward. At last, they reached the mountaintop. Gazing down at the landscape below, Rain was overwhelmed with excitement. In that moment, he understood that this was proof of his growth, a validation of the choices he had made. I did it, Rain shouted, his voice echoing through the valley, as if announcing his victory to the world. On the way back, Rain was filled with exhilaration. He knew that this challenge had taught him the true meaning of responsibility and had shown him the connection between power and the willingness to shoulder it. He felt himself maturing from within, as if all his confusion had vanished in an instant. When he arrived home, Rain could hardly wait to dial Benjamin's number. Benjamin, I did it. You really did it. Benjamin's voice brimmed with delight. I knew you could. This experience has taught me so much. I finally understand what you meant when you said, with great power comes great responsibility, Rain said, his voice trembling with excitement. I want to share everything I've felt with you. Leah, what are you thinking about? Her friend Emily walked in, breaking her reverie. Emily's voice was as gentle as a breeze, tinged with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, just reminiscing, Leah replied with a slight smile, though her eyes betrayed a tangle of emotions. Are you thinking about that suitor you turned down again? Emily teased, sitting across from Leah, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Actually, it's about Rain. Leah's voice dropped, and it seemed even saying his name made her heart beat faster. Rain? That mysterious guy? Emily's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. I've heard he has a certain charm. Could it be that you've fallen for him too? Leah let out a gentle sigh as her thoughts drifted back to that chance encounter. It was an afternoon right after the rain, the air filled with the fresh scent of earth. She had been sitting in a cafe, leafing through a book, when suddenly a tall figure appeared in her line of sight. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Rain's voice was deep and warm, carrying a quiet yet undeniable charm. Leah looked up, and their eyes met. In that instant, she felt an attraction unlike anything she'd ever known, as if time itself had paused. "No, please, have a seat." She smiled softly, surprised at how calm she sounded beneath her poised exterior. After Ren sat down, their conversation flowed like a gentle stream, easy and natural. Leah soon discovered that Ren was not only striking in appearance, but also witty and charming in his speech. As they talked about their hobbies, Leah was surprised to learn that Ren also enjoyed reading and traveling. "What's your favorite book?" Ren asked, a spark of curiosity lighting up his eyes. "The Kite Runner. That book taught me so much," Leah answered without hesitation. Yet, in her heart, she wondered if Ren could truly understand such deep emotions. "I love that book too, especially the themes of friendship and redemption it conveys," Ren replied with a gentle smile, as if planting a seed in her heart. From that moment on, Leah and Ren's relationship began to warm and grow. Every time they met, Leah could sense the unique charm radiating from him, as if he possessed a mysterious power that drew her eyes and her heart toward him. "Do you know, sometimes I really doubt myself. Why am I so captivated by him?" Leah confided her confusion to Emily. "Maybe that's just the magic of love," Emily replied, her voice soft yet certain. "Some people simply make your heart race and make you crave being closer to them." Leah fell silent for a moment, memories of her time with Ren flickering through her mind. She recalled the day they went to the seaside together, the sun setting as waves gently lapped against the shore. Leah remembered Ren's smile, a smile that seemed to melt away all her worries. "But it feels like Ren doesn't really like me," Leah murmured suddenly, lowering her head, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Why would you say that?" Emily asked, puzzled. "He's always so busy, always seems to have something to take care of. Sometimes I feel like he only sees me as a friend." Leah's voice trembled slightly, her unease growing stronger. "You have to believe in yourself, Leah." Emily took her hand, her gaze steady and reassuring. "If he really has feelings for you, he'll make the first move." Leah looked up, a flicker of hope shining in her eyes. She decided she would no longer run away. She would take the initiative to understand Ren's feelings. A few days later, Leah invited Ren to a friend's gathering. The party was lively, filled with laughter and cheerful banter, but Leah felt a hint of nervousness. "Leah, you look beautiful tonight," Ren said as he walked over, his eyes shining with warmth. "Thank you, Ren," Leah replied, her heart racing, a soft blush blooming on her cheeks. "I'm really happy to be out with you," Ren said, his voice low and magnetic. "Sometimes, I really wish I could spend more time with you." Leah's heart leaped with joy, though anxiety quickly crept in. "Are you very busy?" she asked tentatively. "Yes, there are some things at work that need my attention, but I'll do my best to make time," Ren said, a hint of seriousness flickering in his eyes. "I understand. Your job is important," Leah replied with a gentle smile, though a trace of disappointment lingered in her heart. "But I also want to get to know you better." Ren's voice carried a quiet resolve. "I want to understand what your life is like, what your dreams are." Leah felt a wave of emotion rise within her, as if Ren's words were a ray of sunlight illuminating the hidden corners of her soul. Gathering her courage, she decided to open her heart to him. "In truth, I've been thinking a lot about my future. I want to be a writer, to create stories that truly move people," Leah said, her voice steady with conviction. "Then I'm sure you'll succeed." Admiration sparkled in Ren's eyes. "Your stories are bound to touch many hearts." The atmosphere at the gathering grew ever warmer, and Leah and Ren found themselves drawn into deeper conversation. They spoke of their dreams, the troubles of everyday life, and for a moment, it felt as if the distance between them was vanishing. "Leah, what are you thinking about?" Ivy's voice came from behind, breaking her reverie. Leah turned her head slowly, forcing a faint smile. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about what to draw." Ivy sat down beside her, concern in her gaze. "You can't keep letting yourself sink like this. Rain is just passing through your life. A heartbreak is nothing to get stuck on." "But I thought what we had was real," Leah murmured, her head bowed, voice as fragile as a fallen leaf in autumn. "Real? Leah, love is a game. Lose a few times and you'll understand." Ivy gave her shoulder a gentle pat, trying to offer some comfort. Leah lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "But I really love him. Every time I think of him with someone else, it feels like my heart is being torn apart." Ivy let out a sigh, clearly at a loss for how to help Leah's sorrow. "I know how you feel, but you can't let yourself drown in this pain forever. You need to learn to let go, to chase after your own dreams, like your art." "My art?" Leah gave a bitter laugh. How can I paint this kind of pain? My canvas is nothing but emptiness. Then use that emptiness to express your feelings. Ivy's tone was resolute. Turn your pain into the power to create. You're a genius, Leah. Don't let a relationship bring you down. A faint light flickered in Leah's eyes, as if Ivy's words had reached her, but soon her gaze dimmed again. But all my inspiration comes from Rain. Without him, my paintings have lost their meaning. You can create new meaning. Ivy's voice grew louder. Leah, life is more than just the pain you're feeling now. There's art. There's the future. You can't let the past keep you prisoner. Leah fell silent, though inside her, waves of emotion surged. Her fingers traced lightly over the canvas, as if she could still feel Rain's warmth. She remembered those days they spent together by the sea, sunlight spilling over them, their laughter echoing in her ears. That happiness was so vivid, yet now heartbreakingly out of reach. You know, Ivy's voice broke in her thoughts again. I've been through heartbreak too. For a while, I nearly fell apart. But then I realized, pain is temporary, but art is forever. How did you manage it? Leah finally couldn't help but ask. I started painting my struggles and pain. Ivy replied, a gentle smile lighting her face, her eyes glinting with resolve. Little by little, I found myself on the canvas. Each stroke became a conversation with my own heart. You can do it too. Looking at Ivy, Leah felt a warmth welling up inside her. She knew Ivy only wanted to help, but her heart was still tangled in sorrow. She wanted to run from all, but reality pressed her to face it. I'll try. At last, Leah managed to speak, though her voice was barely above a whisper. That's the spirit. A look of relief flashed in Ivy's eyes. Come on, pick up your brush, start your new journey. Leah took a deep breath and gripped the paintbrush tightly. Her hand began to move across the canvas, at first with aimless lines, but as her emotions surged, vague shapes slowly began to emerge. Look, this is the beginning, Ivy said, excitement in her voice. Pour your feelings into this painting. Let it become the place where your soul finds release. Leah closed her eyes, letting memories of Rain wash over her. Their laughter, their quarrels, all those countless tender nights. Her heart rose and fell with every sweep of her brush. Pain and joy intertwined, blooming into vibrant colors on the canvas. That's wonderful, yeah. See? The canvas is coming alive. Ivy's voice was like a melody, and for the first time, a hint of hope stirred in Leah's heart. But my heart still hurts, Leah's voice remained low. It's okay to hurt, Leah, Ivy said gently. But you have to learn to turn that pain into strength. Let it push you forward. You're an artist. Pain is part of your creation. Leah nodded, a flicker of understanding dawning in her heart. She continued to let her feelings flow onto the canvas, tears slipping down her cheeks, only to become the most beautiful colors in her painting. Time slipped by unnoticed, as the sunlight outside gradually sank toward the west and a peculiar atmosphere filled the room. On Leah's canvas, an emotionally charged painting slowly took shape. Though still a bit hazy, it brimmed with the breath of life. Yeah, this painting is beautiful, Ivy exclaimed with excitement. Look, you're starting to find yourself again. A gentle smile touched Leah's lips, and a wave of warmth filled her heart. Though she still couldn't forget Rain, she understood now that life must go on, and that art would be her truest way to express what she felt inside. Thank you, Ivy, Leah said gratefully. Without you, I might never have emerged from the shadow. That's what friends are for. Ivy gave her shoulder an encouraging pat, her eyes shining with support. Remember, there's still so much beauty in life waiting for you to discover. Are you saying Carl often comes home carrying the scent of another woman's perfume? Leah's voice trembled, her eyes flickering with tangled emotions. Yes, Leah, Mary answered softly, sympathy glimmering in her gaze. He's the castle's guardian knight. He can't help but interact with different women. You know how this world is full of rivalry and intrigue. Leah clenched her teeth, her heart churning with unease and anger. But he promised me. He swore he'd always be true. Were those just empty words? Mary sighed and shook her head. I don't want to disappoint you, Leah. I'm only telling you the truth. The world Carl lives in is complicated. He has to deal with all kinds of women, sometimes even enemy plots. Then why won't he tell me? Doesn't he think I have the right to know? Leah's voice rose, her anger burning in her chest. Maybe he wants to protect you, to spare you from worry, Mary offered, trying to defend Carl, though her voice carried a note of helplessness. Protect me? So protecting me means hiding the truth. Bursting with frustration, Leah stood up and strode to the window, gazing at the stars in the night sky, while her heart filled with loss and despair. Leah, calm down. Mary rose too, moving to her side in an attempt to soothe her. You know Carl isn't the kind of man who'd betray you. He's never done anything to hurt you. But the perfume on him is proof. Leah's voice was sharp, nearly tearing at the silence. I can't believe he'd have contact with other women, even for work. Mary fell silent for a moment, wondering how she could help Leah find calm. Perhaps you should talk to Carl. Ask him directly about what's been happening. Maybe he'll have an explanation. Leah turned around, her gaze unwavering. I will. I have to know the truth. Her voice was filled with determination. But be careful, Leah, Mary cautioned her. Carl's life is full of challenges, and unexpected trouble may arise. Leah nodded, but her resolve was already set. She wanted to face Carl, to hear his explanation for herself. In the quiet of the night, Leah finally summoned her courage. She left the castle and made her way toward Carl's training ground. The moonlight spilled across the earth, tracing the resolute rhythm of her footsteps. On the field, Carl was sparring with several knights, swords flashing in the pale light, their clashing ringing sharply through the air. Carl! Leah's voice swept across the training ground like a fresh breeze, breaking the tense atmosphere. Instantly, everyone paused and turned to look at her. Carl was momentarily surprised, but then a warm smile spread across his face. Leah, what brings you here? A gentle feeling welled up in Leah's heart, but she quickly suppressed it and asked calmly, I'd like to speak with you. Of course. Carl set his sword aside and approached her, concern written across his features. Is something wrong? I've heard you often come home carrying the scent of other women's perfume, Leah said, meeting his gaze, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Carl was caught off guard for a moment, his brow furrowing. Who told you that? Mary, Leah replied, a faint unease stirring inside her. She misunderstood, Carl said quietly, a flicker of complicated emotion in his eyes. The women around me are there for work. As a night guardian, I have to maintain a certain distance and professionalism with them. But Leah's voice was barely audible, and yet the unease in her heart remained. You never told me any of this. It feels like you're hiding something from me. Carl let out a sigh, his expression softening. It was never my intention to keep things from you. I just wanted to protect you. I don't want you tangled up in these complicated matters. Protect me? What I need is trust, not secrecy. Leah's tone was firm, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I understand how you feel. Carl's voice grew gentle as he reached out and took her hand in his, holding it tenderly. I would never betray you. No matter what happens, my heart belongs to you, and you alone. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Leah's anger slowly faded, though a trace of unease lingered. Then why didn't you tell me before? Because I was afraid you'd worry, afraid you'd suffer because of me, Carl said, regret etched deep in his eyes. I hope you can understand my reasons. Leah took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. I understand your responsibilities, but I also hope you'll respect my feelings. We're partners. We should trust each other. Carl nodded, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. You're right. I'll be more open with you. I want you to know everything about me, so you'll never have to feel uneasy again. Thank you, Carl. A wave of warmth rushed through Leah's heart. She smiled softly, though tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Just then, a commotion erupted on the other side of the training grounds. Several knights had gathered around a young maid, caught up in a heated argument. Tension gripped Leah's heart as she asked anxiously, What's going on? I'll go take a look. Carl immediately released Leah's hand and strode purposefully toward the disturbance. Leah hurried after him, an uneasy feeling gnawing at her. She caught sight of the maid's pale face, fear written plainly across her features. What are you doing? Carl demanded, his voice cold and edged with anger. She says she saw something suspicious outside the castle. One of the knights replied, his expression uneasy. Suspicious. Carl's brow knit in concern. He turned to the maid. Are you certain? The maid nodded, her voice trembling. Yes, I saw a shadow by the window. Someone seemed to be watching the castle. We need to act immediately. Carl's tone sharpened with authority as he swiftly issued commands to the knights. Split into teams and search the surrounding area. Leah's heart pounded with worry as she asked, Carl, are you going to? I have to. Determination flashed in Carl's eyes. He was ready for whatever challenge lay ahead. I'm coming with you, Leah declared without hesitation, her gaze burning with courage. Leah, it's dangerous, Carl protested, frowning in concern, trying to dissuade her. I won't let you face this alone. Leah's voice was firm, courage welling up inside her. Do you know something, Leah? Mary turned with a mischievous smile. Sometimes I feel like a singer on stage, performing tales of love and heartbreak. But honestly, isn't my life just one big act? Leah sat beside Mary, her fingers tapping softly on the bar as she pondered Mary's words. A shadow of worry flickered in her eyes. But Mary, what if we switched roles? Do you think your feelings would last? Oh, don't be so serious, Mary replied with a teasing laugh, a glint of challenge in her eyes. Come on, imagine this. If I were just an ordinary man and you were the singer, how do you think things would turn out? Leah frowned slightly, thinking it over before finally replying. Probably not more than 3 days. What? Mary's smile faded, a hint of unease appearing in her eyes. Because emotions are inherently fragile. Think about it. If you were a man surrounded by so many women vying for your attention, and I was the singer shining under the spotlight, some jealousy and insecurity would be inevitable. Leah's voice was steady and clear. Mary fell silent, her heart stirred by a wave of emotion. Ever since she was a child, she had longed to be a star on stage. Yet now, she found herself caught between reality and her dreams. Memories of former admirers came flooding back, moments that had made her heart flutter, and others that had left it shattered. You're right, Mary finally said, her voice low and subdued. I once believed that love was everlasting, but life has shown me how quickly things can change. So what do you think we should do? Leah's gaze softened as she tried to ease the anxiety in Mary's heart. I don't know. Mary gave a wry smile, her eyes glimmering with uncertainty. Maybe we need to be a little braver to face these ups and downs in our feelings. Brave, Leah echoed softly, as if tasting the word's meaning. Being brave doesn't mean being fearless. Sometimes, courage is about facing the fears buried deep inside us. Mary nodded, a gentle warmth blooming in her chest. She knew that Leah was someone who understood her, one of the few friends she had in this complicated world. I remember you once said that music is your best way to express yourself, Leah said suddenly. Why not try turning these emotions into a song? It might make you feel better. What could I possibly write about? Mary's lips curved into a faint smile, though anxiety lingered in her eyes. My life is so ordinary, nothing worthy of being sung. Ordinary doesn't mean uninteresting, Leah replied firmly. Everyone's life holds moments worth remembering. You just need to feel with your heart and dig into those delicate emotions. Mary felt a tremor within, as if Leah's words were a lantern casting light over the shadows in her heart. She began to recall those past moments, the ones that had set her pulse racing, and those that had brought tears streaming down her face. Maybe I could give it a try, Mary finally said, a spark of determination lighting up her eyes. Just then, the band on stage stopped playing. The musicians began adjusting their instruments, getting ready for the next song. Mary's heartbeat quickened in time with the shifting rhythm, as if the music itself was stirring ripples deep inside her. You see, that's what music does, Leah spoke softly, her gaze lingering on the stage. It lets us feel the emotions hidden in the depths of our hearts. Yes, music lets us forget all our worries. Mary sighed gently, her eyes shining with hope for the future. Come on, Mary, sing us a song, Leah encouraged, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Me? Mary's face registered a hint of surprise. I've never sung in front of so many people before. It's all right. We're all friends here, Leah replied with a gentle smile. Just sing as if it's only for yourself. A rush of emotion surged through Mary's heart. She stood up and walked toward the stage. Her heart pounded wildly, each step feeling like a new test of her courage. Standing at the very center of the stage, she could feel every gaze fixed upon her, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. Hello, everyone. I'm Mary. Her voice trembled slightly as it echoed through the microphone. Tonight, I'd like to share a song I wrote myself. The audience fell silent, their expectant eyes on her. Mary took a deep breath and closed her eyes, memories flashing through her mind. She began to sing. Softly, her voice growing steadier and stronger with each note. Every melody told a piece of her story. Every lyric carried the weight of her feelings. I once wandered in the darkness, searching for a glimmer of light. I once cried out in loneliness, yearning for love and warmth. As her song flowed, Mary felt a gradual release within her soul. She could sense the resonance from the audience, feel that deep, soul-stirring connection. Her voice swelled like a rising tide, carrying all her emotions and breaking through the barriers within her heart. As the final note faded into the air, Mary was filled with an unprecedented sense of relief and joy. She opened her eyes to see the audience's applause crashing over her like a wave. Right at the front, Leah beamed with pride. You did it, Mary, Leah shouted, her voice trembling with excitement, tears shimmering in her eyes. Thank you, Leah. Mary's voice quivered softly, her heart brimming with gratitude. She knew that this moment was not just a personal triumph, but also a testament to the deep friendship she shared with Leah. This is the power of music. It helps us find balance between love and pain, Leah said from the side, a wise light shining in her eyes. Leah, please listen to me. Ryan's voice rang out beside her, laced with urgency and unease. I don't want to hear it. You're always like this, always pushing me aside. Leah's voice was thick with hurt, tears welling up in her eyes. But I have my own struggles. Don't you know how busy I've been at work lately? Ryan's voice grew heated, emotions swirling in the air. Just then, Mary walked in, noticing the two locked in argument. She frowned slightly. She knew that Leah and Ryan's relationship had always been fragile, and today's quarrel seemed to be the last straw that would break the camel's back. What are you two doing? Mary interrupted their argument, her gaze stern as she looked at them both. It's nothing. We were just talking about something. Ryan tried to play down the situation, but there was a trace of unease in his voice. Talking? The way you two talk sound a lot more like arguing, Mary said calmly, her tone carrying an unmistakable authority. Leah lowered her head, not daring to meet Mary's eyes. In her heart, she knew that her argument with Ryan wasn't just about trivial matters. Deeper issues in their communication were at play. Leah, come here. Mary reached out her hand, inviting Leah to sit beside her. Leah hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over and took a seat next to Mary. You're both young, and setbacks in relationships are hurdles everyone must cross in life. Mary's voice softened as she gently patted Leah's back, offering her comfort. But you need to learn how to communicate, not just argue. I know, but Ryan just never seems to understand me. Leah looked up, tears glimmering in her eyes. I do understand you, but why do you always have to back me into a corner? Ryan came over as well, a hint of grievance in his eyes. Both of you, calm down. Mary's voice cut through their quarrel once again. Let's take a step back and look at the issue. Leah, what is it about Ryan that disappoints you? Leah took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. I feel like he always puts his work first and never makes time for me. Sometimes I honestly feel like I'm just a shadow, completely overlooked. I don't do it on purpose. I've got work pressures too, and I just want to give you a better life, Ryan explained, his voice tinged with helplessness. But love isn't just about material things. Leah's voice rose a little. What I need is your company and understanding, not a pile of money. You're right, but I hope you can understand my situation. Ryan's tone softened with a hint of pleading. I'm working hard for our future, too. Mary listened quietly, turning things over in her mind. She knew that young people's relationships often became fragile for lack of communication. Determined to help them find a solution, she spoke up. I'd like to offer you both some advice, Mary finally said, her tone gentle yet firm. Try having a deep, honest conversation instead of arguing. Say how you truly feel and listen to each other. Leah and Ryan exchanged a glance, both seeming to realize that this might be a good idea. So how do we start? Leah asked, a note of anticipation in her voice. Speak from your feelings and tell each other what you need, Mary replied. For example, Leah, you can let Ryan know that you'd like him to spend more time with you. And Ryan, you can share with Leah the pressure you're feeling at work. Leah nodded, gathering her thoughts before she spoke. Ryan, I hope you can understand the anxiety I sometimes feel. I'm not asking you to give up your job. I just wish you could carve out some time to be with me, even if it's simply having a meal together or just talking for a while. Ryan listened intently, his eyes filled with understanding. I get it, Leah. Honestly, I want to spend more time with you too. It's just that sometimes the pressure from work is overwhelming. I'll do my best to understand the stress you're under at work, but I also hope you can recognize how I'm feeling, Leah said softly, her voice gentler now as her feelings of hurt gradually faded away. I promise I'll try to manage my time better and be there for you more, Ryan replied with a gentle smile, a warm light shining in his eyes. That's exactly right, Mary nodded approvingly. Communication is the key to resolving problems. Don't let misunderstandings or arguments damage your relationship. After a week of silence, Leah finally decided to meet Ryan. The decision was like a pebble dropped into the calm lake of her heart, sending out ripples that disturbed her stillness. The doorbell rang, sharp and clear. Leah's heart skipped a beat. She walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened it. Ryan, she murmured, his name catching in her throat, her eyes filled with a swirl of emotions. Leah, Ryan's gentle smile was as bright as sunshine, instantly dispelling the gloom that had settled in Leah's heart. He stood a little awkwardly in the doorway, as if unsure how to handle this long-awaited reunion. What brings you here? Leah pressed her lips together, trying to hide her excitement. I climbed up the fire escape. I wanted to surprise you. Ryan's voice had a playful edge, yet there was a sincerity in his tone that couldn't be missed. You really are a fool, Leah said with a small shake of her head, though warmth bloomed in her chest. It's so high up. What if you'd fallen? I wouldn't, Ryan interrupted, his gaze steady. I just wanted to see you. A blush crept over Leah's cheeks, her heart swirling with emotions she could hardly name. She stepped aside to let Ryan in, thinking to herself that in some ways, this boy had never really changed. How have you been lately? Leah searched for something to say, hoping to ease the tension between them. I've been all right, just busy studying for exams, Ryan replied, his eyes drifting around the room as if searching for something. He paused, turning to Leah. And you? I heard you took part in that art exhibition. I finished a painting, and it actually turned out pretty well. Leah's voice grew softer, her eyes shining with a deep love for art. I'd love to see it, Rain said earnestly, anticipation lighting up his gaze. Of course. A warmth blossomed in Leah's heart, as if his words had kindled a hidden passion within her. The two of them sat by the window, moonlight streaming through the curtains and casting a gentle glow over them. A subtle tension hung in the air. Leah slowly took her painting out of her bag and handed it to Rain. This is my latest piece, she said, her voice trembling ever so slightly, filled with hope. Rain took the painting, studying it for a moment, admiration gleaming in his eyes. It's beautiful, Leah. You're truly gifted. Thank you. Leah's face lit up with a smile, though she quickly grew serious again. But, actually, this painting reflects a struggle within me. A struggle? Rain's brow furrowed gently. What are you struggling with? Leah fell silent for a while, before finally gathering the courage to speak. I'm not a little girl anymore. I want to be understood, not treated as an ignorant child. Rain's expression turned solemn as he regarded her, considering her words. I understand how you feel, but no matter how you change, in my heart, you'll always be the brave Leah I know. But what I need is someone mature, not a little boy. Leah's voice rose, her emotions growing intense. I know. I'll do my best. Rain's eyes were resolute. I want you to see a better version of me. Can you really do that? Leah looked at him with uncertainty, her heart restless. I will. Rain nodded firmly, his tone full of conviction. For you, I'm willing to give everything. Leah was deeply moved by his words, though she was reluctant to trust too easily. But Rain, the distance between us isn't something that can be bridged overnight. I'm not afraid of distance, Rain replied, his voice low and resolute. As long as you're willing, I'll always be by your side. Tears glimmered in Leah's eyes as she struggled to steady her emotions. But I'm no longer the little girl who depended on you. I know. Rain's voice softened. I want us to grow together, to face whatever the future brings. A surge of warmth filled Leah's heart as she gazed at the boy before her, both familiar and strange, feeling a wave of emotion. Rain, do you really mean it? Edo. Rain looked at her with unwavering sincerity, his eyes shining with honesty. At that moment, Leah's phone rang, cutting their conversation short. She glanced at the screen and saw a message from her friend Xiaoxue. With a resigned sigh, Leah prepared to reply. What's wrong? Ryan asked, concern in his voice. It's Xiaoxue. She wants me to go to a party, Leah replied, her brow furrowing slightly as she hesitated. Go on. Don't let yourself miss out on any opportunity, Ryan encouraged, his tone warm and supportive. But Leah hesitated, unsure what to decide. You need to spend time with your friends and enjoy life, Ryan said, a hopeful glimmer in his eyes. I'll wait for you to come back. Leah felt a gentle warmth inside her at his support. She nodded, deciding to attend the party. Rising from her seat, she made her way to the door, then turned back to Ryan and said, I'll be back as soon as I can. I'll be here waiting, Ryan replied with a steady smile, his eyes full of determination. Leah, what's on your mind? Mary pulled out a chair and sat across from her, her brow creased with concern as if she sensed Leah's troubles. It's nothing, Leah answered with a faint smile, trying to mask the turmoil inside, but her voice betrayed a hint of weariness. Mary sighed, her gaze tender with worry. It's about you and Ryan. I know things haven't been going well between you two lately. Is he really that bad? It's not him. It's me. Leah lowered her head and spoke softly, a wave of bitterness rising in her heart. She recalled her arguments with Ryan, the harsh words that cut deep like blades. You two always seem to get stuck in the same cycle, back and forth, Mary said, shaking her head helplessly. I know he cares about you, but he's so self-absorbed sometimes. It can be hard to take. I know. Leah looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears. But I don't want to keep going like this. It feels like I'm trapped in an endless loop. Just then, the cafe door swung open and Ryan walked in, looking a little flustered. His eyes swept the room until they fell on Leah. The instant he saw her, a rush of complicated feelings surged within him, guilt mingling with longing. Leah, can I talk to you? Ryan's voice was tense, almost as if he feared she would refuse. I don't want to talk, Leah replied, turning her head away and doing her best to seem indifferent. Please, just hear me out. Ryan's tone was pleading as he stepped closer, his voice nearly a whisper. I know I made mistakes, but I really care about you. Care? Do you know how much your so-called caring has hurt me? Leah's voice rose, her tears finally breaking free and streaming down her cheeks. You always say you care, but every single time, I'm the one patching up your wounds. I'll change, I promise. There was a tremor in Rain's voice, as if he were swept up by her emotion. He took a deep breath and went on. I'll pay the price for my mistakes. I'll show you I can be different. Mary stood silently to the side, quietly watching, worry gnawing at her heart for Leah's sake. She knew Rain's promises didn't come lightly, but she could see the sincerity in his eyes at this moment. And what exactly is this price you speak of? Leah's words dripped with sarcasm. Is it asking me to keep enduring your recklessness and selfishness? No, that's not it. I'll do my best to understand you, to cherish you. Rain stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. I'll show you a whole new me. A whole new you? Leah let out a cold, mirthless laugh, her eyes glinting with disdain. How many times have you said that? And what happens every time? I'm always left standing right where I started. This time is different. Rain's tone grew urgent. I'm willing to give up everything for this, if you'll just give me one more chance. A chance. Leah's voice softened, uncertainty flickering in her chest. Memories of the past rose up, Rain's tenderness, his caring. Though these recollections were laced with pain, there had been moments of happiness too. I'll prove my resolve with actions. Rain pressed on. I'll go with you to the places you love, listen to whatever you want to say, and even, he paused, determination shining in his eyes. I'll do anything for you. Leah's heart trembled. She wanted to refuse, but the words tangled on her tongue. She looked at Rain, torn and unsure. Leah, listen to me. Mary finally couldn't hold back and interjected. Rain's right. Growth always comes at a price. Maybe you should give him a chance. Let him prove himself. Leah's voice was barely above a whisper, her heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. She didn't want to face disappointment again, but she couldn't bring herself to give up on what they had, either. I promise, I'll cherish you, Rain said, his voice low and unwavering. I won't hurt you again, never again. Leah took a deep breath, struggling to steady herself. She wanted to believe him, but the fear inside her made her hesitate. If you really want to change, then start now. Leah finally spoke, her tone laced with a quiet resolve. What I want to see is action, not empty promises. I will. Hope flickered in Rain's eyes. He reached out, wanted to take her hand. I'll prove my determination with what I do. Leah hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she reached out and gently took Rain's hand. In that instant, it felt as if every barrier between them had crumbled, and all her tension and anxiety melted away. Let's start over, Leah whispered, her eyes shimmering with tears, not of sorrow, but of being deeply moved. I'll cherish you, Rain replied, his voice tender yet resolute, his gaze filled with hope for the future. I hope you truly mean that. Leah gave a faint smile. Doubt no longer weighed down her heart. What she felt now was anticipation for what lay ahead. I don't know what to say. At last, Rain broke the silence, his words barely above a murmur, heavy and stifled, as though the very air pressed in around him. Leah sighed softly, her face reflecting a swirl of complex emotions. Me neither. What's happened between us? It's been such a mess. Her voice was gentle, but carried a note of determination. I shouldn't have punished you with magic. Violence is never the way to solve our problems. A jolt ran through Rain's heart as his mind drifted back to that day. He remembered being bound by Leah's magic, the helplessness and despair, like being trapped in a dark abyss. I understand now, but I was at fault too, he said slowly, his eyes growing steadier. I should have been more honest with you, especially with you. Leah lifted her head, meeting Rain's gaze, her eyes flickering with emotion. Honest? What do you mean? You knew how I felt about you, yet you chose to keep things from me. I didn't mean to. Rain's voice rose, growing more agitated. I was afraid of losing you, afraid you'd leave me because of my past. But by doing that, you only made me more disappointed. Leah's voice sharpened, emotion rising to match his. I need you to trust me, even when it comes to your past. I want to stand by you, support you, not punish you. Do you really think you can? Doubt crept into Rain's tone as his long-buried fears resurfaced. I made so many mistakes. My past feels like a mountain pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I don't care about your past, Leah replied, her words firm yet gentle. What matters to me is the choices you make now. You have to believe me. I'll stay by your side until the day you're ready to open that door. A warmth bloomed in Rain's heart. He looked at Leah, his eyes glistening with gratitude. But what if I can't change? Change doesn't happen overnight. Leah smiled softly, hope shining in her eyes. As long as you're willing to try, willing to face your flaws, I'll stay with you. Together, we can find our way out of the shadows. Rain felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever known. His heartbeat gradually steadied, as if Leah's words were rays of sunlight, sweeping away the shadows in his heart. I'll try to face it, I'll try to change. He took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. Thank you, Leah. This isn't just my effort alone. Leah smiled gently, the gloom on her face seeming to lift as well. We're friends, aren't we? Friends are meant to support each other. Friends. Rain echoed the word softly, a wave of warmth rising within him. Suddenly, he realized that Leah was not only his friend, but also his spiritual anchor. Gratitude and guilt welled up in his heart. I shouldn't have hidden my feelings from you before. Are you willing to tell me now? Leah's gaze was soft and full of hope, as though she were waiting for Rain's answer. Rain's heart raced, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. I've always cared about you. I want to be with you. A brilliant smile bloomed on Leah's face, like sunlight breaking through the clouds and pouring into her heart. Me too, Rain. I've been waiting for you to say that. Just then, the balcony door swung open, and Leah's mother stepped outside, interrupting their conversation. Leah, what are you two talking about? It's nothing, Mom. Leah smiled, the blush still lingering on her cheeks. We were just discussing something. Oh, all right. Leah's mother paused, a little surprised, but didn't press further. She turned and went back inside. The balcony fell quiet again. Rain and Leah's eyes met, and in that moment, they both understood each other's feelings. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting its gentle glow on them, as if blessing their reconciliation. Can we try again? Rain finally summoned the courage to break the silence. I want to face the future's challenges with you. Leah nodded, determination shining in her eyes. Of course we can. As long as we trust each other, nothing can stand in our way. Hope filled Rain's heart. He reached out and gently took Leah's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. Thank you, Leah. I'll do my best to be better. Leah, there's something I want to tell you. Rain's voice was low, each word heavy with emotion. Leah looked up, a flicker of unease in her eyes. What is it, Rain? You look so serious. I've done things lately that even I can't forgive myself for. Rain's voice trembled, his heart churning like stormy seas, impossible to calm. What is it? Leah's brows knitted tightly together, as if she sensed an ominous revelation approaching. I cheated on you. Ryan finally summoned the courage to look Leah in the eye, his heart heavy with pain and regret. What did you say? Leah's voice shot up, shock and fury battling for dominance. Her hands clenched instinctively, her nails digging deep into her palms. I know I betrayed you. I am truly sorry. Ryan's voice was hoarse, his eyes glassy with unshed tears. In that moment, I lost all sense of reason, and I've been consumed with guilt ever since. Leah's face drained of color, as if she'd been struck by lightning, all strength leaving her body. She lowered her head and took a deep breath, struggling to regain her composure. Do you understand what this means, Ryan? You destroyed what we had. I know. Ryan replied desperately, his tone racked with despair. I'm willing to pay any price, if only you could forgive me. Forgive you? Leah let out a cold, bitter laugh, her eyes blazing with righteous anger. Do you really think I can forgive you so easily? You've made me feel worthless in your eyes. It's not like that, Leah. Ryan's voice was nearly a plea. I never meant to hurt you. I lost myself in that moment. I just didn't know what to do. Tears spilled from Leah's eyes. She wiped them away with force, fighting to keep herself composed. Ryan, do you think an apology can fix everything? You've shattered my trust, and you've destroyed our future together. I'll do everything I can to fix this. I'll prove it to you. Ryan's voice brimmed with determination. I'm willing to change for you. I'll do anything. Anything. Leah's tone was cold, almost as if she were testing the weight of Ryan's promises. Do you really think you can do that? Can you truly change? I will. There was a hint of desperation in Ryan's voice. His hands gripped the edge of the table, as if clinging to his last fragment of hope. I'll prove that I love you, that I'll give everything for you. Leah fell silent, the struggle within her almost suffocating. Memories of their happiest moments flooded her mind, those sweet times now cutting her heart like a blade. Ryan, I need time, Leah finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. Time? Are you saying you still want to be with me? A flicker of hope flashed in Ryan's eyes, but it was swiftly drowned by anxiety. I don't know. Leah shook her head, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. I just feel like the trust between us is broken. I don't know how to face you anymore. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I'll wait for you, Rain said, his voice steady and gentle, as if he were making a vow. Leah lifted her head, a note of resolve shining in her eyes. No, Rain, I can't keep relying on you. I want to go to the academy far away, to become more independent. I don't want to be taken care of anymore. You want to leave for the distant academy? Rain was taken aback, an uneasy feeling rising in his chest. Why do you have to leave me? Because I need to find myself. Leah's gaze was unwavering, her resolve clear. I can't let myself be tied down by you or by anyone else. I have to learn to live on my own. But I don't want to lose you, Rain replied, his voice laced with helplessness and pain. I've already lost so much. I can't bear to lose you too. Rain, loss is a reality we all have to face, Leah said softly, a hint of sorrow in her tone. I can't let you control my life anymore. I need time to think, to rediscover who I am. Have you truly decided to go? Rain's voice was low, weighed down by sorrow and despair. He stared at her, his eyes brimming with disappointment and hopelessness. He seemed to sense what was coming, yet he couldn't bring himself to accept it. Yes, I made up my mind. Leah's voice was firm and composed, her eyes shining with determination and courage. It was clear that she had made an unshakable decision. Her tone left no room for doubt or retreat. I hope you can understand my choice, she continued, her gaze steady as if trying to convey the depths of her heart. She knew her decision might be controversial, but she was certain it was the right path, the path she needed to take. Leah's expression was solemn, imbued with a sense of responsibility and purpose for the future. She believed her choice would lead to something positive, and she was willing to work for it. She hoped Rain could understand and support her, and walk alongside her on this journey. The entire scene was thick with tension and anticipation. Leah's resolute attitude was deeply moving, revealing a mature, confident, and independent spirit, one that sparked curiosity and hope for her future. I will try to understand, but it will hurt, Rain murmured, the pain of his inner struggle barely concealed in his quiet voice. I know. Tears shimmered in Leah's eyes, but her resolve remained unshaken. But I have to live for myself. Rain fell silent, his heart heavy with resignation and despair. He knew Leah's decision couldn't be changed, and all that was left for him was to accept it quietly. I'll always support you, no matter where you go. Rain finally spoke, his voice tinged with resignation. I hope you'll find your true self. Thank you, Rain. Leah offered a faint smile, though sadness shimmered in her eyes. I hope you find happiness that belongs to you too. A heavy, complicated air settled between them. Deep down, both knew there was no going back to what they once had. Leah stood up, ready to leave this place filled with memories. Leah, are you really going? Xiao Ai's voice trembled, tears welling up and threatening to spill over. I have to chase after my dreams, Xiao Ai. Leah smiled gently, doing her best to appear strong. This is just the beginning. I'll come back to visit you all often. But who will have a drink with me now? Xiao Ai tried to sound lighthearted, hoping to ease the tension in the room. I'll message you, video call you. Promise you'll never feel alone. Leah squeezed Xiao Ai's hand, holding on to her warmth. Just then, Rain walked over, his expression grave, as though he was struggling to keep his emotions in check. Yeah, I want to talk to you. Of course, Rain. Leah turned, her eyes flickering with both anticipation and unease. Have you really decided to leave? Rain's voice was low, carrying a trace of helplessness. Yes, I need to follow my dream. Leah sighed softly, her heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. I'll miss everything here, especially you. So will I. Rain's voice quivered as he tried to steady himself. But I don't know what I'll do when you're gone. You'll find your way, Rain. Leah looked at him with gentle reassurance, hoping to comfort him. You have so many friends and so much left to do. But I wish you would stay. Rain's eyes flashed with determination. I could go with you, or maybe you could reconsider. Rain, Leah's tone softened, but her resolve was clear. This is the path I have to take. I can't give it up for anyone. Don't you get it? Rain suddenly raised his voice, his eyes blazing with anger and heartbreak. I love you, Leah. I don't want to lose you. Their friends fell silent, the tension thick in the air. Xiao Ai clapped her hand to her mouth, trying to stifle her shock. Rain, Leah's heart skipped a beat. She had never expected Rain to confess so openly. I don't know how to respond. You only need to tell me. Are you willing to stay? Rain's voice softened, filled with hope. I promise I'll do everything I can to make you happy. Leah's heart was torn. She longed to chase her dreams, yet she couldn't bear the thought of hurting Rain. I'm truly grateful to you, Rain, but I need to explore the unknown world. Are you really leaving? There was despair in Rain's voice. If you go, we may never see each other again. We can keep in touch. I'll come back to visit, I promise. Leah tried to comfort him, but she knew that no words could bridge the growing distance between them. Just then, Carl approached, his expression a little tense. Sorry to interrupt, but I have an announcement to make. What is it? Xiao Ai asked, her curiosity piqued. I proposed to Mary, and she said yes. Carl's face broke into a radiant smile, as if the tension around him had completely vanished. Wow, that's amazing. Xiao Ai jumped up in excitement, hurrying to embrace Mary. Congratulations to you both. Thank you all. Mary's face glowed with happiness, though a trace of worry flickered in her eyes. But I wish Leah could be here too, to witness our happiness. I'm so glad you found each other, Leah said with a gentle smile, though a pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. She knew she was about to leave this familiar place behind, setting out toward an uncertain future. Leah, we truly hope you'll stay, Carl said sincerely. We're really going to miss you. I'll miss you all. I really will. Leah's voice caught in her throat. But I have to go. I hope you can understand. I do understand, but that doesn't make it any easier, Rain said helplessly. I just hope you've thought it through. I have, Rain. Determination shone in Leah's eyes. I can't stop moving forward. I'll wait for you to come back, Rain said quietly, as if trying to convince himself. No matter how long it takes, I'll be here. Thank you, Rain. Warmth welled up in Leah's heart. I'll come back as soon as I can. At that moment, the ship's whistle sounded, cutting their conversation short. Leah's heart clenched. The moment of parting had finally arrived. Everyone, we don't have much time, Xiao AI said anxiously. We need to hurry. Leah took a deep breath, steadying herself. She turned and hugged each friend tightly, finally stopping in front of Rain. Goodbye, Rain, she whispered, her eyes shimmering with tears. Goodbye, Leah. There was a deep reluctance in Ryan's voice as his hands gripped her shoulders tightly. Remember what I told you. I'll be waiting for you. Ron, I know you'll love tonight's opera. Benjamin smiled at Ron from across the room while adjusting the sound system, a note of anticipation in his voice. I hope so. Ron lifted his head, his gaze wandering across the paintings on the wall, but his expression was distant, distracted. The pain of Leah's departure still gnawed at him, slicing through his heart like a sharpened blade. You know, music can heal everything. Benjamin walked over and gave Ron's shoulder a gentle pat, trying to offer some warmth. But right now, I just want to be alone. Ron's voice was low, edged with helplessness. His fingers traced absent-minded patterns on the armrest of the sofa, as if searching for some kind of comfort. But you can't go on like this forever. There was a newfound firmness in Benjamin's tone. He knew Ron needed help, but didn't know quite how to reach him. I just need time to process all of this. A flash of anger flickered in Ron's eyes. You don't understand. I lost Leah. She was the most important person in my life. I know how much she meant to you, but you can't shut yourself off from the world. Benjamin's voice grew more urgent. I invited you to the opera because I want you to step out of the shadows, to find joy in life again. Joy. Ron let out a bitter laugh. Joy died a long time ago for me. What could an opera possibly give me? The dazzling stage, the beautiful melodies, they can't fill the emptiness inside me. But you can't just let yourself go like this. Benjamin's voice rose, his emotions spilling over. You're my friend. I can't stand by and watch you fall apart. Friend. Ron's eyes turned cold and sharp. Is that what you call a friend? Someone who tries to drag me out of my pain when I can barely breathe? You don't understand what I'm going through. I don't understand. Benjamin shot back, anger flaring in his eyes, his face tense. I've known loss too, the kind that makes you feel utterly hopeless. I know that pain, but I chose to face it, not run from it. That's your choice, not mine. Ron rose to his feet, fists clenched tight at his sides, as if holding back a storm of rage. I don't want to argue. I just want to be left alone. And what good will that do? There was a hint of resignation in Benjamin's voice. If you keep running away, you're only going to make yourself suffer even more. I don't need your lectures. Ron's words cut like a knife, wounding Benjamin to the core. Turning away, Ron made for the door, desperate to escape the suffocating air of the room. Ron, wait. Benjamin hurried after him, grabbing his wrist. I don't want to lose you as a friend. Lose me? A flicker of sarcasm crossed Ron's eyes. You have no idea what I've already lost. I know, you lost Leah. But you still have a future. Benjamin's voice was full of pleading. I don't want to watch you drown in your pain. I hope you can start over. Start over? Ron's voice was low and heavy with sorrow. How could I possibly start over? Her shadow lingers in my heart, haunting me. I can't escape it. You have to learn to let go. There was a trace of desperation in Benjamin's tone. Only by letting go can you embrace a new life. Let go. How am I supposed to let go? Ron's words were laced with anger and grief. Does letting go mean abandoning my love for her? Abandoning all those beautiful memories? It's not about abandoning. It's about learning to accept. Benjamin drew a deep breath, struggling to steady his voice. Leah's gone. That's the truth. But you can't let that truth destroy your whole life. Easy for you to say. There was a bitter irony in Ron's words. You'll never truly understand the pain I feel inside. Maybe I can't understand it completely, but I'm willing to face it with you. Benjamin's reply was unwavering, a quiet strength in his voice. I'll stay by your side, for as long as it takes for you to step out of this shadow. Ron froze. Inside, he was torn, as if two forces were pulling him apart. Slowly, his gaze softened, and the fire of anger within him seemed to fade. Would you really stay with me? Ron's voice was low and gentle now, his eyes reflecting a flicker of vulnerability. Of course. Benjamin offered a small, reassuring smile, his eyes shining with conviction. We're friends. I'll walk this difficult road with you. Thank you. There was a note of gratitude in Ron's voice. He realized he wasn't truly alone. He still had a friend willing to stand by him. Night fell, and the city lights gradually blinked to life. Rain sat by the window, gazing out at the street, his heart weighed down by loss. Leah's departure was like an invisible wound, aching quietly within him at every moment. He took a deep breath, trying to chase away the gloom, but it was no use. At that moment, he thought of Benjamin, the friend who always managed to give him strength. Benjamin. Rain dialed the number, his voice trembling. Rain, what's wrong? Benjamin's voice was clear and warm, though tinged with a hint of busyness. I just want to talk, Rain replied softly, his words barely more than a whisper, almost lost himself. Sure, but I have something to take care of tonight. I'm going to the opera with Ron, Benjamin replied, a hint of apology in his voice. The opera? I want to go too, Ryan said eagerly, longing for the comfort of a friend's company. I'm sorry, Ryan. We're seeing a rather sad opera tonight, and I don't think it's the best thing for you right now. Benjamin's tone was firm, yet there was an undercurrent of helplessness. I don't care. I just don't want to be alone, Ryan pleaded, his voice almost desperate. Ryan, you have to learn to face your feelings. You can't always lean on others. Benjamin's voice became calm, almost cold. That's easy for you to say. Right now, I feel like a ship lost at sea, drifting with no direction. Ryan burst out, his emotions spiraling out of control. I understand how you feel, but you have to pull yourself together. Life won't stop just because you lost Leah. There was a sharpness to Benjamin's words, a tough kind of concern. You don't understand me at all. You never will. Ryan shouted, slamming down the phone, anger and disappointment flooding his heart. He gripped his phone so tightly his knuckles turned white, filled with resentment toward Benjamin. Why was it that, at his lowest moment, his friend chose to leave him? A nameless fury burned inside him, threatening to consume what little hope he had left. Just then, his phone buzzed again, a message from Benjamin. I know you're upset, but I hope you can understand. Let's talk another time. Ryan stared coldly at the message, tangled in a web of emotions. He had no desire to reply. The more he thought of Benjamin's indifference, the more wronged he felt. Tears rolled down his cheeks, as if all his sorrow had finally burst free. He stood up and walked to the mirror. Staring at his haggard reflection, he felt a wave of helplessness. He decided he would no longer depend on Benjamin. He had to find his own way out. Gathering himself, he stepped outside and wandered aimlessly through the streets. The city lights flickered in the night, people hurried by, yet Ryan felt completely out of place in this world. He ducked into a bar, hoping to drown his sorrows in a drink. Behind the counter, the bartender was busy mixing cocktails, the music drifting through the air, casting a hazy, intoxicating spell. A strong drink, please, Ryan said to the bartender, his voice low and weary. You look like you could use some comfort, the bartender replied with a gentle smile, quickly pouring him a drink. Ryan took the glass, drew a deep breath, and tossed it back in one gulp. The burning liquor seared his throat, bringing a brief, numbing relief. But trailing close behind was an even deeper emptiness and loneliness. What's wrong? A girl sitting nearby noticed the sadness etched on his face and reached out to him. It's nothing, just a bit of trouble on my mind. Rain forced a smile, trying his best to hide the pain churning inside him. If you'd like, you can talk to me about it. The girl's voice was gentle yet firm, as if it could cut through the gloom clouding Rain's heart. I just lost someone I cared about deeply. Rain's voice was low, and his eyes shimmered with the threat of tears. Breakups are always painful, but life keeps moving forward, the girl said softly, her eyes filled with understanding and sympathy. How would you know? Rain retorted before he could stop himself, a wave of frustration rising in his chest. I've been through something similar. It hurt a lot, but I realized that letting go is the only way to be free. The girl offered a faint smile, her gaze unwavering. Rain fell silent, her words striking a chord deep within him. He remembered what Benjamin had told him, and a sense of self-reflection swept over him. Maybe it was time to learn to face these emotions, instead of always running away. Thank you. Rain finally spoke, a note of gratitude coloring his voice. It's nothing. Just remember, life will always bring new hope. The girl gave his shoulder a gentle pat, before turning and walking away. Rain watched her as she left, a wave of warmth rising in his chest. He realized then that he wasn't alone. There were always moments of kindness in life, quietly supporting him. Maybe it was time to let go of his burdens and try to begin anew. He raised his glass again, swirling it gently. The liquor rippled inside, reflecting the turbulence of his thoughts. Yet, even as the pain lingered, Rain felt a calm begin to settle over him. The road ahead was long, and he knew he needed the courage to keep moving forward. "One more, please," Rain said to the bartender, a small flicker of hope lighting in his heart. Meanwhile, outside on the street, Benjamin and Ron were making their way toward the opera house. Music drifted from afar, carrying with it a mournful melody. As they walked, Ron asked, "Benjamin, do you think Rain will come?" "I hope he can pull himself together, but I also know he needs time," Benjamin replied, resignation in his tone. "He'll understand. Sometimes letting go is its own kind of love," Ron said softly, understanding in his eyes. "Yeah, but I just wish there was more I could do for him," Benjamin sighed, his heart tangled with complicated emotions. Lena was in high spirits, as free as a bird, humming a cheerful tune. She twirled her magic wand in her hand, as if it were a sparkling microphone. Her laughter rang out, clear and bright, bringing the quiet night to life. "Hey everyone, come on over. Let's sing together," Lena called out, her voice brimming with boundless energy. Her voice was like a gentle spring breeze, warm and enchanting, instantly captivating everyone in the base. The team members who had been gathered in the meeting room discussing their mission were drawn out by her singing, one after another, moving toward her. "Lena, what kind of mischief are you up to this time?" A burly man with a scruffy beard stepped forward, a teasing grin tugging at his lips. This was Keel, the battle expert of the Night Walkers Guild, straightforward, jovial, and always the life of the party. "I'm Sinun, Keel. Don't you want to join me?" Lena blinked playfully, lifting her magic staff high with an air of mystery, as if inviting everyone to a grand performance. "Singing? I've never seen you show off that kind of talent before." Keel chuckled, shaking his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Still, I'd love to see what you can do with a bunch of roughnecks like us." "Come on, Keel. If you're brave enough, I'll turn you into a superstar on stage," Lena taunted, her fearless smile daring him to accept her challenge. By now, the other members were gathering as well. Emily, a gentle-hearted mage, spoke softly. "Lena, I truly think you're talented. Your singing always brings us so much joy." "Thank you, Emily." Lena beamed at her, then turned to the rest of the group. "Everyone, let's all join in. Tonight, we'll sing our hearts out. I'll give it a shot." At that moment, Jack, the young warrior, stepped forward, his face alight with excitement. He had always admired Lena's courage and talent, and today was no exception. The spark of bravery ignited within him. "Jack, care to challenge me?" Lena arched an eyebrow, her tone full of playful provocation. "Of course. I'm not afraid of you," Jack replied without hesitation, lifting his chin, determination shining in his eyes. "All right, let's have ourselves a singing showdown," Lena said eagerly, then turned to face everyone. "Are you all ready?" With Lena's rallying call, the onlookers burst into applause, and the atmosphere instantly filled with energy. Not to be outdone, Keel raised his hands and shouted, "Come on, Lena, show us what you've got." "Okay, I'll go first." Lena took a deep breath, and her voice flowed out like a clear mountain stream, launching into a lively tune. Her singing was bright and infectious, like silver bells ringing beneath a starlit sky, making everyone want to join in with her. "That was wonderful," Emily murmured, her eyes shining with admiration. "Amazing," Jack exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement as he tried to keep up with Lena's rhythm. "Join in, everyone," Lena called out between verses, her face alight with joy. Her voice seemed imbued with magic, gradually drawing everyone in, until each person present was swept up in her song. "Let's sing together," Keel shouted, his voice booming as he began to dance along with Lena's rhythm. The others soon joined in, and in an instant, the entire courtyard was swept up in a wave of joy and laughter. Suddenly, a deep, resonant alarm echoed from the depths of the base, abruptly shattering the cheerful mood. Everyone froze where they stood, the smiles on their faces suspended in the air. "What's going on?" Emily frowned, her gaze darting among the group. "It's the alarm. Looks like we've got company." Keel's expression turned grave as he spun on his heel and raced toward the conference room. "We need to get ready now." Lena's voice was suddenly serious, the festive atmosphere vanishing, replaced by a tense anticipation. "Everyone split up. I'll go check what's happening," Keel commanded, his face set with the resolve of someone ready for battle. "I'm coming with you," Jack called out without hesitation, determination flashing in his eyes. "Count me in too." Emily followed close behind, her heart pounding with worry, but she knew that as a night walker, vigilance was always essential. "I'll stay here and make sure the base is secure." Lena thought quickly. Part of her longed to join the others, but she knew her magic was the best protection the base had. "Be careful, Lena." Emily turned back, concern shining in her eyes. "Don't worry, I'll keep this place safe," Lena replied with a firm nod, watching as her friends hurried away. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Lena stood alone in the empty courtyard, a storm of emotions swirling in her chest. The echoes of laughter and music seemed to linger in the air, but now they were replaced by a blanket of tension. "Please come back safe," Lena whispered, clutching her magic staff tightly as she offered up a silent prayer. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps rang out from afar, and Lena's heart leapt into her throat. She looked up to see Keel and Jack rushing back, their faces etched with urgency. "Lena, quick! The enemy is closing in." Keel panted, his voice sharp with alarm. "What should we do?" Lena asked, a thread of unease tugging at her. "We have to get our defenses up now," Jack said anxiously. "They could already be at the edge of the base." "Lena, are you ready?" Benjamin stood atop a large stone, a wand glowing with blue light in his hand and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. His voice brimmed with excitement, as though a grand performance was about to begin. I don't know." Lena lowered her head, a trace of hesitation flickering across her face. Her fingers absent-mindedly brushed the magical chessboard beside her, while a wave of anxiety washed over her at the thought of the impending match. She had always hoped to work together with Benjamin, but the current situation filled her with unease. Lena looked up, a flash of anger in her eyes. "I told you, I've never played that kind of game. Why can't you just believe me? Because you always keep silent about the things that truly interest you." Benjamin's tone grew firmer. "And last time in the library, you were reading a book. The cover clearly said strategies for two-player magical chess. That was just an ordinary book. I was researching other kinds of magic." Lena tried to steady her voice, but a tide of uncertainty threatened to overwhelm her. "An ordinary book? Lena, you know that's not your style." Doubt glimmered in Benjamin's eyes. "Where are you hiding?" Just then, another friend, Amy, walked in, breaking up their argument. "What are you two fighting about? It sounds kind of interesting." "Amy, you come at the perfect time." Benjamin turned to her, his tone softening a little. "Lena is denying that she's ever played two-player magical chess." "I haven't played it," Lena nearly shouted, her voice trembling with anger. Amy frowned, clearly puzzled. "But Lena, weren't you always interested in magical chess? Are you saying you really haven't played before?" Lena's face turned pale, panic rising in her chest. She remembered that night at the Nightwalkers' gathering, when she'd been invited to join a magical chess match. It had been a thrilling game, pieces whirling through the air, the power of magic making her heart race with excitement. Yet she had no intention of letting her friends find out about any of it. "I was only interested in the rules of magical chess. I never actually played," Lena finally said, her voice low and resolute. "But we all know that two-player magical chess is much more than just rules," Benjamin pressed, his expression tinged with disdain. "You must have experienced it yourself." "Benjamin, don't go too far." Amy couldn't help but interrupt, trying to defend Lena. "She said she hasn't played. You should take her word for it." "But I don't believe her." Benjamin's voice rose sharply, tension crackling through the room. He turned to face Lena, suspicion burning in his eyes. "If you really haven't played, then why do you always get that mysterious smile whenever magical chess is mentioned?" Lena froze, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She knew that smile came from her love for magic, not from hiding any secrets. Yet, her friend standing before her clearly didn't understand. "I don't have any secrets," Lena finally snapped, unable to contain her anger any longer. It blazed within her. "You have no idea what's going on in my mind." "Then tell us. What exactly are you thinking?" Benjamin asked coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. A flicker of helplessness flashed in Lena's eyes, but she refused to give in. I just want to be free. I want to chase what I truly love, not be shackled by your suspicion." "Freedom? Chasing your passion?" Benjamin scoffed. "Is your so-called freedom just an excuse to hide your past?" "I'm not hiding anything." Lena's voice rose to a near scream. "I just want to protect myself. You have no idea what I've been through." "What have you been through?" Benjamin's voice dropped, as if her pain had finally touched him. "Did something terrible happen to you during the magic chess game?" Lena's tears finally spilled over, and she could no longer hold them back. She turned away, her back to them, her voice trembling. It just felt like a nightmare. That game, it filled me with such terror I could hardly breathe. It was as though I was about to be swallowed whole." Amy and Benjamin exchanged a glance, a dawning seriousness settling between them. Amy spoke gently. "Lena, can you tell us what happened?" Slowly, Lena turned back, tears shimmering in her eyes. "It was an intense match. I thought I could win, but my opponent's magic overwhelmed me. The sense of helplessness was suffocating. I felt like I was being devoured." "So you chose to run away?" Benjamin's voice softened, as if trying to understand her pain. "I don't know how to face it," Lena whispered, her voice barely audible. I'm terrified of feeling that despair again. Lena, facing your fears isn't easy, Amy said softly, her eyes full of concern. But running away won't solve them. We're your friends. We'll support you. I just need some time. Lena finally let down her guard, tears sliding down her cheeks. I just want to find my own strength, instead of being haunted by the shadows of my past. Then let's face it together, Benjamin said, his voice now firm with resolve. No matter what you choose, we'll be here for you. Yes, Lena. Amy nodded, hope shining in her eyes. We can start over, together, challenge the magic chess game again, and break free from the chains of the past. Lena lifted her head, a faint glimmer shining in her eyes. She could feel the support and warmth of her friends, and for a moment, the fear that once gripped her heart seemed insignificant. Lena, you have to tell me exactly what you've done. Benjamin's voice echoed through the night, firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. I already told you, I never cast a forbidden spell. Lena's voice carried a hint of urgency. Her hands were clenched so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her palms. She knew Benjamin's words came from concern, but right now, they felt like sharp blades, slicing through the fragile calm she had managed to hold on to. But the Guardians Alliance reports say you've been sneaking into dangerous places again and again. Benjamin's brow was furrowed in frustration, clearly unable to comprehend Lena's actions. You must know this only raises more suspicion. A flash of anger crossed Lena's face, quickly replaced by suppressed emotion. She lowered her head, took a deep breath, and tried to steady herself. All I did was destroy a lair belonging to a dark sorcerer. Was that so wrong? Destroy it? Do you even realize what that means? Benjamin's voice rose sharply, his eyes blazing with anger. You put yourself in harm's way, Lena. You could be bringing even greater trouble upon yourself. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Lena finally let her feelings explode, tears glinting in her eyes. Her fists were clenched tight, as if she were struggling to keep her pain from spilling over. All I want is to protect us, to protect those who can't protect themselves. Protect them? Do you really believe you can do this alone? Benjamin's tone was as cold as ice, cutting straight to the core. You're already in trouble, Lena. If you keep going like this, things will only get worse. I don't care, Lena cried, spinning away from him and lifting her gaze to the stars, as if searching for some comfort in their distant light. I'd rather risk everything than stand by and watch innocent people get hurt. Do you really think what you're doing is right? Benjamin's tone softened a little, but the determination in his eyes never wavered. You have to understand, power isn't something to be used recklessly. Every choice you make could have consequences that can't be undone. A sharp ache twisted in Lena's heart. She turned to face Benjamin directly, her voice low but unwavering. I know that, but I'd rather face the consequences than do nothing. Don't you understand how I feel? I do understand how you feel, Benjamin replied, his voice tinged with resignation. He knew how stubborn Lena could be, yet he couldn't shake his worry. But I understand the harshness of this world even better. We need to work together, Lena. We can't let our emotions cloud our judgment. Cooperation. Lena let out a scornful laugh, her eyes glinting with sarcasm. Do you really think I can still trust you? Your so-called alliance has offered me no support at all. Instead, you've been watching my every move. Watching you? We were only trying to protect you. Benjamin's voice rose again, a mixture of anger and anxiety woven through his words. Don't you understand? You become a target, and I don't want to lose you. Lose me? Lena's voice trembled as a surge of complicated emotions welled up inside her. Benjamin's words struck straight at her heart, yet her pride would not allow her to show any weakness. Your protection only makes me feel even more suffocated. Lena. Benjamin stepped forward, reaching out in an attempt to take her hand. I'm not your enemy. I just want you to hear me out. Let go. Lena yanked her hand free, tears shimmering in her eyes. I don't need your pity. I just want to make my own choices. A pang of pain shot through Benjamin's heart. He knew Lena's stubbornness came from a deep-seated fear and uncertainty, but he also realized that such emotions would only drive her further into isolation. Do you really think you can face all of this alone? What you're dealing with is far more complicated than you imagine. Complicated? Lena let out a bitter laugh, anger blazing in her eyes. I'm just doing what I believe is right. You don't understand how I feel at all. I do understand. Benjamin's voice was low and resolute, as if he were wrestling with his own conscience. I know you want to protect the innocent, but you must see that no one can change the whole world by themselves. Lena's heart trembled, and her gaze began to waver. She wanted to argue back, but found herself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, her voice quivered ever so slightly. Are you asking me to abandon my beliefs? I want you to stay alive. There was a touch of desperation in Benjamin's voice as he fixed his eyes on Lena, as if he could see all the way into her soul. You're the most important person to me. I don't want to lose you. A wave of warmth rose in Lena's heart, but her pride still refused to let her yield so easily. She bit her lip, struggling to keep her composure. I'll carry on with my plan, even if I have to do it alone. Do you truly want to be alone? Benjamin's voice was laced with pain, his eyes filled with helplessness. Don't you realize this will only push you deeper into despair? A sharp ache pierced Lena's heart, and at last, tears spilled down her cheeks. Still, she refused to bow her head. She wiped her tears away with determination, her voice unwavering. I'll find my own path, no matter how hard it is. I can't stop you, but I hope you understand how I feel. There was a hint of resignation in Benjamin's voice, his gaze softening. Whatever you choose to do, I'll be by your side to support you. Lena sat in the corner of the cafe, her fingers gently tracing patterns on the tabletop, anxiety churning inside her. Every so often her eyes drifted to the window, filled with hope that Ron would appear. Just then, Benjamin and his friends walked in, and the air grew thick with tension. Lena, Benjamin gave a faint smile as he approached, though his tone was tinged with seriousness. Can we talk for a moment? Lena looked up, a flicker of wariness in her eyes. Talk about what? About Ron. Benjamin's voice was low, carrying a note of concern. We just want to learn more about him. Lena's brow furrowed, suspicion knotted in her mind. What are they up to now? Why do you want to know about him? Whatever happens between Ron and me has nothing to do with you. But we're worried about you. Benjamin's tone grew firmer. You know you can be impulsive sometimes, and Ron, he seems more mature than you. We just don't want you to be led astray. You don't understand anything about my relationship with Ron. Lena shot to her feet, her voice rising sharply, drawing the attention of nearby customers. Lena, calm down. Benjamin tried to soothe her, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. We just want to protect you. Protect me? Who do you think you are? Lena's words dripped with sarcasm. You're always trying to meddle in my life. Can't I choose my own friends? We're not trying to interfere. We want to help you. There was a pleading note in Benjamin's voice. When we see you with Ron, we can't help but worry. Worry about what? Lena's gaze was piercing, locking onto Benjamin. That he'll influence me, or that I might actually become better? Lena, Benjamin drew a deep breath, struggling to steady himself. We just hope you'll consider the consequences of being with Ron. Consequences? Lena let out a bitter laugh. You don't understand me at all. I'm with Ron because we appreciate each other, not because of what you think. By now, the tension in the cafe was palpable, and a few customers glanced over, curiosity and unease flickering across their faces. Lena's emotions were spiraling, her fists clenched tight as if to wring out the anger swelling inside her. Lena, listen to me. Benjamin's voice grew deep and resolute. We're your friends. We want you to be happy. If Ron is truly good for you, we'll support you. But if he's just playing with your feelings, you have no right to judge him. Lena cut Benjamin off, her cheeks flushing with emotion. All you see is the surface. You have no idea how hard he's worked. When he's with me, I feel understood. I feel respected. But Benjamin hesitated, wanting to say something, but in the end he swallowed his words. You only measure him by your own standards. Lena's voice gradually steadied, though indignation still burned in her eyes. You've never even tried to get to know him or to understand the feelings between us. It's not that we don't want to understand, Benjamin replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. We're just worried you'll get hurt. I don't need your concern. Lena nearly shouted, drawing curious glances and whispers from the surrounding customers. Her face was flushed with anger, her heart a storm of hurt and fury. Lena, listen to me. At that moment, a tall boy approached, Benjamin's friend Jack. There was a trace of disdain in Jack's gaze. Do you really think Ron is worth all this defense? He's just an ordinary guy, Lena. He's not good enough for you. What did you just say? Lena's voice was filled with disbelief. You have no idea what Ron and I share. We do know, Jack replied coldly. You're just with him because you're swept up in the moment. You need someone who's truly your equal, not someone who's only going to hurt you. That's enough. Lena snapped, her voice sharp with fierce rebellion. You have no right to decide how I live my life. I love Ron. That's why I choose him. Lena, do you really believe Ron can make you happy? Benjamin's voice was tinged with anxiety. He'll only disappoint you. Disappoint me? You're the ones who've disappointed me. Lena's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You've never trusted me. All you ever do is judge me by your own standards. We're only doing this for your own good. Benjamin tried to explain, but Lena had stopped listening. For my own good? Is your good always at my expense? Her voice was thick with despair and anger. I don't want to hear another word of advice from you. I'm going to be with Ron, no matter what you think. Lena, Benjamin's voice was heavy with resignation and sorrow. He knew there was nothing more he could say. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Lena turned to leave, her heart overflowing with disappointment and anger toward her friends. She knew she had to take responsibility for her own choices, no matter how difficult the road ahead might be. Just as she was about to step out of the cafe, Ron finally appeared. His presence was like a ray of light, dispelling the gloom that lingered in Lena's heart. A gentle warmth surged within her, as if all their quarrels and unhappiness melted away at that very moment. Lena, Ron approached with a smile, concern shining in his eyes. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lena forced a smile, though a storm raged inside her. She turned to look at Benjamin and Jack, a flicker of resolve in her gaze. I'll be with Ron, no matter what you think. Lena, Benjamin's voice was tinged with helplessness, but Lena had no intention of listening any further. We all know Lena's situation. She needs somewhere to channel her energy. Benjamin broke the silence, his tone firm. The work with the Guardians Alliance may be relatively safe, but might not be the best choice for her. But Lena's temperament doesn't suit that kind of environment. A young member named Amy interjected, anxiety glinting in her eyes. She's too impulsive. She might end up putting herself in danger. I understand your concern, Amy. Benjamin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the other members. But we must respect her decision. She's been through enough, and we can't keep her confined any longer. Another member, Harry, frowned and raised a question, but if she really decides to see Ron and he turns her away, what are we supposed to do then? Then we should get Ron's consent first, Benjamin replied with quiet determination. We can't let Lena take risks without his approval. The tension in the meeting room grew even heavier, everyone lowering their heads in thought. Lena's situation felt like a tightly stretched string, ready to snap at any moment. Finally, Amy broke the silence, speaking softly. I'll go find Lena and ask how she feels about all this. All right, Benjamin nodded. We'll all wait here for you. Not long after, Amy returned with Lena. There was a hint of stubbornness on Lena's face, and her eyes shone with defiance. She glanced around the room before finally fixing her gaze on Benjamin. I heard you're discussing my future, Lena said coldly, a note of dissatisfaction in her voice. Lena, we just want what's best for you, Benjamin replied gently, trying to ease the tension. What's best for me? You have no idea what I really want. Lena's voice grew louder, anger flaring within her. What I need is freedom, not your protection. Freedom doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Harry cut in, his tone edged with urgency. You have to understand, going to see Ron could bring consequences none of us can foresee. I'm not afraid of the consequences. Lena stared straight at Harry, her eyes blazing with anger. I just want to know what Ron thinks. I want to ask him myself. But Ron hasn't gotten his guardian's permission. Amy tried to reason with her, concern evident in her voice. I don't care about the guardian's opinion. Lena's emotions grew even more intense. They've never truly understood me. All they ever do is make decisions for me without ever asking what I actually want. Seeing this, Benjamin grew increasingly anxious. He knew Lena was approaching her breaking point, and if she wasn't calmed down, the situation might spiral out of control. He stood up, walked over to Lena, and tried to soothe her with a gentle tone. Lena, we all care about you. We just hope you'll make a wise decision. A wise decision? Lena let out a bitter laugh, her voice dripping with sarcasm. What you call wisdom is nothing but a cage for me. I know you have a lot of resentment in your heart, but we just want you to be safe, Benjamin said, doing his best to stay composed. If you really want to see Ron, we can at least ask for his agreement first. I don't need your permission, Lena shouted, tears shimmering in her eyes. I just want a chance to find out what my own future holds. A tense silence settled over the room, the atmosphere heavy with emotion. Lena's defiance and anger struck at everyone's hearts, and Benjamin felt helpless in the face of it. Lena, if you go to see Ron, you might face a lot of unknown risks, Harry tried to persuade her again. We just want you to think it through. I have thought it through. Lena's voice was resolute now, her eyes filled with determination. I refuse to be trapped in this endless cycle of choices. I'm going to make my own decisions. Benjamin took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. He knew that forcing Lena's hand would only push her further away and complicate matters even more. All right, he finally said, his tone softening. If this is really your choice, we'll respect it. But please remember, no matter what happens, we'll always be here to support you. A flicker of gratitude passed through Lena's eyes. Despite her lingering unease, she finally felt a bit of warmth. She nodded, her voice dropping to a softer tone. Thank you all. Then let's go see Ron now, Benjamin decided. But before we do, we need to make sure everything stays under control. Lena nodded slightly, her heart a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety. She knew this moment would change the course of her life. A few minutes later, Lena and Benjamin left the conference room together and made their way toward the headquarters of the Guardians. Adios. Along the way, Lena's feelings grew increasingly complicated. She had no idea what kind of answer Ron would give her. Are you really ready for this? Benjamin asked gently, concern clear in his voice. I don't know. Lena's reply was quiet, her eyes flickering with unease. But I have to ask. No matter what happens, we'll stand by you. Benjamin reassured her, though in his heart he silently hoped everything would work out. When they arrived at the Guardians' Alliance, the guards at the entrance frowned slightly, unmistakably surprised to see Lena. After a brief exchange, they were finally allowed in. Inside Ron's office, tension hung thick in the air. Ron sat behind his desk, brow furrowed in contemplation. When he saw Lena, a complex emotion flashed across his eyes. Lena stood beneath an ancient banyan tree. The breeze gently stirred the leaves, but inside her, a storm was raging. The conversation with Ron echoed endlessly in her mind. Lena, you can't keep being so reckless. Ron's voice rang out like a warning bell, resonating in her heart. I know, but I can't just stand by and watch him get bullied. Lena's voice was unwavering and urgent, her gaze alight with defiance. This isn't just about you. The rules of the Nightwalkers Association are there to protect everyone. Ron's tone grew stern. You need to learn restraint. Lena drew a deep breath, struggling to calm the anger within her. I understand, but I can't just do nothing. I believe in justice. Just then, members of the Nightwalkers Association began to arrive, gathering around Lena and Ron. At their head was a tall man named Carl, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, as if he could see straight through people. What's going on here? Carl asked coldly, his voice brooking no argument. Lena acted on her own again. She tried to rescue that bullied child. Ron replied with a weary sigh, worry for Lena evident in his eyes. Carl's brow furrowed as he turned to Lena. You realize you're challenging our rules, don't you? Lena met Carl's eyes without flinching. I know, but I don't regret it. I can't let innocent people suffer. Innocent people? Carl let out a sarcastic chuckle. Do you really think you can save everyone? Your recklessness will only bring greater danger to yourself and others. I'm only doing what I believe is right. Lena's voice rose with passion. Are we just supposed to stand by and do nothing? Lena, listen to me. Ron's tone softened as he stepped forward, trying to ease the tension. We all understand how you feel, but the Nightwalkers Guild has its own principles. We can't break them just because of a moment's impulse. A wave of bitterness washed over Lena's heart. She turned away, staring into the darkness beneath the moonlight. You have no idea what true despair feels like. I can't bear to watch anyone suffer simply because we're powerless to help. You think we don't feel the same? Carl's voice was low, tinged with helplessness. Every one of us has been through that pain, but we have to learn to control our emotions if we ever want to protect others. Protect others? Lena let out a derisive laugh. Is your idea of protection just standing by and doing nothing? I refuse to become someone so cold and indifferent. Lena, Ron suddenly raised his voice, cutting her off. You can't be so reckless. This isn't just about your personal choices. Why not? Lena shot back, anger flashing her eyes. Are we supposed to abandon our beliefs just for the sake of some so-called rules? Lena, rules are there to keep us from going to extremes. Carl's tone gradually softened. Each of us has our own mission, but along the way, we have to stay rational. Rational? Lena nearly shouted the word. What good is reason in the face of injustice? I'd rather take risks than become a heartless bystander. You're throwing your future away. Carl's voice rose again, filled with an oppressive force. Think carefully. If you keep going down this path, you'll be the one who gets hurt in the end. A sharp pain stabbed at Lena's heart. She lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. She felt helpless, as if trapped in an invisible cage. I just want to do something, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Do something? Ron moved to her side, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. We all want to make a difference, but we have to learn to work together if we truly want to change things. Lena looked up, catching the concern in Ron's eyes, and a warmth spread through her heart. I know, but I'm really scared. We're all afraid, but we can't let fear control us. Ron's voice was gentle, yet firm. Trust me, Lena. Only by staying calm can we find a better way forward. Gradually, Lena felt herself growing calmer. She took a deep breath, doing her best to steady her nerves. All right, I'll try to follow your advice, but I hope you can also understand how I feel. We understand how you feel. Carl nodded, his tone softening just a little. But throughout this process, we have to stay united. Only then can we better face the challenges from the outside world. I'll do my best, Lena replied quietly. Deep down, she made a silent vow. She would never abandon her beliefs, but she would also learn how to survive in this complicated world. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the distance, shattering the calm. Several association members rushed over, breathless and anxious. Carl, Ron, quick, come here. Something's happened, one of them called out urgently. What's going on? Carl spun around at once, his eyes sharp and alert. In the northern village, there's a crowd causing trouble. We need to move out right away. The member panted, his voice edged with urgency. Lena, you stay here and wait for us to return, Carl ordered firmly. No, I'm coming too. Lena shot back without hesitation. That's an order. Carl's voice thundered, brimming with unquestionable authority. I don't care. I can't just stand by and do nothing anymore. Lena's voice rang out, stronger than ever, her eyes shining with unyielding resolve. You're challenging my authority. Carl glared at her, as if trying to stamp out her defiance. I don't care, Lena replied, her voice clear and unwavering. All I know is I won't let innocent people get hurt again. Lena, calm down. Ron tried to reason with her, but Lena's resolve was already set in stone. In Ron's eyes, there was a flicker of hope, but also deep unease. He thought of Lena, always so optimistic, as if she could see the light within every soul. Ron made up his mind to share his secret with her, hoping she would understand. Lena, could you come here for a moment? Ron's voice trembled slightly. Lena was by the window, leafing through a book. Hearing Ron's call, she immediately set the book aside and walked over. Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, like a strand of dawn itself. What is it, Ron? You look a bit nervous, Lena asked gently, her eyes shining with warmth. I want to tell you something. Ron lowered his head, the book in his hands trembling. He opened it, pointing to the picture of a dragon knight. Do you know who this is? Lena leaned in, surprise flashing in her eyes. That's the legendary dragon knight. He's a hero. He saved countless lives. Yes. Ron took a deep breath and went on. I've met him. Lena's eyes widened in disbelief. You've met him? Really? How did you ever come across him? I have his dragon scale, Ron finally mustered the courage to say, extending his hand as he gently rolled up his sleeve, revealing a shimmering dragon scale. The scale sparkled like a star-studded sky, exuding an air of mystery. Lena was stunned, her gaze fixed on the dragon scale, her voice trembling. You mean this is real? I grew up with him, learning how to ride dragons. Ron's voice grew resolute. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I really have seen him. Ron, you're incredible, Lena exclaimed, gripping his hand in excitement. This is amazing. You have to tell me more stories. Just then, the door swung open and Carl strode in. He was a broad-shouldered warrior, always wearing a confident smile. Seeing Ron and Lena, his brow immediately furrowed. What are you two talking about? We're discussing tales of dragon riders, Lena replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Carl's expression grew serious. Dragon riders? That's a figure of legend. Who's going to believe your stories? A rush of irritation flared within Ron, anger igniting in his chest. How can you say that? I've seen him myself. I even have his dragon scale. A dragon scale? Are you saying you actually have one? Carl scoffed, a mocking smile on his lips. Sounds like you just want some attention. I'm not joking. Ron shot back, his voice rising with emotion. You have no idea what I've been through. What you've been through. Sounds like nothing more than childish fantasies, Carl retorted coldly, a hint of ridicule in his eyes. That's enough, Carl. Lena interrupted angrily. Ron is telling the truth. You shouldn't be questioning him like this. I'm just being honest, Carl shrugged, apparently unconcerned by Lena's anger. If you really have a dragon scale, why not show it to everyone? Ron felt a sharp pang in his chest, unable to bear such skepticism. He clenched his fists, on the verge of an outburst. I'll show you then. Ron, calm down, Lena urged gently, worry shining in her eyes. I'm fine, Ron replied, taking a deep breath and struggling to keep his anger in check. He turned, meeting Carl's gaze, his eyes blazing. You want to see it? Then I'll show you. Once again, Ron revealed the dragon scale. Bathed in sunlight, the scale glittered brilliantly, as if whispering tales of endless legend. Carl's face instantly grew solemn. He froze, clearly mesmerized by the mysterious radiance. This is real. Carl's voice dropped low, his usual confidence now wavering. Of course it's true. Ron's tone carried a trace of defiance. Do you still dare to doubt me? Lena stood quietly by his side, silently supporting him and feeling proud of his courage. She knew Ron had long borne a heavy burden, and today he had finally found the bravery to confront his past. I didn't mean to, Carl stammered, his voice uncertain, as if he was beginning to realize his mistake. His attitude softened. I just wanted to protect you. Protect us? With suspicion and mockery, Ron shot back, his voice cold and his anger still simmering beneath the surface. What I need is support, not doubt. I am sorry. I was wrong. Carl lowered his head, his voice tinged with regret. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Lena stepped forward and gently patted Ron on the shoulder. You did well, Ron. You showed everyone your courage. A gentle warmth blossomed in Ron's heart. He turned to Lena and gave her a small, grateful smile. Thank you, Lena. We all believe in you, Lena said firmly, her eyes shining with trust. Just then, the atmosphere in the room shifted, tension crackling in the air. Hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, and a frail, pale-faced man burst through the door. Terror flickered in his eyes as he blurted, Something's wrong. There's a monster outside. In a dimly lit chamber, ancient scrolls and magical runes hung from the walls, and a faint scent of herbs lingered in the air. The elemental master sat at an old wooden table, a steaming cup of tea before him. Across from him, Benjamin nervously rubbed his hands together, his gaze darting anxiously. Benjamin, the elemental master began, his voice low and resonant. This Ron you mentioned, does he truly have such a close connection to the dragons? Benjamin nodded, his voice quiet but resolute. Yes, master. I've seen him communicate with the dragons myself. The closeness between them is beyond anything I could imagine. The elemental master's brow furrowed in thought. After a moment, he asked, Do you know why the dragons are so close to a human? In all of history, that's almost unheard of. I don't know, Benjamin replied, shaking his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. But I can feel the bond between Ron and the dragons. It's a connection that goes beyond race. How strange, the elemental master murmured, his mind clearly racing. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop, producing a crisp, thoughtful sound. In the records of the dark sorcerers, there's almost nothing about dragon riders. Even when they're mentioned, it's only in reference to a so-called shadow dragon, an experimental subject, still just a theoretical possibility. Benjamin's heart clenched, and he immediately asked, Does that mean Ron's existence might be connected to the dark wizard schemes? The elemental grandmaster lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. It's not out of the question. The dark wizards have always sought power to control the dragons. If Ron truly has a deep connection with the dragonkind, then he could very well be their target. But Ron isn't one of the dark wizards. Benjamin protested passionately, his voice rising with emotion. He's on our side. He's always fought for justice. I'm not questioning his loyalty, the elemental grandmaster replied, his tone gentler but still edged with caution. I'm only reminding you that anything is possible. There may be twists we can't foresee. Just then, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted their conversation. The elemental grandmaster frowned, motioned for Benjamin to wait, and rose to answer the door. Who is it? He called out, a hint of impatience in his voice. It's me, Kale. The voice from outside belonged to a young man, tense and anxious. The elemental grandmaster opened the door. Kale stood there, pale-faced, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Grandmaster, we have a problem. We found traces of dark wizards at the eastern outpost. They seem to be searching for Ron. What? Benjamin shot to his feet, his face draining of color. What do they want with Ron? Kale took a breath, struggling to steady himself. We overheard them talking about something called the Dragon Knight experiment. It seems to be directly linked to Ron. They believe he's the key to making it work. A heavy shadow crossed the elemental grandmaster's face. This is exactly what I feared. The dark wizards have been obsessed with controlling the dragons, and Ron's presence might have given them hope. We have to protect Ron. Benjamin clenched his fists, anger burning in his chest. We can't let the dark wizards get their way. We need time, the elemental grandmaster said after a moment's thought, his eyes resolute. We must find Ron and warn him. At the same time, we need to prepare for the dark wizard's attack. Kale nodded, resolve shining in his eyes. I'll gather a team at once and strengthen our defenses. Good. The elemental grandmaster turned to Benjamin. You must remain vigilant. Ron's safety is paramount. Benjamin tightened his grip, a fierce determination rising within him. I swear I'll protect Ron. I won't let him fall into the hands of the dark wizards. The group quickly set off in different directions, leaving the elemental grandmaster alone in the room. He gazed out the window toward the distant mountains, a sense of unease quietly settling in his heart. Not far off, deep within the forest, Ron was communicating with a massive silver dragon. The dragon's scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, its enormous form radiating an unmatched aura of majesty. Ron spoke with a gentle yet unwavering voice. I know you worry for me, but I cannot allow the dark sorcerer to succeed. Human courage is admirable, but your life is just as precious, the silver dragon replied, lowering its head with concern gleaming in its eyes. The shadow of the dark sorcerer is drawing closer. You must be careful. I will, Ron replied with a soft smile, his heart filled with resolve. The bond one share with the dragonkind will never be shattered by the forces of darkness. At that very moment, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed nearby, snapping Ron to full alert. He turned to see Benjamin racing towards him, breathless and grave. "Ron!" Benjamin called out in desperation, his face etched with worry. "We have to leave right now. This place isn't safe." "What happened?" Ron's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to meet him. "The Dark Sorcerer has found your trail. They're searching for you." Benjamin's voice trembled with fear. "We need to find a safe place, immediately." A chill ran through Ron at the news, but he nodded without hesitation. "Understood. Let's go." The two of them dashed deeper into the forest, with the deep, resonant roar of the dragon echoing behind them, a warning that danger was closing in. Ron's heart pounded with unease, knowing that the shadow of the Dark Sorcerer now loomed over them. "Where should we go?" Benjamin asked, tension clear in his voice. "To the valley in the north. It's well hidden," Ron replied, silently praying they would find a safe refuge. "Hurry," Benjamin urged, sprinting through the forest, anxiety and dread for the future gnawing at his heart. "Do you truly believe there are others besides the Dark Sorcerer researching dragons?" Benjamin's voice was low and urgent, his eyes reflecting his unease. The Elemental Grandmaster furrowed his brow, pausing in thought before speaking slowly. "I sense something unusual. Recent events are not solely the work of the Dark Sorcerer. There seems to be a deeper conspiracy brewing beneath the surface. But right now, helping Ron is what matters most," Benjamin said anxiously, pacing back and forth and tapping his fingers on the table in a crisp, steady rhythm. "He's already lost too much. We can't let him suffer anymore." The Elemental Grandmaster nodded, his gaze resolute. "I know, but before anything else, we must ensure his emotions are stable. Dragon Force is a power of immense strength. If left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. I will seek out the sages of the Dragon Clan." Benjamin halted, his gaze sharp and unwavering, as if he had made up his mind. Perhaps they can help Ron recover his memories and unravel the secrets buried deep within him. "Wait." The Elemental Grandmaster's voice suddenly grew grave. "Before you tell Ron anything, make absolutely certain he's learned to control his dragon power. Otherwise, any emotional upheaval could lead to disastrous consequences." "I understand, but time isn't on our side." Benjamin's voice was tinged with anxiety. "If we don't act swiftly, the Dark Sorcerers might exploit Ron's weakness." The Elemental Grandmaster sighed, stood, and walked to the window, gazing out at the distant stars. "We all know the Dark Sorcerer's obsession with the Dragon Clan runs deep. They're searching for a way to fuse dragon power with dark magic, to forge a weapon without equal. That's exactly what I fear." Benjamin's brow tightened, and a flicker of dread passed through his eyes. If they succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Which means we must move even faster." The Elemental Grandmaster turned, a resolute light shining in his eyes. "I'll help you, but we must proceed with the utmost caution." At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. It was flung open, and a young woman burst in, her face etched with worry and breath coming in gasps. "Something's wrong. It's Ron. He's lost control." Benjamin's heart plummeted, his face draining of color. What happened to him?" He was practicing his dragon power when his emotions overwhelmed him. The entire training chamber is trembling. His strength is tearing it apart. Her voice quavered, the terror of what she'd witnessed still fresh. "Quick, take me to him." Benjamin bolted toward the door, heedless of anything else, the Elemental Grandmaster close on his heels, silently praying there was still time. Inside the training chamber, a raging storm of dragon power swept through the air, thick with the acrid scent of scorching energy. Ron stood at the center, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. The stone walls around him, ripped apart by his raw force, sent shards flying, like the end of the world had arrived. "Ron, calm yourself." Benjamin's voice cut through the roaring chaos, striving to reach the reason buried in Ron's mind. I can't control it." Ron's words were laced with helplessness and fear. His hands flailed involuntarily, as if he could somehow drive away the darkness inside. "Breathe deeply. Picture your power like the tide, rising and falling, yet always under control." The Elemental Grandmaster's voice was as serene as the sea at dawn, slowly sinking into Ron's consciousness. I'll try." Ron's voice was faint, but seemed to be gradually calming down. The light slowly returned to his eyes, and his awareness began to reawaken. "Excellent. Keep holding on to that state." Benjamin stepped forward and gripped Ron's shoulder firmly. "You are not alone. We're all here with you." Just then, the door to the training chamber was thrown open. A burly dark wizard strode in, a sinister smile curling on his lips. What a lively gathering. It seems you're fighting for the future of the Dragonkin. Who are you? Benjamin demanded warily, inwardly bracing himself. Me? I'm just here to clean up the mess, the Dark Wizard replied, his smile full of malice. All your efforts are in vain. Ron's power will ultimately be mine to command. What is it you want? The Elemental Master shouted, his voice like a thunderclap. The very air around them seemed to quiver with the force of his fury. What I want is simple, the power of the Dragonkin. The Dark Wizard's smile widened, his gaze cold and venomous as a serpent's. And you, all of you, are nothing more than stepping stones. Don't even think about it. Benjamin roared, unleashing his power in a sudden, explosive surge as he lunged at the Dark Wizard. But the Dark Wizard was ready. A flick of his hand sent a wave of dark energy hurtling forward, knocking Benjamin back in an instant. Pathetic little fools. Did you really think your strength could stop me? The Dark Wizard sneered, turning his gaze to Ron. And you are exactly the tool I need. I won't let you win. Ron's voice rang out, steady and resolute. The fear in his heart was being consumed by courage. He clenched his fists, and the dragon power within him blazed like fire. Good, come on then. Show me what you can do. The Dark Wizard's grin grew sharper, his tone laced with taunting anticipation, as if daring Ron to strike back. I will fight for my friends. Ron shouted, thrusting his hands forward. A mighty surge of dragon power erupted from him, bursting into a radiant barrier of light that blocked the Dark Wizard's assault. Do you think that's enough to defeat me? The Dark Wizard's expression darkened, but he quickly recovered, letting out a cold, mirthless laugh. Let's see just how much power you really have. The two forces collided violently in the training chamber, the air crackling with sparks and raw energy. The stone walls around them trembled and cracked, as if the end of days had descended in a storm of destruction. Ron, focus. The Elemental Master's voice broke through the chaos. Only by uniting your emotions and your power can you truly master it. Understand. Ron's heart pounded as a look of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. He drew a deep breath, feeling the power within him, and focused on merging his emotions with his strength. Come on, Dark Wizard. I won't back down again. Ron's voice rang out, thunderous and resolute, as the light around him grew ever brighter. You foolish child, the Dark Sorcerer roared, brandishing his staff as a fresh surge of dark energy shot toward Ron. Power of the dragon, heed my call. Ron's voice thundered like a battle drum, his inner strength erupting in a burst of radiant light to meet the attack head-on. A deafening boom shattered the air as the two forces collided midair, the entire training chamber trembling as if ripped apart at that very moment. Is this all you've got? The Dark Sorcerer's voice cut through the chaos, shrill and contemptuous, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. I will not give up. Ron's reply rang out, steady and resolute, a fearless determination surging within him. This battle has only just begun. The Elemental Master, observing from the sidelines, watched closely, silently considering his next move. Just then, the Dark Sorcerer's smirk faded, replaced by a flicker of fear in his eyes. No, this can't be. I will protect my friends. I won't let you have your way. Ron's words pounded like war drums, his strength surging forth once more as he charged at the Dark Sorcerer. Curse you, boy. The Sorcerer's face twisted with fury as he swept his staff in a desperate attempt to block Ron's assault. This time I will not back down. Ron's power surged like a mighty flood, breaking through the darkness and driving straight for the Sorcerer. A thunderous crash filled the air as the Dark Sorcerer was blasted back by Ron's overwhelming force, left battered and reeling. Ron sat atop a massive stone, with Carl and Ron beside him. Their eyes were fixed on Benjamin, who stood ahead, a barely perceptible seriousness etched on his face. Ron, do you know what dragon's breath is? Benjamin's voice was low, carrying a commanding presence. Ron hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It's a powerful skill passed down by the dragons. It can boost our strength and agility. Carl gave Ron's shoulder a gentle pat, encouraging him. That's right, but mastering it is no easy feat. Benjamin shot Carl a cold look, cutting him off. I'm not teaching you this skill because you're exceptional, but because you need it to protect yourself. Remember, strength alone is never the answer. I understand. Ron tried to sound confident, but unease gnawed at his heart. He knew Benjamin's attitude toward him was far from friendly, cold, even. The two previous challenges had left Benjamin displeased with him, and that made the pressure of this lesson even heavier. Very well, let's begin. Benjamin turned away, preparing to demonstrate. As he drew a deep breath, the very air around him seemed to tremble. Ron's eyes widened in awe, utterly transfixed by Benjamin's every move. Watch closely, Ron. Benjamin's voice carried an unmistakable authority. A deep, resonant rumble began to build in his chest, echoing like the ancient call of a primordial dragon. Moments later, he opened his jaws and unleashed a torrent of searing flame, the fire gleaming with golden light under the sun, illuminating the entire forest in an instant. Wow! Ron couldn't help but gasp in awe, his respect for Benjamin deepening even further. This is the power of dragon's breath, Benjamin said coolly as he retracted the flames. But to master it, you must first learn to control your emotions. Without that, your power will only spiral out of control. I'll do my best, Ron replied with determination. Doing your best isn't enough, Benjamin said with a hint of disdain. You need to temper yourself in real combat. Only then can you truly master this skill. Real combat. A flicker of fear crossed Ron's heart. I'm not ready for that. Does it matter if you're ready? Benjamin turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. In battle, you'll face enemies far stronger than yourself. Only by surviving the crucible of life and death will you truly understand the meaning of power. I won't back down. Ron lifted his head, meeting Benjamin's eyes with unwavering resolve. A fierce determination ignited within him. Very well then. Benjamin sneered, a cold smile tugging at his lips. I'll show you that power is more than just an empty slogan. Seeing where things were headed, Carl hurriedly interjected. Benjamin, don't go too far. Ron is still just a child. A child? Benjamin's eyes flicked to Carl, his brow furrowing. Among dragons, the line between the strong and the weak has never been drawn by age. Only strength commands respect. But you can't treat him this way. Carl's voice was edged with anxiety. He needs time to grow, not to be forced like this. The price of growth is pain, Benjamin replied coldly. If you want to protect him, let him face these challenges on his own. Ron could sense the tension mounting between the two, and a wave of unease swept over him. He didn't want to be the source of this conflict, but neither was he willing to retreat. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward to face Benjamin, speaking with conviction. I'm willing to accept the challenge. A cold smile curled at the corner of Benjamin's mouth. Very good. Since you crave power so much, let me see what you're truly capable of. Are you ready? Benjamin's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire forest. I'm ready, Ron answered, his voice clear and resolute, ringing out as if in direct challenge to Benjamin. Then let us begin. There was a flicker of excitement in Benjamin's voice, as though he were about to partake in a grand and long-anticipated feast. As Benjamin swept his hand through the air, the atmosphere around them suddenly tightened, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Ron felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, yet he did not shrink back. Instead, his resolve only grew stronger. Take a deep breath. Focus your emotions. Benjamin's voice echoed in his ear. Ron closed his eyes, making every effort to calm himself. Memories of past. Challenges flooded his mind, the moments in battle when he had fallen and risen again. Every failure had been a stepping stone, a chance for him to grow. Relax. Feel the power around you. Benjamin's voice came again, and Ron slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, everything around him came into sharp focus. Now, try to unleash your dragon's breath. Benjamin urged him, his voice beating like a war drum, spurring Ron forward. Ron drew in a deep breath, feeling a surge of heat well up in his chest. He sensed the power churning within, as if a mighty dragon was roaring inside him. He opened his mouth, intent on releasing that energy. A deep, resonant roar escaped his throat, and then a jet of flame burst from his mouth, slicing through the air and shooting skyward. Excellent. A flicker of surprise flashed in Benjamin's eyes. Keep going, control it. Ron focused intently, striving to steady the flames. Excitement coursed through him as he felt the power thrumming inside, as if everything was at his command. Once more, Benjamin's voice urged him on, and Ron inhaled deeply, sending another stream of fire forth. With each effort, the flames grew fiercer, and the very air around them seemed to ignite. Well done, Ron. You're making real progress. Carl cheered from the sidelines, a proud smile lighting up his face. Don't stop now. There was a hint of exhilaration in Benjamin's voice. Keep pushing. Go beyond your limits. Ron felt a new, invisible pressure pressing in, but still he did not retreat. His determination only deepened. He understood, only by facing this challenge head-on could he truly master the power of Dragon's Breath. His fingers gently traced the surface of the table as his thoughts wandered to the past. Back then, anger burned in his eyes, and it had seemed as if the whole world was against him. But now he was no longer that impulsive boy. Though a stubborn fire still burned within, he had learned patience and come to cherish the beauty around him. Ron, what are you thinking about? Benjamin's voice broke through his reverie. The tall figure entered the room, carrying a thick book adorned with the image of a dragon on its cover. Nothing much. Ron managed a slight smile, trying to mask the emotions swirling inside him. Just feeling a bit nostalgic for the old days. The old days. Benjamin furrowed his brow and walked over to the table, taking a seat. Are you talking about those days filled with anger and conflict? Do you truly miss them? Ron fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the blue sky outside the window, his feelings tangled. I don't miss the anger, but I do long for that passion, that fearless mindset that let us face anything head-on. Benjamin nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. I know what you mean. That kind of courage is rare. But sometimes it's only by mastering our emotions that we're able to go even further. You want to teach me Dragon's Breath? Ron suddenly changed the subject, a hint of anticipation lighting up his eyes. I still don't quite understand this technique. That's right. Benjamin looked at Ron earnestly, his voice firm. Dragon's Breath is more than just a skill. It's a state of mind. You must learn to harness your emotions before you can truly unleash that power. But I keep feeling like this technique isn't meant for me. Ron let out a quiet sigh, still hesitant. I've never encountered a force like this before. You have to believe in yourself, Ron. Benjamin's voice softened, yet held steady conviction. There's a strength inside you, something you we're born with. You just haven't discovered it yet. Each of us can find our own dragon's breath, as long as we're willing to seek it out. But what if I fail? A trace of unease crept into Ron's voice, his eyes flickering with doubt. Failure isn't something to fear. Benjamin offered a gentle smile, his eyes filled with encouragement. What matters is whether you're willing to try. Every failure is a chance to grow. Remember, a true warrior isn't someone who's never failed, but someone who can rise again after each fall. Ron felt something stir within him. He knew Benjamin was right. He had struggled through countless failures before, and each time, he'd grown stronger. He raised his head, a glimmer of determination kindling in his eyes. All right, I'm willing to try. Excellent. Benjamin's smile was full of satisfaction. He opened a book, pointing to a passage within. First, you need to learn how to channel your emotions. Take a deep breath, let yourself relax, and imagine your connection with the great dragon. Ron closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath as he worked to steady himself. He pictured the dragon, majestic and powerful, its presence awakening. A force within his heart. His heartbeat slowed and steadied, and the image of the dragon emerged in his mind, as if calling out to him. Very good. Keep holding on to that feeling. Benjamin's voice was like a warm breeze, gently brushing against Ron's soul. Now, try to transform that emotion into strength. Imagine that power rising from your heart and gathering in your hands. Ron focused with all his might, sensing the warmth inside him steadily rising. His palms grew slightly hot, as if a ball of energy was truly forming there. He opened his eyes to see Benjamin's encouraging gaze, and a wave of confidence surged through him. Excellent, keep going. Benjamin's voice pushed him forward. Now, try to release that power. Feel its movement. Ron closed his eyes once more, silently repeating Benjamin's words in his heart. He felt the energy surging like a tide, rushing toward his hands. He swept his arm gently, attempting to let the power flow outward. A low, guttural sound burst from his lips. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy rippled through the air, making it feel as if the very atmosphere was trembling. In that instant, a faint glow burst from Ron's palm, like the breath of a mighty dragon stirring to life within him. Well done. Benjamin clapped enthusiastically, his eyes shining with excitement. You started to master it. Keep pushing yourself. A rush of joy filled Ron's heart. He knew he was drawing ever closer to the dragon's power. Though a trace of anxiety lingered within him, he understood that only through constant effort could he truly discover his own path. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, abruptly interrupting their training. A slender young man burst in, his face full of anxiety. Ron, what are you thinking about? A clear, ringing female voice called out behind him, breaking through his reverie. Ron turned to see his dear friend, Alyssa, walking toward him. Her golden hair gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight, and concern shone in her eyes. Alyssa, I'm just wondering how I can master Dragon's Breath even better. Ron sighed, a hint of frustration in his voice. You're already amazing. Why are you so hard on yourself? Alyssa sat down beside Ron, leaning in slightly, her eyes bright with determination. You have the innate power of dragons. The rest of your kind look up to you. But I can't rely on talent alone, Ron replied, his voice low and strained, as if burdened by invisible pressure. I want to go beyond myself, to become truly strong. True strength isn't just about power. The cultivation of your spirit is just as important, Alyssa said earnestly. You know, Dragon's Breath isn't just about harnessing dragon force. It's about connecting with the natural world. I understand, but for ordinary dragons, this path is simply too difficult. Ron's brow was furrowed, a flicker of anxiety passing through his eyes. I watched my companions training so hard, giving their all, yet still unable to master this secret art. Are you talking about Kale? Alyssa asked, a hint of sympathy in her gaze. Yes, he's always so dedicated, but he's constantly plagued by failure. There was a trace of helplessness in Ron's voice. I want to help him, but I don't even know how. Alyssa gave a gentle smile, her eyes steady. You could try sharing some of the techniques you've mastered. Maybe it would inspire him. But all my techniques are based on my own talents, Ron sighed. I'm afraid it would only leave him disappointed. Disappointment isn't so terrible. What matters is what he learns from the experience. Alyssa patted Ron's shoulder in encouragement. Go on, Ron. Give him a chance, and give yourself a chance, too. Ron nodded, quietly making up his mind. Rising to his feet, he headed in the direction where Kale was practicing. The golden rays of the setting sun washed over him, as if draping him in a gleaming suit of armor. Not far away, Kale was training in a clearing. His movements were awkward, his face etched with worry. When he saw Ron approaching, Kale stopped what he was doing, a glimmer of hope lighting his eyes. Ron, you're here. Kale, I'd like to talk with you. Ron smiled gently, though he felt a weight in his heart. Is it about Dragon's Breath? Kale's voice was tinged with nervousness. I know I'm not very bright, but I really want to learn. You're not slow, Ron said, meeting his eyes with sincerity. I believe you can master this secret art. You just need a bit of guidance. Hope sparkled in Kale's eyes. Really? You'd be willing to teach me? Of course. Ron nodded, a small sense of relief warming him. First, we need to learn how to connect with the forces of nature. How do I do that? Kale's voice brimmed with anticipation. Close your eyes, relax, and breathe in the energy around you, Ron instructed. Imagine yourself merging with nature, your spirit entwined with the power of the earth. Kale shut his eyes, doing his best to sense the world around him. After a few minutes, he opened them slowly, confusion written on his face. I don't feel anything. Don't rush. Take it step by step. Ron encouraged him with a reassuring smile. You need to trust yourself, trust what's inside you. But I always feel like there's a huge gap between me and the other dragons, Kale said, lowering his head, resignation in his voice. I really do try, but I fail every single time. Failure isn't something to be afraid of. What matters is what you learn from it. Ron's voice was steady and warm. I've experienced countless failures myself, but I've never given up. Kyle looked up, a spark of light in his eyes. You mean I should learn from my failures? That's right. Ron nodded. Every failure is a chance to grow. Understand. I'll keep trying. Determination appeared on Kyle's face, as if hope had been rekindled within him. Good. Ron smiled. Now, let's try guiding the dragon energy. Focus on your inner sensations and gently lead it to flow. Under Ron's guidance, Kyle closed his eyes, concentrating hard on the changes within himself. As time passed, a touch of serenity gradually spread across his face. Excellent, maintain that state, Ron observed from the side, feeling quietly gratified. Yet as the minutes ticked by, Kyle's expression began to tense. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Kyle, relax. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Ron said softly, concern flickering in his heart. I can sense something, but it seems to be resisting me. There was a hint of struggle in Kyle's voice. That's normal. The dragon energy sometimes pushes back. Ron offered reassurance. You need to feel it with your heart, not force it. Kyle took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Closing his eyes again, he tried to communicate with the strength within. I can do this, he whispered, repeating it silently in his heart. At that moment, the air around them seemed to grow heavy. The dragon energy within Kyle began to stir. Ron watched him intently, anticipation mounting inside. Keep going, Kyle. Hold on to that state. Ron encouraged him. Kyle's body trembled slightly, sweat trickling down his brow. Inside, it was as if a fierce battle was raging. Dragon energy surged within him, straining to break free. I can feel it. Kyle's voice trembled with surprise and excitement. I can sense the dragon energy. Excellent. Keep going. Ron's voice was filled with excitement. Let it flow. Feel its power. Kyle's body gradually steadied, the turmoil within calming in response. His breathing evened out, the tension vanishing from his face, replaced by a newfound confidence. I did it. I really did it. Kyle's voice brimmed with disbelief and joy, tears shimmering in his eyes. Yes, you did it. Ron responded with excitement, his heart swelling with pride and relief for his friend. This is just the beginning. Now you must keep pushing forward. Thank you, Ron. Kale looked at him with deep gratitude shining in his eyes. Without you, I could never have achieved this. After enduring countless trials and hardships, a persistent flame now burned within Kale's heart. It was this unquenchable fire that drove him ever onward. "Ron, are you ready?" Benjamin stood nearby, his eyes bright with anticipation. His voice was low and resolute, as if it could pierce straight through Ron's soul. "I'm not sure," Ron admitted, his brow furrowing with uncertainty. "Can I really defeat that dark sorcerer? He's so powerful, and I feel like my strength will never match his." "You have dragon blood in your veins. That's an advantage you were born with," Benjamin said as he stepped closer, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As he met Ron's eyes, "And today, you'll experience the power of the dragon's breath. Trust me, Ron, you absolutely can defeat him." "But I've already failed before." Ron's voice trembled slightly as painful memories surged up, fear washing over him like a tide. "Last time, I nearly lost everything." "Past failures do not define your future." Benjamin's tone was steady and forceful, as if his conviction alone could lend Ron strength. "We all fight to grow stronger. Only by passing through darkness can we truly see the light." At that moment, the elemental grandmaster, Elvin, approached with a grave expression. He was an elderly mage, his robe flowing and his staff glowing faintly in his hand. "Ron, I will guide you into the realm of illusions. There, you will face your fears and confront the dark sorcerer in a battle of life and death." "The realm of illusions?" Ron raised his eyebrows, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. "What kind of place is that?" "The realm of illusions is a reflection of your innermost self," Elvin explained, his voice softening. "There, you will confront your deepest fears, but you will also discover the strength within your heart. Remember, everything in the illusion is created by your own mind." "I understand." Ron took a deep breath, doing his best to steady himself. "I'll face him. I won't run anymore." "Good," Benjamin replied with a gentle smile, encouragement shining in his eyes. "Believe in yourself, Ron. You are a descendant of dragons. Your destiny is yours to command." "I will," Ron answered firmly, a surge of fearless courage rising up within him. Elvin raised his staff and began to chant a spell in a low voice. Instantly, the air around him turned scorching hot and seemed to ripple with heat. Ron's vision started to blur, as if he were being swept up into a violent whirlwind. The moment he closed his eyes, his consciousness was pulled into a brand new world. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a desolate battlefield, thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood. The sky above was heavy and dark, thunderclouds rolling and lightning flashing, as though heralding a looming disaster. "Welcome to the realm of illusions, Ron." A deep, sinister voice echoed from the shadows, making Ron's heart clench with fear. He spun around and saw the dark sorcerer standing not far away, his face twisted and cruel, his eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. You're the dark sorcerer." Ron's voice trembled as memories of that painful battle flooded back, filling him with dread. "That's right. I am your greatest nightmare." The dark sorcerer sneered, a cold smile curling at his lips as if savoring Ron's fear. "Do you really think you can defeat me? You're nothing but a fragile descendant of the dragon clan. You will never surpass me. I won't let you hurt anyone ever again." Ron gritted his teeth, anger flaring in his chest. He clenched his fists so tightly his fingertips trembled, struggling to keep his inner strength contained. "Oh, how amusing." The dark sorcerer laughed dismissively. "You actually think you can stand against me? Let me show you. Every effort you make is utterly futile." "I'm not that cowardly boy anymore," Ron shouted, feeling the dragon blood within him begin to boil. His voice echoed across the battlefield, a clear declaration of his resolve. "Then come, let's see what you can do." The dark sorcerer smiled coldly, raising his hands as dark energy gathered around him, swirling into a vortex that rushed toward Ron. "Dragon's breath," Ron roared, remembering Benjamin's teachings. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the power, surging within, and thrust his hands forward. In an instant, searing dragon's breath shot out, a brilliant torrent of flame streaking toward the swirling darkness. With an earth-shattering roar, fire and shadow collided in midair, exploding into a burst of blinding light. Ron felt a powerful shockwave slam into him, nearly knocking him off his feet. Gritting his teeth, he fought through the pain, refusing to back down and pressing forward. "How is this possible?" The dark sorcerer's expression changed dramatically, clearly caught off guard by the strength Ron had unleashed. His shadowy energy was devoured by the flames, vanishing in an instant. "This is my power," Ron called out, his voice ringing with fearless determination. His eyes blazed with heat, and in that moment, he seemed to become the very embodiment of an enraged dragon, charging straight toward the dark sorcerer. "Damn it!" The dark sorcerer growled through clenched teeth, retreating swiftly as he tried to summon more dark energy. But Ron was no longer the timid boy he once was. His power surged like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming and relentless. "You're not getting away," Ron roared, gathering energy in his hands once more as he prepared to unleash his final strike. His heart burned, with boundless courage and determination, as if all the pain and hardship he had endured now transformed into strength at this decisive moment. "Go, dragon's breath," he shouted. Flames erupted, soaring into the sky like a dragon and hurtling straight toward the dark sorcerer. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The world was reduced to nothing but that blinding blaze. "No!" The dark sorcerer screamed in despair, but it was far too late. The flames engulfed him, and in a flash, he was reduced to ashes. When silence finally returned, Ron stood at the heart of the battlefield, overcome by an indescribable sense of exhilaration. At last, he had conquered his deepest fears, defeating the enemy who once drove him to the brink of despair. "I did it," Ron whispered to himself, glistening tears in his eyes, his heart brimming with emotion. He finally understood. True strength did not come from bloodline alone, but from the unwavering resolve and courage deep within one's soul. Just then, the world around him began to blur, and a wave of dizziness swept over Ron as his awareness gradually drifted back to reality. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still standing atop the great stone, bathed in moonlight that seemed to wrap him in endless warmth. "Ron, you did it!" Benjamin hurried over, his eyes shining with delight. "I knew you could. I defeated the dark sorcerer." Ron's voice trembled with excitement, his joy impossible to hide. Ron's soul was torn in two by Benjamin and the elemental forces. The furious dragon spirit and the wise dragon spirit were forced apart, now facing each other in open opposition. Though both fought for the same goal, their ways could not have been more different. "You fool!" the furious dragon bellowed, his voice rumbling like thunder, flames blazing in his eyes. "We need strength. Charge in and tear that dark sorcerer to pieces." "Calm yourself, Ron," the wise dragon replied coolly, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. "Sheer force alone cannot defeat the dark sorcerer. His magic is far greater than we imagine. Only with strategy can we prevail." "Strategy?" scoffed the furious dragon, contempt thick in his voice. "In battle, strategy is useless. What we need is power. Come on, fight by my side." "You don't understand the situation at all." The wise dragon spoke each word with unwavering determination. "I've already analyzed it. There's a clear pattern too. The dark wizard's attacks, and our tails bear the least pressure during battle. If we focus our strength there, we might find an opportunity to strike back." "You want to fight him with our tails?" roared the enraged dragon, his fury so fierce that the trees around them nearly caught fire. "That's laughable. We are dragons. We should fight with our claws and fangs, not rely on our tails. If you don't calm down, we'll lose everything." The wise dragon's voice grew even steadier, carrying a powerful sense of urgency. "Listen to me. This is the only way we can turn the tide. Are you willing to risk defeat at the hands of the dark wizard?" At that moment, Benjamin, who had been standing quietly nearby, finally couldn't hold back. His voice swept through the tension, like a fresh breeze. "Ron, the wise dragon is right. We must analyze the situation rationally, not let our emotions take control." "And who are you?" The enraged dragon glared at Benjamin, as if his gaze alone could reduce him to ashes. "You're just a mortal. What right do you have to lecture me? I may be a mortal, but I am also your friend." Benjamin stood his ground, his eyes unwavering. "I've witnessed your strength, and I know your pain. Right now, only unity can help us through this crisis." The furious dragon hesitated, seemingly moved for a fleeting moment by Benjamin's words, but anger quickly surged back to the surface. "I don't need your pity. All I want is revenge. Revenge won't solve anything. It will only plunge us deeper into despair." The wise dragon's voice was like a soothing balm, slowly calming the enraged dragon. "What we need is cooperation, not division." "Cooperation?" The enraged dragon's voice dropped, and the flames in his eyes flickered and faded. "I don't know if I can still trust any of you." "Trust me." The wise dragon spoke gently but firmly, his gaze both kind and resolute. "Believe in the power that binds us together. Only then can we defeat the dark wizard and save our home." For a moment, the air was thick with tension, and the storm within the furious dragon's heart raged on. Deep inside, a quiet voice called out to him, urging him to remain calm. "All right," he said at last, his words tinged with reluctant resignation. "I'll try to follow your lead, but if things go wrong, I won't hold back." "That's the spirit." The wise dragon offered a relieved smile, then turned to Benjamin. "Now, we need to come up with a plan. The dark wizard's power is formidable. We must proceed with caution." Benjamin nodded and began to draw a simple battle diagram on the ground. We can use the environment to our advantage. There are plenty of trees here that can serve as cover. If we lure the dark sorcerer into a narrow area, he won't be able to wield his powerful magic as freely. Then we focus all our strength on his tail, delivering a fatal blow. The wise dragon added, a glint of intelligence shining in his eyes. It's a solid plan. I'll draw him forward, while you two get ready to strike when he's distracted, rumbled the voice of the furious dragon once more. Though there was still a trace of unease, determination now burned in his eyes. We can do this, Benjamin encouraged, silently offering up a prayer in his heart. As night fell, the three of them stood more resolute than ever under the silvery moonlight. Taking a deep breath, they set out, every step firm as they advanced toward the dark sorcerer. As they drew near, the air grew thick with an oppressive force, making it hard to breathe. The dark sorcerer's figure drifted through the shadows like a phantom, sending chills down their spines. "Come, brave dragons," the dark sorcerer called out, his voice low and menacing. "Do you really think you could defeat me? Your strength means nothing before my power." "We will not back down," roared the furious dragon, charging at the sorcerer, flames billowing behind him. "Now," whispered the wise dragon from the side, tail tensed and ready to strike with all his gathered might. In an instant, the dark sorcerer unleashed his magic. Blades of darkness tore through the air, slicing straight toward the furious dragon. "Get out of the way," Benjamin shouted, his heart pounding with anxiety. At that moment, the furious dragon spun around, his tail snapping through the air like lightning, striking hard against the dark sorcerer's attack. The clash of their powers sent a shockwave rippling out, filling the air with a burst of dazzling light. "Well done," the wise dragon cheered from the sidelines, hope gleaming in his eyes. The dark sorcerer staggered back, surprise flashing across his face. "So you do have some strength," he snarled, eyes glinting with malice. "But it's still not enough to defeat me." "We won't give up," the furious dragon roared again, his tail gathering power for the next assault. "We are dragons," the wise dragon's voice thundered like a battle drum. "No matter what happens, we will never yield." In this fight for their lives, the three were bound together by trust and unity, drawing their greatest strength from each other. The shadow of the dark sorcerer began to recede before them, and quietly, hope for victory grew in their hearts. "We will win," Benjamin repeated silently in his heart, following close behind them, determined to support this arduous battle. As the fight raged on, the power of the dark wizard gradually waned, while the fierce and wise dragons grew ever more in sync, their tails working together in perfect harmony. At last, their combined strength struck down the dark wizard, and the light of victory illuminated the entire mountain range. "We did it!" Benjamin cheered, his eyes sparkling with tears of excitement. "Can you really do this, Ron?" Benjamin's voice broke the silence of the cavern. His brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at Ron, his heart heavy with worry. "I have to." Ron's eyes snapped open, blazing with determination. "I won't let anyone down, not even myself." "Your willpower exceeds my expectations," the elemental master remarked gravely from the side. "But that doesn't mean you can easily withstand the trial of elemental power. You must be mentally prepared." "I'm ready," Ron replied, his voice ringing out strong and clear, as if declaring his resolve to everyone present, including himself. His body trembled ever so slightly, taut as a bowstring, threatening to snap at any moment. Benjamin drew a deep breath, thinking to himself, "This young man's resolve is truly remarkable, but I worry whether he can endure what's to come." "Ron," the elemental master began slowly, "before you start, you need to understand this is not just a test of your body. It is a cleansing of the soul. You'll face not only external forces, but also the fears and doubts within your heart." "Understand," Ron responded, his voice steady and unwavering. "I will overcome them." Benjamin and the elemental master exchanged a glance, as if weighing the situation. At last, the elemental master nodded, signaling Benjamin to begin the spell. "All right, if you're ready, let's start." Benjamin gave a faint smile, gathering shimmering elemental energy in his hands and directing it toward Ron. As the elemental force surged into him, Ron was instantly enveloped in radiant light. The air reverberated with a deep, thunderous rumble. His body trembled, straining under the enormous pressure. "Stay focused, Ron," Benjamin called out, his voice sharp and commanding. "Don't let yourself be lost in this power." "I won't." Ron gritted his teeth, beads of sweat gathering on his brow as he fought desperately to maintain his inner calm. Yet as the flow of elemental power continued, Ron's body began to react violently. His face twisted with strain, as if he were wrestling some invisible force. "Hurry, Ron. Picture the light within your heart," Focus on it. The elemental master's voice cut through the turmoil, a beacon of guidance for Ron. I'm trying. Ron's voice was strained with pain. His fingers curled tightly into fists, the veins on his hands standing out as if he was tearing apart the fear inside him. At that very moment, the tremors in the cave intensified. The patterns on the walls seemed to come alive, flickering with an eerie light. The air was thick with tension, like an oncoming storm about to break. Ron, focus. Don't let fear take over your mind. Benjamin's voice rang out like the beat of a war drum, spurring Ron onward. I will overcome it. There was a hint of unyielding strength in Ron's voice now. His eyes grew more resolute, as if waging a desperate battle with the shadows within his soul. As time passed, Ron's body gradually adapted to the baptism of elemental power. His breathing grew steady. The pain on his face faded away, replaced by a surge of confidence. Excellent, keep it up. The elemental grandmaster's voice was filled with satisfaction. You're on the path to success. I can feel them. I can feel the power. Ron's voice quivered with excitement, his whole being beginning to shine with a brilliant light, like a rising star in the darkness. This is your true potential. Benjamin's face broke into a proud, relieved smile, his heart swelling with pride at Ron's growth. Yet, as Ron's power continued to grow, the elemental forces inside the cave turned increasingly unstable. The patterns on the walls writhed with even greater frenzy, as if resisting the presence of this newfound strength. Be careful. The elemental power is slipping out of control. The Grandmaster's voice now carried a note of tension. I can control it, Ron replied firmly, though deep down, a faint uneasiness crept into his heart. Don't let it consume you, Benjamin shouted. You must master this power. Don't let it master you. Ron's heart jolted. He realized that he was facing far more than a simple trial. This was a battle between life and death. Drawing a deep breath, he forced his fear and uncertainty aside, focusing all his will on the radiant power within him. I can do this, Ron shouted, his voice echoing through the cave, as if declaring his resolve to the world itself. With his will unwavering, the turbulence of the elemental power gradually subsided, and the light within the cave softened. Ron's body shimmered in the glow, as though becoming one with this force. Excellent, keep going, the Grandmaster said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I can feel it. I understand what this power truly means. Ron's voice brimmed with excitement, his heart filled with a strength unlike anything he had ever known. At that very moment, the tremors within the cave intensified once more. The patterns on the walls seemed to writhe in a wild dance, and the air was thick with a sense of foreboding. Be careful, Ron. The elemental forces might backlash. Benjamin's voice carried a note of tension. I know, Ron replied, his voice steady and clear. I'll keep it under control. Just as he was preparing to give it his all, the cave walls suddenly collapsed. Massive stones tumbled down, forcing Ron to leap backward to avoid being crushed. Quick, get out of the way, Benjamin shouted, pulling Ron aside in the nick of time. We can't give up. Determination blazed in Ron's eyes. I won't back down, not now. Stay calm, Ron. The elemental master's voice rang out, powerful and reassuring, bolstering Ron's resolve. I will overcome everything. Ron's voice thundered through the cave, echoing with unwavering confidence. Benjamin, today's lesson is about close combat magic. Lena turned slightly, blue light flickering in her hand as her piercing gaze fixed on Benjamin. But, teacher, I still don't feel strong enough. How could I ever face those powerful enemies head-on? Benjamin's uncertainty showed in his voice, doubt clouding his mind. You must understand, a mage is not just a fragile character who relies on casting spells from a distance. Lena smiled faintly, her tone firm. A true elemental master must be adept in every aspect of battle. Melee is just as much a part of our strength. Benjamin lowered his head, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He remembered the first time he met Lena. She had flashed across the battlefield like lightning, her sword and magic woven together in a breathtaking display. But, teacher, you're so powerful. I'm afraid I can never measure up. Behind every strong person lies a story of hardship. Lena's voice was gentle but resolute. I've failed countless times before achieving what I have today. You have to learn to believe in yourself. Benjamin looked up, a glimmer of hope lighting his eyes. You're right. I'll do my best. Good. Let's begin the training. Lena extended her hand, conjuring a sphere of flame, which she then shaped into a blazing sword. The blade glittered in the night air, radiating intense heat. Here, try to catch this sword. Catch this sword. Benjamin froze, anxiety tightening in his chest. He knew Lena's flaming sword was no ordinary fire. It was infused with potent magic. Don't worry, the flames won't harm you, as long as you focus on its energy. Lena's voice was like a star in the night sky, warm and bright, guiding him forward. Benjamin took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself. Slowly, he reached out his hand, feeling the heat radiating from the flame. Sword. Just as his fingers were about to touch the blade, the sword suddenly shot toward him like a predator swooping down on its prey. Ah! Benjamin cried out, dodging to the side in a panic, his heart pounding wildly. Focus! Lena's voice rang in his ear, urgent and insistent. A jolt ran through Benjamin's heart as he forced himself to steady his nerves. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the energy swirling around him. The flame sword traced a glowing arc through the air, as if waiting for his response. Come on, catch it! Lena's voice resounded like a clarion call, filling him with courage. He snapped his eyes open, throwing his hands wide to meet the oncoming sword. In that instant, a surge of power rushed from the blade. Into him, as if the sword and he had become one. The flame sword hovered in his grasp, warm energy coursing through his veins. Well done! Lena beamed with satisfaction, her eyes brimming with approval. Now, try to channel its power. I'll give a shot. Excitement welled up in Benjamin's chest as he focused his mind, feeling the energy of the flame sword. He closed his eyes again, summoning images of countless fire elements gathering at his will. Power of flame, heed my call, he murmured, and the sword in his hand blazed even brighter, the heat intensifying. Excellent, keep going. Lena encouraged him from the side. Release it. Benjamin felt a torrent of strength surging within him. With a rush of adrenaline, he swung the flame sword, unleashing a torrent of fire that erupted into a blazing dragon, hurtling toward the trees ahead. With a thunderous explosion, the fire dragon burst against the trees, instantly setting the leaves ablaze and flooding the forest with light. Amazing! Benjamin cheered in exhilaration. I did it, but don't get cocky. Lena's tone turned stern in an instant. The power of flame demands control. Recklessness only leads to destruction. Benjamin's heart skipped a beat as he realized his mistake. Frantically, he tried to recall the flames, struggling to extinguish them, but the fire had already spread, the surrounding trees growing ever hotter under its onslaught. Teacher, what should I do? Panic seized Benjamin, his face turning pale. Don't panic. Focus on controlling it. Lena acted swiftly, tracing intricate runes in the air with her hands. A powerful stream of water surged forth, rushing toward the flames. A fierce hiss filled the air as water met fire, sending clouds of steam billowing skyward. In an instant, the blaze was extinguished. Phew! Benjamin let out a long breath, his heart still pounding with lingering fear. Thank you, teacher. I was really too reckless. That's the purpose of training, Lena replied with a gentle smile and a soft look in her eyes. In battle, control is just as important as reaction. Remember, as a mage, you must not only possess power, but also learn to master it. Benjamin nodded, resolving silently in his heart. I'll work even harder. I won't let myself make the same mistake again. Very good. Let's continue our training, Lena said, turning with a determined gleam in her eyes. Today's goal is for you to master close combat magic and become a true elemental grandmaster. Ron, where are you up to? A clear, cheerful voice called from behind, snapping him out of his thoughts. Turning around, Ron saw his friend Ellie, her golden hair fluttering gently in the morning breeze, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. I'm trying to sense the power of dragon breath, Ron replied with a faint smile, determination shining in his gaze. I can feel it drawing closer to me. Ellie stepped nearer, crouching down to study Ron's face closely. Talking to yourself again? Last time you said you'd surpass everyone, but you just ended up running in circles. I'm not just running in circles. Ron's voice rose, tinged with irritation. I'm training hard, and I can feel myself changing. Changing? You mean that faint sensation of dragon breath? Ellie raised her brows, clearly unimpressed. You know, most people think you're just wasting your time. Do you really believe this path will lead you anywhere? A pang shot through Ron's heart. Her words cut deep, like a blade striking his most vulnerable spot. I believe in my choice, Ellie. The blood of dragons is my source of strength. I won't give up so easily. But you haven't rested properly in 4 days. Ellie's tone softened, concern showing in her eyes. If you keep this up, your body won't be able to handle it. I know what I'm doing, Ron answered, his voice steady and cool. I can feel the changes within me. My body is adapting to this power. Adapting? Are you sure you're not just fooling yourself? Ellie stood up, her expression turning serious. Do you really understand what it means to wield dragon breath? It's more than just power. It's a responsibility. Responsibility? Ron gave a bitter laugh. Of course I understand. But more than anything, I want power. I want to surpass those who mock me. Surpass? Who do you want to become? Ellie's voice rose, anger flashing in her eyes. Do you want to be someone who relies solely on inherited power? Do you truly not care what others think? Ron's expression shifted slightly, a surge of anger rising within him. He stood up, locking eyes with Ellie, his voice low and powerful. What matters to me is my own choices. You don't understand what I'm striving for, and I don't need your approval. But you need the support of your friends. Ellie's words were laced with helplessness. I've stayed by your side because I care about you, not because I want you to obey me. I don't need anyone's support. Ron spat out through clenched teeth, his fury barely contained. All I need is my own strength. Ellie froze, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes before her gaze grew resolute. If that's truly your decision, there's nothing more I can do. But please remember, strength alone can't solve every problem. Ron didn't reply. He turned away, staring into the distant mountains, his heart a tangled mess of conflict and longing. He knew Ellie spoke the truth, yet he couldn't quell the yearning that burned inside him. At that moment, he felt a powerful surge of energy rising within, as if a sleeping dragon was about to awaken. Can you feel it? Ron suddenly spun back to face her, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. I can sense the dragon's breath calling to me. Ellie gasped, then stepped forward, her voice edged with concern. Are you sure you can control it? This isn't something to take lightly. I can't. Ron's reply thundered through the air, brimming with certainty. I'm ready. He closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath, focusing as the energy within him gathered and swelled. His heartbeat quickened, the power of the dragon's breath surging through his veins, threatening to tear him apart. Ron's consciousness began to blur, the world around him fading away until only the raw force inside remained, raging unchecked. Ron! Ellie's voice rang out at his ear, tinged with panic. Stay calm. Don't let it spiral out of control. But Ron could feel nothing except the irresistible call of that power, as though he was being consumed, like a butterfly about to break free from its cocoon. His body trembled, the air around him growing searing hot, as if ignited by the dragon's breath. I can do this! Ron roared, his voice echoing through the valley, determined to unleash the power at last. His fists clenched, heat burning at his fingertips, a wave of unshakable confidence rising in his heart. Don't be reckless, Ellie called out again, her voice desperate with worry. You have to master it. I don't need to control it. I just need to let it loose. Ron bellowed, the energy within him reaching its zenith. With a deafening roar, the dragon's breath erupted from him like a raging torrent, sweeping across the mountaintop in an instant. The air was thick with scorching heat, and Ron's body was shrouded in dragon fire, as if he had become an awakened dragon himself. The trees around him crashed to the ground under the force of his power, and the earth began to tremble, as though the entire world was cheering his name. Ron! Ellie's voice rang out, laced with despair. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Please stop. But Ron was already lost in the rush of his newfound power, relishing a freedom he had never known before. Pride swelled in his heart. It felt as though he had finally found his place, that he had become a true dragon at last. Yet even as he reveled in the strength surging through him, a warning bell rang deep within his soul. He knew too much power could only lead to destruction. He would have to find his balance. I can control it, Ron repeated silently to himself, determined to regain his focus. Drawing a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and felt the wild energy inside him slowly ebb away. With his effort, the fury of the dragon fire began to recede, and the air around him gradually stilled. Ron opened his eyes slowly and saw Ellie's face clouded with worry. A pang of guilt struck him. I'm sorry for making you worry, Ron said quietly, his voice tinged with remorse. You really scared me. Ellie breathed out, relief and complicated emotions flickering in her eyes. The stronger you become, the more afraid I am. I know I was wrong, but I truly want to become stronger. Ron's voice softened, his earlier recklessness fading. I'll do my best to keep my power in check. I won't let you worry again. Ellie nodded, determination shining in her gaze. I'll always support you, but remember, strength isn't everything. True greatness lies in the growth of your spirit. Ron, your progress has surprised me. Alvin offered a gentle smile, his voice full of encouragement. But remember, the real test is still ahead. I understand, Master. Ron nodded resolutely, a fierce resolve igniting within him. I'll be ready. I won't let you down. Just then, tension swept through the training ground. The silhouette of a shadow warrior slipped out of the darkness, a suffocating aura filling the field. Ron's heart pounded as he sensed an unprecedented threat. Ron, stay calm. Use the skills you've learned. Alvin's voice sounded in his ear, an invisible force lending him courage. Yes, master. Ron drew a steadying breath, forcing himself to focus as he replayed his training in his mind, searching for a way to respond. The Shadow Warrior let out a chilling laugh, his voice as deep and cold as the abyss. Boy, did you really think you could escape my grasp? Ron sensed a powerful hostility, a mocking, contemptuous glint shone in the Shadow Warrior's eyes. He knew that if he didn't act now, destruction would be his fate. I won't let you have your way, Ron shouted, unleashing elemental magic in an instant. The air around him seemed to dance at his fingertips. Foolish, sneered the Shadow Warrior, dismissing him with a wave. Black energy gathered in his hand, sharpening into a deadly blade that drove straight for Ron. A jolt of fear shot through Ron, but he reacted in a heartbeat. He twisted aside, using his surroundings to dodge. The Shadow Warrior's attacks rained down like a relentless storm, yet Ron weaved through them with the grace of a wildcat on the hunt. Do you see? This is your weakness. As Ron evaded, he calmly analyzed the Shadow Warrior's pattern, feinting and misleading his opponent, deliberately creating openings to lure him in. You think such petty tricks can defeat me? The Shadow Warrior roared. His attacks came faster and faster, but Ron's responses grew only sharper. I don't need to defeat you. I only need to find your flaw. Determination blazed in Ron's eyes, his fighting spirit surging ever higher. At last, after a perfectly executed dodge, Ron spotted a tiny gap in the Shadow Warrior's assault. Elation sparked within him. He swiftly shifted his stance, ready for a counterattack. Now, Ron thought, and with a single leap, he struck forward like a diving falcon, aiming straight for the Shadow Warrior's heart. What are you trying to do? The Shadow Warrior's voice was panicked as he struggled to react, but it was already too late. To end this fight, Ron's voice thundered, and his fist, charged with elemental power, struck the Shadow Warrior hard. With a muffled groan, the Shadow Warrior crumpled. The blow robbed him of all strength, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Ron stood over him, chest heaving, a surge of triumph welling up inside. He had done it. Not only had he vanquished his foe, but more importantly, he had conquered the fear within himself. Well done, Ron. Alvin stepped forward, eyes shining with approval. You've mastered not just technique, but also demonstrated wisdom and courage when it mattered most. Thank you, Master. Ron smiled quietly, pride swelling in his heart. I'll keep working hard and become even stronger. You've taken a crucial step forward, Alvin said earnestly. But remember, true battle is not only a contest of strength, but also a clash of intellect and spirit. Just then, the air around them grew heavy. The Shadow Warrior's body began to fade, as if swallowed by the darkness. An uneasy feeling crept into Ron's heart, stirring a sense of foreboding that an even greater threat was on the horizon. Teacher, what exactly is a Shadow Warrior? Ron asked, his brows furrowed in concern. Shadow Warriors are the embodiment of dark forces. Their appearance signals an even greater threat, Alvin replied, his expression growing grave. We must be ready for the challenges that lie ahead. I'll give it everything I've got, Ron declared without hesitation, a fierce determination welling up inside him. Excellent. Alvin nodded approvingly. The coming training will be even more grueling. Are you prepared? I'm ready whenever you are, Ron answered, his voice firm and resolute, a fearless spirit igniting within him. In the days that followed, Ron and Alvin embarked on a far harsher training regimen. Every sparring match brimmed with peril and adversity, pushing Ron to his limits time and again. Through each trial, he grew stronger, not just in body, but in willpower, his movements sharpening with agility, his calmness and cleverness in the face of danger, setting him apart from the rest. Ron, Benjamin's voice cut through the quiet of the night as he hurried over, a broad grin on his face. You're back just in time. I caught you training at the field earlier. Unbelievable. Your speed and strength have improved so much. Ron turned toward him, a faint smile playing on his lips, a glimmer in his eyes. Really? I can feel something's changed within me too. This power feels like it's rising up from deep inside. I'd wager you've started investing points into Dragon Warrior attributes, Benjamin teased, his eyes brimming with anticipation. That's no small feat. You know how powerful Dragon Warriors are in our world. I just want to get stronger to protect the ones I care about, Ron replied, lowering his head. His voice was deep and thoughtful, as if lost in contemplation. Protect? Who are you thinking of? Benjamin caught the shift in Ron's tone and couldn't help but ask. It's Ellie, Ron admitted, a faint blush coloring his cheeks as he wondered why he'd bring her up now of all times. Ellie? The girl who's always by your side. Benjamin raised an eyebrow, his curiosity clearly piqued. It seems like you two are getting closer, aren't you? I don't know. Ron let out a sigh, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. In the illusion, I felt something I've never felt before. It was so real, but I have no idea if she feels the same way. Benjamin gave Ron a firm pat on the shoulder, his tone earnest. You should tell her how you feel. Don't keep those emotions buried inside for too long. Life's too short. Miss the chance, and it may never come back. I'll think about it, Ron replied with a nod, though uncertainty still lingered in his heart. At that moment, Derek, the shadow warrior, strode over. His face was dark, and in his eyes flickered a trace of hostility. Well, Ron, I hear you've changed since you came back from the illusion. What a surprise. Derek, Ron frowned slightly, displeasure flickering across his face. What do you want this time? I just want to remind you, not to think that getting stronger means you're suddenly our equal. Derek's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile, his tone full of provocation. You just got lucky, that's all. Real strength has to be proven in battle. Benjamin immediately stepped forward, his anger barely contained. What's that supposed to mean, Derek? Ron's faced the trials of the illusion, and his transformation is real. Who are you to provoke him like this? I'm just stating the facts. Derek shrugged, utterly unfazed. If he's truly strong, he should accept my challenge. You want to challenge me? Ron's gaze hardened, a fire igniting within him. I'm not afraid. Excellent. A sly, cold smile crept across Derek's face. Then let's have it out. See who the real warrior is. Benjamin tried to intervene. Ron, don't be rash. Derek always likes to prove himself this way. It's fine. I need this chance, Ron answered firmly, making a silent vow in his heart. I want to prove myself, and I want Derek to understand. I'm no longer the coward I once was. All right then. Benjamin sighed helplessly. I'll be at your side, but please, be careful. The duel was set for the training ground. Their companions quickly gathered around, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Derek stood off to the side, disdain in his eyes, as though he could see straight through Ron. Are you ready? Derek asked, his voice icy. Whenever you are. Ron clenched his fists, his heartbeat quickening as he recalled the strength and skills he had gained in the illusion. Begin. Derek barked, and in a flash, he lunged at Ron with astonishing speed. Ron reacted instantly, twisting aside to evade Derek's attack. His heart raced with the realization. He truly had become more agile. Without hesitation, he countered, landing a heavy punch squarely in Derek's abdomen. Derek grunted, the wind knocked out of him, his face flashing with surprise. He clearly hadn't expected Ron's strength. Seems you're not as strong as I thought, Ron said coldly, a surge of confidence rising inside him. This is only the beginning. Derek gritted his teeth, anger flaring in his eyes. He quickly shifted his stance, launching an even fiercer assault. The battle between the two raged on, fists and feet clashing with relentless energy, and the air was thick with tension. The spectators all around held their breath, their eyes fixed on the fierce contest unfolding before them. Go, Ron. You can do it. Benjamin shouted from the sidelines, his heart pounding with anxiety for his friend. As the fight progressed, Ron gradually found his rhythm. His movements became smoother, his strikes more powerful. Though Derek was strong and aggressive, he now seemed to falter before Ron's growing momentum. Ow! How did you become so powerful? Derek gasped, his face a mix of shock and frustration. Because I'm no longer afraid of failure. Ron's voice rang out, firm and resolute, as if he were declaring his transformation to everyone present. In the end, relying on his keen reflexes and strength, Ron managed to knock Derek to the ground. The crowd erupted into applause, and the atmosphere soared to a fever pitch. I've won. Ron breathed heavily, a wave of pride and accomplishment rising in his chest. He knew this was more than just a victory in battle. It was proof of his inner growth and transformation. Derek slowly got to his feet, his expression still tinged with unwillingness. You won this time, but I won't give up so easily. Nor will I, Ron replied with a gentle smile, his eyes shining with determined light. But I hope you understand. True strength isn't about defeating others. It's about striving, improving, and growing within yourself. You're right, Derek said, lowering his head. A complicated emotion flickered across his eyes. Maybe it's time I took a good look at myself. Benjamin stepped forward and clapped Ron on the shoulder. You did great, Ron. You didn't just defeat Derek. You overcame your own limits. His skills had already reached a basic level during this time. Though his body still bore a few scars, his expression radiated unwavering determination. You know, Ron, Benjamin said, adjusting his gear and glancing up at him. Your progress amazes me. You really are a natural talent. Ron smiled softly and shook his head. Not really, I just got lucky. Without your help, I'd probably still be stuck in the same place. Don't be so modest, Carl chimed in, lounging in another chair while idly spinning a finely crafted dagger in his hand. You're not standing. Still, You're growing faster than anyone. Those dark wizards aren't exactly pushovers, you know. Surviving here is an achievement in itself. Lena emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray of freshly baked pastries, and laughed. You men do love to argue, don't you? Ron, your strength is impressive now. When we return to Tower City, people will see you in a whole new light. I hope so. Ron took a sip of tea, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Quietly, he was already planning how he would prove his abilities once they returned to Tower City. But the road home won't be so easy. Benjamin suddenly frowned, his tone growing serious. The remnants of the evil forces are still lurking in the shadows. We must stay on guard at all times. You mean we might run into an ambush? There was a hint of tension in Lena's voice. She set down her pastry, her gaze fixed on Benjamin's face. That's right, Benjamin nodded. These evil forces are not willing to be wiped out so easily. They might send small squads to hunt us down. We need to be prepared. Carl stood up, clenching his fists, a spark of determination in his eyes. Let them come. We've already defeated so many enemies. Why should we be afraid of a few stragglers? Don't underestimate them, Benjamin warned sharply. If the enemy comes prepared, the consequences could be dire. We need a meticulous plan. I think we should split into 2 groups, Ron suddenly interjected, his gaze resolute. One group covers the retreat of the other. That way, even if we're ambushed, we can react quickly. That's a good idea, Lena nodded in agreement. We can also set up traps along the way to deal with anyone who tries to pursue us. It's settled, then. Benjamin's expression softened, clearly satisfied with Ron's suggestion. We need to make the most of our strengths to ensure we get back safely. At that moment, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the base. The next instant, a burly man burst in, his face pale and anxious. Bad news. Enemies have been spotted outside. They're advancing on the base. What? Carl sprang to his feet, a flash of anger in his eyes. How did they find us so quickly? Maybe we left traces behind when we were clearing out the evil forces, the man panted, catching his breath. There's a large number of them. They've surrounded the entire base. Gather everyone at once and prepare to defend. Benjamin's voice cut through the tension like a blade. His eyes grew steely, as if he'd already accepted the coming battle. Ron's heart pounded faster. He knew this fight was unavoidable, but fear still surged within him. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. We can't let them breach the base so easily. That's right. Everyone get ready and stay safe, Lena said. Though her voice was calm, the strain was evident. She quickly checked her staff, making sure everything was in order and under her control. Ron, come with me. Benjamin suddenly called to Ron, turning and heading toward the back of the base. Ron's heart tightened as he hurried after him. What are you planning to do? Ron asked, trying to read Benjamin's intentions from his expression. We need to find a spot where we can keep an eye on the enemy's movements, Benjamin replied as he walked. With your current abilities, you can help us scout their positions. I understand. Ron nodded, quietly encouraging himself. He knew this was a chance to prove what he could do. They found a vantage point high up in the base, a place from which they could overlook the area outside. Ron closed his eyes, focusing all his senses attuned to the subtle shifts of the elements around him. His consciousness gradually expanded, reaching out like an invisible thread, connecting with the world beyond. I see them. Ron's voice suddenly grew urgent. The enemy is splitting into several groups, some in front, some behind. It looks like they're preparing to surround us. Their intentions are clear, Benjamin said, his expression turning grave. It seems we have to act fast. I can use elemental power to create obstacles and slow them down. Ron offered, confidence welling up inside him. That's a great idea. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Benjamin's eyes. Let's do it together. The 2 of them hurried back to the base and gathered the other members, sharing Ron's discoveries and their strategy. Everyone voiced their support, steeling themselves for the coming battle. On a bright afternoon, the usual noise of the city seemed to be swept away by a gentle breeze. In a quiet corner of a cafe, Benjamin and Ron sat together, 2 steaming, cups of coffee on the table, and the air rich with its deep, inviting aroma. Outside the window, passers-by hurried along, their laughter drifting in from time to time. Ron, I heard your son Rain has been doing quite well lately. Benjamin smiled warmly, his eyes full of concern. A complex emotion flickered across Ron's face. He looked up, meeting Benjamin's gaze, as if weighing his words. Yes, he's finally come out of that slump. You know, those days were incredibly hard for him. Benjamin nodded, though a faint unease lingered in his heart. I remember you mentioning what happened to him at school. It sounded like he was really suffering. He was, Ron said, his voice dropping low, the pain of memory shadowing his eyes. He was isolated by his classmates, even bullied at times. As his father, I felt powerless. That kind of helplessness, it tears you apart. A pang of sympathy struck Benjamin. He could feel Ron's pain. You must have been so worried about him. Of course. There was a trace of anger in Ron's voice. Every day I wonder why children can be so cruel. Don't they realize how much harm such behavior can do to another child? Benjamin quietly took a sip of his coffee, trying to steady the turmoil in his heart. He knew Ron's anger was not just directed at those children, but was also a reflection of his disappointment with society as a whole. I think, more often than not, children don't truly understand the consequences of their actions. But as a father, I can't protect my own child. Ron's voice grew more agitated. I want to do something for him, but I feel so powerless. Tell me, does a father like that even have the right to feel guilty? Don't think that way, Ron, Benjamin said quickly, trying to comfort him. You've already done your best, and what matters most is that Rain is gradually recovering. You have to believe that he will find his way out of the shadows. But is he really doing better? Doubt filled Ron's voice. Sometimes I wonder if he only seems fine on the outside, but inside he's still struggling. Benjamin fell silent for a moment, unsettled himself. I think, as his father, you should try to talk to him more. Let him know you're always there to support him. I've tried. Ron's tone was tinged with helplessness. But every time I ask, he just brushes me off. Me fine, dad. I don't know what to do to get him to open up. Maybe you could try a different approach. Take him out to do things he enjoys, Benjamin suggested. Show him your care in a way that feels like support, not pressure. You're right. Ron nodded, a flicker of hope in his eyes. I'll give it a try. Just then, the door to the cafe swung open. A young woman stepped inside, sunlight spilling through the doorway and wrapping her. In a golden glow, she glanced around, her gaze landing at last on Benjamin and Ron. With a gentle smile, she walked over to them. Hi, what are you two talking about? The girl's voice was bright and clear. Oh, Lena. Benjamin was momentarily surprised, then smiled warmly. We were just talking about Ron's son, Rain. Zen, I've heard of him. Lena sat down, curiosity lighting up her eyes. How is he these days? He's doing all right, Ron replied, his tone softening a little. But I'm still worried about him, especially his relationships with his classmates. Lena nodded, her expression full of understanding. I can imagine kids at that age can be really harsh. But I believe Rain will be okay. How can you be so sure? Ron couldn't help but ask, a touch of dissatisfaction in his voice. You don't know what he's been through. Of course I don't know. But I believe every child has their own journey of growing up, Lena replied firmly. We can't always look at their world through the eyes of adults. But there are things that only adults can deal with, Ron argued back, his voice tinged with anger. If we don't protect them, how are they supposed to grow up? Protecting them doesn't mean solving everything for them, Lena said, her voice gentle yet resolute. We should let them face challenges on their own and learn how to solve problems. But what if they get hurt? Ron's voice shot up, his eyes blazing with anger. I'd rather risk being hated by them than watch them get hurt. Ron, you're just trying to justify yourself, Benjamin interjected, a note of helplessness in his tone. You can't always see yourself as the victim. I am not, Ron shot back, his face flushing with anger. I'm just worried about my son. I understand your concern, but you can't project those feelings onto him, Lena replied, her tone still gentle. What he needs is a father who understands him, not a guardian driven by anxiety and anger. Ron's expression gradually softened. He took a deep breath, struggling to calm his emotions. Maybe you're right. I just worry about him so much. Worrying is normal, but we have to learn to manage those feelings, Benjamin said softly, concern showing in his eyes. You have to trust Ryan. He'll find his own way. I'll try, Ron said, lowering his head, his voice gentler now. Thank you both for your advice. Lena offered a faint smile and spoke softly. We're all parents. We all go through this stage. The key is learning to listen and understand. Yes, Ron nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. I'll have a good talk with Ryan. Just then, the door of the cafe swung open again. A burly man entered, fatigue etched across his face. He strode over to Benjamin and Ron's table, frowning slightly as if deep in thought. What are you talking about? The man asked, his voice low and commanding. We're discussing Ryan, Benjamin replied, a hint of caution in his tone. Ryan? The man's lips curled in disdain. What's there to discuss about that kid? He's just a coward. Ron's face darkened instantly, his eyes burning with fury. What did you say? He's nothing but a coward, the man said coldly, unmoved by Ron's anger. If he doesn't want to be bullied, he should learn to fight back. You have no idea what he's been through, Ron shouted, his voice brimming with rage and helplessness. What gives you the right to judge him like that? Because I saw his weakness, the man retorted without flinching, his eyes filled with provocation. That's the truth. The weak are destined to be eliminated. You've gone too far. Lena sprang to her feet, her voice trembling with indignation. You have no right to pass judgment on a child. I'm just telling it like it is, the man replied with a sneer, completely unfazed by the stares from those around him. Telling it like it is? What you call truth is nothing but cruel mockery of a child. Ron was seething with anger, nearly ready to lunge at him. Enough, Ron. Benjamin quickly grabbed Ron's arm, doing his best to calm him down. There's no sense in arguing with someone like him. Why should we put up with this? Ron shot back, still furious. He doesn't know the first thing about compassion or understanding. Because we need to keep our heads, Benjamin said firmly. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Ron took a deep breath, fighting to regain his composure. He knew Benjamin was right. He couldn't afford to lose himself because of this contemptible man. Rain, Ron finally broke the silence, his voice low and steady. I've noticed you've changed lately. You're still quiet, but I can see you're becoming more responsible. Rain looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before he regained his calm. He managed a slight smile, trying to mask the turmoil within. Thank you, Ron. I'm just doing my best not to make the same mistakes again. It's not just about mistakes. It's about responsibility. Benjamin interjected from the other side of the table, his gaze as sharp as a blade, studying Rain's every reaction. You need to realize that as part of this team, you have to shoulder more responsibility. I know, but sometimes I really don't know what to do. Rain's voice grew quiet, tinged with frustration. His eyes darted about, as if searching for something to hold on to. What to do? That's not the real question. It's the challenge you have to face. Benjamin's tone grew even firmer. If you keep going like this, the whole team will suffer. Do you understand? I do, but I hope you can give me some time, Rain replied, his voice rising as emotion broke through. His hands clenched into fists, the anxiety within him barely restrained. It's not that I don't want to take responsibility. I just need to find my own rhythm. Ron looked at Rain, a surge of complicated emotions welling up inside him. He knew that Rain was not a coward, but under pressure, Rain often seemed at a loss. We've all gone through times like this. Ron softened his tone, trying to bridge the gap between them. I once struggled in your position too. What you need is confidence, not fear. Confidence? That's easy for you to say. Benjamin interrupted with a cold laugh, cutting Ron off. Rain, do you really think confidence alone can solve your problems? No one in this world is going to pity you just because you're uneasy. You have to learn to grow under pressure. Rain's face turned pale, his anger and sense of injustice tangled together. He felt backed up against a cliff, with nowhere left to retreat. I'm not running away from responsibility. I'm just trying to find a way that works for me, he shouted, his voice echoing around the empty conference room. A way that works for you? Benjamin sneered again, the corners of his mouth twisting with mockery. What do you take this for? A game where you get to pick and choose. Responsibility isn't optional, Rain. You have to face it. You have to bear it. That's enough. Ron suddenly raised his voice, cutting off Benjamin's accusations. His eyes flashed with anger and dissatisfaction. Rain is not as fragile as you think. He's working hard to adapt to this role, not just running away. We should be supporting him, not just piling on the pressure. Benjamin was taken aback by Ron's reaction and fell silent for a moment before letting out another cold laugh. Support? And you think support alone is going to fix anything? I don't want to see a Rain who just relies on everyone else. I'm not relying on anyone. Rain's voice was low and steady, as if he'd finally found his courage. I just need time to prove myself. I'll take responsibility, but I want you to believe in me, not keep blaming me. Believe in you? Do you really think trust alone solves everything? Benjamin's voice remained icy, his eyes full of disdain. In this team, trust is built on competence. If you can't show what you're capable of, then what does trust even mean? Competence doesn't happen overnight. Ron shot back, unable to contain his emotion. Everyone has their own process of growing. We can't just write someone off because of a single mistake. What are you all arguing about? Suddenly, a clear voice cut through the tension. Emily walked in, her face marked with confusion. She was a member of the team, usually gentle in temperament and rarely involved in disputes. We're talking about Rain's sense of responsibility. Ron turned to Emily, his tone much gentler now. I think he's trying, but Benjamin believes he's still not mature enough. Rain, what are your thoughts? Emily looked at Rain with gentle eyes, as if wanting to offer him a chance to speak. Rain took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. I know I still have a lot to learn, but I hope to find my place in this team. I don't want to be a burden. I want to grow. Growth takes time. Emily nodded, her eyes glimmering with understanding. Everyone moves at their own pace. Maybe we should give each other some room, instead of adding more pressure. Benjamin remained dissatisfied, a faint smirk lifting the corner of his mouth as if he dismissed Emily's view. Room? That's not guidance. That's indulgence. What Rain needs is a push, not sympathy. Even a push has its limits. Ron stepped forward once more, firmly confronting Benjamin. We can't sacrifice personal growth in the name of efficiency. Rain has potential. We should give him a chance, not suffocate him under pressure. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. It felt as though the very air around them had frozen. Rain became acutely aware of the contrasting attitudes of his two colleagues, and the struggle within him only deepened. He lowered his head, his heart a tangle of conflicting emotions. "I'll do my best," Rain finally spoke, his voice low but resolute. "I'll prove myself through my actions. Please give me a chance." "Opportunities must be earned," Benjamin said coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "But I hope you realize, time won't always wait for you. Ron, I think you need to find yourself a girlfriend." Benjamin's voice echoed beside him, tinged with an odd note of concern. "I'm really not in the mood for that right now." Ron sighed helplessly, though inwardly his mind drifted through memories of the past. Thoughts of Rain haunted him still, the name that had brought him so much pain. "I'm not telling you to find a girlfriend. I mean you should find a little sister," Benjamin insisted, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "A little sister?" Ron was taken aback, his brow furrowing as unease crept into his heart. He wondered if Benjamin was teasing him or just trying to make a joke. "Yes, a little sister." Benjamin let out a heavy sigh, clearly dissatisfied with Ron's reaction. "I know you're carrying a burden, but what happened with Rain is behind us. You can't keep living in the shadow of the past. You have no idea what I've been through." Ron suddenly raised his voice, anger flaring across his face, making him appear especially agitated. "What happened with Rain will never be behind me. I know you're in pain, but you can't let yourself dwell in these feelings forever." Benjamin's voice softened, hoping to calm the anger flaring in Ron. "You need someone by your side, someone to help you find your way out of this darkness. Someone to keep me company? That's easy for you to say." Ron's emotions grew more intense, his finger pointing accusingly toward the endless night sky, as if it were to blame. "I don't want to love anyone ever again. I just want to be alone and think about Rain. But isolating yourself will only make you feel lonelier." Benjamin's voice was both firm and gentle. "You can't keep shutting yourself away. Life still goes on." Ron fell silent, his heart churning with conflicting emotions. He knew Benjamin made sense, but he simply couldn't let go. Rain's absence was like a wound that never healed, tearing at him with every passing moment. "I need time," Ron finally murmured, lowering his head, his voice deep and heavy. "I can't just let go the way you say." "I understand." Benjamin nodded, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. "But I hope you realize there is still so much beauty in life waiting for you to discover." Just then, a burst of laughter and cheerful voices drifted from the street corner. A group of young women passed by, their laughter lively and bright, as if lighting up the air around them. Ron couldn't help but turn his head, his gaze falling on one of the girls. Her smile was as warm as sunlight, chasing the shadows from his heart in an instant. "You see, life is always full of these beautiful moments," Benjamin observed, noting where Ron was looking, and smiled. "That's what I mean, finding a sister." "I don't want a sister," Ron replied instinctively, but inside his heart stirred. "Why not?" Benjamin pressed, hope flickering in his eyes. "A sister can bring you warmth and companionship. She can help you step out of this gloom." "I don't know." Ron clenched his teeth, torn by hesitation. Deep down, he longed for that kind of warmth, but fear of getting hurt held him back. "Just give it a try." Benjamin's voice was gentle, yet resolute. "You can start as friends and ease into it." "I need time," Ron repeated, though Benjamin's suggestion echoed in his mind. A few days later, Ron finally found the courage to give Benjamin's idea a chance. One weekend afternoon, he stepped into a cafe, his heart pounding with nerves and a flicker of hope. "Welcome," the barista called out with a friendly smile. Ron returned the smile, ordered a cup of coffee, and found a seat by the window. Sunlight streamed in through the window, spilling across the table in a warm, bright glow. Ron sat quietly, watching the ebb and flow of people. Outside, his mind a swirl of tangled thoughts. Memories of Rain came rushing back, moments of joy and pain interwoven, leaving his heart conflicted. "Hey, are you here alone?" A clear, cheerful voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. Ron looked up to see a young woman standing before him, a smile on her face as radiant as the sunshine outside. "Yes, I am," Ron replied, a little surprised, though secretly pleased. "My name is Emily. Mind if I join you?" she asked with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with friendly warmth. "Of course," Ron nodded, feeling a pleasant warmth well up inside him. "Are you waiting for someone?" Emily sat down and immediately struck up a conversation, her voice light and easy. "No, I just wanted a cup of coffee," Ron answered, relaxing as he spoke. The tension within him slowly began to dissolve. "Me too. I was just passing by," Emily replied, her smile as soft and comforting as a spring breeze, lightening Ron's mood as well. They dove into conversation about life, work, and hobbies, as if there were endless topics to explore between them. Ron soon discovered that Emily's personality was bright and witty, the complete opposite of his own. Her laughter rang out like the chiming of little bells, gently striking that hidden wound within his heart, gradually melting away his defenses. "You're really funny." Ron couldn't help but laugh, silently thanking Benjamin for his advice. "So are you," Emily replied, winking at him, her smile blooming like a flower. "I think we could be great friends." "Great friends." Ron repeated the words to himself, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. Perhaps, he thought, this was what Benjamin meant by his sister. As time went by, Ron and Emily grew closer. Whenever they grabbed coffee or strolled through the city together, Ron felt a long-lost sense of happiness stirring within him. Though the shadow of rain still lingered, he was slowly learning to accept his past and lay down the burdens of his heart. "Ron, is something bothering you today?" Emily suddenly asked, concern shining in her eyes. "Ron, have you heard?" Benjamin burst through the door, his face alight with excitement. "What is it?" Ron looked up, a slight frown creasing his brow. "There's a girl who wants to see you," Benjamin replied, lowering his voice, his eyes gleaming with mystery. "She says she might be your daughter." "My daughter?" Ron felt his heart plummet, and his coffee cup nearly slipped from his grasp. He had never even considered such a possibility, and the thought struck him like an old, forgotten nightmare. "Are you sure? Who is she?" "I don't know her name either," Benjamin admitted, shaking his head, his gaze sincere. "But she seemed anxious, like she had a lot she needed to say to you." Ron's heartbeat quickened, and a tide of inner conflict surged within him. He had never considered adopting a daughter, let alone a girl who was a complete stranger to him. His past was a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. "She's waiting outside," Benjamin said, moving to the window and peering out. "I think you should meet her." "Meet her?" Ron's voice was low and hesitant. "I don't know how to face her." "Maybe this is an opportunity, a chance to start over." Benjamin turned around, his gaze unwavering. "You can't run away forever. Life has a way of throwing unexpected challenges our way." Ron fell silent, the struggle inside him growing fiercer. Yes, he had spent his life running from the shadows of his past. But now this unknown girl felt like a thorn, piercing straight into his heart. "All right, I'll meet her." At last, he made up his mind. He stood up, smoothed his clothes, and said, "Take me to her." Benjamin nodded and led Ron out the door. The sun was still shining brightly, but Ron's mood was as heavy as a stormy sky. They walked to the garden of the complex where, in the distance, a young girl sat on a bench. Her expression was tense, yet full of hope. "She's the one you're here to see," Benjamin said softly, giving Ron a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I'll wait for you here." Ron took a deep breath and walked toward her. Bathed in sunlight, her figure looked especially fragile, her trembling fingers clutching tightly to the edge of the bench. A wave of complicated emotions washed over Ron. Anticipation mingled with fear. "Hello," Ron said as he stopped in front of her, his voice trembling ever so slightly. The girl looked up, her eyes glistening with tears like a startled fawn. "Are you Ron?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Yes, I am," Ron replied, his heart pounding, 1,000 questions flashing through his mind. "And who are you?" "My name is Amy." Her voice grew steadier with each word. "I came to find you because I want to know about my origins." "Your origins?" Ron was stunned, his mind a whirlwind. He had never imagined anyone would care about his past, least of all a girl claiming to be his daughter. "I never knew who my father was," Amy said, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. "I grew up in an orphanage, and only recently learned that you might be my father." This is all so sudden. Ron felt as if he couldn't breathe, anguish and confusion battling inside him. "I've never thought of adopting a daughter, especially not you." "I know this must be difficult for you to accept," Amy replied, her voice trembling as she struggled to stay composed. "But I hope you'll give me a chance to understand where I come from." "Do you know about my past?" Ron's voice carried a trace of bitterness. "I was never a good father. My life is filled with mistakes and regrets." "I don't care about your past," Amy replied firmly. "I just want to know who I am and why I exist in this world." A sharp pain stabbed through Ron's heart, as though something inside him was being torn apart. In Amy's eyes, he saw innocence and longing, telling a silent story of years spent in loneliness and yearning. "I need time," Ron finally said, his voice low and full of helplessness. "I don't know what I can offer you. I just want an answer." Amy's voice trembled with a hint of despair. "Can you tell me why I was abandoned?" Ron choked up, his memories rising before him like a mirror, reflecting the pain and helplessness buried deep within. He couldn't face the man he once was, nor the choices he had once made. "I never imagined things would turn out like this." Ron lowered his head, regret flickering in his eyes. I've let you down, and let down this world. Amy's tears flowed uncontrollably. She fought to keep her composure, forcing herself not to break down. I just want to know who my father is. I want to have a real family. Family. Ron's voice quivered as old memories surfaced. Those once happy days now lost to him. Guilt and remorse welled up inside him. I will try to get to know you. Ron finally made up his mind. He lifted his head, a determined light shining in his eyes. I may not know how to make things right, but I'll do everything I can to mend this. A glimmer of hope flickered in Amy's gaze. Though her heart was still full of questions, at last she had found a father she could lean on. Thank you, Ron, she said softly, her voice warm and full of gratitude. Are you absolutely sure you've never been involved with a dragon woman? Benjamin's voice abruptly cut through Ron's thoughts. He was sitting across from Ron, his eyes shadowed with anxiety. I told you already, it's impossible. Ron's tone grew agitated, his hand trembling so much his glass nearly slipped from his grasp. I've never had any contact with them. Benjamin frowned, clearly unconvinced. But Laura said she saw you together. Laura? And what gives her the right to claim I was involved with a dragon woman? Ron's voice jumped an octave, drawing curious glances from the nearby patrons. She said you were being awfully close at last week's gathering, Benjamin pressed, meeting Ron's gaze with probing suspicion. That was just a misunderstanding. She and I are nothing but friends. Ron's agitation deepened, his cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. Friend? Benjamin let out a cold laugh. Do you have any idea how complicated the word friend is among the dragons? I don't want to argue with you about this. Ron's voice sank, heavy with exhaustion and resignation. He glanced out the window by reflex. The night outside was deep and inscrutable, mirroring the confusion clouding his own heart. Ron, you have to face reality. Benjamin's tone grew stern. If you truly have nothing to do with her, then you need to find evidence to clear your name. Otherwise, everyone will believe Laura's story. I don't have to prove anything to anyone. Ron slammed his hand down on the table, sending his glass rattling and splashing wine across the surface. His heart was overflowing with grievance and anger, as if the whole world was questioning his innocence. You're running away. Benjamin's voice softened, but his resolve remained clear. If you're truly innocent, you should stand up and defend yourself, not hide here drowning your sorrows. You think I want this? Ron's voice trembled with helplessness. I want to sort things out too, but I don't even know where to begin. Start with Laura. A glimmer of insight flashed in Benjamin's eyes. Why would she say these things about you? What really happened between you two? Ron fell silent, lost in memories of his time with Laura. They had once been friends, sharing laughter and good times, but lately things had grown strained between them. I don't know. Maybe it's because I turned down her invitation. An invitation? Benjamin raised an eyebrow. What kind of invitation? She wanted me to go with her to a dragon gathering. I refused. Ron let out a weary sigh, a trace of bitterness flickering in his eyes. I knew it was a dangerous place. Nothing in the dragon world is ever simple. So, she's getting her revenge this way? Benjamin's voice was low, his mind turning over the possibilities. This is a tangled mess. I don't want to think about it anymore. Ron shook his head, fatigue etched in his gaze. All I want is a quiet life, away from all this turmoil. But you can't just run away. Benjamin's words were resolute. You have to find a way to resolve this, or things will only get worse. What do you think I should do? Ron asked, his voice barely above a whisper, despair flickering in his eyes. First, you need to find Laura and ask her directly what her intentions are. Wisdom sparkled in Benjamin's eyes. Then, gather evidence to prove your innocence. Maybe you can find others who are there to vouch for you. But I don't even know where she is. Ron's voice was laced with helplessness. She's been avoiding me lately. I can help you find her. Benjamin's voice was resolute, and hope sparkled in his eyes. I have some friends among the dragons. They might be able to offer a few leads. Thank you, Benjamin. Ron looked at him with gratitude, a warm feeling blooming in his chest. But I don't want to trouble you any further. This isn't trouble at all. Benjamin gave a gentle smile, his eyes full of unwavering resolve. Friends ought to help each other. You're not fighting this battle alone. Just then, the bar door swung open, letting in a rush of cold night air. Several figures stepped inside. Ron's heart tightened as he recognized one of them, Laura. Her gaze swept across the bar, finally coming to rest on Ron. In that instant, it felt as if time stood still, and a tense hush settled over the room. Ron. Laura walked over, wearing a faint smile, though a trace of unease flickered in her eyes. What are you doing here? Ron's voice was cold, a surge of complicated emotions rising within him. I want to talk to you. Laura's voice was gentle, but there was an edge of nervousness beneath it. About what? Ron was unwilling to yield, the doubts he felt toward her still clouding his mind. About what I said before. Hesitation flashed in Laura's eyes. I hope you'll give me a chance to explain. Explain. Ron let out a bitter chuckle. Why did you lie to me? You know perfectly well I have nothing to do with that dragon woman. I didn't mean to. Laura's voice grew urgent. I just wanted to get your attention. Get my attention? Ron's voice brimmed with anger. Do you have any idea what your actions could lead to? I do, but I didn't know what else to do. Tears shimmered in Laura's eyes. I just wanted you to understand how I feel about you. Your feelings? Ron's voice was cold, but within him, emotions churned in turmoil. He didn't know how to face this friend from his past. Yes, I like you. Laura finally summoned her courage. Determination lit her eyes. I hope you'll give me a chance. And you think this is the way to win my heart? Disappointment colored Ron's voice. You've left me utterly confused. I just can't bring myself to trust you. I will take responsibility for what I've done. Laura's voice was firm, hope gleaming in her eyes. I'll explain everything to everyone. I'll make sure they know you're innocent. Can you really do that? Doubt crept into Ron's voice. If you can't, my reputation will be ruined forever. I'll do my very best. Laura's eyes were filled with determination. I won't let you bear all of this alone. All right. At last, Ron let out a sigh of relief, the anger in his heart slowly dissipating. But I hope you'll treat this matter with sincerity. I will. Laura offered him a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with hope. In that moment, Ron felt a flicker of hope stir within his own heart as well. Benjamin stood quietly off to the side, watching the scene unfold with a flood of emotions within him. He understood that something subtle had shifted between Ron and Laura, and perhaps this turmoil would mark a new beginning for the two of them. Who is it? Ron's voice betrayed a hint of impatience. It's me, Benjamin. A steady, composed voice came from outside the door. Ron hesitated for a moment before finally opening the door. As it swung open, Benjamin appeared before him, dressed smartly in a crisp suit and wearing a grave expression. Ron, we need to talk. There was a note of urgency in Benjamin's tone. Talk about what? A sense of unease crept into Ron's heart. Though he and Benjamin had been friends for years, right now he didn't feel like speaking to anyone. It's about Laura, Benjamin said bluntly. Laura? I've already told you, I don't have a daughter. Ron's voice rose, and a wave of panic rushed through him. Are you really sure? There was a resolute glint in Benjamin's eyes. I found some evidence, something that might change your mind. Ron's heart began to race, his hand tightening involuntarily around his glass. Evidence? What are you talking about? I don't want to hear it. Ron, calm down. Benjamin's voice softened, trying to steady him. I know this is hard for you to accept, but we have to face the truth. The truth? All you have is a bunch of guesses. Ron snapped, his features growing more and more contorted with anger. I don't want to hear Laura's name again. Benjamin let out a sigh, clearly frustrated by Ron's reaction. I understand you're in pain, but I hope you'll agree to meet her. Meet her? Why should I bother meeting someone I don't even know? Ron's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Do you really think that'll convince me she's my daughter? She needs you, Benjamin replied, his voice low and firm. She wants to know who her father is, and you're her only hope. Hope? Ron let out a cold laugh, anger blazing in his eyes. I have no hope, and I have no obligation to take responsibility for her future. Are you really going to run from this? Benjamin's voice grew even more resolute. You once had a family. Those memories may be painful, but you can't deny her existence. I don't want to remember any of that. Ron nearly shouted, losing control of his emotions. That's a past I want to forget. But can you really forget? Benjamin stared at Ron intently, his eyes full of concern. Laura is innocent. She knows nothing of what happened between you. Innocent? Ron's voice trembled, pain flickering in his eyes. Her very existence brings me even more pain. Why should I go see her? Because you are her father. Benjamin's voice softened. Whether you want to or not, that's the truth. By facing her, maybe you'll find some relief. A surge of conflicting emotions rose in Ron's heart. His hand shook, and the glass he held nearly slipped from his grasp. Relief? Do you really think seeing her will bring you relief? I do. Benjamin nodded firmly. You can choose to face it, or you can keep running, but no matter what, Laura is waiting for you. I need time. At last, Ron lowered his head, his voice low and heavy, like a tide barely held at bay. I'll give you time, but don't let yourself sink any deeper into this pain. Benjamin took a step closer, placing a reassuring hand on Ron's shoulder. I'll be waiting outside. Take your time and think it through. Once Benjamin left, Ron sat alone in the living room, a storm of emotions churning inside him. Laura, a name he had never seen in person, stirred up endless waves in his heart. He closed his eyes, memories of the past drifting through his mind, the family he once had, the love that had been shattered. Do I really have a daughter? He murmured, a note of despair threading through his voice. Time slid by in silence, and Ron's inner struggle only deepened. At last, he got to his feet, walked over to the window and gazed out at the starry night. In that moment, a strange courage welled up inside him. "I can't keep running," he whispered, as if making a promise to himself. The next morning, sunlight spilled across the floor through the curtains, though Ron's heart remained clouded. He picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed Benjamin's number. "Hello." Benjamin's voice came through the line, carrying a trace of anticipation. "I want to see her." Ron finally spoke the words, his tone tinged with resolve. "That's wonderful. I'll make the arrangements." Benjamin's voice brimmed with relief. "You'll see. Meeting her won't be as frightening as you think." "Benjamin, can I go play with Ron?" Laura's voice chimed in, bright and expectant like a songbird at dawn. "Of course you can, Laura." Benjamin set aside the note in his hand, doing his best to sound relaxed. "But tell me, what would you like to do?" "I want to play games with Ron. He always has so many interesting toys." Laura's eyes sparkled, as if countless scenes of happiness were already unfolding in her mind. Benjamin sighed. Though uneasy inside, he couldn't help but be swept up by her enthusiasm. "All right, I'll call Ron. But do you remember those candies you had last time? Are you thinking of bringing some along too?" "Of course. I love those colorful candies." Laura jumped up with excitement, already imagining the sweet moments she would share with Ron. Benjamin picked up the phone and dialed Ron's number. The line rang a few times before Ron's weary voice came through. "Hello? Who is this?" "Hi, Ron, it's Benjamin." He tried to sound casual. "Laura wants to come over and play. She says she's really looking forward to playing games with you." "Oh, Laura." Ron's tone softened. "I'd be glad to have her. But is she hoping for more of those candies again?" "Yes, she really wants them," Benjamin replied with a slight smile. "I think if you could have some of her favorite sweets and toys ready, she'd be even happier." A pause on the other end made Benjamin a little nervous. He could almost picture Ron's face at that moment. After a while, Ron finally spoke. "I'll do what I can, but I don't have much time to prepare. Work's been keeping me busy lately." "I know you're busy," Benjamin said, a trace of resignation in his voice. "But this is Laura's request. She's really looking forward to this visit." "All right, I'll try to get some things ready," Ron replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "But you have to promise she won't get too rambunctious." "Of course, I'll remind her," Benjamin assured him, relieved as he hung up. He turned to Laura and said, "Ron agreed, but he said he's been busy with work, so he might not have much prepared." Laura's face fell at once. "But I really want those candies and toys," she said quietly. "I know, Laura." Benjamin comforted her gently. "How about this? I'll go with you to the supermarket, and we can pick out some treats ourselves." Laura's eyes lit up again. "Really? Then we can buy lots and lots of candy." "Absolutely." Benjamin, caught up in her excitement, decided not to hesitate any longer. "Let's go right now." They quickly changed their clothes and stepped out of the house. The night breeze drifted by, carrying a hint of coolness. Laura skipped ahead, each joyful step paving the way for the happiness to come. Inside the supermarket, Laura darted excitedly between the aisles, picking out her favorite candies and toys. Her laughter rang out like the tinkling of little bells, drawing the attention of nearby shoppers. "Benjamin, look at this. Isn't it adorable?" Laura pointed at a plush toy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yeah, it's pretty nice," Benjamin replied with a gentle smile. "Why don't we get this one?" "Great," Laura cheered, immediately placing the toy into their shopping cart. They continued to wander through the supermarket, with Laura selecting all kinds of candies until the cart was filled with brightly colored packages. Each time she spotted something she liked, her face would light up with a radiant smile. "Do you think we bought enough?" Benjamin asked, secretly relieved with the choices they'd made. "Not yet." Laura shook her head and kept searching the shelves for new treasures. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. It was Ron. Though his face showed signs of fatigue, his eyes instantly warmed when he saw Laura. "Well, Laura, fancy running into you here." Ron walked over with a smile, casting a glance at their brimming cart. "You two sure have picked up a lot, huh?" "Yes, Ron," Laura replied enthusiastically. "I want to share all this candy with you." Ron's brows knit together slightly, a hint of hesitation in his expression. "But, you know I'm on a diet lately. These sweets aren't really good for me. But I picked them out especially for you." Laura's voice revealed a trace of disappointment. "I just wanted to share my happiness with you." "I know you mean well, but I really can't eat them," Ron said firmly. "I don't want to put on more weight." Laura's face turned pale in an instant, and tears began to well up in her eyes. "But I was really looking forward to sharing these with you." "I am sorry, Laura." Ron's tone softened, though he didn't change his mind. "I hope you can understand." Benjamin, seeing the look of sadness on Laura's face, felt a pang of sympathy. He stepped forward, hoping to ease the tension. "Ron, Laura just wants to share her happiness with you. Why not try accepting her kindness?" "I know how she feels, but I can't give up my goals for a handful of candy," Ron replied with a hint of helplessness. "I hope you can understand." At last, Laura's tears spilled over. She turned her back to Ron, her voice trembling. I only wanted to make you happy. Laura. Ron's voice was tinged with regret. He wanted to reach out and comfort her, but didn't know what to say. I don't want to hear any more. Laura shouted angrily, her voice trembling with tears. All I wanted was to make you happy, but you just refused to accept my kindness. Benjamin's heart tightened. He reached out and took Laura's hand, hoping to calm her down. Laura, please don't cry. We can think of another way. I don't care. I just want to go home. Laura yanked her hand away from Benjamin's grasp and dashed toward the supermarket exit. Laura, wait. Benjamin hurried after her, his chest tight with worry. Ron remained where he stood, staring blankly at Laura's retreating figure, his heart tangled with conflicting emotions. He knew he had unintentionally hurt an innocent child, yet he couldn't bring himself to change his decision. At the supermarket entrance, Laura stopped, her vision blurred by tears. She stood there helplessly, her heart full of grievance and loneliness. Benjamin caught up and gently patted her on the shoulder. Laura, don't be upset. We can still look for other toys and sweets. But I don't want to see Ron ever again. Laura sobbed, her tears streaming uncontrollably. I know you're disappointed, but Ron has his reasons too. Benjamin soothed her patiently. We'll find a better way to share happiness together. Ron sat in the corner of a cafe, cradling a cup of warm coffee in his hands, his gaze drifting unconsciously to the window. His mood was as heavy and overcast as the sky outside. Just then, Benjamin pushed open the door, rain-soaked as if he'd just come through a storm. Ron. Benjamin walked up to him, a faint smile on his lips as he tried to lighten the mood. Why are you still here? It's not great out there. I know. Ron looked up, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? What for? Benjamin sat down, his smile gradually fading. I want to know about Laura, Ron said quietly, as if revealing a secret. Laura? She's living with Lena now, and she's doing quite well. Benjamin's tone was casual, almost dismissive. It's nothing serious, Ron. You don't need to worry. But Ron's brow furrowed tightly. I can't shake the feeling that she's running from something. She's changed so much lately. It's like there's a wall between her and the rest of us. Benjamin sighed and shook his head. She just needs a little time to adjust her new life. That's all. You know how life is. There are always challenges. Challenges? Ron's voice rose, sharper now. You call this just a challenge? Her smile is gone. There's no light in her eyes anymore. Can't you see that? Of course I can see it. Benjamin's voice grew animated. But we can't force her to face all of this. Everyone has their own way of dealing with pain. You think that's enough? Just letting her bear it all alone? Ron's tone brimmed with anxiety. What she needs is support, not isolation. Support? And you really believe she'll accept it? Benjamin's expression turned grave. She's always been independent, strong-willed, and stubborn. The more we try to help, the more likely she is to resent it. But I can't just stand by and do nothing. Ron's voice grew more impassioned. I have a responsibility to her. I can't let her shoulder this alone. Benjamin took a deep breath, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. I understand how you feel about her, but you have to realize there are things we simply can't control. Her life, her choices, they belong to her. So that's it. You're just giving up. Ron's voice was almost a roar. She's my friend. I can't just stand aside and watch. Ron, calm down. There was a touch of irritation in Benjamin's voice. You're only making things worse. Have you ever thought that maybe Laura doesn't want us meddling in her life? I don't care what she wants. Ron's voice was resolute, edged with anger. All I care about is her safety and happiness. What are you saying? Benjamin's face changed. Are you just finding excuses for your own feelings? Do you really think what you're doing is right? I'm only thinking of her. Ron's voice trembled slightly. I don't want to lose her. I can't lose another friend. You haven't lost her, Ron. Benjamin's tone softened. You're just going through a rough patch. We all are. But I don't want to go through this again. Tears shimmered in Ron's eyes. I don't know how to face the changes in her, how to face her silence. You can choose to listen. Benjamin's voice grew gentle. Sometimes, listening matters more than speaking. Let her know you care, but don't force her. That's easy for you to say, Ron replied, a touch of resignation in his voice. I just want to know if she still remembers our friendship. She definitely remembers, Benjamin said, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Laura is someone with deep feelings. She won't forget what you two have shared. Ron felt a little calmer, though he still couldn't shake his unease. I hope so. I hope she can find that happy version of herself again. We all hope for that, Benjamin nodded. But sometimes, time is the best healer. What should I do? Ron's voice carried a trace of confusion. Give her space, give her time. Benjamin's tone was firm. Stand by her side when she needs you. That's how she'll feel your care. I understand. Hope flickered in Ron's eyes. I'll try to understand her, instead of pressuring her. That's the right attitude. Benjamin smiled gently. Understanding and support between friends. That's what truly matters. They fell silent for a while. Outside, the rain continued to fall, as if providing a gentle accompaniment to their conversation. Gradually, a sense of calm settled in Ron's heart. He realized that some things couldn't be fixed overnight. They needed time to heal. Thank you, Benjamin. Ron finally spoke, gratitude clear in his voice. Having you here makes me feel so much better. That's what friends are for. Benjamin smiled softly, a warm light shining in his eyes. Just then, the door of the cafe swung open. Laura stepped inside, carrying with her the fresh scent of rain. Her gaze swept across the room and finally settled on Ron and Benjamin. What are you two doing here? Laura smiled, as if she'd just been through a cleansing rainstorm. We were waiting for you. Ron stood up, a gentle expression on his face. We've been worried about you. Worried about me? Laura raised an eyebrow slightly. I'm really fine. But the changes in you lately have us concerned, Benjamin added, his tone full of care. I just need some time. Laura's voice was soft but resolute. I'll be all right. We'll always be here for you, Ron replied, his eyes shining with determination. No matter what happens, we'll support you. A genuine smile bloomed on Laura's face, as if the weight she'd been carrying had finally lifted. She stepped forward and gently took Ron's hand, feeling the warmth he offered. Ron, could you get the vanilla and strawberry ice cream ready? Benjamin looked up, his eyes bright with excitement. And don't forget the chocolate chip cookies with extra M&Ms. Those are a must. I got it, no rush, Ron replied, the corners of his mouth twitching in amusement, though his mind was already racing with all the things he still had to do. But, are you sure you want to decorate the room with a unicorn and rainbow pony theme? That's not exactly your average party style. Of course. Benjamin's voice leapt up several notches, brimming with enthusiasm. It's the theme I've always dreamed of. I want everyone to feel that fairy tale magic. You know, unicorns and ponies are my all-time favorite characters. Ron shook his head helplessly, though inwardly he admired Benjamin's enthusiasm. All right, I'll do my best, he said, turning to grab a bag of chocolate beans. Yet even as he did so, his mind was already turning over how to bring this magical theme to life. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ron went to answer it and welcomed his friend Kelly inside. The moment Kelly stepped through the door, she was immediately drawn in by the vibrant party atmosphere filling the room. Wow, this is amazing, Kelly exclaimed. What are you all preparing? Benjamin's birthday party, Ron replied, a hint of weariness in his voice. He wants the theme to be unicorns and rainbow ponies. Kelly couldn't help but laugh. Now, that's a unique theme. I think it's going to be a really fun party. I hope so, Ron sighed. But making this theme work is no easy task. I'll help you, Kelly offered enthusiastically. I can take care of the decorations and make sure this room looks just like a fairy tale. That's fantastic. Benjamin's eyes lit up instantly. Can you draw some rainbows and unicorns for me? No problem, Kelly replied with confidence. I'll make the whole room look beautiful. Everyone began to divide up the tasks. Ron busied himself with the food preparations while Kelly started painting vibrant rainbows on the walls. Time flew by as they worked, and as the room slowly transformed into a blaze of color, the atmosphere grew ever more lively. Ron, come look at the unicorn I painted, Kelly called out excitedly, her hands stained with paint. Ron walked over and saw the lifelike unicorn on the wall, unable to contain his admiration. Wow, that's gorgeous. You're a real artist. Thank you, Kelly replied with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And this is just the beginning. Once I finish decorating the whole room, Benjamin's going to be blown away. I hope so, Ron said, a touch of worry lingering in his heart. Though he wanted the party to go smoothly, he knew Benjamin's expectations could sometimes be a little too high. What's on your mind? Kelly noticed Ron's hesitation. As long as we work together, we can pull off this party. I'm just afraid Benjamin might end up disappointed, Ron said quietly. He's looking forward to this party so much. Don't worry, Ron. Kelly gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. If we put in the effort, we'll make him happy. You have to believe in yourself, too. Don't be so hard on yourself. Ron nodded, feeling some of his tension ease away. He knew Kelly was right. The power of teamwork was limitless. As time went by, the room's decorations gradually took shape. The walls were covered with rainbow-colored balloons, and the table was laid out with an array of vibrant dishes. The way Ron and Kelly worked together, with perfect harmony, filled the whole process with laughter and joy. Come and see the cookies I made, Ron exclaimed, proudly holding up a tray of freshly baked cookies, his face glowing with a sense of accomplishment. They smell amazing. Kelly couldn't wait to grab one, and her mouth practically watered with anticipation. Can I have one? Of course, Ron replied with a cheerful grin. I made them myself. Give them a try. Kelly took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. This is delicious. You're a genius. Don't flatter me, Ron said, a shy smile spreading across his face. I just hope Benjamin will like them too. He absolutely will, Kelly said with conviction. As long as your heart is in it, he'll feel it for sure. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Ron went to open the door, welcoming Benjamin inside. Benjamin's face was bright with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, everyone, Benjamin called out as he stepped in, taking in the scene. Wow, this place looks amazing. Do you like it? Kelly asked, her face full of hope. I love it, Benjamin shouted with delight. This is exactly the kind of party I always dreamed of. We even got your favorite ice cream and cookies, Ron added, relieved to see Benjamin so happy. That's awesome. Benjamin's smile grew even brighter. I can't wait for this party to start. As the party unfolded, the room overflowed with laughter and cheerful voices. Friends gathered, sharing delicious food and exchanging stories. The unicorns and rainbow ponies theme wrapped everyone in a fairy tale-like atmosphere. This is the best day ever, Benjamin said, raising his drink and beaming at everyone. Thank you all for making my birthday so special. We're all so happy, Kelly replied. Seeing you smile is the best gift we could ask for. Ron joined in, lifting his cup with a grin. A toast to Benjamin's birthday. Ron, is something wrong? Benjamin asked with concern, noticing a flicker of worry in Ron's eyes. I was thinking about Laura, Ron replied, his voice heavy like a gathering storm cloud. Her recent behavior has me really worried. You mean her attitude toward the Nightwalker Society? Benjamin frowned, clearly already sensing where the conversation was headed. It's not just that, Ron said, rising to his feet and pacing the room, his voice growing louder. She seems fixated on Carl and Lena's daughters, almost as if she's trying to imitate their lives. Do you realize that? I've even heard her mimicking Lena's tone of voice, that inflection. It sent chills down my spine. Benjamin fell silent for a moment, as though weighing his response carefully. I understand your concern, Ron, but I don't think it's entirely a bad thing. How can you say that? Ron spun around, his eyes flashing with anger. Laura shouldn't be drawn into these complicated relationships. She has her own life, her own dreams. But she gets along well with Carl and Lena's daughters in the Nightwalker Society, Benjamin replied, trying to calm Ron down. They treat Laura like a sister of their own. Surely that's a form of support, isn't it? Support. Ron let out a cold, bitter laugh. That kind of support is built on imitation and dependence, not genuine understanding. You have no idea how much they expect from Laura. It's a burden she simply can't bear. But Laura has her own thoughts, too, Benjamin retorted, unwilling to back down. I've heard her say she hopes to become someone like Lena, strong and independent. That's only because she's been influenced. Ron's anger flared, his fists clenched tight as he struggled to contain his anxiety. She's chasing someone else's shadow instead of finding her own path. Do you truly believe she'll lose herself? Benjamin's voice grew resolute. I think she's searching for her own identity, not just blindly copying others. You're worrying too much, Ron. I have every reason to worry. Ron's voice rang out, thick with emotion as he fought to be heard. Laura has lacked a sense of security since childhood. What she needs is a guide, not a group of friends who will only confuse her further. Benjamin's face turned serious. He took a deep breath, then spoke in a gentler tone. I understand your worries, but we can't force her onto a set path. Everyone has their own journey, and Laura is no exception. But what if her journey is led astray? Ron's voice became subdued, his eyes clouded with helplessness. I don't want to see her get hurt. You could try talking to her, Benjamin suggested, his gaze unwavering. Share your thoughts with her. Let her know what you hope for her. Maybe she'll understand how much you care. I just don't know how to begin, Ron sighed, torn by inner conflict. She'll think I'm meddling in her life, when all I want is to protect her. Sometimes, to protect someone doesn't mean to control them. Benjamin's voice was gentle yet resolute. You need to let her know that you're always on her side, no matter what she chooses. Ron fell silent, his inner turmoil churning like crashing waves, impossible to calm. He knew Benjamin was right, but whenever he faced Laura, he always felt powerless. Taking a deep breath, he finally made up his mind. All right, I'll try to talk to her. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door, making Ron's heart skip a beat. He exchanged a glance with Benjamin, then went to open the door. Standing outside was Laura, a faint smile on her lips, though her eyes betrayed a hint of unease. What are you two talking about? Laura's voice was clear, but tinged with nervousness. We were talking about you, Ron admitted honestly, anxiety simmering beneath the surface. Me? Laura blinked in surprise, then managed a small smile. I thought you were discussing the Nightwalkers Guild. It's actually about your future, Benjamin interjected, his tone warm. We care about you, Laura. We really do. Laura's smile faded, replaced by a flicker of confusion. I know you care, but there's really nothing to worry about. I just want to live the life I want. But the life you're living now is built on imitating someone else, Ron said, his voice a little rushed. Do you really want to become another Lena? Laura was caught off guard, her gaze shifting uncertainly as she pondered the question. I'm just trying to find where I belong. But you have your own personality, Laura, Benjamin encouraged her. You don't need to please anyone else. Being yourself is what matters most. But I don't even know who I am. Laura's voice was barely above a whisper, as if she were trying to hide her vulnerability. I just want to be accepted, to fit in. Acceptance isn't earned by imitation, Ron said, his tone softening. You have to believe in your own worth, Laura. You have unique talents and a charm all your own. You don't need to rely on anyone else. Laura lowered her head and was silent for a moment, then finally looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes. I know you're both looking out for me, but I really don't know what to choose. Making a choice can be painful, but it's part of growing up, Benjamin said, his voice warm and unwavering. We'll be here to support you, no matter what you decide. Thank you, Laura whispered, her voice trembling as tears spilled down her cheeks. I'll really think about what you've said. You know, Laura has started getting into classical music again lately, Carl said softly, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Lena nodded, a gentle smile appearing on her lips. Yes, I heard she's even attended a few concerts. She really seems to be enjoying those melodies. I think she always manages to find things that make her happy, Carl said, a note of admiration in his voice. Still, I worry she sometimes gets so absorbed that she forgets about other parts of life. At that moment, Benjamin walked in, wearing a relaxed smile. What are you two talking about? Sounds interesting. We're talking about Laura, Lena replied right away, a touch of anticipation in her gaze. Do you know what she's been into lately? Benjamin paused for a moment. Then his face lit up with understanding. Oh, I know. She's into classical music, especially Chopin. Exactly, Kyle chimed in excitedly. She even said music gives her a sense of freedom she's never felt before. Benjamin nodded, his eyes warming. Laura always manages to find her passion. Lena grew thoughtful, her voice dropping a little. But I can't help feeling she's running from something. What do you think? Running away? Kyle found it. You mean she's dissatisfied with life in some way? Maybe, Lena sighed. I just hope she finds real happiness and doesn't use music to cover up an emptiness inside. Just then, Ron walked in, his face beaming as if he'd just come from a wonderful celebration. Hello, everyone. I just got the news. The kids are all healthy. I'm so happy. Benjamin immediately stood up, walked over to Ron, and clapped him warmly on the shoulder. Congratulations, Ron. You're finally a winner in life. Thank you. Ron grinned so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared. I feel incredibly happy. Having the kids around makes life feel so meaningful. Lena smiled softly, though a faint unease tugged at her heart. Ron, have you ever wondered what challenges the kids will face when they grow up? Our generation already carries so much pressure. Yes, life isn't easy, Carl agreed. I just hope they'll have a better future than we did. Ron shook his head, a determined light shining in his eyes. I believe that as long as we give them enough love and support, they'll find their own way. Benjamin listened quietly from the side, his heart full of emotion. He understood that Ron's optimism and determination came from his own life experiences. There was a time when Benjamin himself had faced countless setbacks, yet he managed to overcome them all in the end. You're both right. Benjamin finally spoke, his voice gentle yet resolute. Each of us is doing our best to live, facing our own challenges. Laura is no different. She's just searching for her own way. But is there something we can do to help her? Lena's voice carried a note of urgency. I'm really worried about her. Of course we can. Benjamin offered a reassuring smile. We can talk with her, listen to what she's thinking, and offer our support. Yes, Carl chimed in, excitement in his voice. We can invite her out, do things she enjoys, and help her rediscover the joys of life. Ron nodded, his eyes shining with agreement. I'd like to help too. Maybe we could arrange a family gathering so Laura can feel the warmth of home. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lena got up to answer it, and standing outside was Laura, her face lit up by a radiant smile. Hello, everyone. Laura's voice was like the morning sun, warm and bright. Laura, come on in. Lena called out with delight. We were just talking about you. Laura paused for a moment, curiosity flickering across her face. Talking about me? What is there to talk about? Plenty. Carl stood up, a playful grin spreading across his face. We were discussing your taste in music and how you've been lately. Oh, then I'd better listen closely. Laura laughed as she sat down, her eyes sparkling. Do you think I've changed recently? Changed? Benjamin smiled warmly, his gaze full of kindness. I think you've become more confident. Yes, music has truly helped me find my own voice. A happy blush colored Laura's cheeks. I think I'll keep pursuing my dreams, no matter how many challenges lie ahead. That's the Laura I know. Ron nodded in approval. No matter how tough life gets, we have to face it bravely. We'll always support you, Lena said gently, her eyes filled with concern and care. Feeling the support of her friends, Laura was filled with a deep warmth. Thank you all. I'm truly grateful. You've made me realize there's so much in life worth cherishing. That's right. We're each other's pillars, Carl said with a smile. Whatever hardships we face, we'll face them together. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow across each of their faces, as if blessing their friendship with an added layer of gentle radiance. Laura's smile bloomed like a flower, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. So what shall we do next? Laura's eyes sparkled with anticipation. We could go to a concert together, or maybe take a trip, Benjamin suggested, hope shining in his eyes. Benjamin, what are you up to this time? Ron's voice cut sharply through the breeze, his eyes alight with disbelief. How did you manage to transport yourself here? I have my reasons, Ron. Benjamin offered a faint smile, his gaze tinged with mystery. There's a secret lingering in the air here, and I've come to uncover it. A secret. Ron furrowed his brow, a storm of thoughts churning inside him. He knew Benjamin's instincts were never wrong, but this time it seemed to touch on something deeply personal, his own children. Are you talking about those children? Turning around, Benjamin's gaze was unwavering. Yes, every child I've found is connected to the fate of this city. Don't you want to know who their parents are? A chill swept through Ron's heart, as if something deep within him was crumbling. What are you saying? Are you implying that you're their father? I never said that, Benjamin replied, shaking his head, a slight smile playing at his lips. But I can sense there's a bond between those children's souls and mine. You're impossible. Ron burst out, his voice echoing in the wind. Who do you think you are? The savior of Tower City? Your selfishness will only plunge everyone into deeper despair. Selfish? Benjamin's voice was low and resolute. I just want you to understand. The truth always hides beneath the surface. You think I'm up to something terrible, but in reality, I'm trying to save those children. Ron's face turned pale, inner conflict and turmoil battling within him. Save them? How? You haven't even asked for my opinion. I don't need your consent. Benjamin's tone turned cold. I know how you see me, but I have to do what I believe is right. Do you really think this will solve anything? Ron's voice trembled, anger and sorrow flickering in his eyes. Do you honestly believe you can shoulder everything alone? A trace of weariness crossed Benjamin's eyes. I don't want to bear it all by myself, but some things I must face on my own. You're just running away from responsibility. Ron's voice grew more agitated. You don't care about how those children feel at all. You're only chasing after your own ambitions. You're wrong. Benjamin's tone softened. I care deeply about each child's future, but some truths need time before they can be revealed. Time? Ron let out a bitter laugh. Do you really think time can heal everything? That's nonsense. What those children need is a real family, not your self-righteous idea of salvation. I know you have your grievances with me, but please, calm down and hear me out. Benjamin's voice became gentler, as though he was trying to dissolve the tension hanging in the air. Go on. Ron's voice was icy, but behind it, a faint sense of unease flickered in his heart. The parents of those children, they're all searching for a place they belong. Benjamin gazed out through the window of the high tower as though his eyes could see far beyond the city. I can feel their pain. What they need is a place they can rely on, not to be abandoned as orphans. So, your solution is to just teleport everyone away. Ron's words were laced with mockery. Do you really think that'll change their fate? I believe that only by facing their true selves can they find where they truly belong. Benjamin's voice was resolute. I will help them find their parents, help them find their place in this world. But this isn't something you can do alone. Ron's voice rose with emotion, his eyes glimmering with tears. We have to work together. It's not something you can bear by yourself. I understand, but I can't let you get caught up in this storm. There was a trace of helplessness in Benjamin's words. I don't want you to get hurt. You think I'd back down because of your decision? Ron shot back, his eyes burning with defiance. No, I'll stand with you, no matter what comes. Ron, Benjamin's voice dropped, and a wave of emotion surged in his chest. Thank you. Don't thank me, and don't treat me like your redemption, Ron said coldly, his gaze steady and unwavering. We're friends. We should face this together, not go our separate ways. All right. Benjamin drew a deep breath, finally letting go of the weight in his heart. Then we'll find those children's parents together and uncover the secrets of this city. Laura, what are you thinking about? Carl entered, interrupting her reverie. His voice was low and warm, as if it could chase away the chill lingering in the room. I'm just wondering if I can really belong here. Laura looked up, her eyes shimmering with anxiety. Carl frowned slightly, walked over to her, and sat down. You've already done so well, Laura. We all know your past hasn't been easy, but you have to believe in yourself. But I always feel like there's some invisible force pulling at me, keeping me trapped. Laura's voice trembled, her emotions erupting all at once. I don't even know if I can trust anyone anymore. Just then, Lena entered the room, carrying a cup of steaming tea. Her face was lit by a gentle smile. I brought your favorite mint tea, Laura. Drink this, and you'll feel better. Thank you, Lena. Laura took the cup with trembling hands, but the anxiety in her heart refused to fade. You know, Laura? Lena sat across from her, resolve shining in her eyes. Everyone has their own shadows. What matters is learning how to face them, not run away. But my shadows are too deep. Laura lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I'm afraid of being hurt again. Carl gently took her hand, his warmth lending her strength. We'll be here for you, always. No matter what happens, you're not alone. But I once betrayed the people closest to me. Tears streamed down Laura's face, her voice raw. I don't know if I can ever trust anyone again. That was the old you, Lena said firmly. What matters now are the choices you make. We all believe you can become stronger. Stronger? Laura let out a bitter laugh. It feels like I'm just running away, hiding from all the things I've done. Running away won't solve anything, Carl said, his tone turning serious. We all know that facing our past is part of growing. You have to confront it, not hide. Easy for you to say. Laura's voice rose sharply, her emotions spilling over. You have no idea what I've been through. I've lost so much. The pain can't even be put into words. We've all been through pain. Lena's voice was soft but steady. You're not alone. We each have our own story, and yours is no more tragic than anyone else's. What matters is how we move forward. You talk so beautifully, but I still can't let go, Laura said, a flicker of despair in her eyes. I can't change the past. I'm forced to live under its shadow. You can choose how you face it, Carl replied, his tone gentle, yet carrying an undeniable strength. You can choose not to let the past define you. You can choose to keep moving forward. Move forward. Laura's tone was tinged with irony. I don't even know where forward is anymore. Then let's walk this path together. Lena's gaze was unwavering, radiating a quiet strength. We'll stay by your side until you find your own direction. But Laura's voice softened, tinged with uncertainty. I'm afraid of losing trust again. Trust is built over time and through shared experiences, Carl replied with a gentle smile. We'll prove our sincerity through our actions. All you have to do is give yourself a chance. Laura's words faded into a whisper. Doubt and fear still lingered in her heart, but she could feel a gentle warmth beginning to grow within. We'll face everything together, Lena said softly. Whether it's the shadows of the past or the challenges ahead, you're not alone. At last, Laura lifted her head. Tears shimmered in her eyes, but somewhere deep inside, a glimmer of hope had begun to shine through. Will you really stay with me, no matter what? Of course, Carl nodded firmly. We're all members of the Nightwalkers Guild. Supporting each other is what we do. I'll try my best. Laura managed a small, fragile smile, and though she still seemed delicate, something inside her had started to change. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, Lena said, her smile warm and sincere. Believe in yourself. You'll become stronger than you think. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. In the next moment, Ron burst in, his face grave. We have a problem. There are some suspicious people outside, most likely enemy scouts. Laura's heart clenched, fear surging over her once more. Instinctively, she gripped Carl's hand, seeking a sense of security. What should we do? Lena was on her feet in an instant, tension tightening her features. First, stay calm and find out exactly what's going on, Ron said in a low, commanding voice. We must protect the base at all costs. We can't let the enemy infiltrate. I can help. Laura stood up suddenly, a spark of courage lighting in her chest. I want to do something for this place. Are you sure? Carl's concern was clear. This could be dangerous. I want to face my fears, Laura replied, her eyes resolute. I can't keep running away. All right, but you must be careful, Ron nodded, his expression serious. We'll be right beside you. We'll go together, Lena added with determination. No matter what happens, we'll face it as one. Lena, come help me adjust this projector. I want to change the chessboard pattern to that underwater world, Laura exclaimed, her eyes shining with anticipation. Lena smiled gently and leaned forward to adjust the projector. In an instant, the screen came alive with a deep blue ocean, resplendent corals, and schools of fish gliding by, filling the entire room with a sense of mystery. Is this good enough now? Lena looked up, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. But Laura, don't even think about hiding any tricks in this underwater world. As if I would. Laura pouted, pretending to be offended. I'm a proper chess player. I would never cheat. Just then, the base door swung open. Benjamin walked in, carrying a few books in his hands. He paused for a moment, surprised by the underwater world projected before him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, looks like you two are already lost in a magical world. Benjamin, you're just in time. Lena waved him over enthusiastically. We're about to start our next round of magical chess. Want to join us? I wouldn't want to be beaten by two little witches, Benjamin replied, shaking his head with a grin. But I can offer you both some tactical advice. Tactical advice? Laura's eyes lit up. Great. Tell us, how can we defeat each other? First, Benjamin said thoughtfully, Lena's strength lies in her strategy, while your advantage is your adaptability, Laura. So, Laura, you should try to disrupt Lena's plans, while Lena, your job is to guide Laura right into your rhythm. Sounds like you're taking her side. Laura pretended to be upset, but the corners of her mouth betrayed a smile. I am not. Lena shot back, a glint of challenge flashing in her eyes. I'm determined to win. Bring it on, then. Get ready for my challenge. Laura clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with determination. As her words faded, the magical chessboard began to appear on the projector, with chess pieces materializing one after another, as lively as tiny creatures waiting for their master's command. I'll go first, Lena said confidently, placing a blue piece on the board. I choose this spot, ready to attack. You're too confident, Laura countered right away, swiftly moving a red piece next to Lena's. I'm not going to let you win that easily. The chess match immediately grew tense, the two girls going back and forth, their fingers dancing over the pieces as if waging a silent battle. Every move brimmed with suspense. Every shift sparked bursts of laughter and gasps of surprise. Wow, what a spectacular match. Benjamin was captivated and applauded their performance. You two are natural-born chess players. Thank for the compliment, Laura replied, her focus never leaving the board, her eyes shining with pride. However, as the match progressed, the atmosphere began to grow tense. Lena's strategy was gradually revealing its strength, her pieces surging toward Laura's defenses like a rising tide, forcing Laura to respond at every turn. Haha, your defense is about to collapse. Lena laughed triumphantly, her finger tracing a smooth line as her piece slid just where she intended. That's not true at all. Laura shot back, her brow furrowed in concern. She knew she had to come up with a way to turn the tables. Benjamin, help me think of something, Laura called out, her voice tinged with urgency. Don't worry, take a breath, and see if there's a chance to counterattack, Benjamin said calmly, his tone full of encouragement. All right, I'll try. Laura drew a deep breath, determined to steady herself. Her gaze swept across the board, and suddenly, inspiration struck, she spotted a glimmer of opportunity. I'll take this move, Laura announced excitedly, sliding a piece across the board in a graceful arc, aiming straight for Lena's weak point. What? Lena's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Laura to fight back at such a crucial moment. Yes, this is my strategy, Laura replied, her face glowing with confidence and her eyes sparkling with the thrill of victory. Don't underestimate me. Lena recovered quickly, adjusting her formation in an attempt to regain control. The clash between them grew ever more intense. The pieces on the board became like soldiers on a battlefield, shifting back and forth under their command, the situation changing in the blink of an eye. Your match is absolutely incredible, Benjamin exclaimed, his eyes glued to the board. I can hardly believe I'm watching a game of magical chess. Thank you for your support, Laura replied with a sly smile, secretly delighted. But I'll never let you beat me, Lena retorted through gritted teeth, her determination burning even brighter. As time ticked by, the shifting game kept both players on edge. Their expressions grew more focused, fingers dancing across the board as if locked in a contest of pure intellect. I've made up my mind. I'm going all out, Lena declared loudly, her eyes shining with resolve. Bring it on, I'm ready, Laura responded, a playful smile curling at her lips. Finally, as the last piece was set down, the outcome was decided. Laura leapt to her feet in excitement, cheering, I won! I won! I can't believe it! Lena stared in shock. Though a bit disappointed, she couldn't help but admit, You're amazing. Thank you, Lena. That was such an incredible match. Laura clasped Lena's hand, her heart brimming with joy. But next time, I'm taking my victory back, Lena said with renewed determination, her eyes lighting up with competitive fire. Lena, do you think tonight will be dangerous? Laura's voice was faint, tinged with unease. Her hand gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, as if seeking a sliver of courage from its touch. Lena turned to her, her gaze unwavering, and offered a gentle smile. Laura, don't worry. We are the guardians. Protecting this city is our duty. As long as we stand together, no darkness can invade. Laura felt a little calmer, but the worry still furrowed her brow. But sometimes I feel I'm not strong enough. I can't protect you. You don't always have to worry about me, Lena replied, her tone soft yet resolute. We're partners. Only by relying on each other can we face whatever comes our way. At that moment, a rush of footsteps echoed from afar, shattering the silence of the night. The two exchanged a glance, instantly on alert. Lena tightened her grip on her weapon and whispered, "Careful, someone's coming." The footsteps drew nearer, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was their friend, Alvin. He was out of breath, his face pale and panicked. "Lena, Laura, quick, something's happening outside the city. Someone is gathering forces." "Who are they?" Lena asked at once, her instincts screaming a warning. "It's the remnants of the dark forces. They seem to be plotting something, trying to strike Tower City while they have the chance." Alvin's voice trembled, clearly shaken. Hearing this, Laura's anxiety surged again, and her sword began to quiver in her grasp. "What should we do? If they really come?" "Don't be afraid, Laura," Lena said firmly, her eyes sharp as fire. "We must alert the Elemental Master at once. We can't let them succeed." The three of them hurried toward the heart of Tower City. The night was as black as ink, and the air was thick with tension. Lena led the way. Though a flicker of apprehension lingered in her heart, she knew she had to stay calm to inspire her companions. When they reached the Elemental Master's hall, he was bent over a mysterious crystal, deep in study. Seeing Lena and the others rush in, the Master lifted his head, concern etched on his brow. "What's the matter? What's happened?" "Master, there are remnants of the dark forces gathering outside the city. They may be planning to attack Tower City," Lena reported without hesitation. The Master's expression turned grave in an instant. "Dark forces? How could they appear here? We must act at once." "What should we do?" Alvin asked anxiously. "First, we need to strengthen the city's defenses and mobilize the guards. Next, send out scouting teams to confirm the enemy's numbers and their movements," the Grandmaster said in a deep, commanding voice. "Lena, Laura, you're responsible for guarding the city gates. Make sure the enemy cannot break through." "Yes, Grandmaster," Lena replied resolutely. She turned and left the hall with Laura by her side. At the city gates, High Tower City looked especially grim and foreboding under the shroud of night. Laura's heart raced, and her palms were slick with sweat. Despite her efforts to calm herself, she couldn't banish the fear gripping her chest. "Lena, I'm a little scared," Laura whispered, her voice trembling. Lena turned around, took Laura's hand in hers, and gave her a reassuring squeeze. "We'll face this together. Remember, darkness always retreats before the light. As long as we stand side by side, there's nothing to be afraid of." "But what if I make a mistake and put you in danger?" Tears shimmered in Laura's eyes as her emotions threatened to overwhelm her. "Don't dwell on those negative thoughts, Laura." Lena's voice grew firm and unwavering. "We are guardians, and guardians do not fear the dark. Believe in yourself. You can do this." At that moment, a deep, menacing roar echoed from the distance, followed by the harsh clanging of metal. The two immediately tensed, alert to the impending battle. "Here they come, get ready," Lena shouted, gripping her weapon tightly. A glimmer of determination flashed across her face. Laura took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She tightened her hold on her sword and followed close behind Lena, repeating silently in her heart, "I can do this, I can do this." As the forces of darkness drew nearer, Lena and Laura stood shoulder to shoulder before the city gates, bracing themselves for the coming challenge. Dark figures emerged from the shadows, their sinister presence nearly suffocating. "Lena, do you really think we could defeat them?" Laura's voice trembled again, though she tried her best to remain composed. "We absolutely can," Lena answered with unwavering conviction, courage shining in her eyes. "As long as we stand together, nothing can stop us." With the enemy closing in, both Lena's and Laura's hearts pounded even faster. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and the darkness surged toward them like a relentless tide, surrounding them in an instant. "Hold the line," Lena commanded, her voice ringing out as she struggled to keep herself calm. She knew only a clear mind could lead her companions through this trial. The battle erupted. Blades flashed through the shadows, and the clash of steel resounded through the night. Lena swung her weapon with all her might, parrying the enemy's attacks, while Laura followed closely, fighting to keep her courage alive. "Lena, I can't do it." Laura's voice was faint and weak amidst the chaos of battle. "You can do it, Laura," Lena shouted, a surge of fierce protectiveness rising in her heart. "I'm right here with you. I'll always have your back." Spurred on by Lena's encouragement, a spark of courage ignited within Laura. She took a deep breath, tightened her grip on the sword, and tried her best to cast aside her fear, moving forward with Lena to face the enemy together. "Laura, I have some great news to tell you," Benjamin exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of pride. "What's the good news?" Laura asked curiously, setting down her teacup and fixing her gaze intently on Benjamin. "Ron agreed to meet you," Benjamin replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Really?" Laura's voice shot up with excitement, her smile glowing even brighter. "I've been wondering if he'd actually want to see me." "Of course. He has a great impression of you," Benjamin teased. "But you'd better be ready. Don't let him down now." "I won't." Laura nodded resolutely, glancing down to assess her outfit. "I should change into something nicer and make a good impression." "Then hurry. Time waits for no one," Benjamin urged, his smile growing wider. Not long after, Laura emerged in an elegant dress paired with delicate high heels, looking both fresh and enchanting. She stood in front of the mirror, gently smoothing her hair, her heart a fluttering mix of anticipation and nerves for the meeting ahead. "You look stunning," Benjamin admired from the side. "Ron is bound to be smitten." "Thank you, Benjamin." A faint blush colored Laura's cheeks, and she couldn't help but feel a secret joy. With laughter and cheerful chatter, the two made their way to Ron's apartment. The doorbell chimed, and a few seconds later, Ron opened the door. He wore a crisp new shirt, his expression a little tense, but unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. "Laura, you're here." Ron's voice was tinged with delight as his gaze lingered on Laura, clearly captivated by her beauty. "Hello, Ron." Laura offered a gentle smile, secretly delighted. "Come in, please. Come on in." Ron stepped aside politely to let them enter. Benjamin watched from the side, thinking to himself, "Ron really put in some effort today. Looks like he's got feelings for Laura after all." The three of them sat down on the sofa, and for a moment, the air felt just a little awkward. Wanting to ease the tension, Laura took the initiative. "How have you been lately, Ron?" "Not bad. Work's kept me busy, but things are going well," Ron answered, striving to maintain a smile, though a trace of tiredness flickered in his eyes. "That's good to hear." Laura nodded, quietly pondering how to steer the conversation to something lighter. "By the way, Laura, what kind of music do you like?" Ron suddenly asked, a hint of anticipation shining in his eyes. "I like pop music, especially those with beautiful melodies," Laura replied, secretly hoping she and Ron would discover more things in common. "Me too," Ron responded enthusiastically, then added, "There's a new song I've been hooked on lately. Maybe we can listen to it together." "Sure. I'm looking forward to it," Laura said with a smile, finally beginning to feel at ease. At that moment, Benjamin let out a yawn and, trying to sound casual, said, "You two seem to be hitting it off so well. Maybe I should give you some space?" "Oh, don't go, Benjamin. Stay here with us," Ron quickly said, eager to pull Benjamin back into the conversation. "I wouldn't want to intrude on your date," Benjamin teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "It's not a date, just friends meeting up," Laura replied, a bit displeased, her tone tinged with nervousness. "Meeting up with friends can be fun too, you know," Benjamin continued to tease, clearly not ready to back down. "You're right, but I just hope this get-together can be a bit more relaxed," Laura replied, forcing a smile though a trace of uneasiness lingered in her heart. "Don't worry, Laura. I'll make sure you feel comfortable," Ron said gently but firmly, as if determined to calm her nerves. "Thank you, Ron," Laura replied with gratitude, a warm feeling blossoming inside her. Yet as time went on, the atmosphere seemed to grow tense again. Laura and Ron spoke less and less, while Benjamin kept chiming in, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Have you two ever thought about traveling together?" Benjamin suddenly asked, his gaze darting between them. "Traveling?" Laura was surprised. "I've never really thought about it. I think it's a great idea. It could help us get to know each other better," Ron agreed, a hopeful sparkle in his eyes. "Maybe you two should give it some thought," Benjamin persisted, a sly look on his face. "But I'm really busy with work. I might not have the time." Laura hesitated, though the idea secretly excited her. "That's all right. We could plan a short trip, just over the weekend," Ron encouraged, his gaze steady. "All right, I'll think about it." Laura finally nodded, quietly looking forward to the possibility. But just then, the mood in the room suddenly grew heavier. Sensing the tension, Benjamin tried to lighten things up and said, "How about we play a game to break the ice?" Lena noticed Laura's anxiety and sat gently beside her, her tone soft and caring. "Laura, what's wrong? You seem so weighed down by your thoughts." I want to see Ron." Laura's voice was barely audible, trembling ever so slightly. Lena frowned a little, worry flickering across her face. "You know Ron's been really busy lately. His work is putting a lot of pressure on him. Are you sure we should disturb him now?" "But I just can't shake this feeling of insecurity. Only when I'm with Ron do I feel truly safe." Longing and unease shimmered in Laura's eyes. Lena let out a sigh, fully understanding Laura's pain. Having grown up in a Nightwalker's Guild, Laura had always lived in the space between protection and isolation. Even with Lena by her side, that emptiness deep inside her was never truly filled. All right, I'll go with you. But we have to be careful. Ron's work isn't exactly simple. A grateful smile spread across Laura's face, bringing her a measure of calm. She knew that Lena was always her strongest support. The two of them set off toward Ron's office. The soft glow of the corridor lights played across their faces as they walked. Laura's heartbeat quickened, her mind replaying every memory she had of Ron. She remembered the first time she met him, his warm smile, his broad shoulders, how he seemed to chase away the shadows that haunted her heart. When they reached the door to Ron's office, Laura drew a deep breath, gathering herself to knock. Just then, the door swung open, and Ron appeared before them. Weariness was etched on his face, as if he'd just come out of a draining meeting. Laura, Lena, what brings you here? Ron's voice carried a note of surprise. Ron, I wanted to see you, Laura stammered, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and nervousness. Come on in. Ron stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. The office was neatly arranged, a few landscapes hanging on the walls, with stacks of documents crowding the desk. Ron sat down, rubbing his temples as if trying to clear his head. So what brings you here? I just wanted to talk to you. Laura's voice was still subdued, but a powerful emotion surged within her. Of course. Ron offered a gentle smile and motioned for them to sit. We could talk about anything you want. Lena looked at Laura, encouraging her to go on. Laura took a deep breath, finally summoning the courage to speak. I always feel so alone. Even with you and Lena by my side, the unease never goes away. Can you tell me, how do I find a sense of security? Ron's expression grew serious. He met Laura's gaze, speaking with quiet conviction. A sense of security isn't something that comes from the outside. It comes from confidence within. You have to believe in yourself. Only then will you find true security. But I'm always afraid of losing you. Laura's voice trembled, her eyes shimmering with tears. Losing isn't so frightening. What matters is that we once had each other, Ron said gently. You have to learn to cherish the present instead of worrying too much about the future. Lena listened quietly by their side, her heart filled with emotion. She understood all too well. Laura harbored so many fears and insecurities deep within, and Lena herself had struggled with similar feelings in the past. Ron, I wish I could have space of my own. Somewhere that feels safe to me, Laura said, her voice growing resolute, a hopeful sparkle lighting her eyes. Then let's work on it together and create a space just for you, Ron replied with a warm smile. For example, we could redecorate your room, make it feel even cozier. Do you really think that's possible? A trace of surprise flickered in Laura's eyes. Of course. We could even give your room a My Little Pony theme, a place full of color and joy. Ron's eyes shone with gentle warmth. That sounds wonderful. Laura clapped her hands in excitement. The shadows on her face suddenly swept away. But I'll need your help, Ron went on. I'd love to hear your ideas about colors and how to decorate. Lena jumped in at once. We can go shopping for materials together, draw up some designs, maybe even invite some friends to lend a hand. Great idea. Laura's eyes sparkled with anticipation. We can create a dream space together. It's settled then, Ron said with a smile. We'll get started tomorrow. As their plans took shape, Laura's spirits began to lift. She felt a new sense of anticipation, as if every day ahead brimmed with possibility. When they left the office, Laura wore a radiant smile, the last traces of gloom in her heart seemingly swept away. Lena squeezed her hand tightly, quietly grateful that Laura had finally taken such an important step. Night had fallen. Moonlight spilled over the ancient castle, draping the mysterious land in a veil of silver. Laura stood atop the towering walls, her heart filled with questions and hope. She had heard the legends of the Dragon Warrior, a fearless hero clad in shining armor, a figure that lingered vividly in her mind. Yet when she finally met Ron, the sight before her was nothing like she'd imagined. So this is the legendary Dragon Warrior? Laura frowned slightly, her tone tinged with disbelief. Ron wore plain, somewhat shabby clothes, his hair a tousled mess. Nothing at all like the imposing figure Laura had pictured. An unbidden wave of disappointment washed over her. Laura, you have to trust him. Benjamin stood to the side, his gaze unwavering. He knew Ron's true identity was far from simple, but he also understood that appearances alone would never convince Laura. Trust him? How can I trust someone who looks completely incapable of fighting? Laura's tone carried a hint of disdain as her sharp eyes swept over Ron. You don't know his past. Benjamin's voice was urgent, his eyes glimmering with hope. I'll show you who he truly is. What are you talking about, Benjamin? Laura looked at him in confusion, her doubts about Ron growing even deeper. I need you to close your eyes. Suddenly, Benjamin's voice took on an undeniable authority. Close my eyes? Are you kidding? Laura froze, a wave of unease washing over her. Trust me, Laura. Benjamin's voice softened, but remained resolute. I want you to see Ron's real identity. Laura hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she closed her eyes. Her heart raced as her mind spun with endless possibilities. Ron, are you ready? Benjamin turned, his eyes locking onto Ron. Ron nodded, a touch of nerves flickering within him, but he knew he had to reveal his true self. He drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused, reaching deep inside himself to awaken the power that had lain dormant for so long. Benjamin stepped up beside Ron and began tousling his hair with quick, decisive movements. As Benjamin's fingers ran through Ron's hair, Laura couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation and tension. What are you doing? Laura cracked one eye open, her doubts growing stronger as she watched Benjamin's actions. Just stay quiet, Laura, Benjamin murmured, continuing to adjust Ron's clothes, undoing a few buttons to make him look more like a legendary warrior. I don't get it. Is this really going to make him into a dragon warrior? Laura's voice trembled with uncertainty, but her curiosity compelled her to keep watching. You'll understand soon. Just wait a moment. Benjamin's fingers traced lightly over Ron's clothing, as if awakening some hidden power within. Right then, a faint glow shimmered across Ron's body, as if something deep inside him was awakening. His muscles tightened, his figure began to shift. Ron opened his eyes, and they shone with a strange, powerful light. I can feel it. Ron's voice was deep and resonant, as though he had instantly reclaimed his strength. Look, Laura, Benjamin cried out excitedly, pointing at Ron, his face alight with exhilaration. Laura gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, her heart filled with awe. Ron's appearance was growing ever more imposing. The outlines of his armor shimmered coldly in the moonlight, as if a true warrior were being awakened. How can this be? Laura's mind was swirling with disbelief. Her eyes lingered on Ron, searching for an explanation. This is who I truly am, the identity of a dragon warrior. Ron's voice was low and resolute, carrying an irresistible strength. I was once a brave fighter, but on this land, I lost my power. Lost your power? Laura's heart brimmed with questions. Why did you lose it? Because I chose to withdraw from battle, to embrace a peaceful life. Ron's gaze deepened, as though he was recalling the battles and glory of the past. But when crisis struck, I knew I had to rise again to protect all of this. Do you really think you can? Laura's voice trembled slightly, a flicker of unease and hope shining in her eyes. I'll do everything I can. Ron's tone was unwavering, courage gleaming in his eyes. No matter how powerful the enemy, I will never back down. Benjamin watched from his side, his heart swelling with relief. He knew that Ron had reclaimed his strength, and that Laura at last saw who he truly was. I believe in you, Ron. Laura finally let go of her doubts, trust lighting up her gaze. Thank you, Laura. Ron smiled gently, feeling a long-forgotten warmth welling up inside him. At that moment, a deep roar echoed from afar, shattering the stillness of the night. Laura and Benjamin exchanged glances, both sensing a sudden urgency settle over them. Come on, Laura, try some of this ice cream, Ron said enthusiastically, his eyes alight with anticipation. Laura hesitated, bowing her head slightly as though lost in thought. Her fingers traced gently across the table, her eyes betraying a hint of uneasiness. Don't you like ice cream? Lena broke the silence, her voice clear as a bell, laced with playful mischief. It's not that. Laura's voice was soft, barely more than a whisper, like grains of sand carried away by the wind. I just feel this sweetness doesn't seem real. Laura, don't think that way. Seeing her distress, Ron immediately set down his ice cream and looked at her earnestly. There will always be moments of beauty in life. We shouldn't turn them away. But my past, Laura trembled slightly, a shadow of pain flickering in her eyes. My mother, she'll never be able to share these joys with me again. Ron's expression shifted slightly. He knew that Laura's mother had passed away long ago, and this topic always weighed heavily on her heart. Quickly, he tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. So, what's your favorite flavor? Chocolate or strawberry? I like strawberry. At last, Laura lifted her head, a faint sparkle lighting her eyes. But the taste of strawberries always reminds me of her. Sensing Laura's emotions, Lena jumped in without missing a beat. Then let's have a scoop of strawberry. I promise, it'll make you feel a little better. All right. Laura finally accepted the ice cream, a small smile tugging at her lips. Yet behind that smile lingered a sorrow too deep to hide. Just then, Ron asked suddenly, Laura, before you came to Hightower City, what did you do in the land of the dragons? Laura's smile faded in an instant, replaced by a distant look. Her eyes wandered far away, as though they'd taken her back to those difficult days. I was in training, being forged into a warrior. She spoke slowly, her voice carrying a trace of resolve, but also a quiet resignation. I wanted to become strong enough to protect the ones I love. A warrior? Lena's eyes widened in surprise. You mean you actually fought against the dragons? Yes. Laura's voice was low, as if shrouded in the shadows of her memories. Those were hard days. Every day was training, every day was a battle against fear. I witnessed too many heartbreaking farewells. You must be so brave, Ron said sincerely, admiration shining in his eyes. To endure all that and keep going, that takes real courage. But still, I feel powerless. A bitter smile flickered across Laura's lips. Whatever I do, it never seems to be enough. Don't think that way, Laura. Lena cut in, her tone unwavering. You've already done so much. Having the courage to face your past, that's more important than anything. But my mother, Laura's voice caught in her throat, tears shimmering in her eyes. She gave her life to protect me. I can't let go of that. She would want you to be happy, Ron said gently, his gaze full of kindness. The sweetness of ice cream is like those precious moments in life. You have to learn to treasure them. I know, but Laura's voice was barely a whisper, as if she were fighting a battle deep within herself. Laura, life is full of pain, but it also holds joy. Lena looked her in the eyes, her words steady and sure. We can't let the shadows of yesterday steal the light from today. You have to learn to let go. Let go. Laura managed a wry smile. That's so hard. There's always this emptiness inside me. Nothing seems to fill it. Then let's fill that emptiness together. Ron said excitedly. We can make new memories, so your heart will never feel lonely again. You too. A flicker of emotion flashed in Laura's eyes, and at last, her tears broke free. Here, try some ice cream. Lena gently offered her a spoonful of strawberry ice cream, her smile warm and encouraging. Let this sweetness bring some warmth to your heart. Laura accepted the ice cream and slowly brought it to her lips. The cool sweetness blossomed on her tongue, and she felt a gentle warmth begin to rise within her, slowly dispelling the shadows that clung to her heart. It's delicious. A long mist smile spread across Laura's face. Her eyes sparkled with tears, tears of happiness at last. See? I knew you'd like it. Lena laughed with delight, as if all the gloom had lifted and blown away. Don't you want to tell us about your codename? Ron broke the silence, his voice tinged with concern. Laura slowly lifted her head, her gaze meeting Ron's, and in that instant he felt a sharp pang. Her eyes shimmered with tangled emotions, anger, sorrow, and helplessness all interwoven. She drew a deep breath, as if gathering herself for something difficult. X-23, she said, her voice low and steady. That's the designation I was given in this project, but it means much more than that. Ron frowned, his mind crowded with questions. What does it stand for? Why did you choose that codename? Choose? Laura let out a cold laugh, her lips twisting in a bitter smile. I never had the right to choose. X-23 was assigned to me, part of who I was in that experiment. It stands for being controlled, for being someone's test subject. Anger flared in Ron's heart. He hated feeling so powerless. You're a person, not an experiment. You have the right to define yourself, not let others decide your fate. But what can I do? Laura's voice was heavy with resignation, and a fresh tear glimmered in her eye. In this place, we're all just pawns. Every part of us is controlled. Even our feelings have been taken from us. You can't give up like that. Ron's voice grew more passionate. You have the strength to change all of this. You deserve to fight for your own freedom. Freedom? Laura gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Do you even know what that word means? In this world, freedom is nothing but a beautiful lie. We're all trapped in cages of our own, struggling but never able to break free. I don't believe that. Ron's voice rose, full of conviction. I believe that if you have the courage, you can shatter any cage. Courage, Laura retorted, her voice laced with biting sarcasm. In this place, courage only leads to deeper despair. Do you really think you can change anything? Those people up above couldn't care less about us. All they care about are the results of their experiments. Ron felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He understood that Laura must have suffered terribly, yet he couldn't fully grasp the torment she was enduring inside. But if we don't have hope, what's the point of living at all? Hope. Laura's voice trembled with a hint of anguish. Hope is a luxury here, and we don't even have access to luxuries. Ron's heart ached sharply. Suddenly, he realized that Laura didn't lack the desire for freedom. She had simply been battered so thoroughly that even the courage to resist had been stripped from her. He stood up and stepped in front of her, eyes unwavering. Laura, I'll help you. I'll find a way to give you back your freedom, he said, his tone steady and resolute, as if making a solemn vow. You don't understand. Laura shook her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. Even if you want to help me, you can't change my fate. We're trapped in this endless cycle with no escape. I don't care. Ron's voice rang with anger and determination. All I care about is you. You're a person, not some experiment. For a fleeting moment, Laura's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but despair soon washed over her again. She turned away, her gaze drifting to the night sky outside. The window, as though searching for the faintest glimmer of light. You have no idea what I've been through. My past is like a nightmare. There's no way back for me. What matters isn't the past, it's the present and the future, Ron replied, his voice gentle now. We can face it together. We can change things side by side. Do you really believe that? Laura turned to him, a fragile hope glistening in her eyes. I do, Ron nodded with conviction. As long as we don't give up, we'll find a way out. Just then, the office door swung open, and a burly man stepped inside, abruptly breaking their conversation. Ron, Laura, what are you doing here? We're discussing the assignment, Ron replied quickly, his tone shifting to mask the emotions from moments before. Discussing the assignment? The man's eyes darted between them, as if weighing something unsaid. I expect you both to focus on your work, not chit-chat. Yes, Jack. Ron forced down his irritation and responded coldly. Jack nodded in approval and left the room. The moment he was gone, tension etched itself across Laura's face. She lowered her head, stifled by the oppressive atmosphere. Don't worry, Ron whispered. I'll find another chance to talk with you. Laura lifted her head, her eyes flickering with a tangle of emotions. She offered a faint smile. There was resignation in that smile, yet Ron could sense a fragile glimmer of hope within her. Thank you, Ron, she said softly, her voice as gentle as a night breeze. I'm only doing what I should, Ron replied, warmth blooming in his chest. He understood that, though the road ahead would be difficult, they had already taken their first step. Laura stood at the center, her gaze unwavering, surrounded by a group of trainers whose faces were etched with confusion. Ron stepped forward, unease and curiosity flickering in his eyes. Laura, are you really the 23rd trainer? Ron's voice was low, tinged with anxiety. He struggled to believe it. 22 trainers before her had all failed, yet she had succeeded. Yes, I am, Laura replied, her tone clear and resolute, as if making a declaration. The 22 trainers before me, I surpassed them all. You mean you defeated them? Ron's brow furrowed, a wave of unease rising within him. Not defeated, surpassed, Laura said, her eyes flashing with a cold edge. Their weaknesses were laid bare before me. All I did was turn their failure into my own strength. That sounds far too cruel. Ron shook his head, discomfort twisting inside him. He thought of those former trainers, who must have harbored their own dreams and striven in their own ways, only to be eclipsed by Laura's brilliance in the end. Cruel? That's the law of survival. Laura's voice grew firmer. In this training camp, only the strong survive. The weak are simply eliminated. But have you never considered their efforts and sacrifices? Ron's voice rose, emotions beginning to surge. You're proving your strength at the cost of their failures. Laura paused, then the corner of her mouth curled into a cold, mocking smile. Do you think I should feel guilty for their sacrifices? It was their choice. They simply weren't strong enough. That's heartless. Ron shot back in anger, his admiration for Laura beginning to waver. He thought of those former trainers, their hard work and determination. Did they really deserve to be dismissed so lightly? Heartless? This is reality. Laura's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. Here, emotions will only drag you down. Only strength determines everything. Do you truly believe that power is everything? Ron's voice trembled, his eyes clouded by uncertainty and confusion. Of course. Laura's gaze was as keen as a knife, unwavering as she met Ron's eyes. You have to understand, only the strong can shape their own fate. The weak are left to be at the mercy of others. At that moment, another trainee named Jack interjected. Laura, your way of thinking is too extreme. We're not machines. We have feelings, and we have dreams. Dreams? Laura let out a cold laugh. Here, dreams are nothing but a luxury. You need to understand that dreams must be built on strength. Without strength, dreams are like castles in the air, ready to collapse at any moment. But aren't you afraid of losing your humanity? Jack's voice was full of doubt. He simply couldn't comprehend Laura's ruthlessness. Humanity? In this training camp, your humanity will only hold you back. Laura's eyes were as cold as ice, merciless and unflinching. I'd rather be a ruthless powerhouse than a weakling without ability. Inside, Ron was torn. He began to question his admiration for Laura. Would her coldness and lack of compassion truly take her? Further, he remembered his own dreams, all the effort and perseverance he'd poured in. Was he really supposed to throw that all away? I don't want to become someone like you. Ron finally summoned his courage and spoke with conviction. I'd rather fight for my own dreams. Even if I fail, I won't have any regrets. Laura's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if she were peering straight into Ron's soul. Her voice was low and forceful. Do you really think dreams will help you survive here? You're far too naive. I don't care. Ron's voice rang out, steady and clear, the fire in his heart now burning bright. All I know is that I have to fight for my beliefs, no matter what happens. Beliefs? In a place like this, beliefs are worthless. Laura gave a chilling laugh. Sooner or later, you'll realize, only strength can change anything. Just then, the door to the training room burst open. Another trainee, Amy, rushed in, breathless. What are you all talking about? There was worry flashing in her eyes. I heard the previous trainees were all eliminated. Are you thinking of giving up too? We're not giving up, Ron replied, a wave of hope rising in his chest. We're discussing how to face the challenges ahead. Challenges? A flicker of fear crossed Amy's eyes. I heard the upcoming training will be even harsher, maybe even life-threatening. Life-threatening? Jack's face went pale. Are we really going to risk that? This is the path we've chosen. Laura's voice was as cold and relentless as a winter wind. If you want to survive, you have to face the challenge head-on. I don't want to die. Amy's voice trembled, and tears of fear shimmered in her eyes. I just want to live. Survive. Laura let out a cold laugh. Here, the price of survival is strength. You either choose to give up, or choose to surpass yourself. I choose to surpass myself. Ron's voice rang out like the beat of a war drum, firm and powerful. Deep within, a fire of fearless courage had been ignited, dispelling all traces of fear. So do I. Jack and Amy responded in unison. Though anxiety still lingered in their hearts, they refused to be conquered by fear. A glimmer of approval flashed in Laura's eyes, though her lips curled into that same merciless smile. Good. Now you finally understand. In this camp, only the strong survive. Only by surpassing yourselves can you claim the future. Laura's silhouette flickered in the dim light, her face set with a hint of stubbornness, and her gaze shining with unwavering resolve. She had just emerged from a fierce battle, her body smeared with dust and blood, yet not a trace of hesitation or retreat stirred in her heart. Do you know something, Ron? Laura's voice was calm and unwavering. I've fought so many battles, but I've never thought of myself as some tender-hearted little girl. Ron sat on the edge of a table, fingers tapping lightly on the surface as his eyes scanned the documents Laura had brought. His brow furrowed in thought. He was surprised by the steel in this girl, her sheer determination, the willpower she displayed even in the heat of battle. He had never met a young woman so resolute. Do you really think all this fighting is worth it? Ron finally spoke, concern tinging his voice. What is it that you're fighting for? For survival, Laura answered without a moment's hesitation, her gaze unwavering. To protect those I love and the innocent lives around me. Ron fell silent for a moment, continuing to sift through the documents. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a particular page, and his expression turned complicated in an instant. Wait, this file says you're using my dragon bloodline as your inheritance. That's right. Laura lifted her head and met Ron's eyes, a flicker of defiance shining within them. I don't care about the origin of this bloodline. I only want to use it to gain strength. How can you say that? Ron jumped to his feet, pointing at her in anger. You have no idea what that bloodline means. It's not just about power. It's about responsibility and sacrifice. Responsibility and sacrifice. Laura let out a short, bitter laugh. In a world this cruel, what can responsibility and sacrifice really get you? All I want is to survive, to protect the ones I love, even if it costs me everything. A wave of helplessness washed over Ron's heart. He looked at the stubborn girl standing before him, his feelings tangled and conflicted. He knew that the pain and struggle Laura had endured ran far deeper than he had ever imagined. Yet he simply couldn't accept her attitude toward power. Do you really think you can control this power? Ron's voice rose, sharp with concern. The power of dragon blood is not something you can master lightly. Any rash decision could lead to consequences that can never be undone. I'm not afraid of consequences. Laura shot back, her voice ringing with passion. All I care about is the battle right in front of me. I can't bear to see more innocent people sacrificed. I want to use my strength to change all of this. And what do you think you can change? Disappointment colored Ron's words. You're just repeating the mistakes of the past. What you need is calm and reason, not reckless impulse. Calm and reason? A hint of scorn flickered in Laura's eyes. What good will calm and reason do me in battle? Only strength will let me survive this war. Anger and helplessness mingled in Ron's chest. He drew a deep breath, struggling to regain his composure. Laura, you have to understand. Power isn't everything. You need to learn self-control, to think things through. That's the only way to become truly strong. You make it sound so easy. Laura's words dripped with sarcasm. You have no idea what I've been through. You can't possibly understand my pain or my despair. I do understand. Ron's tone softened. I've been through something similar myself, but I chose a different path. I hope you can see that strength isn't the only way to solve your problems. For a moment, Laura's gaze wavered, uncertainty flashing in her eyes before resolve returned in full force. I don't want your advice. I just want to fight my own way. Your way will destroy you. Ron's voice brimmed with urgency. You need to stop and really think about what you're doing. Stop. Fury blazed in Laura's eyes. I can't stop. I can't let more people get hurt. But you can't let yourself fall into an endless abyss, either. Ron's voice shot up, desperate to awaken her reason. You need to find true strength, not just rely on your bloodline. You just don't understand. Laura's voice was edged with despair. There's no way back for me anymore. All I can do is keep moving forward. Ron was filled with resignation. He realized the girl before him was every bit as stubborn and determined as she appeared. Perhaps she truly couldn't understand what he was trying to say. He inhaled deeply, trying once more to calm himself. All right, Laura. Ron finally set down the documents in his hands, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. If you truly wish to rely on this bloodline, then I'll walk this path with you. But remember, every power comes with a price, and you must take responsibility for your choices. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Laura's gaze, but it was quickly replaced by unwavering resolve. I will take responsibility for what I choose, no matter the cost. Then we'll face it together. Ron's voice carried a touch of resignation alongside his determination. I only hope that on this journey, you'll find your true self. Night had fallen, and the restaurant was bathed in a warm, gentle light, casting a soft glow over the bountiful dinner laid out on the table. Ron sat beside the table, his gaze tender as he watched the little girl. Across from him, Laura. Her eyes sparkled in the candlelight, like two bright stars. Yet at that moment, a smudge of chocolate sauce clung stubbornly to the corner of her mouth, making her look a bit disheveled. Laura, Rain said softly, breaking the gentle hush of the dining room. There's something at the corner of your mouth. His voice was as gentle as a breeze, full of quiet concern. Laura reached up to wipe it away, but only managed to smear the chocolate even further across her face. She puckered her lips, looking rather innocent. I don't know how that happened. Ron smiled slightly and reached for a napkin, gently dabbing her mouth clean. Don't worry, Laura. The most important thing is that you're enjoying your meal. His words were as soothing as a spring breeze, soft and full of warmth. But I don't want you to think I'm messy. Laura lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Messy? Ron's brow furrowed ever so slightly. You're my daughter. What does it matter if you're a little messy? What I care about most is that you're happy. He looked at her intently, his eyes brimming with endless affection. Rain watched this scene unfold in silence, a swirl of complicated emotions rising within him. He and Ron had been friends for many years, but witnessing Ron's care for Laura, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of unease. Clearing his throat, he tried to break this subtle tension. Ron, when do you plan to officially adopt Laura? I've already been thinking about it. Ron's eyes never left Laura, his voice firm yet gentle. She needs a home, and I'm willing to give her one. But have you considered how this might affect our lives? Rain's words carried a note of concern. Adoption is no simple matter. Laura, hearing their conversation, looked up, her eyes shining with hope. I want a home. Her voice was steady and clear, as if she were speaking her dream into existence. Laura, Ron's heart was stirred by her words, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. He understood that adoption was not merely a legal arrangement. It was a bond of the soul. I'm not questioning your relationship with her, Ryan went on, his tone turning a shade more urgent. But are you truly ready? Have you thought enough about her future? I'll do everything I can to care for her. Ron's voice was low, steady, and resolute. I'll give her a warm home, the best education, and a good life. But this isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. Ryan's voice grew more impassioned. You have to think about her feelings, her growth, her future. I know. Ron's voice rose as well, emotion creeping in. I'm not acting on impulse. This is a decision I've weighed carefully. Laura sat quietly to one side, listening to their heated debate, a wave of unease rising in her chest. Her gaze darted between the two, as if seeking a safe harbor. An answer she could trust. Summoning her courage, she interrupted their argument. I want to stay with Ron, she said softly. I don't want to wander anymore. Her words cut through the tension between them like a sharp blade. In that instant, Ron's heart melted. He turned to Laura, his eyes full of tenderness. "Laura, do you really want to be with me?" "Ido." Laura's voice rang out, clear and unwavering, as though it echoed a longing from deep within. Seeing this, Ryan's misgivings lingered, but he could only sigh in resignation. "All right, if that's what both of you want, then go ahead. But I hope you'll take this decision seriously." "Thank you, Ryan." Gratitude colored Ron's voice. "I promise I'll take good care of Laura. I'll do my best to make our life better," Laura added, her eyes shining with hope. Her voice was steady and bright, as if she were pledging herself to her own future. As the night deepened, the restaurant gradually emptied, but Ron and Laura remained at their table, quietly savoring this newfound warmth. A family. In his heart, Ron made a silent vow. No matter how hard things might become, he would never give up on this little girl. "Laura," Ron said softly, "you know, you're the most important person in my life. Hey, Laura, come on, try this." With a warm smile, Ron handed her an ice cream, his eyes glowing with affection. Laura accepted the ice cream, a gentle smile curving her lips. "Thank you, Ron." Her voice was as soft as a breeze, tinged with a shy sweetness. As she leaned in to take a bite, a dollop of ice cream slipped onto the corner of her mouth. Ron quickly reached out and gently wiped it away, his touch warm and careful, bringing a faint blush to Laura's cheeks. "Haha, what a silly mistake." Laura laughed with a hint of embarrassment. "I can't believe I was so clumsy with the ice cream and made such a mess." "It's all right. Everyone has their careless moments." Ron's gaze was gentle, as if trying to comfort her. Just then, Rain sat quietly to one side, watching the scene unfold with a rare smile. "You two are really something," Rain teased, a mischievous grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Laura, you're supposed to be the ice cream expert here." "You're the ice cream expert, Rain." Laura shot back, warmth blooming in her heart. Her eyes flickered between Ron and Rain, as a wave of indescribable emotion rose within her. "Hey, Laura, let me have a taste too." Rain reached out eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Of course." Without hesitation, Laura handed the ice cream to Rain, a quiet delight welling up inside her. She watched as Rain tasted it, and, for a moment, it felt as if time itself had paused. "Wow, this is delicious." Rain squeezed his eyes shut in exaggerated delight, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Laura, you're a genius." "You're the genius, Rain," Laura replied with a laugh, her heart filling with gratitude for these precious moments. Meanwhile, Ron watched them silently, a surge of unfamiliar emotion stirring within him. He realized that something unspoken seemed to be forming between himself, Laura, and Rain, a gentle connection he had never experienced before. "Do you know something?" Ron suddenly spoke up, his voice low and steady. "I think the friendship between the three of us is truly special." "That's right, Ron." Rain nodded, sincere recognition in his eyes. "I feel the same. Whenever I'm with you guys, I feel incredibly happy." "Me too," Laura said softly, her face blooming into a radiant smile. "I've never felt such a sense of belonging until now." In that moment, the air between them grew warm and intimate. A gentle current welled up in Ron's heart, as if, just for an instant, their souls had found harmony. "We should get together more often," Ron suggested, his eyes shining with hope. "Whether it's sharing ice cream or just having fun, I want to spend more time with you both." "Great idea." Ray nodded excitedly, already looking forward to their next gathering. "I'd love that, too." Laura smiled gently, her heart brimming with warmth. Her gaze drifted between Ron and Rain, and she felt a happiness she had never known before. But just as they were basking in this cozy atmosphere, a commotion broke out in the distance. Several children were quarreling over a toy, their voices growing heated, as if a conflict was about to erupt. "Sigh, this is so annoying," Rain grumbled, curling his lips in discontent. "Why does it always have to be about fighting and arguing?" "Maybe they just don't know how to solve their problems," Ron replied, his brow furrowed and a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. "We could try teaching them." "Great idea," Laura chimed in, her eyes shining with hope. "We can show them how important it is to share." With that, the three of them stood up and walked toward the children who were quarreling. Ron took the lead, summoning a bit of courage as he tried to ease the tension with a gentle tone. "Hey, kids, can you stop for a moment?" Ron called out, his voice both soft and firm. The children paused in their argument and turned around, their eyes filled with confusion. "What are you fighting over?" Ron continued, hoping to guide them. "I want this toy," a little boy exclaimed, gripping the toy tightly, his face full of frustration. "I want it too," a little girl interjected, her eyes brimming with tears as she felt left out. "I understand how you both feel," Ron said patiently. "But do you think you might have even more fun if you played with the toy together?" The children glanced at each other, puzzled by the suggestion. Laura and Rain stood quietly by Ron's side, silently hoping this quarrel could be resolved. "Ron, you're here," Benjamin said as he looked up, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. His voice was calm and steady, yet seemed to conceal a hidden depth of emotion. "These are the documents Laura brought," Ron said as he handed over the papers, his brow knitted with concern and a hint of tension in his voice. "I've read them carefully. They mention a dark sorcerer who appears to have deep ties to the forces of evil." The elemental master slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sharp as he scanned each line of the documents. "The dark sorcerer. That name is like a shadow in my memory, impossible to dispel." He sighed softly, his voice low. "I once faced him when I was young. It was a nightmarish experience." "Can you tell us more?" Ron asked urgently, his eyes shining with anxiety. "He's skilled at manipulating dark magic, able to stir fear and despair in people's hearts," the elemental master replied, his tone grave. "If he truly returns, the whole world will be plunged into eternal darkness." Benjamin was silent for a moment, weighing his thoughts. "We have to find his weakness. Maybe the elemental master's power can help us stand against him." He turned to the elemental master, his gaze resolute. "Can you help us track down the dark sorcerer's whereabouts?" The elemental grandmaster nodded slightly, a trace of worry flickering across his face. "I can try, but it will come at a great cost. The presence of dark magic is incredibly strong. I'll need to invoke ancient rituals to sense his existence." "A cost? You mean?" Ron's voice trembled, a subtle unease creeping into his heart. "Yes, a cost." The Grandmaster's gaze grew profound. "I may resonate with the darkness, perhaps even be consumed by it." "You can't take that risk," Ron exclaimed anxiously, his face etched with concern. "We can't let you put yourself in such danger." Benjamin, meanwhile, stood deep in thought, his eyes flickering with resolve. "Ron, the Grandmaster's power is our only hope. If we don't act, the dark sorcerer will only become more brazen." "But you don't understand." Ron's voice was tinged with helplessness. "If the Grandmaster is corrupted by darkness, we'll lose everything." "I understand your fears, but we have to face reality," Benjamin replied, his tone unwavering, as if defending his choice. "If we don't track down the dark sorcerer, more innocent lives will be lost." The elemental Grandmaster listened quietly, a glimmer of understanding and support in his eyes. "I'm willing to take this risk, Ron. To save others, I am prepared to give everything." A surge of conflicting emotions rose within Ron. He knew the Grandmaster's resolve was unshakable, yet he still couldn't let go of his worry. "If you've truly made up your mind, then I'll support you with everything I have. But promise me, you'll be careful." "I will." The Grandmaster offered a gentle smile, as if to comfort Ron. "Now, we need to prepare the materials for the ritual." Benjamin nodded, his gaze hardening with determination. "We'll need to find those ancient runes and elemental stones. Only then can we strengthen the ritual's effect." "I know where we can find them," Ron said, a note of hope threading through his words. "There's a ruin in the northern wastelands, said to be home to ancient power." "Then that's where we'll go," Benjamin declared, his voice brimming with resolve. "Time is short. We have to move swiftly." As the night deepened, the three of them began gathering their gear for the journey, tension thickening the air. Ron's mind churned with worry for the days ahead, the shadow of the dark sorcerer haunting his thoughts. "Ron, what's on your mind?" Benjamin suddenly asked, pulling him from his reverie. "I'm wondering, what if we fail? What then?" Ron's voice was low, his eyes troubled by uncertainty. "We will not fail." Benjamin's voice rang with conviction, as if infusing their future with newfound confidence. "As long as we stand together, darkness can never overcome the light." "I hope you're right." Ron let out a sigh, though a heavy unease still weighed on his heart. Not long after, the three of them set out on their journey to the northern ruins. The road was long and perilous, with mountains and rivers weaving before them, as if testing their determination. All along the way, the elemental master kept using his magic to sense the world around them, ever watchful for lurking threats. "There's something strange ahead." The elemental master suddenly halted, his expression grave. "I can feel a force of darkness drawing near." "We must be careful," Benjamin said, scanning their surroundings with sharp vigilance, his grip tightening on his weapon. Ron's heart clenched. Could it be that the dark sorcerer had already caught wind of their plans? He drew a deep breath, willing himself to remain calm. "We can set up an ambush and strike when they get close." The elemental master nodded and began weaving a spell. The air around them grew thick with tension. Just then, a deep, chilling laugh echoed in the distance, like a summons from the abyss itself. "Did you really think you could slip from my grasp?" A sly, menacing voice drifted from the shadows, carried by a gust of biting wind. The dark sorcerer! Fear surged through Ron, and dread flashed across his face. Your efforts are futile. The dark sorcerer's form began to emerge, swallowing up the light around him and casting the world into endless night. We won't let you win. Benjamin roared, charging toward the dark sorcerer, his weapon flickering with a faint glow. At the same moment, the elemental master unleashed his magic, trying to shield them from the oncoming darkness. His power collided with the sorcerer's, sending brilliant sparks crackling through the air. With steady steps, Benjamin approached Carl's laboratory, his heart brimming with anticipation and unease for what was to come. He gently pushed open the heavy wooden door. Candlelight flickered within, illuminating Carl's weary yet focused face. Carl was poring over a thick ancient tome. When he saw Benjamin, he looked up, surprise glinting in his eyes. Benjamin, what brings you here? I thought you'd be staying with the elemental master. Carl set the book aside and stood, frowning in concern. I need your help, Carl, Benjamin replied, his voice low and resolute. It's about the dark sorcerer. I have to know more. In an instant, Carl's demeanor turned grave. He drew a slow, deep breath before speaking. The dark sorcerer? Do you realize what that means? Their power is more than just darkness. It's the ability to bend the human heart itself. I understand, but Lena's safety is my top concern, Benjamin said urgently. The Grand Master of Elements has entrusted her to the Nightwalkers Guild, and I must make sure she's not in any danger. The Nightwalkers Guild? Carl frowned, his brows knit tightly together. Their methods are impressive, but hardly infallible. Are you certain you want to leave Lena in their care? It's the only choice, Benjamin replied, his voice growing firmer. I can't be in two places at once to protect her. I have to find the dark sorcerers and unravel their plot. Carl was silent for a moment, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes. I've heard the dark sorcerers have been sighted lately in the abandoned castle to the east. That place is riddled with curses and traps. Are you planning to go alone? I'll find allies, Benjamin assured him. But first, I need every scrap of information you have about the dark sorcerers. His gaze was intense and unwavering as he met Carl's eyes. Their weaknesses, their habits, I need to know it all. With a heavy sigh, Carl turned toward the bookshelf and began searching among the old scrolls. The dark sorcerers draw their power from ancient rituals. They feed on the life force of others to strengthen themselves. If you hope to defeat them, you must find the source of their power. The source? Benjamin raised an eyebrow. You mean their gathering place? That's right. Carl nodded, finally extracting the scroll he'd been searching for and handing it to Benjamin. Here, you'll find their symbols and the layouts of their ritual circles. Be careful. Their defenses are formidable. Benjamin took the scroll, turning things over in his mind. He knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but he had no choice but to see it through. The memory of Lena's clear, trusting eyes tugged at his heart. Thank you, Carl, Benjamin said, carefully rolling up the scroll. I'll move as quickly as I can. Wait, Carl called after him, his eyes full of concern. It's far too dangerous to go alone. At least let me come with you. No, Carl. Benjamin shook his head, his voice resolute. I can't risk your safety. Your knowledge is invaluable to me. You need to stay here, keep researching, and search for a way to break the dark sorcerer's power. But Carl faltered, the anxiety on his face plain to see. I'll come back, Benjamin promised, gently cutting off Carl's protest. His tone softened. I give you my word. I'll protect Lena, and I'll return to share my story with you. Carl was silent, finally nodding, though unease lingered in his eyes. Their friendship had long since transcended questions of life and death. Trust and reliance bound them together. All right, Carl sighed. If you need anything at all, just let me know. I will. Benjamin gave a faint smile, turned, and walked toward the door, feeling a surge of determination ignite within him. As night deepened, Benjamin's figure gradually faded into the flickering candlelight, leaving Carl alone, silently praying for his friend's safety. After leaving the institute, Benjamin followed the winding path eastward, his mind racing with thoughts. The threat of the dark wizards loomed like a storm cloud over his heart. He had to find their trail as soon as possible. Passing through a patch of woods, he finally arrived at the abandoned castle. Its silhouette looked especially menacing under the moonlight, with crumbling walls overgrown with vines, as if silently telling tales of its former glory and present desolation. Benjamin drew a deep breath, heightening his vigilance. He knew the dark wizards would never reveal themselves easily. Who's there? A low, chilling voice echoed from deep within the castle, shattering the silence of the night. Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly ducked aside, holding his breath and watching intently. The castle door creaked open, and a tall, shadowy figure emerged, cloaked in black, face obscured by darkness. I know you're here. The figure's voice was like the whisper of death. What is it that you want? Benjamin's heartbeat quickened, but he forced himself to stay calm. He knew this was his first confrontation with the Dark Wizards. He could not afford to show weakness. I came for you, Dark Wizard. He raised his head, his voice clear and resolute. I want to know your plans. The shadowy figure let out a slight, mocking laugh. Do you really think you have a right to question me? You're nothing more than a minor player, incapable of understanding the power we seek. Benjamin, have you ever heard of an organization called Shadow? Carl's voice was low, tinged with tension. Benjamin looked up, his gaze sharp. Shadow? That's a mysterious name. Are they connected to the Dark Lord? Carl nodded, his brow furrowed. Yes, their magical research is incredibly advanced. Rumor has it they can even control the undead and summon ancient forces. If they truly join forces with the Dark Lord, the entire continent will be plunged into endless darkness. Are you sure your information is reliable? Benjamin's voice grew louder, his unease becoming evident. I heard it from a source I trust, Carl replied, eyes shining with determination. This person once skirted the edges of Shadow, saw their rituals firsthand, and heard whispers of their plans. Benjamin fell silent for a moment, fear rising within him like a tide. If that's the case, we must act. We cannot let their scheme succeed. I agree, but we need more evidence. Carl's voice grew calm and steady. We can't act recklessly. We must proceed with caution. At that moment, the library door swung open and Lilia entered, her face etched with confusion. What are you discussing? Judging by your expressions, something serious must have happened. Lilia, Benjamin turned to her, his tone grave. We're talking about a group called the Shadow. They might be plotting something terrible. Lilia's brow furrowed slightly. The Shadow? I've heard the name before, but never looked into them. Are you certain they're connected to the Dark Lord? Carl has a reliable source, Benjamin replied. We need to investigate as quickly as possible. Lilia nodded, a spark of determination in her eyes. I want to join you. No matter how dangerous it gets, I won't back down. This isn't a game, Lilia. Carl's tone sharpened a little. You could be risking your life. I understand, but I can't just stand by and do nothing. Lilia's voice was firm and resolute. If the Shadow really exists, I can't let them succeed in their schemes. Carl and Benjamin exchanged a look. At last, they nodded. All right, we need your help. From here, we have to find more clues. The three decided to split up. Carl would investigate the history of the Shadow. Benjamin would reach out to influential figures in the magical community, and Lilia would head to the city market to search for possible leads. At the bustling marketplace, the surging crowd made Lilia feel almost suffocated. As she wove her way through the throng, Carl and Benjamin's words echoed in her mind. The thread of the Shadow hung over her like a sword suspended by thread, making it impossible for her to feel at ease. What are you looking for? A deep voice sounded from behind her. Lilia turned to see a man in a black robe, his features obscured by shadow. Who are you? Lilia asked warily. I'm just an ordinary merchant, but I hear you're searching for the Shadow. The man gave a sly smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. What do you know? Lilia's heart pounded. Her instincts told her this man was not to be trusted. I know a great deal, but information comes at a price, the man replied, his tone turning playful. What are you willing to offer? Lilia stayed on guard, thinking quickly. I can share some intelligence about the kingdom's movements. That's not enough. The man shook his head. I'm looking for something of greater value, like the magic scroll you're carrying. Lilia's heart tightened. The scroll in her hand was a keepsake left to her by her father, carrying the hope and heritage of her family. I can't give this to you. Then there's nothing more to discuss. The man sneered, turning to leave. Wait, Lilia called out urgently, stopping him. If I'm willing to provide more information, can you tell me about the Shadow? The man paused, turned back, and a sly smile curved his lips. Now that sounds like a clever bargain. A few days later, Carl and Benjamin met again in the library. Lilia returned to them, bringing clues she had obtained from the man in the black robe. I've learned something about the Shadow, Lilia said, her voice tinged with nervousness. They're holding rituals in an abandoned castle up north. It's rumored that powerful magic lies hidden there. An abandoned castle in the north. God, found it. That's a dangerous place, full of unknown threats. We have to investigate, Benjamin said firmly. If the Shadow is really gathering power there, we must stop them. I'll go with you. Determination flashed in Lilia's eyes. I won't let you face danger alone. All right, we set out tomorrow. Carl finally agreed, silently praying that this mission would succeed. At dawn, the three of them set out for the abandoned castle in the north. The journey was harsh, the biting wind hinting at the crisis awaiting them. As they drew closer, the castle's silhouette gradually appeared, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. We've arrived, Benjamin whispered, his eyes alert and wary. Stay sharp. Members of the Shadow could appear at any moment, Carl cautioned. Lilia took a deep breath, steadying herself. We need to find evidence quickly and expose their plot. Inside the castle, the gloomy corridors felt suffocating. Ancient paintings lined the walls, as if silently watching their every step. Suddenly, a low, ominous chanting echoed from ahead. The three exchanged glances, unease tightening in their chests. We need to be careful, Carl whispered, and together they crept toward the source of the sound. When they pushed open a heavy wooden door, the sight before them left them stunned. A massive magic circle glowed eerily on the floor, surrounded by robed mages performing a mysterious ritual. Now, get them, Carl commanded in a hushed tone, and the three of them lunged toward the mages. A fierce battle erupted in an instant, as the radiance of magic intertwined with the clash of weapons. Lilia summoned all her strength to unleash her spells, striving desperately to shield her companions. Their power is overwhelming, Benjamin shouted, his face drained of color. We have to find a way to break the magic formation. Let me try. Carl gritted his teeth and charged toward the center of the formation, determined to disrupt the pulsing light. At that moment, a black-robed mage spotted him, raising his staff high as incantations echoed through the air. Carl was struck by a surge of formidable energy, sending him flying uncontrollably across the room. Carl! Lilia cried out, terror gripping her heart. Don't give up. Carl struggled to his feet, eyes blazing with resolve. We must stop them. A surge of courage ignited within Lilia. She dashed toward the magic formation, the scroll in her hand shimmering faintly at her fingertips. She knew this might be her one and only chance. Grant me your strength, she cried, channeling every drop of magic she possessed. The scroll burst into dazzling light, shooting straight toward the heart of the formation. No, the black-robed mages shouted in panic, desperate to stop her, but it was already too late. Light crashed against the formation's power with an earth-shaking roar. The castle floor trembled violently. The black-robed mages were swept into the blinding brilliance, their screams echoing with agony. A wave of dizziness washed over Lilia, her consciousness fading, yet she knew she had succeeded. The glow of the magic formation gradually faded, and with it, the shadows of darkness vanished. Have you heard the news? Benjamin whispered, anxiously swirling his goblet, his eyes flickering with unease. Evil forces are rising across the continent, surging like a relentless tide. Carl frowned, his expression grave. I've heard as well. Just months ago, southern villages were attacked one after another. Even the most peaceful places are no longer safe. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Yes, we need to form a powerful magical guard. Benjamin's voice grew louder, driven by a mix of anger and fear. Only then can we protect our home and keep innocent people safe. But who will lead this guard? There was a hint of doubt in Carl's voice. We may have passion, but we lack enough strength and resources. Strength and resources? Benjamin let out a sharp laugh. We can obtain elemental essences and life herbs from the elemental grandmasters. They're making fortunes in the markets. Why not harness their power for our cause? Carl took a deep breath, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. You mean we could persuade them to join us? Of course. Benjamin's tone was resolute. As long as we can make them see that the threat of the forces of evil will affect their business, they'll be willing to help us. At that very moment, the tavern door was flung open. A rush of cold wind swept in, cutting through their conversation. A towering man strode inside, his face crisscrossed with scars, clear signs he had just been through a fierce battle. What are you talking about? The man asked in a deep, gravelly voice, his gaze as sharp and piercing as a hawk's. We're discussing how to fight against the forces of evil, Benjamin answered without hesitation, though a quiet wariness rose within him. You really think a squad of magical guards will be enough? The man let out a mirthless laugh. You're far too naive. The power of evil is beyond anything you can imagine. They won't be defeated so easily. Carl's brow furrowed with worry. Then what do you suggest? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch them wreak havoc? My name is Derek, the man introduced himself, then continued. I've witnessed countless deaths in the southern villages. What we need isn't just a magical guard squad. We need a real war. Only by uniting every force we have can we stand a chance against them. Benjamin and Carl exchanged a troubled glance. Derek's words cut through their illusions like a sharp blade, leaving them shaken. So you're saying we need to unite all the factions? Benjamin asked, a trace of unease in his voice. That's right. Derek nodded. The Elemental Masters, the Warriors Guild, the Rangers Alliance, every single faction must join the fight. If not, we won't stand a chance. Carl was silent for a moment before he finally spoke. But how can we possibly bring them all together? The conflicts of interest between these groups aren't something that can be resolved overnight. We need a common enemy. Derek's eyes grew resolute. Only when they realize that the rise of evil threatens their own interests will they be willing to unite. But Benjamin hesitated. If we fail, the consequences will be unimaginable. All the more reason for us to act. Derek's voice thundered like a battle drum, stirring both their hearts. If we don't try, what awaits us is endless darkness. The tension in the tavern thickened. Around them, the other patrons had stopped what they were doing, now watching the three with anxious, expectant faces. Very well, Carl finally decided. Let's do it. Our first step is to seek out the elemental masters and win their support. I'll go to the Rangers League, Derek continued. I know a few people there. They're far more decisive when facing the forces of evil. Then I'll take charge of contacting the Warriors Guild, Benjamin said, a spark of determination lighting up his eyes. I'll make them see that only by standing together can we shatter the shackles of darkness. We must act at once, Derek declared, rising to his feet, hope blazing in his eyes. Time waits for no one. The shadow is closing in. The three of them split up without delay, each racing toward their own mission. The tavern door swung shut behind them, as if sealing away all the despair and unease within. Above, the stars slowly faded from the night sky, and darkness swept across the continent. Everyone was preparing in their own way for the coming war, a battle whose outcome would decide their fate. A few days later, in a secret meeting, the three gathered once more. Derek's face was drawn with exhaustion, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Carl, you look worried, Amelia said softly at his side. Her golden hair shimmered gently in the breeze, her eyes filled with concern. Amelia, I'm worried about the fighting strength of these guards, Carl sighed, his eyes fixed on the recruits training in the field. Their movements were clumsy and awkward, as if they hadn't yet gotten used to wielding magic. Although we formed two separate squads, only about a third of our soldiers are truly ready for battle. Amelia's brow knit with worry, a sense of urgency rising in her heart as well. We have to speed up the training. Time is running out. The shadow of the Dark Lord is closing in, and we can't afford any more delays. I know, but we can't rely on numbers alone, Carl replied, his voice low but resolute. Every soldier must be ready for real combat, if we're to defend our home when it matters most. At that moment, a young mage came running toward them, anxiety written all over his face. Carl, there's trouble at the training camp. Some of the soldiers lost control while using magic. There have been injuries. Carl's brow furrowed tightly. He immediately turned to Amelia. We have to see to this at once. We can't let something like this happen again. They hurried to the camp, and the sight that greeted Carl made his heart sink. Several soldiers lay on the ground, faces twisted in pain, while their comrades stood around in a frightened circle, paralyzed by confusion. Calm down. Everyone, keep calm. Carl called out, his voice firm as he tried to restore order. He moved quickly to the injured soldiers, silently hoping for the best. What happened? He asked one of the wounded in a gentle voice, trying to understand what had gone wrong. We tried to cast fire spell, but we couldn't control it. And then, the soldier's voice was faint, clearly still racked with pain. You need far stricter training, Carl said angrily, a wave of helplessness rising in his chest. He knew time was running out, and yet they were woefully unprepared. Seeing this, Amelia interjected, Carl, we can't blame them. Mastering magic takes time and experience. Perhaps we should revise our training methods and have them start from the basics. The basics? Carl's voice dripped with disdain. We don't have time to dawdle. The Dark Lord could attack at any moment. But if we keep going like this, we'll only lose more soldiers, Amelia countered, her eyes shining with resolute determination. We have to find a balance, raise their skills quickly, but also keep them safe. Carl fell silent for a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. Fine, Amelia. You'll be in charge of drafting a new training plan. I'll personally oversee every session to make sure they master the fundamentals of magical control. I'll get started right away, Amelia replied, a faint smile easing her tension. Just then, a broad-shouldered warrior strode over, a look of displeasure on his face. Carl, I think we need tougher training, not more wasted time on these recruits. Who are you? Carl asked coldly, his guard instantly up against this unfamiliar warrior. My name is Rake, one of the fighters here, Rake said, squaring his shoulders. In times like these, we should put more pressure on the recruits, so they understand how brutal battle truly is. You think pressure alone will make them stronger? Amelia shot back, her voice edged with anger. All you'll do is make them more afraid, destroy their confidence. Afraid? On the battlefield, fear is the deadliest enemy. Rake retorted, unyielding. Only by facing real danger will they unlock their true potential. Carl drew a deep breath, trying to calm the argument. What we need right now is unity, not infighting. Rake, I understand your point, but at this stage, our focus must be on the basics and on control. Basics and control? That won't stand up to the Dark Lord's threat. Rake replied, his voice rising with each word. If you keep this up, you'll just turn us all into fodder for the enemy. I'll prove you wrong. My way, Carl answered, his tone cold and unwavering. If you don't like my command, you're free to leave. You, Rake pointed furiously at Carl, his eyes blazing with indignation. Enough, Amelia suddenly interjected, cutting off the argument between the two. What we need right now is cooperation, not quarrels. Lake, I will consider your opinion, but please respect Carl's decision. Lake glared at Amelia, his face full of resentment, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. He knew that the current situation did not allow him the luxury of losing his temper. All right, everyone, return to your posts, Carl said with a wave of his hand, signaling for the group to disperse. Yet his heart felt as heavy as ever. The future of Stormhold seemed to hang by the thinnest of threads. Amelia gently patted Carl on the shoulder. You've done well, Carl. Even if some people can't understand your intentions, you must trust in your own choices. I just hope I'm making the right ones, Carl murmured, his gaze drifting back to the recruits on the training ground. He knew that the battles ahead would test them all, and he had to lead them through the coming trials. We'll get through this together, Amelia said firmly, her eyes glimmering with unwavering conviction. As training continued, Carl and Amelia began to gradually adapt their training regimen, focusing on a blend of fundamental skills and real combat practice. They devoted themselves to guiding every soldier, helping them overcome their fear of magic and build their confidence. Yet the threats looming outside Stormhold remained ever-present. The forces of the Dark Lord continued to expand, with surrounding villages attacked one after another, leaving the soldiers increasingly on edge. Carl, news from the front. The Dark Lord's army is approaching. A scout ran up in a rush, his face ashen. How much time do we have? Carl's heart sank instantly. No more than 3 days. The scout gasped, trying to catch his breath. That's far too little. Carl clenched his fists, anxiety filling his chest. He knew that 3 days were nowhere near enough for the recruits to fully master the art of battle. We have to start battle preparations immediately, Amelia declared, her resolve unshakable. Even if we have only one squad, we'll face them with courage. Exactly. Determination lit up Carl's eyes. Even with just a third of our strength, we cannot back down. Quickly, Windrunners, ready your elemental power, I called out, my voice carrying as I gripped a staff that shimmered with a faint light. A surge of unseen energy welled up within me. Yes, Commander. The Windrunners responded in unison. In an instant, a fierce gust swept through the air, as if every movement they made was a contest with the very forces of nature. Flamebearers, focus your fire and prepare to unleash it. I turned toward the Flamebearers, watching as they gathered their energy, flames dancing and leaping in their hands, alive with anticipation. We're ready to launch at any time, Commander, declared one of the Flamebringers, named Elvin. His eyes were unwavering, and his face radiated with the thrill of battle. Good. Shadow Walkers, stay concealed and prepare for an ambush, I ordered, silently reminding myself that today's simulated opponents wouldn't be easy to handle. Carl had crafted an exceptionally challenging enemy, based on the records from ancient wars. We're prepared, Commander, came a low reply from the Shadow Walkers' leader, Syl, whose gaze was as calm and resolute as the stars in a midnight sky. Begin, I commanded. In an instant, the training field transformed into a battlefield brimming with tension. The Windrunners swept up a furious gale, while the Flamebringers hurled dazzling fireballs through the air. Meanwhile, the Shadow Walkers melted into the darkness, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. But just then, the simulated enemy struck first. With an earth-shattering roar, the ground trembled violently, as if a real war had descended upon us. Enemy magic clashed in the sky, lightning and fire entwined, painting a breathtaking and perilous scene. Hold your formation. Don't break ranks, I shouted, my heart tightening as I realized this fight was far more complicated than I had anticipated. Commander, we need stronger fire support, Elvin called out anxiously, the flames swirling in his hands, threatening to spiral out of control. I know, but we can't lose focus now, I replied, though deep down I understood his concern was not unfounded. At that moment, the enemy's assault grew even fiercer. The Windrunners' shields were shattered, plunging them into chaos. Syl and the Shadow Walkers sprang into action on the sidelines, moving swiftly to outflank the enemy. Syl, go support the Windrunners. We can't let them be overwhelmed. I commanded, silently praying for their success. Understood, Sil answered, his figure flickering like a shadow as he vanished into the far corner of the training ground. Flamebringers, with me? We need to focus our attack, I shouted, charging toward the enemy with Elvin and the other Flamebringers at my side. Just as we surged forward, a blinding flash erupted. The enemy mage unleashed a devastating spell straight at us. Move! Get out of the way! I yelled, spinning around and reaching for Elvin, but it was too late. Elvin cried out as the powerful shockwave struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Elvin! My heart seized as I rushed to help him, but he shook his head, defiance burning in his eyes. Commander, I can still fight. He tried to stand, struggling against the limits of his battered body. You have to fall back. Protect yourself, I replied through clenched teeth, frustration and helpless anger welling up inside me. At that moment, the Windrunners swiftly regrouped, launching a fierce counterattack. A howling gale surged forward, breaking through the enemy's assault in an instant and scattering their formation. Well done. Keep going, I encouraged, letting out a silent sigh of relief. Commander, the enemy is gathering their strength. We must end this battle quickly. Hill's voice rang in my ear as his figure emerged from the shadows, urgency written across his face. You're right. We can't afford any more delays. I nodded, quickly adjusting our tactics. Flamebearers, prepare to go all out. Windrunners, cover their advance. Understood. The Flamebearers responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Shadow Striders, get ready to strike at the enemy's rear. I continued to command, a surge of battle fervor igniting within me. With my orders, the tension on the battlefield reached a fever pitch. Fire and storm interwove, while the Shadow Striders moved like phantoms through the enemy ranks, tearing open their defenses in a flash. Charge! I shouted, leading the team in a final assault against our foes. In that instant, it felt as if the entire training ground trembled with our battle cries, and the enemy's magical power began to unravel before our onslaught. We did it! As the last enemy fell, I couldn't help but cheer, all the tension and pressure within me dissolving at once. Commander, you were incredible. Even though Elvin was wounded, he managed to smile, admiration shining in his eyes. This victory doesn't belong to me alone. It's the result of everyone's effort. I replied with a grateful smile, my heart brimming with appreciation. High above, Archmage Lox stood surveying the guards below, his gaze sharp as a blade. Beside him, Stormcaller Alina softly chanted an incantation, a gentle breeze stirring her hair and lending an air of mystery to the moment. Lox, do you really mean to go through with this? Alina asked with a worried frown, unease coloring her tone. Their guards are strong. We can't afford to underestimate them. I know, but this is our only chance, Lox replied, his voice resolute and fearless. If we don't act now, we may never get another opportunity. Alina sighed, torn by hesitation, but understanding the depth of Lox's resolve. Very well. I'll give you everything I have. She closed her eyes and began to weave an invisibility spell, the air around her thinning and growing mysterious. Meanwhile, in the distance, the enemy's guard was making their final preparations. Commander Rex stood atop a high platform, staff in hand, a confident smile on his face. Brothers, today we claim a glorious victory. Those pests are nothing to us. Wipe them out, every last one. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices ringing out in an atmosphere that was both heated and tense. At that very moment, Rox and Alina had already crept close to the enemy's camp, now only about 3 kilometers from the enemy guard. Rox raised his hand, signaling for Alina to halt. We have to be careful. The enemy's scouts may detect us. I'll speed up and try to get closer, Alina replied, her voice echoing softly in the air. With that, her figure began to fade, merging seamlessly with her surroundings. Windstride, accelerate. Rox murmured the incantation, and his body surged forward like the wind itself, his heart pounding with tension and anticipation. He knew that their success or failure hinged on this very moment. As they drew nearer to the enemy encampment, Rox's heartbeat suddenly quickened, a blaring warning seeming to ring in his ears. Careful, Alina. There's movement among the enemy, he shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. Snapping back to full alertness, Alina focused her attention ahead, and sure enough, several enemy soldiers were moving in their direction. They've spotted us, she exclaimed, hurriedly casting a protective spell. Instantly, the air around them grew thick and still, as though time itself had paused. Quick, change targets, Rox commanded, anxiety gnawing at him. The enemy's reconnaissance was far more effective than they'd anticipated. They had to find a breakthrough, and fast. I'll lure them away. Alina suddenly offered, her eyes shining with determination. You find an opening and go for a decisive strike. Are you crazy? Rox shot back instinctively, a surge of dread rising within him. We can't split up. This is the only way. Alina's voice was firm and resolute. I'll dance in their line of sight and give you the chance you need. Trust me. All right, but please be careful. Rox nodded reluctantly, his heart racing with worry. He knew Alina's abilities were unmatched, but against such formidable foes, even the smallest mistake could have catastrophic consequences. Alina gave him a slight, brave smile, her eyes glinting with courage. In the next instant, she turned into a streak of light and dashed toward the enemy. To their eyes, she flickered in and out of view, like a nimble spirit impossible to pin down. Meanwhile, Rox quickly shifted his position, searching for the perfect angle from which to strike. Concern for Alina gripped his heart, but he forced himself to stay calm. Only by keeping his cool could he seize the opportunity when it came. Those pests after them. Rex's furious roar echoed through the air, and several soldiers took off in pursuit of Alina. Rox's chest tightened with anxiety, silently praying that Alina would make it through unharmed. At that moment, Lox's gaze locked onto the enemy commander, Rex. He knew that only by taking Rex down could he truly throw the enemy ranks into chaos. Without hesitation, he quickly recited an incantation, his hands radiating brilliant light as he launched himself toward Rex. Stop right there. Rex, sensing the imminent danger, spun around and roared at Lox. But it was already too late. The light struck Rex in an instant, forcing him to stagger backward, his face draining of color. Seize him, Rex bellowed, trying desperately to steady himself. Yet Lox had already seized the opportunity, charging forward and unleashing a powerful attack spell. Elements of the world, heed my command. Lox's voice thundered through the battlefield. The air around him began to ripple violently as elemental forces gathered in his hands, forming a massive surge of energy that swept toward Rex. You little wretch. Rex's face twisted in terror as he tried to defend himself, but it was futile. The wave of energy crashed over him like a furious storm, knocking him to the ground in an instant. Victory is ours. A surge of joy welled up in Lox's heart, but he didn't pause. Instead, he dashed straight toward where Alina was still engaged in combat. He knew the battle wasn't over yet. Alina was still holding the enemy at bay. At that moment, Alina moved with the swiftness of the wind, weaving through enemy lines and sowing confusion wherever she went. Several enemy soldiers had already fallen to her magic, yet her strength was fading, and her face was growing paler by the second. Support quickly, Alina shouted, her voice thick with urgency. She knew she couldn't hold out much longer. Just then, a group of enemies closed in, their weapons glinting coldly. Alina, don't be afraid. Lox's voice rang out, warm and resolute like a ray of sunlight. He rushed to her side, casting a powerful protective spell that enveloped her in a shimmering barrier. Thank you, Lox. Alina looked at him with gratitude, a surge of warmth filling her heart. But the battle was far from over. The enemy's attacks came on like relentless waves. We must fight back, Lox declared firmly, channeling magical energy into his hands once more, preparing to strike. Alina nodded, determination blazing in her eyes. Elemental power, lend me your strength. Lox's voice echoed through the air, unleashing a torrent of magic that burst forth as a dazzling beam of light, hurtling toward the enemy. Fury of the storm. Alina followed his lead, conjuring a mighty tempest. Howling winds swept across the field, catching the enemy completely off guard. Several enemy soldiers were struck down in an instant, and the tide of battle began to turn. We can win this. Alina's voice rang with power, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Lox nodded, his heart swelling with confidence. The battle grew ever fiercer, with both sides pushing themselves to the limit. Lox and Alina moved with perfect synchronicity, like twin beams of light weaving across the battlefield, forging a force that seemed utterly unstoppable. Eagle Eye, are you ready? A young guardian named Rake stepped forward, his voice tinged with unease. Ready? Do you expect me to trust these spies from the Shadow Society? Eagle Eye replied coldly, anger flashing in his eyes. Every time they appear, it signals nothing but schemes and betrayal. Rake nodded slightly, a sense of admiration for Eagle Eye's resolve flickering in his heart, though worry still gnawed at him. But we can't let them see our fear. We have to stay calm. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed from the doorway. The dark envoy entered slowly, trailed by several agents of the Shadow Society. A cool, ruthless smile played on the envoy's lips, but a cunning glint shone in his gaze. Eagle Eye, how wonderful to see you. The dark envoy's voice was as deep and chilling as the night itself. I bring the information you need. Your so-called information always comes at a price. Eagle Eye cut in without mercy, his stare as sharp as a blade. I have no interest in hearing any more of your lies. Lies? The dark envoy let out a scornful laugh. Don't you want to know the fate of the Guardians League? Or has your destiny already been sealed? Eagle Eye's heart clenched, unwilling to admit that the envoy's words carried an invisible threat. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. I don't trust you. All you do is manipulate us with lies. How pitiful, the dark envoy sneered, shaking his head before turning to his agents. Tell him our plan. One of the spies stepped forward, face pale and voice trembling. We've uncovered the Guardians League's greatest weakness, your internal divisions. If we exploit that, we can destroy you with ease. Enough, Rake shouted angrily. You're trying to shake our resolve with mind games? Mind games? The dark envoy gave a mirthless chuckle. Your convictions are nothing but empty words to us. Tonight, you'll witness real power. Eagle Eye's mind raced, his thoughts churning beneath a calm exterior. He knew that arguing further would only complicate matters. For now, he resolved to endure, searching for the right moment to strike back. I want to hear your plan, Eagle Eye finally said, his tone low but unwavering. If you want to negotiate, you'll have to give me a reason worth listening to. A sly smile curled at the corners of the dark envoy's lips. Very good, Hawkeye. You truly are a clever man. Our plan is simple. Tomorrow night, we will launch our attack, and your central base is our target. All you can do is stand by and watch it happen. Do you really think I'll fall for your tricks? Hawkeye replied coldly, his mind alert and cautious. He knew the dark envoy would never reveal the true plan so easily. I don't expect you to believe me. The dark envoy's voice was deep and magnetic. But I can give you a choice. Join us, or face annihilation. I'd rather die than join forces with the likes of you, Rake shouted, his fists clenched tight, poised to rush forward at any moment. Unfortunately, your choice is irrelevant. The dark envoy dismissed them with a wave of his hand toward his spies. Let's go. Tonight's negotiation ends here. Tomorrow will be your doomsday. With the dark envoy's departure, silence settled over the entire hall. Hawkeye's mind churned like stormy seas, restless and unsettled. He knew he had to act quickly if there was any hope of averting the looming disaster. Hawkeye, what should we do? Rake's anxious voice broke the silence, his eyes brimming with worry. We must prepare at once. Mobilize every guardian we have. Hawkeye's tone was resolute. I'll personally scout their movements to make sure we aren't caught off guard. But it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Rake protested urgently. I can go with you. No, Hawkeye shook his head, his gaze unwavering. You need to stay here to command and coordinate. We can't afford a single lapse. All right, I understand. Reluctant but resigned, Rake knew Hawkeye's decision was for the good of the entire alliance. He drew a deep breath, striving to steady himself. Remember this, Rake. Hawkeye's voice dropped to a low, urgent whisper. We cannot let the Dark Envoy's plot succeed. Tonight, I'll use a guiding spell to open a passage and slip into their camp. I'll gather as much intelligence as I can. I'll be here waiting for your word. Rake nodded, silently praying for Hawkeye's safe return. As night deepened, Hawkeye slipped silently from the base, making his way toward the Shadow Society's direction. His heart was heavy with worry for what lay ahead, but an even stronger resolve burned within him. No matter how difficult the road, he would protect his comrades and defend this land. Deep within the dark forest, Hawkeye moved like a solitary falcon, slipping silently through the shadows. Every step he took was measured and cautious, his senses on high alert, for fear of being discovered by the spies of the Shadow Society. His heart thundered in his chest, and the words of the Dark Messenger echoed ceaselessly in his mind, the unseen pressure closing in on him. I will never let you succeed, Hawkeye vowed to himself, clenching his fists and steeling himself for the challenge that awaited him. As he drew nearer to the Shadow Society's camp, he suddenly caught the sound of hushed voices. Holding his breath, he crept forward, straining to discern their conversation. We must finish the preparations by tomorrow, whispered one spy, his voice tense. The Dark Messenger's orders are absolute, and we all know what happens if we fail. But the Guardians' alliance won't be easy to deal with, another spy replied. Their defenses are tight, especially Hawkeye's. That's why we need to act with even greater secrecy, the first spy said with a cold, mirthless chuckle. I've already prepared an EMP magic arrow. All we need is the right moment, and we can take out their core in one swift strike. Did you hear? This year's tournament will bring together the finest mages from all 5 great nations, an eager, thin young magician exclaimed. Of course, I've heard many are preparing dazzling new spells, hoping to make their mark at the tournament. another magician responded, his face alight with anticipation. Alvin smiled faintly, though a murderous intent flickered beneath his calm exterior. He knew that the Grandmaster's tournament was not merely a festival for mages. It was the perfect opportunity for the Shadow Society to weave their dark schemes. At that moment, a tall, imposing mage strode into view. His name was Kale, an elemental sorcerer from the Northern Kingdom, his staff shimmering with a subtle light. Those nearby greeted him with utmost respect. "Master Kale, what are your thoughts on this tournament?" a young mage inquired respectfully. Kale offered a slight smile and swept his gaze across the crowd. In a deep, steady voice, he said, "This tournament is not only a test of magical prowess, but also a contest between nations. I hope each of you will show your true colors here." Alvin watched Kale carefully, considering how best to achieve his own goals during the tournament. Just then, his companion Lily, another spy from the Shadow Society, slipped quietly to his side and whispered, "Alvin, are the preparations complete?" "Of course, Lily," Alvin replied with a subtle smile, his eyes still fixed on Kale. "We need only wait for the right moment during the tournament to set our plans in motion." Lily nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I've already gathered some information. They say there will be an important magical demonstration at the opening ceremony. If we create chaos at that moment, we'll be sure to attract everyone's attention." A sly smile curled at the corners of Alvin's lips. "Excellent. We'll wait for that opportunity." As the gathering commenced, the atmosphere in the square grew ever more fervent. Standing at the very center of the stage, Kale prepared to begin his magical demonstration. People crowded together, their gazes locked on him, anticipation shining in their eyes. "Honored magicians, welcome to the Grand Elemental Masters Assembly. Today, I will present a brand new form of elemental magic." Kale's voice rang out, strong and commanding, stirring excitement among the crowd. Just as Kale began to cast his spell, Alvin and Lily slipped quietly into the depths of the crowd. Alvin muttered under his breath, "Are you ready? The moment Kale completes his spell, we make our move." Lily nodded, gripping a black magic crystal tightly in her hand, poised to ignite it at just the right moment. "Behold, this is my latest creation, the Elemental Storm." With a sweeping arc of his staff, Kale summoned a dazzling swirl of elemental energies that gathered around him, forming into a magnificent, powerful storm that mesmerized all who watched. A wave of awe rippled through the crowd, everyone entranced by the spectacular display. But Alvin only sneered, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Now," he hissed. Without hesitation, Lily hurled the black crystal into the air. It exploded with a blinding flash, releasing a thick, choking black smoke that swallowed the entire stage. Panic erupted as people scattered in terror, and Kale's spell was abruptly cut off, the elemental storm vanishing in an instant. "What's happening?" Kale roared in fury, straining to make sense of the chaos before him. "The confusion has begun." Alvin crept closer through the swirling smoke, a sense of triumph secretly swelling in his chest. But just then, Lily's expression changed sharply. "Wait, someone's coming." Following her gaze, Alvin spotted a figure in a black robe striding toward them, radiating a potent magical aura. It was Wilder, the renowned mage from the Southern Kingdom, and his presence sent a ripple of unease through Alvin. "What are you doing here?" Wilder's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade, cutting straight to Alvin's core. We just wanted to see the excitement of the gathering," Alvin replied, forcing a calm he didn't feel, even as he rapidly calculated his options for escape. Wilder's lips curled into a frosty smile, suspicion flashing in his eyes. "Your methods are far too clumsy. Hiding your true identities won't be that easy. Don't get too pleased with yourself, Wilder." Alvin spat out the words through gritted teeth, fury burning in his heart. "We're not here to play games at this conference." "Oh, then what is your purpose?" Wilder leaned forward ever so slightly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "We're simply waiting for the right moment to achieve our objective." Alvin's voice was low and steely, carrying a hint of menace. Wilder paused, then let out a cold laugh. "You think you can do as you please here? The Shadow Society's schemes will never succeed." At that moment, Kyle finally broke free from the suffocating black smoke, storming over with righteous anger. "Who are you people? Why are you sabotaging the conference?" "We're here to show you that true power is far more complex than you imagine," Alvin replied with a chilling smile, a secret satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "What is it that you really want?" Kyle demanded, his face flushed with anger. "What we want is control over the entire magical world." Alvin's voice boomed, deep and thunderous, sending a tremor through everyone present. Wilder and Kyle exchanged a wary glance, a sense of danger prickling at their hearts. In that tense moment, Lily crept closer through the lingering smoke, ready to strike when the time was right. Your plot will never succeed. Wilder snapped, magical energy crackling to life in his hands. Then come and try me. Alvin retorted, a sly, sinister smile curling at his lips, his confidence growing. What's on your mind, old friend? Carl's voice drifted over, warm and gentle like a spring breeze. I'm thinking about the impact of this new technology, Benjamin replied slowly, turning around, a complicated mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. What will it bring to the world of traditional magic? Are we truly prepared for such a change? Carl shook his head, the smile fading from his face. Change is inevitable, but what worries me is whether technological progress will lead us to lose respect for magic itself. Magic is more than just power. It carries our history, our culture. Shouldn't we be embracing new things? Benjamin countered, his voice tinged with excitement. If elemental fusion allows more people to experience magic, why not? Isn't that making magic more accessible, more democratic? Democratic? Are you sure? Carl's voice rose, his concern unmistakable. That means more people wielding magic at will, without the knowledge or the sense of responsibility it demands. What will that bring? Chaos and disaster. Tension crackled between the two, drawing curious looks from those nearby. Just then, a burly figure, shrouded in a black cloak from head to toe, strode over. His face was hidden in shadow, and his deep, commanding voice cut through the air. What are you discussing here? We're discussing the impact of elemental fusion technology, Benjamin answered calmly, doing his best to keep his voice steady. The impact? The man let out a scornful chuckle. All you're really talking about is how to turn magic into a commodity. Do you honestly believe that this kind of technology can bring true progress to humanity? Carl furrowed his brow and challenged him. Who are you? Why belittle our discussion like this? My name is Renaud, and I am a traditional mage. The man lifted his chin slightly, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. I've witnessed, too, many tragedies brought about by technology. What you call progress might only serve to drive a deeper wedge between magic and mankind. What are you talking about? Benjamin replied with disdain. Do you mean to keep magic locked away in some tiny circle forever? That benefits no one. I only wish to safeguard the purity of magic. Renaud's voice was low and resolute. Once you allow those without the proper abilities to wield magic at will, the consequences will be unimaginable. Have you ever considered the price behind magic? The price? Carl shot back angrily. Shouldn't we think about humanity's future as we pursue advancement? Technology and magic aren't opposites. They can coexist, even complement each other. Renaud responded with a cold, sharp laugh. Coexist? Do you really think technology can substitute for the true essence of magic? You only see the dazzling surface and ignore the risks lurking beneath. Real magic demands inheritance and understanding. It's not just a skill that can be mindlessly replicated. A wave of unease washed over Benjamin. Hoping to break the deadlock, he said, perhaps we can find a balance. Maybe we could establish rules and require training for those who wish to use magic, to make sure they use it responsibly. Rules? Renaud's voice dripped with irony. Do you really think rules can stop those determined to abuse magic? When profit is at stake, rules become powerless. The onlookers around them began whispering amongst themselves, and the tension in the air grew heavier. Carl felt a surge of anxiety and tried to ease the situation. We should have more discussion, not accusations. Everyone has their own perspective. Perhaps we can find a compromise. A compromise? Renaud's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. On this matter, compromise means abandoning our principles. Is the future you seek truly worth it? Benjamin's heart trembled, shaken by the unwavering conviction and underlying despair in Renaud's words. He realized that the argument before them was about more than just technology versus magic. It was a profound reflection on the path ahead. We each fight for our own beliefs. Benjamin finally spoke, his voice low and resolute. I understand your concerns, Renaud, but we cannot remain stagnant. We must find a way for magic to flourish in this new era. Do you really think that's possible? Doubt flickered in Renaud's eyes. In a world so full of desire and greed, how can we possibly protect the purity of magic? We could start with education, Carl suggested, a glimmer of hope lighting up his eyes. If we can raise responsible magic users, teach them the true value and meaning of magic, perhaps we can change things for the better. Education. Renaud mulled it over, visibly moved by the idea. But that takes time, and time is what we lack the most. Are you both truly prepared to make that sacrifice? Absolutely, Benjamin answered with unwavering conviction. For the future of magic, we have no choice but to try. Just then, a ripple of unrest swept through the crowd gathered in the square. Several figures in black robes strode toward them, their faces grave and unyielding. Reynolds spotted them, and his expression darkened instantly. He whispered urgently, "This is bad." "They're here." "Who?" Carl asked, puzzled. "The enforcers from a magic council," Reynolds replied, his voice taut with caution. "They're vehemently opposed to elemental fusion techniques. Anyone involved in this discussion could become a target. We have to get out of here," Benjamin urged, his tone tense. "We can't let them disrupt our conversation. But our voices must not be silenced," Carl insisted, his gaze unwavering. "We need more people to hear our perspective." "You're too naive," Reynolds snapped coldly. "Against them, any resistance is futile. You'd best leave now, before things get ugly." Benjamin and Carl exchanged a tense glance, inner turmoil reaching a fever pitch. They both knew that the choices they made now would shape the path ahead. "Benjamin, do you truly believe there's value in studying the sociology and philosophy of magic before we form the Magic Guard?" Carl asked, a note of doubt in his voice. His brow was furrowed. Worry flickered in his eyes. Benjamin gave a slight smile, his gaze steady and full of resolve. "Carl, it matters deeply. We can't rely on strength alone to uphold the stability of our magical society. We need a comprehensive set of social principles to guide both future magicians and ordinary people. But the threats we face right now are so dire. Shouldn't we prioritize forming the Magic Guard to defend against our enemies?" Carl's voice rose with frustration, clearly dissatisfied with Benjamin's vision. "I'm not saying we don't need the Magic Guard," Benjamin explained patiently. "But as we build our strength, we need to consider how we're going to use it. Otherwise, powerful magic will only bring about greater chaos." Emily, who had been sitting quietly by the side, interrupted their argument. Her voice was clear and resolute. "I support Benjamin's point of view. We can't afford to repeat the mistakes of history, blindly chasing after power while turning a blind eye to morality and responsibility." "Emily, you're being far too naive." A flash of anger crossed Carl's face. "In these turbulent times, talk of morality and responsibility is meaningless. What we need is action, not empty theory." "That's easy for you to say," Emily retorted, her anger steadily rising. "Aren't you afraid that we'll become exactly the kind of people we once opposed? Power without boundaries will only lead to ruin." "Enough." Benjamin suddenly raised his voice, cutting off their heated exchange. He drew a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "We're not here to argue about our personal feelings. We're here to discuss the future of our entire magical society. We have to find a balance." Carl fell silent for a moment, his eyes clouded with doubt. He knew that Benjamin made sense, but anxiety still gnawed at him. "But time is not on our side. We can't afford to waste it here." "I understand your concerns," Benjamin replied, his tone softening. "But precisely because the threats we face are so great, we need to think rationally. Only then can we come up with effective strategies to meet them." Emily nodded, hope flickering in her eyes. "That's right, Carl. We can learn from history. Look at how those great mages who came before us faced their own crises. Maybe we can find inspiration in their stories." Carl's brow remained tightly furrowed, but he began to seriously consider what Benjamin and Emily had said. He knew their ideals came from genuine concern for the magical community, even if he still worried that time was running out for them to hesitate. "All right," Carl finally conceded, his voice tinged with reluctant resignation. "I agree we need to think things through, but I still believe we have to act quickly." "Then let's work together," Benjamin said, a relieved smile spreading across his face. "We can form a group dedicated to studying magical sociology and magical philosophy, and at the same time, provide theoretical support for the Magic Guard." "That sounds wonderful," Emily exclaimed, her excitement evident. "We can analyze the problems from different angles and look for real solutions." "But we need a concrete plan," Carl interjected, his eyes glinting with thought. "We can't just keep talking. We have to lay out real steps for action." "Exactly," Benjamin nodded in agreement. "We could start by gathering information, studying cases of both success and failure throughout history, and only then move on to deeper discussions." "I can take charge of collecting historical records," Emily volunteered. "I've always been fascinated by the biographies of ancient magicians. Perhaps I'll uncover some useful clues." "And I can analyze the material we collect," Carl added, a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes. "I've done some research on the structure and operation of magical societies, so I can offer some theoretical support." "Then it's settled," Benjamin smiled. "Let's work together, united in our efforts for the future of the magical society." Just then, the library doors swung open, and a stranger appeared. She was a woman dressed in a black cloak, her face concealed by a mask, a figure both mysterious and austere. "What are you discussing?" Her voice was low and magnetic, resonating as if echoing up from the depths. "We're exploring the future of the magical society," Benjamin replied, momentarily taken aback, but composing himself quickly. "The future of the magical society." The woman let out a scornful laugh. "You really think a discussion can change anything? Power is the only truth there is." A chill ran through Carl's heart. The aura radiating from the woman was so intense. He couldn't help but feel a tremor of fear. "Who are you?" he stammered. "Who I am doesn't matter," the woman replied coolly. "What matters is that your ideals are destined to be shattered by reality. All your talk is nothing more than wishful self-deception. That's going too far." Emily shot back, anger flaring in her voice. "We have the right to pursue our ideals, no matter how hard the road ahead may be." "Ideals?" the woman sneered. "In a world where only the strong survive, ideals are nothing but fragile illusions. What is it you hope to change? In the end, reality will tear your dreams apart without mercy." Benjamin's expression grew serious. He realized this woman was no ordinary visitor. "What do you want from us?" he asked, keeping his voice steady. "What I want is simple," the woman replied, stepping closer, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "I want you to abandon this pointless debate and follow me, to become true wielders of power." Meanwhile, experts from diverse fields had gathered. Their conversation focused on the future of magical biotechnology. The air was tense and electric, especially as Alvin, the representative of Stormhold, prepared to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to share our vision with you all today." Alvin rose to his feet, his voice resonant and full of confidence. His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Lillian, who sat in the front row. Lillian was the chief midgibiologist of Stormhold Fortress, and her presence offered Alvin a measure of reassurance. "Our goal is to drive innovation throughout the entire industry by launching the Magical Creature Regeneration Initiative," Alvin continued. "We believe that, harnessing the power of magic, we can develop more advanced biotechnology to help those in need of healing." "But Alvin," Triss interjected from across the table, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "Your plan sounds wonderful on paper, but in practice you'll run into countless issues. Have you considered the ethical implications of these magical creatures? Will their existence upset the balance of nature?" "Triss, you always love to nitpick." Lillian couldn't help but chime in, her brow furrowing. "Our plan is not some reckless experiment. It's a carefully considered scientific exploration. We'll ensure every step is taken within ethical boundaries." "But can your boundaries withstand the tests of reality?" Triss retorted with a cold, skeptical smile. "If your magical creatures spiral out of control, the consequences would be disastrous." A subtle change flickered across Alvin's face as he felt the pressure mounting from Triss. "I understand your concerns, Triss, but we must face the challenges of the future head-on. The progress of technology is irreversible. We cannot afford to halt simply out of fear of risk." The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, and murmurs began to ripple among the other attendees. Lillian stood up, hoping to ease the situation. "We can establish strict oversight mechanisms to ensure every experiment remains within safe boundaries. In fact, we already have several successful cases that demonstrate the potential of magical creatures." "Successful cases? Are you referring to those experiments you've exaggerated?" Triss' words cut through the room like a blade. "What I need is solid evidence, not empty promises." "You." Lillian's voice rose, anger flushing her cheeks. "You have no understanding of our work. Behind every experiment are countless hours of effort and sacrifice. All you do here is question everything." "That's enough." Alvin abruptly cut off their argument, drawing a deep breath as he tried to calm the storm. "We can't afford to quarrel here. We need to focus our energy on discussing how to advance our initiative." "You're right, Alvin." Lillian calmed herself, a resolute light flickering in her eyes. "I'm willing to accept a review and provide all of our experimental data. Only with transparency can we earn everyone's trust." "Transparency? Tris norte dismissiveli." Whether your experiment succeeds doesn't depend on transparency. It depends on whether you truly have the ability to control these magical creatures. Alvin's expression darkened. He realized that this argument was no longer just about the feasibility of the plan, but a struggle for trust and power. Turning to the other attendees, he tried to rally support. "Friends, we're here for a common goal. Only by standing together can we face the challenges ahead." "Unity." Triss gave a derisive laugh. "With your plan, who can guarantee they won't be the next sacrifice? I see nothing trustworthy in what you propose." Just then, the conference room door opened and a figure entered. It was Mary, the magical healer from Stormhold. Her arrival brought a slight relief to the tense atmosphere. "Sorry to interrupt, but I have something to say." Mary's voice was gentle yet firm. I've worked in magical healing for many years and deeply understand the boundaries between science and ethics. What we need is cooperation, not confrontation. Cooperation? Triss curled his lip in disdain. You really think these magical creatures can be controlled? I have serious doubts. I'm not denying the risks, Mary replied, but I hope everyone can see the possibilities that cooperation brings. We can jointly establish a safe framework to ensure every step of the experiment is supervised. Only then can we truly achieve a breakthrough in magical creature technology. Mary, your idea is worth considering. Alvin nodded, feeling a subtle sense of relief. If we can find the right balance, perhaps it will ease everyone's concerns. I agree, Lillian added in support. We can form a dedicated committee to oversee the experimentation and application of magical creatures, making sure every stage meets ethical standards. Triss was still dissatisfied, but he knew he'd been isolated. Fina, I'll consider your proposal, but I expect you to put it into practice, not just make empty promises. People came and went, each with a different look on their face. In one corner, a few mages in ornate robes whispered among themselves, their voices occasionally blending with the low cadence of spells. The entire space was suffused with a tense and mysterious atmosphere. Li Hao sat in a corner of the grand hall, his expression distant and unfocused. In his hand was a letter, the handwriting hasty and uneven, a notice from Stormhold Fortress. The letter stated that, after years of research, the fortress had made a major breakthrough in magical restoration. They could now repair magical injuries as well as all kinds of physical wounds. Yet the staggering cost filled him with despair. Li Hao, what's on your mind? Zhao Chun, sitting beside him, gave his shoulder a gentle, concerned pat, his voice low. I'm just thinking, if there's any way I could borrow that much money. Li Hao's voice was barely more than a whisper, a flicker of anxiety lighting his eyes. You mean to fix your hand? Zhao Chen's brow furrowed, clearly troubled by the subject. Yes, my hand. Li Hao's voice trailed off, growing quieter still. He lowered his gaze to his injured, incomplete hand, a wave of helplessness washing over him. I'll never be able to cast spells like I used to. But the price at Stormhold Fortress. You know as well as I do, plenty have lost everything, some even drowning in debt. Zhao Chun bit his lip, clearly wrestling with the thought. I don't care, Zhao Chun. Li Hao's voice suddenly rose, drawing curious stares from those nearby. I'd rather lose everything than go on living like this. Li Hao, calm down. Zhao Chen's tone sharpened, anxiety creeping in. Have you thought about what happens if you take out a loan and the restoration fails? Or if you just can't afford it? What then? I have no other choice. Li Hao's emotions surged, and he sprang to his feet, hands clenched so tightly his knuckles went white. I have to try, even if there's only the faintest hope. I can't give up. But Zhao Chun hesitated, a look of helplessness flickering in his eyes. I know you're in pain, but maybe there's another way. Maybe we can find a more affordable option. You think there's any real alternative? Li Hao's words crashed down like thunder, making Zhao Chun flinch. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I've heard all about those so-called cheaper options. They only lead to more suffering. Do you really want me to go on enduring this torment? That's not what I meant. Zhao Chun shook his head in frustration, his eyes shadowed with deep worry. I just don't want to see you regret this decision. Regret? Li Hao let out a bitter, mocking laugh. What could I possibly regret? Losing my hand? Not being able to cast spells? Or being abandoned by this world? Li Hao, don't say that. Zhao Chen's voice rang out, high and urgent. He reached for Li Hao, but Li Hao pulled away. We're friends. I just want you to hear me out. Friend? Li Hao let out a cold, sardonic laugh. Do you really think I still have friends? I've lost my hand, lost my abilities, lost every shred of dignity. Do you honestly believe I'm still worthy of hoping for friendship? Zhao Chen's face turned pale, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. How can you say that? I've always been by your side, staying with you, supporting you. Doesn't any of that count for something? You're just pitying me. Li Hao's voice was sharp as a blade, cutting straight to Zhao Chen's heart. I don't need your pity. I want my hand back. I want to return to the person I was, the one who could cast spells. Li-O. Zhao Chen's voice rang out, almost a shout, drawing the attention of those nearby. You can't give up on yourself like this. You have to believe there's always a way. A way. Li Hao glared back at him, anger blazing in his eyes. Tell me, what way is there to restore me? What can possibly end this pain? For a moment, Zhao Chun was at a loss for words, his anxiety mounting. He understood Li Hao's suffering all too well, but he also knew that reckless despair would only make things worse. I'm going to borrow the money, Zhao Chun. Li Hao's tone grew calm at last, his eyes steely with determination. No matter what, I'm going to Stormhold. Li Hao, you can't. Zhao Chun could no longer hold back, desperation creeping into his voice. You have to understand, Debt is a bottomless pit. You could end up in an even deeper despair. I'd rather take that risk. Li Hao's reply was unwavering, resolute. I can't endure this torment any longer. Even if there's only the faintest glimmer of hope, I have to try. We must integrate the Elemental Master's magical system as quickly as possible, intoned Alvin, the chief mage of Stormhold, as he leafed through a hefty scroll. If we can reduce the cost of healing and establish magical centers, the entire continent's medical system will be under our control. But that means a total break with traditional medicine. His deputy, Melia, objected, her brows drawn in concern. There will be fierce resistance, especially from the old-school physicians and the nobility. Alvin looked up, his gaze sharp and commanding. Melia, profit and control are what matter most. We cannot let tradition bind us. We must drive change. Besides, the Elemental Masters have agreed to share some of their spell secrets with us. This is an unparalleled opportunity. What are you discussing? A deep, commanding voice cut through their conversation. The leader of Stormhold, the cold and decisive Rex, strode into the room, his arrival bringing instant silence. Rex's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept over everyone present. Leader, we are discussing a potential collaboration with the Elemental Masters, Alvin replied respectfully, striving to keep his voice steady. If we can successfully integrate their magical system, Stormhold will become the magical center of the entire continent. Rex gave a faint, cold smile, the corners of his mouth curving up in a way that betrayed a certain ruthlessness. The magical center? That sounds impressive, but have you considered the risks lurking beneath the surface? If we lose our grip on traditional medicine, there will inevitably be backlash. Weaken the people's support by reducing the cost of treatment. Melia interjected eagerly, her voice laced with urgency. Once people experience the convenience of magical healing, they'll naturally turn to us. I have no desire to see thousands of angry citizens protesting at our gates, Rex replied coolly, his tone brooking no argument. Moreover, the government is pressuring us to provide a magical guard force. If we can't meet their demands, the consequences will be disastrous. Alvin and Melia exchanged glances, both feeling a wave of helplessness. Though Stormhold was powerful, the pressure from outside was only mounting. We must find a balance. Alvin finally spoke, a note of resolve in his voice. Working with the Elemental Masters won't just ease the government's pressure, it could also attract other nations to our side. If we can persuade the military of Highspire City to join us, our strength will be unmatched. Highspire's military. Rex frowned slightly. They don't trust us, especially now that our alliance with the Elemental Masters has come to light. We can prove our strength, Melia suggested. If we're able to quickly develop weapons compatible with Elemental Master magic, we're sure to earn their respect. Rex's gaze grew contemplative as he mulled it over, then gave a decisive nod. Very well, Melia, you'll be in charge of this project. Alvin, your priority is to ensure our magical healthcare system is promoted and implemented as soon as possible. Yes, leader, the two replied in unison, though both understood that the road ahead would not be easy. Just then, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed outside the door. Carl, Stormhold's intelligence officer, burst in, breathless. Report. The military from Highspire has already sent representatives. They're demanding a meeting with us. What? Rex's expression darkened instantly, clearly unsettled by this unexpected development. What do they want? They wish to understand the details of our collaboration with the Elemental Masters and discuss the possibility of military cooperation. Carl answered, his tone tense. He seemed all too aware that this meeting could have a profound impact on Stormhold's future. Let them in, Rex said, his voice low and resolute. We must seize this opportunity. Before long, a representative from the Tower City military entered the conference hall. A burly, stern-faced general whose gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Rex. Stormhold, the general spoke coldly, making no effort to hide his wariness. I've heard you've struck a deal with the Elemental Masters. I want to know the details. Welcome, esteemed general, Rex replied with a faint, cordial smile, his tone warm yet measured. Our collaboration with the Elemental Masters will bring tremendous change to the entire continent, especially in the fields of weaponry and medicine. The general's brow furrowed, skepticism written plainly across his face. Can your magical medicine truly replace traditional healing? If not, I see no reason for cooperation. Alvin interjected confidently from the side. We are developing an entirely new magical medical system, one that will significantly reduce treatment costs and improve efficiency. We believe this could be a revolutionary breakthrough. But has your system been properly tested? The general challenged, suspicion glinting in his eyes. Without sufficient evidence, I can't convince my superiors. We can provide experimental data and case studies, Melia quickly added. Moreover, our magical weaponry is constantly being refined, and now integrates seamlessly with the elemental master's magic. The general fell silent for a moment, turning the proposal over in his mind. At last, he spoke slowly. If you can demonstrate real results within a month, I will recommend collaboration with Stormhold to my superiors. Albert, do you truly intend to acquire the Shadow Society? A large, broad-shouldered man named Locke sat across from him, his tone tinged with disbelief. Yes, Locke, Albert answered, lifting his head with unwavering resolve. I believe the Shadow Society has great potential. It just needs a new direction. But they turned you down, Locke scoffed, a trace of contempt in his voice. Do you really think you can change their fate? I have to try. Albert's voice was deep and steady. If I don't, Stormhold will wipe us out completely. At that moment, the tavern door burst open, a rush of cold wind swirling in as several members of the Shadow Society, draped in black cloaks, strode inside. Leading them was a woman with an icy, commanding presence, Vivian. Her eyes, sharp and cold as steel, locked onto Albert. What are you doing here, Albert? Vivian's voice was as quiet and menacing as a midnight whisper. I'm figuring out how to save the Shadow Society, Albert replied, meeting her gaze without flinching. Rescue us? Or destroy us? A cold smirk played at the corners of Vivian's lips. Do you really think you can control the Shadow Council? We're not something you can simply buy out. I know what you're up against, Albert replied with a soft sigh. I'm willing to invest, to help you through these troubled times. Invest. Vivian's voice grew sharp. You want to purchase our souls with your money? You have no idea what we stand for or what we've endured. Understand more than you think, Albert shot back, his tone growing fervent. Stormhold is devouring our business from the inside out. Are you all just going to sit here and wait for the end? And what do you think you can change? Another member of the Shadow Council interjected, his voice low and brimming with anger. You're an outsider. You know nothing of our history or our pride. I don't care about history or pride. I just want to survive. Albert's voice rang out, loud and unwavering. Around them, the other patrons of the tavern glanced over, murmuring in hushed tones. Survive? Vivian's eyes flickered with disdain. Do you really think Stormhold will let you live? You're just a tool to them. Once you're no longer useful, they'll discard you without a second thought. I'd rather be used as a tool than remain trapped in this mire. Albert's emotions surged, his words brimming with urgency. If we don't unite, Stormhold will crush us all. Unite. Locke let out a mirthless laugh. You think the Shadow Council would ever follow your lead? We've dwelled in this darkness for far too long. There's no trust left among us. Then you're all doomed. Albert roared, his voice echoing through the tavern. That's enough. Vivian suddenly barked, her voice slicing through the air. The tavern fell silent in an instant. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, pinning Albert where he stood. Who do you think you are? We don't need your charity. This isn't charity. I'm offering you a chance. Albert's voice steadied, tinged with resignation. You have to see that if you keep going this way, it will only end in ruin. I'd rather die on my feet. A flicker of anger flashed across Vivian's face. The Shadow Council is free. We'll never bow to anyone. Free? In these circumstances, your so-called freedom is nothing but a path to destruction. Albert grit his teeth, his anger simmering within. That's enough, Albert. Locke interrupted, his tone icy. There's no point arguing with her. The Shadow Council is already marching toward its own doom. We shouldn't waste any more time. You're all just running from the truth. Albert's voice trembled, his emotions threatening to spill over. You're just waiting for death to come for you. You're right. We are waiting for death, Vivian replied, her voice dropping to a low, despairing note. But at least we choose the manner of our end. Choose our own path. A wave of bitterness swept through Albert's heart. You don't understand. The shadow of Stormhold has already spread across the continent. We don't have any choice left. You think you can change all of this? Vivian's voice was icy and unfeeling. You're just a young merchant. There's no way you could shake such a force. I'm not afraid to challenge any power. Albert's voice crashed through the tavern like a thunderstorm, reverberating with determination. He stood up, his eyes unwavering, as if he could tear through that overwhelming force himself. What are you planning to do? Locke asked, his voice tense, afraid the situation would spiral out of control. I'm going to Stormhold's leaders. I'll show them why the Shadow Society is valuable. Albert clenched his jaw, a new fire of resolve blazing in his heart. Are you out of your mind? Locke blurted out, alarmed. They'll treat you as an enemy. They'll never listen to you. I'd rather try and fail than keep hiding and scraping by. Albert's words rang with steely courage, the sound of a man who refused to back down. You really think you can persuade them? Vivian's tone dripped with mockery. They'll see you as nothing more than a pawn. Even so, I'll fight to win the Shadow Society a sliver of hope. Albert's eyes burned with a fierce, unyielding flame. Go on, then, Albert. Locke shook his head in resignation. But let me warn you, the consequences are yours alone. Roddy, enough dawdling. A deep, commanding voice cut through his thoughts. The leader of the Shadow Society, a man called Knight, strode into the room. He was tall, cloaked in black, his face hidden in shadow. Only his sharp eyes glimmered coldly from beneath his hood. Chief, the news from outside keeps getting worse. Roddy looked up, resignation in his eyes. The losses have shaken many of our members. Some are even talking about leaving the Shadow Society. Knight let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Leave? In these turbulent times, do they really think they'll find a better place? Whatever happens, the Shadow Society is their only refuge. He moved to the window, gazing down at the city cloaked in darkness, his voice low and resolute. We cannot let these setbacks break us. We must find a new way forward. But Chief, our resources are running thin, Roddy replied, his voice trembling. The Attack Beast incident cost us dearly, and our attempts to recreate the Elemental Knight's magic have failed. We need a plan we can trust. At that moment, the air in the room grew taut with tension. The teleportation circle flickered with a faint glow, and from its center stepped a stranger. He was a young man in flowing silver robes, strikingly handsome, with an unmistakable confidence shining in his eyes. Who are you? Knight's eyes were fixed on him warily, his grip tightening on the hidden weapon in his hand. I come from afar, the young man replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. I heard about the Shadow Guild's predicament and have come to lend you my aid. My name is El, and I can help you shine brilliantly at the Elemental Grandmaster Tournament. El. Roddy frowned slightly. And why should we believe you? Because I know exactly what you need, El answered, his gaze unwavering, utterly fearless. I have developed a new kind of magic, one that can make up for your losses with offensive magical beasts and even strengthen your overall power. If you're willing to work with me, I promise the Shadow Guild will make a name for itself at the tournament. Knight raised an eyebrow, doubt still clouding his mind about this mysterious youth. Yet, he couldn't deny that the guild desperately needed a breakthrough. He turned, his voice cold. And what sort of magic are you talking about? This is a brand new spell that fuses the strengths of elemental knights and magical beasts. El explained as he stepped closer, his eyes resolute. It combines the best of both worlds to create even greater combat power. And I can offer you the complete manual for this magic. The complete manual? Roddy stared at El in astonishment. That's not something you can just hand over. What's your price? All I ask is for your support and trust, El replied, his voice low and steady. At the tournament, I want you to treat me as an ally, not an enemy. Knight fell silent, lost in thought. He understood that the current situation left him no choice but to take risks. El's origins might be questionable, but if he truly could turn things around, it was worth a try. Very well. I accept your terms. Knight finally made his decision, his eyes flashing with determination. But you must show us your magic. Prove what you can do. Of course, El replied with a gentle smile. He reached into his cloak and drew out a crystal orb, glowing with a radiant light. With a slight toss, the orb spun through the air, releasing a dazzling brilliance that instantly illuminated the entire room. This is the magic core I've developed. It merges elemental power with the spirit of a magical beast, El declared, his tone brimming with confidence. With a simple incantation, you can summon a powerful magical beast. Knight and Roddy exchanged glances, anticipation flickering in their eyes. El began to chant, his voice weaving a spell that grew in intensity with every word. The crystal orb blazed even brighter, and the very air seemed to hum with energy. Come forth, spirit of the elements, heed my call. El's voice rang out, thunderous and commanding. The crystal orb erupted in a burst of radiant light, and in an instant, the brilliance coalesced into the form of a mighty magical beast. The magical beast stood massive and imposing, its entire body shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if woven together from countless elements. A deep, resonant growl rumbled from its throat, an answer to air's summons. This is the magical beast I created, known as the Elemental Colossus, Air said with a smile. It can seamlessly shift between different elemental attributes according to the needs of battle. Its power is unrivaled. Both Knight and Roddy were awestruck by the sight before them, a sense of reverence rising in their hearts. Air's strength surpassed anything they had imagined. Perhaps, they thought, this truly was their chance to turn the tide. The Shadow Society's office was housed in an ancient stone building, its walls draped with heavy black curtains that lent the space an air of mystery and gloom. At this moment, the atmosphere inside was tense and heavy. For members sat around a long table, each wearing a different expression as they discussed the impending transaction. Did you see it? The envelope on the window. Arno broke the silence, his voice low and magnetic, eyes fixed intently on the window. What's inside the envelope? Lilia frowned, a note of unease in her tone. Her fingers tapped restlessly on the tabletop, betraying her agitation. I haven't opened it yet, but I doubt it's a simple gift. Arno gave a slight, crooked smile, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. Open it. Let's see what's inside, the aged Calder said sternly, his voice rough as an ancient tree. He was the founder of the Shadow Society, seasoned by countless storms, well aware of the dangers lurking in this world. Arno stood up and walked over to the window, carefully taking down the envelope. Its surface was sealed with black wax, marked with a strange emblem, like the outstretched wings of a blackbird. A vague sense of unease crept into his heart, as if the arrival of this letter heralded something ominous. Who do you think left this? Asked Kale, the youngest member, curiosity and suspicion flickering in his eyes. His voice trembled, betraying his fear of the secret about to be revealed. Perhaps it's from our rivals, trying to sow discord among us, Lilia analyzed coolly, though her tapping fingers gave away her inner tension. Arno tore open the envelope and drew out the documents within. The paper caught the candlelight, glimmering faintly. His expression grew increasingly grave, as if he had seen something beyond belief. Ivan Shadow, he murmured the name, his voice filled with shock and awe. You know him? Kale asked urgently, his eyes shining with a hunger for knowledge. He's a figure of legend, a dark sorcerer whose name once commanded supreme authority within the Shadow Society. Arno spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a note of reverence. But he vanished years ago, and no one has heard from him since. Then what does this letter mean? Lilia's voice grew tighter, the weight of the situation suddenly dawning on her. The letter says he wants to work with us, offering knowledge about shadow magic. Arno sifted through the documents, his gaze growing ever more resolute. But he wants something in return. What does he want? Calder's brow was furrowed, clearly troubled by the proposition. He demands that we offer up one of our own as an exchange. Arno's voice was low and thunderous, laced with resignation. This is madness. Lilia shot to her feet, anger flashing across her face. How can we even consider handing one of our own over to a vanished dark sorcerer? But if we refuse? Arno's eyes were sharp as blades, fixed intently on Lilia. He could expose our secrets to the world, or worse, come after us himself. I don't believe Ivan would truly go that far, Kyle interjected, his eyes shining with conviction. He was once one of us. Would he really betray his own? Betrayal? He's been gone from this world for so long. Who's to say he still holds any loyalty? Calder's voice was heavy, weighed down by a sense of helplessness. We need to think carefully. The future of the Shadow Society hangs by a thread. Lilia drew a deep breath, steadying her emotions. She gazed out the window into the night sky, lost in thought. At last, she spoke slowly. We can't simply give in. There must be another way. So what do you suggest? Arno countered, a challenge in his voice. We can send someone to track Ivan down, to learn what he truly intends, Lilia declared, her determination clear. Until we have proof, we can't make any rash decisions. An investigation? That'll take time, and time is our enemy, Arno replied, anxiety creeping into his words. We have to take the risk, Lilia insisted, a fierce light in her eyes. I'm willing to go myself, to find Ivan and uncover his true intentions. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, Kyle objected at once, worry etched across his face. Let me go with you. I can help. I don't need anyone's protection, Lilia answered coldly, dismissing any offer of goodwill. You're being reckless. Arno finally lost his composure, anger flaring in his voice. If something happens to you, what will become of the Shadow Society? I would rather take the risk than let the Shadow Society compromise itself in this dark bargain. Lilia's gaze was unwavering, resolute as steel. Calder watched the two of them argue, quietly weighing his options. He understood Lilia's determination, but he was also acutely aware of the dangers ahead. At last, he spoke up. Perhaps we could give Lilia some time to investigate Ivan's situation, but we must be prepared for the worst. I'll assign a trusted member to accompany you, Arno said with a sigh. Though unease still gnawed at him, he knew Lilia's resolve could not be shaken. A thin veil of mist draped over the skies of High Tower City, with the very air tinged by the presence of magic. As the grand convocation of elemental masters drew near, participants and magical contraptions from across the continent poured into this ancient, enigmatic city like a swelling tide. The city was alive with excitement. On either side of the bustling streets, stalls overflowed with strange and wondrous magical artifacts, catching the eyes of the curious at every turn. In front of the gate of magic, Agents Coulson and Hawkeye from the Guardian Alliance waited anxiously for the arrival of the Guardians from the ancient forest. Cloaked in black, they melted into the shadows, eyes sharp as hawks, silently scanning every corner with vigilance. Coulson, do you think they'll arrive on time? Hawkeye frowned slightly, his fingers brushing the string of his bow, as if rehearsing something in his mind. They're unlikely to be late, Coulson replied, a trace of unease in his voice. Their mission is crucial. It's tied to the safety of the entire convocation. I hope so, Hawkeye sighed, his gaze drifting beyond the crowd to the distant high towers. If anything goes wrong at this gathering, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice interrupted their conversation. A towering guardian stepped out from the crowd, radiating an ancient aura. His eyes were as unfathomable as the abyss, sending a chill down the spine of those who met his gaze. So, you are the agents of the Guardian Alliance? The Guardian's words were cold, edged with scrutiny. Yes, I'm Coulson, and this is my partner, Hawkeye, Coulson said, inclining forward slightly in a gesture of goodwill. We come from the ancient forest, tasked with protecting the safety of the convocation. The Guardian's eyes swept over the two, as if weighing their strength. Protecting the convocation? Are you suggesting there's a threat? Hawkeye's tone grew stern, his bow already at the ready. Threats are everywhere, the Guardian replied, his voice rumbling like thunder. You must remain vigilant at all times. Even the faintest disturbance could prove deadly. We will. Coulson nodded, though unease crept into his heart. The Guardians of the ancient forest were always shrouded in mystery. Their arrival could only mean that a greater conspiracy lurked behind the gathering. Just then, a thunderous boom echoed from the sky. Brilliant light burst above the magical gateway. People looked up in shock, panic scattering them in every direction. Coulson and Hawkeye exchanged a glance, both knowing at once that danger had arrived. Quick, go investigate, Coulson shouted, sprinting toward the source of the light. We can't get separated. Hawkeye was right behind him, eyes sharp and wary, alert to every movement around them. Pushing through the fleeing crowd, they reached the heart of the disturbance. There, in front of the tall spire, stood a mage clad in black robes, a staff glowing violet clutched in his hand, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Welcome, welcome, everyone. The mage's voice was as cold and cutting as a winter wind. Your gathering is destined to become part of my plan. Who are you? Coulson roared, his gaze like a blade, fixed on the mage. Me? I am but a traveler in pursuit of power. The mage turned slowly, revealing a pale, almost ghostly face. And you are the instruments of my design. Enough. Hawkeye's anger blazed. An arrow was already nocked and drawn, ready to fly at a moment's notice. Do you really think you can stop me? The mage sneered, the violet glow from his staff intensifying, warping the very air around him with the force of his magic. We won't let you succeed, Coulson shouted, hastily casting a shield spell to block the mage's attack. Foolish resistance. The mage's voice rolled out like thunder. With a violent sweep of his staff, a surge of powerful magic swept over them, hurling Coulson and Hawkeye backward in an instant. Fall back. Hawkeye tumbled through the air, regaining his footing and quickly pulling back to a safer distance. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, sought any opening for a counterattack. We need backup. Coulson gasped, anxiety twisting in his chest. He knew the two of them alone could not withstand the mage's power. I'll draw him away. Go, get reinforcements. Hawkeye said calmly, his mind already prepared for sacrifice. Are you insane? We can't split up, Coulson shouted in fury, but Hawkeye had already rushed forward, his arrow tracing a graceful arc through the air straight toward the mage. You think such tricks can affect me? The mage scoffed, flicking his staff with ease and shattering the arrow to fragments. Hawkeye. Coulson's heart clenched as he watched his partner plunge into danger. Coulson, go. Hawkeye roared above the chaos. Even in the face of peril, he refused to give up any chance to strike back. I won't abandon you. Coulson roared, a surge of unyielding determination flaring in his heart. He knew that only by standing together could they hope to overcome the enemy before them. At that moment, the ancient forest guardian suddenly appeared behind them, his gaze sharp as lightning and fixed upon the sorcerer. You do not belong here, the guardian's voice boomed, thunderous enough to shake the entire city of Hightower. And who are you? The sorcerer's brows knitted in surprise, clearly not expecting new adversaries to enter the scene. We are the guardians of this assembly, and we will not let you destroy it. The guardian's voice pounded like a war drum, filling Coulson and Hawkeye with renewed courage. Together, drive him back, Coulson shouted, hope blazing anew in his chest. Inside the war room of Stormhold Fortress, candlelight flickered, casting trembling shadows across tense faces. Hawkeye sat at one end of the long table, his brow furrowed, fingers drumming softly as if lost in thought. Are we truly going to form an alliance with the Guardians? Hawkeye's low, resolute voice broke the silence in the room. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the two agents seated opposite him. One of the agents, a broad-shouldered man named Kyle, seemed a bit on edge. Clearing his throat to ease the tension, he ventured, "Hawkeye, the Guardians. Proposal is our best option right now. Their intelligence network is vast. They can help us keep track of what's happening across the continent. But without a formal pact, how can we trust they won't betray us?" Hawkeye shot back coldly, his voice resolute and unyielding. The other agent, Leah, whose gentle face was lit with unwavering determination, stood and leaned forward slightly toward Hawkeye. "Hawkeye, we can't afford to focus only on immediate gains. The Guardians' intelligence is vital to us, especially in these turbulent times. We need a powerful ally." Hawkeye's stance did not soften. Lifting his head, his eyes burned with intensity. "Leah, aren't you worried that such an alliance could put us at a disadvantage? If they learn our secrets, where will we draw the line?" Sensing the rising tension, Kyle tried to mediate. "Hawkeye, we can draft preliminary agreements to safeguard our core secrets. Besides, no one doubts the Guardian strength. If we can harness their power, we'll be far better prepared for what's coming." "What's coming? You mean the enemies lurking in the shadows?" Hawkeye's words dripped with irony, a wry smile playing at his lips as if mocking. "Their optimism. Are we really blind to their existence? Without a solid pact, every step we take will feel like walking on thin ice." Leah refused to back down, her tone resolute. "Hawkeye, trust is the foundation of any partnership. Without trust, how can we possibly work with anyone? The Guardians' alliance may not be perfect, but in these perilous times, their support could be the key to our survival." A flicker of hesitation crossed Hawkeye's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by unwavering resolve. He stood up, surveying the room, his gaze meeting each face in turn. "I understand your concerns, and I know what you expect of me, but I won't compromise easily. We must remain vigilant and never allow anyone the chance to take advantage of us." Seeing this, Kyle's heart tightened, and he hurried to speak. "We could try a tentative cooperation, start with sharing some minor intelligence, and observe how the Guardians respond. If they show genuine sincerity, we can proceed with further negotiations." Leon nodded in agreement. "Yes, Hawkeye, let's give them a chance. See if they're truly worthy of our trust." Hawkeye fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, and finally let out a sigh. "Very well. Since you both insist, we'll start with a test run. But remember, if anything happens that puts us at a disadvantage, I'll act without hesitation." Kyle and Leah exchanged glances, quietly breathing a sigh of relief. They had finally managed to persuade Hawkeye. The tension in the meeting room eased a little, though Hawkeye's caution did not waver for a moment. "So, how should we approach the Guardians' alliance?" Kyle asked, hope flickering in his eyes. "I'll meet their representative myself," Hawkeye replied, his voice decisive. "Only by facing them in person can I truly judge their intentions." Leah frowned slightly. "Going alone is too risky. What if they mean you harm?" "I'm perfectly capable of protecting myself," Hawkeye interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. "I'll take my own guards, but I want you both to stay here. Your duty is to maintain the fortress's security." Kyle considered this, then finally nodded. "Then we'll do our utmost to keep the fortress safe." After the meeting, Hawkeye left the room alone, a storm churning in his heart. He knew that behind the Guardians' alliance's proposal, a deeper plot might be lurking. His instincts warned him that things were far more complicated than they seemed. In the days that followed, Hawkeye prepared for the meeting with the Guardians' alliance. Every step he took was cautious, as though walking on thin ice, his mind never letting down its guard. He scrutinized his surroundings constantly, searching for any possible threat. At last, the appointed day arrived. Hawkeye stepped into the Guardians' alliance conference hall, where a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. All around, the representatives of the Guardians awaited him, their eyes filled with a scrutinizing gaze. "Welcome, Hawkeye." The leader of the Guardians, Alpha, greeted him with a faint smile, his voice low and resonant, carrying a magnetic quality. "We have been looking forward to meeting you." Hawkeye gave a slight nod, though tension lingered in his heart. "Alpha, thank you for your invitation. I hope we can reach a mutually beneficial agreement here." Alpha's smile remained unchanged, but a hint of depth flickered in his eyes. "Cooperation is a two-way street. We also hope to gain some information from your side." Hawkeye's heart tightened. Just as he expected, the Guardian's demands would not be simple. He drew a deep breath, striving to keep his composure. "We're willing to share some information, as long as it doesn't touch upon our core secrets. In return, I hope you'll offer us adequate assurances. Alpha's smile deepened, as if he had anticipated this all along. Of course, we will ensure the security of your information. After all, trust is the cornerstone of any partnership. Have you ever heard that legend? Coulson's voice was low and resonant, as though summoning memories from a distant past. Legend? I put my faith in facts, Coulson. Hawkeye replied coldly, his fingers absently tracing the shaft of an arrow while his vigilant gaze swept the room. The Guardians' alliance and the ancient forest wardens? It sounds like a joke to me. Coulson smiled faintly, seemingly unbothered by Hawkeye's aloofness. But don't you think there's a reason why legends endure? The ancient forest wardens have guarded secrets passed down through generations. Secrets? Hawkeye scoffed. Those so-called secrets are nothing but empty tales. What we need is action, not these hollow stories. But Hawkeye, Coulson's tone became resolute. The elemental master's stance on the ancient forest wardens remains unclear. Their strength might be far greater than we imagine. A slight furrow formed between Hawkeye's brows, as if Coulson's words had struck a chord. You're suggesting the elemental masters are hiding something? I'm not certain, but I have a sense of unease. Coulson's gaze deepened, as if he could see straight into Hawkeye's heart. If this legend is real, the threat we face could be far beyond our imagination. You're just trying to frighten me, Coulson. Hawkeye's voice grew sharper. We've already faced too much danger. One legend won't shake our resolve. But what if the legend is true? Coulson's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Just think, the power of the ancient forest guardians. If they really exist, perhaps they could help us resist the darkness that's coming. Hawkeye's eyes flickered, as if weighing Coulson's words. He knew that Coulson was not someone who wavered easily, and every word he spoke was layered with meaning. Even so, we can't base our plans on legends alone. We need solid evidence. Evidence, Coulson repeated softly, his gaze turning resolute. We can search that forgotten ancient ruin. Maybe we'll find some clues there. Hawkeye was silent for a moment, his heart wavering ever so slightly at Coulson's suggestion. Memories of his own ventures deep within the forest stirred. Those mysterious, forgotten symbols and ancient tales might just conceal a hidden truth. All right, Coulson, Hawkeye finally nodded, his tone softening. But we have to proceed with caution. No one else can know about our plan. Understand. Coulson allowed himself a faint smile, quietly relieved. Hawkeye's concession meant they could explore the unknown together. Just then, a faint rustling came from the distance. Hawkeye's senses sharpened instantly. He drew his bow and aimed toward the source of the sound. Be careful. Something's out there. Coulson tensed as well, scanning their surroundings, his heartbeat quickening. Clearly, they were not alone in this forest. Who's there? Hawkeye demanded coldly, his gaze as piercing as a hawk. I'm not here to confront you. A deep voice emerged from the shadows, and a figure slowly stepped into the open. It was the Elemental Master. Elemental Master, Coulson gasped, his heart tightening. What are you doing here? I've been watching you, the Elemental Master replied, his eyes deep and unreadable, as though he could see straight through them. You're searching for the legend of the ancient forest guardians? Hawkeye frowned slightly, his arrow still trained on the Elemental Master. What do you want? I mean you no harm, the Elemental Master said, his voice low and steady. On the contrary, I'm here to warn you. To warn us? Coulson echoed in confusion, doubt clouding his mind. The power of the ancient forest guardians is not as simple as you imagine. A glimmer of caution flashed in the Elemental Master's eyes. Their existence is closely tied to the fate of this forest. If you venture in recklessly, you might trigger consequences you cannot foresee. Hawkeye lowered his arrow, a note of caution entering his gaze. Are you saying we shouldn't look for them at all? It's not that we shouldn't act, but we must proceed with greater caution. The Elemental Grandmaster's voice rolled like distant thunder. This forest has a will of its own. Any attempt to interfere may provoke its wrath. Coulson felt a jolt in his heart, as if understanding the Grandmaster's warning. Are you saying the Guardian's power could become a threat to us? That is exactly what I mean. The Elemental Grandmaster nodded, his tone growing even more grave. The ancient forest guardians are more than legend. They are the protectors of this land, and any affront to them will ignite their fury. Hawkeye fell silent for a moment, reflecting deeply. He knew that Coulson's determination might lead them down a perilous path. We'll proceed with caution, Hawkeye finally said, his voice carrying a note of earnest resolve. But we can't abandon our pursuit of the truth. I will help you, said the Elemental Grandmaster, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. But you must heed my guidance and abide by the rules of this forest. Who do you think Master Eric's rival refers to? Hawkeye frowned slightly, drumming his fingers on the table, betraying his unease. Coulson pondered for a moment, his gaze unwavering. In these times, true rivalry isn't just a contest of strength. It's a battle of wits. We must remain vigilant at every turn. Indeed, Hawkeye replied, his voice low, as if recalling something from the past, especially in a place like the ancient forest, where countless unknown dangers lurk. His eyes drifted past the window, as though seeing enemies hidden deep within the shadows. Just then, the two envoys from the ancient forest entered the room. Lena, clad in a flowing green gown, her hair soft as autumn leaves, eyes shining with unwavering determination, and Ron, a tall and burly warrior, the scars on his face a testament to the many battles he had endured. Greetings, I am Lena, and this is my companion, Ron. Lena offered a slight bow, her voice betraying a hint of nervousness. Welcome, Lena, Ron. Coulson rose with a smile, extending his hand. I'm Coulson, and this is Hawkeye. Hawkeye gave a nod, his gaze lingering on Ron, as if weighing the warrior's strength. I've heard you come from the ancient forest, a place shrouded in mysteries we've never known. Ron's expression shifted slightly, his voice deep and resolute. The ancient forest is more than just a place. It is our home, our source of faith. What you seek to know is only the beginning. We're not here to challenge your beliefs, Coulson replied, his tone gentle. We hope to build a partnership, to face the coming crisis together. Lena smiled gently, a soft light flickering in her eyes. Collaboration? That sounds promising, but we need to know your true intentions. Our intentions are simple, Hawkeye replied, his voice firm and resolute. We want to protect the innocent, to keep them from being harmed in this competition. Protect. Ron's tone grew stern, a hint of contempt in his gaze. You should know that the power of the ancient forest is not something you can wield so easily. We don't need outsiders interfering. Coulson's brow furrowed slightly, a subtle tension rising within him. We're not trying to meddle, he explained, but rather, we hope to join forces. If your strength and our wisdom come together, perhaps we can create a better future. Lena gently tugged at Ron's hand, signaling for him to calm down. We understand your perspective, but we have our own concerns. The power of the ancient forest is sacred. Anyone who tries to control it will pay a terrible price. I don't wish to control your power, Hawkeye said, his voice low and steady. I only want to protect our home. The enemy we face threatens not just you, but all of us. Ron's expression softened a little, though he remained wary. In that case, how do you intend to face this enemy? Coulson and Hawkeye exchanged a glance, communicating silently. At last, Coulson spoke. We have a plan, but we'll need your support. We hope to venture deep into the ancient forest, to understand its power and find a way to fight back. Lena pondered for a moment, her eyes shimmering with thought. This will require mutual trust, and trust takes time to build. Time is not on our side, Hawkeye interrupted, urgency in his tone. We have to act quickly. The enemy is already lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike. Understand, Lena replied, her voice gentle yet unwavering. But we can't afford to act recklessly. We need to be certain your intentions are sincere, not driven by self-interest. If you don't trust us, how can we prove ourselves? Coulson asked, a note of helplessness in his voice. Perhaps we can start with a small collaboration and see how we fare together. Ron was silent for a moment before finally speaking. I can lead you into the ancient forest, but you must obey our rules. Any attempt to violate the forest will be punished. We will abide by your rules, Hawkeye promised, his voice carrying a note of resolve. So when do we set out? Lena asked with a gentle smile, expectation lighting her eyes. Tomorrow morning. Coulson nodded. We need to make thorough preparations. All right. Ron's tone finally softened a little. I hope you can prove your worth. Ron stood amidst a patch of strange, exotic herbs, excitement flickering in his eyes. He turned around, his gaze steady as he looked at Hawkeye and Coulson, his voice carrying a note of unyielding determination. I want to buy the elemental master's life herb. Hawkeye frowned, confusion written across his face. Ron, are you sure about this? That herb is incredibly rare and expensive, and its side effects might seriously affect your body. Side effects? Ron let out a cold laugh, his eyes sharp as blades. Have you forgotten what I've been through before? I'm ready to face any risk. Coulson, however, was much more cautious. He spoke in a gentle, persuasive tone. Ron, the life herb isn't as simple as you think. Even if you can afford it, there could be even greater dangers hidden behind it. Our mission here is to find clues, not to take reckless risks. You're always so careful. Ron's voice rose sharply, clearly showing his frustration. Can't you understand my resolve? The power of the elemental master could give me an absolute advantage in the battles ahead. Determination is good, but blind impulsiveness will only drag you deeper into trouble. Hawkeye's voice grew serious as he stepped toward Ron, his gaze expressing his concern. We have to consider the consequences. Lena listened quietly from the side, deep in thought. She knew just how strong Ron's obsession was, but she also understood that continued arguing would only deepen the rift between them. With a soft sigh, she interjected, "Coulson, Hawkeye, I know you both have Ron's best interests at heart, but maybe we could find a place to cool down first, then make a decision." "You're right, Lena." Coulson nodded, the tension in his expression easing a little. "Let's head back to our lodgings. It's safer there, and we'll be able to clear our heads." "Let's go." Hawkeye took the lead, stepping onto the path ahead. Ron followed reluctantly, his heart full of anxiety and unease. As they walked, towering trees stretched toward the sky on either side, sunlight filtering through the leaves and scattering golden patches across the ground. The air was fresh with the scent of greenery, and birds sang joyfully among the branches, as if providing a lively accompaniment for their journey. "Don't you really understand how desperate I am for power?" Ron finally couldn't hold back and broke the silence, his voice laced with both anger and frustration. "I've been through so many battles, witnessed too much life and death. Can't you see why I want to become stronger? I understand your desire, but power isn't the answer to everything," Hawkeye replied, turning around with a resolute look in his eyes. "We have to realize that true strength comes from wisdom and teamwork, not just by relying on some kind of herb." "That's right, Ron," Coulson chimed in, standing nearby. "We all want to protect you, but what we want even more is for you to live a longer life. The power of the life herb is strong, but the cost can be steep. You just don't get me at all." Ron's voice trembled with despair and anger. His fists clenched tight, as if he was struggling to contain the turmoil inside. "I just want a chance to prove I can rise above the shadows of my past." Lena watched Ron's outburst, her heart tightening with concern. She knew all too well the pain and struggle he'd endured. Words alone could never truly comfort him. So, she stepped forward and spoke. Softly, "Ron, I know how hard you've tried, and I know you're fighting the ghosts of your past. But please believe me, real strength comes from the resolve within, not from something outside yourself. You're all just lecturing me," Ron nearly shouted, his emotions spiraling out of control. "You have no idea how much I'm suffering. I don't want to be trapped by the past anymore. I just want to get stronger." "Ron, calm down." Hawkeye raised his voice, trying to reel Ron back from the edge. "We're not here to fight you. We just want you to understand where we're coming from." At that moment, a deep, guttural roar rumbled in the distance, abruptly cutting off their argument. Instantly, all four of them tensed up, eyes snapping toward the source of the sound. "What was that?" Coulson asked in a low voice, his expression grim. "I'm not sure, but we have to stay alert," Hawkeye replied, gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes sharp with vigilance. "This way, quickly." Lena grabbed Ron's hand, tugging him aside in an effort to shield him from whatever danger might be coming. Just as they were about to move, a massive creature burst from the thicket, its body looming like a mountain, eyes gleaming with a savage light. It growled, claiming the territory as its own. "What is that thing?" Ron gasped, his anger instantly replaced by fear. "Looks like some kind of guardian," Hawkeye assessed swiftly, a flicker of determination passing through his eyes. "We can't back down now. We have to work together to face it. I'll draw it away, run, all of you." Ron gritted his teeth, and in his eyes, a spark of resolve shone through. "Are you out of your mind?" Coulson cried out in alarm. "We can't let you face it alone. This is something I have to do." Ron's voice rang with unwavering resolve. His gaze locked onto the monstrous beast before him, as if daring fate itself. "I don't want to run anymore. I need to prove myself." "Ron." Lena's voice trembled with anxiety, but she knew there was no use trying to talk him out of it now. "Get ready, move," Hawkeye commanded sharply. The four of them scattered, each swiftly seeking the best position for an attack. The beast roared and lunged at Ron, its massive claws slicing through the air with a shrill, cutting wind. Ron's heart clenched, but he instantly summoned every ounce of strength within him, bracing himself to meet the creature head-on. "I will not back down," he shouted in his mind, as if casting away all fear and doubt. In that moment, it felt as though an invisible force enveloped Ron. His courage and resolve surged forth. He charged the beast, weapon in hand, which blazed with a brilliant light as he struck. "Ron, watch out!" Coulson shouted from the side, trying desperately to warn him. But Ron was consumed by a single thought: fight and prove his own strength. He unleashed everything he had, launching his assault on the beast. The creature let out an earth-shattering roar, the shockwave knocking Ron back a few steps. Yet he refused to yield. His eyes blazed with fury and defiance as he pressed on. "You can do it, Ron!" Lena cried out, clutching at her chest, her heart racing with worry. The walls were covered with diagrams of magical beasts, and the air was thick with tension. Two men stood locked in a heated debate around a massive magic circle. Benjamin, do you really think creating a dragon is a good idea? Carl's voice dripped with skepticism as his fingers traced the drawings, his gaze cold and sharp. Why not? Benjamin looked up, his eyes ablaze with passion. Ancient dragons were unmatched, creatures of immense power and majesty. Just imagine, if we could create such a magical beast, the entire magical world would be left in awe. And what good is awe? Carl retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Dragons belong in legends. What we need in reality is something useful. You want to make a dragon. Aren't you afraid it could go out of control? Just like in those old tales, where a dragon's rage destroys everything in its path. But what if we could control it? Benjamin's voice rose with excitement, his face alight with hope. I believe that if we design it carefully, we can absolutely tame it. And imagine, a dragon as our guardian. Who would dare threaten our territory then? Carl shook his head, feeling helpless about Benjamin's ideas. You're always lost in these unrealistic fantasies. Instead of chasing after elusive dragons, why not focus on the realities in front of us? I'm designing a magical fortress, one that can truly protect our base and fend off outside threats. A fortress? Benjamin scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. All you want is a sealed-off space. That's nothing compared to the might of a dragon. Do you really believe that the Guardian Stronghold can stand against everything? At least it's something we can actually achieve. Carl shot back, slamming his blueprints down on the table with a sharp snap. Your dragon scheme will only drag us into endless trouble. You don't understand the true essence of magic at all. It's meant to serve us, not become a chain that binds us. Benjamin's expression darkened. He drew a deep breath, struggling to keep his anger in check. Carl, this is always your way. You only ever see the immediate benefits, never daring to aim any higher. Don't you want to leave your mark on history? Leave a mark? Carl let out a cold laugh. And what of it if we do? History only remembers those who succeed. Right now, we can't even guarantee our basic safety. That dragon you dream of is nothing but an enchanting illusion, while what I seek is real survival. Their argument grew more heated, the air between them charged as if it might spark at any moment. Carl drummed his fingers on the table, his heart simmering with frustration, while Benjamin grew ever more impassioned, the fire in his eyes burning brighter. You're far too conservative. Benjamin's voice rose, his cheeks flushed with anger. Don't you want to see us create a legend? All you do is sit here with your blueprints. You have no idea how to turn dreams into reality. Dreams? Carl retorted, his gaze sharp as a blade. Your dreams are castles in the sky. They won't withstand the collision with reality. If we fail, every effort will be wasted. I'm not willing to bear that kind of consequence. You fear failure, but I don't. Benjamin's voice rang with conviction. I'm willing to risk everything for a greater goal. Even if I fail, I'll learn from it, instead of hiding forever in the safety of the shadows, like you. You call this taking a risk? Carl's tone grew even sharper. This is nothing but a march toward ruin. If you insist on chasing after that illusion of a dragon, I won't stand in your way, but I will never take part in it. Are you truly so heartless? Benjamin's voice dropped, tinged with a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Have you really cast aside the dreams we once shared? Dreams aren't meant for empty talk. They're meant to be realized, step by step. Carl's tone softened, though his resolve remained unshaken. I will do everything I can to keep us safe, instead of chasing after illusions that can never come true. Benjamin fell silent, a flicker of conflicting emotions crossing his gaze. He understood Carl's determination came from concern for their future, yet the passion burning within him could not be easily extinguished. Maybe you're right, Benjamin said slowly, resignation coloring his words. But I still hope we can find a balance, so that our dreams and reality can coexist. Balance. Carl frowned slightly, as if weighing the idea. Perhaps we could try to find a way to combine your creativity with my designs. A spark of light returned to Benjamin's eyes, rekindling the hope in his heart. Are you saying we could create a magical beast that's both powerful and controllable, like a dragon, but without losing its sanity? That's right. Carl nodded, his tone gradually turning more conciliatory. We can draw inspiration from dragons, but ensure our creation remains under control. This way, your dream can live on, and our safety is assured. A smile broke across Benjamin's face as excitement welled up inside him. That's a brilliant idea. We could search ancient texts for inspiration, and then use modern magic to craft an entirely new kind of magical beast. Exactly. Hope gleamed in Carl's eyes. What we need is teamwork, not pointless arguments. Only then can we truly create something legendary. Carl sat at a wooden table, surrounded by piles of blueprints and magical materials. His brow was tightly furrowed, clearly troubled by some difficult problem. Standing nearby, the elemental master Elton watched him with an eager, expectant gaze. "Carl, are you really planning to design a magical beast that can hover and fly in the air?" Elton finally couldn't contain himself, his voice tinged with excitement. "Yes, Elton." Carl raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "I want to create a creature that not only flies, but can also transform. Imagine it, soaring effortlessly through the skies, able to shift its shape at will, and become something entirely new whenever needed." A hint of astonishment appeared in Elton's eyes. "That's no simple feat. You'll have to consider magical stability, energy supply, and the physical properties during transformation." "I know, but I drew inspiration from Benjamin. He once spoke of an ancient dragon, one that soared through the skies with unrivaled power. What I wish to create is not just a mimicry of its form, but an inheritance of its very spirit." Carl's voice grew more passionate, as if he could already see the magical beast of his dreams taking shape. "So, do you want my help designing its appearance?" Elton smiled gently, encouragement flickering in his eyes. "If you can create such a magical beast, I'd be honored to design it for you free of charge." "Of course, Elton. No one can match your talent for design." Carl leapt to his feet in excitement, gesturing animatedly. "We can discuss its appearance together, and even its abilities. All right, first we need to decide on its basic form." Elton pulled out a blank sheet of paper, ready to jot down Carl's ideas. "Do you want it to be as imposing as a dragon, or more reminiscent of another magical creature?" Carl pondered for a moment, a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. "I want to have the majesty of a dragon, but also be agile. Its wings should be able to spread wide like a dragon's, but also fold back and become nimble when needed." "Very creative." Elton nodded, his pen swiftly sketching the outline on paper. "And what about the color? What sort of tones are you imagining?" "I'd like its colors to shift with its surroundings, like a chameleon." Carl's eyes sparkled with excitement. That way, it could confuse its enemies during battle and stand a better chance of surviving. "Great idea. That would make it far more stealthy." Elton's pen moved gracefully across the page, quickly bringing to life a vividly colored magical beast. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. In the next instant, the workshop door burst open and a young apprentice rushed in. "Carl, Elton, you have to come outside and see this." The apprentice's face was filled with anxiety, his voice trembling with unease. "What's happened?" Carl frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "There's a huge magical beast outside, rampaging through the village." The apprentice's voice was shaky, clearly rattled. "It's far too powerful. The villagers can't hold it back." "What?" Carl and Elton shot to their feet almost in unison, their eyes wide with shock and worry. "We have to go see what's happening," Elton said calmly, a decisive glint in his eyes. "If that magical beast is out of control, the consequences could be disastrous." "But our magical beast isn't finished yet." Carl hesitated, anxiety churning inside him. "It's precisely for this reason that we need to face this challenge," Elton said firmly. "Only by confronting this incident can we truly understand the nature of magical beasts. Perhaps this will even help with your designs." "You're right, Elton," Carl replied, taking a deep breath. The fear in his heart was swept away by newfound resolve. "We can't just sit here waiting for our doom. Let's go." The three of them dashed out of the workshop, heading straight for the village. The last rays of the setting sun faded away, and the sky grew heavy and overcast. The air was thick with tension. When they reached the village, the sight before them made their hearts sink. The houses had been reduced to ruins, debris littered the ground, and villagers scattered in terror. At the center of the chaos, the massive magical beast rampaged, its entire body ablaze with dazzling light. "That's the creature we have to face," Carl said, his voice barely audible in the wind, tinged with helplessness. "We have to find a way to subdue it," Elton said, his gaze unwavering. "If we can understand its power, maybe we'll discover a solution." "But it's too strong," the apprentice cried out, despair clear in his voice. "We're no match for it all." "Don't be afraid. We have to stay calm," Carl said, clenching his fists as a spark of determination flared within him. "We can use what we know to find its weakness." Just then, the magical beast turned its attention to them. With a deafening roar, it charged straight at the trio. Carl's heart pounded. In a swift motion, he pulled a magical rune from his pocket, ready to cast a spell. "Carl, are you really going to announce that foundation at the Grand Conclave of Elemental Masters?" Benjamin's voice came from the doorway, tinged with tension. Carl looked up, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Of course, Jem. The Sky Foundation will be the future of human thought. We're going to reshape the entire magical world. Don't you realize what the consequences could be?" Benjamin stepped forward, his brow furrowed, eyes bright with anxiety. You're using the resources of the Magicians Guild, and they know nothing about it. Carl let out a cold laugh. Using? It's just a means to an end. You should understand. Great undertakings require sacrifice. The Guild's resources should serve our cause. You're playing with fire. Benjamin shot back, his voice rising in anger. Don't you think this is unfair? If the Guild finds out, we'll all be punished. Punished? Carl sneered, curling his lip. You mean those self-important old men? They can't even fathom what we're aiming for. We're going to surpass them and become the new leaders. You're completely mad. Benjamin's hands clenched into fists, his anger blazing. If you keep this up, everyone will turn against you. Carl paused for a moment, then let a hint of disdainful smile curl on his lips. Enemies? Benjamin, our real enemies are those who refuse to move forward. What we need are followers, not friends. Followers? Do you even know what you're doing? Benjamin's voice grew more agitated. You're playing with people's trust. You don't care at all about how they feel. What I care about is whether we can achieve something truly great. Carl's voice rose, burning with a fervent passion. Just imagine once the Skyline Foundation is established, how many brilliant minds we'll attract. We'll be leading the entire future of the magical world. You have no idea what real responsibility is. Benjamin's words were heavy with disappointment. You're nothing but a fool blinded by power. Enough. Carl slammed his hand on the table. The test tubes rattled with a sharp clink, nearly toppling over. If you keep this up, I won't need you anymore. A jolt of pain flashed in Benjamin's eyes. He realized Carl had been consumed entirely by his own ambition. Are you truly willing to give up everything for this insane plan? I am, Carl replied without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with a wild light. In the pursuit of truth, any price is worth paying. Benjamin shook his head, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He had once believed Carl was a man of ideals, but now he saw only a madman driven by desire. You'll regret this in the end, Carl. I won't. Carl's voice was cold and resolute. I will become the one who shapes history. And you'll be nothing but a failure. The tension between them grew so thick it seemed to weigh down the very air. Just then, the laboratory door swung open. A broad-shouldered, stern-faced man entered. It was Alpha, the representative of the Magicians Association. What are you two doing here? Alpha's voice boomed like thunder, startling both Benjamin and Carl. Alpha. Benjamin hurried forward, tried to explain. We're just discussing some details of our experiments. Discussing? Alpha's sharp gaze swept over the chaos in the lab. I've heard you're planning to set up a foundation. That's not a trivial matter. We only want to advance human thought, Carl replied, forcing a calm smile and trying to hide his anxiety. It will be good for the magical world. Good for us. Alpha let out a mocking laugh. Do you really think the Magicians Association would ever support an organization shrouded in secrecy? You're digging your own graves. Benjamin's heart tightened as he silently pondered his next move. Alpha, you've misunderstood us. We simply want to. I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Alpha cut him off, his gaze as sharp as a blade. If you continue with this plan, I'll report you to the association. The consequences will be unimaginable. How dare you? Carl burst out, his face darkening with rage. You have no idea what we're actually doing. I know far more than you think, Alpha replied, his voice low and commanding. And I will make sure you pay the price for this. A wave of suffocating anxiety swept over Benjamin. He realized things had spiraled out of control, and the situation before him had grown even more complicated. Turning to Carl, despair welled up within him. Carl, we can't go on like this any longer. I won't back down. Carl roared, defiance blazing in his voice. I'll see my plan through. No one will stop me. What are you doing? Benjamin asked helplessly, deep disappointment clouding his eyes. You're only pushing yourself further into the abyss. I am pursuing a great ideal. Carl's voice was unwavering, feverish with conviction. I will make everyone see my worth. Alpha regarded him coldly, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. An ideal? What you call an ideal is nothing but selfish desire. You're not worthy of being a mage. What did you say? Carl shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Alpha. You're just a stubborn old man. You don't understand what we're striving for. I understand far more than you realize. Alpha's reply was deep and resolute. You're playing with fire, and in the end, you'll only destroy yourself. I'm not afraid. Carl's eyes blazed with a fanatic light. I will show everyone who the true leader is. You're rushing headlong to your own ruin. Benjamin's anger and helplessness tangled together, tears glimmering in his eyes. Carl, do you really want to keep going down this path? Esteemed guests, thinkers, mages, and friends from all walks of life. Carl stood at the podium, his voice booming like thunder and echoing throughout the grand hall. His gaze swept over the audience, taking in the diverse faces, and a surge of excitement rose in his heart. Today, united by a common ideal, we established the Horizon Foundation. Standing beside Carl, Benjamin nodded slightly, his eyes bright with excitement. His hands gripped the edge of the podium, as if restraining the turmoil within. As Carl's closest friend and unwavering supporter, he understood the true significance of this foundation. We need a new political order, he silently recited in his heart, hoping more thinkers would answer their call. A new political system? A voice rose from the crowd, shattering the quiet of the hall. It belonged to Irene, a mage from the north. Her voice was crisp and resolute, as if questioning the grandeur of this ideal. Do you really think the age of magic needs a redefinition of politics? Of course it does, Carl replied without hesitation, his tone brimming with conviction and passion. We're living in a time of sweeping change. The power of magic presents us with challenges we've never faced before. The old institutions simply can't keep up with the new reality. Only by creating innovative political structures can we secure humanity's future. You make it sound so simple, Irene retorted with a cold smile, her brows knitting together. But have you considered what consequences such upheaval might bring? Every major political transformation in history has been accompanied by turmoil and sacrifice. I believe sacrifice is for a greater cause. Benjamin suddenly cut in, his voice tinged with excitement. We can't keep clinging to the old system, waiting for destruction to befall us. We need to act. We need change. Action and change don't mean recklessness. Irene's voice rose sharply, drawing glances from those around her as tension thickened in the air. Have you truly thought this through? Do you have the wisdom to guide such a transformation? Your lofty ideals could end up hurting innocent people. We have both wisdom and courage. A flicker of anger crossed Carl's face, but his eyes shone with unyielding determination. We've seen how the old system forces people to struggle in misery, how it breeds corruption and incompetence. We can't endure this any longer. But can your ideals ever be realized? How can you guarantee your foundation won't turn into a new tyranny? Irene pressed on, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she stared down Carl and Benjamin. We'll run the foundation democratically. Benjamin responded eagerly, his voice quivering with emotion. We'll invite thinkers from all sides to participate. We'll set up transparent rules, making sure every voice is heard. It all sounds wonderful, but can you truly deliver? Irene's tone remained sharp as ever, and the people around them began to whisper, drawn in by the intensity of the debate. We have to deliver. Carl's voice rang out, unwavering and powerful, filled with a determination that could not be shaken. This isn't just about us. It's about future generations. We cannot let the tragedies of history repeat themselves. At that very moment, a burly man stepped out from the crowd, radiating an aura of immense strength. His voice was deep and commanding. My name is Alpha. I come from a southern tribe. Your ideals stir my excitement. But I must remind you, change is never achieved overnight. Are you truly ready to face challenges from all sides? We are ready, Benjamin replied without hesitation, his eyes blazing with determination. We believe that only through unity and cooperation can we overcome any obstacle. Alpha nodded slightly, a complex expression flickering across his face. I admire your courage, but remember, there is often a vast gulf between ideals and reality. You will need many more supporters if you are to truly realize this vision. We will strive to win more supporters. Carl's voice brimmed with confidence. We will build an inclusive community upon the foundation of this fund, where everyone can participate and contribute their wisdom. But how can you guarantee you won't be corrupted by power? Irene pressed further, her gaze still sharp as ever. History is full of idealists who became puppets in the face of power. We will establish strict oversight mechanisms to ensure every decision is subject to scrutiny. Benjamin declared firmly, as if his passion could ignite the very air around them. It all sounds wonderful, but I still have my doubts about your plans. Irene's tone softened a little, as if swayed by Benjamin's fervor, yet she remained cautious. I understand your concerns, Carl replied gently, his eyes warm and sincere. But we must believe that only through relentless effort and experimentation can we find the path that truly suits us. We can no longer be shackled by fear, nor held back by the old systems. As Carl finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall grew ever more spirited. People began to talk and debate. Some were so moved by Carl and Benjamin's ideals that they raised their hands, eager to show their support. I wish to join your foundation, a young female mage exclaimed, rising to her feet, her face alight with hope. I want to contribute my strength to this grand ideal. Stars scattered across the deep, endless sky. The elemental grandmaster sat atop a towering altar, the air around him thick with an aura of mystery. The moonlight traced the contours of his face, making him appear even more pale, his eyes shimmering with longing and unease. He knew that tonight would be the crucial moment to commune with his ancestors. Ancestors, can you hear me? The elemental grandmaster's voice was low and resolute, as if sending a call across the void. After a brief moment of silence, a sudden whirlwind rose in the air. Within the swirling winds, a figure gradually took shape. It was his ancestor, an ancient and wise spirit. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, her eyes reflecting the depths of history and profound contemplation. I have heard you, my descendant. Her voice echoed softly, as if carried from a distant age. Why have you called upon me? The elemental grandmaster's heart tightened. Swallowing his nerves, he pleaded earnestly. Ancestor, I am under immense pressure in this world. The people bear deep resentment toward my rule. They yearn for freedom, yet I cannot fulfill their hopes. Please grant me your strength. Bestow more blessings upon me, so that I might govern this land more wisely. The ancestor's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of disapproval in her expression. Do you realize, my child, that your way of ruling has strayed far from our original beliefs? We have chosen not to intervene in the mortal realm, for we wish people to grow in freedom, not to struggle for survival under oppression. I know, but I have no choice. The elemental grandmaster's voice grew more passionate. If I do not maintain control, this land will fall into chaos, and the people will suffer far greater hardships. I only wish to protect them. To protect? Or to oppress? The ancestor's tone sharpened. What you call protection is, in truth, the deprivation of their freedom. You are ruling through fear, not through love and trust. A jolt ran through the elemental grandmaster's heart, anger and grievance flickering across his face. He lowered his head, his voice trembling. I don't want things to be this way. I only wish for a world of peace. But I am powerless. What you need is not more strength, but wisdom. The ancestor's voice softened. You must look within and ask yourself what it is you truly desire. The elemental grandmaster fell silent, inner turmoil surging like a tide. He understood the depth of his ancestor's words, yet could not easily let go of his own obsessions. But, ancestor, will you truly not help me? I could do better. If only you would grant me your power. I will not interfere in your choices, my child, the ancestor replied, a note of helplessness in her voice. I can only offer guidance. The final decision is yours alone. As her words faded, her figure began to blur. Panic welled up within the elemental grandmaster, and he called out desperately, No, please don't leave me. But her form had already vanished, leaving only a lingering warmth in the air. The elemental grandmaster was overcome with loss, like a ship adrift without a guiding star, wandering in boundless darkness. I cannot give up now, he vowed silently, clenching his fists, determined to find a new path forward. Several days later, the elemental grandmaster discovered an ancient, tattered book within the depths of an old temple. The pages contained the wisdom and philosophies of gods from ages past. As he leafed through its fragile leaves, a new strength began to well up within his heart. He started to reflect on his own way of ruling, and made the decision to reach out to his people, listening to their hopes and concerns. Honored Grandmaster, why have you suddenly changed your ways? A young villager asked in the square, his eyes filled with confusion. The elemental Grandmaster smiled gently, his tone warm and reassuring. I have come to realize that true power does not come from oppression, but from understanding and cooperation. We must work together to create a brighter future. The villagers exchanged uncertain glances, hardly daring to believe what they heard, yet a spark of hope slowly appeared in their eyes. We are willing to follow you, but you must let us have a voice in the decisions, another villager exclaimed passionately. Of course, I will listen to what you have to say, the Grandmaster replied with a firm nod, a wave of warmth rising in his chest. He could feel a genuine change taking place within himself. Yet, change is never easy. As the Elemental Grandmaster began to introduce his new policies, he faced fierce opposition from the old guard. Among them was a traitor named Shadow, a man who had once been his most trusted lieutenant, now plotting a coup in secret, determined to restore the old ways. Grandmaster, your weakness will only bring ruin to our nation. Shadow spat, his eyes glinting with malice. What we need is strong, unyielding rule, not your feeble compromises. The Elemental Grandmaster's anger flared, his gaze sharp as steel. You are wrong, Shadow. True strength lies in unity and trust, not in oppression and fear. Unity? Trust. Shadow sneered. In times as turbulent as these, only force can keep us safe. You have betrayed everything we once believed in. I have betrayed no one. I have simply chosen a different path, the Grandmaster replied, his voice steady and resolute. Through my actions, I will prove that peace and cooperation are the only way forward. The conflict between them grew ever more intense, until at last it erupted into a dramatic showdown in the heart of the square. The elemental Grandmaster summoned the very powers of the elements, and the air around them grew thick with tension. Shadow called forth the forces of darkness, preparing to settle their fate once and for all. You will pay for your choices. Shadow roared, a wave of dark energy surging toward the Grandmaster. I will never back down, the Grandmaster shouted in return, elemental power swirling around him to form a radiant shield. The two forces collided in midair, bursting into a dazzling flash of light that shook the entire square. The crowd recoiled in fear, bearing witness to this breathtaking and unforgettable clash. At that very moment, the elemental Grandmaster's mind flashed back to the teachings of his ancestors. He understood that only through understanding and acceptance could conflicts truly be resolved. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, striving to calm the fire of anger within his heart. Shadow, I don't wish to be your enemy, he said slowly, his voice sincere and earnest. I hope you understand that everything I've done is for the future of this nation. Shadow froze, his anger instantly halted, as if the Grandmaster's sincerity had struck a chord in him. His assault softened ever so slightly, and a flicker of hesitation appeared in his gaze. Do you really believe that peace can replace strength? Shadow's voice grew low and uncertain, as if a seed of doubt was taking root within him. I believe that only through mutual understanding and cooperation can we build a truly powerful nation, the elemental Grandmaster replied firmly, a spark of hope igniting in his heart. What is it you people really want? Benjamin gritted her teeth, struggling to keep her voice steady. Don't pretend to be so calm, little girl. The leader of the bandits, whose name was Rec, curled his lips into a mocking smirk. All we want is the research in your hands. Don't even think about resisting. The protective spell you're wearing is useless against us. Benjamin's heart tightened. She knew the spell had been set by the elemental Grandmaster himself, but she had no way to explain it now. She drew a deep breath, trying her best to appear resolute. You'll never get your way. I'll make you pay for this. Rec's smile grew even more arrogant. Pay? Little girl, do you really think you can threaten me? If you don't cooperate, I'll show you what true despair feels like. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the alley. Moments later, several agents in black uniforms burst in, swiftly surrounding the bandits. Let her go. The agent in charge, named Alex, fixed Rec with a steely, unyielding gaze. Who are you? Rec's face twisted in shock, clearly unprepared for Benjamin to have rescuers. We're here to protect Benjamin, Alex replied coolly, leveling his weapon at Rec. Drop your weapons. Surrender now. In your dreams, Rec roared, signaling his men to prepare for a fight. The bandits drew their weapons, and the tension in the air became razor-sharp. Don't make me shoot. Alex's voice was low and commanding. If any of you move, she'll get hurt. Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. She felt a warm presence behind her, and as she turned, she met Alex's unwavering eyes. A wave of emotion rushed over her. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you, Alex said gently, his voice carrying a quiet strength that seemed to wrap around her like an invisible shield. Let her go, Rick roared, his eyes blazing with a wild, frenzied light. Or I'll make her suffer like never before. At that critical moment, Alex didn't hesitate. He squeezed the trigger. A volley of gunshots rang out, and the robbers collapsed one after another. Rick was struck by a bullet, dropping to his knees in agony. Benjamin, come here. Alex rushed to Benjamin's side and quickly untied her restraints. Thank you, Alex. Benjamin gazed at him gratefully, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. I thought I'd never see you again. Don't say that. We need to get out of here fast. Alex glanced around nervously, clearly eager not to linger a moment longer. Benjamin nodded. Though fear still lingered in her heart, being close to Alex brought her a measure of safety. Just as they were about to leave, Rick suddenly struggled to his feet, his face twisted with rage. You think you can just walk away? I won't let you get away that easily. Try moving one more time, and you'll regret it, Alex said icily, the barrel of his gun trained on Rick once more. You're nothing but a minor player. Rick sneered, a sinister smile curling across his lips. Did you really think I'd give up so easily? I have allies. They'll come for me. What did you say? Benjamin's heart tightened as she realized things were far from over. You're all dead. Rick bellowed, a desperate, crazed fire burning in his eyes. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Several agents in black uniforms rushed in, quickly encircling Rick and his remaining accomplices. "Don't let them escape," the lead agent shouted, and the team sprang into action, closing off all exits. "We're surrounded." Rick's face went pale. He spun around to flee, but Alex tackled him before he could get away. "Trying to run? Not a chance." Alex forced him to the ground and snapped handcuffs onto his wrists. "You'll pay for this," Rick snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with hatred. "We'll make sure you answer for what you've done," Alex replied coldly. Then he turned to Benjamin and said, "Let's go. This isn't over yet." Benjamin nodded. Though unease still lingered, she knew she was finally safe. In her eyes, Alex now stood tall and unyielding, like an unbreakable fortress. Meanwhile, the face of Grandmaster Alder was shrouded in shadows of anger. His voice was deep and commanding. "The Dark Lord and the Shadow Legion's conspiracy cannot be allowed to end here." Before him, the young mage apprentice Benjamin stood in silence, though his heart churned like a stormy sea. He knew that Alder's fury was fueled not only by the recent attacks, but by a deep-seated hatred he could no longer contain. Alder's parents had vanished without a trace in a sudden assault, and there had been no news of them since. "Master, do you really intend to take action yourself?" Benjamin asked cautiously, his voice tinged with worry. "I'm no longer the scholar who hides away in his tower." Alder's words crashed through the room like thunder. "I will lead our forces straight into the Dark Lord's lair and teach them a lesson they'll never forget." "But it's far too dangerous." Benjamin's voice trembled faintly. Memories of that brutal battle flickered in his mind, filling him with dread. "What if we fail? We could lose even more people." Alder turned, his gaze burning with the intensity of fire. "You think I care about failure? My family, my kin, they're suffering under the shadow of darkness. I can't just stand by and do nothing." At that moment, urgent knocking sounded at the door, breaking their conversation. Alder's face darkened as he turned and pulled the door open. Standing outside was his friend, the warrior Emil, anxiety etched across his face. "Alder, it's an emergency. The Shadow Legion is gathering. They're targeting our Magitech exhibition. We have to act now." Emil's voice rang out like an alarm bell. "What?" Benjamin gasped. "There are so many innocent people at the exhibition. We can't let them come to harm." Alder's resolve was unwavering, his heart kindled with the flames of vengeance. "We must go at once and protect the exhibition. We cannot let the Dark Lord's plot succeed." "I'm coming with you," Benjamin declared without hesitation, his fear swept away by a surge of responsibility. "You're too young. It's far too dangerous." Emil shook his head. "This isn't a game for children." "I'm not a child anymore." Benjamin's reply was loud and resolute. "I'll use my magic to protect the innocent." Alder looked at Benjamin, a flicker of pride and comfort in his heart. "Very well, you may come with us. But you must follow my instructions. Do you understand?" "Understand." Determination shone in Benjamin's eyes. A few minutes later, the three of them hurried toward the exhibition hall. The night was as black as ink, the streets deserted. Only a gentle breeze stirred, as if mourning the conflict about to unfold. "If we can't stop them, what fate will await the people at the exhibition?" Benjamin murmured anxiously, the question hanging heavy in the air. "We will succeed." Alder's voice rang out like a shot of courage, filling Benjamin with renewed strength. At the entrance of the exhibition hall, a crowd had already gathered. People whispered anxiously among themselves, their faces tense with worry. Just as Alder, Emil, and Benjamin arrived, the lights in the hall suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. "Everyone stay calm," Alder shouted, his voice cutting clearly through the blackness. "We will protect you." At that moment, a low, menacing laugh echoed in the darkness, followed by the silent emergence of the Shadow Legion. They appeared as if conjured from thin air, ghostly and soundless, and the air grew icy cold. "Well, well, Grandmaster of the Elements, how naive you are." A tall figure stepped forward, the Dark Lord himself, a sly smile twisting his lips. "Did you really think you could stop us? We will never let you succeed." Alder's voice was unwavering. Elemental energy gathered in his hands, shimmering with power. "Then let's see you try." The Dark Lord sneered, giving the command, and the Shadow Legion surged forward to attack. Chaos exploded in the exhibition hall. Screams pierced the darkness as panic swept through the crowd. Alder and Emil leapt into battle. Magic and steel clashed in the shadows, and flashes of fire and lightning split the night. "Benjamin, protect the innocent." Alder shouted over the din, urgency clear in his voice. "I will." Benjamin nodded fiercely, his heart blazing with courage. He called upon his magic, desperately weaving a shield of protection around the frightened people nearby. I must keep them safe. I won't let them come to harm, Benjamin vowed silently, the glow of his magic shining ever brighter in his hands. Just then, the Dark Lord's gaze fell upon Benjamin, a glimmer of malice lighting his eyes. So, you want to protect them, little one? Then, face my power first. He lunged at Benjamin, waves of darkness crashing around him and enveloping Benjamin in an instant. No, Alder cried out, trying to reach him, but the Shadow Legion blocked his way. Benjamin, focus. Resist his power. Emil called, his sword flashing as he battled to buy Benjamin time. A surge of terror swept through Benjamin, but he knew he could not falter. He closed his eyes, recalling every spell Alder had ever taught him, and began chanting the incantations under his breath. Carl, are you really planning to criticize them so harshly right now? His assistant, Emily, asked softly, worry flickering in her eyes. Absolutely, Carl replied with a cold smile, his gaze sweeping over the nearby booths. These so-called magical products are a disgrace to our entire profession. At that moment, someone beside the booth caught his attention. It was Alpha, a young magical inventor, who was enthusiastically chatting with several customers, showing off his latest creation, the lightning magic orb. Alpha's confidence stirred up a wave of irritation in Carl's heart. Look at him. That kid is showing off his lightning magic orb again, Carl scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But this product really is quite unique, Emily ventured cautiously. I've heard his magic orb can unleash a powerful electric current in a short burst. The effect is pretty impressive. Impressive? Carl's voice rose, bristling with indignation. Do you even know how that thing works? It's just a simple combination of basic elements. There's nothing innovative about it all. Emily had no response. She could only watch in silence as Carl strode toward Alpha's booth. She knew that once Carl's temper flared, no one could stand in his way. Alpha! Carl's voice thundered through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Alpha turned around, a friendly smile on his face. Carl, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you here to check out our booth too? Check out? I have no interest in wasting my time, Carl replied coldly, his eyes glinting with disdain. I just wanted to tell you that your product isn't worth mentioning. Oh, Alpha blinked in surprise, then quickly regained his composure. Are you talking about my lightning magic orb? I believe its performance has already been recognized by many customers. Recognized? Carl let out a derisive laugh. It's just a bunch of gullible customers dazzled by its flashy appearance. Anyone who truly understands magic would never waste their money on such a trivial gimmick. The crowd around them began to whisper, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Emily shifted uneasily at the side. She knew Carl's words had already touched Alpha's nerve. Carl, don't you think that's a bit extreme? Alpha's voice now carried a trace of anger. I invested a great deal of time and effort developing this product. You shouldn't dismiss its value just because of your personal bias. Bias? Sparks of provocation flickered in Carl's eyes. Your so-called value is nothing but a pile of empty tricks. True magic should pursue power and results, not just flashy appearances. You're right. Magic should pursue power. Alpha bit out, his anger smoldering within him. But have you ever considered that real magic is not just a display of strength? It can also be the embodiment of creativity and imagination. Creativity, Carl scoffed, shaking his head with disdain. In your eyes, creativity is nothing more than cobbling together some inferior elements and passing it off as innovation. That's too much. Alpha's voice shot up several octaves, drawing the crowd in even closer as the tension thickened. I have no desire to argue with you, Carl said coldly. I only want you to understand that your products are nothing compared to real magic. Real magic? Alpha's face turned pale. And who do you think you are? A true master of the elements? You're nothing but a self-righteous old man. Old man. A flash of anger flickered in Carl's eyes. How dare you be so disrespectful? Disrespectful? Alpha's voice rang with defiance. It's your bitterness toward the entire magical industry that's made you so extreme. Can't you at least try to appreciate the efforts of the younger generation? Appreciate? Carl let out a cold laugh. I only appreciate genuine magic, not the shallow tricks you young people use to grab attention. By now, the crowd had completely encircled them, the air charged and heavy, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Emily felt a wave of anxiety and tried to step in, only to be intimidated by the fury burning in Carl's eyes. Carl, calm down, she finally managed to say, summoning her courage. This isn't the way to solve anything. Stay out of this. Carl's voice boomed like thunder, sending a shiver through Emily's heart. Don't you think this argument is pointless? Emily tried to ease the situation. We should be focusing on our research, not tearing each other down. Research? Alpha sneered. You old-timers don't understand us at all. All you do is cling to tradition, never daring to take a single step forward. A step forward? Carl's eyes flashed with scorn. Your steps only lead to the abyss, and in the end, you'll be swallowed by endless darkness. That's enough. Alpha roared, and the crowd stirred restlessly, the tension mounting ever higher. At that moment, a middle-aged man in an ornate robe strode over. He was the organizer of the exhibition, known as Baldur. His arrival broke the deadlock between the two sides. Everyone, the exhibition is meant to showcase the wonder of magic, not to devolve into arguments. Baldur's voice was as calm and steady as a still lake, easing the tension in the air. We should respect the efforts of every magic artisan. Respect, Carl snorted. I respect true magic, not these crude imitations. Carl, that's enough. Baldur's tone grew firm. You are a master of the elements. You should lead by example and embody the spirit of the magical world. Carl fell silent for a moment, seeming to realize that his words had been too harsh. The anger in his heart gradually subsided. He took a deep breath, then turned and walked away from the booth. Carl and Benjamin stood before a display of a new magical weapon, their eyes shining with excitement. Look at this. The structure of this magic is simply astonishing. Carl pointed to the magical weapon on the stand, his voice brimming with reverence. Benjamin nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the magical weapon pulsing with a blue glow, as he mused, this might be an upgraded version of the prototype magic we saw in ancient texts. Its energy output and stability have improved significantly. If we could bring it back, perhaps we could study it even further. There was a note of excitement in Carl's voice, as if he could already see the promise of a brilliant future. Just then, members of the Shadow Guild silently approached. Cloaked in black, their faces were hidden, and their presence was commanding. Leading them was a mage named Alvin, whose gaze was sharp as a panther's. He swept his eyes over the surrounding displays before finally settling on Carl and Benjamin. So the Storm Bastion still bothers to showcase such petty magic. Alvin sneered, disdain heavy in his tone. How laughable. Don't you realize that the Shadow Guild's magic has long since surpassed these childish tricks? Carl frowned, a wave of displeasure rising within him. He turned to face Alvin directly. Your magic may be powerful, but that doesn't mean we're powerless. Every kind of magic has its own unique value. Unique value? Alvin's laugh was laced with mockery. Perhaps you see these lightweight spells as treasures, but to us in the Shadow Guild, they're nothing more than trinkets. True magic is the power to command both darkness and light, not relying on these feeble runes. Benjamin couldn't hold back and interjected, the so-called dark magic you boast about is simply the act of drawing on shadowy forces to boost your own strength. True magic should be harmonious, born from the powers of nature, not seized through deceit and sinister means. Alvin's eyes grew cold, a smirk curling at his lips. Kid, what do you think you know? You folk from a Storm Bastion just hide in the sunlight and fool yourselves while we draw strength from the darkness. That's what real power is. The atmosphere around them instantly tensed. Carl and Benjamin exchanged a glance, both understanding that this argument was no longer about which magic was superior. It had become a clash of two philosophies. You of the Shadow Society have always taken pride in darkness, but have you ever considered that darkness can never truly last? Carl's voice rang out, firm and resolute. True magic should bring hope to humanity, not fear. Alvin's expression flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his cold composure. Hope? In a world riddled with betrayal and intrigue, who would still believe in hope? Only the strong survive here. The weak are destined to be cast aside. The difference between the strong and the weak doesn't lie in the magnitude of their power, but in the brightness of their hearts. Benjamin replied calmly, you have chosen darkness, while we have chosen the light. Perhaps your magic is formidable, but your hearts are hollow. Alvin's anger flared. He took a sudden step forward, his voice booming like thunder. Do you truly think you can defeat us with these empty ideals? Come, let's have a real contest and see who is the true master of this world. Very well. I've been wanting to see just how powerful your dark magic really is, Carl answered without flinching, his gaze unwavering. The tension between them grew so thick it seemed to freeze the air. The crowd nearby, drawn by the mounting confrontation, began to gather and encircle the space, eager to witness the impending duel of magic. No one is to interfere here, Alvin declared icily. If anyone dares, I'll stop at nothing to show you all the meaning of true power. Benjamin and Carl exchanged a silent glance of understanding. They both knew neither would back down. Stepping out from the crowd, they stood side by side at the center of the open ground, ready to face the coming challenge. "Are you ready?" Carl asked in a low voice. "Of course," Benjamin replied with a slight smile, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. As Alvin gave the signal, the battle erupted. Waves of dark magic surged forth like an unstoppable tide, swallowing all light in their path. With a sweep of his arms, Alvin sent spinning spheres of black energy hurtling through the air, each radiating a sense of utter destruction as they sped toward Carl. "Quick, use the shield of light," Benjamin shouted, instantly conjuring a radiant, shimmering barrier that flared to life and blocked the oncoming darkness. "Curse it," Alvin roared, gathering his strength once more, readying an even more devastating assault. "We must not falter," Carl called out, his voice unshakable. Raising both hands high, he summoned the elemental forces around them, conjuring a powerful storm that surged to meet Alvin's dark magic in a titanic clash. The storm and the darkness collided midair, erupting with a deafening crash that left the audience frozen in awe at the sheer force of the confrontation. Gradually, the storm's power began to overpower the shadows, and Alvin's face grew paler and paler. "How could you possibly wield such power?" Alvin staggered back in disbelief, a flicker of unease flashing across his eyes. "Because we believe in the power of light," Carl roared, unleashing another surge of storm magic that surged straight toward Alvin. But at that very moment, Alvin suddenly pulled a black crystal from beneath his cloak. The crystal radiated an intense aura of darkness, swallowing up all the surrounding light in an instant. "This is my secret weapon, the heart of darkness." Alvin sneered, his eyes burning with fanatic light. "Now witness the true might of darkness." With his furious shout, the black crystal erupted, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that swept across the entire battlefield. The audience recoiled in alarm, fear etched on every face as they watched the scene unfold. "Shadow Society, your shameless acts can no longer be concealed." Albert's voice echoed through the hall, thundering like a storm, forcing everyone present to hold their breath. In the front row, Benjamin frowned, suspicion clouding his mind. The members of the Shadow Society had always been an enigma to him, and now Albert's accusation made him realize the gravity of the situation. Leaning toward his companion, Elisa, he whispered, "Do you think Albert's accusations are true? Has the Shadow Society really been stealing research from other organizations?" Elisa's expression was grave as she replied softly, "It wouldn't surprise me. The Shadow Society is notorious for operating in the shadows. We must remain vigilant." Albert pressed on, his voice growing ever more impassioned. "You of the Shadow Society have not only stolen our magical research, but you also seek to use it to strengthen your own power. What you've done crosses the line for every organization here." At this point, a man named Carl, representative of the Shadow Society, stood up. His face was dark, a cold smile curling at his lips. "Albert, your accusations are baseless. We have never stolen anyone's research. You're just looking for a scapegoat to deflect from your own failures." Albert's gaze was sharp as a blade, locked onto Carl, as if he meant to tear him apart. "Your underhanded methods are known to all. Are you really going to keep denying it?" Carl scoffed, his tone full of provocation. "Then tell us, what evidence do you have? Are you going to smear us just based on your own assumptions? That's laughable." Benjamin felt a jolt of anxiety. It was clear that the Shadow Society had come prepared. Lifting his head, he decided to interject. "If there truly is evidence, why not present it? That way, everything will be clear to everyone." Albert turned to Benjamin, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes before his expression grew solemn once more. "Once the investigation is complete, I will reveal all the evidence to everyone. We cannot allow these shadowy forces to continue running rampant." Carl let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Whether your investigation can be fair or not, I have my doubts. After all, Stormhold's reputation is nothing like it used to be. With all the infighting, there's no way it won't cloud your judgment." The tension in the room thickened, and everyone began to whisper anxiously among themselves. Alyssa clenched her fists, her anger at Carl's provocation plain to see. "Is subterfuge the only way the Shadow Guild covers its crimes?" "I suggest you don't get too emotional," Carl replied icily. "It only makes you look even more foolish." Albert seemed to have reached his limit as well. He raised his voice, unable to contain himself any longer. "We don't need your lectures. Sooner or later, your deeds will be exposed to the world." Just then, the conference room doors burst open. Several heavily armed guards stormed inside. Leading them was a woman named Mary, her face flushed with fury, as if she had just come from a fierce battle. "Albert, we found evidence of the Shadow Guild. They're conducting a secret deal at the abandoned factory nearby." Mary's voice rang out, unwavering and resolute. A hush instantly fell over the room. All eyes turned to Mary. Albert's expression grew even more grave. Are you certain? Yes. I saw them with my own eyes. And they're using the magical research we lost. Mary's voice trembled with rage. Her teeth clenched in outrage at the Shadow Guild's actions. Carl's face went ashen in an instant, and he tried to protest. That's impossible. You're framing us. The evidence is undeniable. There's no escape for you now. Mary's words cut straight to Carl's heart, sharp and unforgiving. Benjamin felt a surge of determination. He sprang to his feet, resolve burning in his eyes. We must act immediately. These criminals can't be allowed to slip away again. Albert nodded, his demeanor suddenly resolute and commanding. Mary, take your team to the abandoned factory. We'll bring them all to justice. Yes, sir, Mary replied crisply, turning and hurrying out without hesitation. Under her leadership, the Stormhold guards quickly assembled, ready to move out. Albert turned to the others, his eyes blazing. We cannot let the Shadow Guild fester in the shadows any longer. Today we'll put an end to their schemes, once and for all. For justice, the crowd answered in unison, their voices swelling with determination. Outside the conference room, the fury of the coming storm gathered like a tidal wave. Albert, Mary, Benjamin, and their team set out for the abandoned factory, the wind roaring around them as if cheering them onward. When they arrived at the factory, the surroundings were eerie and foreboding. The derelict buildings swayed and groaned in the wind, as if whispering lament from the past. Albert signaled for everyone to hide, then crept slowly toward the entrance. Muffled voices drifted through the gloom, hinting at secrets waiting to be unveiled. Hurry up, make sure all research results are moved to a secure location, barked a grim voice. It was Carl. A surge of anger blazed in Albert's chest. He leaned in and whispered to Benjamin, get ready. Soon, we'll charge in and take them all at once. Understood. Benjamin clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. Just then, the lights inside the factory flickered. Several members of the Shadow Society emerged, clutching artifacts that glimmered with magical energy. Albert's heart tensed, and he immediately issued the command, attack. At his signal, everyone surged into the factory like a rising tide, the call to battle echoing in the air. Albert led his team, facing the Shadow Society head-on. Magic and steel clashed, sparks flying in every direction. You'll never stop us, Carl roared, brandishing his artifact in a desperate attempt to fight back. This time, there's nowhere for you to run. Albert's voice thundered, striking fear straight into Carl's heart. The battle raged within the factory, fire and magic weaving together in a storm, as if the entire world trembled at the clash between justice and evil. Every shout, every impact, echoed the determination of Stormhold Fortress. Carl, what's on your mind? Came Coulson's sharp voice beside him, slicing through his reverie with a gaze that seemed to see right through him. I'm thinking about the Shadow Society. Carl sighed softly, his eyes never leaving the stage. Their latest magic has brought them back into power. I'm afraid Stormhold's plan to acquire them is about to fall apart. Coulson's brow furrowed, his face instantly turning grave. You know what the Shadow Society's rise means. We can't let them expand any further. We have to act. I know. Carl nodded, though turmoil churned inside him. But what exactly is this new magic of theirs? Without that information, any move we make would be futile. Just then, Hawkeye approached, a dossier tucked under his arm. I've got some intel from the agency about the Shadow Society's new magic. Word is it combines ancient runes with new technology. The power is immense. Ancient runes. Surprise flickered in Coulson's voice. We thought those had been lost to history. How could they have found them? I don't know either, but I have an idea, Hawkeye replied, his gaze turning distant. We could track down Lena. She spent time in the ancient forests. She might have some clues. Then let's go find her, Coulson said decisively. There's no time to waste. The four of them quickly left the exhibition hall, weaving through the crowd as they headed toward the back of the venue. Agent Lena of the ancient forest stood at a small booth with Ron, intently examining a magical artifact. Her long golden hair shimmered under the lights, and there was a look of unwavering resolve in her eyes. Lena, Coulson strode forward, an urgent note in his voice. We need your help. Lena looked up, instantly sensing the gravity of the situation from their expressions. What's happened? The rise of the Shadow Society is connected to a new kind of magic, Carl said bluntly. You spent time in the ancient forest, you might know something. Lena paused, deep in thought before speaking. Ancient runes do exist, but they're buried deep beneath the dust of history. How could the Shadow Society have found them? Perhaps someone leaked the information on purpose, Ron interjected, a hint of disdain in his tone. The Shadow Society has always excelled at schemes and trickery. They never give up easily. In any case, we have to uncover the truth as quickly as possible, Coulson said, his voice growing firmer. If we don't stop them, their power will threaten the entire alliance. Lena nodded, a flash of determination in her eyes. I can take you to the ancient forest, but we must proceed with caution. The magic there is incredibly potent. One wrong move, and the consequences could be disastrous. We're ready, Carl replied, his voice brimming with confidence. No matter how dangerous the path ahead, we won't back down. Without further hesitation, the four set out toward the ancient forest. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew heavier with each step. The ancient trees towered overhead, their branches interwoven, whispering secrets in the hush of the woods. This forest was once the birthplace of magic. Lena's voice came from ahead. Every inch of soil here holds tremendous power. Where should we begin? Carl glanced around, a flicker of unease in his eyes. I remember there's an old altar deep within the forest. There might be clues about the runes there, Lena said, her gaze unwavering. Let's start our search there. The four moved forward with utmost care, doing their best not to disturb the creatures around them. Suddenly, Ron came to a halt, his face grave. Do you hear that? There was a strange tension in the air, as if something unseen was watching them from the shadows. Lena furrowed her brow, her voice barely above a whisper. Be careful. There may be spies from the Shadow Society nearby. Before the last word faded, a low, menacing growl suddenly echoed all around them. In the next instant, a pack of dark figures burst from the underbrush, charging straight at them. Coulson reacted instantly, drawing his weapon and calmly commanding, Hold your formation. Protect Lena. I'll cover you all. Ron bellowed as he dashed forward, throwing himself into fierce combat with the shadows. Meanwhile, Lena quickly began casting her spells. The air around them turned scorching, and flames flickered at her fingertips. Hurry! Fall back, toward the altar! Carl shouted, a powerful sense of urgency surging in his chest. They had to reach the altar as quickly as possible and find the power that could stand against the Shadow Order. In the midst of the raging battle, Ron fought with all his might, swinging his weapon and driving back several of the shadowy foes. But more. Enemies poured in, relentless as a rising tide. Lena's magic flared without pause. Fire and shadows collided in bursts of harsh, explosive sound. We can't afford to delay any longer. Coulson's voice was edged with anxiety. If we hesitate, we'll be surrounded. I know. Lena gritted her teeth, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. I'll do my best to buy you some time. Lena, don't be reckless. Carl called out, his tone thick with worry. We can't let you face them alone. This is the only thing I can do. Lena's voice was strong and unwavering, her eyes shining with unyielding determination. Go, hurry. I'll catch up to you. All right, but please, be careful. Coulson replied through clenched teeth, his heart heavy with concern. The four of them raced toward the altar, the sounds of battle and Lena's incantations echoing behind them, each silently praying she would make it through unharmed. At last, they reached the ancient altar. Moss blanketed its surface, and ancient runes glimmered faintly, as if calling out to them. Carl stepped forward at once, carefully examining the runes. I really don't get why we're still here, Ron muttered, curling his lip with a trace of scorn in his voice. I've seen these spells before. There's nothing new about them. But this is the magic exhibition of the ancient forest. Coulson insisted, trying to persuade Ron. Every spell has its own unique history and meaning. Don't you want to know the stories behind them? Stories? Ron scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I'd rather see something truly interesting, not rehash the same old tricks I'm already bored of. Just then, Hawkeye walked over, a faint smile on his lips, as if resigned to Ron's attitude. Ron, maybe you should try seeing these spells from a different perspective. Every experience is a new journey. A journey, Ron retorted. This is nothing but a waste of time. I'd rather go check out the more challenging exhibits, like the Shadow Society's display. The Shadow Society? Coulson raised an eyebrow, a note of caution flickering in his eyes. Are you sure you want to go there? The magic of the Shadow Society isn't something to be taken lightly. I'm not scared. Ron waved his hand dismissively, his gaze firm. I'm fascinated by dark magic. Maybe I'll actually find something truly exciting there. Hawkeye sighed, trying to dissuade him. Ron, the Shadow Society's magic is dangerous. It's rarely what you think it is. You need to be careful. I know exactly what I'm doing. Ron's voice jumped in pitch, brimming with emotion. You're always like this, nagging like a bunch of overbearing parents. I don't need your protection. Ron, calm down. Coulson quickly interjected, hoping to ease the tension. We're just worried about your safety. The Shadow Society's magic is not only complex, it could also have irreversible consequences for those who wield it. You just don't understand. Ron shot back angrily, his eyes flashing with defiance. I don't want to be restrained by you. I want to pursue real power. Hawkeye watched Ron, anxiety gnawing at him. He knew Ron's temperament, impulsive and stubborn, prone to making reckless choices in the heat of the moment. You need to realize that power isn't everything. True strength lies in mastering your own desires, not chasing them blindly. I've heard enough of your lectures. Ron's voice was laced with rebellion, as if declaring his unshakable resolve. I won't let you lead me around anymore. Ron, Coulson's tone suddenly turned severe. If you keep this up, I'm done trying to help you. You wouldn't dare. Ron shot Coulson a challenging look, his disdain clear. He turned away and strode toward the Shadow Society's exhibit, his steps resolute and forceful. Ron, come back! Hawkeye shouted after him, trying to stop him, but Ron's figure had already disappeared through the entrance to the exhibit. We have to go after him. Coulson turned to Hawkeye, his expression grave. If he really enters the Shadow Society's exhibit, we have to make sure he stays safe. I know. Hawkeye nodded, his gaze unwavering. But we also need to be ready for whatever dangers might be waiting. The two of them quickly set off toward the Shadow Society's direction, silently hoping Ron would come to his senses before the darkness of magic could swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Ron had already stepped into the Shadow Society's exhibition area. A gloomy atmosphere pervaded the space, and the air itself seemed weighted with a sense of oppression. His heart was a storm of excitement and nerves. Everything before him felt thrilling beyond words. Welcome to the Shadow Society's exhibit, came a deep, mysterious voice from somewhere within the darkness, sending an involuntary shiver down Ron's spine. He looked up and saw a wizard draped in black robes standing before him, the man's face obscured by the shadow of his hood. Who are you? Ron forced himself to sound calm, though a subtle unease stirred within him. I'm the guardian here, the robed wizard replied, his voice slow and soft, like a whisper in the night, laced with a dangerous allure. Every piece of magic here is imbued with boundless power, but such power always comes at a price. I'm not afraid of danger. Ron lifted his chin, his eyes burning with determination. I'm here to seek strength. Strength. The wizard's lips curled into a faint, amused smile, as if Ron's impulsiveness entertained him. Then, are you willing to pay the price for it? The price. Ron faltered for a moment, a shadow of doubt flickering in his heart, but he refused to let it show. I'm willing to pay any price. Very well. The wizard stretched out his hand with deliberate slowness, pointing deeper into the exhibition. Then let us begin. Without hesitation, Ron followed him into the depths of the exhibit, his heart brimming with anticipation and longing. He had no idea he was about to step into a world steeped in darkness and danger, a path that would change his destiny forever. Meanwhile, Coulson and Hawkeye had arrived at the entrance of the exhibition. Their faces were grim, marked by deep concern. We have to find Ron, Coulson said urgently. If he's really gone into the Shadow Society's exhibit, we might already be too late. I'll find him with my arrows, Hawkeye replied coolly, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He strung his bow, ready to move at a moment's notice. We can't split up. We have to stick together. Coulson warned. The Shadow Society's magic is incredibly complex. If we go alone, we might walk right into a trap. Understood. Hawkeye nodded, a hint of determination settling in his gaze. They drew a deep breath and stepped into the Shadow Society's exhibit, silently hoping Ron would be safe. As they ventured further, the atmosphere grew ever more sinister, as though every inch of air was thick with shadows. A sense of unease crept into both Coulson and Hawkeye's hearts, but neither hesitated. They pressed on. Across the room, Hawkeye leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, a look of disdain etched across his face. Coulson, do you really believe the Shadow Society can find its footing in this era? Hawkeye's voice was low, laced with mockery, as if he were scrutinizing a particularly ridiculous joke. Coulson drew a deep breath, struggling to suppress the anger surging within him. Hawkeye, the Shadow Society may not be the most powerful magical order, but we have our own strengths and influence. We can't just dismiss everything because of temporary setback. Strength and influence. Hawkeye let out a cold, sharp laugh, his gaze as cutting as a blade. Those things you speak of mean nothing in the face of Stormhold and the Elemental Grandmasters. We haven't even had a chance to strike back against them. Don't you see? Unity and perseverance are the only ways forward for us. Coulson's voice rose, his anger simmering in his chest. He knew Hawkeye's doubts weren't entirely baseless, but he was even more certain that the Shadow Society could not afford to surrender now. Unity? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth. You really think a few hollow meetings can unite everyone? Most of them have already lost faith in the Shadow Society. Coulson felt a pang in his heart, Hawkeye's words piercing straight through him like a sharpened thorn. He was well aware that cracks had already begun to show within the society. Many members were lost and afraid of what lay ahead. But at this crucial moment, he could not allow himself to waver. "We need time," Coulson insisted through gritted teeth. "As long as we don't give up, a new dawn will come for the Shadow Society." "Time?" Hawkeye sneered, his laugh icy. "Time will only deepen our despair. Just look at the situation. External threats are mounting, while inside, we're falling apart. Do you really think time is on our side? Are you questioning me, or doubting the entire Shadow Society?" Coulson shot to his feet, his eyes blazing as he stared straight at Hawkeye. His voice rang out through the dim meeting room, as if trying to chase away every shadow. "I'm questioning your abilities," Hawkeye replied, rising as well. The tension between them thickened instantly, like the air itself was charged and ready to ignite. "You can't lead us out of this mess, Coulson. You're just a dreamer with empty ideals, not a commander who can bring us victory. You think I wanted to be the leader?" Coulson's voice grew fiercer, his eyes burning with fury. "All I ever wanted was to do something for this organization. But you? All you do is stand on the sidelines, sneering, never willing to lift a finger to help. And what would helping cost me?" Hawkeye's tone was icy, as if he were weighing the risks of a bad bargain. "I won't sacrifice my own future for an organization that's already doomed to fail." "You're unbelievably selfish," Coulson shouted, his voice trembling with anger and a wave of helplessness surging inside him. All his efforts and perseverance felt painfully insignificant before Hawkeye. "Selfish?" A trace of disdain flickered in Hawkeye's eyes. "I'm just looking out for myself and my team. The future of the Shadow Society has nothing to do with me. I only care about survival." Coulson took a deep breath, struggling to calm the fire burning within him. "Don't you want to fight for this organization's future? We once fought side by side. Are you really willing to throw away all your beliefs just because of the hardship we face now?" "Beliefs?" Hawkeye's voice dripped with derision. "Can belief fill your stomach? Will it help us survive the siege at Storm Fortress? You're so naive." "I'm not naive. I just believe that as long as we stand together, we can overcome whatever obstacles are in our way." Coulson's voice boomed through the meeting room, thunderous and resolute. "Together? Do you really think those traitors will unite with us?" Hawkeye's tone was laced with scorn, and his eyes glinted with contempt. "They've already thrown their lot in with greater powers. They're never coming back. I'll show them there's still hope in the Shadow Society," Coulson declared, his eyes blazing with determination. He understood that Hawkeye's doubts were born of fear, but he couldn't allow that fear to consume him. "Hope?" Hawkeye scoffed. "In a world this cruel, only strength brings hope. Without power, you can't even begin to talk about hope." Coulson felt a jolt in his heart. He knew there was a certain truth to Hawkeye's words. But deep down, he believed that strength was not the only path forward. Unity and conviction mattered just as much. "I will seek out the strength we need. I'll see the Shadow Society rise again." Coulson's voice rang with unwavering resolve, as if he were swearing an oath. "Then go ahead, Coulson," Hawkeye replied with a note of derision. "I have no desire to waste any more time on you. Keep chasing your daydreams. I won't be joining you." "Is Lena really here?" Coulson frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. "I believe in her," Hawkeye said firmly. His voice was low but brimming with strength. "She's the heart of the God Squad. Without her, we can't stand against the Dark Lord." "But we know so little about her," Coulson sighed, doubt clouding his mind. "Lena of the Shadow Society. Just how many secrets is she hiding?" "Secrets are her weapons, and we have to find her if we want to unravel them." Hawkeye turned away, his eyes shining with determination. "Come with me." The two of them walked along the rugged path, the surrounding trees standing silent and solemn, as if guarding a secret. Suddenly a deep, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the forest, vibrating through the air, a clear warning for them not to come any closer. "That's the sound of a dragon." Coulson halted, his face turning pale in an instant. Could the Dark Lord really be capable of controlling dragons? "We don't have time to hesitate." Hawkeye glanced back, a flicker of unease in his eyes. "If the Dark Lord is truly that powerful, we must find Lena as quickly as possible." At that moment, a figure appeared from the shadows ahead, cloaked in black, her face hidden beneath the hood. She walked toward them slowly. It was Lena. "You've finally arrived." Lena's voice drifted from beneath the hood, cold and tinged with disdain, like a whisper from the grave. "Lena," Coulson called out, then quickly lowered his voice. "Why are you here? We need your help." "Help?" Lena let out a dry, mirthless laugh. "You have no idea what I'm up against. The Dark Lord isn't the ordinary man you imagine. His power is far beyond your understanding. Are you saying he really can summon storms and lightning? Hawkeye asked, a sense of unease tightening in his chest. That's right. Lena's tone grew grave. He can command the forces of nature with one hand, even withstand a dragon's fire. Do you really think you could defeat him on courage alone? Coulson's heart clenched, an overwhelming sense of pressure settling over him. So what should we do? Are you saying we just give up? Give up? That thought has never crossed my mind. Determination flickered in Lena's eyes. But we must find his weakness. Only then will we have even the slightest chance. Do you have a plan? Hawkeye asked, a note of hope in his voice. We need to gather intelligence first, Lena said slowly. The Dark Lord's power is immense, but he has his vulnerabilities. We have to infiltrate his territory, seek out the creatures under his control. Maybe they hold the clues we need. That sounds dangerous, Coulson muttered, frowning. How are we supposed to get into his domain? I have a way. Lena allowed herself a small smile, the shadows on her face seeming to recede a little in the moonlight. I can use the Shadow Guild's power to conjure an illusion and fool his guards. Then what are we waiting for? A spark of excitement lit Hawkeye's eyes. Tell me what to do. First, we need to find a suitable place. Lena pointed to a clearing in the distance. I can cast a spell there. The three of them moved swiftly toward the clearing. The tension in the air grew thicker with every step, as if countless unseen threats lurked all around. Deep inside, Coulson whispered a silent prayer, hoping everything would go according to plan. As they reached the open ground, Lena began to cast her spell. She slowly raised her hands, chanting under her breath. A mysterious energy started to gather in the air, and the surrounding trees seemed to shiver in response to her call. Are you ready? Lena suddenly turned, her gaze sharp and piercing. Any time, Hawkeye replied, burning with determination. Remember, don't make any rash moves, Lena warned. If we get discovered, we'll be trapped with no way out. As Lena's incantation grew stronger, illusions began to materialize on the clearing, as though countless versions of themselves wandered in the mist. Coulson and Hawkeye watched in astonishment, their respect for Lena's power deepening. It's done. The illusions are in place, Lena said in a low voice. Now we can move. The three of them silently advanced toward the Dark Lord's domain. The air grew heavier still, as if each step tested their courage. Suddenly, a fierce storm swept over them, as though the Dark Lord himself was unleashing his wrath. Quick, watch out! Hawkeye shouted, grabbing Coulson and pulling him to safety as they dodged away. Lena's expression flickered, but she regained her composure. Stay calm. This is just the Dark Lord testing us. We have to hold our ground. We can do this. Coulson took a deep breath, steeling himself. Pushing forward, they slipped through shadows upon shadows until they finally arrived before a massive castle. At the gate stood several heavily armored guards, their faces expressionless, as if waiting for something. Lena gave a slight smile and, with a graceful wave, sent the illusions drifting toward the sentries. Stay close, Lena whispered. The three pressed close behind her, slipping quietly into the castle. Inside, the fortress was cloaked in darkness and gloom. Ancient portraits lined the walls, telling silent stories of the castle's mysterious past. Lena led Coulson and Hawkeye down a long corridor until they reached a great iron door. This is the Dark Lord's secret chamber, Lena whispered. We must be cautious. Coulson felt his nerves tighten. Taking a steadying breath, he pushed open the iron door. It creaked open to reveal a room inscribed with magical sigils, at the center of which stood a massive crystal, radiating an eerie light. This is the source of the Dark Lord's power. Lena gasped, her eyes shining with excitement. If we can destroy it, his strength will be greatly diminished. Then what are we waiting for? Hawkeye clenched his fists, fire gleaming in his eyes. Wait! Lena suddenly stopped, her expression grave. We have to be careful. The Dark Lord could appear at any moment. Before she finished speaking, the air around them turned icy cold. A massive shadow emerged from the corner, and the figure of the Dark Lord slowly materialized, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Welcome, brave adventurers, he intoned, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the entire room. You've finally arrived. Coulson and Hawkeye exchanged glances, a wave of fear surging through their hearts. Yet Lena showed not a hint of fear. She stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. We are here to put an end to your reign, Lena declared coolly, her voice brimming with courage. Oh, do you really think such paltry tricks can defeat me? The Dark Lord sneered, lightning dancing in his hand. You have no idea how powerful I truly am. But you're about to find out, Hawkeye shouted, drawing his bow, the arrow taut and ready to fly. Come then, let's see how much courage you really have. The Dark Lord's laughter echoed through the chamber. mocking their ignorance. Lena sat at one end of the long table, gently rolling a scroll between her fingers, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Lena, are you sure the Dark Lord has 10 different magical attacks? Alwyn, sitting across from her, broke the silence. His brow was furrowed, clearly shaken by the news. Yes, I heard it with my own ears, Lena replied, lifting her head with resolve. His power far exceeds anything we imagined. In truth, he may possess the most formidable magic the continent has seen in 100 years. 10 kinds of magical attacks, shadow beasts at his command. This is more than we can handle. Alwyn's voice rose, anxiety etched across his face. We have to act. We can't let the Dark Lord keep expanding his influence. But we're not strong enough to take him on yet, Emily interjected, worry glinting in her eyes. If we act rashly, we could bring disaster down on all of us. Emily, are you suggesting we just sit and wait for doom? Alwyn snapped back, anger in his voice. We can't let him continue his rampage. The suffering of our people is plain for all to see. I'm not suggesting we do nothing, Emily answered calmly, her tone resolute. I just think we need a thorough plan. We need more information. Find out what weaknesses the Dark Lord has. As Lena listened to their argument, her mind raced. She knew the situation was dire, and time was running out. Slowly, she spoke. We could send a scouting team into the Dark Lord's territory to gather more intelligence. Alvin nodded in agreement. That's a good idea, but we need to choose the most suitable person for the job to ensure the mission's success. I'll go, Emily said, standing up without hesitation, her gaze unwavering. I have experience moving through the dark forest, and I know how to avoid the shadow beast tracks. You're being too reckless. Alvin objected immediately. The Dark Lord's magic is far beyond what you can imagine. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I won't be alone, Emily replied, her tone still resolute. I'll bring my magical companion, Mel. He'll be able to help me. Mel? Alvin frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Can he really be of any help? Mel is a magical creature I rescued in the dark forest, Emily explained, her eyes shining with trust. He knows the Dark Lord's territory inside out. I believe he'll be a great asset to us. Lena looked at Emily's determination and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. All right, I support your decision, she said. But you must be careful. The Dark Lord's magic is not to be underestimated. I will, Emily replied with a gentle smile, hope flickering in her eyes. I promise I'll bring back useful information. Just then, the door to the secret chamber swung open, and Carl, the vice president of the Order of Shadows, strode in, his expression grave. Bad news. There are signs of shadow beasts outside. It looks like they're closing in on us. What? Alvin gasped, his face turning pale in an instant. We have to evacuate immediately. We can't just give up like this, Lena said firmly. The appearance of the shadow beasts is exactly what the Dark Lord wants. It's his scheme. We can't let him succeed. You're right, Lena, Carl agreed with a nod. We have to get ready for the challenge ahead. In that case, we'll split into 2 teams, Lena quickly decided, organizing her thoughts. One team stays here to defend, and the other, led by Emily, will scout out the Dark Lord's territory. I'll take Mel with me. He'll provide cover for us, Emily added, her eyes shining with determination. All right, there's no time to waste. Everyone get ready, Lena commanded. The group sprang into action, the tension in the air growing thicker with every moment. As the preparations were underway, Emily walked over to Lena and whispered, Thank you, Lena. I'll do my best. I won't let you down. I believe in you, Emily, Lena replied with a gentle smile, her eyes full of encouragement. Remember, no matter what happens, we'll always be here to support you. I will, Emily nodded, her heart swelling with courage. Not long after, the roar of the shadow beasts echoed from afar, as if heralding the impending conflict. Lena and Alvin stood at the window of the secret chamber, gazing out into the darkness beyond. They're coming, Alvin said, clenching his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. We must never let them destroy our home. We'll fight to the very end, Lena declared resolutely, her voice ringing with fearless determination. At that moment, Emily and Mel were already prepared and stepped forward to join the others. Mel, a magical creature of unique form, radiated a faint glow, as if casting a protective aura over Emily. I'm ready, Emily announced confidently. I'll return as quickly as I can, with information we can use. Take care, Lena said softly, her eyes filled with both reluctance and trust. I will, Emily replied with a gentle smile, then turned and walked toward the exit of the secret chamber. With Emily's departure, the atmosphere in the chamber grew even more tense. Alvin and Lena exchanged glances, both understanding that the battle ahead would be a true test of life and death. Lena, Coulson finally broke the silence, his voice deep and steady. Can you tell us how the Shadow Society managed to defeat the Dark Lord? Standing to the side, Lena clenched her hands tightly. Determination mingled with sorrow on her face. They united every force they could, she said, her voice as cold and cutting as a winter wind. Humans, elves, even those who had once been enemies, all of them laid down their grudges in that moment. Barton frowned, clearly dissatisfied with that answer. Unity? In times like these, who would willingly let go of hatred? Do you really think it was that simple? Lena turned, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she faced Barton. When survival is on the line, hatred means little. The threat of the Dark Lord forced everyone to realize that only unity could save them. Those former enemies became comrades, fighting side by side. Coulson nodded, as if deep in thought. But when they faced the most wicked sorcerers, how did they make their decisions? Without mercy, Lena replied, her voice turning icy as if recalling scenes of those brutal battles. For those who stubbornly resisted, they chose the death penalty. No compromise, only absolute resolve. Barton's brow furrowed even deeper, clearly troubled by Lena's words. So that means, in the name of victory, they lost their humanity in the slaughter. How many innocent lives were sacrificed for that triumph? Lena took a deep breath, a flicker of pain passing through her eyes. Yes, the cost was heavy, but at that moment, faced with the choice between survival and destruction, they had no other option. Sometimes, to save more lives, you have to make agonizing decisions. Coulson gently patted Barton on the shoulder, trying to ease the tension. We can't judge only by appearances. Every choice carries a deeper meaning. We need to understand the burden they bore, not just condemn them outright. But I can't understand it. Barton shot back angrily, his voice booming like thunder. What's the point of victory if our humanity is destroyed in the process? We are guardians. We must never abandon our convictions. A softness flickered in Lena's gaze, though her voice remained unwavering. Conviction isn't about blind perseverance. It's about hope for the future. In the darkness, we must find the light. No matter the price, we must fight for survival. It's easy for you to say. Barton stared coldly at the others, his expression unreadable, his voice sharp as a blade. But in that war, who could guarantee they wouldn't be forced to kill? Who can say their hands will always be clean? Who can promise their soul will remain untouched? His words landed like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the room and plunging everyone into a heavy silence. Heads bowed, and each person fell into deep contemplation. The cruelty and helplessness of war weighed on their minds, and they realized that in such chaotic times, anyone could be pulled into the abyss, unable to escape. Everyone has to make their own choices. Lena's voice was low and resolute. Even killing is a choice. We can't turn away from that truth. What matters is ensuring the future never repeats these tragedies. Coulson looked at the two of them, a sense of helplessness welling up inside. Maybe we should all calm down and think carefully about where we stand. Against a powerful enemy, unity is essential, but we can't lose ourselves in the process. Barton drew a deep breath, struggling to steady the anger burning within him. I know, but I can't forget the innocent lives. Their blood stains my heart, and it haunts me. We all carry those memories. Lena's voice softened, as if offering comfort. But we have to keep moving forward. For those we've lost, for the hope that remains, we can't allow ourselves to stop. Coulson nodded slightly, a glimmer of resolve lighting up his eyes. You're right, Lena. We need unity, but we must hold on to our humanity. Only then can we truly call ourselves guardians. Yes, guardians, Lena replied, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. In the darkness, we must become beacons of light. No matter how hard the road ahead, we have to keep moving forward. Barton finally managed to calm his emotions. Though he still felt a lingering sense of unwillingness, he understood that only unity could overcome the darkness. All right, I'll do my best to understand. But I hope we can find our true selves in battle, instead of losing ourselves to the slaughter. That's exactly our goal, Coulson replied with a gentle smile, hope shining in his eyes. No matter how difficult the road ahead may be, we must face it together, hand in hand. Outside the window, the wind gradually died down, as if answering the resolve in their hearts. Within the dark castle, the three guardians felt their spirits unite at that very moment. They understood that the battles ahead would not only be against their enemies, but also against the struggles within themselves. Lena sat atop the castle's high tower, gazing down at the bustling streets below. Her heart was filled with anger and confusion. The kingdom's policies left her bitterly disappointed. Her friend, Elvin, entered, and upon seeing the tension on Lena's face, couldn't help but ask, Lena, what's on your mind again? You look troubled, as if something's weighing on you. Turning her head, Lena's eyes blazed with fury. Elvin, do you realize that the shadows have never shown mercy to those they deem criminals? They have no concept of human rights. Human rights belong to the people, and those supremely evil mages, they don't deserve them at all. Elvin frowned and moved to the window, watching the crowds below. He sighed. I understand why you're angry, but we can't deny that mages do bear a certain responsibility. Some of those accused might truly have done unforgivable things. Responsibility? Lena let out a cold laugh. So, because of their mistakes, we should strip all mages of their rights? We're citizens of the kingdom too. We have votes. We have voices. Why should we all suffer for the crimes of a few? Elvin fell silent for a moment, clearly considering Lena's words. Then he turned, a determined light in his eyes. But Lena, there are many who believe that the very existence of mages is a threat. They're afraid of us, afraid of what we can do. Afraid? Lena's voice rose, sharp with indignation. Yes, they fear us, but that's no excuse. If we don't speak for ourselves, who will? Fight for our rights? Are we supposed to just sit here and accept whatever ignorant commoners and foolish rulers decide for our fate? Elvin's expression grew serious. I agree with you, Lena, but we also have to be realistic. You know, the king has just issued new decrees restricting where mages can go. There are even rumors that some mages might be imprisoned. Lena's heart sank abruptly, fury rising within her. This is utterly absurd. What gives them the right to do this? Are we, as mages, not worthy of living in this country? Are we supposed to endure such humiliation? Just then, the castle doors swung open and another mage, Carl, entered. His face was grave, and it was clear he had just heard the rumors. Outside, what are you talking about? I just caught some terrifying news on the street. The kingdom is planning a sweeping purge of all mages. Lena shot to her feet in shock. A purge? When did this happen? Why haven't we received any notice? Carl clenched his jaw, speaking through gritted teeth, his anger barely contained. Because they don't want us to know. The king's advisors have been plotting in secret, trying to wipe out any potential threats by these means. They believe that only by eradicating mages can the common folk feel at ease. Elvin's face went pale. This is horrifying. We have to do something. A determined light flared in Lena's eyes. You're right. We can't remain silent any longer. We must stand up and defend our rights. Defend our dignity. Carl nodded, hope sparking in his gaze. But how do we act? With the strength we have now, we're no match for the kingdom's army. We're the underdogs. Lena drew a deep breath, resolve burning in her heart. We need to unite all the mages, gather our strength, and challenge the king directly. We must show him that mages are not to be trampled upon at will. Elvin hesitated. But what if we fail? We might be arrested, persecuted. So what if we fail? Lena's voice rang with conviction. I would rather fight for what I believe in, rather die for my rights, than cower in the shadows, living a life of fear. We cannot let terror rule our lives. Carl, swept up in Lena's passion, clenched his fists. I'm with you, Lena. We must take action. We need to tell all mages. Tell them that silence is no longer an option. A resolute smile spread across Lena's face. Good. Then it's decided. First, we'll reach out to the other mages and tell them the truth. Make them aware of how grave this crisis is. Then, we'll draw up a plan. Find a way to make our voices heard before the king. Finally, Elvin, moved by Lena's fervor, nodded in agreement. I'll go and find those willing to join us, and spread the word as quickly as possible. Night had fallen, and moonlight filtered through the thick clouds, casting a silvery glow over the land of the continent. The ancient castle stood bathed in this ethereal light. Inside its stone walls, Lena gathered with her close friends, Arno and Emily, as they discussed the fate of the continent's mages. Lena, do you truly believe there are millions of mages on the continent? Arno asked, his brow furrowed and a glint of doubt in his eyes. His voice was low and resolute, as if he were pondering a deeper question. Lena lifted her head, her gaze unwavering. Arno, this isn't just idle speculation. According to the ancient texts I've uncovered, the number of mages has long surpassed anything we imagined. If their circumstances mirror those in certain kingdoms, then the Dark Lord's Shadow Legion will only grow more formidable. But Lena, Emily interjected, her gentle voice tinged with concern. Our strength is already stretched thin, and the threat of the Shadow Legion is nothing to take lightly. If there truly are so many mages, why haven't they united and fought back? Lena sighed, rose to her feet, and walked to the window, her eyes fixed on the distant, starlit sky. Because this continent has always drawn its boundaries. By culture, not by blood or race. To them, they're only inhabitants of the land, no such thing as mages. We've been isolated, even misunderstood. Arno shook his head in frustration. But wasn't that our own doing? We've always kept to ourselves, locked in our little circles, lacking both communication and trust. Even with millions of mages, how could we ever hope to unite? You're wrong, Arno. Lena turned, and her eyes shone with passion. What we need isn't more division, but the courage to break through those barriers. Only when we truly recognize each other's existence can we become a force to be reckoned with. So what are you planning to do? Emily asked cautiously, as if afraid that Lena's ambition might bring even greater trouble. I intend to seek out those forgotten mages, to let them know that we are not alone, Lena replied, her voice ringing with conviction. I'll show them that only by standing together can we hope to withstand the Dark Lord's menace. Arno shook his head again, clearly uneasy. It's too dangerous, Lena. You know how powerful the Shadow Legion is. They'll crush anyone who dares to resist, without mercy. I'd rather take the risk than wait helplessly for the end, Lena said, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. If we do nothing, the entire continent will be swallowed by darkness. Emily looked at Lena, admiration shining in her heart, yet she couldn't hide a touch of worry. If you go to find the other mages, how will we protect ourselves? We must strengthen ourselves, Lena said with a gentle smile, as if glimpsing a ray of hope. I will seek out allies, train our magic, and sharpen our combat skills. Only by doing this can we truly face the Shadow Legion. Arno fell silent for a moment, then finally sighed. I'll support you, Lena. Though doubts linger in my heart, I know you are right. We can't afford to wait any longer. Thank you, Arno. Lena smiled softly, a warm feeling blooming within her. With your support, my resolve will be even stronger. So, where do we begin our plan? Emily asked, her eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. We need to find those mages who are hiding in the shadows, Lena replied. I know a few places where they might gather. We can start from there. I've heard that near the northern Ice Peak Mountains, there's a group of exiled mages, Arno said suddenly. They've been evading the Shadow Legion's pursuit all along. Perhaps they could become our allies. The Ice Peak Mountains? A flicker of surprise crossed Lena's eyes. That place is treacherous with biting cold, and the Shadow Legion could attack at any moment. But it's our only chance, Arno said, his voice resolute. If we can persuade them to join us, we might just be able to change the tide. Then it's settled, Lena nodded, hope burning in her heart like a newly kindled flame. We set out at first light tomorrow. Night fell. The three encouraged one another, their hearts filled with both anticipation and unease for what lay ahead. Even though the path was sure to be strewn with thorns, they were determined to fight for their beliefs. The next day, sunlight streamed through the morning mist, spilling over the land. Lena, Arno, and Emily packed their belongings and set out for the Ice Peak Mountains. Along the way, the wind was piercing cold and snowflakes danced in the air, but courage and hope filled their hearts. Lena, do you really believe we can find those mages? Emily asked as they traveled, a trace of nervousness on her face. I do, Lena replied with a reassuring smile. As long as we don't give up, we will find them. As they pressed deeper into the Ice Peak Mountains, the surrounding landscape grew increasingly desolate. The wind stung like a blade. Just as they were about to reach the summit, a low, murmuring voice drifted from ahead, as though something unseen was watching them from the shadows. Did you hear that? Arno's voice was hushed, a note of caution in his eyes. Yes, someone is there, Lena nodded slightly, tension rising within her. She could feel a powerful surge of magic drawing closer. Quick, hide, Arno whispered. The three of them sprang into action, seeking cover and crouching behind a massive boulder. Not far away, several figures emerged, moving slowly. They wore long robes and masks, their presence both mysterious and imposing. Lena's heart pounded faster. Could these be the legendary sorcerers? We have to be careful. We can't let them spot us, Lena whispered, gripping her staff tightly in her hand. I can feel the strength of their magic. Amelie's voice trembled, betraying her unease at the situation unfolding before them. Just then, the leading sorcerer suddenly halted and slowly turned around, his gaze fixed directly upon their hiding place. Lena's heart sank. Had they been discovered? The city lights sparkled like a field of stars. Ron stood at a dimly lit street corner, his eyes fixed on the bar ahead, the very place where Carl and Hawkeye were meeting for the Guardians League gathering. Ron's heart was a tangle of nerves and anticipation. He knew this was the moment he'd been waiting for. Ron, are you sure you want to go through with this? Coulson, beside him, frowned slightly, his voice low and serious. This is our only chance, Ron replied through gritted teeth, his gaze unwavering. I have to get close to Carl and find out what's really going on between him and Hawkeye. Coulson shook his head with a sigh, knowing all too well how deep Ron's obsession ran. He realized this was more than a simple transaction. It was a gamble, a risk that could change both their lives forever. All right, but be careful. Coulson's warning was quiet but firm before he turned and melted into the night. Ron drew a deep breath and stepped toward the bar's entrance. As he pushed open the door, a wave of raucous music and chatter crashed over him. He quickly swept his gaze across the room, finally spotting Carl and Hawkeye at the bar. The two men were deep in conversation, relaxed smiles on their faces, seemingly oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. "A whiskey, please," Ron called to the bartender as he sidled up to the bar. His voice barely rose above the music, but he didn't care. His mind was fixed on how to approach Carl. "Hey, buddy, you here to unwind too?" A burly man took the seat next to Ron, flashing him a friendly grin. "Yeah, just finished a long day at work," Ron replied casually, while his eyes kept darting toward Carl. "You know, this place is great. You never know who you'll run into. Sometimes some real big shots show up," the man continued, clearly eager for conversation. "Oh, like who?" Ron asked, affecting a tone of casual curiosity. "Like Carl and Hawkeye. They're the heart of the Guardians League," the man said, his voice tinged with admiration. "The Guardians League?" Ron's heartbeat quickened. At last, he had found his way in. "That's right, didn't you know? They're discussing something important here. Rumor has it there's a big plan underway," the man replied, his face alight with excitement. "Oh, that sounds interesting," Ron said with a slight smile, though inwardly he was already calculating his next move. At that moment, it seemed Carl and Hawkeye's conversation had reached a critical point. Carl's expression had turned serious, while Hawkeye frowned slightly, as if they were tackling a particularly thorny issue. Ron realized he couldn't afford to wait any longer. "Sorry, I need to step away for a moment," Ron said to the man beside him, then headed in Carl's direction. "Hey, Carl," Ron called out in a casual tone, though inside he was anything but calm. Carl looked up and, spotting Ron, seemed momentarily surprised. "You are Ron." "That's right, Carl. I'm a big fan of yours." Ron forced a smile, doing his best to appear natural. "Oh, it's nice to meet you," Carl replied, his voice tinged with a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. "I heard you're working on something important. Mind if we talk about it?" Ron asked tentatively, all the while watching Hawkeye out of the corner of his eye. Hawkeye's gaze swept over Ron, as if weighing his intentions. "This isn't the kind of conversation just anyone can join," he said coolly. "I understand, but I have some resources that might help you," Ron replied, adopting an air of mystery in hopes of piquing their interest. "Resources?" Carl gave a small, intrigued smile. "What kind of resources do you have?" "I've got some contacts in the black market, access to intel and supplies," Ron said, feeling a surge of satisfaction at having caught their attention. "The black market?" Hawkeye sounded skeptical. "That's not exactly a safe place." "I know," Ron replied without flinching, his gaze steady. "But if you want to succeed, you need to know what your enemies are up to." Carl fell silent for a moment, clearly weighing Ron's words. "All right, give me your contact information. We can talk more later." "Of course, Carl," Ron said, elated, as he quickly handed over his card. Just then, the bar door burst open and a thin, anxious-looking man rushed in. His eyes darted around the room until they landed on Carl. "Carl, something's happened," he shouted, his voice laced with worry. Both Carl and Hawkeye instantly tensed, spinning around to face the sudden commotion. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Things were escalating far beyond what he'd anticipated. "What happened?" Carl asked, his voice low and controlled. "While investigating the enemy's movements, we stumbled upon a suspicious lead. It seems someone has been watching us," the man reported, his breath coming in gasps, a hint of panic in his voice. "Watching us?" Hawkeye's brows furrowed deeply, clear shock flickering across his face. "Yes, it's likely a spy from a hostile force," the man said urgently. "We need to act immediately." A wave of anxiety washed over Ron. He realized his own identity might have been compromised. Watching Carl and Hawkeye's reactions, he understood that this deal might not go the way he had hoped. "We need more details before making any rash moves," Carl said after a moment's thought. "I'll keep digging and report back as soon as I can." The man nodded, turning to leave. "Wait," Ron blurted out, panic tightening in his chest. "I can help. Maybe my contacts in the black market can provide some leads." Both Carl and Hawkeye turned to him, their eyes sharp with suspicion. "Are you sure you can trust these people?" Hawkeye asked coldly. I'll do my best," Ron replied, gritting his teeth, though deep down he was anything but confident. "All right, we need to act quickly." Carl finally nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Ron, you're coming with us." A surge of wild joy rushed through Ron, but it was swiftly followed by a deeper sense of dread. He knew he was caught in a whirlpool from which there was no escape, and at the very center of that storm lay the truth he so desperately sought. At the far end of a long table, Hawkeye sat with his brow tightly knit, his gaze clouded with confusion and unease. His hands were clenched, as if he was struggling to keep his anger in check. The air around him seemed heavier, weighed down by his mood. Across from him, Benjamin wore a calm smile, but there was an undercurrent of barely concealed tension in his eyes. Benjamin, I don't understand why my legend needs to be tangled up with the shadow stories. Hawkeye's voice was low and forceful, tinged with frustration. I've walked this path for so long. Can't you give me a better explanation? Benjamin paused, slightly taken aback, then set down the file in his hands and looked Hawkeye squarely in the eye. Hawkeye, you need to understand this. Isn't just about your personal reputation. We have to leverage the influence of the shadow stories so that more people can recognize your true worth. My worth? Hawkeye let out a bitter laugh. Does everything I've done in battle amount to nothing? Do I really need to prove myself through someone else's story? That's not it at all. Benjamin's tone grew resolute. We live in a world overflowing with misunderstandings and rumors. Most people have no idea what you've been through. This is our chance to reshape your image. Hawkeye's gaze sharpened, and he interrupted with clear displeasure. I don't need anyone else to shape my image. I have my own way, my own beliefs. But your beliefs have already been distorted. Benjamin's voice rose slightly as he pressed on. You have to face reality, Hawkeye. Coulson and Barton are entertaining 2 guests from the ancient forest. Their visit could impact our plans. You can't keep shutting yourself away in your own world. I don't want to hear any of this. Hawkeye shot to his feet, slamming his hand down on the table with a sharp, ringing crack. His emotions boiled over. Duel, you know how much I've given to this organization? Is it all just so I can listen to your dogma? What I need is respect, not to be treated like some tool. You're right. Respect does matter. Benjamin's tone softened, though his resolve remained. But right now, the interests of the team must come first. Only if we stand together can we face the challenges ahead. Challenges? A trace of disdain flickered in Hawkeye's eyes. I've seen more than enough challenges in battle. You're just hiding behind grand words to cover your own incompetence. Incompetence? Benjamin's expression darkened as he got to his feet, moving closer to Hawkeye. Is that what you think of me? You have no idea how much effort I've put into this team. I'm not interested in your self-justification, Hawkeye replied coldly, turning away, desperate to escape the suffocating confines of the room. All I want is to be myself. Wait. Benjamin grabbed Hawkeye's wrist, his eyes shining with urgency. You can't just walk away like this. You're the heart of this team. We need you. For a moment, Hawkeye's eyes softened, but anger quickly surged back. He yanked his arm free and replied icily, I was never your heart. I've always been a tool to you, one you could replace at any time. You're wrong, Hawkeye. Benjamin's voice was low, tinged with helplessness. To me, you're indispensable. Even in our darkest hours, I've always believed you could lead us out of trouble. Believe? Hawkeye's laughter was laced with bitterness. Believe in what? I'll be just another pawn in your schemes. Not a pawn, a leader, Benjamin replied firmly, hope gleaming in his eyes. If you're willing to step up and redefine your role, we'll all stand behind you. Support me? A storm of conflicting emotions welled up inside Hawkeye. He recalled every moment of struggle he'd endured in battle, every drop of blood, every tear. Was any of it truly worth it? At that moment, Coulson and Barton pushed open the door, interrupting the argument between the two. Coulson wore a smile, but there was a flicker of tension in his eyes. We've just received 2 guests from the ancient forest. They're very interested in our plan. What good is their interest to us? Hawkeye asked coldly, still unable to calm the storm within him. They're willing to help, but only on the condition that we resolve our internal issues first, Barton replied, his voice steady and composed. If we can't stand united, all our efforts will be for nothing. Internal issues? There was a trace of sarcasm in Hawkeye's voice. Do you really think I'll compromise for your plan? This isn't about compromise. It's about a greater purpose, Coulson said earnestly, locking eyes with Hawkeye. We need your strength. Only you can lead us out of this crisis. I'm done listening to your lectures, Hawkeye retorted, his tone growing firmer as he turned to leave. Hawkeye, wait. Benjamin called out anxiously. Are you really willing to walk away? Do you want to see this team fall apart because of your departure? Hawkeye paused mid-step, a wave of emotion passing through him. He knew how much he meant to the team, but he refused to bend to others' expectations. I need time, Hawkeye finally said, his voice low and weary. Let me think. He left the conference room, and silence settled in his wake. Inside, Coulson and Barton exchanged glances, both understanding just how precarious the situation had become. Hawkeye and Carl stood together in a dim alleyway, facing an old wooden door etched with mysterious runes that seemed to whisper secrets unknown to ordinary men. Do you really believe the Shadow Society can showcase those shadow beasts? Hawkeye's brow was furrowed, a hint of unease in his gaze. Carl shook his head, his expression conflicted. I don't know, Hawkeye. That kind of magical power. Even we can barely comprehend it. Behind the Shadow Society, there may be forces beyond anything we can imagine. But what they showed us was just too bizarre, Hawkeye said quietly, as if recalling the scene he had just witnessed. Those shadow beasts aren't just powerful. Their very existence feels like a curse. You're right, Carl replied, his eyes drifting toward the faint glimmer of light in the distance, as if something was calling to them. Something isn't. Adding up, where does the Shadow Society's strength come from? If they truly can't control those creatures, then what chance do we have against them? We have to unravel this mystery. Hawkeye's voice was firm, as if he were trying to steel his own resolve. If the Shadow Society is truly plotting something, we can't just sit back and wait for disaster. But what can we do right now? Carl let out a sigh, his tone heavy with helplessness. We don't have enough information, nor the power to stand against them. At that moment, a deep, guttural roar rolled out from the depths of the alley, like the furious cry of some wild beast. Hawkeye and Carl exchanged a glance, both feeling a surge of unease rising in their hearts. We need to be careful, Hawkeye whispered, tightening his grip on his weapon as he moved cautiously toward the source of the sound. At the end of the alley, a shadowy figure could be seen moving in the gloom. Hawkeye and Carl crept closer, straining to see what it was. As they drew near, the outline became clearer. A monstrous shadow beast, its entire body covered in ink-black scales, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. Quick, get back, Carl gasped, grabbing Hawkeye's arm and trying to pull him away. Don't panic, Hawkeye hissed, never taking his eyes off the shadow beast. We can't let it notice us. But the creature seemed to sense their presence. Suddenly, it spun around, baring its razor-sharp teeth in a menacing grin. Hawkeye's heart clenched. Instantly, he raised his weapon, ready to fight. Who are you? Came a low, raspy voice from behind the shadow beast. A figure cloaked in black slowly emerged, their face half concealed in the dim light. Who are you? Hawkeye shot back, unwavering, fixing his gaze on the newcomer. I am a member of the Shadow Society, the figure replied with a faint, mocking smile in their voice. Are you amazed by the shadow beast we've brought forth? You don't have that kind of magical power. Hawkeye snapped back, his voice brimming with contempt. This shadow beast is nothing but one of your cheap tricks. A trick? The cloaked stranger sneered, eyes sharp as a hawk's. You have no idea. The power we wield in the Shadow Society is far beyond your imagination. We can not only summon shadow beasts, but bend their will to ours. What is it that you want? Carl broke the tense silence, his voice trembling slightly. Are you really going to let these shadow beasts run wild in the city? Run wild? The stranger scoffed, a sly glint in his eyes. This is only the beginning. Our aim is to plunge the entire city under the dominion of shadows. There's nothing you can do to stop it. A chill ran through Hawkeye and Carl. The Shadow Society's ambition was far greater than they had ever imagined. They had never thought this organization could harbor such a fierce desire to expand its power. We won't let you get away with this, Hawkeye declared resolutely, a surge of fighting spirit rising within him. We'll expose your conspiracy and let everyone see your true colors. Expose us. The man gave a dismissive laugh, his voice dripping with contempt. Do you really think you can stop us with your meager strength? How naive. We may not have great power, but we have conviction. Carl's voice grew firmer, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. We'll find allies. We'll unite more people to stand against you. Allies. The man raised an eyebrow, as though amused by Carl's words. In this city, who would dare stand with the likes of you? You're nothing but a pair of nobodies. We are not nobodies. Hawkeye roared, his voice echoing through the alley. We fight for justice, and we will never bow to your threats. Justice? The man let out a cold chuckle, a mocking gleam in his eyes. In the world of shadows, justice is nothing but a joke. As his words fell, the shadow beast let out a guttural growl and lunged at Hawkeye and Carl. The two reacted instantly, darting apart to evade the attack. Quick, fall back, Hawkeye shouted, swiftly shifting his stance, ready for battle. We have to find a way to escape. Carl's voice rang in Hawkeye's ear, filled with fear and urgency. Don't be afraid. Stay with me, Hawkeye said firmly, knowing in his heart there was no room for hesitation now. They raced toward the far end of the alley, the shadow beast thundering after them, its furious roar rattling their bones. Just then, a sudden flash of light lit up the alley, illuminating the path ahead. That's light, Carl gasped, a flicker of hope sparking in his heart. Head for the light now, Hawkeye shouted, pushing himself to run faster, desperate to shake off the beast behind them. But just as they neared the light, The shadow beast leapt up and blocked their path, baring its savage teeth as if mocking their helplessness. "You won't escape," the man said icily, triumph gleaming in his eyes. "We will get out," Hawkeye growled through gritted teeth, his resolve burning stronger than ever. They could not allow themselves to be trapped in darkness. "Prepare to face the judgment of the shadows," the man sneered, a swirl of black magic glimmering in his hand. "Lena, relax. We're not here to pick a fight," Ron said with a teasing glint, giving her a wink. "I know, but there's so much uncertainty here," Lena replied quietly, her gaze still fixed on the stage. At this moment, Coulson was standing in front of the Shadow Society's display booth, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on a shadow beast called the Destroyer. Its exterior was rugged, covered in black scales, as if it could transform into a war machine at any second. Though it looked plain on the outside, its combat performance had earned quite a reputation both inside and outside the industry. "Looks good, and the price seems fair too." Coulson nodded, a hint of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Fair? This is no ordinary toy, Coulson," Lena interrupted, a note of discontent in her voice. "Are you sure you want to deal with these people?" "Lena, you're always so cautious." Coulson turned around, frowning slightly. "But this is the weapon we need. The Destroyer's capabilities are simply unmatched in battle." "But you know the Shadow Society's reputation." Lena raised her voice a little. "They never play by the rules, and there's always something shady going on behind the scenes." Meanwhile, Ron was deep in animated conversation with Carl, seemingly oblivious to the growing tension between Lena and Coulson. "Carl, what do you think of the price for this shadow beast?" Ron asked, a sly glint in his eyes. "I'd say it's a good deal, especially under these circumstances," Carl replied as he ran his fingers lightly over the Destroyer's shell. "Its performance is a cut above the rest. Sure, the exterior is rough, but the inner workings are surprisingly sophisticated." "Sophisticated? Are you saying it's prone to breaking down?" "Infinite surprise." "No, I mean it's packed with advanced tech, definitely worth the investment," Carl explained confidently. "And you really trust the Shadow Society?" "Their reputation is anything but spotless." Lena couldn't help but interject, her voice tinged with unease. "Lena, you're always so careful," Ron said, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. "As long as I'm here, you have nothing to worry about." "You? I'm not convinced you can protect me," Lena shot back, anger flashing in her eyes. "All right, that's enough," Coulson cut in, his tone resolute. "We need this shadow beast." "Lena, I hear your concerns, and I'll keep them in mind, but now's not the time for this discussion." Lena bristled with frustration, but knew that Coulson was right. She took a deep breath, doing her best to calm herself. "So how do we talk price?" Coulson turned to the Shadow Society's representative at the booth, his gaze sharp as a blade. "The price is negotiable, but you'll have to offer something in return," the representative replied, a sly, almost sinister smile spreading across his face. "We didn't come here to be taken for fools," Lena retorted coolly, unease tightening in her chest. "I suggest you give it some thought. The Destroyer's performance in battle is worth every bit of that price," the representative said, his tone growing firmer. "If you're not satisfied, we do have other options." "Other options?" Coulson frowned, his wariness rising. "Of course." The representative's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "We also have more advanced shadow beasts with even greater capabilities, though naturally, those come at a higher price." "Are you trying to threaten us with your pricing?" Lena's voice brimmed with anger. She thought to herself that there was nothing simple about this deal. "Threaten you? Not at all. I'm simply offering you choices," the representative replied with a faint, indifferent smile, as if Lena's agitation didn't concern him in the least. "I don't like the way this feels." Lena stared straight into the representative's eyes, inwardly on guard. "If you don't wish to cooperate, there's nothing I can do," the representative said with a shrug, a fleeting hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "We need time to consider," Coulson finally said. Though he felt a ripple of uncertainty within, he knew he had to stay composed. "Of course, the time is yours," the representative replied with a small smile, turning away from the booth. "Coulson, I think we should leave," Lena said urgently, her heart filled with unease about dealing with the Shadow Society. "Lena, calm down," Coulson shook his head. "We can't let our emotions make the decision for us. Don't you know who they are? The Shadow Society is notorious for their ruthlessness." Lena's voice rose, trembling with agitation. Carl and Benjamin stood nearby, their eyes fixed on the center stage. The shadow beast writhed and twisted, its movements graceful and sinuous, as if guided by invisible strings. Each motion so captivating it seemed to hold the audience's breath. "Look at that! How fluidly it moves!" Carl exclaimed, his eyes alight with wonder. "It really is like a dance," Benjamin nodded, a faint smile on his lips, though his gaze betrayed a hint of unease. But that kind of agility also means they're more dangerous. What are you worried about? Carl frowned, turning to Benjamin. The shadow beasts are under control. They won't attack on their own. Still, I can't shake the feeling that something's hidden beneath all this, Benjamin replied in a low voice, clearly deep in thought. The Shadow Society isn't exactly known for their charity work. What do you suppose they'll do with these creatures? Just then, the leader of the Shadow Society, a man named Vilda, stepped forward. His figure seemed larger than life beneath the lights, his face shrouded in shadow, making him all the more inscrutable. Welcome, honored guests. Tonight, we will present the latest results of our Shadow Beast training, Vilda announced, his voice deep and magnetic, each word resonating as if it could reach straight into the soul. The latest results of their training? Benjamin murmured softly, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. That's right. Don't you want to see what they're truly capable of? Carl replied, his voice brimming with excitement. Wild raised his hand as a signal, and the shadow beast began to spin and leap across the stage, as graceful as a troupe of dancers. Their movements were fluid and perfectly synchronized. Under the stage lights, their black fur shimmered faintly, as if whispering tales of their strength and agility. Look, their speed is simply unbelievable. Carl's voice soared, filled with awe as his eyes sparkled with amazement. But I still feel uneasy, Benjamin said, his brow furrowed in worry, his gaze never leaving the stage. Wild seemed to sense Benjamin's unease. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Young man, you must understand, power is not everything. Control is the key. Control? Benjamin replied coldly. But what if control is lost? Wild's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Are you questioning me? The shadow beasts have undergone rigorous training. They would never lose control. But I don't know what methods you used in their training, Benjamin shot back, unwavering. All I do know is that the Shadow Society has never been known for playing by the rules. Are you trying to provoke me? Wild's voice dropped, filling the air with sudden tension. I just want the truth, Benjamin replied, his tone steady and unyielding, seemingly unfazed by Wild's threat. Enough, Carl suddenly interjected, hoping to diffuse the tension. Let's just enjoy the performance. I'm sure the shadow beasts will amaze us. Wild offered a faint smile, as if approving of Carl's intervention. A wise choice, young man. Now please enjoy the shadow beast's combat demonstration. At Wild's command, a vast simulated battlefield appeared on the stage. The shadow beasts launched into their display, showcasing their combat skills. Before the virtual enemies, they dodged and attacked with remarkable agility, their movements as effortless and flowing as water, so swift and dazzling it was hard to keep up. Incredible, Carl blurted out, unable to hide his admiration, his eyes shining with wonder. But this is just a performance, Benjamin said, a note of disappointment in his voice. Real combat is never so simple. You're always so pessimistic, Carl replied, shaking his head. I think that's exactly where the shadow beast's charm lies. Charm? Benjamin let out a cold laugh. If these shadow beasts are truly destined to become weapons of war, then what use is their charm? Wild's gaze drifted between the two of them, as if weighing their attitudes. He offered a faint smile, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. Young man, you have no idea of a shadow beast's true potential. They are not merely tools for battle. They're symbols of power. Symbols? Benjamin's voice shot up several octaves, his eyes blazing with anger. Don't you understand the kind of catastrophe such power could unleash upon the world? Catastrophe? Wild's smile twisted into something sinister. You're being naive. Power itself is neither good nor evil. What matters is who wields it, and how. But I can't accept the way you choose to wield it. Benjamin stood his ground, his stare unwavering, sharp as a blade fixed on Wild. So, you're an idealist. Wild's tone grew cold, almost dismissive. But in this world, ideals have never triumphed over reality. Maybe so, but I will still fight for what I believe in. Benjamin's voice was steady and resolute, each word a declaration of his resolve. You want to fight? A glimmer of provocation flashed in Wild's eyes. Then come at me. I like to see just what you're capable of. I won't waste my time on people like you. Benjamin retorted icily, turning away, determined to end this pointless confrontation. Don't you walk away from me. Wild's voice suddenly rose, edged with threat. Don't forget where you are. You're on Shadow Guild territory. I know exactly where I am, and I'm not afraid of you. Benjamin's reply was unwavering, his defiance unmistakable. Just then, the shadow beasts on stage let out a deep, guttural roar, as if sensing their master's emotions. Their piercing eyes locked onto Benjamin, as though awaiting a command. See? They're already starting to take an interest in you. Wild's voice carried a trace of smugness. So, are you willing to become their master? I won't let myself be manipulated by you. Benjamin shot back without hesitation, a fierce surge of resistance welling up within him. You'll live to regret it, Wild warned, his words heavy with menace. The power of the shadow beasts is irresistible. I'd rather defy you than become your puppet. Benjamin's voice rang out, unwavering and forceful, as if proclaiming his beliefs for all to hear. Behold, my latest tamed magical beast, Thunder, Carl announced proudly, his voice echoing through the air. Wow, that's incredible, a young girl in the audience exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Carl, you're truly amazing, a middle-aged man beside her added, clearly impressed by Carl's skill. Yet, amid the fervent atmosphere, Benjamin felt a wave of unease. He furrowed his brow ever so slightly and whispered to his wife, Emily, at his side, something doesn't feel right. Thunder's reaction seems off. Emily turned to him, her expression tinted with confusion. What do you mean? I can't say for sure, but I have a bad feeling about this. Things could go very wrong, Benjamin replied, his voice tense. Just then, Thunder let out a deep, rumbling growl, cutting through the cheers around them. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Carl's smile froze on his face, the confidence he'd worn a moment ago replaced by shock. What's wrong, Thunder? Carl asked urgently, trying to calm the magical beast. Get back. Benjamin suddenly raised his voice, pulling Emily and the children away. His instinct screamed that danger was closing in. What are you doing? Don't ruin my show. Carl snapped, glancing back with a flash of irritation in his eyes, but fear quickly overtook him. Carl, listen to me. Thunder's losing control. Peter shouted from nearby, his face drained of color, clearly grasping the severity of the situation. At that moment, Thunder's eyes blazed with a sudden, electric intensity, fixing on Carl. The beast's body trembled, as if gathering its strength for something monumental. Carl, run! Benjamin shouted again, anxiety tightening his chest. He knew now, Thunder had chosen his target, and what happened next could be disastrous. Stop messing around. Carl refused to believe it, gripping the magical beast's mane with both hands, desperately trying to calm it. But Thunder only grew more agitated, the very air around them seeming to vibrate with tension. If you don't move now, I'm done trying to save you, Benjamin said, anger and disappointment mixing in his voice. He'd always thought Carl was a responsible man, but right now, he seemed oblivious to the danger. I can't abandon my magical beast. Carl's voice was strained with conflict, his eyes swirling with a storm of emotions. This isn't about abandoning it. It's life and death. Peter interjected, worry etched across his face. Thunder's out of control. You have to make a choice. At that instant, Thunder unleashed a deafening roar, a surge of magical energy blasting through the arena. The audience erupted in screams, scattering in every direction as chaos broke loose. Carl, now! Benjamin could hold back no longer. He seized Carl's arm, trying to drag him away. But Carl stood rooted to the spot, confusion and stubbornness battling in his eyes. I can't just leave it. Carl's voice was low and resolute, his gaze shining with determined anguish. But it's no longer your magical beast. Emily interjected, her voice tinged with frustration and anger. Do you really want to put your family in danger too? The thunderous roars grew ever closer, an urgent tension thickening the air, as if time itself had frozen in this moment. Inside Carl, a fierce struggle raged, reason clashing with emotion, leaving him almost unable to think. Carl, listen to me, let it go. It's not your friend anymore. Peter's voice rang out, sharp and desperate, trying to break through Carl's turmoil. I know, but Carl's voice trembled, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. His fingers clung tightly to Thunder's mane, as though wrestling with the fear inside himself. If you don't move, I'll have to push you out of the way, Benjamin shouted, his eyes shining with unyielding determination. He understood that staying here would only drag them deeper into danger. Just then, Thunder lunged forward, its massive form looming over them like a mountain. The weight of the moment crashed down on Carl, a wave of despair rising in his chest as he finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. All right, I'll let go, he cried, summoning every ounce of strength to wrench his hand from Thunder's mane and stumble backward. Sensing Carl's withdrawal, Thunder's roar lost some of its fury, replaced by a note of sorrow. Its gaze shifted away from Carl, turning instead to scan the crowd for a new target. Go now! Benjamin grabbed Emily and the children, dragging them back as fast as he could, a gnawing unease tightening his chest. He knew Thunder's rampage could lead to irreversible disaster. Carl, holy! Peter called out anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Carl stood frozen, staring at Thunder's rampage, helpless and racked with pain. His fingers quivered, and a storm of conflicted emotions flickered in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Thunder," he whispered, tears slipping down his cheeks. In that moment, he finally understood. He could no longer control the magical beast that had once been his closest companion. As Thunder's roars drew nearer, Carl realized he had to choose. He turned and sprinted desperately toward Benjamin and Peter, his heart heavy with longing and regret for what was lost. "Carl, are you ready?" Amy gripped her staff tightly, uncertainty trembling in her voice. Her gaze darted between Carl and the magical beast, doubts clouding her heart. I don't know." Carl bit his lip, fear rising within him. He knew if they didn't act, things would quickly spiral out of control. "We can't just stand here and wait for death," David said angrily, hand gripping his sword, his face set and grim. "We have to find a way to stop it. But its power is overwhelming." Amy interjected, a flicker of despair passing through her eyes. "We don't even have time to prepare a defensive spell." "What are you saying?" "We have to stand together." David's voice rang out, rallying his companions. "Carl, you must believe in yourself. You're the strongest mage among us." Carl drew a deep breath, fighting to steady himself. He knew that before him, the magical beast was slowly forging a massive sphere of energy. The very air trembled, as if on the verge of exploding at any moment. "I'll do my best," Carl finally replied, his voice growing steadier. He stepped forward, determination shining in his eyes. At that instant, the magical beast let out a deafening roar. The energy sphere above its head shimmered with blinding light, as if heralding the destruction to come. "Hurry, get the defenses ready," Amy shouted, her staff tracing an arc through the air, casting the runes of a protective spell. The atmosphere grew instantly dense, and a transparent shield shimmered into existence around them. "Carl, over here," David called urgently, anxiety etched across his face. "I'm on it," Carl answered, anxiety knotting in his chest. He forced himself to focus, preparing to unleash a counterattack. Yet as the sphere of energy swelled ever larger, a wave of helplessness flooded his heart. "Carl, you have to believe in yourself. You're our only hope." Amy encouraged him from the side, her voice warm and reassuring. "I will. I promise I will." Carl closed his eyes, trying to immerse himself in the world of magic. He could feel the flow of power within him, blending with the elemental forces all around. In that moment, the magical beast hurled the energy sphere straight at Carl. The blinding light illuminated the forest in an instant. Everyone watched in horror, hopelessness gripping their hearts. "Get out of the way," David shouted, trying desperately to block the blast with his sword. "Amy, protect yourself." Carl's voice rang in her ears, carried on a surge of fierce resolve. He knew that if he didn't act now, they would all be doomed. "Carl, don't do it," Amy cried in panic, but it was already too late. The energy sphere streaked across the night sky like a falling star, heading straight for Carl. In that critical moment, something stirred deep within him. A force, unseen yet undeniable, seemed to call his name. His eyes snapped open. He began to chant ancient words under his breath, his hands weaving swiftly through the air as he tried to fuse his own magic with the primal energy of nature. "Come on," Carl shouted, his voice brimming with courage and resolve. A dazzling light burst forth from his palm, forming an immense beam that surged to meet the orb of destructive energy. "No!" Amy screamed in terror, her heart gripped by despair. "Carl, you have to survive." David clenched his teeth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The two beams collided in midair, erupting in a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in blinding radiance. The air crackled with searing intensity, as if even time itself had frozen in that moment. "Carl!" Amy cried out, her voice raw with anguish and worry. As the light gradually faded, Carl's figure emerged before them. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his brow, yet his eyes still burned with unwavering determination. I did it," Carl gasped, a faint smile appearing on his face. But that smile did little to ease the anxiety of those around him. "Are you all right?" David hurried to his side, his concern evident. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted." Carl shook his head, though inside, he felt utterly drained. He knew that last attack had nearly depleted all his magical energy. "We can't stop now. The beast is still out there," Amy urged, a flicker of fear in her eyes. "She's right. Quickly, prepare for a counterattack." David gripped his sword tighter, his gaze ablaze with fighting spirit. Yet, the magical beast had not been defeated. Its form grew even larger within the lingering light, and its furious roar echoed through the entire forest, a chilling proclamation of its wrathful vengeance. This time, we can't afford any mistakes. Carl drew a deep breath, willing himself to stand strong. He understood that only by standing together could they hope to overcome the beast before them. "Carl, get out of the way!" A frantic shout came from the distance, and Ron's figure appeared out of the darkness. His eyes shone with resolve as he charged toward Carl without hesitation. I have nowhere to run." Carl stared in despair at the impending destruction, his voice trembling, nearly drowned by fear. At that critical moment, a golden magical shield materialized around Carl, encasing him in its radiant glow. The energy orb crashed into the barrier with a deafening boom, golden light flaring through the air like a spray of stars. "Ron, you're here." Carl's voice was tinged with surprise and gratitude, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. "Don't just stand there, focus." Ron quickly adjusted his stance, readying his next spell. His brows knit in concentration, anxiety tightening his chest. Time was slipping away, and the destroyer's next assault could come at any moment. I don't know how much longer I can hold on." Carl's voice was low and weighed down by despair, as if he was being crushed by hopelessness. "You can do this, Carl. As long as I'm here, you'll never be alone." Ron's tone was firm and resolute, an invisible force lifting Carl's spirits. At that very moment, the destroyer let out a deep, guttural roar. Another orb of energy began to form, gathering itself for a second strike. Ron's expression grew grave. He knew their time was running out. "Carl, close your eyes and keep your mind at peace." Ron drew a deep breath, swiftly weaving signs with his hands as he murmured. An incantation. At his call, the golden magical shield shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, as though it was answering his plea. I can feel your strength." Warmth from the magical shield washed over Carl, sparking a flicker of courage in his heart. "This time, I'll give it everything I have." Ron's voice rang out like the beat of a war drum, filled with fighting spirit. He thrust his palm forward, sending a surge of energy roaring out like a flood, aiming straight at the destroyer. "How dare you insignificant creatures stand in the way of my plans?" the destroyer bellowed in fury. The energy orb spun faster in his palm, brewing an even more devastating attack. "We won't let you succeed," Ron shouted back. In the air, the energy wave collided with the energy orb, erupting into a blinding flash. The impact thundered through the ruins, shaking the earth and echoing far and wide. Carl's heart pounded wildly. He could feel the clash of power, as if the very world trembled at its force. Clenching his fists, he poured his will into the magical shield, striving to resonate with Ron's strength. "Carl, with me." Ron's voice, still beating like a drum, urged him on, infusing Carl with courage. Golden light flickered in Ron's hands, as if he was handing Carl an endless supply of bravery. "I will." Carl closed his eyes and silently repeated Ron's name, focusing all his strength to merge his power with Ron's surging energy. Then at the peak of the collision, the energy orb and energy wave burst into a radiant explosion. Carl felt a tremendous force surge through his body, sweeping away every trace of fear and despair in a single, blazing instant. "We can do this, Carl." Ron's voice echoed in his ears, as if cheering him on with boundless encouragement. "I won't give up." Carl's voice rang out, steady and powerful, his eyes shining with unyielding resolve. He thrust his palm forward, and, together with Ron, the magical shield transformed into a pillar of golden light that shot straight toward the destroyer. "You ignorant insects!" The destroyer's face twisted with rage as the energy orb in his palm swelled larger and larger, threatening to consume everything in its path. "We will never be defeated by you," Ron shouted, both hands working together as the wave of energy intertwined with the golden beam, merging into a powerful vortex that surged straight toward the destroyer. "Go!" Carl's voice rang out like a battle cry, brimming with courage and resolve. In that moment, the power between him and Ron reached its peak, as if the whole world was cheering them on. The swirling energy met the destroyer's energy sphere midair, unleashing a shockwave that shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding ruins were torn asunder in an instant, light and darkness colliding to create a breathtaking spectacle. This can't be." The destroyer's face twisted in terror, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Under the tremendous force, his energy sphere began to shatter. "We did it!" Carl shouted in exhilaration, all his despair and fear dissolving in that instant. "Don't let your guard down, Carl." Ron's voice remained vigilant, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. He knew the destroyer would never surrender so easily. "I understand." Carl took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. An indomitable spirit blazed within him, silently declaring his resolve. At that very moment, the destroyer's energy sphere finally collapsed, dissolving into countless points of light that scattered into the air. Bathed in that glow, his silhouette grew faint, as if he were being driven back. This is only the beginning. The destroyer's voice echoed through the air, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Though his form faded in the light, that lingering shadow remained etched in Carl and Ron's hearts. In the distance, firelight painted the torn sky, while the echoes of battle still rang in their ears. Carl stood in the midst of the rubble, sweat and blood streaking his face, his gaze fixed on the enormous magical beast before him, the destroyer. Its body loomed like a mountain, cloaked in an eerie glow that seemed to mock the warrior standing before it. Carl, holy! Its magic core is right there. A clear, sharp cry pierced the night as Lena leaped from the darkness like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing in on a magical beast. Lena, be careful! Carl shouted, a wave of anxiety rising in his chest. He knew Lena's strength, but against such a colossal foe, even a single misstep could prove fatal. Lena didn't respond. Blue magical light shimmered in her hands, her eyes shining bright and cold as stars. Her figure traced a graceful arc through the air, light and unwavering. With her every movement, a surge of powerful magic rippled through the air, as though the whole world trembled in awe of her strength. Go! Lena muttered under her breath. With a sweeping motion of her hands, a surge of powerful magic gathered into a brilliant beam of light, striking straight at the destroyer's magical core. In that instant, it felt as though the very air around them was torn apart, erupting in a deafening roar. You can do it, Lena, Carl repeated silently to himself. Though a hint of nervousness crept in, he had faith in her. But the destroyer had no intention of going down without a fight. With a sudden twist, it lunged at Lena, its massive claws slicing through the air with a chilling, ripping sound. Lena's expression changed. She darted aside with the agility of a fish gliding through water, narrowly evading the deadly blow. Watch this! Lena shot back, unwilling to be outdone. She quickly shifted her stance, channeling her magic once more. A surge of energy flared from her, hands hurtling toward the destroyer's heart. In that moment, a wave of fearless courage surged within her, as if the whole world was cheering her on. Lena, watch out! Carl shouted again, a growing sense of unease twisting in his gut. I know, Lena called back, her voice steady and resolute. The light of her magic shone even brighter, as if determined to banish the darkness itself. Then, Lena's attack struck the destroyer's magical core, unleashing a piercing shriek. The colossal creature trembled violently, writhing in agony. Victory flashed in Lena's eyes, but she remained vigilant, refusing to let her guard down. Keep attacking, Carl rallied, unwilling to fall behind. He pressed a button on his wristband, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that enveloped his entire body. Black armor materialized in the glow, with golden accents on his arms and legs, and blood-red runes shimmered with an eerie light. Carl, you're here too, Lena exclaimed with delight, her eyes softening with relief. Of course, we're a team, Carl replied with a tired but determined smile, the fire of battle burning fiercely within him. Let's finish this together, Lena urged, her magic intertwining with Carl's energy. Together, they forged a dazzling beam of light, driving it straight at the destroyer's core. For victory, Carl and Lena cried out in unison. A wave of courage surged through their hearts, as if the entire world was rallying behind their indomitable spirit. Just as the beam was about to strike the destroyer, the beast let out a thunderous roar, sensing the impending threat. Its body twisted violently, and it lunged at the two of them with its massive claws. Get out of the way, Lena shouted, her heart pounding as she leaped aside. I'll hold it off, Carl replied without hesitation, stepping forward to confront the beast. Powerful magic surged around him, forming an impenetrable barrier that withstood the destroyer's furious attack. Carl, be careful, Lena cried out anxiously, her heart brimming with worry. I'm all right, Carl replied, though he could feel a tremendous force crashing down on him. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to endure the pain. In that moment, only one thought filled his mind, to protect Lena and never let harm come her way. Once more, Lena shouted, ignoring all else as she gathered powerful magic in her hands, aiming straight for the core of the destroyer. Determination blazed in her eyes, as if she poured every ounce of strength into this single strike. Lena, watch out, Carl yelled, his voice thick with concern for her. I will, Carl, Lena answered resolutely. A surge of courage rose within her, and her magical light shone even brighter, as though it might banish the darkness itself. Go, Lena called, her voice ringing out as the beam, guided by her will, shot toward the destroyer's core. In that instant, the entire battlefield was bathed in dazzling radiance, as if time itself stood still. The destroyer let out a soul-rending roar, its massive form convulsing violently within the blinding light, struggling desperately against fate. Hope for victory welled up in Lena's heart, yet she knew the final battle was far from over. "Carl, hurry! We must do this together!" Lena shouted, her conviction surging like a tide. "Understood," Carl answered, a fearless resolve igniting inside him. Their powers merged, forming an unstoppable beam of light that pierced straight for the destroyer's core. "Carl, stay calm." Coulson's voice sounded in his ear, breaking through the tension. He stepped forward, his face grave, brows tightly knit. "The other destroyers have started to move. Their target is you." "I know." Carl's voice was low and steady. He turned slightly, eyes fixed on the approaching shadows in the distance, and a fierce defiance blazed within him. "I'm not afraid of them. As long as I wear this armor, nothing can stop me. But you must be careful." Coulson sighed, pointing toward the distance where the ghost-like destroyers were closing in, each one bearing a twisted visage and exuding a suffocating sense of menace. "Their strength far surpasses ordinary men. Alone, you may not be able to withstand them." "I won't back down." Carl's voice rang out, powerful and clear, as if sweeping away the surrounding gloom. His fists clenched tight, knuckles white, eyes burning with anger and determination. "These destroyers are not just my enemies. They are the invisible shackles in my heart. I must break them." "Carl, listen to me," Coulson said urgently, trying to steady him. "I understand your anger, but we need a plan. Charging in alone will only trap you in a desperate situation." "Plan?" Carl let out a cold laugh, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing through Coulson's shoulder to focus directly on the advancing enemies. "My plan is to defeat them. There's no other choice." Coulson drew a deep breath, struggling to suppress the anxiety welling up inside him. He understood Carl's obsession, but he knew all too well that battle was not just a contest of courage. Wisdom was just as essential. "I know you want revenge, and I understand that. But if you die, who will avenge you?" "I won't die." Carl's voice rang out, unwavering and resolute, almost like an oath. His eyes burned with indomitable light, as if he could sweep away every trace of fear and doubt. "I will win." Just then, the destroyers in the distance let out a deep, guttural roar, almost as if answering Carl's vow. Their figures grew sharper in the dim light, sending a chill through the air. Carl's heartbeat quickened, and the armor he wore glimmered faintly, as if urging him forward. "Carl, don't forget, we have other teammates," Coulson tried to remind him gently. "We can work together, split their focus, and improve our odds." "Work together?" Carl sneered, his voice icy. "In this fight, who can truly trust anyone else? I only trust myself. But you're not alone." Coulson's voice was low but steady, a trace of gentleness flickering in his eyes. "We're all fighting for the same goal. Only unity can overcome an enemy this strong." "Unity?" Carl's tone dripped with sarcasm. "In this war, who can guarantee they won't be betrayed? I don't want to rely on anyone anymore. All I want is strength." "Strength isn't everything." Coulson's voice grew more impassioned as he stepped closer, locking eyes with Carl. "What you need is wisdom and composure, not blind recklessness." "You don't understand me at all." Carl roared, his anger erupting like a volcano. He slammed his fist down hard on the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. "All you see is what's on the surface. You have no idea how much pain I've endured." "I do know." Coulson's tone was tinged with helplessness. "I know how much you've lost, but that doesn't justify your pursuit of power at all costs. Revenge will only drag you deeper into darkness." Darkness? For a moment, confusion flickered in Carl's eyes, but it was quickly drowned by his anger. The fire of vengeance burned within him, leaving no room to turn back. "There's no retreat for me now. The only way is forward." "Forward doesn't mean rushing in blindly." Coulson gripped Carl's shoulder firmly, trying to steady him. "We can face the enemy together, but we need a plan. You can't rely on passion alone." "You remind me of my own past." Carl's voice grew low, his eyes flickering with a tangle of emotions. Painful memories echoed in his heart, replaying before his mind's eye as if they had just happened. "I once had comrades too, but they all left me behind, leaving nothing but despair." "We're not them," Coulson said firmly. "We are comrades in arms, we are friends. You're not alone anymore." Carl fell silent for a moment, the fire in his heart slowly ebbing away. His gaze shifted from Coulson's eyes to the destroyer, which was steadily drawing nearer, stirring up a storm of complicated feelings within him. "Maybe you're right, but I can't forget the pain of the past. The past can't be changed, but the future is in our hands." Coulson's voice was gentle yet unwavering. We'll face the enemy together. Only united can we win. All right. At last, Carl nodded, feeling a faint warmth ignite in his chest. His eyes regained their determination, and the armor he wore gleamed in the sunlight, as though it were lending him strength. We'll fight together, until the very end. Carl gripped the controls tightly, the cold metal of his black and gold armor glinting faintly in the fading light of the sunset. His heart thundered in his chest. Before him, the destroyer loomed like an immovable mountain, radiating a suffocating sense of menace. The air around them seemed to freeze. Even the wind had faded to a distant, barely there whisper. Are you ready, Carl? Alyssa's voice came through the armor's comms, clear and steady, tinged with both tension and anticipation. I have the target locked, Alyssa. Carl's reply was low and resolute. This time, I won't let it get away. Careful. The destroyer is executing evasive maneuvers. Alyssa's voice suddenly sharpened, urgency rising. Carl's eyes remained fixed ahead, tracking the destroyer as it darted across the battlefield, moving with the speed of a racing shadow. Damn it, what is it doing? Carl growled through gritted teeth, frustration gnawing at him. His black and gold armor responded with agile precision, but he still couldn't keep up with that lightning-fast figure. It's casting a magical suppression field, Carl. Hurry. Alyssa's voice was thick with worry, as if she could feel the pressure bearing down on him. I know, Carl roared, his fingers flying over the controls as he struggled to reacquire his target. Just then, a surge of magical energy exploded from the destroyer, and waves of darkness swept across the battlefield, engulfing everything in an instant. With a stifled cry, Carl felt the armor's systems blare out warnings, red alerts flashing across his screens. A crushing force of magic pressed down on him, binding him as if with invisible chains. Carl, stay calm. You have to focus. Alyssa's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and encouraging, a lifeline, urging him to find hope in the midst of despair. I will, Alyssa. Carl took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the fear rising in his chest. He closed his eyes, feeling the resonance between the battle armor and his own heartbeat, searching for that faint connection. Let me help you. Alyssa's voice came through the communicator, carrying a steady, unwavering strength. Her magical energy gathered in the air, forming a beam of light that shot toward Carl. Hurry, give me your strength. Carl felt that warm surge of energy, his heart jolting as renewed confidence flooded back into him. Focus your mind and unleash your magic. Alyssa's voice echoed in his ears, like a clarion call summoning him to action. Carl opened his eyes, a fierce determination rising inside him. He clenched his fists, and the core of his black and gold armor began to pulse with energy. The very air around him seemed to tremble under the force of his will. He knew there was no turning back. Destroyer, I will put an end to this. Carl roared, and the energy in his hands gathered into a blinding beam of light, aimed straight ahead. Go, Carl. Show that the true extent of your power. Alyssa's voice rang in his ears, beating like a war drum, urging him onward. Sensing the imminent threat, the destroyer spun around. Dark magic swirled around him, gathering as he tried to block Carl's attack. But Carl's light was like the dawn, piercing through the darkness and driving it back toward the destroyer. You really think this pitiful power can defeat me? The destroyer sneered, a mocking smile curling at the edges of his lips. With a sweep of his hand, he unleashed an even more formidable wave of magic. Watch this. Carl gritted his teeth, his spirit blazing with fearless resolve. The beam in his hands intensified, growing so bright and powerful it seemed ready to tear the world apart. Carl, watch your left. Alyssa's sudden warning crackled through the communicator, urgent and sharp. Carl twisted aside, just in time, realizing the destroyer's magical assault was nearly upon him. He shifted his stance, activating the black and gold armor's defense system, which instantly conjured a powerful shield. A deafening blast shook the air as magic collided with armor. The shockwave sent Carl stumbling back several steps, the armor's display flickering wildly while alarms blared in his ears. Hold on, Carl. Don't give up. Alyssa shouted through the communicator, her voice as unyielding as steel. I won't back down, Carl growled, fighting to steady himself. He drew a long breath, memories of countless battles with the destroyer flashing through his mind, and an unshakable courage welled up within him. Destroyer, today is your end, Carl bellowed. The beam in his hands gathered once more, erupting into a dazzling shaft of light that surged forward with unstoppable force. The destroyer's face changed dramatically as he realized he had underestimated Carl's strength. He tried to cast another spell to counterattack, but Carl's assault was already unstoppable. His light streaked across the night sky like a falling star and shot straight for the destroyer's chest. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield. The clash of light and darkness erupted in midair, tearing the air apart in an instant. Waves of energy surged outward, and for a moment, it felt as if the entire battlefield had been set ablaze. Carl, now. Go now. Alyssa's voice rang in his ears, filled with desperate urgency. Carl's heart pounded. He knew this was the deciding moment. He pushed himself to the limit. His black gold battle armor's core blazed with energy, burning hotter than ever before. The space around him twisted, as if even time itself was holding its breath. Give me strength, Carl roared, his fearless resolve burning like wildfire within him. His radiance became a razor-sharp blade, aiming directly for the destroyer's heart. No, the destroyer bellowed in terror, desperately trying to conjure a magical shield. But it was already too late. Carl's light burst forth, tearing through the darkness and striking the destroyer's very soul. The world around them had become a shattered ruin. The once bustling city was now nothing but crumbling walls and broken stone, a silent testament to the brutality of this battle. Carl, holy, it's coming back. A frantic voice called from behind a pile of rubble. It was Coulson. His face was pale, and he gripped a short dagger tightly. The blade wasn't much, but right now, any glimmer of hope was precious beyond measure. I know, Carl shouted back, dodging aside, just in time to avoid a searing laser blast from the destroyer. He was secretly grateful for his armor's quick reflexes. Just then, another tremendous boom erupted nearby, followed by a thunderous explosion that sent dust billowing and made it nearly impossible to breathe. We can't keep this up. Barton peeked out from behind cover, his brow furrowed and his eyes clouded with worry. If we don't come up with something, we'll all end up as casualties in this war. I didn't bring any heavy magic. What are we supposed to do? Coulson muttered under his breath, frustration written all over his face. I should have listened to you guys and prepared more. Don't beat yourself up, Coulson. Barton's voice was firm, unwavering. Right now, what matters is staying alive and finding a way to fight back. Fight back. Coulson let out a bitter laugh. With what? You want me to take this knife and go up against that monster? Maybe we can use our surroundings. Carl suddenly interjected, his eyes bright with inspiration. If we can lure it closer to the ruins, we might have a chance to hurt it. How do we lure it? Barton asked, skepticism clear in his voice. He wasn't convinced by the plan. I'll draw it away. You two set up an ambush behind it, Carl said without hesitation, his tone carrying a decisive edge. As long as we can distract it, you'll find your opening. Are you out of your mind? Coulson stared at Carl in shock. That's way too dangerous. There's no time to hesitate. Carl's voice grew low and resolute. This is our only chance. If we don't act now, we'll all die here. Barton and Coulson exchanged uneasy glances. Despite their apprehension, they knew a choice had to be made in such dire circumstances. At last, Barton nodded, anxiety flickering in his eyes, but he trusted that Carl's decision wasn't made lightly. All right, we'll follow your lead, Coulson said, resignation in his voice and a sudden determination in his eyes. But please, be careful. Don't worry, I will. Carl managed a faint smile, nerves evident on his face, but his eyes were unwavering. As Carl's plan unfolded, he darted through the ruins, deliberately making noise to draw the destroyer's attention. Sure enough, the massive figure appeared in the distance, giving a guttural roar as it charged toward him. Now, Carl shouted, a flicker of hope lighting in his chest. He sprinted toward the cover, doing his best to make himself look weak and vulnerable. Meanwhile, Barton and Coulson readied themselves, gripping their weapons tightly, waiting for the perfect moment. The destroyer's footsteps thundered across the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Its gaze locked onto Carl, seeing him as easy prey, and its massive claws reached for him. In that critical instant, Carl suddenly sped up, dashing toward a pile of rubble. Go, now! Barton yelled, charging out from behind cover with Coulson at his side, heading straight for the destroyer's flank. Their hearts pounded, the sound echoing in their ears with every step. The destroyer was wholly fixated on Carl, utterly oblivious to the danger behind it. Just as it lunged for Carl, Barton and Coulson launched their attack. Barton bellowed, swinging his weapon with all his might, carving a deep gash across the destroyer's back. Now, while it's distracted, Coulson followed close behind. His blade might not have been sharp, but in a moment like this, every strike was fueled by pure courage. Their assault came down like a storm, relentlessly targeting the creature's vulnerable spots. You miserable insects! The destroyer roared in fury, spinning around, its rage burning in its eyes. It swept its claws, trying to take them both down in a single blow. Fall back, Carl shouted, quickly shifting his stance and preparing to draw the destroyer's attention once more. He knew that only by constantly shifting the target could his teammates seize more opportunities. You just wait. The destroyer roared, its massive body advancing like a moving mountain, closing in on them. We can't give up. Barton gritted his teeth. Though fear churned inside him, he knew their only hope of survival was to fight. His attacks grew fiercer, desperate to leave more wounds on the destroyer's armor. Coulson, are you ready? Carl's voice called out again, firm and resolute. Anytime, Coulson answered, unease flickering in his heart, but fully aware he had to face the challenge head-on. Then let's do this, Carl shouted, drawing the destroyer's attention as he darted through the ruins, trying to throw it off course. With every move he made, the destroyer's assaults turned wilder. Beams of searing light cut through the air, and the buildings nearby collapsed one by one under the relentless thunder of destruction. Lena's magic split the darkness like lightning, each spell echoing through the chaos, shaking every corner of the battleground. Her hands danced in the air, conjuring dazzling waves of energy, as if she were a goddess commanding the storm itself. Before her, the destroyer seemed so small, like a bird trapped in a hurricane, struggling desperately to break free. Lena now, take it down before they regroup. Carl's voice rang through the magical tumult, edged with urgency and concern. His black and gold battle suit glimmered faintly, as if answering his call. I know, Lena shot back, determination burning in her gaze. Magic energy gathered in her palms, and, with a thought, transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot straight at the destroyer. A thunderous crash followed as the destroyer was struck, the force knocking it staggering backwards. It bellowed in rage, as if to declare its refusal to yield. Don't let it recover. Hawkeye leapt down from above, a magical arrow drawn and ready, his sharp eyes never leaving the target. Lena, give me an opening. Got it, Lena replied, courage surging within her. She focused her magic into a protective barrier, shielding them from the destroyer's counterattack. Now, Hawkeye commanded, releasing the arrow like a streaking meteor, aimed straight for the destroyer's heart. The arrow traced a graceful arc through the air, its precision unmatched. With a guttural roar, the destroyer swung its massive fist, desperate to swat the deadly arrow aside. But it was too slow. The arrow found its mark, striking true. You little insects! The destroyer raged, its fury heating the very air around it, flames erupting from its hands and coalescing into a blazing fireball hurled at Lena and Carl. Lena, watch out! Carl shouted, instantly activating his armor's defense systems, leaning forward to brace for the impact. I'll hold it back, Lena roared, raising both hands high as magical energy gathered in her palms, forming a radiant shield that met the incoming fireball head-on. When the two forces collided, a blinding flash erupted, shattering the nearby ruins and sending dust billowing through the air. Keep up the attack. Coulson's voice rang out at her side as he led the other agents through the chaos of the battlefield, using tactical cover to launch continuous assaults on the destroyer. We can't give a moment to breathe. Understood. The other agents responded in unison, springing into action. They covered Lena and Carl, harassing the destroyer with their weapons and sowing confusion in its ranks. You insects, the destroyer bellowed, swinging its massive fists in fury as it tried to crush the agents around it. But with Carl and Hawkeye working in tandem, the agents dodged nimbly, always searching for an opening to strike back. Lena, are you ready? Carl's voice came through to her, steady and full of trust. Anytime. Lena's eyes burned with the heat of a blazing fire, her heart surging with fearless resolve. Once again, she drew magic to her, gathering power for an even greater attack. Grant me strength, Lena chanted softly, raising her hands as magical energy shimmered at her fingertips, then burst forth into a colossal pillar of light that shot skyward, a holy spear piercing the darkness above. This can't be. A flicker of fear passed through the destroyer's eyes as it sensed the threat bearing down on it. It tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Fire! Hawkeye commanded without hesitation, drawing his bow to its fullest and locking his aim on the destroyer's chest. Let's punch through its defenses. Go! Lena shouted, unleashing the pillar of light at the same instant Hawkeye's arrow flew. The two attacks shot forth like twin beams of sacred brilliance, striking straight at the destroyer's heart. A thunderous blast echoed across the battlefield as the pillar and arrow collided midair, releasing a dazzling explosion of light. For a heartbeat, it was as if the whole field had been set alight. The destroyer let out a scream that tore through the night, its massive frame driven backward before it finally crashed to the ground. We did it, Carl gasped, staring at the fallen destroyer as overwhelming relief and exhilaration surged through him. It's not over yet. Lena's voice was calm and resolute. Her gaze swept the surroundings, quickly spotting enemies still fighting back with desperate fury. We need to clear the battlefield and make sure nothing is left behind. Absolutely. Coulson nodded, directing the agents to press their attack and ensure every last enemy was defeated. Everyone, stay sharp, Hawkeye warned, his eyes keen and watchful as ever, scanning for any new threats. We can't afford to let our guard down. As the battle raged on, Lena and her teammates worked in perfect harmony, fighting with all their might to clear the battlefield. Each spell cast, every arrow loosed, paved the way for their victory. Lena, that was incredible, a young agent exclaimed, eyes shining with admiration. You're truly our hero. We're a team, and only through unity can we overcome our enemies. Lena replied with a gentle smile, a wave of warmth swelling in her heart. She knew it was the support of her companions that allowed her to unleash such powerful strength. Stay alert. Victory isn't ours yet, Coulson reminded them, his gaze unwavering, ever vigilant. Just then, a tremendous boom echoed from afar, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Lena and her teammates exchanged uneasy glances, a flicker of anxiety rising within them. What was that? Carl frowned, his senses on edge as he looked in the direction of the noise. Go check it out now, Hawkeye commanded decisively, sprinting toward the source of the sound. Lena followed close behind, her heart pounding with tension and anticipation. She understood the fight was far from over. The true test was just beginning. Everyone, stay sharp. Coulson's voice rang out again, directing the team as they advanced into the unknown. As they drew nearer, the scene before them became clearer. Amid the ruins stood a colossal figure, like a monster clawed up from the depths of hell, radiating an aura so oppressive it threatened to take their breath away. Carl stood among the debris-strewn ground, surrounded by the mangled aftermath left by the destroyer's rampage. He panted heavily, weapon clutched tight, his eyes blazing, as he watched the magical beasts swooping in from above. They darted through the gloom like phantoms, an air of destruction trailing in their wake as they dove for him. Quick, get ready to engage. Carl's voice carried across the desolate battlefield, rallying the others for the imminent clash. I'm ready, Erin replied at his side, tension etched across her face. She gripped a staff that shimmered with faint light, poised for the perfect moment to unleash her spell. We have to stop them. Don't let a single flying destroyer get near. Carl growled, steeling himself with unyielding resolve. At that moment, a piercing screech split the air as several flying destroyer beasts swooped down on them, razor-sharp claws glinting menacingly, poised to tear through anything in their path. Carl, look out! Erin cried, sweeping her staff in a swift arc. A burst of light shot forth, but her magic seemed feeble before the charging magical beasts. I'll hold them off, Carl shouted, leaping into the air with all his might, his weapon raised to meet the oncoming magical beasts. A surge of fearless courage blazed in his heart, as if every trace of fear had vanished in this very moment. Yet, faced with such overwhelming numbers, Carl's attacks seemed feeble and powerless. Several magical beasts lunged at him in an instant, their razor-sharp claws slicing through the air. Carl had no choice but to muster every ounce of strength to fend them off. We can't keep this up any longer. Irene's voice rang out beside him, tinged with helplessness and despair. We need reinforcements. I know, but there's no time, Carl answered, his tone urgent, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He drew a deep breath, bracing himself for an even fiercer assault. At that very moment, a brilliant streak of light suddenly shot across the sky, swift and radiant like a falling star. Carl froze. Looking up, the light traced a graceful arc overhead, then burst apart into countless shimmering points, scattering in all directions. What's that? Irene stared at the sky in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. It's the Night Walker. Carl's heart skipped a beat as comprehension dawned. That dazzling light was the Night Walker's flight magic, shining like a beacon in the darkness. As the light spread, the destroyer beasts in the air began to unravel, dissolving into fragments of light that melted away into the night. Carl and Irene exchanged glances, an indescribable wave of emotion rising in their hearts. This is incredible, Irene exclaimed, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. The Night Walker hasn't abandoned us after all. Hurry, let's find him. Carl's voice brimmed with urgency, gratitude, and admiration for the Night Walker welling up inside him. They raced toward the direction where the light had vanished, their hearts filled with hope for what lay ahead. But as they drew closer, they realized the Night Walker was not waiting for them as they had wished. Night Walker, Carl called out, his voice echoing across the empty battlefield, but there was no reply. Where is he? Irene's voice trembled with unease, the darkness around them seeming to swallow their last shreds of hope. Don't give up. He must be nearby. Carl clenched his fists, fighting to stay calm. Deep down, he believed the Nightwalker would appear when they needed him most. Just then, the sound of pounding hooves broke through the night. Carl and Irene spun around and saw the Nightwalker flying swiftly toward them, astride a winged, magical beast. Bathed in moonlight, the Nightwalker looked every bit the gallant knight, his black cloak billowing behind him, a striking figure against the night. Carl, Irene. The Nightwalker's voice rang out, clear and reassuring, filled with strength and warmth. Are you both all right? We were all right. Carl let out a long breath, feeling the tension in his heart gradually fade away. It's all thanks to you that we managed to escape, Irene said gratefully, her eyes shining with admiration. I arrived just in time, the Nightwalker replied with a faint smile, a deep wisdom reflected in his gaze. But this battle isn't over yet. We must find the Destroyer's lair and end this threat once and for all. Yes, we can't let them continue their rampage. Carl nodded with determination, a new resolve igniting within him. I'll lead you to their lair, but we must proceed with the utmost caution. As the Nightwalker spoke, he guided the flying magical beast forward. All right, Carl and Irene followed without hesitation, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the challenges ahead. Under the Nightwalker's guidance, they crossed the shadowed forest and scaled towering mountains, until at last they reached a massive cave hidden deep within a valley. The entrance was ringed with black magical runes, exuding a suffocating aura. Meanwhile, Benjamin hurriedly arranged for the safety of his family and friends before rushing to the scene. A dull ache throbbed in his chest. Carl's grand debut in the black gold magical armor was about to begin, yet Benjamin couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Though Carl brimmed with confidence, Benjamin's instincts warned him that danger lurked behind this spectacle. Carl, where are you? Benjamin murmured under his breath, his eyes scanning the chaotic crowd. His heart raced, each beat echoing the ominous overture to the conflict that loomed ahead. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the front. Shadows surged like a dark tide as shadow beasts poured out, their black forms writhing in the gloom, grinning wickedly as they lunged toward Carl. He stood in the center of the stage, clad in gleaming black gold armor, a confident smile on his lips, as if everything unfolded according to his plan. Carl, get back! Benjamin's voice cut sharply through the chaos as he fought his way through the crowd, anxiety etched across his face. Benjamin, why are you here? Carl turned and saw Benjamin's worried expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Though he hated to admit it, he knew this performance was far more than just a showcase for his armor. You have no idea what you're facing, Benjamin growled, his eyes flashing with anger and concern. There are far more shadow beasts than we ever expected. I'll take care of them, Carl replied resolutely, gripping the storm blade tightly. The blade shimmered faintly, as if echoing his determination. Don't be reckless. This isn't something you can handle alone. Benjamin seized Carl's arm, his worry deepening. Listen to me. Retreating is the only wise choice. I can't back down. Carl's voice was firm and resolute, with a hint of defiance. This is my first performance. I won't let them look down on me. What are you trying to prove? Benjamin was furious, his voice nearly a roar. Do you want to trade your life for a moment of glory? I'm just standing up for what I believe in, Carl replied coldly, a surge of unyielding determination rising in his heart. He turned, facing the onrushing shadow beasts. His sword glimmered, as if summoning the power of a brewing storm. In that instant, the storm blade swept out with force, its arc like a rainbow slashing through the air. Dozens of shadow beasts fell in a flash. Black blood sprayed through the air, composing a tragic symphony for this fierce battle. See, I can do it. Carl's voice brimmed with a wild fervor, yet his gaze only grew more resolute. Do you really think you could defeat them like this? Benjamin was nearly shaking with anger, worry tightening his chest. You have no idea how powerful these shadow beasts truly are. They're more than just ordinary creatures. I'm not afraid. Carl gritted his teeth, the sword's light flaring again, echoing the anger and frustration raging inside him. Every strike was an oath to his own beliefs. What are you doing? Benjamin cried out, his voice laced with despair. You can't go on like this. I have to. Carl's reply rang with indomitable strength. His sword flashed ceaselessly, shadow beasts falling one after another under his assault. Yet more surged forward like a relentless tide, never ending. You'll die out there. Benjamin's voice was thick with helplessness and anger. He knew that if this continued, Carl would soon be overwhelmed. I'd sooner die than retreat. Carl spat through clenched teeth, his blade slicing through the air. Yet even he could feel the crushing weight of the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Do you really want me to just stand by and watch you die? Despair tinged Benjamin's words, the pain in his heart sharp as a knife. I won't die, Carl insisted, his voice unwavering, though deep inside a flicker of fear stirred. He knew he stood at the edge between life and death. At that moment, more shadow beasts surged in. Carl's attacks began to slow, fatigue creeping over him. His strength was draining fast, and doubt started to gnaw at his resolve. Carl, help me! A voice called out from the distance, cutting through the standoff. It was Alyssa, surrounded by several shadow beasts, her face stricken with terror. Alyssa! Carl's heart skipped a beat. His sword faltered for a moment, hesitation flashing in his eyes. Forget her! Get out of here! Benjamin shouted anxiously. He knew that now, more than ever, Carl needed to keep his head. He couldn't afford to be swayed by emotion. I can't. Carl's voice was resolute, a surge of fierce responsibility igniting in his chest. He turned and dashed toward Alyssa, the storm blade flashing in his grip as he struck forward. Carl, don't! Benjamin's voice rang out, filled with helplessness and despair, but Carl could no longer hear him. There was only one thought in his mind, a singular resolve to save Alyssa. Carl roared, his sword slicing through the night sky, its blade aimed straight at the shadow beast. Each swing declared his unwavering determination. Yet, the shadow beasts were legion, and Carl's attacks began to lose force. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the tide of darkness, a brilliant light suddenly tore through the heavens, as if a god himself had descended. You vile creatures! How dare you harm my friends? Benjamin bellowed, his hand blazing with fierce light. The storm blade in his grasp shone anew, radiating with dazzling brilliance. Benjamin, you're here, too. Carl's heart leapt, hope at last. He knew that only united could they overcome these terrifying foes. Carl and Benjamin entered the council hall, a heavy tension pressing on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. They had just survived a life-or-death interrogation. The leader of the Shadow Council had insisted on his innocence, claiming he'd only summoned the shadow beasts, not intended murder. But Carl was riddled with doubt. He could not trust this cunning man. Don't overthink it, Carl, Benjamin murmured, trying to calm his nerves. We need to find proof to expose their true nature. I know, but this goes deeper than we imagined. Carl frowned, his gaze steely as he scanned the room. They would have to tread carefully. Anyone in the Shadow Council could be a hidden enemy. Just then, two figures stepped from the crowd, breaking their train of thought. Lena and Ron, agents of the Shadow Council, approached with feline poise and sly smiles, gliding like predators in the dark. Carl, Benjamin, what a pleasure to see you, Lena said, her voice soft and tinged with a trace of allure, though her icy gaze carried a subtle, chilling threat. The pleasure's ours, Carl replied, forcing himself to appear calm, steadying his tone. Is there something we can help you with? Ron moved in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. We've uncovered intelligence about the Shadow Legion's plot to assassinate you, Carl. This is no trivial matter. You need to be careful. I know. Carl's heartbeat quickened. He had sensed something like this was coming, but hearing it spoken aloud sent a shiver through him. How did you find out? Lena smiled softly, as if savoring the dramatic tension of the moment. We have our own channels, Carl. We know every move the Shadow Guild makes. Don't underestimate us. I never have, Carl replied coldly, his inner guard rising. But can you really trust your information? Absolutely. Ron's tone grew more serious. This assassination plot involves multiple factions. We need to act quickly if we're to keep you safe. I don't fully trust your methods. Carl fixed them with a hard stare, his instincts screaming a warning. What's your real goal? Is it truly just to protect me? Lena hesitated, then let out a laugh. You're sharp, Carl. Of course, protecting you serves our interests. No one wants to see the Shadow Legion's plan succeed. It would threaten us all. Our interests aren't exactly aligned with my safety, Carl said through gritted teeth, his anger simmering. If you really wanted to protect me, you'd be more forthcoming, not dancing around the truth. Calm down, Carl, Benjamin interjected, trying to defuse the tension. We all know how complicated the Shadow Guild is, but now's not the time for arguments. You're right. Lena nodded slightly, her gaze piercing. We need to work together. That's the only way any of us will make it through this alive. Work together? Khan scoffed. Your idea of cooperation isn't exactly trustworthy. You could turn on me the moment it serves your interests. That's why we need you alive if we're to keep working together, Ron said firmly, a glint in his eye. We'll assign people to protect you until this is over. Protect me? Carl let out a bitter laugh. Your protection hardly feels like a blessing. I'd rather rely on myself. That's your choice, Lena replied, her voice dropping to a warning tone. But you need to know, the Shadow Legion has already set their plans in motion. If you ignore our advice, You'll have to face the consequences. I'll think about it. Carl finally exhaled, tension easing just a little. Though doubts lingered, he knew the most important thing now was to find evidence and expose the Shadow Legion's conspiracy. Good. Lena smiled faintly, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. We'll stay in touch and keep you updated. The two of them turned and left. Carl and Benjamin exchanged uneasy glances, both filled with a sense of foreboding. The Shadow Guild's agents might wear friendly faces, but danger lurked beneath. They would have to stay on high alert if they hoped to survive the treacherous undercurrents of this struggle. We can't just take their word for it, Carl said in a low voice, his brow tightly furrowed. We need to search for other clues. We can't entrust our fate to them alone. Carl, what's on your mind? A gentle female voice interrupted his thoughts. It was his close friend and advisor, Irene, her eyes filled with concern. Irene, the shadow of the Dark Lord, seems to be drawing ever closer. Carl lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. He wants me dead, and this is no longer just a personal vendetta. It's a battle for power. Irene frowned slightly and walked to Carl's side, lowering her voice. Do you know why he's so fixated on you? The Shadow Council of the continent has always stood in his way. He wants to conquer every kingdom, and you are his greatest obstacle. I understand that, but I can't just sit here and wait for my doom. Carl clenched his fists, a fiery anger sparking in his eyes. I have to act. I can't let him have his way. But to face the Shadow Legion alone is too dangerous, Irene said, worry clouding her features. I'm not afraid of danger, Irene. Carl rose to his feet, walking to the window. He looked out over the town shrouded in darkness, his voice firm. If I don't strike back, it won't be just me who suffers. The entire kingdom will pay the price. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed outside the door. Another member soon burst in. It was Carl's comrade, Leon, his face etched with anxiety. God, Irene. Leon was breathless, tension clear in his expression. I've just received word. The Dark Lord has made his move. What? Carl spun around, a flash of shock in his eyes. He sent the elite of the Shadow Legion. Their sights are set on you. Leon's voice was low and urgent. We have to act now. We can't let them anywhere near you. So what should we do? Irene asked, her voice trembling ever so slightly. We must gather every ally we can trust and prepare to face the Shadow Legion. Carl's eyes hardened with determination. This war isn't just for my own survival. It's for the future of the whole kingdom. I'll reach out to our allies in the other kingdoms, Leon said quickly. They need to know what the Dark Lord is plotting. Good. Go. And do what you must. Carl nodded, a spark of hope kindling in his heart. Leon turned and left, leaving Carl and Irene alone. Irene stepped closer to Carl and spoke softly. Are you truly ready for this? It will be a battle of life and death. I have no choice, Irene. Carl drew a deep breath, his gaze resolute. If I don't fight, the Dark Lord will show no mercy. He doesn't just want my life. He wants dominion over the entire kingdom. I will fight by your side, Carl, Irene said with unwavering resolve in her voice. No matter what happens, I won't leave you. Thank you, Irene. A gentle smile appeared on Carl's face, a flicker of warmth kindling in his heart. Just then, a deep, haunting howl drifted in from beyond the window, the vanguard of the Shadow Legion announcing the danger soon to descend upon them. Night fell, and a tense atmosphere settled over the castle. Carl, Irene, and Leon gathered in the grand hall, surrounded by their allies. Determination and anxiety were etched on every face. The Dark Lord's forces have assembled outside the city. We must devise a thorough plan, Leon declared, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. We could use the castle's layout to set up an ambush, one of the warriors suggested. When the enemy breaches the castle, we strike with everything we have. But we must ensure Carl's safety, Irene interjected. The Dark Lord will come himself. We can't let him get anywhere near Carl. I will face the Dark Lord myself. Carl's voice rang out, unwavering and resolute. I won't let anyone else fight in my place. Are you insane? Leon nearly shouted. The Dark Lord's power is far beyond ours. You can't possibly take him on alone. I know, but this is a burden I must bear, Carl replied, a defiant light shining in his eyes. I can't allow my people to suffer any longer. God, Irene's voice trembled with helplessness and anxiety. Don't you understand? This isn't just your fight. It's ours. We're a team. Yes, we are a team. But I can't let any of you face this risk, Carl insisted, his voice resolute. I'll draw the Dark Lord away. The rest of you must defend the castle and keep everyone else safe. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, each weighing Carl's words. At last, Leon let out a sigh, his tone softening. Very well. If you're set on this, we'll support you with everything we have. But promise you'll be careful. I will, Carl nodded, feeling a wave of warmth surge through him. Though the danger was great, the support of his friends filled him with unshakable resolve. The night deepened, and the wind outside the castle howled all the more fiercely. The Shadow Legion, led by the Dark Lord, drew ever closer. Kal stood atop the highest tower, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond, silently vowing to himself, "I will never let the darkness swallow the light." At that moment, a mournful howl rose in the distance, the signal that the Dark Lord's army was beginning its assault. Karl's heart pounded, and a fierce determination flared in his eyes. Ulster sat in his modest study, clutching an ancient magical scroll in his hand, his brow deeply furrowed. Outside the window, moonlight spilled across the ground, casting heavy shadows upon his face. "Ulster, what's on your mind?" His friend Kale entered, breaking the quiet of the room. Kale's voice was low and resonant, concern flickering in his eyes. "I'm thinking about the mage policies in other kingdoms." Ulster set the scroll aside and looked up at Kale, a hint of anger and unease in his gaze. "Their policies appear lenient, but behind the scenes, countless mages pay with their lives." Kale frowned slightly, stepping over to stand beside Ulster. He lowered his voice. "Yes, the principle of equivalent exchange there is nothing more than a cruel game. For the sake of so-called freedom, how many innocent lives are they willing to sacrifice? Do you realize?" Ulster's voice grew passionate. "Here on our continent, mages are honored. People understand that it's us standing guard, keeping evil at bay. But in those other kingdoms, mages have to bear such terrible burdens. It's truly heartbreaking." Kale fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. "But if we don't act, are we just going to stand by and watch this go on? We have to show them that we are not all-powerful gods." "You're right." Ulster nodded, his expression turning resolute. "We can't let those mages struggle alone in the darkness. We must speak out and fight for the respect and rights they deserve." Just then, a rapid knock sounded at the door. Ulster and Kale exchanged uneasy glances, both feeling a surge of apprehension. Ulster rose from his chair and went to the door, pulling it open. Standing outside was a young female mage named Lily, her face etched with worry. "Ulster, Kale, come quickly. Something's happened in town." "What happened?" Ulster asked urgently, his heart tightening. "A few mages from the Southern Kingdom have been arrested. They were protesting in the streets, demanding equal treatment, and the local authorities accused them of rebellion and took them away." Lily's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the sudden turn of events. "We have to rescue them," Kale declared without hesitation, anger blazing in his eyes. "But," Lily hesitated, "we don't have enough people. We could spark an even bigger conflict." "That's exactly why we can't back down," Ulster replied firmly. "If we don't stand up, they'll just keep being oppressed. We can't let this go on." A few minutes later, the three of them left the study and headed straight for the center of town. More and more townsfolk were gathering in the streets, their faces etched with anger and dissatisfaction. Ulster, Kale, and Lily squeezed into the crowd, trying to learn more about the situation. "Listen, everyone," Ulster called out loudly, trying to quiet the crowd. "We are magicians. Our duty is to protect this world, not to be oppressed. We cannot let our innocent kin suffer injustice." A murmur ran through the crowd. Many people began to nod, seemingly moved by Ulster's words. "But what are we supposed to do?" A young man stepped forward, his eyes filled with uncertainty. "We must unite and put pressure on the local officials, demanding the release of the imprisoned magicians." Kale replied firmly. "Only through our unity will they realize that we are not people to be trampled upon at will." Once again, low discussions rippled through the crowd, and the atmosphere grew charged with energy. Lily watched quietly from the side, feeling a hint of relief in her heart. "We must take action," Ulster urged, his voice rallying the crowd. "Let us show our resolve with the power of magic." At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Several local officials arrived with soldiers in tow, their faces dark and stern, clearly intent on suppressing the protest. "You rebels dare to gather here and stir up trouble," one official said coldly, his eyes flashing with menace. "Disperse at once, or we will take forceful measures. We are not rebels. We are speaking out for our kin." Ulster replied fearlessly, meeting the official's gaze, his voice ringing with conviction. "Your actions will only bring more misery upon yourselves," the official sneered, signaling his soldiers to prepare for action. The crowd began to stir, tension thickening the air. Lily felt a wave of panic and clutched Ulster's hand, whispering, "They won't let us go so easily." "Don't worry, Lily. We have strength on our side," Ulster said resolutely, courage rising within him. He turned back to the crowd and shouted, "We are magicians, and our strength comes from unity. Together, we can stand against injustice." Just then, Kale raised his wand high, its tip shining with dazzling light. His voice rang out, strong and clear. Let us protect our kin with magic. No one will be harmed tonight. All around them, magicians responded, casting spells in unison. Brilliant lights burst across the night sky, forming a radiant barrier that shielded them from the soldiers' advance. Hurry, follow me, Alster shouted, leading the crowd as they surged forward. Hope flared in their hearts, and the strength of unity made each person feel invincible. Amid the bustling throng, a quiet debate about magic and power was unfolding. At the center of the square, a group of young mages gathered around a wooden table, engaged in a heated discussion about the recent movements of the Shadow Legion. Have you heard? The Shadow Legion has been spotted near the borders again. They seem to be preparing for another offensive. Alvin, a young fire mage, spoke with a note of anxiety in his voice. I know, replied Lena, the ice mage, frowning slightly. But do we really have the strength to stand against the Shadow Legion? Will joining the Shadow Warriors team actually make a difference? Of course it will. Jack, the earth mage, thumped the table, his voice ringing out with renewed determination. We're the strongest mages on the continent. We can't back down just because we're afraid. If we don't stand up, we'll protect our home. The onlookers nodded in agreement, while Alvin bowed his head, lost in thought. When he spoke again, his voice was low but resolute. But the government's scrutiny of foreign mages grows harsher by the day. It's hard enough for us to find a foothold here. Who can we really rely on? Just then, from across the square, a nobleman in ornate robes approached, trailed by several guards. This was Ailes, the mayor of Radiant City, a man renowned for maintaining a delicate balance between mages and ordinary citizens. Young mages, Ailes said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of lofty superiority. I hear you're discussing the Shadow Legion. Your passion is admirable, but I must remind you that joining the Shadow Warriors is no simple matter. Mayor, don't you think we ought to fight to protect our home? Jack demanded angrily. Or are we supposed to just wait here for doom to find us? Ailes' smile faded just a little, and a glint of disdain flashed in his eyes. War is not a game, young man. Do you really believe joining a team will solve everything? Mages have a special status on this continent. It's the government's job to protect you, not send you off to risk your lives. We don't need your protection, Lena retorted passionately. We want to fight for our own freedom and for others, not be pawns in your games of power. I do appreciate your enthusiasm, Ailes replied, his tone turning colder, but I hope you understand, magic is not a limitless resource. Your recklessness could bring far greater disaster upon this land. Disaster? Alvin protested, unwilling to back down. Isn't it precisely because you all have done nothing that the Shadow Legion found their chance? What we need is action, not empty words. Ailes frowned, clearly provoked. You need to understand that as magicians, your responsibilities are far heavier than those of ordinary people. We must consider every decision with the utmost caution, especially when it comes to accepting outsiders into our ranks. If you want to join the Shadow War Squad, you must be ready to bear the consequences. But we refuse to be shackled by your rules. Jack's voice rose with each word. We have the right to choose our own path. Why should we abandon our beliefs just because of your fears? Because it's for your own protection, Ailes shouted, his voice echoing through the hall. Around them, people paused in their tasks, turning their attention to the heated exchange. Protection for us? Or protection for your own power? Lena retorted with a cold, bitter laugh, her eyes burning with anger. You're just using us to keep your own place at the top, not for true peace. The tension in the room thickened. Ailes's expression grew dark. He drew a deep breath, struggling to maintain his composure. You need to realize that the relationship between magicians and ordinary citizens is far from simple. Government scrutiny exists to keep society stable, not to discriminate against you. But the truth is, the government doesn't trust us at all, Alvin replied, his voice low and heavy, disappointment flickering in his eyes. No matter how hard we work, we're always treated as outsiders. We want to change things, but we're met with nothing but rejection. Your ideals are admirable, but reality is harsh, Ailes responded, his tone gentler, yet still carrying a warning. If you choose to take risks, then you must be prepared to face the consequences. Jack slammed his hand on the table in frustration. We'd rather take risks than live shackled by your fear. We will join the Shadow War Squad and fight for what we believe in. And you really think that'll change anything? Ailes let out a cold, mocking laugh, a hint of scorn flickering in his eyes. You're just a bunch of hot-headed youngsters, blinded by anger. You have no idea how complicated this world truly is. Maybe we're young, but we have the courage to chase our convictions, Lena replied, her voice clear and resolute. We won't wait any longer. Your inaction is only making the Shadow Legion stronger by the day. Ailes's face clouded over. The guards nearby tensed, and a sense of urgency rippled through the air. You must understand, joining the Shadow War Squad is a dangerous choice, Els said coldly. If you insist, I will have no choice but to take action to ensure the safety of this city. You can try, Jack shot back without hesitation, his eyes blazing with anger. We will no longer be cowed by your threats. At that moment, a commotion rippled through the square. Several ordinary townsfolk, drawn by the heated argument, began to gather. Around, their faces a mix of curiosity and unease. Alvin's heart tightened. He sensed things could quickly spiral out of control. Everyone, please remain calm, Alvin called out, raising his voice above the murmurs. We're simply discussing how best to deal with the Shadow Legion. There's no ill intent here. Discussion, a bystander snapped, his tone sharp with frustration. All your arguing does is make us more afraid. We want peace. Why must you drag us into war? We're fighting for peace as well, Lena replied passionately, her voice trembling with emotion. If we don't resist, peace will be devoured by the Shadow Legion. But we don't want war. Another townsfolk interjected, anxiety thick in their words. Your disagreements only make things worse. Tension mounted. Els looked around at the restless crowd, worry gnawing at him from within. He knew that if this discord wasn't quelled soon, the situation could slip beyond their control. Please, everyone, listen to me, Els said, striving to sound calm and reassuring. I understand your concerns, but we must stand united if we're to defend ourselves against outside threats. As your mayor, I promise I will do everything in my power to protect each and every one of you, including the mages among us. Protect us, Jack sneered, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Your protection is nothing but a cage. What we need is freedom, the right to make our own choices. I only hope you'll look at this rationally, Els replied, his tone softening in an effort to ease the tension. Joining the Shadow Guard isn't just a personal decision. It has consequences for the entire continent. My lord, is our plan truly feasible? Carl's voice drifted in on the wind, faint and uncertain. With the continent's harsh policies on mages, can our business here really succeed? Alder turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, unwavering. Carl, you must understand. Losing access to the continent's resources doesn't mean we're out of options. On the contrary, the chaos in the desert and the ice fields is our opportunity. Exiled mages, those hungry for power, they'll all come here seeking what they desire. Carl hesitated, worry still clouding his mind about what the future might hold. But how can we be sure they'll trust us? Their fear of the darkness rivals our own longing for the continent. Alder's lips curled into a sly, sinister smile. Fear is the best tool, Carl. We'll turn their fear into trust. We'll offer them strength, never the feeling of oppression. At that moment, the doors of the ancient castle creaked open, and a burly man with a stubbled face strode inside. He was a merchant from the desert, known as Had. There was a sly glint in his eyes as he sized up ALD and Carl. I heard you're conducting some secret business here. I came to see if it's worth my investment. Had's voice was deep, tinged with a hint of provocation. ALD was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and extended his hand. Welcome, Had. We're preparing a plan that promises profit for both of us. Are you interested in joining? Had gave a short, derisive laugh and shook his head. I have no desire to get tangled up with dark forces, especially given your reputation. But if you can show me there's profit to be made, I might reconsider. Profit? ALD's voice grew low and magnetic. I can assure you, the demand for magical artifacts is about to soar across these lands. All I require from you are the trade. Connections. I will supply an endless stream of magical resources. Imagine it, becoming the wealthiest merchant in the desert. Wouldn't that be something exquisite? Had's brow furrowed as he appeared to consider the offer. Just then, Carl interjected, but we need to guarantee safety, Had. You know, the enemies of the dark forces aren't just the continent's mages. There are also hunters and mercenaries roaming these deserts. Had's gaze sharpened. Safety? How exactly do you plan to protect me? I have no intention of becoming your pawn. ALD's expression darkened, his tone growing stern. We will establish a formidable defense to ensure every transaction is secure. As long as you're willing to cooperate, I'll assign my elite guards to protect you. Your elite guards? Had scoffed. I've seen too many so-called dark forces. Their elites are nothing but inept puppets. I want real strength, not empty promises. Sensing the tension mounting, Carl tried to ease the situation. Had, since you have doubts about our strength, why not see our magical artifacts for yourself? I believe they'll change your mind. Fine, I'll take a look. Had finally relented, though his tone was still tinged with disdain. ALD smiled in satisfaction, turning to lead the way deeper into the castle, with Carl close behind. Along the walls hung a dazzling array of magical items, each casting a faint glow as if beckoning them closer. These are magical artifacts we've gathered from the desert and the icy wastes, ALD introduced with pride. Every piece holds formidable power, enough to turn the tide of any battle. Hard stepped up to a staff that shimmered with a blue light, reaching out to touch it. Instantly, he felt a surge of formidable magical power flow into his body, sending a tremor through his heart. This is truly impressive. This is only the beginning, Carl interjected. We can craft magical items tailored to your needs, ensuring each one meets your expectations. Hard turned, a calculating glint flickering in his eyes. If I choose to cooperate, what about the price? Alder offered a subtle smile. We can negotiate a fair split. The exact percentage is open for discussion. But I assure you, the profits you'll gain will be substantial. My lord, the turmoil in the international magic market is intensifying. Our investments in magical minerals are facing unprecedented threats, Carl said, unease threading his voice. Carl, do you still believe those foolish mages pose any real threat to us? Balder gave a frosty laugh, his gaze as sharp as a blade. They're nothing but incompetence clinging to traditional magical energy, incapable of understanding true power. But their response has been swift. The United Mage Council has already begun withdrawing investments. Kale's brows knitted in worry. If we don't act, we might lose our advantage in the market. At that moment, a female mage in a black robe approached, the capable Alyssa, Balder's trusted aide. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence as she spoke calmly. My lord, Carl is right. We can't afford to be complacent. Carl's source of magic initiative has attracted wide attention, especially with the announcement of the new magical source. It could change the rules of the game entirely. Balder's expression darkened instantly, his hands clenching into fists. He was clearly displeased by Alyssa's candor and replied coldly. Do you think I'll just sit back and wait? If they dare challenge me, I'll make them pay. But what we need is strategy, not mere threats, Alyssa replied with a slight nod, her tone unwavering. We must quickly find a way to counterattack. Perhaps we can leverage the recent discovery of the ancient ruins to our advantage. Ancient ruins? A spark lit in Carl's eyes. If we can harness the magical power within those ruins, it might just turn the situation around. A sly gleam flashed in Balder's eyes, his lips curling into a cold smile. Excellent. Alyssa, Carl, your suggestions please me. We'll dispatch the Shadow Legion to the ruins and seize the power that lies within. Meanwhile, in another place, the conference room of the United Magic Council was alive with heated debate among representatives from the 5 great magical nations. The chairman of the meeting, Arnaud, an elderly mage with snow-white hair, spoke gravely. The Dark Lord's power is steadily growing. We must act. We cannot allow him to continue seizing our resources. Arnaud, you're absolutely right, added Miria, a mage from the Northern Kingdom. We've already withdrawn most of our funds, but we must remain alert to the Dark Lord's schemes. He won't surrender his mines so easily. I propose we accelerate the development of the new magical spring, said Roland, a mage from the south, his voice charged with excitement. Only by harnessing this new source can we break the Dark Lord's monopoly. But time is not on our side, Arnaud's side. We need a plan that's even more formidable, something that will truly deter the Dark Lord. At that moment, Miria rose to her feet, her gaze unwavering. We could unite and send an elite team to infiltrate the Dark Lord's territory and sabotage his plans. Only then can we ensure the safety of the new magical spring. That's a perilous mission, Roland objected, shaking his head. The Dark Lord's Shadow Legion is everywhere. Entering his realm would be almost suicidal. I'm willing to go, Miria replied without hesitation, her eyes shining with determination. I'll lead the team. I won't let the Dark Lord's scheme succeed. Arnaud looked at Miria, his heart filled with both worry and admiration. If your mind is made up, then you have my support. But please be careful. Meanwhile, in the Dark Lord's camp, Baldur was conferring with his followers, laying out their next move. Baldur's gaze was icy and piercing as he addressed them. Our target is the ancient ruins. Anyone who stands in our way will be utterly destroyed. My lord, we've already dispatched scouting parties to make certain no one can stop us, Carl declared confidently. Once we seize the power within the ruins, we can overturn the entire international magic market. Elisa's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with cunning. We can also use this power to create illusions, confuse our enemies, make them believe we already hold an unbeatable advantage. Baldur nodded approvingly, a smug satisfaction flickering in his heart. Excellent, Elisa. It seems your cleverness will bring us even more victories. Not far away, Miria was gathering with her team, preparing to set out. She looked at her companions, speaking with steady resolve. We must stand together against the threat of the Dark Lord. Only then can we save the world of magic. A young mage in a group, named Jack, asked hesitantly, Milia, can we really succeed? The Shadow Legion of the Dark Lord is no force to be trifled with. We have no way back, Milia replied firmly. If we don't go, the Dark Lord will plunder our resources without restraint, and the entire magical world will be plunged into darkness. Jack took a deep breath and finally nodded. All right, I believe in you. While tensions simmered between the two sides, the desert wind howled past, a harbinger of the storm that was about to break. Two opposing forces, light and darkness, were locked in a fierce struggle for the future. A few days later, the Dark Lord's army stealthily closed in on the ancient ruins. The Shadow Legion glided like phantoms, ready to set their sinister plans in motion. At the same time, Milia's team was also approaching in secret, the destinies of both sides entwined at this pivotal moment. Deep within the valley, an ancient castle stood in silence. Shadows flickered across its walls, as if whispering endless secrets. The Dark Lord Kales had escaped from prison, vengeance burning in his heart. His eyes glinted with a cold light, and a cruel smile played at the corners of his lips. Hearing that Carl had mastered a new magical technique, his hatred only grew. Carl, you traitor, he muttered in a voice as cold as the night wind. I will make you pay dearly for what you've done. Meanwhile, Isabella, the leader of the Shadow Council, watched Kales from the shadows. A trace of worry appeared on her face. Kales's return. What does it mean? His power has reached a terrifying level, especially with those 10 magic rings. If he harnesses them together, the consequences will be unimaginable. Leader, what troubles you? Her deputy, Locke, asked, anxiety flickering in his eyes. We should inform Carl at once. He can't face Kales alone. Isabella shook her head slightly. No, Locke. First, we must learn what Kales intends. His hatred for Carl borders on madness. If we act rashly, we could bring even greater trouble upon ourselves. At that very moment, Carl was in his laboratory, immersed in the study of new magic. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he wielded his wand, skillfully casting intricate spells. Suddenly, his assistant Mira burst in, pale with fear. Carl, something terrible has happened. The Dark Lord Kales has escaped from prison. He's coming for you, and he's filled with hatred. Mira blurted out, her voice trembling with alarm. What? Carl froze mid-spell, a look of shock overtaking his face. He managed to escape? That's impossible. I can hardly believe it myself. But this is news from the Shadow Council. Mira was breathing heavily, struggling to steady herself. He's looking for you right now, preparing to take revenge. He plans to use all 10 magic rings against me. Carl's brow furrowed, a wave of unease rising in his heart. We have to be ready. We can't let him succeed. At that moment, the door to the laboratory swung open. Isabella and Locke entered, both wearing grave expressions. Isabella, in particular, looked as if she had something urgent to tell Carl. Carl, we need to talk, Isabella said bluntly. You're here too? Carl frowned slightly. I was just about to prepare for Kales' challenge. We've also received intelligence, Isabella replied in a low voice. Kales is far more powerful than we imagined. He holds 10 magic rings, each with formidable powers. If he combines their might, the consequences could be catastrophic. I know, said Carl with determination. I'll do everything I can to stop him, but I need your help. Of course, you have our full support, Isabella nodded. But we need a thorough plan. We can't give Kales any opportunity. I suggest we split up, Locke proposed. I can head to the Shadow Council's secret base to gather more information about Kales, while you two stay here and reinforce our defenses. That's a good idea, Isabella agreed. We need time to prepare, and we can't risk being caught off guard by a sudden attack. Carl considered for a moment, then nodded. All right, Locke, go and investigate Kales' movements as quickly as you can. Isabella and I will stay here and set up our defenses. Night deepened, and the tension in the valley grew thicker. In his castle, Kales waited in silence, a storm raging beneath his calm exterior. He knew Carl would come to face his challenge, and he was more than ready. Carl, I'll make you understand the price of betrayal, Kales muttered to himself, a mad gleam flickering in his eyes. A few days later, Carl and Isabella were in the laboratory, making their final preparations. Their faces were tight with both anxiety and anticipation, the air shimmering with the scent of magic. Carl, are you ready? Isabella asked, her eyes fixed intently on him. I'm ready, Carl replied firmly, his gaze unwavering. No matter how powerful Kales is, I will not back down. Just then, the laboratory door was thrown open with a crash. Kales appeared in the doorway, cloaked in a palpable aura of darkness. In his hand, the 10 magic rings glinted with an eerie, sinister light. Carl, at last we meet. Kales let out a cold, razor-sharp laugh, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Today, you will pay the price for your betrayal. Kales, your mind has been clouded by hatred. Carl shouted back, a surge of fearless courage rising in his chest. I won't let you succeed. How laughable. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Kale's mouth. Do you really think you and Isabella alone can stop me? We'll give everything we have. Isabella replied, icily, showing not the slightest hint of weakness. God. Eric's voice echoed through the empty valley, ringing out as if calling something forth. His brow was tightly furrowed, and a wary light flickered in his eyes. I'm here. Carl stepped from the shadows, a faint smile playing on his lips, seemingly unbothered by Eric's anxiety. He brushed the dust from his clothes with an easy, unhurried motion. You don't understand how serious this is, Eric said angrily, urgency sharpening his tone. The Dark Lord has set his sights on you. You have to take this warning seriously. Carl's smile faded as he paused, confusion flickering across his face. The Dark Lord? You mean that legendary figure? How could he possibly care about me? He's no legend. Eric's voice rose, his emotions growing more intense. He's a real threat. If you don't act now, you could end up in a disaster you'll never escape. Eric, calm down. Carl's tone turned serious. He stepped closer, locking eyes with Eric. Shouting here won't change the facts. I know how powerful the Dark Lord's forces are, but I have my own plan. Your plan? Eric scoffed. You really think you alone can stand against the entire Dark Order? They're cunning and ruthless. You can't even begin to imagine. I'll work with the Shadow Guild, Carl said firmly, a glimmer of hope lighting his eyes. They're willing to help us. Their intelligence network reaches across the continent. I believe this could be our chance. Eric frowned, a vague unease stirring in his heart. The Shadow Guild? Their reputation is all but ruined. Are you sure it's wise to ally with them? I don't have any other choice. Carl's voice dropped low, heavy with determination. I have to protect myself and those who depend on me. The Shadow Guild's operatives will serve as our liaison, passing messages to the Guardians Alliance. We need their help. But what does this mean? Eric's voice was filled with doubt. It means we'll have to deal with those ruthless people, and we might even be used by them. I know the risks, but this is our only chance. Carl's eyes were resolute, as if he were defending his decision. Eric took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Fine, I don't want to see you in danger, but you have to be careful. The agents of the Shadow Society are not to be underestimated. Their methods are cunning and cruel. I'll be careful, Carl nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. I'll find a way to keep my distance from them and make sure I don't get pulled into their schemes. Just then, the tense atmosphere between them was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Eric and Carl exchanged a glance, instantly on alert. Who's there? Eric called out, his voice edged with suspicion. It's me, Alvin. A figure emerged from the darkness, breathless and anxious, worry etched across his face. Alvin, what happened? Carl asked, concern coloring his tone. I've just come back from the Guardian Alliance. Alvin wiped sweat from his brow, his expression taut with tension. They've received news about the Dark Lord. Apparently, a storm is about to break. A storm? Eric's heart tightened as he pressed further. What exactly do you mean? The Dark Lord is gathering his strength. His followers are roaming everywhere, hunting for potential targets. Alvin's voice quivered. And you two are at the very top of his list. We have to act quickly, Carl said, his voice now steely with determination. We can't just sit here waiting for doom. We need to be ready in advance. Ready? What do you plan to do? Alvin asked, doubt flickering in his eyes. I'll make contact with the Shadow Society's agents and try to get their intel, Carl replied, his gaze unwavering. It's the only way we'll find the Dark Lord's weakness and strike back. Do you really think the Shadow Society will help us? Alvin's brow furrowed, clearly uneasy with the plan. I don't have any other choice, Carl answered, resignation in his voice. If we don't do something, death is all that awaits us. I'll stand with you, Eric finally said. Though worry still weighed heavily on his heart, he knew they had to face this together. Thank you, Eric, Carl said with a grateful smile, a spark of hope in his eyes. We'll find a way. I know we will. In that instant, the air around them seemed to grow heavier, as if the darkness itself was silently closing in. Eric felt a wave of unease wash over him, his instincts warning him that danger was drawing near. We must act as soon as possible. Alvin broke the silence. The Dark Lord won't give us much time. I'll meet with the Shadow Guild's agents tomorrow, Carl said, a note of determination in his voice. I'll do my best to earn their trust. I'll go with you, Eric responded at once. No matter what happens, I won't let you face this alone. Thank you, Eric. Warmth filled Carl's heart. He knew, In these perilous times, having a friend by his side meant everything. Carl stood at the edge of the forest, gazing into the depths of the darkness ahead, his heart brimming with doubt and unease. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the lines of an ancient rune, as if searching for comfort deep within. "Carl, what's on your mind?" A low, steady voice broke the quiet. The elemental master, Elris, approached with slow steps, his robe whispering softly in the breeze. "I'm wondering, can we really kill the Dark Lord?" Carl's voice was tinged with helplessness and anxiety. "If we fail, I might be imprisoned for the rest of my life." Elris furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. "Carl, you have to believe in us. The Dark Lord may be powerful, but we're not fighting alone. The Guardians Alliance and the Nightwalkers Guild will give you their full support. But am I truly capable of bearing this responsibility?" Carl lowered his head, a deep wave of self-doubt washing over him. He had once been an ordinary young man, but now he was caught in a struggle where life and death hung in the balance. "You are our hope." Elris's voice grew firmer. "Without you, the Dark Lord would run rampant across the continent. You must trust yourself." Just then, a young woman named Loka, a member of the Nightwalkers Guild, stepped out from the shadows. Her eyes were as deep as the night sky. "Elris is right, Carl. We'll protect you to the very end. The forest wardens are already patrolling every major woodland, making sure no danger draws near. But I'm still uneasy." Carl's voice was barely above a whisper, almost as if speaking to himself. "I don't know if I can really do this." Loka stepped forward, gently resting a reassuring hand on Carl's shoulder, her gaze steady and kind. "You're not alone. We're all here, fighting for you. Every single one of us is striving toward this goal, and you must believe in yourself, too." "What if I fail?" Carl's voice trembled, fear flickering in his eyes. "What if I let everyone down?" Elris interrupted him, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Carl, failure is nothing to fear. What matters is that we face it with courage. Remember, the Dark Lord is not invincible. We have strength, we have wisdom, and, most importantly, we are united in our resolve." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Carl and Elris turned to see the leader of the Guardians Alliance, a man named Alvin, striding toward them. Alvin's face was grave. It was clear he bore urgent news. "The situation is dire," Alvin said, catching his breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "The Dark Lord's minions are closing in on us. They've grown bolder at night, making frequent moves to sabotage our defenses." "What should we do?" Loka asked at once, her eyes shining with alert determination. Alvin drew a deep breath, steadying his voice. "We must reinforce our defenses immediately and ensure Carl's safety. Elris, you'll take charge of the elemental masters. Loka, patrol with the forest wardens and make sure no enemy slips past our lines." "Understood." Elris and Loka responded in unison, springing promptly into action. A growing sense of tension filled Carl's heart, a heavy weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. He knew he didn't want to be a burden holding others back. Raising his head, he fixed his gaze with newfound resolve. "I'll fight alongside all of you. No matter what happens, I won't back down." Alvin paused, then smiled with heartfelt approval. "That's the spirit, Carl. Your courage will inspire us all. Remember, we are a team. Only united can we overcome the darkness." As night deepened, the atmosphere in the forest grew ever more strained. Carl and his companions began to set up their defenses, bracing themselves for the coming trial. Tension and anticipation were etched on every face, and the air itself seemed heavy with foreboding. "Carl, stay close to me," Loka's voice whispered beside him, her figure flitting through the darkness as graceful and elusive as a shadow. "I will," Carl replied with a firm nod, silently praying he would prove his worth in the battle ahead. Time slipped by quietly, and under the cloak of night the forest seemed more mysterious than ever. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, as if whispering ancient secrets to one another. Suddenly, an unfamiliar noise shattered the stillness. "They're here!" Elris's voice rang out, and instantly everyone snapped to high alert, ready to face the enemy. In the darkness, faint outlines of swift, agile figures could be seen advancing rapidly toward them. Carl's heart pounded, a mix of fear and excitement surging through him. He knew the moment had finally arrived. "Prepare for battle." Alwyn's voice thundered like a war drum, igniting a fierce fighting spirit in everyone within earshot. "Carl, come with me." Loka grabbed Carl's hand and dashed forward, while the elemental forces under Elris's command began to gather and swirl around them. Carl stood by the window, gazing at the world outside, but inside his heart churned with frustration. Ever since Benjamin had been assigned to guard him, Carl's life had become uncomfortably restricted. He understood Benjamin's duty was to protect him, but he couldn't shake off the feeling of being trapped by invisible chains. Benjamin, can't you loosen up a little? Carl turned around, trying to mask his irritation with a light-hearted tone. I know you're my bodyguard, but I need some space of my own. Benjamin stood tall at the doorway, his stern features and piercing gaze giving the impression that he was ready for any sudden threat. He frowned slightly, his voice unwavering. Carl, my duty is to protect you. You have to understand, the situation right now is extremely perilous. The Shadow Legion and the Dark Lord's threat is everywhere. You can't afford to let your guard down. Carl sighed, moving to the table and absent-mindedly flipping through a few books in an effort to calm himself. I know that, but I don't want to feel like a prisoner, always under your watch. The city has magical defenses. Don't you trust those at all? The defenses are strong, but nothing is absolutely safe, Benjamin replied, stepping closer, resolve shining in his eyes. I've seen the cruelty of a Shadow Legion with my own eyes. They'll stop at nothing to hunt you down. You're the only one who can put an end to this, and you can't be allowed to come to harm. I know what I'm responsible for. Carl's voice rose, his emotions starting to spill over. But I have my own life too. I want freedom, not to be watched every waking moment. Do you think I don't get it? I'm fighting in this war too. You need to stay calm, Carl. Benjamin's tone remained composed, though there was an unmistakable urgency beneath his words. I'm not questioning your abilities, but your life means too much to all of us. We can't take that risk. All of us. Carl let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with disdain. Who do you mean by us? You and those nobles up in their towers, barking orders? They've never cared about me. To them, I'm just a tool. You're wrong. Benjamin's voice dropped, heavy with resignation. Im non noble. I'm just a nightwalker. I'm willing to risk everything for you because I believe you can change all this. Change? What am I supposed to change? Carl's frustration boiled over, his fists clenching as if to squeeze the anger into strength. I'm nothing but a pawn being used by others. Who really cares if I can change anything at all? Benjamin fell silent for a moment, then slowly approached, his gaze gentle yet resolute. Ikare, even though you're caught in the whirlpool of power, I believe you have the strength to take charge of your own destiny. You're not just a pawn, you're a player. All you need is to find your own path. But I have no idea how to move forward. Carl's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. All I want is a place to call my own, not to be forced to bear such a heavy burden. I understand how you feel. Benjamin's voice was low, tinged with a gentle warmth. But sometimes, responsibility is a kind of strength. It pushes you to grow, to confront what's inside your heart. Gradually, the anger in Carl's eyes softened, Benjamin's words soothing the nameless rage within him. He lowered his head and spoke quietly. I'm just afraid of losing, afraid of failing. We're all afraid. Benjamin smiled slightly, a knowing light in his eyes. But that's exactly why we need to work even harder to protect ourselves, and to protect those we care about. You're right. Carl took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Maybe I shouldn't have taken my frustrations out on you. You're just doing your duty, and I need to learn to accept all of this. That's what I wanted to hear. Benjamin nodded, his tone softening considerably. We're comrades. We have to trust each other. It's the only way we'll be able to face what's ahead together. Comrades. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Carl's mouth. The words still felt foreign to him, but he knew it was a bridge connecting the two of them. All right, I'll do my best to adapt to this new life. I'll be by your side, ready to support you whenever you need it, Benjamin said firmly, a gentle warmth shining in his eyes. Thank you, Benjamin. Carl looked at him with gratitude, the turmoil in his heart gradually subsiding. I'll do everything I can to become stronger. I won't let you down. Carl and Benjamin sat together in a dimly lit bar, its walls lined with faded portraits from a bygone era. The air was thick with a mingled sense of alcohol and tobacco. The two men spoke in hushed tones, discussing the movements of the Shadow Legion. When do you think they'll make their move? Benjamin frowned slightly, his fingers tapping quietly against the tabletop, the sound barely noticeable. It's hard to say. The Shadow Legion is always unpredictable. Carl looked up, his eyes steady. We have to be ready. We can't let them get away with this. Just then, Carl's phone began to vibrate, shattering the bar's uneasy calm. He picked it up and saw Eric flashing on the screen. His heart skipped a beat, and he answered the call at once. Carl, I have urgent news. Eric's voice came through the phone, quick and low. Eric, what's happened? Carl instantly tensed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. In a distant kingdom, I've learned that someone is plotting to assassinate you. Eric's voice was edged with anxiety. They have close ties to the Shadow Legion, and I want to join forces with you to fight them. An assassination? Who is behind this? Carl's heartbeat quickened, his brow furrowing with worry. I can't say for sure, but I have a lead. There's a man named Stewart who's active on the black market. Word is he has connections to the leader of the Shadow Legion, Eric said, his voice grave and urgent. I urge you to be on your guard, especially around those closest to you. Benjamin, listening intently at Carl's side, grew increasingly serious. He gestured for Carl to put the call on speaker. Eric, are you certain this information is reliable? Benjamin asked, his voice betraying a hint of unease. I've been digging through the kingdom's intelligence networks for quite some time. This news comes from a trustworthy source. Eric replied, his tone resolute. You have to act now. There's no time left to delay. What should we do? Carl's voice turned calm, knowing there was no time to waste. I'll arrange a meeting point where we can rendezvous. I'll bring more intel with me, Eric said. But you must be careful. The Shadow Legion could be watching your every move. Understood. We'll be cautious, Carl nodded, already considering their next steps in his mind. After the call ended, the atmosphere in the bar grew even tenser. Benjamin's eyes flickered with worry as he traced lines on the table with his finger, lost in thought. We have to find Stewart as soon as possible. Benjamin finally spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. If he's connected to the Shadow Legion, then he's our greatest threat. I agree. But we need a plan, Carl said after a moment's thought, a glint of determination in his eyes. We can't rush him blindly. We have to learn more about his background first. I can check out the black market, see if I can track down Stewart's whereabouts, Benjamin offered, his eyes shining with resolve. It's too dangerous, Carl shook his head. The black market is a treacherous place. It's too risky for you to go alone. I'll go with you to make sure we're safe. All right, but we'll need to disguise ourselves. Can't risk being recognized, Benjamin agreed, fully aware that caution was essential for their mission. The two of them decided to stay in the bar for a while, keeping a close watch on their surroundings. In a dimly lit corner, a burly man was speaking in hushed tones with a frail-looking woman, as if they were sharing a secret. Carl's gaze was drawn to them almost involuntarily, a twinge of unease creeping into his mind. He wondered if this had anything to do with their own plans. What are you looking at? Benjamin noticed Carl's distracted eyes and asked quietly. Those two over there. They don't seem right, Carl replied under his breath. We need to be careful. Someone might be watching us. Following Carl's gaze, Benjamin's brow furrowed slightly. I'll go find out what's going on. He stood up and sauntered over to the pair, pretending he was just ordering a drink. Meanwhile, Carl stayed put, watching anxiously from his seat, silently hoping Benjamin would gather some useful information. A few minutes later, Benjamin returned to Carl's side, his expression grave. They were talking about the Shadow Legion's operations. It sounds like they know we're investigating Stewart, Benjamin murmured. We need to get out of here. We can't stay any longer. Let's go, Carl said decisively, rising from his seat and making a swift beeline for the bar's back door. The two of them carefully avoided the crowd, slipped through the door, and stepped into a shadowy alleyway. Outside, the air was crisp and cool, the night sky glittering with stars as if to watch over their mission. Yet the urgency in their hearts did not ebb. Carl and Benjamin quickened their pace. We have to find Stewart as soon as possible. We can't risk him leaking our plans to the Shadow Legion, Carl said, determination shining in his eyes. I know a place, the entrance to the black market. We might find a lead there, Benjamin replied, leading Carl down a secluded alleyway. After some time walking, they finally arrived at a concealed iron door. A thin, sullen-faced guard stood at the entrance, expressionless. You want to go in? The guard asked coldly, his eyes flicking over the two men. We need to see Stewart, Benjamin answered without hesitation, silently hoping the guard wouldn't probe further. Password. The guard held out his hand, signaling that they needed to provide the passcode. Carl and Benjamin exchanged a tense glance, both realizing they hadn't prepared for this. We're new here. We've heard Stewart's reputation and wanted to meet him. Carl tried to mask his nervousness, a note of earnestness in his voice. The guard's eyes narrowed with suspicion, but after a moment, he shook his head. No password, no entry. Wait, Benjamin interjected suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. I heard Stewart's recruiting new members. That's what we're here for. The guard paused for a moment, seemingly moved by Benjamin's words. After a brief hesitation, he finally nodded. All right, go ahead, but be careful. The iron gate creaked open, and both Carl and Benjamin let out a silent sigh of relief. They quickly slipped through the entrance, stepping into the shadowy world. Below, the air here was thick with a pungent odor, and the walls around them were plastered with all sorts of posters, making the place feel especially grim. We need to find Stewart as soon as possible, Carl whispered, urgency flickering in his eyes. Come on, follow me. Benjamin led Carl down the dim corridor, silently praying that they would find their target without trouble. Just then, a burst of loud voices echoed from up ahead. A heated argument was taking place. Carl and Benjamin exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to creep closer and listen in on what was unfolding inside. "God!" Eric shouted, his voice ringing out through the empty forest, as if calling out to everything lurking in the darkness. Not far away, a figure slowly emerged. It was Carl. There was a hint of indifference on his face, but his eyes gleamed with vigilance. "Eric, what do you want with me?" he asked in a low voice, his tone edged with disdain. Eric drew a deep breath, struggling to suppress the anger and anxiety churning within him. "There's no point dredging up our old grudges, but the threat of the Shadow Legion is now looming over us both. I need your help, Carl." Carl frowned slightly, taken aback by Eric's request. "You want me to join forces with you? To take on the Dark Lord? That sounds utterly absurd." "Absurd?" Eric's voice rose, brimming with frustration. "Don't you see that the Shadow Legion has already started coming after us? Their targets aren't just me. They're after you as well. We have a common enemy." Carl hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "I don't trust you, Eric. You've always been a master of schemes. What's to stop you from betraying me when it matters most?" "I don't have time to argue about this." Eric's tone grew urgent. "If we don't work together, the Dark Lord will show us no mercy. You know as well as I do, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Carl's expression darkened. Though a hint of doubt crept into his heart, he still wasn't ready to let go of the resentment he held. "You're right, the Shadow Legion is a real threat. But I still can't bring myself to trust you. Can our hatred really be erased by a shared enemy?" "Hatred?" There was a trace of bitterness in Eric's voice. "Our hatred was born of misunderstandings, of conflicts in the past. Now, we're both facing a far greater crisis. Are you really willing to just stand by and do nothing?" Carl fell silent, the struggle within him written plainly across his face. At last, he lifted his head, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. "Very well. I'll consider your proposal, but I need a guarantee." "A guarantee?" Eric was taken aback for a moment. "What do you want?" "I want your word that, in the battles ahead, you will not betray me, under any circumstances." Carl's voice was sharp as a blade. "If you dare to turn against me at a critical moment, I won't hesitate to kill you." "You have my word. I won't betray you." Eric nodded emphatically, making a silent vow to himself. "We're both fighting for survival." Just then, a deafening roar split the sky as lightning tore through the heavens, adding a sense of urgency to their conversation. Eric and Carl exchanged a glance. Both understood that time was running short. "We need to make a plan now," Eric said. "The Shadow Legion's attacks will only grow more frequent. We have to find the Dark Lord's lair before they do." Carl nodded, his gaze growing steadily more determined. "I know of a possible location, an old ruin where the Dark Lord may be hiding, but it's heavily guarded. We'll have to be careful." "A ruin?" The word sent a chill through Eric. "That's a dangerous place. We'll need more hands." "I can call on some of my allies," Carl replied, frowning, "but they may not trust you. You'll have to convince them that our alliance serves a common purpose." "I'll do my best," Eric answered, already calculating his next moves in his mind. The two men began to work out the details of their plan as night deepened around them, the air thick with tension. Though their relationship remained fraught, the threat of a shared enemy forced them to set aside their differences and cooperate. "We must leave before dawn," Carl said. "Time is against us. The Shadow Legion could strike at any moment." "I'll be ready," Eric replied, a flicker of hope sparking within him. As their plan gradually took shape, the tension between them eased. Old grudges seemed trivial compared to the challenge ahead. The road was uncertain, but in this moment, both men understood that only unity could overcome the forces of darkness. Night pressed close, the moonlight filtering through the treetops in broken, silvery patterns. Eric stood before an ancient stone wall, plotting the schemes about to unfold. His kingdom was under threat from the Dark Lord, and he knew that only by joining forces with Benjamin and Carl could he change the tides. Just then, Benjamin approached, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Eric, what are you doing here?" Benjamin asked, his gaze piercing the moonlight as if he could see straight into Eric's thoughts. "I'm thinking about our plan," Eric replied, his voice low and resolute. "The Dark Lord has already set his claws upon my kingdom. I can't just stand by and do nothing any longer." Benjamin nodded, his expression growing grave. "You're right. We have to act. But I'm worried about Carl. He doesn't seem eager for this fight." "Carl hesitates because he fears the Dark Lord's power," Eric analyzed calmly. "But we can't let fear dictate our decisions. He needs to understand. This is a battle that concerns all of us." Just then, Carl emerged from the depths of the forest, his face somber. His arrival broke the tension that had been building between the other two. "What are you talking about?" Carl asked, a trace of unease in his voice. "We're discussing how to defeat the Dark Lord," Eric answered bluntly, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Carl. Your strength is the key to our victory. Carl's brow furrowed, clearly unconvinced. I don't think we have the power to challenge him. His magic and his army are beyond anything we can imagine. But we can't just sit and wait. Eric's voice rose, his anger and anxiety mingling. If we don't act, the Dark Lord will devour everything. Our homes, our people, even our future. You're right, Eric, Benjamin interjected, but we need a solid plan. If we rush in recklessly, we'll pay a terrible price. Carl sighed, as if weighing something in his mind. If we're going to take on the Dark Lord, first we need to uncover his weakness. We have to find the secret of the ancient ruins. It might be our only hope. The ancient ruins? Hope flickered in Eric's eyes. You mean that legendary site? It said there's a great power hidden there. Exactly, Carl nodded. But the place is heavily guarded by the Dark Lord's minions. We'll have to be cautious. Then let's make a plan, Eric said, his tone firm. We'll split up, gather information, and look for a way into the ruins. I can handle reconnaissance, Benjamin offered. I'll sneak into the Dark Lord's territory and watch his movements. And I can start gathering brave warriors, ready to move at a moment's notice, Carl added. Though his voice still carried a hint of hesitation, there was a glint of resolve in his eyes. Very well, Eric said with satisfaction, nodding his approval. We set out tomorrow. Let's try to uncover the secret of the ruins before the Dark Lord does. Above them, the stars flickered faintly in the night sky, as if cheering on their resolve. The three exchanged silent glances, each, knowing in their hearts that the road ahead would be fraught with danger. Yet, for the sake of their kingdom, they had to stand together. At dawn the next morning, sunlight streamed through the morning mist and spread across the land. Eric, Carl, and Benjamin readied themselves for the journey. Walking side by side, their hearts were filled with hope for the future, mingled with a trace of unease. We must remain vigilant, Eric reminded them. The Dark Lord will not let us slip away so easily. I'll go ahead and scout the path, Benjamin said with confidence. If I can catch any sign of his movements, we'll gain precious time. I'll bring my warriors and stand ready to support you both at any moment. Though Carl's voice was calm, the tension beneath was unmistakable. They moved carefully through the forest, evading the Dark Lord's patrols. As time passed, the bond between them grew stronger, and trust deepened with every step. At last, they arrived at the legendary ancient ruins. The place was shrouded in mystery. Fallen stone pillars and tangled vines whispered tales of past glory and sorrow. We need to be cautious, Eric murmured, his voice low. The Dark Lord's minions may already be lying in wait. Benjamin nodded slightly, his eyes scanning their surroundings, ready for anything. Carl gripped his weapon tightly, silently praying for their safety. Just as they prepared to venture deeper into the ruins, a sudden chill swept through the air, and the atmosphere grew taut with tension. Someone's coming, Benjamin warned, urgency sharp in his voice. Sure enough, several of the Dark Lord's followers emerged from the shadows. Their faces were twisted with malice, weapons gleaming as they advanced. How dare you trespass here? One of them sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. You're hopelessly outmatched. We will not back down. Eric roared, courage surging within him. For our kingdom, we will fight to the very end. Battle erupted in an instant. The clash of blades rang through the air as Eric and Benjamin fought side by side, while Carl defended their rear with all his might. Hurry, find the secret of the ruins, Eric shouted in the midst of battle, urgency pounding in his chest. I'll do my best, Carl replied, searching desperately for any hidden clues. As the battle raged on, Eric swung his blade in a powerful arc, felling the enemy before him. In that moment, a spark of hope ignited in his heart. He understood that only by defeating the foes in his path could he find a chance to save the kingdom. Don't give up, Benjamin shouted, his voice ringing out to rally his comrades. They all knew, deep down, that only by standing together could they break free from the shackles of darkness. With the enemy numbers dwindling, Eric, Carl, and Benjamin finally reached the heart of the ancient ruins. There, they discovered an old stone monument, softly glowing and etched with mysterious runes. This is the secret we've been searching for, Carl exclaimed, his eyes shining with hope. Quick, decipher it, Eric urged, anticipation surging within him for what the future might hold. Eric sat down on a massive boulder, poring over a handful of yellowed blueprints from magical weapons. His thoughts churned beneath the surface. He knew these weapons were the key to the Shadow Legion, and he had to harness their power before the Dark Lord Carl did. Eric, what are you doing here? A clear, gentle voice broke through his thoughts. It was his friend Lilia, a worried expression on her face. Lilia, Eric replied, trying to sound composed, I'm studying something important. You shouldn't be here. I know you're hiding something, Lilia said, her gaze unwavering. I can sense an uneasy presence. The Shadow Legion is becoming more active. Is Carl their target? Eric tensed. Lilia's intuition was as sharp as ever. Yes, he finally admitted. They've obtained the blueprints for ancient magical weapons from these ruins. These weapons could stand against Carl, but first I need to understand their magical barriers. Lilia frowned. What are you planning? Are you going to face the Shadow Legion alone? I have no choice. Eric's voice was low but resolute. If I don't act, Carl will destroy our world completely. You're taking too big a risk, Lilia exclaimed anxiously. The Shadow Legion isn't just any enemy. They have powerful sorcerers and countless followers. Going alone is just walking into a trap. Eric drew a deep breath, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I know, but I have to fight for our future. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Lilia's expression softened. I understand your resolve, but please listen to my advice. We can unite with others, gather our strength to stand against the Shadow Legion. We don't have to fight this battle alone. Join forces with others? Eric let out a cold laugh. Do you really think those selfish people would be willing to fight for us? They only care about their own interests. But we have to try. Lilia's voice grew passionate. We can't let hatred and despair consume us. Unity is our only way out. Eric lowered his head, pondering Lilia's words. Though he was reluctant to admit it, she had spoken the truth. He could not stand alone against the entire Shadow Legion. All right, he finally nodded. We'll go seek out the others. But I want you to understand, my main goal is to learn the secret of those weapon barriers as soon as possible. I can't give Carl a chance to strike back. A faint smile of relief appeared on Lilia's face. I'll support your decision, but please, be careful. We need your wisdom and your strength. Just then, a low, ominous murmur drifted from the distance. Eric and Lilia exchanged a glance, a wave of unease rising in both their hearts. They found us. Eric sprang to his feet, grabbing Lilia's hand. Quick, we need to get out of here. They dashed toward the far side of the ruins, the sound of footsteps behind them growing closer and closer. Anxiety gnawed at Eric. Shadow Legion pursuers were arriving even faster than he had feared. They're after us. Lilia's voice trembled with fear. What should we do? I have an idea. Eric came to a halt and swiftly traced a magic circle on the ground, a faint glow flickering in his hand. Drawing a deep breath, he began to chant an incantation. Lilia glanced around nervously, whispering a silent prayer, hoping with all her heart that Eric would succeed. As the spell concluded, the magic circle burst forth in a brilliant light, instantly enveloping them in a shimmering protective barrier. Now, Eric pulled Lilia into the heart of the barrier, their forms growing hazy in the blinding radiance until, at last, they vanished from the pursuer's sight. Moments later, the light faded. Eric and Lilia found themselves standing in a dense forest, surrounded by a silence so deep it seemed to press in on them. Are we safe? Lilia's voice shook, her heart still pounding in her chest. For now, but we can't pause here. Eric's expression turned grave. We have to find other allies as quickly as possible if we want to stand a chance against the Shadow Legion. You're right, Lilia nodded, her eyes shining with determination. We can't let Carl, and the darkness of the Shadow Legion, shroud our future. They began moving through the forest, Eric pausing now and then to listen intently for any sign of pursuit. He knew time was not on their side. The Shadow Legion could catch up with them at any moment. Eric, Lilia suddenly halted, her eyes fixed ahead. Did you hear that? Eric strained to listen, and sure enough, the low murmur of conversation drifted from nearby. Instantly, they ducked behind a large tree, hearts pounding with anxiety. Those traitors dare to meddle with our plans, came a dark, sinister voice. Once we find them, I'll make sure they pay dearly for it. Yes, especially that Eric, another voice replied coldly. He's our greatest threat. A chill ran down Eric's spine. The Shadow Legion's pursuers had caught their trail. He turned to Lilia and whispered urgently. We have to find a way to lead them away. Lilia nodded, her eyes alight with determination. I have an idea. We can use the layout of the forest to our advantage. Tell me, quickly. Eric pressed, tension in his voice. We can make some noise to draw their attention, then slip away while they're distracted. Lilia's mind raced, her eyes glinting with clever resolve. Brilliant, Eric agreed. We can use branches and stones to create a diversion. Moving swiftly, Eric snapped a sturdy branch, while Lilia searched for suitable stones nearby. Working in perfect harmony, they set about making a series of noises, the sounds echoing through the trees. Now go, Eric urged in a low voice, grabbing Lilia's hand as they dashed off in the opposite direction. As they fled, the furious shouts of their pursuers rang out behind them. They're here. After them. Eric and Lilia ran desperately, fear and uncertainty gripping their hearts. The shadows of the forest stretched behind them, closing in like the claws of darkness, ready to swallow them whole. In the heart of the ruins, Eric stood tall, his face contorted with anger, a volcano ready to erupt. His hand clutched the hilt of his sword, his gaze burning as he stared straight ahead. "How could you do this?" Eric's voice shattered the silence of the night, cutting through the stillness like a blade. His outrage was not just directed at the thieves, but at the Shadow Legion as a whole. "Eric, calm down." Melissa, his loyal companion, tried to soothe him, concern shining in her eyes. "We need a plan, not an outburst." "Calm down," Eric roared, his jaw clenched tight with fury. "These ancient ruins are the pride of my kingdom, and they've been stolen by those despicable thieves. I won't let them get away with this." "You're right, but we have to handle this rationally." Melissa let out a sigh, trying to soothe Eric with a gentle tone. "The Shadow Legion is not to be underestimated. They won't give up these ruins so easily." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the distance, and the Dark Lord's figure emerged, approaching slowly. A sinister smile played across his lips, as if everything was unfolding according to his plan. "Eric, just as I expected, anger is your greatest weakness." The Dark Lord's voice was low and magnetic, resonating with authority. "Did you really think you could stand alone against me and my legion? You fiend." Eric's rage erupted in an instant. He pointed at the Dark Lord, looking as though he could tear him apart. "You dare to covet my kingdom? I will never let you succeed." "Kingdom?" The Dark Lord sneered, barely containing his contempt. "To me, your kingdom is nothing but a trifling speck. The power of the Shadow Legion will soon envelop the entire continent. And you are merely a minor obstacle in my path. What is it you want?" Melissa interjected, her voice unwavering as she cut through the tension. "If you've come for these ruins, I'll tell you now, they will never fall into your hands." "How amusing." The Dark Lord's laughter rang out into the night, echoing through the darkness. "Do you really think your meager strength can stop me? I already possess the secrets of these ruins. Their power is now mine." A fire of determination ignited in Eric's heart. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes resolute. "Whatever power you believe you possess, I will make you pay for it." "How hopelessly naive," the Dark Lord said with a cold smile, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "If you insist on standing in my way, so be it." Before the last word had faded, the Dark Lord's form blurred, dissolving into a swirling cloud of shadow that lunged straight at Eric. Eric reacted instantly, swinging his sword in a brilliant arc that sliced through the darkness. "Eric, watch out!" Melissa cried out, desperate to warn him of the danger swirling around them. Yet the Dark Lord's assault moved with uncanny swiftness, his shadowy form slipping past every strike. Eric's sword flashed bright even in the gloom, but it could never quite reach its mark. The Dark Lord's laughter slithered through the air, chilling and spectral, echoing in Eric's ears. "Did you think this sword alone could defeat me? You're nothing but a foolish prince." The Dark Lord's words curled around Eric like a curse, sowing seeds of doubt in his heart. "I will not back down." Eric roared, the fire in his heart pushing him onward. His sword sliced through the air, aiming straight for the Dark Lord. "Foolish." The Dark Lord's sneer grew colder. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the darkness around them thickened and coiled, forming a massive shadow that surged forward, bearing down on Eric. "Melissa, watch out!" Eric shouted, trying to pull Melissa behind him. But Melissa had already unleashed her magic, dazzling light flickering in her hands. "Shield of light," she murmured, casting the incantation. In an instant, radiant energy enveloped them, keeping the darkness at bay. "Curses!" The Dark Lord's expression shifted. Clearly, he hadn't expected Melissa to conjure such powerful magic at this critical moment. "Eric, now's our chance." Melissa's voice rang out, steady and resolute. "We have to face him together." "Right," Eric replied, his spirit ignited by determination. He knew that only by uniting their strength could they hope to defeat this formidable foe. With perfect coordination, Eric's sword and Melissa's magic intertwined, weaving together a powerful assault that surged straight toward the Dark Lord. "You little heroes dare challenge me," the Dark Lord roared, his anger setting the surrounding shadows ablaze, transforming them into a raging storm that lunged at Eric and Melissa. "We will never back down," Eric bellowed, his sword erupting with brilliant light, as if it could cleave the darkness itself. At that critical instant, Melissa's magic burst forth in a blaze of brilliance, dissolving the oncoming shadows in a heartbeat. Seizing the opening, Eric thrust his sword forward with all his might. The blade arced like a streak of lightning, aiming straight for the Dark Lord's heart. "You fools, you're far too naive." The Dark Lord's face twisted with fear, but it was too late. The sword's radiance pierced his body, shredding the darkness within. A terrible scream tore from the Dark Lord's lips as his form collapsed, dissolving into a swirling mist that faded into the night air. Did it really do it? Melissa stared in disbelief at the scene before her, unable to accept what had just happened. Eric stood at the edge of a shadowy forest, his eyes fixed on the silhouettes of distant trees, his heart surging with uncertainty. He knew that tonight would decide their fate. Benjamin, Carl, are you ready? Eric's voice rang clear in the silent night. We're ready. Benjamin nodded, his gaze unwavering. He was tall, with a stubborn set to his jaw, and it was obvious he was prepared for the challenge ahead. Carl, on the other hand, looked nervous. His fingers fidgeted restlessly on the hilt of his sword, as if trying to muster his courage. Eric, is this plan really safe? The Dark Lord isn't someone to take lightly. Eric turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, but his tone gentle. Carl, I understand your concern, but we have no other choice. The Dark Lord's power is growing with every passing day. If we don't act, he'll destroy everything we hold dear. I understand. Carl took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself. But we must make sure we have enough strength to stand against him. Strength isn't the only thing that matters. Wisdom is the key. Benjamin interjected, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. We need to set a trap, lure the Dark Lord into walking right into it. You're right. Eric nodded, a hint of admiration appearing on his face. Our plan is to use his arrogance against him. The Dark Lord believes he's invincible, and that will be his fatal flaw. I want to know, what are the details of this plan? Carl frowned, unease tightening his voice. We'll pretend to have forged a powerful magical weapon to attract his attention, Eric said quietly, his tone mysterious and compelling. When he arrives, we'll be lying in wait, ready to strike. That sounds like a solid plan, but it's also extremely risky. Carl's brow furrowed even deeper. If he realizes we're deceiving him, the consequences could be disastrous. That's why we have to be cautious. Benjamin's voice grew serious. We can't give him the slightest reason to suspect us. And after we take down the Dark Lord, I hope the Continental government will grant us a special medal. Carl suddenly said, a spark of longing in his eyes. A medal. Eric was momentarily taken aback. That's not the purpose of our mission. I know, but it means a great deal to me, Carl said firmly. I want to avenge my family and fight for the peace of this land. Your resolve is admirable, Benjamin said, patting Carl on the shoulder. But first, we have to finish the task at hand. Night deepened around them. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their trust and camaraderie growing even stronger in this moment. As time passed, Eric felt a mounting sense of urgency. He knew the Dark Lord could arrive at any moment. We move now, Eric said softly, his gaze sharp and resolute. Remember, stay alert. The group slipped swiftly into the depths of the forest, following the planned route with utmost caution. Every step felt like treading on a blade's edge, the air thick with tension. Did you hear that? Carl suddenly halted, his ears twitching ever so slightly. Hear what? Benjamin asked, his brow furrowing. It sounds like something's coming closer, Carl replied, his voice low and urgent. Eric raised his hand, signaling everyone to stay silent. Sure enough, a faint rustling drifted from the distance, as if something was brushing through the leaves. He's here. Benjamin's face turned grave in an instant. The group quickly ducked behind the trees, holding their breath as they anxiously awaited the arrival of the Dark Lord. The footsteps grew nearer and nearer, until at last, the Dark Lord's figure emerged before their eyes. He was tall and menacing, shrouded in a black cloak, exuding an aura so oppressive it felt hard to breathe. Foolish humans, how dare you interfere with my plans? The Dark Lord's voice was deep and cold, as though it echoed from the depths of the underworld itself. Now, Eric whispered urgently. In a flash, the group burst from their hiding place, charging straight at the Dark Lord. You really think you can defeat me? The Dark Lord sneered, his lips curling in a chilling smile. With a sweep of his hand, he unleashed a surge of dark magic. A biting chill filled the air in an instant, forcing the group to fall back, their faces etched with fear. Carl, use your sword now, Benjamin shouted, his voice tight with desperation. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Carl felt a surge of fearless resolve rise within him. He rushed at the Dark Lord, his blade gleaming as he thrust it forward. In that moment, an extraordinary power coursed through him. Foolish child, the Dark Lord roared, desperately trying to shield himself with magic, but Carl's sword had already pierced his shoulder. A cry of agony tore from the Dark Lord, his pain echoing through the night. Shadows writhed around him, clashing furiously with the light from Carl's blade. Keep attacking, Eric called out, his eyes shining with fierce determination. United in purpose, the group pressed their assault on the Dark Lord. Though their strength was no match for his, the force of their unity lit a fire of courage in their hearts. "You miserable mortals! How dare you defy me?" The Dark Lord's roar shook the forest, trees snapping and crashing to the ground under his fury. "For our home," Benjamin shouted, swinging his weapon with unwavering resolve and driving the Dark Lord back. "For our future," Carl joined in, the flames of bravery blazing within him. With their combined efforts, the Dark Lord began to falter. His dark magic waned, and a tumult of rage and fear flickered across his face. "You will never prevail," the Dark Lord snarled, every word seething with venom as he summoned the last of his strength. "We have nowhere left to run," Eric said calmly, his gaze unwavering. "It ends here today." At that crucial moment, the Dark Lord unleashed a final, desperate assault. A torrent of dark energy swept toward the group. "Quick, shield yourselves," Benjamin cried, raising his weapon to block the attack. Carl was struck by the powerful shockwave, sent sprawling to the ground. He clutched his chest, racked with pain. "Carl!" Eric's heart lurched as he rushed to his fallen friend. "I'm fine, keep fighting." Carl gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. With everyone's combined efforts, the Dark Lord was finally defeated. He collapsed to the ground, the pride and cunning on his face slowly fading away. "We did it!" Benjamin shouted with excitement, an overwhelming joy surging in his heart. "But we can't let our guard down," Eric cautioned, his gaze still sharp and alert. "We have to make sure he won't rise again." Carefully, the group secured the Dark Lord's body, then began to cast a sealing spell. As their incantations filled the air, the Dark Lord's form was gradually bound, until at last, he vanished completely into the night. Lena and Ron sat at opposite ends of a long table, a massive map spread out between them, marking all the key locations. Outside, heavy clouds gathered in the sky, hinting at the coming storm. "We can't afford to wait any longer, Ron." Lena's voice was low and resolute, her eyes glinting with unease. "The Shadow Society's influence is spreading fast, and their intentions are becoming ever more obvious." Ron frowned slightly, his fingers tapping the table in a steady rhythm. "I understand, but we need more evidence to convince the Guardian Alliance. Our instincts alone won't sway those stubborn elders." "Do you really think they'll wait for us to find proof?" Lena's tone grew heated, her cheeks flushing with frustration. "Every single day, the Shadow Society is scheming anew. They've already planted far too many spies among us." "Lena, calm down." Ron's voice softened, knowing how easily Lena's emotions could be stirred. "We have to approach this with a clear mind. Letting our feelings take over will only cloud our judgment." "Clear mind? Who do you think still cares about rationality in this game?" Lena stood abruptly, planting her hands on the table and leaning toward Ron. "The Shadow Society is ready to destroy everything we have, even the trust between us." A flicker of hesitation crossed Ron's eyes, but he stood to meet Lena's gaze, his voice steady and firm. "We are special envoys of the Guardian Alliance, entrusted with the task of fostering understanding. We have to stay calm, or we'll be powerless against the Shadow Society's threat." Lena took a deep breath, struggling to steady herself. "I know, but I can't just stand by and watch our comrades be devoured by the Shadow Society. We have to act." At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open and a burly man strode in. He was Elvin, a senior advisor to the Guardians Alliance. Deep lines marked his face, but his eyes were keen and piercing. "I overheard your conversation," he said, his gaze sweeping the room. "It seems you've come to a new understanding of the Shadow Society's threat." "Elvin." Ron gave a slight nod, gesturing for him to take a seat. "We're discussing how best to respond to the Shadow Society's growing influence. Your concerns are far from unfounded." Elvin's tone grew grave as he sat down. "Recent intelligence suggests the Shadow Society is secretly recruiting new members. Their plans are even more intricate than we imagined." Lena's heart tightened with worry. "How should we respond?" she asked. "Are we supposed to just sit here and wait for disaster?" Elvin's gaze was sharp as a hawk's. He spoke slowly, each word deliberate. "We need to identify their core members and expose their schemes. Only then can we strike a blow to their morale." "But we don't have enough information," Ron replied, shaking his head and looking at Elvin with concern. "If we act rashly, we risk exposing ourselves, and the consequences could be catastrophic. We can make use of Lena's unique strengths." Elvin suddenly turned to Lena, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. "She's had close contact with the Shadow Society. That could give us a way in." "Me? You mean you want me to infiltrate the Shadow Society?" Lena was taken aback, anxiety rising within her. "That's far too dangerous. They'll see right through me. This is our only chance." Elvin's tone was resolute, leaving little room for refusal. You have the skills, and you understand how the Shadow Society operates. We need you for this. I can't take that kind of risk. Lena's voice faded to a whisper, her heart torn with inner conflict. If I'm discovered, it could bring irreparable harm to the Guardian Alliance. You're our only hope, Lena. Ron spoke up now, his tone gentle and sincere. We all believe in you. You're not in this alone. We'll give you our full support. A surge of warmth filled Lena's chest, but it was quickly swallowed by a deeper fear. She took a deep breath, struggling to steady herself. If I do agree to this, I'll need your complete backing. My safety must be guaranteed. Of course. Elvin nodded, a trace of a reassuring smile on his face. We'll provide you with every resource and all the intelligence you need. I'll need time to prepare, Lena said at last, her voice steady and her eyes burning with resolve. I'll come up with a plan to ensure I can infiltrate the Shadow Society smoothly. At his side, the young disciple Emily anxiously fumbled with the scrolls in her hands. Carl, do you really think the Shadow Guild will find those relics? Emily's voice trembled with unease. They've been searching all along. Carl's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through the darkness outside the window. We must ensure that the secrets of those relics are never revealed. But the secret of their location, even I don't know it, Emily murmured, lowering her head, her voice barely audible. You need to know. Carl's tone was resolute, leaving no room for compromise. You are my most trusted disciple, the future guardian. You must learn to shoulder this responsibility. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A burly man burst in, his face filled with worry. Carl, the Shadow Guild scouts are closing in. We must act immediately. Andre, what are you doing here? Carl frowned, a hint of displeasure in his tone. I was patrolling outside the city and saw them gathering, Andre replied, breathless and clearly agitated. We can't wait any longer. Calm down, Carl bellowed, his voice reverberating through the empty hall. We need a well-crafted plan, not a reckless escape. Emily glanced nervously at Andre, her mind swirling with questions. Why is the Shadow Guild tracking us? What exactly do they want? They seek power, Andre said, his voice low and forceful. Those relics can grant them unimaginable strength, enough to overturn the balance of the entire continent. But we can't let them succeed. Determination sparkled in Emily's eyes. We must protect the relics. Carl nodded, heartened by Emily's resolve. Very well, we'll need to split up. Andre, go outside the city and track the Shadow Guild's movements. Do whatever you can to delay their advance. I understand. Andre nodded and turned to leave. Emily, come with me. Carl rose to his feet and led Emily toward a concealed door. Behind it, a narrow staircase spiraled down into the basement. What is this place? Emily asked, her voice a mixture of curiosity and tension. This is where we keep the relics, Carl replied in a hushed tone, a trace of reverence in his eyes. Remember, only members of our brotherhood are permitted to enter. As they descended, the staircase grew darker, the walls inscribed with ancient runes. At last, they reached a spacious underground chamber, lined with mysterious artifacts on every side. In the center stood a stone chest, bound tightly with heavy iron chains. Emily's breathing quickened. This is the core secret of our brotherhood. Carl walked slowly toward the stone chest, his fingers gently tracing its surface. Inside lies power and secrets beyond counting, to be used only in times of dire crisis. We can't let the Shadow Society discover this place, Emily declared, her tone resolute. We must be twice as careful. That's right. Carl nodded, his eyes deep in thought. But I have an even greater concern. There may be secrets within the Shadow Society itself that we know nothing about. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. Suddenly, the door burst open and Andre stormed in, breathless. Carl, it's bad. The Shadow Society has found our trail. They're closing in on us. We're out of time. Carl's voice sharpened instantly. All business. Quick, prepare to defend ourselves. Emily's heart clenched as the atmosphere grew ever more tense. She turned to Carl, anxiety flickering in her eyes. If they really break in, how can we protect the relic? We'll fight, Carl said firmly. We cannot let them lay a finger on anything here. Andre's fists tightened, his eyes blazing with anger. We'll make the Shadow Society understand that the Guardian's Brotherhood is not to be trifled with. As the footsteps drew nearer, Carl and Emily quickly readied themselves, bracing for the conflict that was about to erupt. The air was thick with tension, as if even time itself had frozen in place. I'll hold them off in front. The two of you escaped through the back, Carl said suddenly, his gaze fierce with determination. Carl, you can't. Emily cried out, panic rising in her chest. We can't leave you behind. This is my duty. Carl's voice was low and unwavering. You are the hope for the future. I have to see you to safety. Andre spoke up as well. We won't leave you, Carl. We're brotherhood. We live and die together. There's no time to argue. Carl's voice boomed like thunder, silencing them both. Listen to me, Emily. Take the relic and go. Find the other guardians. Andre, protect her. We'll never abandon you. Tears welled in Emily's eyes, her heart aching with unwillingness. That's an order. Carl's voice was cold as iron, brooking no resistance. Now go. At that moment, members of the Shadow Society burst into the basement, their black cloaks shimmering in the candlelight like a storm cloud descending upon them. Without hesitation, Carl charged forward to meet the oncoming enemy. You will never get your hands on these relics. Carl roared, swinging his weapon with a thunderous cry that echoed through the chamber. Foolish guardian, sneered a gaunt member of the Shadow Council as he stepped forward. Do you really think you alone can stop us? Why don't you try and see? Carl answered without fear, meeting his enemy head-on, his spirit blazing with determination. Emily and Andre watched anxiously from the sidelines, their hearts filled with dread and unease. They knew that this battle was not just a matter of their own lives. It was about the future of the entire Brotherhood. As the fight broke out, the clash of steel rang out in the basement, sparks flying, the air thick with the scent of blood. Carl fought back with all his strength, silently repeating the Guardian's oath to himself. I will never let you succeed, he shouted, a surge of fearless energy rising within him. Emily clenched her fists, overcome by a wave of powerful emotion. She understood that Carl was making this stand to protect them. She could not let his sacrifice be in vain. Eric, do you truly not know? At last, Carl couldn't contain himself and broke the silence, his voice edged with urgency. I don't know what you're talking about, Carl, Eric replied, lifting his head, confusion flickering in his eyes. It's about the true purpose behind our ancestors founding the Guardian Alliance. Carl's voice grew louder, his tone even more desperate. I've heard rumors. Some people seem to know, but you claim to have no idea. Eric frowned, clearly perplexed by Carl's words. What are you talking about? Who told you this? It was Leah. She found some ancient texts in the Shadow Council's archives, records that mention old grudges between our ancestors and dark forces. Carl lowered his voice, as if afraid someone else might overhear. She said the Guardian Alliance wasn't just formed to fight evil. It was also to protect a secret. A secret. Eric's eyes narrowed with sudden wariness. Are you saying our supposed mission was only a facade all along? I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling things aren't as simple as they seem. Carl's voice steadied, resolute. We have to uncover the truth. Just then, the door to the meeting room swung open and Leah entered, her expression tense. Her arrival drew everyone's attention, and the atmosphere in the room grew instantly heavier. Sorry to interrupt, but I have urgent news, Leah announced, her voice low and hurried. The Shadow Council has been making new moves lately. They seem to be plotting something big. A plot. Eric shot to his feet, his gaze sharp as steel. Do you know what it is? I've heard from my contacts within the Shadow Society that they're searching for an ancient magic, one said to grant its wielder ultimate power, Leah said, her voice tinged with fear. If they succeed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Then we have to act now, Carl replied, urgency sharpening his tone. We can't let them get away with this. But how are we supposed to act? Eric frowned deeply, clearly at a loss. Compared to the Shadow Society, we're still so insignificant. Maybe we can seek help from outsiders. Hope flickered in Leah's eyes. Some of the older Guardians know much about these secrets. Perhaps they can help us. You mean we should go to them? There was a note of hesitation in Carl's voice. But they've long since withdrawn from our affairs. But that's our only choice, Leah insisted, her voice resolute. If we don't move, and the Shadow Society completes their plan, we'll lose everything. Eric drew a deep breath and slowly sat down. All right, let's do it. But we have to tread carefully. The Shadow Society won't let us off easily. At that moment, the lights in the meeting room flickered, and hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Instinctively, everyone turned toward the entrance, tension etched into their faces. What's happening? Eric whispered. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling about this, Leah replied, her voice trembling with anxiety. Just then, the meeting room door burst open. A man dressed head to toe in black stormed in, his face hidden behind a mask, only cold, piercing eyes visible. His presence sent a chill through everyone in the room. The Guardians' Alliance, quite the gathering place, the masked man sneered, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. Unfortunately, your time is running out. Who are you? Eric stood up, striving to keep his composure. I'm from the Shadow Society, the intruder answered icily. I'm here to claim your secrets. What do you want? Carl demanded, clenching his fists in anger. The secrets of your ancestors, the secret of power, the masked man said, advancing slowly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Hand over the secret, and I'll let you live. Eric, do you have any new information about the Shadow Society's movements? Asked Cathier, a member of the Alliance, his brow furrowed in worry about the current crisis. Eric offered a faint, enigmatic smile. The Shadow Society is still moving in the shadows, but I have a plan, a way to test their true intentions. What plan? Cathier asked eagerly, unable to contain her curiosity. I intend to deliberately leak information to their agents, suggesting that the Guardians Alliance and the Shadow Society are actually two sides of the same coin, Eric replied, his voice low and resolute. This way, we can observe their reaction. Perhaps we'll uncover something valuable. Are you sure this won't make them suspicious? Interjected another member, Alvin, his face etched with concern. I'll be careful with my approach, Eric replied, his gaze unwavering, eyes glinting with intelligence. We need to find out where their boundaries truly lie. At that moment, the door to the conference room opened quietly, and a figure stepped in. It was Lena, an agent of the Shadow Society. Cloaked in black, her expression was cold and unyielding, as if ready to confront any challenge. Eric, I hear you talking about me? Lena's voice cut through the air, sharp and chilling, tinged with a hint of disdain. Eric rose to his feet, offering a slight bow and a calm smile. Lena, your timing is perfect. We were just discussing the relationship between the Guardians Alliance and the Shadow Society. Lena arched an eyebrow, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. Are your alliance and our society truly two sides of the same coin? From where I stand, you're simply hoping to use our strength to fend off an even greater threat. That's not necessarily the case, Eric replied, his tone carrying a subtle challenge. But if we are two sides of the same coin, how would you respond to that? A flicker of anger flashed in Lena's eyes, clearly provoked by Eric's words. You want to test us? How naive. The Shadow Society isn't so easily manipulated. I have no intention of playing games, Eric shot back, his gaze sharp as steel. I want to understand your true intentions. If we could work together, perhaps the entire continent would benefit. Lena let out a cold laugh. Cooperation? And in your view, what does that mean? Using us to achieve your own goals. I'm merely presenting a possibility, Eric said, his tone growing firmer. We both know the Shadow Society thrives on secrecy and agility, while the Guardians Alliance stands for justice and order. Combining those strengths, we might achieve something far greater. And you think I'll believe you? Lena's voice dripped with scorn. To me, your alliance is little more than an idealistic group completely blind to the true value of the Shadow Society. But is it possible that your methods are causing you to lose something as well? Eric countered, a trace of defiance in his tone. Your shadowy tactics might bring short-term gains, but in the long run, such methods will only drive away more and more supporters. Lena's expression shifted slightly, as if Eric's words had struck a chord within her. What are you talking about? The Shadow Guild has never been short of supporters. But do you truly understand what's in their hearts? Eric's words were sharp as a blade, cutting straight to Lena's core. The human heart is the hardest thing to grasp. Your methods only breed more fear, not trust. Are you lecturing me? Lena seethed with anger, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. I'm simply stating the truth, Eric replied calmly, refusing to back down. If we could build a relationship based on trust, perhaps the Shadow Guild could have a brighter future on this continent. You're so naive. Lena's voice dropped, a sly edge lurking in her gaze. In this world, trust is the most extravagant luxury. Do you really think I'll just place my faith in your alliance? Trust takes time to build. But if we never try, how will we ever know what's possible? Eric's voice rang out, deep and resolute. Lena fell silent, seeming to turn Eric's words over in her mind. The air was thick with tension. The other alliance members dared not interject, afraid to disrupt the fragile balance. If you want me to believe in your alliance, you'll have to prove your sincerity first, Lena finally said, her tone softening a fraction. If you can show true strength in the coming actions, perhaps I'll consider working with you. That's a start, Eric said with a faint smile, quietly relieved. We'll prove ourselves through our actions. But understand this, betrayal is never tolerated in the Shadow Guild, Lena warned coldly, her eyes glinting with menace. If you ever break our trust, the consequences will be unimaginable. Understand, Eric nodded, turning the warning over in his mind. This is a dangerous game, but one that must be played. When the meeting ended, Eric stepped out of the village. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, bathing him in warmth and brightness. He knew this duel with the Shadow Guild had only just begun, and he would have to tread carefully along this thorn-covered path. Lena, are you really not going to tell me anything about Carl? Eric's voice carried a hint of anxiety, as his fingers drummed lightly on the table, betraying his suppressed urgency. Lena smiled faintly, her lips curving into a playful arc. Eric, information comes at a price. You should know that. Her tone was casual, but beneath it lingered a chill that cut to the bone. This isn't a negotiation, it's a responsibility. Eric raised his voice, clearly struggling to keep his emotions in check. His fist clenched so tightly that the veins stood out, betraying the anger and anxiety raging within him. We are allies. Carl's safety concerns the future of the entire alliance. Allies? Lena gave a contemptuous laugh. In your eyes, Carl is nothing more than a pawn. All you care about is how to make use of him, not whether he's actually safe. As if you're any different. Eric's tone dripped with sarcasm. The Shadow Order never truly cared about Carl. You're just eager to exploit his abilities to achieve your own ends. Lena's eyes turned cold, suddenly sharp as a blade. Our attitude towards Carl is based on our vision for the future. The foolishness of your Guardian's alliance will only drag him down, and probably all of us along with him. Foolishness. Eric shot to his feet, his anger seeming to ignite the air at the far end of the long table. We're trying to protect this world, while you manipulate everything from shadows. Your schemes only serve to complicate things further. Lena also stood, and in that instant, the distance between them seemed to shrink. The air crackled with tension. Her voice dropped, low and tinged with threat. You don't understand. Our position. The Shadow Order has its own mission. Yours is merely to maintain the status quo. History never stands still, and the future belongs to those who can seize true power. Power? You're just chasing the illusion of control. A stubborn fire flickered in Eric's eyes. I'd rather put my faith in cooperation and trust, not in secret plots and backroom deals. Lena's gaze was as cold and cutting as a dagger, striking straight at Eric's heart. Trust? In a world riddled with betrayal and intrigue, you still believe in something so naive? You're too innocent, Eric. Eric took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He knew Lena was not an opponent to be underestimated. I won't give up on Carl's safety. Whatever your plans may be, I will find him. A cold, mocking smile curved Lena's lips once more. You think you can find him? In a situation as tangled as this, only those who can see the entire game board hold the advantage. Your Guardian's alliance is short-sighted. You can't even recognize the real enemy. Enemy? Eric's brow furrowed, as if something had just dawned on him. Are you saying there are other forces moving in the shadows? Lena's expression softened ever so slightly, as if she was satisfied with Eric's reaction. You finally understand, Eric. We are not the only force at play. Here, behind Carl's disappearance, there may be a far greater conspiracy. While your focus is solely on Carl, I'm trying to uncover the deeper truth. What exactly do you know? Eric's voice grew urgent, realizing he might have missed something crucial. I know far more than you imagine. Lena stepped closer, her voice dropping to a hush. But this isn't something I can share lightly. You need to prove your worth if you want access to the knowledge I possess. What do you want me to do? A flicker of hope stirred in Eric's heart, though doubt still outweighed it. First, you need to convince your allies that our cooperation is essential. A sly glint appeared in Lena's eyes. And you must find out where Carl is, and soon. Only then will you earn my trust. Eric nodded slightly, already considering his next move. He knew time was running out, and Carl's safety could not be ignored. Lena's words left him uneasy, but he understood all too well that only by working with her could he hope to gain more information. Very well. I'll act quickly, Eric replied with determination. But I expect you to help me when I need it. Lena's lips curled into a small smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Of course. I'll be there when you need me. But remember, trust goes both ways. Any betrayal will come at a price. The tension between them seemed to ease, but the inner struggle continued unabated. Eric knew Lena was not someone to be trusted easily, and Lena herself was well aware that Eric's resolve would play a part in her own plans. Ron, Lena broke the silence, her voice low and resolute. Why do you question our decision? Ron lifted his head, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he met Lena's eyes. Lena, if we don't inform the Guardian Alliance directly about Carl's predicament, what will they think? This isn't just about Carl's life. It concerns the future of the Shadow Guild as well. Lena sighed softly, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. You know as well as I do, Carl's death would mean losing our priority to explore the ancient ruins. More importantly, the Guardian Alliance would lose trust in us, perhaps even abandon us at a critical moment. But, Ron's voice rose, we're hiding the truth. Is this really right? If Carl knew what we were doing behind his back, how would he feel? He's one of us. We shouldn't just leave him behind. Lena's gaze grew resolute, and her tone grew firmer. We have no choice, Ron. Of course Carl's life matters, but the future of our entire kingdom is at stake. Just imagine the crisis we'd face if the Guardians Alliance withdrew their support from us. Crisis? We're already standing on the edge of one. Ron's voice trembled with emotion. If we lose Carl, how can we face the other members? They'll question our decisions, doubt our leadership. Lena's expression darkened further. She stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out into the pitch-black night as if searching for answers. I understand how you feel, Ron, but sometimes making a hard choice is for the greater good. We can't let our emotions cloud our judgment. Emotions? Lena, this is about more than feelings. It's about responsibility. Ron rose as well and stepped beside her, his voice rising with conviction. As members of the Shadow Council, we are bound to protect each other, not abandon our own in times of crisis. Lena turned to face him, her eyes sharp as blades, fixed on Ron. Do you really believe we can save Carl? His situation is already perilous, and our resources are stretched thin. We simply can't rescue him and protect the kingdom at the same time. You have to understand, some sacrifices are inevitable. Sacrifice? You remind me of those warriors who were cast aside, those who fought for the kingdom, only to be forgotten at the crucial moment. Ron's voice was thick with anger and sorrow. I don't want to become one of them. You're right, Ron. A deep, somber voice broke through their argument. At the doorway stood Elder, the leader of the Shadow Council, his face etched with exhaustion and gravity. All of us are struggling with this decision, but a choice must be made. Elder, Ron stared at him in surprise, tension tightening in his chest. Are you saying you agree with keeping Carl's fate a secret? Elder shook his head gently, his gaze profound and cool. I don't wish to hide the truth, but we must weigh the consequences. Carl's life is precious, but if we lose our alliance with the Guardians, the entire kingdom could be doomed. Is there really no other way? Ron's voice dropped, heavy with despair. Are we truly forced to stand by and watch Carl fall into ruin, choosing to betray him? We could send someone to save him. Lena broke in suddenly, her eyes alight with a glimmer of hope. But we must ensure our plan remains hidden. If we can distract the Guardians Alliance, we might just buy enough time. Elder gave a slight nod, as if weighing the proposal. It's certainly a way forward, but it will require careful planning and flawless execution. We can't let anyone catch wind of our true intentions. I'm willing to go, Ron declared without a moment's hesitation, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. I won't let Carl face danger alone. You need to think this through, Ron. Elder's tone grew grave. This will be an extremely dangerous mission. If you're discovered, you won't just lose your life. You could bring ruin upon the entire Shadow Guild as well. I understand, but I can't just stand by and do nothing. Ron's voice rang with resolve. I'd rather fight for my friends than betray what I believe in. Lena was silent for a moment before finally speaking in a low voice. Very well, I'll support your decision. But we need a thorough plan to make sure you stay safe. Elder nodded, his gaze softening a little. Then let's begin. Time is running out. Carl's life is hanging by a thread. She looked up at the wall, where a few landscape paintings hung, lending the room a rare tranquility. Jason sat by the coffee table, preparing tea with well-practiced, graceful movements, as though performing a quiet ritual. Lena, come, try some of this long jing I just brewed, Jason said with a gentle smile, handing her a cup of clear tea. Thank you. Lena accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. The gentle aroma of the tea blossomed instantly across her tongue. Yet her heart was in turmoil. She wanted to ask Jason about his life on the continent, but felt that such directness might be a little impolite. Jason, I heard your work with the Guardians League has been keeping you busy lately? Lena asked, her tone light, but her words holding a hidden weight. Busy, yes, but I find it fulfilling. Jason's smile widened, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. After all, my position and privileges are a good deal higher than yours in the Shadow Guild. A flash of anger rose in Lena's chest. She fought to keep her composure and maintained a polite smile. You're always so confident. Don't you ever feel even a little pressure? Pressure? Of course, Jason replied, his tone relaxed with just a trace of disdain. But those pressures seem trivial to me. You should know that holding a high position means shouldering more responsibility and challenge. Lena frowned slightly, irritation prickling inside her. Do you think I don't feel pressure in the Shadow Guild? We spend every day negotiating with hostile forces, always facing threats to our lives. I wasn't belittling your work, Jason said with a casual shrug, apparently unfazed by Lena's reaction. You just have to understand, the Shadow Guild and the Guardians League aren't in the same league. Lena felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She knew Jason wasn't deliberately trying to provoke her, but his condescending attitude made her furious. Jason, can't you at least try to see things from my perspective? In the Shadow Society, Every single decision we make could affect the fate of the entire organization. Lena, I understand how you feel, but you can't dismiss other people's efforts just because you're frustrated, Jason replied, his tone becoming stern. Within the Guardians Alliance, we face not only our enemies, but also internal power struggles. It's not as simple as you imagine. Lena's expression changed slightly, a pang of grievance rising in her chest. I've never dismissed your efforts, Jason. I just wish you would respect my choices instead of looking down on me from that pedestal of yours. Respect your choices? If you chose the Shadow Society, then you have to accept the consequences of that choice, Jason said coolly. Are you hoping I'll pity you for it? Lena's anger finally flared. She set her teacup down, causing ripples to shiver across the surface of the table. I don't need your pity. All I want is for you to understand the pressure I'm under. Do you really think life in the Shadow Society is easy? We fight every day just to hold on to our place. But the way you do things always makes people uneasy, Jason replied, his voice growing even more resolute. Sometimes the Shadow Society's methods are just too ruthless. I don't want to see you drawn into that world. You don't understand us at all. Lena shot back, her voice rising. In the Shadow Society, we each fight for what we believe in. We're not just schemers. We're struggling to survive. Jason's brow furrowed, as if he'd begun to realize just how serious the situation was. I'm not trying to attack you, Lena. I just want you to think carefully about the environment you're in. You think I haven't considered that? Lena retorted angrily. Every day I question my choices. I question where I am. But all you do is stand on the sidelines and judge, having no idea how hard this is for me. Jason fell silent for a moment, considering Lena's words. His expression grew complicated, and at last he let out a sigh. I admit, maybe I don't fully understand your situation, but I hope you'll believe me when I say everything I've said is out of concern for you. Concern? Your so-called concern just makes me angrier, Lena replied coldly. If you truly cared about me, you would respect my choices, instead of acting like you're somehow above me. Jason's expression grew serious as he realized his words might have hurt Lena. I'm sorry, Lena, I didn't mean to belittle you. I was just trying to express my concern. Concern? Lena's tone softened a little, though the anger in her heart still lingered. Do you think there's nothing to worry about in the Shadow Guild? We face life and death trials every single day. Yet here you are, speaking from your high pedestal. Jason fell silent, his gaze dropping to the teacup in his hands, as if lost in thought. Lena's mood also began to settle. Although she still felt dissatisfied with Jason's attitude, she realized that perhaps he hadn't meant to hurt her. I know you're a good person, Jason. Lena finally spoke, her voice much gentler now. But I hope you understand, life in the Shadow Guild is far from easy. We're doing our best, too. I'll try to understand you better. Jason nodded, a hint of apology flickering in his eyes. I just hope you'll take care of yourself and not put yourself in unnecessary danger. Lena, why have you come back to the continent so early? Jason's voice broke the silence as he walked over to her, his eyes fixed intently on her face. Lena was caught off guard for a moment. She turned her head, her gaze evasive. I just felt there were some things I had to take care of. Things? Jason frowned, clearly dissatisfied with her vague answer. He knew Lena's personality. She'd always been reluctant to face problems head-on. So he pressed on. Why didn't you stay on the Mystic Isle to continue your training? You know how valuable the resources there are for you. Lena lowered her head, the corners of her lips lifting ever so slightly, but she didn't answer. In her heart, she understood that Jason's concern came from a place of wanting to protect her, but she couldn't bring herself to share the turmoil and unease she felt inside. Lena, Jason's tone became progressively more serious. We're both cultivators. When faced with difficulties, we can't just retreat. Do you understand what I mean? I know, but Lena's voice was barely above a whisper, nearly drowned out by the sound of the waves. She lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. I can't hide away on the Mystic Isle forever. Sooner or later, I have to face my past. Your past. Jason's brows knitted tightly. What do you mean? Lena was silent for a moment, clearly searching for the right words to share her feelings. She knew Jason was smart. He would understand her worries. I can't keep running away. My family hides secrets unknown to others, and I have to uncover the truth. Jason's expression grew even more solemn. He stepped closer to Lena, his gaze deep and unwavering. You know, family secrets often come with responsibility and sacrifice. I have my own secrets too, the legacy left by my ancestors. That's not something I can easily give up. Are you talking about your family? Lena lifted her head, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. You returned to the mainland to deal with family matters? Yes, Jason replied, his voice low and resolute. The secret my family holds is the culmination of my ancestors' lifelong efforts. I can't just hand it over to someone else. Lena felt the weight in Jason's words, and a surge of empathy welled up within her. She let out a soft sigh, realizing that Jason's sense of duty was no different from her own pursuit. Both of them were fighting for the honor of their families. Jason, Lena's voice grew gentle. Would you be willing to share your secret with me? Maybe we could face it together. Jason was silent for a moment, hesitation flickering in his eyes, but in the end, he shook his head. No, Lena, this isn't just my own burden. My family's background is complicated, and I can't drag you into it. A pang of disappointment struck Lena's heart. She wanted to understand Jason more deeply, but he kept her at arm's length. Frustration flared inside her. You're always like this, Jason. Why won't you let me be part of it? Do you think I'm going to hold you back? It's not that, Jason said firmly, his gaze filled with both tenderness and helplessness. I just want to protect you. The world isn't as simple as it seems. There are things far more complicated than you imagine. Protect me? Lena let out a sharp laugh, the fire in her heart burning brighter. I'm not a little girl. I have my own strength. I have the right to choose my own path. Jason's expression shifted. He had never seen Lena this angry. He drew a deep breath, struggling to keep his voice steady. I know you're strong, but that doesn't mean you can bear every burden. Each of us has our own destiny. Destiny? Lena's voice cut like a blade. Are we really supposed to just let fate push us around? I refuse to be passive. I want to take control of my own future. Jason was shaken. He had never expected such a powerful reaction from her. Only now did he realize he might have underestimated Lena's determination and courage. He let down his guard, trying to reach her. Lena, I understand how you feel, but we have to face all of this rationally. Our strength isn't limitless. Rational? Lena clenched her teeth, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. I'd rather take risks than cower in fear. I want to uncover my family's secrets, no matter what it costs. Jason was taken aback by the force of her resolve. He could no longer ignore Lena's intense emotions. The atmosphere between them grew more charged, as if even the air itself had become heavy. All right, Jason finally lowered his head, his voice softening. If this is truly what you want, I won't stand in your way. But remember, Lena, when faced with secrets, we must be prepared, mentally and emotionally. Lena felt a wave of emotion stir within her. Though she still resented Jason's overprotectiveness, she knew he was only concerned for her. She nodded gently. I promise, Jason. Whatever happens, I will face it head-on. Night fell, and the sky was ablaze with stars. Jason stood before the ancient ruins, the breeze whispering around him as if carrying secrets from a distant past. His friend Emily approached, her eyes shining with uncertainty. Jason, do you really believe these ruins can reveal the truth about our history? Emily asked, a trace of unease in her voice. Jason turned to her, his gaze unwavering. Emily, my ancestors devoted decades to studying these ruins. Their work wasn't just aimless effort. It was a quest for the wisdom hidden deep within history. We can't let their dedication be in vain. But some things simply can't be changed, Emily sighed. The truth of history might not be what we want it to be. Have you considered that unearthing these secrets could spark even greater conflict? A faint frown creased Jason's brow, a flicker of frustration crossing his mind. I understand your concerns, but we can't stay silent just because we fear conflict. Ignorance is the greatest enemy. We must have the courage to face the truth. Just then, another friend, Mark, strolled over and interrupted their debate. Hey, what are you two arguing about? Is Jason going on about his ancient ruins theory again? Jason shot Mark a cold look, his irritation barely concealed. This isn't just a theory. It's the fruit of my ancestors' research. Don't you think there's vital historical knowledge hidden behind these ruins? Mark shrugged, clearly unconvinced. I think you're a bit too obsessed. History is history. What's done is done. Spending all this time on research, what's the point? Jason retorted angrily. The point is that we can learn from it. We can connect the wisdom of the ancients to the modern world. Don't you want to know how our ancestors lived? Emily tried to ease the tension, her voice gentle. Maybe we could start with smaller steps, find truths that people can accept, and gradually dig deeper from there. But that's not what I want, Jason said through gritted teeth. I want the whole truth, not just something that caters to what others want to hear. Mark shook his head, his tone dripping with disdain. You're far too idealistic, Jason. The truth is often painful, and you're chasing a goal you may never reach. Jason's face darkened, fury burning in his eyes as he pointed toward the ruins. These stones, these symbols, they're living witnesses of history. If we don't explore their meaning, we'll remain trapped in ignorance forever. You're right, but that doesn't mean we can change anything. Mark's voice was cold and detached. Have you considered that uncovering the truth might hurt people? Some truths from the past are meant to stay buried. Jason shot back, brimming with anger. Are you defending ignorance? We can't stay silent just because we're afraid of conflict. The truth of history must come to light. Seeing their argument intensify, Emily quickly stepped in. All right, Jason, we all know how passionate you are about this. But have you thought about starting small and working your way in step by step? Jason took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. I know, but I hope we can work together to uncover the deeper secrets. Let's start here and gradually lift the veil. Mark let out a derisive laugh. Do you think this is some kind of game? Every step could bring consequences we can't foresee. Jason glared at Mark, his voice low but full of resolve. I'd rather risk everything to seek the truth than live in willful ignorance. Emily shook her head helplessly, trying to ease the tension. All right, since you're so determined, Jason, let's start here. Just remember, the search for truth might lead us somewhere we never expected. Jason nodded, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. I'll be careful, but I will never give up. We have to uncover the secrets of these ruins. As night deepened around them, the four of them sat together in the heart of the ruins. Jason began to recount how his ancestors once conducted research here. His voice grew passionate, as if those ancient stories were coming to life before their eyes. My ancestors discovered that these ruins were more than just stones and symbols. There are profound philosophies and wisdom hidden within. Each symbol represents a thought, a belief. Jason's voice trembled with excitement. If we can decipher them, we'll understand how the ancients lived and what they believed. But that takes time and patience, Emily interjected. We can't rush this. We have to be careful. Jason nodded, his gaze resolute. I understand, but I hope you realize this isn't just my dream. It's a responsibility we all share. At that moment, a deep, distant sound echoed through the air, as if responding to Jason's declaration. The four of them exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with confusion and apprehension. Did you hear that? Emily's voice trembled slightly. I did. Jason's expression turned serious. We have to check it out. They slowly moved in the direction of the sound, a mixture of tension and anticipation building within them. Jason's heart raced, his mind awash with images of ancient wisdom and possibility. He knew that this moment could change their fate forever. As they drew closer, they discovered that the sound was coming from a massive stone tablet, covered in ancient symbols that glowed with a mysterious light. Excitement surged through Jason. He sensed this might be the answer they'd been searching for. This is it. This is what we've been looking for, Jason exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. We have to decipher these symbols. But these markings seem so complicated. Where do we even start? Emily's voice quivered with a hint of anxiety. Jason took a deep breath, steadying himself. Let's begin with the simpler ones and work our way deeper, step by step. Just as they were about to start deciphering, the stone tablet suddenly burst forth with a blinding light. The brilliance was overwhelming, and in an instant, all four of them lost consciousness. When they came to, they found themselves in a completely different place, surrounded by ancient ruins, as if they had traveled back in time. Jason stood at the center of a laboratory, the air thick with the presence of magic. Ancient scrolls lined the walls, and shelves were stacked neatly with all manner of magical tomes. Flickering runes cast mysterious shadows under the dim light. Jason's face glowed with excitement, his eyes shining with resolve. We've finally done it, Jason cried out, his voice echoing across the empty lab. He clutched a pristine magic scroll tightly, as though it were the key to his future. Are you really sure about this, Jason? Emily walked over, her brow furrowed and a hint of worry in her eyes. The secret of this magical source isn't something easily unraveled. What if something goes wrong? Goes wrong? Jason cut her off, his gaze unwavering. We've sacrificed too much to back down now. This is the dream of our ancestors, and I have a duty to contribute to our era. But Jason, Emily's voice dropped to a somber tone. You know how the dissenters see us. They think this is a reckless venture, and if we fail, the consequences could be disastrous. I don't care what they think, Jason shot back, his voice rising dramatically with anger. His fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. We have the power to change all of this. Why should we let fear shackle us and hold us back? Just then, the doors to the laboratory swung open and a burly man stepped inside. It was Jason's mentor, Malcolm. Weariness traced his face, but concern shone in his eyes. Jason, Emily, I heard your argument, Malcolm said, his voice deep and commanding. I understand your passion, Jason, but we must proceed with caution. The power of the magical source is immense. A single misstep could unleash consequences we cannot reverse. But Malcolm, Jason protested, frustration thick in his tone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we succeed, We could achieve true knowledge sharing. Everyone could benefit. Knowledge sharing. Malcolm's expression grew even graver. Do you honestly believe humanity is ready to bear such power? How many disasters throughout history have been sparked by greed and ignorance? I refuse to believe humanity is doomed to self-destruction. Jason exclaimed, his eyes blazing with determination. We have the ability to change, to explore the unknown. Why shouldn't we at least try? Because you could lose everything. Malcolm's voice thundered suddenly, reverberating through the lab. Emily flinched at the outburst, clutching the scroll in her hands even tighter. Are you threatening me? Jason demanded, his face twisting with anger. All I want is to chase my dream, and yet you want to make me stop. I'm trying to protect you, Jason, Malcolm replied, his tone softening but still resolute. Dreams are not meant to be pursued blindly. They need to be guided by reason and wisdom. You have to consider the consequences. I don't need your protection. Jason shot back, his voice brimming with defiance. I will keep going, even if I have to do it alone. Do you really think fighting this battle alone will solve anything? Emily interjected, anxiety lacing her words. Jason, listen to me. We can find a compromise. Maybe we can start with small-scale experiments, take it step by step. And what's the point of that? Jason sneered, a cold smile on his lips. You're just stalling for time, afraid to face the real challenge. I'm not afraid. I'm being rational. Emily's voice sharpened. We have to think about the team's safety, about everyone's future. What exactly are you so worried about? Jason's voice dripped with disdain. Do you honestly think I'd put everyone in danger? All I want is to seek the truth, to pursue knowledge. Truth and knowledge aren't as simple as you imagine. Malcolm interjected again, his tone tinged with helplessness. Every exploration carries the risk of disaster, and what we must do is try our best to avoid that. But if we never explore, we'll never find the answers. Jason's voice grew ever more passionate, as if he were pouring out all his pent-up emotions. I don't want to be shackled anymore. I want to chase the dream that was once forgotten. A dream isn't just one person's affair. Emily's voice softened, her eyes full of understanding. We're all your friends. We want to see you succeed, but we also hope you'll listen to our voices. I don't need your understanding. Jason turned away in anger, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the laboratory, his heart heavy with disappointment and loneliness. The ideals he once held dear had now turned into endless disputes. Jason, calm down, Malcolm said gently, his concern unmistakable. I know your heart burns with ambition, but remember, realizing a dream takes time and patience. Time and patience. Jason let out a bitter laugh, a trace of despair flickering in his eyes. I don't want to wait any longer. I want to make things happen now. You can choose to take risks, but please, don't drag us down with you, Emily said, her voice tinged with sadness. We all hope you'll succeed, but we want to keep moving forward together, not lose everything because of your choice. Jason fell silent, inner conflict raging within him. He longed to pursue his dream, yet dreaded losing his friends. Turning around, he looked at Emily and Malcolm with newfound resolve, a glimmer of hope lighting up inside him. Maybe I can give your suggestions a try, Jason said slowly, uncertainty in his voice. I'll start with small-scale experiments, but I need your full support. Of course, we'll always be by your side, Emily replied, her face breaking into a grateful, reassuring smile, her eyes shining with warmth. It's a difficult choice, Jason, Malcolm nodded, approval in his gaze. But remember, only when reason and passion go hand in hand can dreams truly come alive. Are you really sure he'll come? Lena broke the silence, her voice carrying a note of unease. Absolutely. Don't worry, Lena, Jason answered with a gentle smile, trying to comfort her. He's my friend, and the magical guardian of the continent. Someone we can trust. Magic guardian, Lena whispered, repeating the words with a sense of curiosity and awe towards this title. She had read legends of the magic guardians. In ancient books, stories that spoke of their unparalleled power and their ability to command the elements and even bend time itself. At that moment, the door to the room slowly creaked open, and a tall, mysterious figure stepped inside. He was cloaked in black, his face shrouded in shadow, with only a pair of deep, piercing eyes glimmering in the dim light. You must be Lena, the stranger spoke, his voice low and magnetic. Lena froze for a second, then nodded, feeling her impression of this man deepen. My name is Ald, a magic guardian. He gave a slight bow, his gaze shifting between Lena and Jason. Jason has mentioned you to me. Ald, Lena ventured, excitement and nervousness mingling in her chest. I've heard of you. Your deeds across the continent are legendary. That's enough, Lena. Jason interrupted her, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. He's not here to be flattered. Ald smiled faintly, clearly unconcerned by Jason's attitude. He walked slowly to the window and gazed out at the starry night sky, lost in thought. I came here to warn you. A warning. Lena's heart tightened, a wave of unease washing over her. What's happened? The balance of the continent is unraveling. Dark forces are gathering, Ald replied, turning back to face them, his eyes sharp as blades. You must be ready. Ready? Jason let out a bitter laugh. You mean just the two of us? Do you really think we could stand against a dark force? Ald's gaze grew stern, his voice taking on a weight of authority. Jason, don't underestimate yourself. You have potential, and Lena's magical talent should not be overlooked. Potential? Jason sneered. All my life I've been told I'm mediocre, nothing compared to real mages. Jason, Lena couldn't hold back, her eyes blazing with anger. You can't just write yourself off like that. We have a chance to change things. Change? Jason's voice turned colder still. You really think we can save this world? That's just wishful thinking. Ald frowned, trying to defuse the tension between them. You need to stand together. Only then can you face the crisis that's coming. Stand together? Jason scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You expect me to team up with an inexperienced girl? What a joke. Lena's face went pale. Hurt and frustration welled up inside her, and a spark of anger flared in her heart. Jason, how can you say that about me? I'm working hard to learn magic. I may not be strong enough yet, but I won't give up. Give up? You have no idea how cruel this world truly is. Jason's voice rose, trembling with emotion, and a flicker of unease shone in his eyes. We're just two ordinary people. How could we ever stand against the forces of darkness? At last, Alder couldn't hold back any longer and cut through their argument. Enough. This bickering serves no purpose. What we need now is action, not infighting. Lena took a deep breath, composing herself. You're right, Alder. Our focus should be on how to face the threat that's coming. I'll teach you both some basic defensive magic. Alder nodded, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. But you must set aside your personal grievances. Only by standing together can we overcome the darkness. Jason's expression softened a little, though uncertainty still lingered in his eyes. I'll do my best to cooperate. I just don't want to be looked down on again. No one's looking down on you, Jason, Lena said gently, her eyes shining with determination. We're all learning. None of us are perfect. Alder offered a faint smile, a trace of relief crossing his face. Good. Let's begin our training. Under Alder's guidance, Lena and Jason started to learn the basics of defensive magic. As they practiced, Lena's natural talent began to emerge, while Jason gradually found his confidence with each attempt. Excellent, Lena. Your control is getting stronger, Alder said approvingly. Thank you, Alder. Lena's face lit up with a smile, a sense of accomplishment blooming within her. Jason stood nearby, his gaze filled with complicated emotions. He realized that perhaps, through this process, he could discover his own strength as well. Jason, try this spell, Alder said, turning to him and gesturing him over. Jason hesitated, but in the end, he stepped forward. He drew in a deep breath, focusing all his attention as he attempted to recite the spell. Focus. Feel the flow of magic. Alder's voice echoed in his ear. Jason closed his eyes, straining to sense the magical energy within him. As he uttered the words of the spell, a gentle warmth surged through him, and the air around him seemed suddenly clearer. Later, Jason found himself sitting in a dimly lit cafe, two untouched cups of coffee resting on the table before him. His brow was furrowed, his expression grave. Just then, Carl pushed open the door, Benjamin following close behind. You're here, Jason said, glancing at them both as if searching for something in their faces. What happened? Carl asked as soon as he sat down, his voice edged with unease. I asked you here because there are things you need to know. Jason's voice was low and heavy, as if he were about to deliver momentous news. What is it? Benjamin asked, curiosity sharpening the alert glint in his eyes. Carl, you've gotten yourself into trouble. Jason finally spoke, cutting straight to the point. Me? How is that possible? Carl was taken aback, and quickly retorted, I've always been extremely careful. But the forces of darkness have set their sights on you. Jason's tone was unwavering, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. How do you know? Carl's voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by Jason's words. I have my sources. Jason's gaze grew even more serious. They're looking for an opportunity to take revenge on you. I haven't done anything wrong. Carl nearly shouted, anger flashing across his face. What you don't realize is that their plan is already in motion. Jason replied coolly, his eyes piercing like knives. If we don't act, the consequences will be disastrous. So what should we do? Benjamin interjected, trying to calm Carl's rising anger. Jason, do you have a plan? We need to contact Lena and bring the Nightwalkers Association into our fight against the Dark Lord. Jason answered without hesitation. The Nightwalkers Association? Doubt colored Carl's words. Will they really be willing to help us? Lena will. Jason's voice was resolute. Her hatred for the forces of darkness runs as deep as ours. All right, Carl finally regained his composure. Though anxiety still flickered in his heart, he knew this was their only way forward. Let's go find her now, Benjamin said, rising to his feet with determination. A few minutes later, the three of them stepped out of the cafe. The cold wind that greeted them brought a sudden clarity. The street was nearly deserted, with only the occasional car passing by to break the silence. I just hope Lena understands why we've come. Carl murmured, a hint of unease in his eyes. She will, Jason replied, his gaze steady, as if offering Carl reassurance. Before long, they arrived at Lena's place. Jason knocked on the door, and it swung open quickly. Lena greeted them with a smile, but as she saw Jason and Benjamin standing there, her smile slowly faded. What brings you here? Lena asked, concern in her voice. We need your help, Lena. Jason said directly. Carl has gotten himself tangled with the forces of darkness. Lena's expression turned grave in an instant. What are you talking about? How could Carl have crossed them? I don't know the specifics, but they've already started targeting him. There was a note of urgency in Jason's voice. We want the Nightwalkers Guild to join us in opposing the Dark Lord. Lena fell silent for a moment, as if weighing this proposal. Then she spoke slowly. The Dark Lord's forces are formidable. Even though the Nightwalkers have people to spare, we're facing tremendous risks as well. But we have to do something. Benjamin cut in, his emotions rising. If we don't fight back, Carl will be in even greater danger. I understand how you feel, but we can't act recklessly. Lena's voice was calm and resolute. What we need is a carefully thought-out plan. So what do you suggest? Carl finally spoke, a note of pleading in his tone. Lena paused, her eyes gleaming with determination. We should start by gathering more intelligence, learning about the movements of the dark forces. Then we can devise a detailed plan to ensure our safety. But time isn't on our side. Jason's anxiety was unmistakable. We can't give the darkness any chance to strike. I'll contact my allies as soon as possible and gather more information, Lena said firmly. But you all need to be ready as well, to face any danger that might come our way. Thank you, Lena. Carl's voice was filled with gratitude. I'll do my best to stay alert. We all need to stay alert. Lena's voice was low, almost as if it carried a warning. Their discussion concluded. The group decided to split up and act independently. Jason and Benjamin stepped out of Lena's residence, the night growing ever deeper, cloaking the city in shadows that seemed to hint at the storm to come. Do you think Lena can really help us? Carl asked as they walked, a hint of unease still lingering in his voice. She will, Jason replied, his gaze unwavering. We have to trust each other. It's the only way we'll overcome the darkness. As time passed, Carl gradually felt his heart settle. He understood that, though the road ahead was filled with uncertainty, their purpose was united. Together, they would face the threat of the dark forces and protect all that they held dear. Just then, Jason's phone rang, breaking the heavy silence. He answered quickly, his face growing serious as he listened. What? Are you sure? Jason's voice dropped, weighted by the gravity of the news. Carl, what are you thinking about? Benjamin's voice snapped him from his thoughts. He entered the meeting room, a trace of worry etched on his face. I've been thinking. The Dark Lord's power seems far greater than we ever anticipated. Carl let out a sigh, spreading the intelligence reports. Across the table, Lena just told me a great deal about him. From what she described, he's already assembled a vast army in the shadows. Benjamin sat down, a spark of resolve in his eyes. We can't afford to wait any longer. We have to act as soon as possible. Eric might join our ranks. His hatred for the Dark Lord could become our greatest asset. Eric. Carl looked up, a note of hesitation in his voice at the mention of the name. He hasn't been himself lately. I'm worried he might act recklessly, driven by his emotions. His emotions might be the very thing that fuels him. Benjamin countered, urgency tinging his words. He's lost so much. The Dark Lord's shadow suffocates his every day. We need him just as much as he needs us. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open. Lena entered, her expression grave. Sorry I'm late. There's been some commotion outside. The Dark Lord's minions seem to be on the move. Lena, could you go over the intelligence you just mentioned one more time? Carl asked, unable to hide his anxiousness. Lena nodded, stepped to the table, and spoke in a low voice. The Dark Lord draws his power from his followers. They move unseen in the shadows, spreading fear across the villages. Recently, several villages have already fallen. Residents have either been captured or killed. Damn it, Benjamin clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury. We can't let this keep happening. I agree. Determination flashed in Lena's eyes. If we don't act soon, the Dark Lord will only grow bolder. He'll use those villages as strongholds to expand his influence. So what's our plan? Carl asked, doubt gnawing at him, but knowing a decision had to be made. We need to find Eric and tell him what we're planning. Benjamin said, he'll understand that only by uniting can we stand against the Dark Lord. Lena nodded, a glimmer of hope lighting her gaze. I'll go find him. He might not want to listen right now, but I believe deep down he still longs to fight for what's right. I'll go with you. Carl suddenly stood, his eyes resolute. I want to see Eric for myself, to know what state he's truly in. All right, let's head out now. With that, Lena strode quickly from the conference room, Carl following close behind. Benjamin watched their departing figures in silence, his heart torn between hope and unease. Soon after, the three of them arrived at Eric's residence. His room was unusually dim, with a few blurred paintings hanging on the walls, scenes that seemed to capture his battles from days long past. Yet now, Eric looked utterly exhausted, a hint of confusion clouding his eyes. Eric, Lena called softly, trying to rouse him. Eric lifted his head, and when he saw Lena and Carl, a flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes, quickly replaced by silence. What are you doing here? We need your help. Eric, Carl said firmly. The threat of the Dark Lord is closing in. We can't wait any longer. I'm powerless now, Eric replied, his voice low, as if swallowed by endless darkness. I've lost too much, my confidence, my courage to fight. You're not alone, Lena said urgently. We're your friends, and we'll stand by your side. Your strength is our greatest hope. Hope, Eric let out a bitter laugh. In the face of the Dark Lord, hope seems so insignificant. But if we don't unite, the Dark Lord will only grow stronger. He'll destroy everything we have. Carl's voice rose, tinged with anger and despair. Do you really want to stand by and watch that happen? Eric's expression changed, a visible struggle playing out on his face. His gaze drifted between Lena and Carl, as if searching for an answer. I know you're angry. I know you're filled with hatred, Lena continued. That's exactly the strength we need. For those we've lost, for justice, we must stand up. But Eric's voice trembled, as if he were wrestling with his own fears. No buts. Carl cut him off. We can't hesitate any longer. Every moment we delay, the Dark Lord becomes stronger. We need you, Eric. A heavy silence filled the room. Conflict and pain flickered in Eric's eyes. At last, he slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and spoke with renewed resolve. All right, I'll join you. I won't let the Dark Lord destroy my home any longer. High atop the castle tower, Benjamin stood, gazing down at the scene below, his eyes glimmering with a complicated light. His fingers traced the edge of the windowsill as thoughts of Eric flashed through his mind. He knew that the clash of interests between Eric and the Dark Lord would present a perfect opportunity. Benjamin, what are you thinking about? Came a deep voice behind him, breaking his train of thought. It was his old friend, Mihai, a brawny warrior with rugged features. I've been thinking about Eric, Benjamin said as he turned, his gaze unwavering. The conflict between him and the Dark Lord is something we can use. Mihai frowned slightly, clearly uneasy about Benjamin's idea. Do you really think Eric would be willing to work with us? He's always been openly hostile toward the Shadow Legion. That's exactly why he's so furious with the Dark Lord, Benjamin replied, his voice brimming with confidence. We just need to find the right moment to push him into action. And what if he refuses? A flicker of doubt crossed Mihai's eyes. Eric isn't someone we can deal with easily. We'll make him understand the consequences of saying no, Benjamin said, a cold smile curling on his lips, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Besides, the Shadow Legion certainly isn't going to show him any mercy either. Just then, the heavy doors of the castle swung open and Eric strode in. In the flickering candlelight, his figure seemed even more somber, exhaustion shadowing his face. His eyes were like bottomless pits, burning with endless rage and despair. Are you talking about me? Eric's voice was low and icy, as though it could freeze the air itself. Benjamin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered, forcing a friendly smile. Eric, I'm glad you're here. There's something we'd like to discuss with you. Discuss. Eric's lips twisted into a mocking sneer. You want me to help you take down the Dark Lord, don't you? You know as well as I do that the Dark Lord is scheming something vile, Benjamin replied evenly. The Shadow Legion's power is growing stronger by the day. We need a formidable ally to stand against him, and you're exactly who we need. An ally? Eric scoffed. You don't care about me. You're just using me. Mihai stepped forward, his tone turning resolute. Eric, we all know how much you hate the Dark Lord. This isn't about using you. It's about standing together to fight a common enemy. A flicker of hesitation passed through Eric's eyes, but it was quickly drowned by anger. I don't need your pity. The Dark Lord's shadow has hung over me for far too long. I won't let anyone else control my fate. And do you really think you can take on the Dark Lord alone? Benjamin's voice rose, heavy with intimidation. He has the Shadow Legion at his back. You, on your own, will only meet a worse end. You don't know anything about me. Eric roared, the muscles in his face taut with fury. I will never let anyone dictate my choices. So, are you willing to continue enduring the oppression of the Dark Lord? Mihai's tone softened, but remained unwavering. We can give you the strength you need to reclaim your freedom. Freedom? Eric's voice sank, heavy with emotion. A complex flicker crossed his eyes. You have no idea what I've been through. We know, Benjamin replied slowly, his gaze full of understanding. But we hope you can trust that our goals are the same. Neither the Dark Lord nor the Shadow Legion are foes you can face alone. Eric fell silent. Inside, a fierce storm of emotions raged. His gaze drifted, as if searching for an answer in the shadows. I need time, Eric finally murmured, his voice so quiet it was almost lost to the night. Time. Benjamin gave a faint smile, a sly glint in his eyes. Time waits for no one, Eric. The Dark Lord won't grant you that luxury. Are you threatening me? Eric's voice sharpened, wary and defensive. We're only reminding you of the consequences of your choice, Mihai replied with a hint of resignation. All of us want to survive, not be swallowed by the darkness. Eric's face darkened, turmoil swirling beneath the surface. He knew he stood at a crossroads, to continue his lonely struggle against the Dark Lord, or to join forces with Benjamin and Mihai, forging a greater strength together. I need time to think, Eric said at last, fatigue seeping into his words. Very well. Benjamin nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. But remember, you don't have much time left. In the stillness of the night, candlelight flickered within the castle, casting wavering shadows of the three figures across the stone walls. Each harbored secrets and schemes of their own, and the path forward seemed shrouded, uncertain as the darkness itself. A few days later, Eric finally chose to join forces with Benjamin and Mihai. He understood now that only by uniting their strengths could they hope to stand against the endless night. A tense energy filled the air, like the calm before a gathering storm. Benjamin stood atop a towering sand dune, gazing out across the landscape, his heart tangled with conflicting feelings. His friend Carl approached from behind, breaking his reverie. Benjamin, what's on your mind? Carl's voice was low, tinged with anxiety. I'm thinking about our future, Benjamin replied, turning to face him, his expression grave. The continent has decided to withdraw its troops from the desert. Do you realize what that means? Is our mission over just like that? Carl frowned, unease flickering in his eyes. I've heard the news too. The emergence of the new magic source has definitely changed the situation, but we can't just walk away. But what can we even do? Benjamin's voice was laced with helplessness. The value of magical minerals has already plummeted, and the conflicts that once raged are now quieting down. What purpose do we still serve here? Our purpose is to protect those who are still struggling to survive, Carl replied, his tone resolute. The desert is more than just a trove of resources. There are people here, there is hope. At that moment, several figures began to emerge clearly atop a distant sand dune. It was Emily and her companions, walking toward them with grave expressions. Emily had been Benjamin's childhood friend, and her presence always seemed to ease his troubled mind, if only a little. Benjamin, Carl, we have urgent news, Emily said between breaths, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. What news? Benjamin asked, barely able to hide his impatience. I just returned from the village and heard the new armed group is gathering. They're claiming they'll seize control of all magical resources in the desert. Emily's voice trembled. If we don't act, the entire desert will descend into even greater chaos. Carl clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering. We can't just sit back and do nothing. We must rally the villagers and stand against these outsiders. But the villagers are tired of fighting. They long for peace, Emily said, shaking her head, worry etched across her face. Peace is built on strength, Benjamin interjected. If we don't show our resolve, they'll only become bolder in their actions. But we have so little strength left, Emily murmured, her voice heavy. We can't drag more people into this war. What is it you're afraid of, Emily? Carl demanded, frustration clear in his voice. Do you really think we can stay neutral in this struggle? That's not what I mean, Emily replied hastily. I just hope we can find a better solution, something other than fighting fire with fire. A better solution? Carl let out a bitter laugh. You think our enemies will listen to reason? They'll only seize the chance to strike when we're at our weakest. Sensing the tension rising between the two, Benjamin stepped in, trying to smooth things over. Let's calm down and think carefully about how to handle this crisis. Maybe we can seek support from other villages, join forces to stand against our enemies. Join forces? A glimmer of hope sparked in Emily's eyes. You mean, ask people from the other villages to resist those armed groups with us? Exactly, Benjamin nodded. If we can unite, perhaps we can become a formidable force. But we have to act quickly, Carl cut in. Time isn't on our side. The enemy could attack at any moment. Emily paused for a moment, then nodded resolutely. All right, I'll reach out to people from the other villages and see where they stand. I'll go with you, Benjamin replied at once. We need to get the word out as quickly as possible. I'm coming too, Carl added without hesitation. Everyone needs to understand just how serious this crisis is. Without further delay, the three of them made their decision and set off toward the village. The last rays of the setting sun slowly faded, painting the clouds along the horizon a deep crimson, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. In the village square, the residents were busy with their daily chores, some repairing dilapidated houses, others tending to their fields. When they saw Benjamin and the others rushing in, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes toward them. Everyone, listen to me. Benjamin stood atop a raised platform, his voice loud and unwavering. We're facing a grave crisis. A new armed force is gathering, intent on seizing our land and resources. The villagers exchanged uneasy glances, worry etched across their faces. Emily continued, We can't let them succeed. We must stand together and resist this invasion. But we don't have enough people. How are we supposed to fight back? An elderly villager stepped forward, his tone full of concern. We can unite with the other villages, Carl responded quickly. If we stand together, we'll form a force strong enough to resist. But fighting will only bring more suffering, a younger villager interjected. We're all tired of war. I understand your fears, Benjamin said, his voice softening. But you must realize, if we don't stand up now, the days ahead will only grow harder. We can't let the invaders take our home. A tense murmur spread among the villagers as the atmosphere grew more charged. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward, his gaze sharp and his tone resolute. I support Benjamin. We can't endure this any longer. So do I, another villager echoed, and one by one, more people stepped forward to show their support. All right, since everyone is willing to defend our home, we must act at once. Benjamin's voice rang out, strong and passionate. We'll reach out to the other villages and call on everyone to resist together. Winds swept up the yellow sand, whispering stories of this land's former glory and its present decline. In the center of the encampment, a group of soldiers sat around a campfire, the glow illuminating their weary yet determined faces. Did you hear? The mainland is pulling out its troops, broke the silence one of the soldiers. Li Jun, his tone tinged with unease. Withdrawal? That's big news. Another soldier, Wang Chong, frowned deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade. The mineral value of the desert is dropping. Does our presence here still matter? Yes, most of the magical ores in the desert have almost been exhausted. The resources in the ice fields are the new focus now. Zhang Wei, who sat nearby, added quietly, his eyes flickering with complicated emotions. But we've been here for so long. Are we just supposed to give up? Wang Chong's voice rose, tinged with both anger and helplessness. His fists clenched tightly, as though trying to suppress the dissatisfaction raging within him. Li Jun sighed and shook his head. This isn't up to us. The orders have already come down from above. All we can do is obey. But my home is right here in this desert. Wang Chong's voice softened, a hint of sorrow seeping through. I can't just walk away. I want to do something for the people here. What can you do? Zhang Wei retorted coldly. They stopped relying on us a long time ago. The distant kingdom and the mysterious island have already loosened their grip. Our presence here is nothing but a joke. Fury flared in Wang Chong's eyes. He sprang to his feet and pointed at Zhang Wei. And you're just willing to stand by and watch it all happen? Don't you want to do something for this land? What I want to do is already beyond my power, Zhang Wei replied with a bitter laugh, despair flickering in his eyes. We're just pawns. The real decisions are made by those high above. Seeing tensions rise, Li Jun quickly interjected. Let's calm down, everyone. We're not here to argue. We're here to find a solution. A solution? Wang Chong's tone turned mocking. Is our so-called solution just to retreat quietly and abandon the desert? We could try talking to the locals, see what they need, Li Jun suggested, a hopeful light in his eyes. Maybe we can help them secure more resources and support. Do you really think they'll listen to us? Zhang Wei scoffed. After all these years, all we brought them is war and oppression, nothing but pain. But if we don't at least try, we'll never know what's possible, Li Jun insisted, his gaze unwavering. Wang Chong fell silent. Doubt clouded his mind, But Li Jun's suggestion seemed to spark a glimmer of hope within him. Fine, we can give it a try. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the edge of the camp. Several figures in black cloaks approached, their faces grim. Leading them was a man named Black Knight. His eyes were piercing, exuding an air of absolute authority. "What are you doing here?" Black Knight's voice was low and commanding, resonating with a force that seemed to shake the very soul. "We're discussing the possibility of withdrawing our troops," Li Jun answered unflinchingly, quietly trying to gauge the intentions of these strangers. "Withdraw? Do you even realize what that means?" In the darkness, a cold smile flickered across the man's face. "The desert will be abandoned completely, left behind as nothing but a chapter in history. We won't let that happen." Wang Chong shot back, his voice burning with anger. "We'll fight for this land." "Fight? Do you really think you can change anything?" A hint of mockery flashed in the man's eyes. "You're nothing but puppets of the continent. The true power lies in distant kingdoms and mysterious islands across the sea. We are not puppets," Li Jun retorted, his anger now fully ignited. "We are the guardians of this land." For a brief moment, the man seemed taken aback. Then, a cold smile curled at his lips. "Guardians? To you, this desert is nothing but sand and dust. The real power is in the resources and wealth it hides. You're just the forgotten ones in this story." "We will not be forgotten," Wang Chong declared, his voice unwavering and his eyes shining with new resolve. "We'll bring life back to the desert." "Your determination is admirable, but reality is harsh." The man's tone was icy. "All your efforts will only lead to endless disappointment." Li Jun felt a jolt deep within, but he didn't back down. "We'll do everything in our power to change that. Even the smallest change is worth fighting for." The man's gaze drifted between Li Jun and Wang Chong, as if weighing their determination. "Very well. I'll give you a chance. Perhaps you'll find new hope here in the desert." "What do you mean?" Zhang Wei asked warily. "I'll take you to meet someone. He might be able to help you." The man's voice was slow, his eyes glinting with a secret of light. "And who is this person you're talking about?" Doubt filled Wang Chong's heart, but he knew this was an opportunity. "Do you really trust what Eric says?" Benjamin's voice was low and resolute, his brow furrowed as if pondering something deeper. Carl lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. "He has no reason to lie. The shadow of the Dark Lord already hangs over our homeland. Eric's intelligence has always been reliable, and this time, the stakes are life and death. But what if we choose to work with him, and he has his own agenda?" Uncertainty crept into Benjamin's voice. "We'd be putting ourselves in danger, maybe even turning into pawns in his game. Would you rather just sit here and wait for doom?" Carl's voice grew intense, his eyes blazing with fury. "The Dark Lord's legions are already massing at our borders. If we don't act, we'll lose everything." Benjamin fell silent for a moment, weighing his options in his mind. He was well aware of Carl's determination, and he understood that the current situation left little room for optimism. At last, he let out a sigh, his voice softening. "I'm not opposed to working together. I just hope we can proceed with caution. As powerful as Eric is, we can't put all our faith in him." "Then what should we do?" Carl's tone eased slightly, though it was still laced with urgency. "You and I both know that, on our own, we stand no chance against the Dark Lord. We could meet with Eric first and hear what he has planned," Benjamin suggested. "After that, we could decide whether or not to join his side." "All right," Carl nodded, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within him at the thought of meeting Eric. The two of them quickly gathered their gear and set out on the journey to Eric's hidden refuge. Night fell, and moonlight streamed through the dense forest, dappling the ground with shifting patterns of light and shadow. Carl and Benjamin walked along the shadowy path, the oppressive silence around them setting their nerves on edge. Suddenly, the faintest rustle reached their ears, as if something was lurking nearby. "Did you hear that?" Benjamin's voice was barely more than a whisper, his eyes scanning the darkness with heightened alertness. "Yes. Stay sharp." Carl tightened his grip on his sword, silently bracing himself. They pressed on, and soon, emerging into a small clearing, they saw Eric's figure waiting for them. Eric stood beneath a massive ancient tree, his tall form imposing, his expression cold and unreadable, as if he had been expecting them for some time. His gaze flicked between Carl and Benjamin, and a faint, knowing smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "You're finally here." "Eric." Carl met his eyes directly, making no effort to conceal his doubts. "We need to know if what you've told us about the Dark Lord is true." "Every word I've spoken is the truth," Eric replied, his voice low and resolute. "The Dark Lord is plotting against you. His goal is to destroy all those who resist him and seize control of the entire kingdom." Benjamin frowned. "Do you have any proof?" A small, Sly smile played on Eric's lips as he produced a letter from within his cloak and handed it to Benjamin. This is information I obtained from one of the Dark Lord's spies. It details their entire plan. Benjamin took the letter and skimmed its contents. As he read, his face grew increasingly grave. This really is their plot. Now you understand what needs to be done, don't you? A dangerous glint flickered in Eric's eyes. I can help you, but you'll have to join my cause, and together, we'll stand against the Dark Lord. Join your cause. Carl let out a cold laugh. Do you really think we'll trust you so easily? After everything you've done, it's not so simple to win our faith. I don't care whether you trust me or not. Eric's tone grew hard. All that matters to me is whether we can fight together. If you want to protect your homeland, you must set aside your prejudices and join forces. Benjamin's heart was torn with inner conflict. He understood how dire the situation was, yet Eric's proposal unsettled him. We need time to think this through. Time waits for no one. Eric's voice cut through the air like a cold blade. The Dark Lord's armies could strike at any moment. Your hesitation will only cost you more. We can't make decisions without fully understanding what's at stake, Carl said firmly. We need more information if we're going to choose wisely. You're wasting precious time, Eric replied, his expression darkening, a trace of threat in his voice. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to consider other options. Are you threatening us? Benjamin's anger flared, and his fists clenched tight. We're not your pawns. I'm simply reminding you that time is of the essence. Eric's tone carried a hint of disdain. If you keep delaying, the Dark Lord's forces will consume everything in their path. Fine, Carl finally said, resignation heavy in his voice. We're willing to work with you, but we have our own conditions. Go on, Eric replied with a cold smile, as if he had already anticipated their response. We need to be sure your plan is viable, and that there's transparency in every step, Benjamin added. We won't stand for being abandoned at a critical moment. Carl and Benjamin sat side by side at a long table, a thick stack of documents spread out before them, the dense writing pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. Are you sure Eric isn't deceiving us? Benjamin's voice was low, his brow deeply furrowed. He tapped his fingers against the table, lost in thought. I've looked into his background, and every lead points to the same conclusion, Carl answered, lifting his gaze with resolve. The Dark Lord's power is growing, and Eric's plan might be our only chance. But he's still an outsider. How can we trust him? Benjamin's unease crept into his voice. His fingers stilled, curling into a fist as he wrestled with himself. I understand your concerns, but we're out of time. Carl's words came quickly now. If we hesitate any longer, the Dark Lord's scheme will come to fruition. Every word Eric has spoken could be the key to saving this world. At that moment, the door swung open and Eric walked in. There was a hint of tension on his face, and his eyes darted between the two of them, as if searching for something. Are you talking about me? Eric's voice was low and magnetic, tinged with a note of challenge. Benjamin immediately stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. We're discussing your plan. Can you prove that you're not toying with our trust? Eric paused, then managed a bitter smile. I understand your suspicion, but I'm not your enemy. The shadow of the Dark Lord has lingered for too long. My goal is the same as yours. Your goal? And just what is your goal? Benjamin scoffed, his tone full of disdain. If you truly want to take down the Dark Lord, why not just tell us your plan outright? Because I need your trust. Eric's tone grew resolute. I know you possess the power to oppose the Dark Lord. I need your help to carry out my plan. Carl rose to his feet, cutting through the argument. Enough. What we need is cooperation, not blame. He turned to Eric, hope flickering in his eyes. Can you share the details of your plan with us? Eric nodded, his expression turning grave. I've gathered some intelligence on the Dark Lord. His power stems from an ancient magic, one that requires specific sacrifices to sustain. Sacrifices? Benjamin's voice shot up, thick with anger and confusion. Are you saying we need to sacrifice innocent people? Not innocents. His followers. Eric's tone was unwavering. We must find his disciples and use their power to strike back at the Dark Lord. That sounds far too dangerous, Carl muttered, his brows furrowing in concern. If we lose control, we could unleash an even greater disaster. I understand your fears, but this is our only chance. An urgent light burned in Eric's eyes. We have to act before the Dark Lord completes his ritual. Benjamin's face was a portrait of inner conflict, his mind torn in two. At last, he drew a long breath and slowly unclenched his fists. Fine, I'll hear out your plan, but I need a guarantee. What guarantee? Eric was momentarily taken aback. If things spiral out of control, you take responsibility, Benjamin said, his voice steady and low. I don't want to see any more innocent lives lost. I'll do everything I can to keep everyone safe, Eric answered earnestly, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Carlson let out a long breath and turned to gaze out the window. Moonlight spilled across the earth, as if lighting a path for them. Through the darkness, he turned back, his tone softening. Then let's begin. First, we need to identify the followers of the Dark Lord. I've already gathered some clues, Eric said, opening the file in his hand and pointing to a map. These are the areas where the Dark Lord's activities have been reported. We can start our search here. Are you sure his followers will be there? Benjamin's voice still held a note of skepticism. I have my sources, Eric replied with quiet confidence. But we must proceed with caution. The Dark Lord's minions are not to be underestimated. We need a thorough plan, Carl agreed, nodding as he began jotting down key points on a sheet of paper. We'll split into 2 teams. One will infiltrate the gathering places of the followers, the other will provide cover and support. I'll handle the infiltration, Eric volunteered without hesitation. I know these places inside out. Then Carl and I will take care of support, Benjamin said, his tone growing resolute, as if he had made up his mind. Excellent. Carl nodded with satisfaction. That's settled then. We set out at first light and do everything in our power to find the Dark Lord's followers before he can unleash his magic. As their plan took shape, the atmosphere in the room grew tense with anticipation. Each of them understood that what lay ahead would shape their destiny. Late into the quiet night, Carl stood by the window, staring into the star-studded sky, his heart a mixture of worry and hope for what was to come. He knew that, faced with the threat of the Dark Lord, only by standing together could they hope to overcome the challenges ahead. What are you thinking about? Eric's voice broke into his thoughts. Benjamin, I know what's on your mind, but we can't delay any longer, Eric said, a trace of anxiety in his voice. The situation in the distant kingdom is growing more tense by the day. We have to act. Benjamin let out a weary sigh, leaning back in his chair, his gaze wandering to the stars outside the window. I know, but you realize, this isn't a simple decision. Mobilizing the magical army means we'll be facing unknown risks, perhaps even sparking a greater conflict. Risks? Eric's voice sharpened, resolute and unyielding. If we don't act, the armies of the distant kingdom will seize the opportunity to invade. Do you want to stand by and watch our homeland be taken from us? Benjamin felt a tremor in his heart. He knew every word Eric had spoken was true. The threat from the distant kingdom was drawing ever closer, and their choices now would determine not only their own fate, but the future of the entire realm. I'm not shirking my responsibility, Eric, Benjamin said, struggling to keep his voice steady. I just want to make sure every step we take is thoroughly thought through. Deploying the magical army means we're stepping into a war whose consequences no one can predict. But we don't have the luxury of time anymore. Eric interrupted, his anger flaring. If you refuse to send a magical army, then I'll seek help from Mystery Island. The powers there might just change the tide. Mystery Island? Benjamin's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. You know how perilous the magic there is. Once you set foot on that island, there's no telling if you'll make it back alive. But we're out of options. Eric's voice was raw with anxiety and despair. I'd rather take the risk than stand by and watch our home be destroyed. A fierce conflict surged within Benjamin. He could feel the weight of emotion and resolve in every word Eric spoke. Yet he also knew that rash decisions could bring about irreparable consequences. I'll consider your proposal, but I need time, Benjamin finally said, exhaustion creeping into his words. Time is no longer a luxury. Eric's voice rose, even more agitated. I'm going to Mystery Island to find that power. Even if you won't support me, I'll take on this task alone. Eric, listen to me. Benjamin tried to stop him, but Eric had already hung up, leaving Benjamin alone in the dim study, his heart churning with unease. The night deepened, and Benjamin's thoughts surged like a relentless tide. He knew Eric's resolve was beyond reproach, but he also understood that the magic of Mystery Island was not something anyone could control. If unleashed, the consequences could be disastrous. I have to find him, Benjamin murmured to himself, a spark of hope and determination lighting within. He quickly threw on his coat, left the study, and hurried off toward Eric. As he hurried along the shadowed path, Benjamin's heart was heavy with worry and anxiety. Eric was his closest friend. Together, they'd weathered countless storms. Now, a difference in choices threatened to drive a wedge between them. He couldn't bear to lose such a dear friend, nor could he watch him walk into danger alone. At last, he reached Eric's front door and knocked on that familiar panel. A few seconds later, the door opened slowly, revealing Eric's face, etched with fatigue and anger. What are you doing here? Eric asked coldly, a spark of resentment in his eyes. I came to persuade you not to go to Mystery Island, Benjamin said bluntly, a note of pleading in his voice. It's not as safe as you imagine. You could lose everything there. I've already lost more than enough. Eric's voice thundered through the room. I won't just sit here and wait for death while our enemies run rampant. But Benjamin's voice trembled slightly. He knew he couldn't talk Eric out of this. We can find another way. Let's face this threat together. You don't understand. Eric grew more agitated, his anger blazing across his face like wildfire. You're always worried about the consequences, but I can't wait any longer. I can't stand by and watch our home be destroyed. You think I don't want to protect our home? Now Benjamin's voice began to rise, passion kindling within him. I'm just trying to make sure we survive this, and not win a fleeting victory at a terrible cost. The tension between them thickened, as if the very air was charged and ready to spark. Eric's eyes blazed with fury, while Benjamin's face was etched with worry, his heart heavy with concern for his friend. What do you really want from me? Eric demanded, his voice tinged with disappointment. Do you honestly expect me to just wait here for death? I want you to be reasonable, Eric. Benjamin grasped Eric's shoulders tightly, desperate to make him listen. We're friends. I don't want to lose you. Friends? Eric let out a cold, bitter laugh, his eyes full of disappointment. If you truly consider me a friend, you'd support my decision instead of standing in my way. A pang shot through Benjamin's heart. He knew Eric's choice was driven by love for their homeland, but he couldn't accept such a reckless gamble. He couldn't bear the thought of his friend plunging into ruin because of a moment's impulse. The room was thick with tension, the candlelight in the corner flickering anxiously, as if it too sensed the coming storm. Eric, you must understand, this mission isn't just about killing the Dark Lord. Benjamin sat on one side of the table, his gaze unwavering, and his tone resolute. We have to utterly destroy the Shadow Legion, wipe them from this world so they can never threaten us again. Eric looked up, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You're right, Benjamin, but we have to consider their strength. The Shadow Legion is no ordinary foe. Their numbers are vast, and their fighting power is formidable. I know, but that's exactly why we must work together. Benjamin's voice rang out, pressing home his point. If we can't put an end to this once and for all, we'll face even greater danger in the future. Our trust and cooperation have to be built on a shared purpose. You make it sound easy, but I have no intention of being a pawn in your plan. There was a note of discontent in Eric's voice as he stood up and walked over to the window, gazing out into the pitch-black night. You know, I have my own team. They rely on me, and I don't want to drag them into a situation with no way out. Benjamin rose to his feet as well and joined Eric at the window, his tone softening. I understand your concerns, Eric. We could draw up a detailed plan, making sure every step is under control. I'm not asking you to take reckless risks. I want us to face this threat together. Eric turned around, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. All right, let's say we work together. How do you propose we begin? We need a clear plan of action, not just empty slogans. First, we need to gather intelligence on the Shadow Legion, Benjamin replied, nodding as he began sketching a simple map on a whiteboard. I have a contact who reports they've been gathering in an abandoned mining area. We could send a reconnaissance team to assess their numbers and movements. A reconnaissance team? Eric frowned. Do you realize what that means? If we're discovered, we might face deadly attacks. That's why we have to be extremely cautious, Benjamin said, his voice dropping to a low, resolute tone. We'll split into two groups, one for scouting, the other standing by at a distance, ready to provide backup. Once we know their movements, we'll be able to draw up a more effective strike plan. Eric considered this for a moment before finally nodding. All right, that sounds workable, but we also need to take the Dark Lord's movements into account. He won't just sit by and do nothing. Exactly. That's why we need to get ahead of him. Gather intel before he makes a move, Benjamin replied, a spark of determination in his eyes. And most of the Shadow Legion soldiers are under the Dark Lord's control. We have to find a way to break that spell. A way to break the control? Eric's interest was piqued. Do you have any ideas? I've heard that deep within the Dark Lord's castle, there's an ancient relic capable of dispelling dark magic, Benjamin said, his voice full of hope. If we can find it during our mission, we could restore the minds of those soldiers, maybe even turn them to our side. That sounds incredibly risky, Eric said, his frown deepening. If the Dark Lord discovers us, we'll be in even greater danger. I know the risks are high, but this is our only chance, Benjamin replied firmly. We have to take the risk if we want to win. Eric took a deep breath, as if making a final decision. He knew this plan was fraught with uncertainty, but he also understood that only through action could things truly change. All right, I agree, Eric finally nodded. But I want your assurance that my team will be kept safe. If things go south, we need a way out. Of course, Benjamin replied with a gentle smile, a glimmer of trust in his eyes. We'll be prepared for every eventuality. After 4 tense hours of discussion, the meeting finally drew to a close as the two sides hammered out the details of their cooperation. As the plan gradually took shape. Eric and Benjamin found their relationship deepening, with the first seeds of trust beginning to sprout between them. "So, what's the first move?" Eric asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "We set out at dawn tomorrow," Benjamin answered firmly. "I'll see to all the arrangements and make sure we have safe passage into the mines." "Let's hope this mission succeeds," Eric said with a faint smile, a glimmer of hope lighting up his heart as well. As night deepened, the lights in the conference room dimmed, leaving only the flickering candlelight swaying gently in the darkness. At that moment, the destinies of these two heroes became entwined. The road ahead was thick with thorns and unknown dangers, but they both understood that only by standing together could they face whatever shadows awaited them. Morning of the next day, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting its glow upon the earth. Eric and Benjamin's teams were already fully equipped, a charged atmosphere of tension and excitement hanging in the air. "Is everyone ready?" Eric called out from the front of the group, his voice ringing out, inspiring each and every member. "Ready," came the unified reply, eyes set with determination. "We're about to face a formidable enemy. Remember, safety comes first," Benjamin added, his gaze carrying a note of stern authority. "Move out," Eric commanded, and the team began their march toward the mining area. On the way to the mines, Eric and Benjamin walked at the head of the group, their conversation gradually deepening their understanding of each other. "Benjamin, do you really believe we can pull this off?" Eric asked, unease threading his voice. "I believe that as long as we stand united, we can overcome any darkness," Benjamin replied, his tone unwavering, as if lending Eric his own confidence. As time passed, the team finally arrived at the abandoned mine. The dark tunnels exuded a rotten stench, sending a chill down everyone's spine. "Stay sharp, everyone. Be on your guard," Eric whispered, his heart pounding. Just then, a low, guttural roar rumbled out from the depths of the mine, making the ground tremble. Eric and Benjamin exchanged a tense glance, feeling a surge of apprehension in their hearts. "Quick, take cover," Benjamin commanded sharply. The team scattered at once, slipping into the shadows at the edges of the mine shaft. In the darkness, soldiers of the Shadow Legion surged forward like a relentless tide, their faces twisted as if stripped of reason. Eric held his breath, silently praying in his heart. "We have to gather intelligence and confirm their numbers," Benjamin whispered, his eyes sharp and searching. At that moment, a team member crept closer, his face pale. "Report. We've located the Shadow Legion's rally point. It looks like they're preparing for something. Go and verify their movements. Be extremely careful," Eric instructed, a sense of urgency welling up inside him. As the scouting party ventured deeper, both Eric and Benjamin felt an increasing heaviness in their hearts. More and more Shadow Legion soldiers gathered in the gloom, as if plotting an even greater conspiracy. "We must find a way to break their control, and quickly," Benjamin said through gritted teeth. "If they launch an attack, we'll be facing utter devastation." "What's bothering you, Benjamin?" Carl asked, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. His broad smile showed no sign of Benjamin's anxiety. "It's just, this exploration means everything. We can't afford a single misstep," Benjamin replied quietly, his gaze drifting toward the representatives of the Guardians Alliance in the distance, who were deep in conversation with Carl. "Don't worry. The Guardians Alliance is a force to be reckoned with. They'll have our backs," Carl replied with confidence, unaware of the unease gnawing at Benjamin. Just then, a bright peal of laughter interrupted their conversation. Arthur Renault and Alina approached. Arthur looked animated, while Alina seemed a bit anxious. "Benjamin, Carl, what are you two discussing?" Arthur asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "We're making preparations for the exploration ritual. Word is, there are tremendous secrets hidden in these ancient ruins," Carl answered, a hint of mystery in his tone. "You two really have a taste for adventure." Alina smiled faintly, though worry flickered in her gaze. "I can't shake the feeling that this is all too dangerous." "Alina, don't worry. I'll look after Benjamin," Arthur reassured her softly, though a trace of unease crept into his own heart. Benjamin watched them, a pang of sorrow twisting inside him. He knew Arthur and Alina's engagement ceremony was just around the corner, yet here he was, forced to leave at such a pivotal moment. There was no denying his reluctance. "How are the preparations for your engagement coming along?" Benjamin tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, doing his best to appear at ease. "We chose the Renault family estate and invited only close friends and relatives, hoping to avoid any outside interference," Alina replied, her face radiating happiness, though a hint of unease lingered in her voice. "That's a great idea. There's just too much gossip out there," Carl agreed with a nod, but the look in his eyes unsettled Benjamin. "I hope the two of you will always be happy together." Benjamin's voice trembled slightly, his heart tangled with complicated emotions. Thank you, Benjamin, Arthur said with a gentle smile, but his gaze lingered on Benjamin's face for a moment, as if he sensed something amiss. At that moment, a representative from the Guardians League approached, interrupting their conversation. Benjamin, Carl, we're ready to begin the exploration ceremony. All right, we'll be right there, Carl replied, then turned to Benjamin. Are you ready? I'll do my best. Benjamin took a deep breath, trying to steady himself and appear calm. Good luck, Arthur and Alina said in unison, their eyes full of concern. As the ceremony began, the ancient ruins slowly revealed their mysteries. The old runes glimmered in the sunlight, as if whispering tales from 1,000 years ago. Benjamin's heart brimmed with a mix of anticipation and fear. But just as he was about to take his first step, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him. Benjamin, what's wrong? Carl exclaimed, quickly reaching out to steady him. I'm Fina. Benjamin forced himself to stay conscious, fighting off the discomfort. Yet, images of Arthur and Alina standing together at the threshold of marriage flashed through his mind, and a sharp pang of sorrow rose within him. Are you sure you're all right? Do you want to rest for a bit? Carl asked with genuine concern, his eyes full of worry. I'm really all right. Benjamin managed a faint smile, though inwardly he wrestled with his emotions. As the exploration ceremony progressed, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from the depths of the ruins, as if calling out to them. Carl, the League's representative, quickly gathered to study the ancient runes, while Benjamin found himself irresistibly drawn by an invisible force. Benjamin, come over here. Carl's voice rang out nearby, but Benjamin felt himself being pulled by a mysterious power, unable to move. I can't, Benjamin said with great effort, anxiety gnawing at his heart. What are you doing? Come back. Carl's voice was anxious, but Benjamin's body felt as though it were bound by unseen chains, leaving him completely immobilized. At that moment, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from within the ancient ruins, as if something powerful was about to awaken. Everyone turned in terror toward the source of the light, their hearts gripped by unease. Elena stood by the window, a letter clenched in her hand, her feelings a tumultuous mix. Her thoughts wandered between the upcoming tour and the uncertain life that awaited her. Elena, what's on your mind? A gentle voice came from behind. Arthur approached her slowly, a trace of concern on his face. Elena turned around and forced a smile. It's nothing, I'm just thinking about all the preparations for this tour. Arthur frowned slightly. You know this performance is an incredible opportunity for you. Why would you give it up? Arthur, Elena sighed, her voice low and weary. I'm no longer that free-spirited dancer. As the wife of the Reno family, I have responsibilities now. I can't let you worry about me anymore. Responsibilities? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Arthur's tone. Do you really think my life is nothing but obligations? You're my wife. You deserve to pursue your own dreams. Dreams? A flicker of sadness crossed Elena's eyes. I once had dreams, but now, my only dream is to give you a better life. Arthur's expression darkened. But don't you want to live for your own happiness? Don't you see that sacrificing your dreams is forcing me to bear the responsibilities you're unwilling to face? It's not your fault. Elena's voice was barely a whisper, as if she were trying to comfort herself. I just want you to have peace of mind. Arthur stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. Elena, true peace isn't born of sacrifice. It comes from understanding and supporting each other. You can't give up on yourself for my sake. A surge of warmth filled Elena's heart, but it was quickly followed by a torrent of conflict and struggle. She spoke softly. I understand what you mean, but in this family, my role is no longer that of a dancer. I'm a wife now. But I want you to be yourself, Arthur said, urgency rising in his voice. You're an extraordinary dancer. You shouldn't let your identity erase your brilliance. But I'm afraid, Arthur. Elena's voice trembled. I'm afraid of losing myself in this family. Afraid of losing you. You won't lose me, Elena. Arthur grasped her hand firmly. I'll always support you, no matter what you choose. Tears shimmered in Elena's eyes, and a gentle warmth swept through her heart. She knew Arthur's support was her greatest source of strength, yet her inner turmoil remained unresolved. I need some time to think, Elena murmured, bowing her head. Of course, give yourself some time, Arthur said gently. But remember, your happiness is what matters most. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knock echoed from the door. Elena and Arthur exchanged a glance, a faint sense of unease settling between them. Come in, Arthur called out. The door opened slowly, and the butler, Henry, entered with a grave expression. Young master, madam, there is an important guest outside. Who is it? Arthur asked, a slight frown creasing his brow. It's a senior member of the Renault family, madam's aunt, Lady Adele, Henry replied. Elena's heart tightened. Lady Adele had always demanded much of her, especially since she'd become a nobleman's wife. "Show her in," Arthur said, his tone edged with displeasure. It wasn't long before Lady Adele swept into the room, resplendent in a magnificent gown and radiating authority. Her gaze drifted between Elena and Arthur before finally settling on Elena. "Elena, I've heard you're planning to leave the performing troupe," Lady Adele began without preamble, her voice sharp and scrutinizing. Elena started to explain, but Lady Adele cut her off. "As a wife of the Renault family, you should understand your responsibilities," Lady Adele said coldly. "You cannot bring shame upon the family." "I don't believe leaving the troupe would shame the family," Elena retorted, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "I only want to make a better choice for us." "A choice?" Lady Adele scoffed. "You think this is a choice? This is abandoning your talent, abandoning your future." Aunt Elena tried to defend herself, but the words caught in her throat. Seeing her distress, Arthur stepped forward to shield Elena. "Lady Adele, please don't speak that way. Elena has every right to pursue her own dreams. It does not diminish her responsibilities as a wife." Lady Adele's eyes widened in surprise. She clearly hadn't expected Arthur to defend Elena so fiercely. Her voice rose with indignation. "You're interfering with the family's decision. You must realize Elena is not just your wife. She is a member of the Renault family." "I do understand that," Arthur replied calmly. "But Elena's choices have nothing to do with her title. She has the right to decide how she wants to live her life." The atmosphere grew abruptly tense, and Elena's heart was a storm of gratitude and inner conflict. She longed to speak, yet no words would come. "You two are hopelessly naive," Lady Adele sneered. "In this family, duty and obligation come above all else. Love and dreams are nothing in comparison." "I do not agree," Arthur replied, his voice unwavering. "Love and dreams are at the heart of life. They cannot be erased by duty. You will pay the price for your naivety," Madame Adele said coldly before turning on her heel and walking away. Once the door closed, Elena felt a heavy weight press down on her. Her heart was torn between conflicting desires. She longed to chase her dreams, but she didn't want Arthur to bear any of the burden. "What should I do, Arthur?" she finally asked, unable to hold back any longer, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "No matter what you choose, I'll stand by you," Arthur replied with unwavering resolve. "But please, believe me, there's nothing wrong with pursuing your own happiness." A spark of excitement lit up Arthur's eyes. With passion in his voice, he suggested, "Elena, we could buy that circus. Just imagine it. You, as the ringmaster, leading us to create a miracle all our own." Elena paused, warmth and anticipation rising in her chest. She gently squeezed her coffee cup, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "Arthur, do you really think we could pull it off? That circus is no small feat. It would take a lot of money and management." "I know, but I believe in us." Arthur's gaze was alight with conviction. "We have creativity, we have passion, and we have each other's support. If we work hard, I'm sure we can breathe new life into it." "But this isn't a small matter," Elena replied, her voice softening. Her thoughts drifted to dazzling performances and laughing audiences, a surge of longing rising up inside her. If we could really make it happen, wouldn't that be wonderful? As they immersed themselves in the beauty of their dreams, a fierce argument erupted in the next room, shattering the peace. "How could you do this?" Benjamin's voice thundered through the walls, brimming with fury and resentment. "I'm only doing what I think is right. You don't understand me at all." Gary shot back icily, his tone edged with disdain. Arthur and Elena exchanged a glance. Their smiles vanished in an instant. Elena frowned, a sense of unease pricking at her heart. What are they fighting about this time? "I'll go check." Arthur rose to his feet and headed toward the source of the commotion. Elena hurried after him, anxiety twisting inside her at the thought of the looming confrontation. Stepping into the neighboring room, Arthur saw Benjamin and Gary standing face to face, their gazes sharp as blades. Both were visibly agitated, sparks of anger almost crackling between them. "You have no right to interfere in my decisions." Benjamin's voice rang out, almost losing control. "I'm only thinking of what's best for you. Doing this will only make things worse." Gary retorted coldly, his face etched with scorn. "You have no idea what I really want," Benjamin roared, clenching his fists, his whole body trembling with emotion. "Of course I understand. You're just a selfish person." Gary's tone dripped with contempt, as if Benjamin's feelings weren't even worth considering. Arthur tried to step in. "Hey guys, calm down. Can't we just talk this through?" "Shut up." Benjamin spun around, pointing at Arthur, his eyes flashing with a fury sharp as a blade. Elena, standing nearby, felt her heart clench. She quickly grabbed Arthur's hand and whispered, "Let's not get involved in their argument. It might only make things worse." But Arthur was unwilling to stand by. A sense of responsibility welled up inside him. He wanted to end this quarrel. We're friends. We should be understanding each other, not fighting like this. Friends? Gary let out a cold, derisive laugh. You have no idea how selfish he is. He only cares about his own interests. He never thinks about anyone else's feelings. How can you say that? I've always done my part for the team. Benjamin's voice was filled with frustration and anger. You don't understand the effort I've put in. Effort? Don't kid yourself. All that so-called effort is just a cover for your own incompetence. Gary shot back without mercy, his eyes full of scorn. That's enough, both of you. Elena finally couldn't bear it any longer. She raised her voice, cutting through the argument. Her gaze was firm, determined to put an end to the conflict. We're all working for the same team. Why can't we just sit down and talk things through? Benjamin and Gary both fell silent, taken aback. The anger in their eyes slowly faded beneath Elena's unwavering stare. They exchanged glances, finally realizing how far things had gone. I just want what's best for all of us, Benjamin said, his voice softer now, regret flickering in his eyes. Me too. I just wish you'd listen to my suggestions, Gary replied, his tone easing, as if he'd recognized his own rashness. Arthur saw the tension dissolve and let out a quiet sigh of relief, a small smile appearing on his lips. That's better. We're a team, and we need to stick together. That's right. Unity is what matters. Elena added, her tone gentle as she tried to soothe the atmosphere. Let's put all our ideas on the table and see if we can find a better solution. With some careful mediation, the heat of the argument gradually faded. The four of them sat together. Though some distance remained, they all realized that only by working together could they overcome their challenges. So, let's start from the beginning and talk about the circus, Arthur suggested, his eyes bright with hope. Great idea. Elena nodded in agreement, inwardly relieved that the conflict hadn't escalated further. I think we should take a look at where the circus stands right now and figure out what needs to be improved, Benjamin said at last, finally letting go of his resentment and beginning to consider things seriously. I'll tell you this, Gary. As Arthur's close friend, it's only right that I offer him my blessing at the engagement ceremony. Benjamin's tone was resolute, his brows slightly furrowed, radiating confidence in his own position. Gary, however, dismissed his words with a faint, sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Benjamin, do you really think you understand what Arthur feels? You've never seen war. I've just come back from the front lines. As someone who's brushed up against death, I can truly grasp the weight of this blessing. So what if you've been at war? Benjamin's voice rose, his emotions flaring. That doesn't mean you can take my place. Arthur is my dearest friend. I've stood by him through countless days and nights. My understanding of him runs far deeper than yours ever could. But can you really comprehend the pain he's endured on the battlefield? Gary shot back, his eyes burning with defiance. I survived a hail of bullets, witnessed more heartbreak and loss than you can imagine. My blessing comes from the depths of my soul. It's born of respect for life itself. And yet you weren't there to side, watching him grow. Benjamin replied coldly, a note of disdain in his voice. I saw him transform from a naive young man into someone truly mature. My blessing is a wish for his future. Anger flared in Gary's eyes. He jabbed a finger towards the window, as though accusing the world outside. Do you really think your petty experiences compare to matters of life and death? On the battlefield, every decision weighs between survival and the end. I pay that price. If anyone deserves to bless Arthur, it's me. You speak as if I've never known pain. Benjamin snapped, his voice tight with emotion. I've suffered loss. I've felt heartbreak too. Do you really think you're the only one who understands what it means to hurt? The two men faced off, tension thickening the air between them. At that moment, the door opened. Arthur's fiancée, Emily, stepped into the room. She immediately sensed the conflict, her brows drawing together in concern. What are you two arguing about? Emily's voice was gentle yet firm, striving to defuse the brewing storm. Emily, you're just in time. Benjamin turned to her, a note of pleading in his voice. I want to offer Arthur my blessing at the engagement ceremony, but Gary insists that he's the more qualified one. I believe I understand Arthur's feelings better, Gary retorted, unwilling to back down. He's about to enter marriage, and after all I've seen in war, I can offer him a truly profound blessing. Emily sighed, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. You're both dear friends to Arthur, and I know that you both want him to be happy. But arguing won't solve anything. But I want Arthur to know just how important my blessing is to him. Benjamin's voice was tinged with urgency, as if he longed to be understood. So do I. Gary cut in, his voice rising even higher. I want Arthur to realize how fragile and precious life is. Emily shook her head and stepped closer to the two, her tone gentle but firm. I I understand how you both feel, but please calm down. What Arthur needs right now is your support, not more arguing. Support? Benjamin let out a dry laugh. Do you really think support in this situation means letting him hear us bickering like this? No, that's not what I mean, Emily replied, her eyes shining with determination. What I mean is, we should come together and create a beautiful ceremony for Arthur. I hope you can turn this argument into a blessing and give him a moment he'll never forget. Gary and Benjamin exchanged glances as if weighing Emily's words. At last, Gary fell silent, turning to gaze out the window, lost in his own thoughts. I just want Arthur to know how much he means to me. Benjamin's voice grew quieter, a note of vulnerability flickering in his eyes. I'm afraid of losing him, of losing this friendship. We're all afraid of loss. Gary finally spoke, his tone much softer now. But we also have to learn to cherish those who are with us. Seeing the two finally calm down, Emily let out a sigh of relief. Then let's prepare our blessings for Arthur together. We can speak at the ceremony, so he'll know we're all here for him. Great idea. Benjamin nodded, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. I'd be honored to join you in giving Arthur the very best blessing. Count me in, Gary agreed, a touch of relief in his voice. We can share our favorite memories and offer our heartfelt wishes together. The three of them sat down and began discussing the details of the engagement ceremony. Though their earlier quarrel had cast a shadow over the mood, their newfound unity and cooperation brought them closer together. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing them in a warm glow, as if celebrating the rekindling of their friendship. In the days that followed, they planned a warm and unforgettable engagement ceremony together. On the day itself, Benjamin and Gary stood side by side, offering their blessings to Arthur and sharing stories and feelings from the heart. Standing on the stage, Arthur's eyes shimmered with grateful tears, moved by the deep bond of friendship that surrounded him. My deeds on the battlefield are far more worthy of respect than yours. Gary roared, his voice booming like thunder, making the leaves outside tremble. Benjamin gave a faint smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. Oh, really? I've never forgotten that time you ran from a wild boar during a duel. His tone was light, as if recounting a harmless anecdote. Are you mocking me? Gary snapped, pointing angrily at Benjamin, the flush on his face deepening. That was an accident. I wasn't prepared at all. An accident? Benjamin shrugged, his voice tinged with disdain. Are you telling me that a warrior like you was scared off by a wild boar? Now, that's quite a tale. You just don't get it. Gary ground his teeth, fists clenched, looking ready to settle things with Benjamin right then and there. I fight for our family, carrying a heavy burden, while you just stand there making jokes. I make jokes because I know you understand, deep down. Benjamin's voice grew quieter, a flicker of sincerity in his eyes. You know that fighting isn't just about courage. It's about wisdom and judgment. Wisdom and judgment. Gary scoffed. I'm out there risking my life, and you sit here mocking me. Is that your idea of wisdom? Benjamin let out a quiet sigh and turned his gaze to the distant mountains, as though lost in thought. I'm not trying to belittle you, Gary. I just want you to see that true respect comes from within, not from rash acts on the battlefield. That's easy for you to say. Gary protested, his frustration mounting. You have no idea what I've been through. Every time I march out, I'm walking the line between life and death, while you live here in comfort. Comfort. Benjamin's voice rose, brimming with emotion. You think I haven't faced hard times? I fought on the battlefield too. My path was just different from yours. Your path. Gary sneered. Your path is hiding in the rear, fighting with words instead of weapons. You think I lack courage? Anger flashed in Benjamin's eyes. Maybe I'm not as visible as you in battle, but everything I do is for the sake of protecting the home we share. Protecting our home? Gary shot back. If not for brave warriors fighting on the front lines, how would our home ever be safe? Brave warriors need wise guidance if we're to protect anything at all, Benjamin replied firmly. Without strategy and planning, courage alone will never win the day. The tension between them grew thick, pressing down on the air around them. At last, Gary turned away, struggling to steady his breath and quell his anger. I just want to know what happened to the Black Hawk we captured earlier. Black Eagle. Benjamin was taken aback, then replied. He was taken away by hunters from the Reno family. I don't actually know where they took him. How could you not know? Gary pressed, his tone laced with suspicion. Did you just hand him over to them without a second thought? I didn't have a choice. Benjamin spread his hands helplessly. They came with such force and numbers. There was no way I could refuse. You're always so indecisive, Gary said angrily. Can't you ever stand up for us and fight for something? Fight for what? Benjamin's voice was tinged with resignation. Do you think I wanted this? Sometimes, we have to compromise to protect what truly matters. Protect what? Gary's eyes narrowed as he demanded. Is it just your pride, or those so-called rules? I'm thinking about our future, Benjamin replied, his voice growing passionate. If we keep fighting like this, we'll only make ourselves a laughingstock, and in the end, we're the ones who will get hurt. So you chose silence, chose to give up? Gary let out a cold laugh, a flash of disdain in his eyes. That's not the kind of future I want. Benjamin's expression darkened for a moment. He knew Gary had a point, but he refused to admit it. I'm not giving up. I'm simply choosing the more rational path. Rational? Gary mocked. From where I stand, it just looks like cowardice. Cowardice? Benjamin's anger flared. I'd rather be called a coward than drag our family into even greater danger. You don't even understand what family honor means. Gary gritted his teeth, storming forward in anger, clearly unwilling to argue any further. Benjamin was left with a heavy heart, knowing Gary would never truly understand his burdens. The distance between them grew wider with each word, their hearts drifting further apart with every argument. Gary, Benjamin tried to call after him, reaching out in vain. We can't let a single quarrel destroy the trust between us. Trust? Gary shot him a cold, bitter smile. Any trust one had in you vanished long ago. You. Benjamin's voice trembled with rage and disappointment. He knew there was no calming Gary now. Enough. I need some time to myself. Gary turned his back on Benjamin, his heart weighed down with helplessness and sorrow. All around them, the guests mingled in lavish attire, their faces glowing with congratulatory smiles. Yet beneath this cheerful facade, the air was thick with the tension of an impending conflict. Benjamin, who do you think is here to offer their blessings? Rumbled a burly man in a low voice, his gaze flickering toward Gary. There was a note of disdain in his deep, gravelly tone. Of course it should be Gary. His battlefield experience makes him more qualified. Benjamin frowned, feeling a bit uneasy inside. But he's not the star of the occasion, is he? The man sneered. Don't you think his blessing might seem a little out of place? Benjamin didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on Gary. Gary was chatting and laughing with a few friends, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Don't you want to challenge him? The man asked provocatively. A challenge? I have no intention of turning this event into a mess. Benjamin sighed, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Are you afraid? The man continued to goad him, his eyes glinting with excitement. It's not that I fear him, I just think. Benjamin's words were cut off. It seems you really don't have the courage. The man sneered, turning away and leaving Benjamin standing there, deep in thought. At that moment, Arthur stood high on the platform, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Happiness sparkled in his eyes as he followed Elena. With his gaze, Elena, dressed in a flowing white wedding gown, looked like a fairy, breathtakingly beautiful and captivating everyone present. Arthur, come on. We're about to start, an excited bridesmaid called out, her voice ringing with anticipation. All right, I'm coming, Arthur replied with a smile, his heart full of expectation. Just then, all eyes turned toward Gary. Bathed in the sunlight, he stood tall and unyielding, like a mountain that could not be shaken. Gary strode slowly toward the platform, his expression resolute, eyes sharp as fire. Arthur, let me offer you my blessing. Gary's deep, powerful voice carried across the lawn. Gary, Benjamin's heart clenched. He realized he had to make a decision. If he didn't act now, Gary would claim the right to give the blessing for himself. I want to give a blessing too. At last, Benjamin summoned his courage and dashed forward, interrupting Gary. You? Gary paused, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. Do you really want to compete with me? Why not? Benjamin's voice was steady. The uncertainty inside him was fading away. He knew that only by facing this contest could he prove his worth. All right, if it's a challenge you want, then let's have one. Gary smiled slightly, a playful glint in his eyes. What are you two up to? Arthur frowned, breaking off their confrontation. Arthur, Gary and I want to decide who gets to give the blessing through a contest. Benjamin answered without hesitation, his gaze unwavering. This doesn't really seem appropriate, Arthur replied, his voice tinged with hesitation, uneasy about the brewing conflict between the two. Whether it's suitable or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I want to prove myself. Determination gleamed in Benjamin's eyes, his heart burning for a taste of glory. Then come on, don't keep everyone waiting, Gary replied with a slight smile, a hint of challenge flickering in his gaze. Under the eyes of the crowd, the two quickly readied themselves. Guests began to gather around, their conversations bubbling with excitement for the upcoming contest. Who do you think will win? One guest whispered. Gary, of course. He's a hero on the battlefield. Another responded without hesitation. But Benjamin isn't someone to underestimate. He's Arthur's friend. After all, a third guest interjected, uncertainty in his voice. The contest began, and in an instant, the atmosphere tightened with anticipation. Gary and Benjamin stood in the center of the lawn, locking eyes, sparks of rivalry passing between them. "Ready?" Gary asked with a faintly mocking smile. "I've never been afraid," Benjamin replied, summoning a surge of courage from deep within. At the signal, both lunged toward each other. Gary charged like a tiger unleashed, full of raw power, while Benjamin moved with the swiftness of the wind, hoping his speed could make up for his lack of strength. "Take this," Gary shouted, swinging a heavy fist straight at Benjamin's face. Benjamin twisted away just in time, his heart pounding as he felt the rush of air dangerously close. He immediately countered, launching a precise punch aimed at Gary's midsection. "Not bad," Gary grunted as he felt the blow, quickly stepping back to evade the attack. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement reaching new heights. Arthur watched from the raised platform, his brow furrowed, worry etched across his face. "They won't get hurt, will they?" Elena asked anxiously, her eyes full of concern. "I trust they'll keep it under control," Arthur reassured her, though a faint unease lingered in his heart. The contest pressed on, each fighter displaying impressive skill and resolve. Gary relied on his wealth of battle experience to gain an edge, while Benjamin used his agility to search for every opening. "Gary, you're truly a formidable opponent," Benjamin panted, struggling to maintain his composure. "Thanks. You're not half bad yourself," Gary replied with a grin, the fire of competition still burning in his eyes. Then, without warning, Gary launched a fierce assault, intent on finishing the match in one decisive blow. The tension in the air was palpable as the two clashed, every onlooker holding their breath in anticipation. "Go on, don't hold back," an excited spectator shouted, sending the energy soaring to its peak. Yet just as Gary prepared to land the final strike, a look of resolve flashed in Benjamin's eyes. He drew a deep breath, gathered every ounce of strength within him, and charged headlong to meet Gary. "I won't lose," Benjamin shouted, summoning all his strength for a powerful blow that landed squarely on Gary's chin. Caught off guard, Gary staggered backward, visibly shaken by the impact. A hint of shock flashed across his eyes. He hadn't expected Benjamin to rally so decisively at the critical moment. "Well done." The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, the energy in the room rising to a fever pitch. How is this possible?" Gary was rattled, his expression growing increasingly conflicted. "I told you, I won't give up so easily," Benjamin panted, his gaze unwavering. In the end, amid the cheers of the crowd, Benjamin emerged victorious over Gary and claimed the right to receive the blessing. Arthur finally breathed a sigh of relief, a look of quiet satisfaction spreading across his face. She ran her fingers gently over the hem of her dress, her heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. Benjamin had chosen this color, a symbol of his hopes and expectations for her. She lifted her head and caught sight of her own smiling reflection in the mirror, but a trace of unease lingered within her. "Elena, hurry up, we're going to be late," her friend Melissa called impatiently from outside the door. "I'm coming," Elena replied, though inwardly she thought, "Today is my engagement to Arthur. I ought to be happy." Not far away in the grand hall, Arthur was chatting with his parents, a radiant smile on his face. Every so often, his eyes drifted toward Elena, filled with anticipation. Just then, Benjamin entered, a shadow clouding his features. His gaze flickered between Elena and Arthur, as though wrestling with some unspoken thought. "Elena, you look stunning," Benjamin's deep, steady voice broke the hush that had settled over the hall. "Thank you, Benjamin." Elena offered a gentle smile, though a flicker of hesitation passed through her heart. She knew Benjamin's feelings for her were anything but simple. "You look truly special today," Benjamin continued, his eyes unconsciously moving to Arthur. "Your engagement ceremony with Arthur. It's something everyone's looking forward to." "Yes, I've been waiting for this day for so long," Elena replied, doing her best to mask her nervousness. Just then, Gary burst in, excitement written all over his face. Spotting Benjamin at once, he strode over and clapped him on the shoulder. "Benjamin, I heard you're going to be Arthur's child's godfather? That's quite an honor." "I certainly hope to take on that responsibility," Benjamin replied coolly, his tone suddenly distant. "But I'm not sure that's what you want, Gary." Gary frowned, clearly puzzled by Benjamin's words. "Why not? This is the child of our mutual friend. Don't tell me you think I'm not suitable." "I'm not saying you're unfit," Benjamin said, his voice firm. "I just believe that this responsibility should fall to the person who is closest to them." "Are you implying that I'm not close enough?" Gary's voice rose a notch, a flash of anger crossing his face. "I'm simply saying that as the child's godfather, you should be the one to offer him the most support and guidance." Benjamin's gaze was unwavering, as if he were defending his own stance. "What are you two arguing about?" Elena interjected, hoping to ease the tension. Today is a special day. Why can't we just celebrate in peace? Because Benjamin always tries to outshine me, Gary protested, frustration coloring his words. Can't he let me off the hook for once? I just want to make sure the child has a good godfather, Benjamin replied coldly. And you think you're better suited than me? Gary's tone dripped with disdain. You're just calculating and meticulous. You don't even know how to love a child. How could you say that? Elena's heart tightened as she turned to Gary. Benjamin is a good man. He has his own way of caring. Oh, really, Elena? Don't you think he's a little too controlling? Gary sneered. Even the dress you're wearing. He picked it out for you. Elena's expression shifted, a wave of emotion stirring inside her. She had never considered her attire would become the center of such debate. I like this dress, she replied, her voice quivering slightly. I think it's beautiful. Beautiful, sure, but that's not the point, Gary insisted. Don't you feel that Benjamin is manipulating you? I don't see it that way. Elena's tone grew firmer. Benjamin only wants the best for me. He wants me to look my best for the engagement ceremony. But he's interfering with your choices. Gary roared. Is this really the life you want? That's enough, Gary. Benjamin finally snapped, his voice rumbling like thunder. His face darkened. My care for Elena comes from love, not from a desire to control. Love? Gary scoffed. What you call love is nothing but possession. All you want is to make her your appendage. You want nothing but to feed your jealousy, Benjamin retorted, his anger flaring. You have no idea what responsibility means. Responsibility? Gary echoed mockingly. You think you're qualified to talk about responsibility? You have no idea how to truly care for someone. What exactly are you two fighting about? Elena's voice finally rose above theirs, tinged with exasperation and anger. Today is my engagement ceremony. I don't want to see you two at each other's throats. You don't want to see us fighting, but you're choosing a man who wants to control you. Gary spat, his words edged with bitterness. That's enough. All of you listen to me. Elena's voice rang out, steady and clear. No matter whom I choose, it is my decision. I don't want to be trapped in your arguments any longer. Benjamin and Gary exchanged glances, a thick tension hanging in the air. Elena felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She knew she had placed herself on the opposite side of both men. Torn between conflicting emotions, she wished for Benjamin to understand her choice, yet dreaded the thought of losing Gary's friendship. I will respect your decision, Elena. Benjamin's voice finally softened, but I hope you understand that love is mutual. It can never be about one person possessing another. And I hope you understand that what I need is freedom, not another chain to bind me. Elena replied softly, a swirl of complicated feelings rising within her. Benjamin sat on the sofa, his brow deeply furrowed, a glass of red wine gripped in his hand as memories of the party surged in his mind. His gaze drifted toward the window, as if searching for answers in the distance. What are you thinking about? Elena's voice cut through his reverie. She entered the room, a trace of worry on her face. I'm thinking about Gary, Benjamin sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He drank himself senseless at the party, with no memory of what he did. I honestly don't know how to face the guests after that. Elena sat down beside him, studying him intently. That's always been Gary. He sees himself as a knight, but when it comes to alcohol, his sense of duty seems to vanish. But this isn't the first time. Benjamin shook his head, frustration written all over his face. Every party, he gets completely drunk, and I'm always left to clean up the mess. It's exhausting. You have to understand, those who bear the weight of the knight's mission often carry immense pressure, Elena said gently. Maybe Gary drinks to escape something. Escape? And what does running away ever solve? Benjamin's voice rose, his eyes flashing with anger. He's just making excuses for himself, refusing to face reality. Elena sighed, as if pondering something deeply. You know, Hector has been pushing himself hard lately. He stays at work late into the night, as if desperately trying to catch up to something. Hector? Benjamin's frown grew even deeper. What is he chasing after? Is he running from something too? Maybe. Elena's voice dropped low. I've seen him alone in his office, lost in thought, as if something weighty is weighing on his mind. That's unsettling. A sense of foreboding crept into Benjamin's chest. Are we all running from something? Gary, Hector, maybe even myself? Elena looked at him, her eyes filled with concern. Each of us carries our own burdens. Running away from them is never the answer. But I don't know how to face it. Benjamin's voice dropped to a murmur, as if wrestling with his own troubles. How am I supposed to help them? Perhaps you could try talking to them. Elena's tone was gentle yet steady. Let them know they're not alone. There are friends by their side, ready to support them. You're right. Resolve slowly returned to Benjamin's gaze. I can't keep silent anymore. Whether it's Gary or Hector, I can't just watch them go on like this. A faint, encouraging smile lit up Elena's face. That's the Benjamin I know. Benjamin stood, his heart brimming with determination. I'm going to find Gary and tell him how disappointed I am, and how much I want to see him pull himself together. I'll come with you. Elena rose too, her voice steady and unwavering. We'll face this together. No more running away. The two of them left the room. The hallway lights glowed dim and warm, as if they lent a touch of courage to their decision. When they reached Gary's door, Benjamin drew a deep breath and knocked. "Gary, open up," he called, his voice edged with anxiety and frustration. A clatter came from inside, the unmistakable sound of someone rummaging about. After a moment, the door finally swung open. Gary stood there, his face pale, eyes unfocused, hair disheveled, and the sharp scent of alcohol lingered around him. "What do you want?" Gary squinted at them, his tone tinged with irritation. "We need to talk." Without waiting for an invitation, Benjamin walked right in, with Elena close behind, closing the door behind them. "Talk about what?" Gary staggered to the sofa and collapsed onto it. "I'm not in the mood." "Not in the mood? But you made everyone at the banquet feel embarrassed for you." Benjamin's voice grew more heated. "You drank yourself senseless, and had no idea what you were doing." "I knew exactly what I was doing." Gary suddenly sprang to his feet, anger blazing in his eyes. "I was just enjoying my life. Is that really so wrong? Enjoying life doesn't mean losing control." Benjamin shot back, furious. "You're a knight. You should have a sense of responsibility, not just keep running away." "Responsibility? You think I don't know?" Gary's voice cracked, tears glistening in his eyes. "I'm under so much pressure. Can't you even try to understand?" Elena stepped forward and spoke softly. "Gary, we're all fighting our own battles. You're not alone. We're here for you. But you can't go on like this." "Support me?" Gary let out a cold laugh. "You have no idea what I'm going through. Your support means nothing to me." "We can face these hardships together," Benjamin replied, his voice growing softer. "You can tell us what's troubling you, instead of drowning yourself in alcohol." Gary lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and heavy. "I'm just afraid. I'm afraid I'll never be able to shoulder the responsibilities of a knight again." "Everyone has their vulnerable moments." Elena's voice was as warm as a spring breeze. "There's no shame in facing your fears. True courage for a knight is being brave enough to speak them aloud." Gary fell silent, a storm of conflicting emotions flickering in his eyes. At last, he slowly raised his head, a hint of struggle in his gaze. I don't know how to face it. Isabella, what are you working on?" Her roommate, Lily, entered the room, holding a steaming cup of coffee and wearing a look of concern. "I'm applying for jobs." Isabella set her work aside and leaned back in her chair, exhaustion etched on her face. "I just got an acceptance letter from the Imperial Healing Center, but I'm still uneasy about it." Lily blinked in surprise, then broke into a smile. "That's fantastic. That's Merlin's healing center. Everyone says his cure rate is 100%. Working there would be an incredible opportunity." "I know, but I'm still hesitant," Isabella sighed, her gaze drifting. "I don't want to be sent to some remote town. The living conditions are too harsh. I was hoping I could stay here. You know how rare chances like this are? Merlin is a legendary healer, and his reputation is unmatched. Working alongside him will only help you grow," Lily said, settling beside Isabella and looking at her earnestly. "You have to believe in yourself. Your abilities are just as strong as anyone's." "But I'm worried I won't be up to the task." Isabella dropped her head, tracing circles on the table with her fingers. "I just graduated. I don't have much experience. What if I make a mistake?" Lily shook her head firmly. "Isabella, you have to trust yourself. Everyone starts from scratch. Merlin picked you for a reason. You must have seen your potential." "You're right, but I'm still scared," Isabella admitted, lifting her gaze, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. "I don't know if I can handle that kind of pressure." Lily gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. Pressure can be a source of motivation. Try to see it as a challenge, not a burden." Just then, Isabella's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen. The call was from the Imperial Healing Center. Her heart pounded as she nervously answered. "Hello, this is Isabella." "Isabella, congratulations. You've been accepted." A gentle voice came through the phone. "We look forward to having you. Merlin will personally mentor you." "Thank you. I'll do my very best." Isabella's voice trembled with excitement and nerves. "We'll have orientation training next Monday. Please be on time." As the call ended, a wave of joy surged in Isabella's heart, only to be followed by a deeper sense of anxiety. "How did it go? What's the news?" Lily asked eagerly. "I got in, but I'm still really nervous." Isabella's voice quivered slightly. "That's wonderful. You're going to do great." Lily cheered, wrapping her arms around Isabella, as if to share in her happiness. Yet, despite the joy, Isabella couldn't quite relax. She knew the challenges ahead would be formidable. Merlin was a legend. His standards were certain to be high. Whether she could measure up to the intensity of this work was still an open question. A week later, Isabella stepped into the Imperial Healing Center. The lobby was spacious and filled with light, the walls adorned with countless certificates honoring the healers. A truly impressive sight. Her heart brimmed with anticipation and unease. "Hello, I'm Isabella." She greeted the receptionist, doing her best to appear confident. "Welcome, Isabella. Merlin will be waiting for you in the conference room." The staff member smiled warmly, guiding her inside. Isabella took a deep breath and walked toward the conference room. The door opened slowly. Merlin sat behind the table, his expression calm and his gaze profound. Isabella's heart raced as she thought, "This is the legendary Merlin." "Isabella, welcome to our team." Merlin's voice was deep, resonant, and magnetic. "I hope you'll learn much here, knowledge and skills alike." "Thank you, Merlin. I'll work hard," Isabella said, forcing herself to stay composed, though a storm of emotion churned inside her. "You must understand that healing is not just a craft. It is, above all, a form of respect for life itself." Merlin's eyes were serious. "Every patient has a story. We must listen with our hearts." Isabella nodded, silently taking in every word. She knew she had to keep learning to live up to Merlin's expectations. In the days that followed, Isabella threw herself into work at the healing center, training under Merlin in the ancient arts of healing and soul therapy. She quickly realized the job was far more challenging than she'd imagined. Anxiety and self-doubt washed over her each time she faced a patient. "Isabella, what are you doing?" Merlin's voice sounded behind her. She turned to see him standing there, a slight furrow in his brow. I'm organizing the patient's files," she stammered. "Organizing information is just the foundation, but you need to understand each patient's situation more deeply." Merlin's voice was calm and emotionless. "Healing is an art. You must truly feel it with your heart." Isabella gently brushed her hand over a bundle of herbs, a bright and joyful smile lighting up her face. Today, her goal was to prepare some special herbs for the upcoming festival. Yet, she was completely unaware that a shadow was silently drawing near. "Isabella, you look especially happy today." Her friend Maria emerged from the crowd, carrying several fresh vegetables in her arms. "Maria, you're here too. I just found some rare herbs. I heard they can ward off evil and bring protection." Isabella replied, excitement sparkling in her eyes. "That's wonderful. Our families need these herbs for blessings." Maria nodded, her gaze wandering across the bustling market. Just then, a figure slipped closer. A thief, dressed in black, eyes sharp as a hawk, fixed his gaze on Isabella's cloth pouch. In his hand, a small knife glinted coldly, waiting for the perfect moment. "Isabella, look over there." Maria pointed toward a distant stall, trying to draw Isabella's attention away. What is it?" Isabella turned her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. The thief acted in a flash. The blade sliced open the pouch, sending the herbs tumbling to the ground. A sly grin curled across his lips as he turned, ready to make his escape. "Oh no, my herbs!" Isabella cried out, quickly bending down to gather them. Her heart raced, a wave of panic overwhelming her like never before. "Stop right there!" Hector's voice thundered across the market. He surged from the crowd, his eyes unwavering, bearing down on the thief. The thief, startled, picked up his pace, desperate to lose himself in the crowd. But Hector had already anticipated his move and cut him off with swift determination. "You think you can get away?" Hector's tone was icy, his gaze burning with fierce intensity. The thief sneered, brandishing his knife, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You think you can stop me? You're nothing but a nobody." "Nobody?" Hector's anger flared, but he stood his ground, immovable as a mountain. "I won't let you hurt anyone." A tremor of fear ran through the thief. His hand shook, the knife slipping from his grip and clattering onto the ground. In that instant, Hector seized the opportunity. He lunged forward, tackling the thief to the earth. "Enough. Don't struggle anymore." Hector pressed the thief's shoulders to the ground, his voice ringing with righteous fury through the market. All around, people paused in their tasks, eyes riveted on this sudden commotion. Isabella stood off to the side, her emotions in turmoil, a mix of gratitude and anger swirling within her heart. "You despicable thief! How dare you steal in broad daylight?" She couldn't help but shout, her eyes blazing with fury. The thief was pinned to the ground, his face dark and brooding, yet a cold, mocking smile still lingered at the corner of his lips. "You think catching me will fix your problems? There are plenty more just like me in this market." "What are you trying to say?" Hector leaned down, glaring at the thief, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "If you say another word, I'll show you what true punishment means." "Punishment?" The thief laughed with scorn. Do you really think you can change anything? I'm nothing but a scapegoat. The real criminals are hiding in the shadows, and you can't even see a trace of them. His words landed like a heavy blow to Isabella's heart. Her hand trembled ever so slightly, a sense of unease rising within her. Is he telling the truth? Is there a darker force lurking behind this market? Shut up, Hector roared, twisting the thief's wrist without mercy. You're just a coward, hiding behind the darkness to cover your own weakness. The thief clenched his teeth, a flicker of fear in his eyes. You want to know the truth? Fine, I'll tell you. There's a bigger gang behind this market. They're the real masters pulling all the strings. A gang. Isabella's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her herbs were stolen because of some deeper conspiracy? You people have no idea what you're dealing with, the thief shouted, seizing the moment to attract the crowd's attention. You think catching me will keep your lives safe? How naive. That's enough. Hector seized the thief by the collar, his anger blazing. Say another word, and you'll disappear from this world right here and now. You think I'm afraid of you? The thief's lips curled into a sinister grin. I've got nowhere left to run. At this point, death means nothing to me. A wave of helplessness washed over Isabella, tightening her chest. She wanted to speak, but fear swallowed her voice. Her gaze darted about, seeking reassurance in the faces of those around her. We can't let him get away. Maria suddenly stepped forward, her tone resolute. We have to turn him over to the authorities and let them deal with him. She's right. We can't let him hurt anyone else. The other vendors echoed her words, quickly gathering around. Hector nodded, a spark of hope igniting in his heart. Good. Let's bring him to the authorities together. Just then, the thief began to struggle, desperately trying to break free from Hector's grasp. His eyes blazed with a mixture of despair and madness. You really think this will end it all? You're only fooling yourselves. What do you want? Hector asked coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The thief's lips curled into a sly, sinister smile. You'll regret this. You have no idea what true darkness really is. That's enough. Isabella finally lost her patience and stormed forward, her anger flaring. You're just making excuses for your own crimes. The thief laughed coldly, eyes gleaming with mockery. You naive fools will never understand the power of darkness. One more word out of you, and I'll show you what despair truly means. Hector's voice was low and forceful, carrying the weight of a promise. People in the marketplace began to back away, a heavy tension filling the air. Isabella's heart was tangled with doubt and fear, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was any truth in the thief's words. Hector, she called out, excitement in her voice as she hurried toward the other end of the stall. Hector was in conversation with a vendor, his brow furrowed in concern, clearly troubled by something. Hearing Isabella's call, he turned around and managed a small smile. Isabella, there you are. I was just about to look for you. Look what I got, she exclaimed, holding out a bracelet and gently turning in her fingers. The metal caught the sunlight and shimmered with a mesmerizing glow. Hector's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of seriousness. Wait, Isabella, something's not right with the market lately. What's wrong? Isabella's expression shifted, unease creeping into her heart. I just heard someone's lost their belongings. There may be a thief at work. Hector's voice was quiet but tense, his eyes flickering with worry. You mean a thief? Isabella's voice trembled slightly, unsettling images flashing through her mind. Yes, I need to check on the other stalls. As Hector spoke, he was already heading to the next vendor. I'll come with you. Isabella followed without hesitation. Despite her fear, her desire to support Hector was even stronger. They made their way to a fruit stand, where the vendor's face was drawn with worry. Hector, I just realized my money's gone. I swear I left it right here. Calm down, Jack. When was the last time you saw your money? Hector's voice was steady and reassuring, trying to soothe the anxious vendor. It was while I was dealing with a customer. I didn't even have time to tidy up before I realized it was missing. Jack's voice brimmed with helplessness and anxiety. Did anyone else see anything suspicious? Hector asked, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. I think I saw a shadow rush past me. A passerby offered, their tone tense. What did that person look like? Hector asked urgently. I remember he was wearing a black cloak and had a mask over his face, the customer stammered. A black cloak. Hector's frown deepened, and he was already beginning to devise a plan. We have to find this thief. I want to help too, Isabella declared with determination. You stay here and keep your belongings safe. Hector turned around, his gaze resolute. I'll come back as soon as I can. I don't want to just sit here and do nothing, Isabella retorted, her eyes shining with defiance. This is dangerous. Hector lowered his voice, a hint of pleading in his tone. I know you're worried about me, but I can't just stand by, Isabella replied, her voice unwavering and clear. Hector drew a deep breath, feeling helpless, yet he understood her resolve. He nodded. All right, but please be careful. They continued weaving through the bustling market, Hector pausing now and then to ask passersby for news of the thief. Isabella stayed close behind him, her heart pounding with a mix of nerves and excitement. Have you seen a man in a black cloak? Hector asked a woman who was selecting vegetables. I have. Just a moment ago, I saw him run that way. The woman pointed toward the far end of the market, a trace of fear on her face. Thank you. Without delay, Hector grabbed Isabella's hand and hurried in the direction the woman indicated. We have to hurry. Isabella gasped, her heart racing with both tension and anticipation. I know, Hector replied, his voice low, anxiety gnawing at him. They turned past several stalls, and finally, at the entrance to a narrow alley, they spotted the suspicious figure. That's him, Hector murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the man. The thief seemed to sense their eyes on him, and turned to make a run for it. Hector didn't hesitate. He dashed after him. Stop! The thief quickened his pace, with Hector right on his heels, and Isabella struggling to keep up behind them. Her heart hammered in her chest, fear and excitement mingling. Hurry! He's getting away! Hector's voice rang out beside her, and Isabella felt a surge of urgency. I'll cut him off! She suddenly shouted, fear fluttering in her chest, but she knew there was no turning back now. Isabella, no. Hector's voice was laced with worry, but Isabella had already darted forward. She sprinted toward the thief, nerves wound tight, her breath catching. Just as she drew close, Hector's warning echoed again. Careful! The thief spun around abruptly, swinging the bundle in his hands to fend Isabella off. She dodged with a sharp movement, barely avoiding the attack, her determination only growing stronger. Hector, come help me, she cried out, her voice ringing through the air as she silently prayed he would arrive in time. At last, Hector caught up, rushing toward the thief in a flash, trying to cut him off. Sensing things were turning against him, the thief spun around, desperate to escape, but Hector had already seized his wrist. Let go of me, the thief snarled, struggling fiercely, a sly look flickering across his face. You stole from someone else. It's time you paid the price, Hector said coldly, his eyes burning with anger. You have no idea who I am, the thief bellowed, twisting and turning, still fighting Hector's grip. I don't need to know your name. All I know is that you're a thief. Hector retorted, unyielding, his hold on the thief's wrist iron strong. You'll regret this, the thief spat, a crazed glint flashing in his eyes as a twisted grin crept across his lips. Just then, the market guards, drawn by the commotion, hurried over. Hector waved them down. Seize this thief. The guards instantly surrounded the thief, subduing him with practiced efficiency. His resistance faltered. At last, he was hauled away. That was terrifying. Isabella exhaled, relief and unease mingling on her face. It's over now, Isabella. You did wonderfully. Hector's voice was gentle yet firm, his gaze warm with admiration. I just wanted to help, Isabella replied with a faint smile, though a trace of nervousness lingered in her heart. You were brave, but promise me you'll be more careful next time, Hector said softly, concern shining in his eyes. I will, Isabella nodded, feeling a deep warmth blossom inside her. His brow was furrowed as his fingers traced the cover of the book, almost as if he were caressing a hidden treasure. The bustle around him faded into insignificance. The world seemed to disappear, leaving only the ancient wisdom within the pages calling out to him. Hector, what are you doing? A clear, lively voice pierced his reverie. Isabella approached, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, catching the breeze and adding an air of mystery to her presence. Hector looked up, snapping the book shut a bit awkwardly, like a child caught in the act. He managed a small, sheepish smile to cover his unease. I'm reading about ancient herbs and healing techniques. I find it fascinating. Fascinating? Isabella frowned, her gaze lingering on Hector's face. She was always puzzled by the contrast between Hector's rugged appearance and his gentle, thoughtful soul. You look so strong and tough. What draws you to things like that? Hector's smile faded, replaced by a moment of quiet reflection. He spoke slowly. I suppose I want to be like you. Someone who uses knowledge to help others. Me? Isabella was taken aback, as if she couldn't believe Hector would even think such a thing. She pursed her lips slightly, a storm of emotions welling inside. Her. All this time, she had believed Hector was the type to solve everything with his fists. Never had she imagined that, deep down, he longed for redemption. Why do you think you need a change? There was a hint of provocation in Isabella's tone, as if she wanted to pry open the secrets hidden in Hector's heart. Hector's gaze grew resolute, as though he was sifting through his memories. I once saw someone suffer terribly from illness, and those around could do nothing to help. I was powerless myself, forced to stand by, overwhelmed by despair. In that moment, I realized that strength isn't just for fighting, it's for protecting, for healing. Isabella was deeply moved by Hector's words, and a flicker of respect rose in her heart. Yet she couldn't help but protest. But do you really think you can do it? Learning all this takes time and patience, and well, you don't exactly have a knack for that. A flicker of anger crossed Hector's face, and his voice grew low and firm. I don't care how long it takes. If it means I can become a better person, I'm willing to give it everything. Don't you think that, for a doctor, the most important thing isn't knowledge, but that deep respect and love for life itself? Isabella was left speechless, caught in a whirlwind of inner conflict. She had always seen Hector as a brute, never suspecting he was capable of such profound thought. She wanted to argue, but found no words. I want to become someone like you, Hector said, his voice quiet but certain. I want to use my strength to save those in need, not just to fight. You truly want to save people? Isabella finally found her voice, her tone probing. What would you be willing to give up for that? Without hesitation, Hector answered, I'd give up everything, even my past. Isabella's heart trembled, Hector's words cutting through her doubts like a blade. Only now did she understand that Hector was far from simple. Deep inside, he harbored a longing for redemption. All right. Isabella took a deep breath, her tone softening. If you really want to learn, I can help you. We can study together, explore these things side by side. A rare smile lit up Hector's face, and a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Thank you, Isabella. I'll do my best. I won't let you down. The tension between them began to ease, as if the conflict from just moments ago had never taken place. Isabella sat across from Hector, opened her book, and started explaining the complex world of herbal medicine to him. This herb is called honeysuckle. It helps clear heat and detoxify the body, and can be used to treat colds, Isabella said, pointing to an illustration in the book, her eyes glowing with enthusiasm. And this one is good for reducing inflammation and helping wounds heal. Hector listened intently, nodding from time to time and occasionally asking questions. His gaze was filled with a thirst for knowledge, as though the book before him was the key to a new world. As time went by, a hint of confidence slowly appeared on Hector's face. He began to try memorizing the names and uses of the herbs, and even though he made mistakes now and then, he never lost heart. You really are a genius. Isabella couldn't help but praise him, a look of genuine satisfaction lighting up her face. But Hector shook his head, replying earnestly, I'm just working hard. You're the real teacher here. Just then, the library door swung open, and a group of young men walked in. Their laughter shattered the peaceful silence. Instantly, Hector's eyes sharpened with caution, his body tensing up without him realizing it. Hey, Hector, one of the young men called out, striding toward him with a mocking grin. What are you doing here? Are you really reading those boring books? A surge of anger rose in Hector's chest, but he forced himself to keep it in check. He understood these people weren't worth getting into a fight over. I'm studying, Hector replied calmly, making an effort to steady his voice. Studying? Huh, that's a joke, the young man scoffed. Someone like you could never learn this stuff. All you know is how to solve things with your fists. A flicker of concern crossed Isabella's face. She knew Hector was struggling to suppress his anger. Stepping forward, she spoke up to defend his dignity. He's working hard to change himself. Doesn't that deserve some respect? Change? You two are so naive, the young man sneered, disdain flashing in his eyes. In this world, strength is all that matters. Your precious books are worthless. A nameless fury welled up inside Hector, and at last, he could no longer hold it back. He stood up, meeting the young man's gaze. Directly, I don't need your approval. I believe knowledge and strength can go hand in hand, and I will use both to help those in need. Who do you think you're going to save? The young man taunted, his eyes filled with contempt. I want to save anyone who needs help, Hector declared, his voice ringing out with conviction, as if proclaiming his deepest belief. The atmosphere around them instantly froze. Isabella stood silently by Hector's side, offering her quiet support. She understood that a firm decision had already taken root in his heart. The young man was shaken by Hector's unwavering resolve, and the mocking grin gradually faded from his face. His expression turned complicated, as if he were reconsidering something deep within. Fine, do as you wish, the young man finally scoffed, turning on his heel and leaving the library with his friends in tow. Hector, what's on your mind? A clear, bright voice rang out, breaking through his thoughts. Isabella stepped forward, her face glowing with a warm smile, as if sunlight had spilled into the dim room. Oh, Isabella. Hector looked up and managed a faint smile. I was just wondering, can I really become a healer? Isabella sat down beside him, her gaze earnest and sincere. Of course you can. You already have a lot of experience with gathering herbs. This is just the beginning of a new journey. But I always feel like I'm learning so slowly. There's so much I can't grasp. Hector's voice carried a note of helplessness. Sometimes I even doubt if I'm cut out for this. Don't think that way. Isabella gave his shoulder a firm pat, her eyes filled with conviction. Everyone moves at their own pace. Learning is a gradual process. What you need is patience and perseverance. A trace of emotion flickered in Hector's eyes, but it was soon overshadowed by another wave of self-doubt. But when I see how talented the others are, I wonder if I'll ever catch up to them. You only need to focus on your own progress, not on comparisons with others, Isabella replied, her voice gentle yet resolute. You have a unique perspective and valuable experience. Those are your strengths. Hector fell silent, clearly moved by her words. For a moment, the anxiety and uneasiness that had weighed on him seemed to ease, though the struggle within was far from over. I know you have a real talent for working with herbs, Isabella continued. Maybe you could try combining your knowledge of herbs with your healing studies. It might make everything easier to understand. A sudden light sparked in Hector's eyes, as if he'd found a new direction. You mean, I could use the herbs I know to help patients? That way, I could grasp the healing process more quickly. Exactly, Isabella nodded, her gaze shining with encouragement. Start with what you know best, and gradually expand from there. Not only will that boost your confidence, but you might even find joy in the learning itself. A genuine smile appeared on Hector's face, one he hadn't worn in a long time. The gloom within him began to lift, replaced by a newfound sense of hope. He pictured himself in the future, dressed in the white robes of a healer, herbs in hand, devoted to helping those in need. Thank you, Isabella. He spoke with genuine gratitude. Your words truly lifted my spirits. It's nothing, really. It's just what colleagues do for each other. Isabella replied with a warm smile, but Hector could sense the sincerity and care in her voice. Just then, the door to the treatment center swung open. A few co-workers strolled in, their cheerful banter breaking the quiet of the lounge. A flutter of anxiety stirred in Hector's heart. He couldn't help but worry whether he'd ever truly fit in with this team. Hey, Hector, Isabella. One of them, Mark, waved enthusiastically, his face beaming with sunshine. What are you two chatting about? We were just discussing some aspects of treatment, Isabella answered, her eyes bright with encouragement. Treatment, huh? That's quite a hefty topic. Mark teased. Hector, you're our resident herbal expert. Come on, share your thoughts on herbs with us. Hector froze for a moment, caught off guard by suddenly being the center of attention. Nervousness welled up inside him, and he stammered, I'm really just a beginner. I'm not sure I can explain it well. You really are something, Hector, Isabella said with a playful glint in her eyes and a gentle smile. I always thought you'd be the serious type. Hector shrugged lightly, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. I'm not exactly the person you imagine. Honestly, I enjoy a good joke now and then. At that moment, Lilith approached from across the room, her gaze settling on Hector and Isabella. A wave of displeasure swept through her, and jealousy flickered in her heart. Her brow furrowed ever so slightly as she strode purposefully toward them, slipping into the conversation with a feigned casualness. Hey, what are you all talking about? Hector, I heard you made another new friend today. Lilith's lips curled in a faintly mocking smile, her eyes flashing with something sharper beneath the surface. Hector paused, then responded with a pleasant smile. Oh, we were just talking about work. Isabella's quite an interesting person. Really? Interesting. There was a trace of disdain in Lilith's tone. You two sure were laughing loudly. It seems you're quite the popular guy, Hector. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Isabella offered a gentle smile, hoping to ease the tension. Lilith, you know how stressful work can be. Sometimes it's important to relax and unwind a little. Lilith's gaze flickered between Isabella and Hector, her dissatisfaction quietly growing. She forced a light laugh. Of course, relaxing is good, but if you relax too much, people might start to get the wrong idea. Hector sensed Lilith's hostility and frowned slightly, trying to break the tension in the air. We're just having conversation, Lilith. There's no need to be so anxious. Anxious? Lilith let out a cold laugh. I'm simply reminding you that it's wise to be careful about the company you keep, especially with someone like Isabella. Isabella's expression shifted ever so slightly, annoyance flickering in her heart, but she had no desire to argue. She turned away and replied with a gentle smile. Lilith, I'm glad to have met Hector. We're all colleagues here, and it's only right that we help each other. Help each other? Lilith's voice sharpened. Are you hoping Hector will look out for you at work? I don't want to see any unnecessary misunderstandings between you two. The tension grew thicker. Hector raised a hand to interrupt, hoping to ease the situation. Lilith, please don't say that. Isabella and I are just ordinary friends. I hope we can all get along better. Ordinary friends? Lilith retorted with a frosty chuckle. Are you sure about that? I don't think things are as simple as you say. I don't understand why you feel that way, Hector replied resolutely. Isabella is a wonderful person, and I hope you'll give her a chance. A flash of anger crossed Lilith's eyes as she turned to Isabella, her voice icy. I hope you understand. Hector isn't someone you can approach at will. He has his own circle, and not everyone is welcome. Isabella's lips curled in a hint of disdain. She met Lilith's gaze and replied firmly, I understand, but I also hope you respect my choices. My relationship with Hector isn't something you need to interfere with. Your relationship? Lilith's tone rose, growing sharper by the second. Do you really think you can get close to him? You're just a new colleague here. You don't even know what kind of person he is. Sensing the situation spiraling, Hector tried once more to calm things down. Lilith, we're all co-workers. Mutual respect is what matters most. Saying things like this will only make matters worse. I'm only trying to protect you. Lilith's voice softened just a bit, though an undercurrent of reluctance remained. I don't want to see you taken advantage of. Taken advantage of? Isabella's voice turned icy. I don't see myself as using Hector. I simply hope we can be friends. Friends? Lilith echoed with a mocking edge. You really think you can be friends with him? You're far too naive. Hector finally couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to Lilith, his tone resolute. Lilith, that's enough. I don't need you to make decisions for me. Isabella is her own person, and I want you to respect her. Lilith was stunned for a moment, a flash of shock crossing her face, but she quickly regained her composure. All right, Hector, I'm only thinking of your best interests. I hope you can understand that. I do understand, but I want you to stop being overprotective, Hector replied, his voice softening a little, yet still firm. Isabella looked at Hector, a wave of warmth rising in her heart. She knew he was standing up for her, and she couldn't help but feel a newfound admiration for him. Thank you, Hector, Isabella said softly, gratitude sparkling in her eyes. It's nothing, Hector replied with a gentle smile, his gaze unwavering. I hope we can all get along. Lilith's expression shifted ever so slightly, but inside, she simmered with frustration. She was keenly aware that her image in Hector's eyes was fading, and Isabella's presence now felt like an unprecedented threat. I hope you can all get along, Lilith finally said, her voice tinged with resignation and reluctance. She turned away, but inside, her thoughts were in turmoil. I don't want to upset her, Hector murmured, his eyes following Lilith's retreating figure, a tangle of emotions written across his face. Do you care about her? Isabella asked, a hint of curiosity in her gaze as she studied him. Hector was silent for a moment, then shook his head. What I care about is our working relationship. I just want everyone to get along. I understand, Isabella replied with a gentle smile, though inwardly she was deep in thought. She realized that things between her and Hector were becoming increasingly delicate, and Lilith's presence was undeniably complicating matters. Dr. Merlin, you truly are our savior. A young woman approached, her eyes shining with gratitude. She held a bouquet of fresh flowers, their tender petals radiant in the sunlight. Thank you, Amy. Merlin smiled as he accepted the flowers, though he felt no warmth in his heart. His smile was like winter sunlight, bright yet biting. I heard you cured several critically ill patients again. It's nothing short of miraculous, Amy exclaimed, her smile as vibrant and genuine as a blossom in full bloom. Yes, their recovery was the result of the whole team's efforts, Merlin replied evenly, his tone unruffled. He was well aware of his importance to the team, but the emptiness inside him could not be filled by any amount of praise from the outside world. Just then, an angry voice interrupted their conversation. Merlin, how could you treat my father like this? A middle-aged man stormed over, his face etched with dissatisfaction and anger. His fists were clenched tightly, his whole body trembling with agitation. Please calm down. Are you a family member of the patient? Merlin turned around, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a look of solemnity. Calm down? You let my father lie in that hospital bed for 3 whole months. You don't care about his feelings at all. Only your own reputation. The man's voice rang out, shrill and piercing, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. I understand your anxiety, but effective treatment takes time. Merlin's tone remained even, as if he were engaged in a debate that had nothing to do with him. Understand? How could you possibly understand? You have no idea what it feels like to lose someone you love, the man shouted, his eyes glistening with tears. For a moment, those words struck a nerve in Merlin, but he quickly pushed the feeling aside and maintained his composure. I will do everything in my power to provide the best care for your father. I ask you to trust me. Trust you? I can't trust a doctor who only cares about prescriptions and surgery. You've never truly cared about your patients. The man's voice grew more agitated, and the other patients and their families began to glance over, their expressions uneasy. I must ask you not to create a disturbance here. Merlin's voice was still calm, but his brow knit ever so slightly, betraying his displeasure with the situation. A disturbance? All I want is for you to realize how much pain your indifference causes. The man's words echoed down the corridor of the clinic, striking Merlin's heart like a heavy blow. Merlin's expression darkened further. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. I'll arrange for further tests as soon as possible. Please wait patiently. Wait patiently? Do you even know how critical my father's condition is? You don't care at all. The man's voice crashed over Merlin like a relentless wave, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. I care about every single patient's life. Merlin's restraint finally wavered, and a hint of anger crept into his words. But medicine has its own laws. Emotions alone cannot change that. You don't understand at all. All you do is hide behind cold, clinical theories. You've never truly connected with your patients. The man's voice rose even higher, his gaze burning with both fury and despair. I will do my very best. Merlin could no longer conceal his exhaustion and frustration. His voice carried a trace of helplessness. But I can't promise that everyone will get the outcome they hope for. That's easy for you to say, but to us, you're nothing more than an emotionless machine. The man's words cut deep, each one a blade that pierced Merlin's heart. A violent surge welled up in Merlin's heart, as if some invisible force were tearing at his soul. He turned away, hoping to escape the conflict, but found there was nowhere he could go. Dr. Merlin, are you all right? Amy asked with concern, a trace of worry in her eyes. I'm fine, Merlin replied softly, striving to keep his voice steady. Yet inside, his emotions churned like a stormy sea, impossible to calm. Why were you so cold to him? He's just an anxious family member. Amy tried to defend the man, but Merlin only shook his head. I understand his pain, but I can't change reality. Merlin's voice was low, almost as if he were speaking to himself. But don't you want them to feel hope? Amy's voice carried a note of urgency. Hope? In this world, how much hope is built upon despair? Merlin countered, his eyes flickering with complicated emotion. Amy was taken aback. She had never seen Merlin so vulnerable. His gaze was full of helplessness and fatigue, as though he was bearing an invisible burden. Dr. Merlin, you have to believe that your patient's gratitude is your greatest motivation, Amy said softly, hoping to draw him out of his gloom. Gratitude? I've never felt it, Merlin murmured, a hint of confusion in his eyes. All I know is that I keep healing others, but I can't heal myself. Amy was stunned. Merlin's words cut through her calm like a sharp blade. She realized that deep within Merlin, there was a story no one knew, a silent, gnawing loneliness and pain. Dr. Merlin, you're not alone, Amy finally mustered the courage to say, her voice gentle. We're all here for you. This place was always so full of life, yet at this moment, he felt nothing but emptiness inside. Healing others gave him a sense of achievement, but when driven by money and honor, that feeling gradually lost its meaning and strength. Merlin, what are you thinking about? A clear, melodious female voice interrupted his thoughts. Merlin looked up to see Lilith walking in, sunlight, pouring over her and outlining her figure in a glowing halo. Her eyes were as deep as a tranquil lake, mysterious and irresistibly alluring. I was thinking, maybe I should go somewhere else, Merlin said with a faint smile, though his thoughts were far from so simple. Lilith took a seat, her gaze fixed on Merlin, as if she were searching his soul. Go somewhere else? Do you mean a different profession? Or just a change of scenery? It's just a job, Merlin replied lightly, though his mind was busy with unspoken thoughts. He was well aware that Lilith had always held him in high regard, but he had no desire for her to see the struggle within his heart. Don't overthink it, Merlin, Lilith said with a faint frown, concern evident in her voice. You've already achieved so much in this field. Why would you want to give it all up? Success. Merlin's voice grew low, tinged with resignation. All I've been chasing is a fleeting sense of accomplishment. I've healed countless others, yet I've never managed to heal myself. A flicker of surprise crossed Lilith's eyes, quickly replaced by unwavering resolve. What you need is healing of the soul, not just a change in profession. Would you be willing to join me in a soul-healing ritual? Merlin was taken aback, a torrent of conflicting emotions surging within him. Soul healing? You mean? Yes, Lilith nodded, her eyes shining with anticipation. Through the ritual, we can reach deeper layers of ourselves and uncover our truest needs. Only then can you discover how to truly heal yourself. But I don't really believe in these things. Merlin hesitated, though Lilith's determination stirred something within him. He had never ventured into such realms before, and a tangle of resistance and curiosity grew inside him. I know you're skeptical, Lilith said gently, her voice steady, but that's exactly why this is the opportunity you need. If you're willing, I'd like to take you on your birthday. On that day, every soul gathers together, and infinite possibilities await. Merlin lowered his head, pondering her words. On his birthday, he ought to be celebrating his achievements, yet now he stood at the precipice of a reckoning. With his soul, he remembered the hardships he'd endured along the way, how in this moment, all his success seemed to lose its color and strength. "All right, I'll do it," he finally said, his voice trembling ever so slightly. "But I'm not sure I'm ready for something like this." Lilith offered a gentle smile, warmth shining in her gaze. "It's all right, Merlin. You're not alone. I'll be right here with you." As the days passed, Merlin's heart slowly settled. He found himself looking forward to the ritual, hoping to discover his true self deep within his soul. Yet, at the same time, lingering doubts trailed him like a shadow. A few days later, Merlin's birthday arrived as promised. The sun was bright, the air filled with a gentle warmth. Together with Lilith, he made his way to a secluded valley, encircled by lush, thriving trees, a place entirely removed from the world. Here, the soul-healing ritual would take place, a realm of mystery and tranquility. "Are you ready?" Lilith asked softly at Merlin's side, her eyes brimming with care and anticipation. "I don't know," Merlin sighed, anxiety filling his heart. "What if I find out I'm not as perfect as I imagined?" "Whatever you discover is a part of you," Lilith replied firmly. "Only by embracing yourself can you truly begin to heal." The ritual began. Merlin closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to empty his mind. The sounds around him faded into the background, while fragmented memories began to surface. He saw himself in an operating room, calm and professional as he treated his patients. Yet behind that composed exterior, countless anxieties and uncertainties lurked in the shadows. "What am I really striving for?" Merlin whispered inwardly, when suddenly a wave of loneliness washed over him. He realized that the honor and wealth he was chasing seemed feeble and powerless. "Merlin, picture your inner world." Lilith's voice was as gentle as a mountain spring, softly calling him back. "What do you see there?" Slowly, an image emerged in Merlin's heart, a shadowy forest where his deepest fears and insecurities were hidden among the trees. He stood alone beneath the branches, surrounded by endless darkness, with no one else in sight. "I'm afraid of loss," Merlin murmured, his voice edged with helplessness. "Loss is not to be feared. What matters is how we face it." Lilith's voice echoed in his ears, radiating boundless warmth. A quiet courage began to rise within Merlin as he started to accept his own vulnerability and anxiety. He understood now that he didn't need to be perfect. True healing of the soul comes from accepting one's authentic self. As the ritual deepened, Merlin felt a comforting warmth envelop him. In that moment, his spirit seemed to soar, and every heavy burden was lifted from his shoulders. He saw the truest part of himself, the soul yearning to be understood and accepted. On the walls, all manner of soul runes hung, their faint glow flickering in the candlelight, as if whispering endless stories into the air. Lilith stood at the center of the room, hands clasped gently together, her eyes closed as though communing with some invisible force. Merlin sat to the side, turning an ancient crystal over in his hands, his gaze distant and uncertain. Once, he had been a passionate apprentice. Now, he was weighed down by the burdens of life and the fear of failure. Lilith's voice broke through his reverie, drawing him back. "Merlin, what are you thinking about?" Lilith's tone carried a note of urgency, as if she were trying to pull him from the depths of his silence. I'm just thinking," Merlin replied quietly, as though he were trying to avoid something. "Thinking? You're running away. You once longed so much to become a great healer, and now here you are, hesitating, floundering like a lost soul." Lilith's eyes flashed with anger, her words sharp and unyielding. "I'm not just flailing around in the dark, I'm just—" Merlin's words trailed off, his voice growing softer and weaker, as if all strength had left him. "You're just afraid of failure and death, aren't you?" Lilith cut in coldly, her tone sharp with accusation. Merlin lifted his head, a flicker of resistance crossing his eyes. "It's not death that frightens me. I'm trying to understand the meaning of life." "The meaning of life? Do you truly understand it?" Lilith's voice softened, but a note of defiance still lingered. "The meaning of life lies in how we face death, not in running from it. You need to realize that death isn't the end. It's another kind of beginning." Merlin fell silent, the struggle within him surging like a restless tide. He remembered the passion he'd felt when he first became an apprentice, the yearning to help others, the desire to explore the depths of the unknown soul. Now, though, he found himself shackled by his own fears, unable to break free. "Lilith, you have no idea what I've been through." Merlin finally spoke, resignation heavy in his voice. "I've seen too many suffering souls, watched them struggle right before me, but I couldn't save them. I'm afraid I'll never be able to help them. Lilith stepped closer to Merlin, her gaze filled with both understanding and resolve. Every soul has its own journey. We can't control their fate, but we can offer them hope. You were once so ambitious. Why settle for stagnation now? I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm terrified of failing again. Merlin's voice was faint, as if pressed down by invisible weight. Failure isn't what you should fear. What's truly frightening is giving up. Lilith's words cut deep, sharp as a blade. You need to find that brave part of yourself again, the Merlin who is willing to face any challenge. A warmth welled up inside Merlin, as though Lilith's words had sparked a flame of hope within him. He closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and tried to recall who he used to be. I remember how much I longed to help every soul I met. Merlin's voice grew steadier. I wanted them to know that death is not the end, but new beginning. Lilith smiled softly, her eyes shining with encouragement. Exactly. You need to believe in your own power and confront what you fear most. Only then can you truly become a great healer. But can I really do it? Merlin's voice was still tinged with uncertainty. Of course you can, Lilith said firmly. You're not fighting alone. I'll be here by your side. We'll face these souls together and uncover the mysteries of life together. A surge of strength ignited within Merlin's heart. He could feel Lilith's trust and support, and for the first time in a long while, he no longer felt alone. Thank you, Lilith. Your words have helped me find my courage again. Courage is a quality every healer must possess, Lilith replied, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Now let us begin the soul-healing ritual together, so that the lost souls may feel the power within us. Merlin nodded, his heart a whirlwind of anticipation and nerves. He understood that this was more than a mere ritual. It was a cleansing of the spirit. Together, they began the preparations, lighting candles, scattering soul powder, drawing runes. Gradually, the entire space became steeped in an air of mystery. Are you ready? Lilith's voice echoed at his ear, carrying a stirring strength. I'm ready, Merlin answered resolutely, yearning for what lay ahead. As the ritual unfolded, Merlin found his spirit gently entwining with those of the lost souls. He felt their pain, their fear, and their helplessness, as if he could see them struggling in the depths of darkness. I am here, with you, Merlin whispered, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. You are not alone. Death is not the end, but rather a new beginning. Lilith stood beside him in silent support, sensing Merlin's transformation and growth. She knew that in this moment, he had finally reclaimed the brave self he had once lost. Merlin, do you truly believe you're invincible? Lilith eventually broke the silence, her voice low but unyielding. Merlin started slightly, lifting his head, a flicker of irritation passing through his eyes. There you go again, Lilith. My abilities are well known. Why do you have to question me? You call it ability, but all I see is you barely surviving under the illusion of honor, Lilith replied, turning to face him, her gaze sharp and her tone laced with both anger and helplessness. You fear failure. You fear being exposed, and you can't even bring yourself to face your own vulnerability. You don't understand me. Merlin's voice rang out, as if he hoped volume could drown out his inner doubts. I've done so much for this world. Everyone depends on me. I can't let them down. Lilith let out a cold, bitter laugh. Depend on you? Or on the fantasy you've crafted? You're nothing but a coward terrified of death, hiding behind the mask of omniscience and omnipotence, all to conceal your own inadequacy. Merlin's face drained of color, his hand trembling as the scroll slipped from his grasp and hit the ground with a dull thud. Lilith stepped forward, leaned down to pick up the scroll, and fix him with a piercing gaze. Do you realize? Every time you pretend, you're only fooling yourself. You live in your own dream, too afraid to face who you truly are. I don't need your pity. Merlin growled through clenched teeth, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. I have my responsibilities. I have my mission. Mission? That so-called mission of yours is nothing more than an excuse to run away from reality, Lilith retorted, her voice rising with passion. You've set yourself on a pedestal, too afraid to come down and look at the world beneath your feet. Don't you realize that true courage is facing your fears, not avoiding them? Merlin's gaze grew complicated, as if he were wrestling with himself. He wanted to argue back, but the words caught in his throat. Sensing his hesitation, Lilith pressed on. You think of yourself as a healer, but while you try to mend others, you're constantly wounding yourself. You numb your pain with the suffering of those around you, hoping to forget your own fears. How can you say that about me? Merlin finally erupted, rising to his feet and pointing angrily at Lilith. You don't understand me at all. You're just jealous of my achievements. Jealous? Lilith replied with a cold, mirthless laugh. Your achievements mean nothing to me. All I want is for you to truly see yourself, to stop living under the illusion of your own glory. You need to understand, failure isn't what's frightening. What's truly terrifying is never daring to try. You think I don't want to try? Merlin's voice dropped to a hoarse whisper, his eyes shining with pain. Every day, I face countless challenges. Every time I act, it could be a matter of life or death. I can't afford to fail. I can't let anyone down. But you've lost yourself. Lilith's tone softened, a glimmer of compassion appearing in her eyes. You're no longer the brave Merlin you once were. Now, you're a prisoner shackled by your own reputation. You need to set yourself free before you can truly help others. A tremor ran through Merlin's heart, as if something deep within had been stirred. He lowered his head, fingers gripping the armrest of his chair, his expression growing ever more conflicted. Noticing this, Lilith's heart tightened, and she continued gently. You need to understand, true strength isn't about being invincible. It's about being able to accept your own vulnerability. Only then can you truly find yourself. I don't know how to face it, Merlin finally murmured, his voice tinged with helplessness. Face yourself. Accept yourself. Lilith slowly walked closer to Merlin, her voice gentle. Whatever you've been through, it's a part of who you are. You don't have to pretend anymore. You don't have to be afraid. True courage is daring to look your own heart in the eye. A flicker of struggle passed through Merlin's eyes as he considered Lilith's words. He slowly raised his head, his gaze a little more resolute. But what if I fail? Failure is nothing to be afraid of. Lilith smiled gently, her eyes shining with hope. Failure is the stepping stone to success. Every time you fall, it's a chance to grow. As long as you're willing to get back up and start again, you'll surely find your own brilliance. A wave of warmth rose in Merlin's heart, as if Lilith's words had touched him deeply. He took a long, steadying breath and slowly relaxed his clenched fists, a trace of relief appearing in his eyes. I understand now. I'll do my best to face myself. She had once been Merlin's assistant, but now their paths had diverged. Even so, Lilith still cared for Merlin for the depths of her heart. Drawing in another breath, she gently knocked on the heavy wooden door. The door creaked open, and Merlin stood on the threshold, eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Lilith, what are you doing here? Merlin, I'd like to talk with you. Lilith's voice was soft, yet unwavering. Merlin hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he let her inside. Candlelight flickered within the room, casting trembling shadows across Merlin's face, highlighting the fatigue and worry that weighed on him. Gray streaked his temples, and the years had etched deep marks upon him. Why do you come to see me? Merlin sat down, his tone tinged with a hint of coldness. I wish to invite you to a soul-healing ritual. Lilith met Merlin's gaze, striving to keep her voice steady. A soul-healing ritual? Merlin's brow furrowed slightly. I don't need such empty nonsense. Death is death. There's nothing to be healed. Lilith felt a sharp pain in her heart. Merlin's words cut into her like the edge of a blade. Merlin, you're wrong. Death isn't an ending. It's another beginning. I hope you can come to understand that. That's easy for you to say. Merlin let out a bitter laugh. You have no idea what I've been through. I've lost too much. To me, death is nothing but endless darkness. I know you're in pain, Lilith's voice softened, but you can't live trapped in fear forever. The soul-healing ritual can help you see another side of life, help you let go of those heavy chains you carry. A flicker of hesitation crossed Merlin's eyes, but it was soon swept away by anger. Who do you think you are? Your part of my life is finished, Lilith. I don't need your pity. I'm not offering pity. I'm offering you a chance. Lilith's voice grew firmer. This ritual is meant to help you understand the truth about death, not to drown you in despair. Merlin's emotions surged. He stood abruptly, his hands slicing through the air in fury. You don't understand my pain at all. Do you really think a ritual can save me? I can't bring myself to trust anyone anymore. Merlin, listen to me. Lilith stood up as well, her gaze unwavering yet gentle. I'm not trying to save you. I just want you to see another possibility. You can choose to let yourself be consumed by pain, or you can choose to let go and embrace a new beginning. A surge of emotion rippled through Merlin's heart, memories flooding in like an unstoppable tide. He had once been so confident, surrounded by countless friends and followers. Now, all that was left was loneliness and despair. His voice dropped to a murmur. I don't know if I could trust you again. I understand your doubts. Lilith stepped closer, seeking to bridge the distance between them. But please, give yourself a chance. Give us a chance. This ritual isn't meant to drag you back to the past. It's meant to help you find peace within. Merlin wavered. He looked at Lilith, the girl who had once fought by his side, now a solitary ray of light in his life. Drawing a deep breath, he finally nodded. All right, I'm willing to try. A look of relief and joy blossomed on Lilith's face. Thank you, Merlin. Tomorrow at dusk, I'll take you to the place where the ritual will be held. The next day, as the last rays of the setting sun bathed the earth in gold, Lilith led Merlin to a wide, open meadow. Towering ancient trees encircled the clearing, their shadows swaying gently as if welcoming the pair. This is where the ritual will take place. Lilith stopped and pointed to the open space at the center. Merlin glanced around, anxiety tightening his chest. He had never been part of a ritual like this, and doubt gnawed at him. Does this really work? Trust me, Merlin. Lilith smiled, her eyes filled with conviction. As long as you open your heart, you'll feel the power of the soul. As dusk deepened, the air around them grew mysterious and serene. Lilith lit several candles. Their flames flickered softly in the evening breeze. Closing her eyes, she began to chant ancient incantations, her voice flowing like a clear mountain stream. Merlin stood to the side, awash in conflicting emotions. He shut his eyes, trying to relax, but memories kept surfacing. Lost friends, past glories, moments of brightness now dimmed by pain that surged like a rising tide. Merlin, let go of your burdens. Lilith's voice sounded gently in his ear. Let the light of your soul illuminate your heart. Merlin took a long, steadying breath, doing his best to calm himself. He focused on recalling moments of real happiness, the laughter of friends, the warmth of sunlight, the carefree joy of days long past. Slowly, a faint, comforting glow began to rise within him. I can feel it, Merlin whispered, his eyes glimmering with tears. This is the power of the soul. Lilith smiled, her chanting continuing as the air around them seemed to grow warmer and more gentle. At that very moment, a surge of intense emotion welled up from deep within Merlin's heart. He seemed to see the faces of friends long gone, to hear their voices once more, to feel their love and blessings reaching out to him. Tears sprang from his eyes, and he could no longer contain the pain and longing that had been buried inside him. I'm so sorry, Merlin whispered, his tears streaming down his cheeks. Lilith quietly walked over and took his hand in hers. Merlin, let it out. Let yourself release it all. Feeling Lilith's warmth, Merlin was filled with a newfound strength. At last, he understood death was not the end, but a part of life's journey. In that moment, his soul experienced a liberation like never before. Just then, Lilith pushed the door open and entered, her expression tinged with worry. Merlin, there's something I need to talk to you about. There was a tension in Lilith's voice. She bit her lower lip slightly, and unease flickered in her eyes. Merlin looked up, his gaze cold and sharp. If you have something to say it plainly. Don't beat around the bush. Lilith's heart tightened. She knew Merlin was never easy to deal with, but she summoned her courage and spoke slowly. I think there are some issues with how our team is dividing up the project work. It might affect the final outcome. Issues? Merlin let out a cold, dismissive laugh. Do you really think you have the right to criticize my arrangements? You're just an intern. Lilith's face changed slightly, a trace of hurt flickering in her eyes, but she refused to back down. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her voice. I'm not criticizing you. I just want to offer some suggestions. After all, we all want this project to succeed, don't we? Succeed? Do you think your enthusiasm alone is enough to change anything? Merlin's voice grew louder, his irritation unmistakable. How long have you even worked here? What experience do you have? I don't need some little girl telling me how to do my job. A flash of anger lit up Lilith's eyes. She stood tall, refusing to retreat. I may lack experience, but I'm doing my best to learn. I believe everyone deserves a voice, and no one should be ignored just because of their position. Merlin's expression darkened, and the atmosphere in the office grew tense in an instant. He slammed his hand down on the desk, his anger boiling over. Do you really think you're on equal footing with me? I don't want to hear another word of your pointless arguments. Get out of my office now. A wave of grievance and anger surged in Lilith's heart. She fought back her tears, her voice trembling. I just want to contribute to the team. Why can't you give me a chance? A chance. Merlin let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you really think those little things you've done here count as a contribution? As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing but a child wasting everyone's time. Lilith clenched her teeth, the flames of anger nearly consuming her from within. She refused to endure any longer, her tone resolute. I'm not a child. I have my own ideas and abilities. I want you to respect me, to respect my opinions. Respect. Merlin's eyes flashed with disdain. You haven't earned my respect. You're just stubbornly doing pointless things, completely unaware of how complicated this project is. A sense of helplessness washed over Lilith, her heart heavy with disappointment and anger. She turned to leave, but Merlin's voice called out again. Behind her, sharp, and unyielding. Do you think walking away will solve anything? What this project needs is teamwork, not your individual heroics. Lilith paused in her tracks, turning back, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I'm not trying to be a hero. I just don't want everyone's efforts to go to waste. I hope we can face these problems together, instead of blaming each other. Merlin's expression softened a little, though he still showed no sign of backing down. You think I'm blaming you? I'm just telling you the truth. Whether this project succeeds or fails isn't just about you. Lilith took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. I know that, but I believe if we can communicate openly, maybe we'll find a better solution. Merlin fell silent for a moment, as if considering her words. Sensing her chance, Lilith pressed on. We could try redistributing the tasks, so everyone's strengths are put to good use, instead of letting some people shoulder all the burden. You think you could do better? There was a hint of challenge in Merlin's voice. I can't say I do better, but I'm willing to try. Lilith's voice was steady and clear. I want us to work together, not against each other. Merlin's gaze lingered on Lilith's face for a moment, seemingly moved by her determination. He let out a quiet sigh, his tone finally softening. All right, I'll consider your suggestion, but you have to understand, results are what matter most. Lilith was briefly taken aback, surprised by Merlin's change in attitude. A gentle warmth blossomed in her heart as she nodded. Thank you, Merlin. I'll do my very best. Remember, teamwork is the key. Merlin's voice, though still stern, now carried a hint of concern. Don't let me down again. Lilith responded with a gentle smile. I won't. I'll do my best to show you how much I've improved. Gradually, the tension between them began to ease. Though the memory of their earlier conflict still lingered, Lilith felt a flicker of hope. She knew the road ahead would be full of challenges, but as long as they could understand and support each other, perhaps everything would turn out for the better. I have a few things to take care of. Merlin stood up, breaking the silence. You can head back and prepare for your lessons. Lilith nodded, gratitude welling up inside her. Thank you, Merlin. I'll make sure I'm well prepared. She turned and left the office, her heart swirling with emotion. Though the argument with Merlin had left her exhausted, she realized that it was precisely this kind of conflict that had strengthened her resolve. She was determined to find her place within the team and prove her worth. As she walked down the corridor, the conversation replayed in her mind. Silently, she vowed, no matter how difficult the road ahead might be, she would never back down. She would earn their respect through her own efforts and change the fate of this team. Lilith, just as she stepped out of the building, a familiar voice called out from behind her. She turned to see her colleague, Emily, approaching, concern written all over her face. Merlin, calm down. Arthur tried to ease the tension, his tone weary. This isn't your fault. Hector really did go too far. Too far. Merlin's voice dripped with sarcasm. He's not just an incompetent ruler. He's a traitor. He knows perfectly well the darkness is closing in, yet he chooses to ally himself with the Mage Association. It's absurd, but we don't have any proof, Arthur said quietly, almost as if he were trying to defend Hector. Besides, the relationships between the Imperial Court, the Mage Association, and the Warriors Guild are already tangled enough. If we act rashly, we could spark an even greater conflict. A dark shadow crossed Merlin's face as he clenched his fists tight, struggling to contain his anger. Are you really willing to just stand by and let him do this? We can't wait any longer. The forces of darkness are already gathering in secret, and their ambitions reach far beyond our little town. I understand how you feel, but we need to be cautious. Arthur sighed, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. I'll go find Alice. She's a member of the Mage Association. Maybe she can help us get some information. Merlin nodded. Though anger still burned within him, he knew that, right now, the most important thing was to find a breakthrough. At that moment, the door to the dining hall swung open, and Hector appeared in the doorway. His face was clouded, as if he had just come through a heated argument. What are you doing here? Hector's voice was cold as steel, his gaze cutting across Merlin and Arthur like a knife. We're just discussing some matters, Merlin replied, putting on a calm front even as his mind raced for a way to handle Hector's interrogation. Discussing? Discussing what? Hector strode closer, contempt flickering in his eyes. Are you questioning my decisions? Or plotting how to oppose me? We're only concerned about the impending crisis, Arthur tried to explain, but Hector dismissed his words with a scoff. Crisis? You have no idea how complicated the situation really is. Hector's voice rose sharply, reverberating through the room. I'm fighting for the future of the entire empire, while all you do is sit here and criticize. Merlin could hold back no longer. He sprang to his feet, pointing at Hector in fury. Your so-called struggle is nothing but a bid for your own gain. You know full well the threat posed by the forces of darkness, yet you choose to side with them. Aren't you afraid you'll drive the entire empire into ruin? Hector's expression twisted, rage flaring in his eyes. And who do you think you are? Just a petty sorcerer. And you dare speak to me like this? I have my reasons. Reasons you could never comprehend. Never comprehend? Merlin let out a cold laugh. What I comprehend is your lust for power and your betrayal of the people. You're no longer a ruler who serves the people. You're just a dictator looking out for your own interests. Enough! Hector's voice thundered through the dining hall, the very air seeming to freeze with the intensity of it. If you keep this up, you'll live to regret it. Merlin's heart clenched, but he stood his ground, locking eyes with Hector. Is that a threat? You have no right. I will expose your schemes and show everyone who you really are. Hector's face grew even darker, and the tension in the room became almost unbearable. Just then, the door opened once more, and Alice entered. Her arrival was like a breath of fresh air, easing the standoff that had gripped the room. What's going on here? Alice looked at the three of them, a slight frown creasing her brow. It's nothing. Hector was just giving Merlin a talking to, Arthur said quickly, trying to cover up the conflict. A talking to? Alice's gaze shifted between Merlin and Hector, clearly sensing the underlying tension. Merlin, what happened? I was telling Hector that his decisions will bring about the Empire's downfall, Merlin answered frankly, his voice unwavering. What are you talking about? Hector's face grew even darker, clearly displeased by Alice's arrival. I simply want him to understand how real the threat of the dark forces is, Merlin replied calmly. We have to stand united if we're to face the coming crisis. United? Hector let out a cold laugh. You're nothing but a handful of incompetent magicians. You can't change anything. Incompetent? Alice's voice suddenly rose. I'm far from incompetent in the Magic Council. If we don't work together, the Empire will be devoured by the darkness. Hector's expression shifted, as if he'd just realized the gravity of the situation, yet he still refused to admit he was wrong. You're just fear-mongering. I have my own plans. I don't need your meddling. Plans? Merlin scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Your so-called plans are nothing but self-deception. They can't possibly stand against a real threat. That's enough. Hector's voice rang out, sharper and louder than before, brimming with fury. You people have no idea what I've had to endure. Endure? Merlin shot back coldly. What you call endurance is just struggle for your own interests, with no regard for the lives of the people. Hector's face grew even more sullen, his eyes blazing with anger. You've truly disappointed me. Disappointed? Merlin's retort was unwavering. I'm the one who's disappointed. Disappointed in you, the traitor. The tension in the room thickened, the very air seeming heavy and stifling. Hector's face turned pale, his fists clenched tight, as he fought to contain his simmering rage. At the headquarters of the Magic Council, the atmosphere was oppressive. Arthur sat at the head of the conference table, his brow furrowed, gaze wandering through the window toward the distant horizon. Around him, several senior members of the council were deep in discussion about the battle to come. We must ensure Arthur's safety. That is our sole responsibility. An elderly man, thin and austere, named Herman, spoke with unwavering resolve, his fingers tapping softly on the tabletop. But Herman, the threat of the dark forces doesn't end there. A young sorceress, Lillian, spoke up urgently, her eyes flickering with anxiety. If we don't act first, the Empire's borders won't be able to withstand their assault. Lillian, you must understand, our duty is to protect Arthur. Herman's voice held an unmistakable authority. If anything happens to him, the entire Empire will be thrown into chaos. But we can't just sit here and wait for disaster. Lillian stood up, her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and worry. I've seen firsthand the horrors those dark forces are capable of. Their magic is far stronger than we ever imagined. Enough. Arthur finally spoke, his voice low, yet carrying an undeniable weight. What we need now is unity, not infighting. Herman, Lillian, everyone knows how grave the situation is, but no matter what, my safety must remain our top priority. Arthur, you don't understand. Lillian's voice grew even more agitated. If we don't strike back, the forces of darkness will only grow bolder. They could swallow the entire Empire whole. Herman fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting between the two, as though searching for a way to mediate the conflict. Just then, the door swung open and in strode a burly warrior named Carl. He was a palace guard, his face etched with weariness. Forgive me for interrupting your meeting, Carl rumbled, his voice steady and powerful. I've just returned from the border, and the situation is dire. The dark forces are already gathering, and if we don't act soon, the consequences will be disastrous. Carl, are you saying they're preparing to attack? Herman's expression tightened, a sudden tension in his voice. Yes, their objective is clear. The Empire's border is their first line of assault. Carl's brow was deeply furrowed, but his eyes burned with determination. We have to act now. We can't afford any more delays. This is exactly what I've been saying. Lillian jumped in without hesitation. If we could unite with the Warriors Alliance, we might still have a chance to drive them back. Unite with the Warriors Alliance? Hermann hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. That's easier said than done. They've always held deep prejudice against the Mages Guild. But this is a matter of life and death. Lillian burst out, her voice fervent. We have to set our differences aside and stand together. Arthur listened quietly, a storm of mixed emotions rising within him. He knew the threat of darkness was no longer just a personal danger. It was the fate of the entire empire at stake. Rising to his feet, his gaze swept over those gathered, clear and resolute. I agree with Lillian. We must seek out the Warriors Alliance and ask for their help. Arthur, are you certain about this? Hermann's voice was tinged with concern. Yes, I'll go myself, Arthur replied without hesitation. I can't allow everyone to keep worrying about me. We have to face the coming storm together. I'll go with you. Lillian pledged at once. The Warriors Alliance must understand that the threat of darkness is a burden the whole empire must bear. I'm coming too, Carl said firmly, nodding. As your guard, it's my duty to protect you all. The atmosphere in the conference room grew steadily more tense and charged with determination. Hermann took a deep breath, then finally nodded in agreement. Very well, I'll support your decision. But we must be fully prepared to face any retaliation from the forces of darkness at a moment's notice. As night deepened, Arthur, Lillian, and Carl set out on their journey to the Warriors Alliance. Along the way, the wind howled past them, as if heralding the storm that was about to break. At the Empire's borders, the Warriors Alliance stronghold shone with bright lights, the air thick with tension. The leader of the Alliance, the formidable warrior Rex, was deep in discussion with his deputy. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually grew tense, charged with a fighting spirit. Hermann took a deep breath and finally nodded in agreement. Very well, I will support your decision. But we must be thoroughly prepared to face any counterattack from the forces of darkness at any moment. As night deepened, Arthur, Lillian, and Carl set out on their journey to the Warrior Alliance. The wind howled along the way, as if foretelling an impending storm. At the Empire's border, the Warrior Alliance camp was ablaze with light, the air thick with tension. The leader of the Alliance, the formidable warrior, Rex, was conferring with his second-in-command about the defense plan. At that moment, Arthur and his companions pushed open the door and entered. You've come at just the right time. Rex looked up, surprise flickering across his face as he saw Arthur. What brings the Magic Association here in person? Rex, we have urgent matters to discuss. There was a note of urgency in Arthur's voice. The forces of darkness are gathering. We need to unite and face the threat that's about to descend upon us. The forces of darkness. Rex's expression turned grave. Are you certain? Absolutely certain, Lillian interjected, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. We must stand together if we are to protect our homeland. Rex fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting between Arthur and Lillian. At last he nodded. Very well. I'll summon every warrior we have and prepare for the coming battle. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The door burst open and a breathless scout rushed in, his face pale. Report. The forces of darkness are approaching the border. Their numbers are overwhelming. They're amassing quickly. What? Rex's face darkened instantly. We're out of time. Ready the defenses at once. Arthur, Lillian, Carl, you must prepare yourselves as well, Rex ordered, his voice low and commanding. The outcome of this battle will decide the future of the Empire. Benjamin, what exactly is your plan? The silence was broken by a middle-aged man named Mark. His voice was deep and authoritative, his eyes clouded with unease. Benjamin frowned slightly. Scattered before him were blueprints and sheets of data, a clear sign he disliked being questioned. As I've said before, the details of this plan cannot be disclosed lightly, especially at such a critical moment. His tone was cool, yet carried an unyielding firmness. But we have to know whether our interests are at risk. Emily, another participant, cut in anxiously. She was a shrewd businesswoman, well-versed in the rules of power. Threats? This is merely the beginning of our cooperation. A flicker of disdain crossed Benjamin's eyes. You have to understand, the entanglement and collaboration of 3 different factions is a troublesome business. What we need is trust, not suspicion. Trust. Mark let out a cold laugh. In this game, trust is a luxury. Each of us is here for our own interests. So tell me, why should I trust you? He stood up abruptly, pressing his hands on the table and leaning in toward Benjamin, as if trying to see straight through him. What you want, I want as well. Benjamin didn't back down. He met Mark's gaze head-on, sparks flying between them. He knew perfectly well that if he couldn't win the others over, there would be no talk of cooperation. Sensing the mounting tension, Emily tried to ease the situation. Everyone, let's calm down. We're all in the same boat here. A single misstep from any one of us could doom the entire plan. Failure? That's your problem, not mine. I have no intention of taking responsibility for your mistakes. Mark's reply was icy as he dropped back into his seat, his contempt unmistakable. Don't you want to know what happens next? Benjamin's tone shifted, a hint of challenge in his voice. If you don't join this plan, you're passing up an extraordinary opportunity. An opportunity? Emily raised an eyebrow. Are you saying there's something for us to gain from all this? Exactly. Benjamin nodded slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips. If we pull this off, everyone involved stands to gain a great deal. It's easy for you to say. What we need are real, tangible results. Mark's voice rose again, anger simmering beneath his words. Do you think I enjoy putting myself in the government spotlight? Benjamin's tone turned grave. I'd rather control things from behind the scenes and let you shoulder the risks. That way, if it fails, my losses are minimal. So you want to use us as your pawns? There was fury in Emily's voice. We're not fools. We won't fall for your tricks so easily. You're free not to trust me, but you'll only be hurting yourselves in the end. Benjamin's reply was cold, his eyes burning with supreme confidence. I'd really like to know where your confidence comes from. Mark's voice dripped with sarcasm. Do you really think a piece of paper can make us dance to your tune? It's not just a piece of paper. It's my ability. Benjamin smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. I have the resources, the connections, and the skill to see this plan through to success. You think you can control everything? Emily's voice sharpened. In a mess like this, even the smallest mistake could bring the whole scheme crashing down. So we must proceed with caution. Benjamin nodded, his tone softening. It's not that I want to control any of you. Rather, I hope we can work together, united, to face what's ahead. Work together? Mark let out a cold laugh. Do you really think we'll believe your words alone? What I want you to believe is this. Cooperation is our only way forward. Benjamin's voice grew gentle, yet there was an unmistakable firmness in it. If we allow ourselves to be divided, the ones who end up hurt will only be ourselves. Silence settled over the meeting room once more as everyone weighed Benjamin's words. On Emily's face, a flicker of hesitation appeared before she finally sighed. Maybe we truly don't have any other choice. So you're saying we should trust him? Mark's voice was tinged with dissatisfaction, but he knew there was nowhere left to retreat given the current situation. We have to at least try. Emily nodded resolutely. In times as complicated as these, only unity can give us hope. Benjamin looked at them, quietly letting out a breath of relief. Good. If you're willing to try, then we can start working out a concrete plan. Hector, we can't afford to delay any longer. Arthur broke the silence, urgency rising in his voice. The expansion of the dark forces has already begun to threaten our alliance's safety. We have to act. Understand how you feel, Arthur, Hector replied slowly, his gaze unwavering. But this isn't something we can decide lightly. We need official support, especially now, at such a critical moment. Gary interjected. Official support? They've been stalling us from the start. They don't take our warnings seriously at all. If we keep waiting, the dark forces will seize even more territory. They might even threaten our very homes. A deep furrow appeared on Hector's brow. He drew a slow, steadying breath, struggling to remain calm. I know all of you are anxious, but we can't rush into battle without being fully prepared. We need a detailed plan to make sure every step is taken with care. A plan. Arthur's voice shot up, brimming with agitation. You think there's still time for planning? Every day, the dark forces grow stronger. More lives are lost. We can't hesitate any longer. With a thunderous slap on the table, Hector's voice boomed. Arthur, calm down. Do you want us to charge in recklessly and be crushed with ease? We have to keep our heads. We need strategy. Gary watched the two men, anxiety gnawing at him. He understood Hector's concerns were valid, but Arthur's agitation wasn't without reason either. While the soldiers of the Warrior Alliance were risking their lives on the front lines, here they were, locked in endless debate, as if their resolve to fight the forces of darkness had wavered. If we don't seek official support, who will believe our warning? Gary finally broke the silence, his voice low but resolute. I agree with Hector. We need a thorough plan, but what we need most of all is time. Time? Do you really think time will save us? Arthur's eyes blazed with anger. If you want to wait, then prepare to watch our comrades fall one by one. Hector and Gary exchanged uneasy glances, worry flickering in both their eyes. The morale of the Warrior Alliance was already at its breaking point. A single spark might set off a catastrophic conflict. I'll reach out to the authorities and try to win their support, Hector said at last, his voice a deep rumble. But you have to understand, this will take time. I'll do my best to keep my emotions in check. Arthur managed a strained smile, though his anger had hardly faded. But I want you to give us an answer as soon as possible. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. A burly man burst in, face flushed with urgency, breath coming in heavy gasps. Hector, it's an emergency. News from the front. The forces of darkness are gathering faster than we feared. They're targeting our border villages. What? Hector's face went ashen in an instant. They've already begun their attack. Yes, some villagers have already reported sightings of their troops, closing in fast. The man's voice quivered with anxiety. We have to act now. Arthur and Gary exchanged a look, both realizing that time was no longer a luxury they could afford. Hector, we can't wait any longer. Arthur grabbed Hector's shoulder, his eyes burning with determination. We need to assemble a team and move to the front lines immediately. Hector clenched his jaw, a storm of conflicting emotions raging inside him. He knew Arthur was right, but he also understood that a reckless assault could spell disaster. We must ensure the safety of every soldier, Hector finally said, his voice steady and grave. Gary, go now. Mobilize every resource at our disposal and prepare to move out to the front. Yes, sir. Gary responded without hesitation and dashed for the door. Arthur fixed his gaze on Hector, hope and urgency mingling in his eyes. I'll lead a squad to scout the enemy's movements. We need to know their plan if we're to form an effective counter-strategy. All right. Hector nodded, finally making up his mind. But you must be careful. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. Arthur nodded firmly, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. I'll do my best to keep myself and my team safe. As time passed, the soldiers of the Warriors Alliance quickly assembled. A tense atmosphere filled the air. Hector stood on the command platform, his gaze sweeping over the warriors before him, a heavy sense of responsibility and pressure weighing on his heart. Fellow warriors, today we face a formidable enemy. Hector's voice rang out, stirring the spirit of everyone present. The spread of the dark forces has already threatened our homeland, our loved ones. We can no longer retreat nor hesitate. For our homeland, the warriors shouted in unison, their voices thundering and echoing throughout headquarters. I want each of you to remember, unity is our strength, Hector continued, his eyes unwavering. No matter how difficult the road ahead may be, we must fight side by side. We must never let the darkness prevail. Night fell. Moonlight filtered through the heavy clouds, casting a silver glow over a tranquil forest. The shadows of trees swayed gently, as if whispering secrets. In a secluded clearing, Merlin and Hector met. The silence was almost suffocating, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Merlin, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Hector managed a faint smile, though a hint of tension lingered in his eyes. His voice was low and steady, as if concealing his inner anxiety. Indeed, but this beautiful night is no time for relaxation. Merlin's voice was clear and resolute, his gaze gleaming with wisdom. We must ensure that this plan remains secret. Hector nodded, his smile fading instantly, replaced by a grave expression. You know how complicated the minds of the Warriors Alliance are. If anyone discovers our cooperation, the consequences would be unimaginable. I understand. Merlin sighed softly, lifting his eyes to the starry sky. But in these turbulent times, unity is what we need most. The cooperation between the Mage Association and the Warriors Alliance might be our only way forward. But this secret is too important, Merlin. Hector's voice grew even more solemn, carrying a note of warning. I trust you, but I can't guarantee others will do the same, especially those with hidden agendas. Merlin gazed at Hector, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Are you talking about Alpha? Hector gave a slight nod, his brows furrowed tightly. Yes, Alpha has always craved power. He would never tolerate this kind of alliance. He'll do whatever it takes to destroy it. We must find a reliable way to protect this plan. Merlin's tone grew resolute, his eyes shimmering with a keen intelligence. We cannot give him any opportunity. I will tighten surveillance within the alliance, Hector replied, his voice low and unwavering. I'll do my best to eliminate any potential threats. But we can't ignore the unrest within the magical society, Merlin said, his brow furrowing with concern. I worry that some of the old guard wizards may object to our cooperation. They might try to sabotage our plans. Hector nodded, pausing to consider. We need to find some like-minded allies to strengthen our position. Only then can we ensure everything proceeds smoothly. I'll reach out to a few friends of mine. They're all trustworthy wizards, Merlin said, a glimmer of hope lighting up his eyes. And you? Can you find some reliable warriors? I'll act as soon as possible, Hector answered, his voice brimming with determination. But we must proceed with utmost caution. Any misstep could bring the whole plan crashing down. Exactly. No one must know, Merlin said, his voice dropping to a grave whisper, as if reminding both himself and Hector. We must move in the shadows, unseen, until every piece is in place. Just then, the faint rustle of footsteps echoed from a distance. Hector snapped to attention, his gaze sharp and vigilant. Someone's coming. Merlin swiftly cast a spell, causing the surrounding trees to grow denser and conceal their presence in an instant. Hector gripped his weapon tightly, eyes fixed on the approaching figure. "Who's there?" Hector called out in a low, tense voice. "I don't know, but we must stay alert," Merlin replied, his tone calm and firm. Moments later, a silhouette emerged from the thicket, sending a jolt of anxiety through both Hector and Merlin. It was Alpha, one of the most powerful figures in the Warrior Alliance, an insidious smile playing on his lips. Well, Merlin, Hector, what an unexpected encounter." Alpha's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of mockery, as though he relished their secret. "What brings you two here? Plotting some grand scheme, perhaps?" Hector's heart skipped a beat as he tensed instantly. "Alpha, you shouldn't be here." "Oh, and why is that?" Alpha replied with a sly grin, a cunning light dancing in his eyes. "I'm not just anybody, Merlin. Your secrets are fascinating. I'd love to learn more." A sense of dread settled over Merlin. Things were becoming complicated. "Alpha, this has nothing to do with you. Please leave." "Irrelevant." Alpha let out a cold laugh, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. "I hardly believe your so-called collaboration would bring me any benefit. On the contrary, I would much rather see your scheme fall apart." Hector's anger blazed. He tightened his grip on his weapon. "What are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Alpha's smile grew even more sinister. "I want you to understand. In the game of power, there are never any true friends. You really think you can act in secret right under my nose? How naive." Merlin watched Alpha calmly, silently weighing his options. "What is it that you want?" "I want your cooperation." Alpha's voice was low and resolute. "If you're willing, I can keep your secret, and perhaps even offer you more support." Hector let out a frosty laugh. "We will never trust you." "Oh, then be prepared to face the consequences of betrayal." There was a hint of malice in Alpha's smile, as if he were foretelling some ominous fate. "You're threatening us?" Merlin's voice was steady, yet alert beneath the surface. "A threat? No, I am merely giving you a choice." Alpha's tone carried a trace of disdain. "You can choose to work with me, or choose to be defeated by me. We will not compromise." Hector's voice grew even firmer, a fighting spirit igniting within him. "Very well, then wait and see." Alpha gave them one last cold smile before turning away, vanishing into the night, leaving the two men exchanging uncertain glances. "Merlin, we can't give him any opportunity." Urgency rang in Hector's voice. "Elena, what's troubling you?" Arthur spoke up suddenly, breaking the silence. His voice was low and compelling, resonating with an unyielding resolve. "I just feel uneasy." Elena sighed softly, her eyes never leaving the doorway. "Benjamin's movements puzzle me. He's not always by your side. Don't you find that dangerous?" Arthur offered a reassuring smile. "Benjamin has his own arrangements. I trust that he can handle whatever comes his way. There's no need to worry. But I don't want to lose you." Elena's voice grew faint, emotion swirling within her. She lifted her head, meeting Arthur's gaze with determination. "If there's any danger, I want you to tell me. Don't make me face it alone." Arthur's smile faded instantly. His expression became serious. "Elena, protecting you is my responsibility. But there are things I cannot let you get involved in. You must trust me, and stay somewhere safe. A safe place." Elena let out a cold laugh, her anger and unease colliding within her. "Do you really think I'll just sit here and wait for you to protect me? I'm not some helpless princess. I have strength of my own." "Strength?" There was a hint of disdain in Arthur's voice. "In this world, strength isn't as simple as you imagine. You need to understand that some things are beyond your reach." As their argument heated up, the bar door swung open with a crash. A burly man strode inside, a sly grin on his face. His gaze swept the room before settling on Arthur and Elena. "Arthur Renault, I've heard so much about you." The man's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade, cutting straight to the heart. "Who are you?" Arthur stood up, his expression instantly turning grave. His hand tightened, ready to react at a moment's notice. "My name is Carl. I'm a friend of Benjamin's," the man replied, his smile slick and cunning. "I'm here because I want to talk to you." Elena nervously clutched Arthur's hand, her anxiety rising once more. She could feel Arthur's tension. He was already bracing for a fight. "Talk about what?" Arthur asked coolly, his gaze as piercing as a hawk's. "About your future with Elena." Carl's grin grew more sinister. Benjamin has decided he won't protect you any longer. He believes you've lost your value. What are you talking about? Elena cried out, panic surging through her. She couldn't believe Benjamin would make such a decision. I'm just a messenger. Carl shrugged, his smile utterly insincere. He thinks it's not worth the risk to keep you safe anymore. After all, Arthur, the more people you have around you, the easier it is for someone to use them against you. Arthur's face darkened, his glare sharp as a knife. Are you threatening me? Threaten you? That's not my intention, Carl replied with a contemptuous chuckle. I just want to remind you, the more people at your side, the easier it is to be betrayed. Trust is the most extravagant luxury in this world. What are you really saying? Elena cut in, her voice trembling. What does Benjamin want from us? He's just looking out for himself. Carl narrowed his eyes, a wicked smile tugging at his lips. To him, you're nothing but pawns. Once you've lost your worth, you're meant to be discarded. That's not true. Elena shot back angrily, her trust in Benjamin beginning to waver. She had never imagined that she and Arthur were just pieces on his chessboard. Every word I say is the truth. Carl's voice grew firmer, his tone unwavering. Do you really think, in this dark world, anyone would treat you with genuine sincerity? Benjamin is nothing but a shrewd businessman who would abandon anyone for his own gain. Arthur's expression grew darker still. He fixed a cold, steely gaze on Carl. What do you want? What I want is simple. A sly glint flickered in Carl's eyes as he offered a faint, cunning smile. I want you to follow my lead. After all, in this game, survival is the only thing that matters. You think I'll just do as you say? Arthur's voice was laced with mockery. No one controls my fate but me. Oh, really? Carl's smile remained sinister. Then you'd best be ready for the consequences. In this world, no one can guarantee their own safety forever. Just then, the bar door swung open once more. A tall woman strode inside, her gaze blazing like fire, fixed straight on Carl. What are you doing here? Her voice was icy, sharp as a blade, cutting straight to Carl's heart. I'm only here to talk with Arthur, Carl replied, utterly unfazed, the same smile still on his face. You'd better keep your distance from them, she warned, her tone brimming with menace. Or you'll answer to me. Oh, and who might you be? Carl arched an eyebrow, clearly unfazed by her arrival. My name is Vivian. I'm Arthur's friend. Her stare was fearless, as piercing as a sword's point. Friend, Carl let out a cold laugh. In this shadowed world, how much safety can a friend really offer you? At least I won't betray them. Vivian shot back, unwavering, her eyes shining with unshakable resolve. How amusing, Carl replied, his smile fading away. His gaze darkened. But soon enough, you'll all learn just how fragile trust can be in a place like this. Arthur's face grew even more severe. He could sense the situation turning against them. Turning to Alina and Vivian, he spoke in a low voice. We have to get out of here. Carl showing up means trouble. But Alina's voice trembled with worry. Do you really think Benjamin would abandon us? I don't know, Arthur replied, his voice resolute, his eyes fierce with determination. But we can't stay here any longer. Suddenly, Carl broke into loud, raucous laughter. You think you can run? This city has been swallowed by darkness. The more you try to escape, the deeper your despair will grow. I won't let you have your way. Arthur shot back coldly, turning to lead Alina and Vivian out of the bar. However, Carl suddenly reached out his hand, blocking their path. Do you really think you can just walk away that easily? I'm not about to let you escape so soon. What are you trying to do? Elena's voice trembled with fear. I just want you to understand how fragile trust can be. Carl's smile was sly and sinister. In this game, only the strongest survive. We are not your pawns, Vivian retorted fiercely, her eyes blazing with determination. Unfortunately, you've already become part of the game. Carl replied with a cold laugh, as if relishing every moment. At that instant, the lights in the bar flickered and went out, plunging the entire place into darkness. Panic surged in Elena's chest as she clung tightly to Arthur's hand. Elvin, we need to come up with an effective plan fast. Carl's brow was furrowed, his voice low and resolute. The enemy is already moving nearby. If we don't act now, the consequences will be dire. Elvin let out a quiet sigh, worry flashing in his eyes. I know, but we're shorthanded, and with Benjamin's reputation spent, he can't mobilize any more resources. Then we'll just have to rely on ourselves. Carl's fists clenched, frustration and anxiety warring within him. I can't stand to watch all our efforts go to waste. You're right, but our enemies are anything but easy to deal with. Elvin's tone grew somber. They have powerful magic and weapons. We need to be extremely careful. Just then, a young warrior named Roland spoke up. But we can't just sit here and wait. If Benjamin could muster some support, maybe we'd still have a chance. Elvin shook his head. Roland, stop deluding yourself. Benjamin's influence is gone. He can't help us anymore. We have no one to rely on but ourselves now. But he's our leader. Shouldn't he do something for us? Roland protested, a flicker of dissatisfaction shining in his eyes. You think he doesn't want to? Carl cut in coldly. Benjamin has nothing left to bargain with. He'd help if he could, but this is the reality we face. Roland fell silent, the spark of resentment on his face slowly giving way to disappointment. Elvin looked at him, his tone softening. Roland, young man, battles aren't won by reputation or strength alone. Sometimes, wisdom and composure are even more important. But we're running out of time. Roland's voice rose, anger boiling up inside him. The enemy could strike at any moment. We can't afford to wait any longer. What do you want? Elvin's tone suddenly turned stern, as if he were trying to snap Roland back to his senses. All we can do is strengthen our defenses and prepare for what's coming. But I don't want to die. Roland's voice trembled, his eyes wide with fear. I don't want to be defeated by the enemy, just like this. Carl stepped forward, his voice steady and unwavering. None of us want to die, but fear alone won't get us through this battle. What we need now is courage and wisdom. Courage and wisdom. Roland let out a bitter laugh. What good are those without real power? It's easy for you to say, but when we actually face the enemy, fear will swallow everything. Enough, Elvin roared, cutting off Roland's outburst. This is not the time for arguments. Everyone needs to calm down and focus on finding a solution. A tense silence filled the air. After a few seconds, Roland finally lowered his head, his voice dropping to a murmur. I know, but I'm really scared. Elvin's tone softened, and he spoke with a gentle earnestness. It's natural to be afraid, but we can't let fear control us. Only by standing together can we face what's ahead. Carl nodded, his voice gentler now. That's right, Roland. We all have our own roles to play. Only by supporting each other can we overcome the enemy. You're right. Roland lifted his head, resolve burning in his eyes. I'll do my best to conquer my fear and fight alongside you. That's what I wanted to hear. Elvin gave a small smile, and the tension on his face eased. Now, let's come up with a plan. We need to make the most of our resources and reinforce our defenses as much as possible. I'll take charge of the front lines, Carl said confidently. I'll lead my team and make sure the enemy can't break through easily. I'll handle setting up the magic circles, Elvin added. We'll need a strong magical barrier to hold off their attacks. I'll support you from the rear, Roland declared, hope shining in his eyes. I'll do everything I can to protect everyone. Excellent. Elvin nodded in approval. Now that we have a basic plan, it's up to us to carry it out. Just then, a rush of hurried footsteps sounded outside the camp. Several scouts burst in, faces pale and eyes wide with alarm. Report. The enemy is closing in, and there are many of them. One scout gasped, breathless. We have to get ready now. They're here. A spark of determination flickered in Carl's eyes. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The real challenge is about to begin. Don't panic, Elvin shouted, his voice loud and steady. We already have a plan. Stay calm and follow it step by step. Roland clenched his fists, a surge of determination welling up inside him. I won't let everyone down. Not this time. As the enemy drew near, the Arthur security base was instantly thrown in a high alert. Elvin, Carl, and Roland each returned to their stations, their hearts ignited with unwavering resolve. Lin Han, what are you thinking about? A gentle voice drifted from behind, pulling him out of his thoughts. Turning around, Lin Han saw his close friend Su Wan. There was a trace of worry on her face, and her eyes shone with genuine concern. Lin Han let out a sigh and shook his head. It's nothing. I was just thinking about the Dark Lord. You're still worried about him, aren't you? Su Wan stepped forward and gently took Lin Han's hand, as if trying to pass some of her strength to him. We're ready. No matter when he comes, we'll have a way to face him. Ready? Lin Han gave a bitter laugh, his gaze drifting back to the window. According to the data, the Dark Lord is at least an A rank. Well, I'm just a B-. Even with my magic sword, I can barely reach B+. With a gap like that, how could we possibly stand a chance? A faint crease appeared between Su Wan's brows, the gravity of the situation settling in. She took a deep breath, making an effort to sound resolute. But we can't give up now. Even if we're not strong enough, we can make up for it with wisdom and teamwork. Wisdom and teamwork. Lin Han let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. Against absolute power, those things are meaningless. The Dark Lord's arrival could plunge the entire imperial capital into chaos. You have no idea how terrifying his strength truly is. I don't know, but we can't let fear swallow us whole. Su Wan's voice grew firmer, her conviction shining through. We have to believe in ourselves. Only by standing together can we fend off the darkness. Just then, a rapid knocking echoed from the door outside. Lin Han and Su Wan exchanged uneasy glances, a wave of dread passing between them. Lin Han stepped forward and opened the door, revealing their companion Zhang Yi. His face was pale, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Lin Han, Su Wan, it's bad news. Zhang Yi panted, struggling to catch his breath. We just got word. The Dark Lord has appeared on the outskirts of the capital. He's heading this way. What? A chill shot through Lin Han, draining the color from his face. His hands clenched involuntarily, panic rising in his chest. He's coming here? We're not ready for this at all. We have to act now. Zhang Yi's voice trembled with urgency. If we don't stop him, the entire capital will be in grave danger. But our strength, Lin Han's voice grew faint, nearly choked by the fear that clouded his thoughts. Strength isn't the only thing that matters. Su Wan cut in, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. We can use the terrain, set up an ambush, and buy ourselves some time. But he's the Dark Lord. Lin Han's voice trembled, his heart weighed down by helplessness. There's no way we can stand against him. Don't forget, we still have the enchanted sword. Zhang Yi said urgently. If we use it wisely, maybe, just maybe, we'll find a sliver of hope. Yes, the enchanted sword. A flicker of hope flashed in Su Wan's eyes. At the crucial moment, we can strike and catch him off guard. A faint spark of courage began to kindle in Lin Han's heart. He drew a deep breath, fighting to steady himself. All right, we'll do as you say. If we unite, it's our only chance to withstand the darkness. Without delay, the group sprang into action. Lin Han, Su Wan, and Zhang Yi began fortifying the room, preparing for the challenge that loomed ever closer. Seconds dragged by, each one thick with tension, the air heavy with unease. I hope this is all just a misunderstanding, Lin Han murmured softly, silently praying. But as time crept on, the wind outside howled more fiercely, as if warning of a disaster to come. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from the door, shaking the whole room to its core. He's here, Zhang Yi shouted, terror flashing in his eyes. Lin Han and Su Wan rushed to the window. Peering out, they saw a towering figure slowly approaching. His black cloak whipped violently in the wind, a shroud of darkness swirling around him like a living shadow. The Dark Lord. Lin Han's voice was barely more than a whisper, nearly swallowed by fear. His heart pounded so hard he thought it might burst. Every nerve in his body trembled. Stay calm. Don't lose your nerve, Su Wan whispered, her eyes shining with indomitable courage. She tightened her grip on the enchanted sword, ready for battle at a moment's notice. We have to wait until he's close. Only then can we strike a fatal blow, Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth, determination burning in his gaze. As the Dark Lord drew nearer, the air thickened with a suffocating pressure. Even breathing felt like a struggle. Lin Han's unease grew, but he knew there was no turning back now. Are you ready? Su Wan's voice sounded in his ear, carrying a note of encouragement. I'm ready, Lin Han replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The moment the Dark Lord reached the threshold, Lin Han flung the door open and faced him head-on. Raising the enchanted sword, its radiant light cut through the darkness, illuminating the entire room. You dare to defy me? The Dark Lord's voice was deep and glacial, echoing from the depths of the abyss itself. We won't let you destroy this city. Lin Han shouted back, a spark of courage igniting in his heart. The Dark Lord gave a slight smile, a boundless mockery flickering in his expression. Your courage is admirable, but will only hasten your demise. Enough talk, come on. Zhang Yi roared, charging forward, ready to face the Dark Lord in a final showdown. Elena, can you relax a little? Benjamin stood behind her, his tone a mixture of helplessness and concern. You've been at this for 3 hours now. It's not good for your eyes. Elena lifted her head slightly, a determined glimmer in her gaze. I can't stop, Benjamin. This book contains so many theories I've never encountered before. I have to understand them. But you do this every day. Don't you ever feel tired? Benjamin's voice carried a hint of anxiety. He knew just how deep Elena's obsession ran, how her compulsion drove her to devour every word with almost unhealthy intensity. Tired? This isn't exhaustion. It's what drives my pursuit of knowledge. Elena shot back, her tone tinged with excitement. I want to surpass myself. I can't afford to slow down. Benjamin sighed and stepped closer, his voice gentle as he tried to reason with her. I understand your desire to improve, but you need to rest too. Only then can you truly absorb what you're learning. Rest. Elena let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Rest means giving up, and I have no intention of giving up now. I'm not asking you to give up. I just hope you can find some balance. Benjamin's voice rose, his emotions intensifying. If you keep going like this, you'll only wear yourself out, and it could hurt your health. Elena's expression shifted subtly, a trace of annoyance flashing in her eyes. You don't understand what I'm doing. I'm working for our future. If I don't push myself, do you want me to be some useless layabout? I've never thought that. Benjamin shot back, hurt welling up inside him. I just want you to be happy. I want you to take care of yourself. Happy? You think rest would make me happy? Elena's voice rose to a near shout. All I'd feel is that I'm wasting time, that I'm not making any progress. A sharp pain stabbed at Benjamin's heart. He reached out, trying to take Elena's hand and calm her, but she yanked it away stubbornly, defiance blazing on her face. I don't need your pity. I just need your support. Support? The helplessness in Benjamin's voice was palpable. I've done everything I can to support you, but I wish you'd listen to me too. You don't understand me at all. Tears shimmered in Elena's eyes, her emotions on the verge of collapse. All you do is stand there and criticize me. You have no idea about the struggles raging inside me. I'm not criticizing you. I'm worried about you. Benjamin replied urgently, a pang of sorrow tightening in his chest. I'm scared you might break under all this. Truly I am. A complex expression flickered across Elena's face, a tangled mix of anger and vulnerability. She lowered her head and murmured, I know you mean well, but I'm so afraid. I'm afraid I'll stop moving forward, afraid of being left behind. Slowing down doesn't mean failure. Benjamin tried to close the distance between them, his voice gentle. Sometimes, taking a breath can help us go even further in the long run. That's easy for you to say. Elena looked up, her gaze blazing. You have no idea what I'm going through. You don't know how hard I've worked to gain this knowledge. I know how hard you've tried, but I also want you to recognize your own limits. Benjamin's voice softened, heavy with helplessness and concern. You're not alone. I'll always be here for you, but I want you to take care of yourself too. Elena's emotions slowly began to settle. A hint of uncertainty and unease flickered in her eyes. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I just don't want to let you down. You've never let me down. Benjamin's voice was as gentle as a quiet stream, filled with tenderness. I love you, not for what you've achieved, but for who you are. A wave of warmth flooded Elena's heart, and at last her tears spilled over. She threw herself into Benjamin's arms, feeling the steady beat of his heart and the comfort of his embrace. I am sorry, I just get so anxious sometimes. It's all right. We all have moments like these. Benjamin stroked her back softly, his words a quiet reassurance. What matters is that we understand and support each other. Elena looked up, tears still shining in her eyes, but a faint smile breaking through. Thank you for staying with me through these hard times. Of course. Benjamin smiled, his eyes full of warmth. No matter how tough the future gets, I'll be right here by your side. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing them both in a golden glow, as if blessing the road that lay ahead. Elena's heart found a new calm. She knew that, however long or difficult the journey, with Benjamin by her side, she could face it with renewed strength. Let's make a plan. Elena wiped away her tears, determination lighting up her face. I'll set up a schedule for study and rest, and do my best to find a real balance.